On Prison God Island, Yi Qijun stood upon the jagged reef by the sea, facing the eastern horizon. Behind him a vast mass of silhouettes knelt in dark ranks, tens of thousands prostrating in worship. Voices thundered forth like rolling thunder across the heavens. The 4 dragon lords of the western underground world. The 6 patriarchs of the grand consortia of the beautiful nation. The royal houses of the 27 nations of the Western Alliance. The former Grand Marshal of the Bear Nations War Cabinet. Countless people spoke their shouts, shaking the cosmos, finally merging into a single resounding sentence. We respectfully send off the prison god. From here on the sky will be high and the seas vast. In days to come, whenever the prison god command is issued, it shall be as if the prison god himself has arrived across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. All shall obey your summons. In the next instant, an aged figure appeared upon the reef, dropping to his knees. This old servant Shen Xianzhi, richest man of Longwa, pays homage to his master. Yi Qijun spoke, lightly, his tone indifferent. The matter I ordered you to investigate. How has it progressed? I beg my master's forgiveness, the old man replied. While investigating the events concerning the Yi family back then, I was repeatedly obstructed by Longwa's authorities. All I managed to uncover is that an underground tycoon of Donghai City once took part. A cold gleam burst forth in Yi Qijun's eyes. 10 years ago, he and his mother had been hunted down and forced to flee to Donghai City. His mother lured the assassins away alone and died for it. Yi Qijun had been hidden by his aunt Su Qin until his master later took him away to Prison God Island. Over 10 years, Yi Qijun's strength had come to overshadow the world, and he ascended to the throne of Prison God. Now he would return to Longwa. The blood debt of his mother's murder had to be repaid. The debt of his aunt's nurturing grace had to be honored. In an instant, a towering aura surged in all directions. Clear skies over 1,000 li darkened into black cloud, and 100 zang-tall tsunami rose like the collapse of the heavens. As Yi Qijun's figure receded into the distance, his voice cold as ice drifted over the sea. On this journey to Longwa, I shall see who dares to bar my way. Longwa, Donghai City. At the western harbor, 20,000 troops advanced in long columns, sealing off the entire port. 3 black armored vehicles rolled in, each bearing a golden dragon emblem on the hood, its scales and claws seeming to surge with life. These 3 vehicles represented the 3 mightiest war gods of Longwa. Ranked first on the World War God list, the Heavenly Flame, War God Xiaoyan. Ranked third, the Ancestral Talisman, War God Lindong. Ranked 7th on the World War God list, the Great Thousand War God Muchun. The 3 war gods stood shoulder to shoulder on the shoreline with 20,000 troops arrayed in strict formation behind them, ready for battle. Far out on the sea's horizon, a tiny black speck was racing closer. Within mere moments, once they finally saw what it was, all 20,000 soldiers were aghast, and the 3 war gods' expressions grew grave. It was actually a small boat, only 3 meters long. Upon it stood a lone figure with hands clasped behind his back. 1 man, 1 boat, crossing 10,000 li cleaving waves and treading the sea to arrive. The 3 war gods stepped forward in perfect unison. Within Longwa's borders, the prison god is forbidden to pass. Sir, please halt your advance. The 20,000 troops likewise roared in unison. Halt! 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 Their shouts echoed again and again. On the little boat, Yi Qijun slowly lifted his head, his gaze like lightning. If you do not withdraw within 3 breaths, the national gate shall be shattered. As his words fell, the sea on both sides of the boat suddenly surged upward into dozens of colossal waves 100 meters tall, crashing toward the shore. The 3 war gods' faces changed dramatically as they simultaneously struck out, exhausting all their strength before they finally managed to quell the tsunami. When they raised their heads in shock, they saw that Yi Qijun was already standing right before them. By reflex, the Great Thousand War God Mu Chun hurled a punch, his fist wind razor sharp. Yi Qijun merely cast him a cold glance and let out a faint nasal snort. With a muffled thud, Mu Chun's chest felt as though struck by a sledgehammer. He spewed blood and staggered backward. Xiao Yan and Lindong's pupils constricted violently. Sir, you. At that moment, Yi Qijun spoke coldly. Lindong, 3 years ago you were hunted by the king of assassins, gravely wounded, and fleeing to Prison God Island. You owe me your life. Xiao Yan, 5 years ago beyond Prison God Island you knelt and begged for 7 days and 7 nights. I dispatched 8,000 experts of Prison God Island to help Longwa repel the coalition of 9 nations. I was born in Longwa, yet I do not owe Longwa. On the contrary, Longwa owes me for saving this nation time and again. If you dare bar my path again, do not blame me for showing no mercy. The 2 men's faces changed drastically. You are. Stand down. Yi Qijun strode forward. Xiao Yan grabbed Lindong and retreated again and again, shouting, Withdraw. 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 Your Excellency, prison god, we beg you for the sake of your Longwa bloodline, do not harm the people of Longwa. The War Ministry of Longwa offers its gratitude to the prison god. Outside the harbor, Su Yingxia stared blankly at the 3 war gods who had departed at full speed, her face filled with yearning. Stepmom, did you see? Those are the three strongest war gods of Longhua. In this life, if I marry, I will marry a man like that. As for that Yi Qijun, absolutely impossible. Su Wenkai also advised, Akin for that Yi Qijun to marry my daughter, Su Wensai's child. His demands are not even high. Just that our families be well matched. Having like me assets of 10 billion should not be too much to ask, right? Su Qin's expression was somewhat troubled, yet even more filled with hope. Xiaojun is still young. He will definitely achieve great things. Father and daughter both curled their lips at the same time. Achieve great things. A penniless boy who after returning to the country would still have to live under the Su family's roof. What future could he possibly have? If he truly could amount to something, I'd even be willing to marry him at a loss to myself. But can he, eh? Su Yingxia curled her lip in contempt and lowered her head to play with her phone. Yet the next second she swiped to a short video, and her delicate body suddenly trembled, as though she had seen something unbelievable. At that moment a voice sounded. Auntie! Su Qin turned around in delight, and at the sight of Yi Qijun her tears instantly burst forth. Xiaojun, you've finally come back. Yi Qijun, equally moved, wrapped his arms around his aunt. You, it's you. Suddenly Su Yingxia cried out in shock. She rushed to stand before Yi Qijun, her eyes brimming with infatuation and adoration. You're Yi Qijun? You're that man. Su Yingxia pointed at her phone screen for Yi Qijun to see. He swept it with a glance and gave a faint nod. Oh, brother Yi Qijun, you're incredible. How did you do that? That was the three war gods. Su Yingxiao immediately let out a sharp scream. Su Wenkai could no longer hold back and asked, Yingxiao, what on earth is going on? Su Yingxia handed the phone straight to him. When Su Wenkai and Su Qin looked at the screen, their pupils both shrank violently. It was a forum post titled Shocking. The three war gods joined forces and mobilized to seal off a harbor, yet in the end kneel before this man. In the post were photos taken by onlookers. In the pictures, the three strongest titled war gods of Longhua were kneeling right before Yi Qijun. The two of them suddenly lifted their heads, staring at Yi Qijun in utter shock and disbelief. Those were the three foremost titled war gods of Longhua, yet all of them were kneeling before Yi Qijun. Then what kind of status must Yi Qijun possess? Qijun, you. Just what are you really? His aunt Su Qin asked in bewilderment. Yi Qijun smiled faintly. Auntie, once we're back, I'll explain everything to you slowly. For now, I want to go see my mother. Su Qin's face dimmed, a shadow passing over her features. Back then, when Yi Qijun's mother died, Su Qin buried her, yet did not dare carve a single word upon the tombstone. She knew all too well that the enemies of Yi Qijun's parents were terrifying beyond measure. Su Qin sighed. It's good for you to go and see her. Beside them, Su Yingxia's eyes suddenly lit up. Auntie, let me accompany brother Qijun. I know the way, she said eagerly. Su Yingxia's eyes shimmered like peach blossoms, liquid spring water gathering in her gaze. All the way there she drove exceedingly slowly, stealing glances at Yi Qijun over and over. Whatever thoughts were running through her mind, they kept her face flushed with excited shyness. When they arrived at the public cemetery, Yi Qijun turned toward the direction of his mother's tombstone, and suddenly froze. Before the stone stood a slender, graceful figure paying her respects, and sweeping his mother's grave. With a single glance, Yi Qijun recognized her, the woman who had haunted his soul for 10 long years, Shen Xianzhi. Back then, Shen Xianzhi's home had been right next door to Su Qin's. Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi had grown up as childhood sweethearts, pledging vows by sea and sky. In the end, Yi Qijun had left Donghai forced to go learn the arts of combat, so he could avenge his mother. Now 10 years had passed, yet Shen Xianzhi had not forgotten him, and still remembered to come honor his mother's grave. A surge of profound emotion reddened Yi Qijun's eyes as he strode quickly forward. He wanted to see Shen Xianzhi at once to rekindle their bond and never be parted again. But just then a man in his 30s appeared, holding the hand of a little girl of about 3 or 4, and walked up to Shen. Shen Xianzhi slipped her arm through that man's, and from afar there came the little girl's cry of "Mom." Yi Qijun's steps stopped abruptly, as if rooted to the ground. He stared in disbelief at the warm scene of the family of 3, feeling as though a blade had been driven violently into his heart. He had been gone for 10 years. He had never imagined that Shen Xianzhi would already be married with a 4-year-old child. Oh, isn't that Shen Xianzhi? The foremost of Donghai's 12 golden hairpins, famed as Donghai's #1 beauty. There've long been rumors that she married years ago, but no one ever knew who her husband was. I can't believe I'm seeing him today, someone exclaimed nearby. Beside him, Su Yingxia's astonished voice rang out. She pulled out her phone, ready to capture the scene. Yi Qijun pressed a hand to his chest, forcibly suppressing the searing pain inside, and reached out to block Su Yingxia's lens. Brother Qijun, what's wrong? Su Yingxia asked, blinking her large eyes. With one glance, she could tell there was a story between Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi, but she pretended not to know, deliberately saying what she had just said. Yi Qijun said coolly, if she doesn't want others to know, then we shouldn't disturb her. Su Yingxia gave him a sweet smile, and replied obediently, all right then, brother Qijun. Brother, was she once your lover? She asked. She truly is blessed. What a pity. If it were me, even if I had to wait another 10 years, I would wait for Brother Qijun to come back. I would only bear children for Brother Qijun, she added. Yi Qijun did not respond, merely watching from afar as Shen Xianzhi left with that man. Su Yingxia's face was filled with distress. Brother Qijun, she's already married and has children with someone else. Don't look anymore. Xia doesn't want you to be hurt, she said softly. Brother Qijun Shen Xianzhi may be the foremost of Donghai's 12 golden hairpins, but I am one of the 12 golden hairpins as well. If you're willing, Xia can bear children for you too, she continued. Su Yingxia's words were astonishing. Her face overflowed with pity for Yi Qijun as she lightly bit her lips, as though she had spoken only to comfort him. But in the next instant, Yi Qijun's face remained impassive as he said coldly, "You are not worthy to be compared with my woman." With that, he walked straight toward his mother's tomb, his heart a chaotic mix of countless flavors. With a dull thud, Yi Qijun knelt before the grave, bowing his head to the ground 3 times with force. "Mother, forgive your unfilial son. After 10 long years your son can finally come back to see you," he murmured. Yi Qijun gazed at the completely blank tombstone, his heart twisted as if by knives. He suddenly rose, extending a finger to gently trace across the stone's surface. "Mother, I will use the fresh blood of our enemies to dye the characters upon your tombstone," he vowed. "I will let the world know that the son you protected with your life shall become the supreme existence of this realm." Having spoken, Yi Qijun knelt once more and bowed his head, then rose and turned to leave. A gust of wind swept past, carrying stone dust from the tombstone into the air. Where his fingers had touched, 2 bold lines of characters had been carved deep into the stone, strokes like iron hooks and silver lines. "Grave of Su Tingsnow, erected by her son Yi Qijun." Outside the cemetery in a business van, Shen Han glanced at Shen Xianzhi's haggard face and let out a sigh. "Sigh? Little sister, today is the last time. You mustn't come again," he said. "Tomorrow is the engagement banquet. For Xiaoru's sake, if nothing else, you have to forget him." Shen Xianzhi asked, "Can the Lei family truly invite the Medicine King to treat Xiaoru's illness?" Shen Han nodded. Lei Zhan is an underground powerhouse in Donghai City. Back when he fought for supremacy and lay gravely wounded, it was the Medicine King who saved his life. If he steps forward, he will definitely be able to invite the Medicine King. As he spoke, both of them turned their gaze full of tenderness toward the sleeping child. The little girl was called Xiaoru. She looked only 3 or 4 years old, but in truth, she was nearly 10. The reason was that Xiaoru had been born with a strange disease known as Kabuki syndrome. Her body developed slowly and she would not live past the age of 20. After a long silence, Shen Xianzhi's eyes rimmed with red said, "As long as Lei Zhan can save my daughter, I will agree to marry his son Lei Peng." Shen Han immediately broke into a smile. "That's more like it. Back then you cut ties with the family just to give birth to Xiaoru. Now that you've thought it through, it's good. As for that piece of trash who abandoned you and your daughter, hurry up and forget him." At the Yunhai Hotel in Box No. 4. This is the Su family's hotel, and tonight is the welcoming banquet for Yi Qijun arranged by Su Qin, attended by all members of the Su family. "Qijun has arrived. Come in quickly, are you tired? Look at you, just returned to the country and already gone to pay respects to your mother at the grave, so filial. But you must take care of your health, don't overwork yourself. Quickly sit down and rest." As Yi Qijun stepped in, Su Wenkai spoke with immense enthusiasm. The Su family members were taken aback. Is it really necessary to flatter a junior like this? At that moment, a sarcastic voice rang out. "Sister-in-law, your nephew is really something, keeping so many people waiting for him. It seems he has quite an extraordinary status. Where is he working now?" The speaker was Su Wenkai's younger brother, Su Wenlong. Su Qin's expression stiffened. She hadn't even had the chance to inquire about Yi Qijun's current job. At this moment, Yi Qijun calmly replied, "I am unemployed." Su Wenlong immediately burst into laughter. "Is that so? Should I help you find a job then? Just so happens our family's company is short a few security guards. We can get you in through the back door. After all, why let good resources go to waste?" Instantly, the Su family members erupted into laughter. However, Su Qin and Su Wenkai's faces turned grim. Especially Su Wensai, who was drenched in. This is a person who can make the 3 war gods kneel. Even a sneeze from him could wipe out the Su family. Su Wenlong is clearly courting disaster. "Wenlong, we are all family. How can you speak like that? Quickly apologize to Qijun." Su Wenkai suddenly The Su family members fell silent instantly, all bewildered. Su Wenkai's mother, old Madam Su, frowned in displeasure. "Wensai, what are you thinking? Does your brother have the right to apologize to a junior?" Su Wenkai was taken aback and hurriedly explained, "Mom, Qijun is a dragon among men. Our Su family's rise depends entirely on him." Old Madam Su regarded Yi Qijun with skeptical eyes. "This young man seems unremarkable. Could he possibly have some impressive background?" At this moment, Su Wenlong suddenly scoffed disdainfully. "Big brother, this guy can be considered a dragon among men. I think your eyesight has gone bad." Others in the Su family chimed in. "Yeah, I remember Su Qin mentioning her nephew who went overseas with nothing to his name. Just surviving was impressive enough. What achievements could he possibly have?" Haha, if he's a dragon among men, then I must be the Dragon King of the East Sea. No one believed Yi Qijun had any real abilities. Yet Yi Qijun's face remained calm. For the sake of his aunt, he chose not to argue with these people, and was too lazy to bicker with mere ants. Auntie, I appreciate the Su family's care for you over the years. If you have any wishes, I can help you fulfill them, Yi Qijun said lightly. Su Wencai's face instantly lit up with joy. With a big shot like Yi Qijun helping, the day of the Su family's rise was upon them. But before Su Wencai could speak, Su Wenlong mocked with a laugh. Help us fulfill our wishes. Haha, I want to be the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. Su Wencai's expression changed slightly, but he did not stop Su Wenlong. Although Su Wenlong's tone was mocking, what he said was essentially what Su Wencai wanted to express, just not so absurd. Yi Qijun glanced at Su Wencai and said indifferently, is that all? Sure. The Su family members were nearly in stitches. Is this kid a garbage bag? So able to take it in? Sister-in-law, I know a psychiatrist. Do you want me to introduce him to you? Take him to get his head checked. Amid the mockery, Yi Qijun grew impatient and directly made a phone call. Come in, Yi Qijun casually instructed. Su Wenlong disdainfully said, why have you stopped boasting? Since you're living under our Su family's roof, just be a good little turtle and don't blow hot air. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly a cold and aged voice came from the entrance. Impudence! How dare you speak to the master like that? How many heads do you have? Shen Xianzhi pushed the door open and coldly looked at Su Wenlong. The Su family members were all taken aback. Who is this old man? Shen Xianzhi, the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom, acted low-key unlike other wealthy figures who frequently appeared in the news. But Su Wencai's face changed drastically as he exclaimed, Shen Xianzhi. Mr. Shen. Su Wencai was stunned. He idolized Shen Xianzhi, and their home even displayed his photograph with his famous quotes memorized. Even those who had never seen Shen Xianzhi were shocked upon hearing his name. The richest man in the Dragon Kingdom, Shen Xianzhi. All members of the Su family, including old Madame Su and Su Qin, instinctively stood up. In front of Shen Xianzhi, they didn't dare to remain seated. At that moment, Shen Xianzhi quickly approached Yi Qijun. In the room, Yi Qijun was the only one still sitting. Su Wenlong and Su Qin hurriedly wanted to remind him to stand up, but before they could speak, thud, Shen Xianzhi knelt on one knee in front of Yi Qijun, respectfully saying, the old servant pays respects to the master. Everyone was dumbfounded. The richest man in the Dragon Kingdom actually knelt before Yi Qijun in public and referred to him as master. All were utterly bewildered. Even Su Qin's family, who had witnessed the three war gods kneeling to Yi Qijun, were left speechless. The three war gods kneeling the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom as master. What kind of identity and status does Yi Qijun hold? At this moment, Yi Qijun casually raised his hand, and only then did Shen Xianzhi rise. After standing, Shen Xianzhi coldly looked at Su Wenlong. Were those words just now said by you? Su Wenlong's body trembled, cold sweat breaking out all over him, and his eyes widened in terror. He recalled what Shen Xianzhi had just said. How many heads do you have? He felt a chill around his neck as if a great blade were resting against it. I. Su Wenlong was utterly terrified, unable to articulate his words. Shen Xianzhi snorted coldly, if you dare to offend the master again, you will not be spared. Boom. A murderous glare flashed in Shen Xianzhi's eyes, as if a mountain was crashing down upon Su Wenlong's head. Su Wenlong's face turned pale instantly, and he fell to the ground in sheer terror, trembling uncontrollably, almost frightened to the point of being an idiot. The richest man in the Dragon Kingdom was practically a life-and-death figure before the Su family. At that moment, Yi Qijun said lightly, Shen Xianzhi, take care of the Su family's business from now on. Shen Xianzhi hurriedly bowed. This old servant obeys your command. Master, you have just returned to the country and do not have a place to stay. This is a property under my name located in Donghai called Yulong Mountain Villa. Please accept it, master. Instantly, the private room was in an uproar. If it weren't for the Su family being terrified earlier, they would have already exclaimed in shock. Yulong Mountain Villa? That was built with an investment of 30 billion by Shen Xianzhi, and to this day, it remains unoccupied. It is rumored that only those who dominate Donghai, becoming the first family of Donghai, barely have the qualifications to stay at Yulong Mountain Villa. If this sentence hadn't been spoken by Shen Xianzhi himself, anyone would think it was just bragging. A villa with a construction cost of tens of billions, possibly worth 100 billion, just given away. Shock, envy, and a mix of emotions left everyone stunned. Yi Qijun casually took the key and handed it to Su Qin. And consider this a small gift from me upon my return, Yi Qijun said casually, as if he were merely giving a trivial item. Su Qin was taken aback, recoiling as if struck by lightning, shaking her head repeatedly. This won't do. Qijun, this is too valuable, aunt cannot accept it. Yi Qijun persuaded a few more times, but even Su Wencai and the others dared not accept it. That villa is worth 100 billion more than the entire Su family's assets. It's not that they didn't want it, but even if they did, they dared not reach out. Having a piece of gold fall from the sky is a blessing, but having a mountain of gold drop would only crush people. In the end, Yi Qijun had no choice but to put the key away. As the banquet was nearing its end, Su Yingxia suddenly said sweetly, "Brother Qijun, where are you staying tonight?" Yi Qijun casually replied, "Isn't it already decided? Yulong Mountain Villa?" Su Yingxia shook her head repeatedly, "That won't do. Brother Qijun, we agreed that you would stay at my house after returning. Moreover, although Yulong Mountain Villa is nice, it's too lonely for such a large villa to have only you. Xiao would feel sad." Yi Qijun frowned slightly. Su Yingxia's voice was sweet, almost like a pout, which would likely move most men, but Yi Qijun found it quite uncomfortable. However, Su Qin's eyes lit up. "Yes, Qijun, you just returned to the country, and Aunt has so much to say to you. Why not stay at Aunt's house tonight?" Only then did Yi Qijun agree. That night, in Su Yingxia's room. This won't do either. Why do all the fabrics seem so much?" Su Yingxia said in frustration. She rummaged through her clothes one by one, but could never find something to her liking. Even those low-cut silk nightgowns failed to satisfy her. "If I had known, I would have bought more sexy clothes," Su Yingxia said regretfully. She had never had a boyfriend, so she had very few alluring clothes, and after much selection, she finally chose a lace nightgown. This nightgown consists of 2 pieces with a silk lining underneath and a sheer outer layer. After putting it on, Su Yingxia frowned slightly as she looked at her enchanting reflection in the mirror. Her skin was as white as snow, her brows and eyes painted like a picture, and her gaze held a hint of daze. A girl like this could undoubtedly be called a heartthrob bomb. Yet Su Yingxia was still somewhat dissatisfied. In the end, she decided to take off the silk lining and wear only the outer layer, and then she walked out of her room satisfied. Arriving at Yi Qijun's guest room door, Su Yingxia lightly knocked. A moment later, Yi Qijun opened the door. "Brother Qijun, bang." She had just begun to speak when Yi Qijun expressionlessly shut the door in her face. Outside, Su Yingxia, with her exquisite makeup and alluring body shining with a snowy sheen beneath the sheer skirt, was momentarily stunned. Yi Qijun's gaze didn't even linger on her for a second. A night without conversation. The next day, while having breakfast with his aunt's family, Yi Qijun received a call from Shen Xianzhi. "Master, the investigation has encountered strong obstruction from the Dragon Country's government and can no longer continue," Shen Xianzhi said. He only discovered that the person who pursued Yi Qijun's mother back then was Lei Zhan from the Lei family, and any further investigation faced severe obstacles from within the country. Yi Qijun's gaze instantly turned cold as he said, "It seems the warning that scared off the 3 great war gods was not enough. Does the government think I dare not kill? Then let them see. I will use the heads of the Lei family members, the underground dragons of the East Sea, as a path, and see if they dare to obstruct again." After saying this, Yi Qijun hung up the phone. At the table, the actions of the Su family members came to a halt as they looked at Yi Qijun in shock. He actually dared to challenge the Dragon Country's government. What immense strength and confidence he possessed. Su Yingxia's eyes were filled with infatuation, almost blooming with peach blossoms. Although she was rejected by Yi Qijun last night, she did not feel discouraged, for a man like Yi Qijun was certainly not so easily won over. "Brother Qijun, don't be angry. Anger harms the body, and Xia will feel heartache," Su Yingxia gently advised. Yi Qijun showed no reaction, as if he hadn't heard. However, Su Qin's eyes lit up beside them. She originally wanted to matchmake the two, and seeing Su Yingxia had the same intention, she quickly joined in. "Xia, didn't you say you were going to celebrate your best friend's birthday today? Take Qijun along. He just returned to the East Sea and needs to make more friends." Su Yingxia eagerly nodded. "Yes, Brother Qijun, please accompany Xia, okay?" Yi Qijun wanted to refuse, but unable to withstand Su Qin's persistent persuasion, reluctantly agreed, not wanting to disappoint his aunt. After asking for the birthday party's address, a cold light flashed in Yi Qijun's eyes. Tingqiao Pavilion. Shen Xianzhi had just mentioned on the phone that Lei Zhan's son Lei Peng was holding an engagement banquet today at Tingqiao Pavilion. Having a meal and killing someone. What a convenient matter. 2 hours later, at Tingqiao Pavilion, in a private room, Yi Qijun appeared indifferent, facing a group of about 10 men and women. Su Yingxia's best friend Li Qiulu was elegantly made up, dressed in luxurious designer brands, and was quite pretty. However, her words were somewhat sharp and cutting. "Huh, did you hear that? This young master Yi just said he is the master of the prison god island, a big shot who can rival the whole Dragon Country." Everyone burst into laughter. In their eyes, a peculiar figure like Yi Qijun was merely a clown for their. This small circle of theirs was actually a group of wealthy girls from the East Sea, so-called best friends, who spent their days comparing cosmetics, designer bags, and even boyfriends. Su Yingxia brought Yi Qijun along originally to show off, but upon seeing everyone laughing at him, she immediately became displeased. "What's so funny about you all? Brother Qijun wouldn't lie, do I believe him?" Su Yingxia argued stubbornly for Yi Qijun, but everyone remained unconvinced. Li Qiulu sneered. "Yingxia, I think you've been fooled by this pretty boy. Anyone with a bit of brain wouldn't believe his words. That boast is simply outrageous." Su Yingxia angrily retorted. "You're just envious and jealous. I have a video here. The three great war gods even knelt to brother Qijun. If you don't believe me, I'll find it for you. After saying that, Su Yingxia began to search for the video she had seen. Everyone was taken aback. The three great war gods knelt to Yi Qijun. What kind of identity and status must that entail? But the next moment Su Yingxia looked confused. Huh? Where's the video? Why has it been deleted? Everyone burst into laughter once more. Li Qiulu laughed so hard she couldn't stand up. Alright Yingxia, of course you can't find the video. Finding a few actors to pretend to be the three great war gods to film a video. Do you really think he's some big shot? Such petty tricks can only fool a silly girl like you. Several girls nearby chimed in. Just as Su Yingxia was about to defend Yi Qijun, suddenly the door to the private room was pushed open and a young man with a fierce expression walked in. Li Qiulu immediately brightened and stepped forward. Darling, you finally came. You don't know what this guy just said. She exaggeratedly recounted what had just happened. Su Yingxia was startled. She hadn't expected Li Qiulu's boyfriend to be one of the subordinates of Lei Clan, the underground giant of the East Sea, one of the 8 kings of the Thunder Gang Qijun. No wonder Li Qiulu was so showy. This was a big shot from the underground world of the East Sea, someone the Su family would never dare provoke. At this moment, Qijun glanced indifferently at Yi Qijun, pulling Li Qiulu into his arms, his hand boldly slipping into her clothing, unabashedly roaming in front of the more than 10 people in the private room. Interesting. Kid, blow some more for me. I've never heard anyone boast so ridiculously. Come perform for me. Everyone erupted in laughter, eagerly echoing Qijun. But at that moment, Yi Qijun, deeply gazed at Qijun, suddenly stood up expressionlessly and walked towards him. Qijun, known as the #1 mad dog of the Thunder Gang, you're always at the forefront whenever the Thunder Gang makes a move. Including that chase 10 years ago. The weather is nice today, and I'm going to work overtime for the King of Hell. You are the first. As Yi Qijun's words fell, he had already arrived in front of Qijun, lightly tracing his finger across Qijun's throat. The arrogance on Qijun's face turned into shock, astonishment, horror, and despair. Hiss! Scalding blood sprayed onto Li Qiulu and the others. Only Su Yingxia was slightly farther away and was not splattered with blood. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, utterly horrified. On Qijun's corpse, Li Qiulu trembled all over, frightened to the point of wetting herself, flooding Qijun. Yi Qijun frowned slightly in disgust and turned to leave. The time had come. The King of Hell needed to go to work. Today there were still many people to kill. Outside the listening to the Tide Pavilion, Shen Xianzhi held Xiao Ru in her arms, a hint of hesitation on her face. Little sister, hurry inside. Don't keep young Master Lei waiting. Xiao Ru still needs their help to survive. Beside her, Shen Han gently urged. Shen Xianzhi bit her lip, casting a worried glance at the drowsy Xiao Ru, and made up her mind to walk into the hotel. But as soon as she entered, she saw an incredibly familiar figure, her delicate body shuddering. In the hotel lobby, Yi Qijun's footsteps suddenly halted as he looked at Shen Xianzhi, his gaze turning incomprehensibly complex. Qijun. 10 years of waiting and longing instantaneously broke through Shen Xianzhi's defenses at this moment, tears streaming down her face, unable to speak. Yi Qijun was also shaken to the core. He couldn't help but want to rush over, embrace the woman he loved, and never let go. But in his mind, he involuntarily recalled the warm scene he had seen yesterday at the cemetery, a family of 3. 10 years ago, Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi loved each other, deeply vowing to be together until death. Yet 10 years was far too long. Upon their reunion, Shen Xianzhi was already married and had children. Even though Yi Qijun had ascended to the position of the underworld god and wielded immense power, he could not reclaim his first love from years past. An unprecedented heart-wrenching pain surged through Yi Qijun, a deep sorrow flashing in his eyes. But he felt no hatred, nor did he blame Shen Xianzhi. It was he who had been forced to flee long country, lost overseas, disappearing for a decade without a trace. What right did a man have to make a woman expend her youth waiting for 10 years? Yi Qijun took one last lingering look at Shen Xianzhi, silently saying in his heart, I'm sorry. I wish you happiness. In the next moment he endured the pain, turned expressionlessly, and prepared to leave. Yi Qijun, stop right there. At that moment Shen Han shouted angrily. Yi Qijun calmly looked over. Shen Han rushed in front of him, grabbing his collar, and roared, Are you still a man? You abandoned your wife and child for a full 10 years. Now that you're back, you can't even bear to see them. Yi Qijun was about to strike Shen Han away when he heard those words, his eyes widening in surprise as he glanced at Shen Xianzhi and the little girl. He had left for 10 years, yet that little girl was clearly only 4 years old. He shook off Shen Han and swiftly moved to Shen Xianzhi's side, scrutinizing the little girl in her arms. Her features, her facial contours, were unmistakably those of his daughter. Sienna, what is going on? Yi Qijun's voice trembled like never before. Shen Xianzhi choked as she explained Xiao Ru's illness. Kabuki syndrome's slow growth and development. Although she appeared to be only 3 or 4 years old, she was actually already 10. This meant that when Yi Qijun had left without a word 10 years ago, Shen Xianzhi had already been pregnant with Xiao Ru. This was his biological daughter. Boom. Yi Qijun felt as if struck by lightning, filled with immense regret. If it weren't for those enemies from back, then would he have been gone for 10 years? He missed Shen Xianzhi's most beautiful decade of youth. He also missed his biological daughter's childhood, when she needed her father's love the most. Yi Qijun's eyes turned red as he pulled Shen Xianzhi and her daughter into his embrace, murmuring, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Let them go. Shen Han charged forward, pulling at Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun's gaze turned icy. Since he now knew that Shen Xianzhi had given birth to his child, he would personally protect them. No one could take them away. At this moment, Shen Xianzhi anxiously said, Brother, he has come back. Yi Qijun was momentarily stunned. He is your brother? Shen Han let out a cold snort. That's right, I am her brother. He'll say it again, let them go. Today is the joyous day of my sister's engagement to Lei Peng, the eldest son of the Lei family. Only by marrying Lei Xiao can Xiao Ru's illness be cured. My sister risked a family rift for this child, enduring hardships for 10 years. Do you still want to destroy her last chance to escape this bottomless abyss? Get lost. Since you've shown up today, sever any last hopes Shen Xianzhi had. From now on, you're not allowed to appear before her and her daughter. Yi Qijun's expression darkened as he was about to speak. But just then a cold and arrogant voice interrupted, Leave. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. On this joyous occasion, seeing red is truly festive. Suddenly Shen Xianzhi's face changed dramatically. The hotel lobby was thrown into chaos as dozens of fierce-looking men in black surrounded a young man who stepped forward. This young man was none other than Lei Peng, the top heir of the underground world of Donghai. At that moment, Lei Peng's gaze was chillingly cold. He was furious. Ever since he first laid eyes on Shen Xianzhi years ago, Lei Peng was captivated and vowed to marry her, disregarding the fact that she already had a daughter. In his eyes, Shen Xianzhi was his forbidden fruit. But now the father of that little bastard had returned and dared to meet with Shen Xianzhi. Filled with murderous intent, Lei Peng approached Yi Qijun and coldly demanded, Which hand touched my woman? Cut it off yourself, and I might spare your life. Shen Xianzhi turned pale. Although the Shen family was not afraid of the Lei family, she had severed ties with her family back then. Only by marrying Lei Peng would her family accept her again. And now if Lei Peng were to strike at Yi Qijun, the Shen family would never assist her. Shen Xianzhi had no choice but to stand in front of Yi Qijun, pleading, Lei Xiao, rest assured, as long as you can make the medicine king treat Xiao Ru's illness, I will marry you and never see Yi Qijun again. Please spare him. Lei Peng chuckled coldly. Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me? Kill him, and you will still have to marry. With that, Lei Peng leaned forward, pinching Shen Xianzhi's chin, and sneered. As long as I have you, I don't care how you make me happy, and I'll treat you well. If you make me unhappy, I can even kill this little bastard. At this, Lei Peng burst into a mad, sickly laugh. But the next moment, crack, a crisp sound rang out as Yi Qijun twisted Lei Peng's arm with one hand. It hurt so much. Lei Peng knelt on the ground, screaming in madness. Everyone watched this scene in horror. Yi Qijun actually dared to lay hands on Lei Peng. But that wasn't the end. Yi Qijun looked down at Lei Peng coldly and said, You touched her, you deserve to lose a hand. A very good suggestion. As for you saying Sienna is your woman, how the dead have no women. You might as well go find a female ghost. With that, Yi Qijun kicked Lei Peng in the chest. Lei Peng's body flew back more than 10 meters, his screams suddenly cut off. One kick to kill. Shen Xianzhi stared blankly at this scene, her mind a complete blank. It's over. All over. Killing the eldest son of the Lei family, Lei Zhen, would definitely be furious, and the entire Donghai would tremble. At this moment, Xiao Ru and Shen Xianzhi's arms let out a whimper, seemingly awakened by the earlier screams. Yi Qijun felt a pang of panic and hurriedly approached, gently massaging a few acupoints on Xiao Ru's body, which allowed her to fall back asleep. Then Yi Qijun turned to Shen Xianzhi and said, Sienna, don't worry, I can cure Xiao Ru's illness. From today onward, I will do my utmost to repay the 10 years I owe you. From today onward, you will be the two happiest women in the world. However, in the next moment, dozens of black-clad bodyguards in the hall charged forward like madmen. Everyone in the hotel was terrified. Lei Peng was dead, and the Donghai was about to change. As dozens of thugs rushed in, Shen Xianzhi instinctively pushed Yi Qijun towards the exit. Go! Qijun, hurry and run, she shouted hoarsely. However, Yi Qijun remained unmoved, gently stroking Shen Xianzhi's hair. Sienna, don't worry, they can't do anything to me. With that, Yi Qijun's brow furrowed, and a murderous intent surged. You disturbed my precious daughter's sleep. In the next moment, Yi Qijun charged into the crowd, and within moments, dozens of thugs lay dead on the ground. Shen Han's pupils constricted, his heart shaken, so powerful. But just then a cold, furious roar rang out. Kid, you're looking for death. In the hotel, a figure leaped into the air like an eagle, pouncing towards Yi Qijun. Shen Han and Shen Xianzhi's expressions changed dramatically. This was Ma Santong, the third of the 8 kings of the Thunder Gang, a true martial artist. A martial artist is a rare powerhouse even throughout the whole Donghai city. Dare to kill my Thunder Gang's young master, prepare to pay with your head. As the words fell, Ma Santong was already in front of Yi Qijun. But the next moment, bang! Yi Qijun kicked Ma Santong, flying more than 10 meters, crashing into the wall, turning him into a pile of mush impossible to pull out. Yi Qijun's gaze was fierce as he surveyed the surroundings. No one from the Thunder Gang dared to step forward. Shen Han, after a moment of daze, suddenly shouted angrily, "Impulsive! Yi Qijun, you are too impulsive. Do you think some strength means you can do whatever you want? The 8 kings of the Thunder Gang, Ma Santong, is merely the third. The 8 kings are all martial artists, and the one ranked first is already a master. Master-level powerhouses are extremely rare in Donghai. Do you have any idea how terrifying that is? Not to mention Lei Clan himself possesses unfathomable strength, and there are 8,000 members of the Thunder Gang. You have stirred up a great disaster." Hearing Shen Han's angry reprimand, Shen Xianzhi's face turned pale, and she grabbed Yi Qijun's arm urgently, saying, "Qijun, hurry, and leave, get out of Donghai, and never come back." Yi Qijun shook his head. "I want leave. What Thunder Gang? You'll destroy it." Shen Xianzhi looked at Yi Qijun's determined eyes, knowing he would not leave, and immediately turned to kneel before Shen Han. "Brother, please save Qijun. With the power of the Shen family, they could definitely protect Qijun, for he is Xiaoru's father." Shen Han shook his head directly, saying, "How can you expect me to protect him? He has killed Lei Zhan's only son. Lei Zhan will surely go mad." Shen Xianzhi's face turned pale as she suddenly drew a dagger and held it to her neck, smiling grimly. "This knife was originally meant to wait for the Lei family to cure Xiaoru's illness, and then I would give my life to them. But now, brother, if you don't save him, then our family of 3 will die together." Shen Han's face turned ashen. The Shen family intended to use Shen Xianzhi to forge a good relationship with the Lei family. And Shen Han was also doing this for his sister Sake, to find her a place to belong, so she wouldn't be left alone for her entire life. But no one expected that Shen Xianzhi never thought of betraying Yi Qijun. She would rather sacrifice her own life. Seeing this scene, Yi Qijun felt a sharp pain in his heart. It turned out that in Shen Xianzhi's heart there had always been only him. Yi Qijun knew that even if he revealed his identity, now Shen Xianzhi might not believe him. She would still use her life to force the Shen family to help. If this continued with Shen Xianzhi's steadfast character, she might really harm herself. The only way to make her believe in him was to let her witness the destruction of the Lei family and see his strength. Once the Lei family was annihilated, Shen Xianzhi would naturally not do anything foolish. "Sinner, don't be agitated." Yi Qijun looked at Shen Han. "Take good care of them. Within 3 days, I will let everyone in the world see the Lei family completely destroyed." After saying this, Yi Qijun blocked Shen Xianzhi's eyes, signaling her not to look. Then he swept his hand across and directly severed Lei Peng's head before the wall. Using the head as a pen and blood as ink, he wrote several large characters. On the scheduled wedding date, 3 days later. The Lei family, prepare the heads. Prepare for my arrival. After that, Yi Qijun carried Lei Peng's head, walked out of Tingxiao Pavilion, and threw the head into the air, hanging it high at the top of Tingxiao Pavilion. Tingxiao Pavilion is the most prestigious hotel in Donghai, as well as the tallest landmark in the entire Donghai. At this moment, Lei Peng's head hung above, and anyone within the entire Donghai area could see it by just looking up. Half an hour later, Lei Zhan stared at Lei Peng's head hanging at the top of Tingxiao Pavilion, as well as the 4 lines of large characters on the wall, with eyes wide open in rage. "My son!" Lei Zhan cried out in agony. His cries were heart-wrenching, filled with unparalleled anger and killing intent. The passers-by nearby were frightened and dared not linger, hastily leaving. The sky has fallen. The only son of Lei Zhan, the underground giant of Donghai, has been killed, and his head hung at Tingxiao Pavilion. How could this Donghai tyrant let it go? Staying here any longer, Lei Zhan might kill everyone to vent his anger. Even the subordinates of the Thunder Gang were terrified, not daring to make a sound. Is this Yi Qijun insane? He is courting death. At this moment, Lei Zhan howled in madness. "Come, send a message. Gather the 8 kings of the Thunder Gang, the 4 hall masters, and the 8,000 gang members, and seal off Donghai. This time I will kill everyone related to Yi Qijun to bury my son. Notify the Shen family. They don't care about Shen Xianzhi, right? Then send Shen Xianzhi over. Since she promised to marry my son, she is a member of the Lei family. Even if my son is dead, she must guard his spirit and remain in mourning. Spread the message throughout Donghai. 3 days later, if Yi Qijun dares not come, I will bury Shen Xianzhi and that little brat Yi Xiaoru alive to accompany my son in death." Lei Zhan's roar was filled with fury. On this day, Donghai was shaken. Yulong Mountain Villa. Inside the villa, there was an artificial lake, and at this moment, Yi Qijun stood by the lake with his hands behind his back, while Shen Songshan waited behind him. "This place is nice, Xianer, and Xiaoru will surely like it." Hearing Yi Qijun's praise, Shen Kangshan's face showed joy. It is an honor for this old servant to satisfy the master. Yi Qijun turned around, a cold light flashing in his eyes. I returned to Longwa to seek revenge for my parents, but was obstructed by the Longwa authorities. After being away for 10 years, my wife and daughter are left alone, and now they are threatened by the Lei family. It seems I have returned too low-key this time, causing too many people to forget the name of the prison god. Shen Xianzhi, convey my prison god order, gather the subordinates of Prison God Island, and 3 days later ascend Tingxiao Pavilion to annihilate the Thunder Gang. Since some people don't want to listen, then let's put the knife at their necks and force them to listen. As the words fell, a jet-black iron token shot out, deeply embedding itself into the bluestone in front of Shen Xianzhi. Shen Xianzhi's face changed dramatically, and with a thud he knelt down, bowing and prostrating 9 times before daring to hold the prison god order. I will obey the prison god's order. 10 minutes later, the prison god order spread throughout the world. In the 27 nations of the Western Alliance, all emperors and kings gathered together for an imperial conference. All in favor. The nations of the Western Alliance obey the order. Dozens of emperors stood up facing the east, kneeling to worship. In the heavily guarded military hall of the Bear Country, a burly old man barged in, without anyone daring to stop him, directly approaching the table of the military leader and slamming his hand on it. With the prison god order issued, you know what to do, right? The current military leader was covered in cold sweat, bowing his head and saying, "Ula." In the center of an island in the sea within a castle, Haimu Hongman Qingbong Brotherhood. The 10 major gangs receive the order. Blood Moon, Poison Wolf, Breaking Dawn. The 4 major mercenary groups receive the order. The Luo family, the Hamilton family. The 6 major assassin families receive the order. All forces in the underground world of the East and West go to Longwo, waiting for the prison god to deploy. With the issuance of the prison god order, the world is stirred and all corners gather in Longwa. Yulong Villa. When Yi Qijun arrived at the villa's entrance, night had already fallen. With a swish, the moment the key was inserted into the lock, the lights of the entire villa illuminated. Soon the vast Yulong Villa was brightly lit, as if it were daytime. In the back garden of the villa, dozens of searchlights lit up, shooting straight into the night sky. Within the garden, spanning 1,000 meters, the pure white lights illuminated the trees like jade and the flowers like pearls, resembling the moon palace. In the sky above, the lights of the searchlights crisscrossed, forming the 2 characters Yulong above the East Sea. Yulong. In this moment, all eyes in the East Sea were gathered. In the distance on the elevated bridge, countless vehicles slowly came to a halt, and many people looked out of their car windows towards the sky. On the roadside, millions were discussing and speculating. After 5 years, Yulong Villa has an owner. Who could it be? In a suite of Tingxiao Pavilion, Shen Xianzhi had been placed under house arrest by the Lei family here. When Shun Han came to visit, he also saw the shining jewel in the distance, along with the characters Yulong towering over the East Sea. Shun Han sighed, saying, "Little sister, if you had listened to the family and left Yi Qijun back, then perhaps your current achievements could have matched the owner of Yulong Villa. At that time, the entire Shen family would have been proud of you, instead of abandoning you like a worn-out shoe and sending you into the Lei family." Shen Xianzhi merely glanced outside the window, her face showing no envy nor regret, only deep concern. "Brother, I beg you, please ensure Qijun's safety." Shun Han helplessly said, "Is he the only one in your heart, or can you not accommodate anyone else?" "Sigh. Forget it, I will do my best. As long as Yi Qijun doesn't show up after 3 days and doesn't seek his own death, I can help him escape abroad." Only then did Shen Xianzhi breathe a sigh of relief, her eyes glimmering with memories. The Shen family is a prominent family in Yuezhou, and in terms of influence they are actually stronger than the Lei family. Years ago, when Shen Xianzhi was in college, she dated Yi Qijun without revealing her identity. She had intended to introduce him to her family during summer vacation, but unexpectedly Yi Qijun disappeared for 10 years. Now, with Yi Qijun at odds with the Lei family, Shen Xianzhi was deeply worried. The next morning, in the Su family, everyone wore a worried expression. In the East Sea, the Lei family is the emperor of the underground world. A small family like the Su family is akin to ants, easily crushed at will. And now Yi Qijun declaring war on the Lei family was like tearing apart the sky over the East Sea. "Qijun, you have provoked the Lei family. With your strength you need not fear, but if the Lei family discovers your connection to our Su family and retaliates against us, we cannot bear it. Indeed, Qijun, if the Lei family decides to act against the Su family, we will all be thrown into the sea to be fish food. I heard Lei Zhan is ruthless. I certainly don't want to die." The others in the Su family also spoke up, trembling in fear. Seeing his aunt Su Qin with a worried face, Yi Qijun immediately comforted her. "Don't worry, the Lei family doesn't have the leisure to deal with the Su family. Their time is only left for 3 days. And it's just the Lei family. How do they compare to the 3 great war gods?" Yi Qijun said casually with a smile. The Su family members immediately felt reassured. Yes, no matter how strong the Thunderbolt gang is, it is merely an underground force in the East Sea. How can it compare to the 3 great war gods? Even the 3 great war gods would kneel before Yi Qijun. Dealing with a Thunderbolt gang would definitely not be a problem. Instantly, the Su family members were filled with joy. However, no one noticed that Su Wenlong had been keeping his head down, his face filled with disdain and a cold expression. He glanced at the crowd, inwardly sneering without end. A bunch of fools. Do you really believe Yi Kaijin's few words? You still don't know, right? The Thunderbolt gang has gathered a full 8,000 members, all the elites converging in the East Sea, preparing to strike out. No matter how formidable the three great war gods are, they are just three individuals. The vengeance for his son has driven Lei Clan completely mad, and he will definitely not rest until he has killed Yi Qijun. At that time, with 8,000 people attacking, how could Yi Qijun possibly survive? Even 8,000 pigs could easily drown anyone. Besides, a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. The Lei family is the true ruler of the East Sea. I must find a way to protect the Su family and distance ourselves from Yi Qijun. With that thought, Su Wenlong silently returned to his room and dialed Lei Clan's phone. Leader Lei, this is Su Wenlong from the Su family. Yi Qijun is currently at our home. As long as you need, we can offer him to you at any time. Moreover, Yi Kaijin's mother's grave is located at, Su Wenlong said in a highly obsequious tone. Moments later, he hung up the phone and smiled coldly. This way, I can distance myself from them. Those fools will soon realize that I am the true pillar of the Su family, and I should be the head of the family. At the top of Tingqiao Pavilion, Lei Clan crushed his phone in one hand and laughed like a maniac. So it was you. Yi Qijun, I never expected you to be that little bastard from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I let you escape. This time I will ensure you cannot fly away. One of the subordinates asked, boss, should we go and capture Yi Qijun? Lei Clan snorted coldly, no need. I want him to experience the fear of death approaching day by day. However, we can collect a bit of interest first. Someone go dig up that little bastard's mother's grave for me. At the same time, in the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Defense, the world's #1 war god, the Heavenly Fire War God Xiao Yan, was now filled with terror. Before him, the holographic world map displayed countless red dots converging from all corners of the globe towards the Dragon Kingdom. Each red dot represented a formidable threat to the stability of the Dragon Kingdom. Just one glance would be enough to make anyone with a phobia of crowded spaces faint on the spot. There are too many. Report. The Western Alliance has sent word that all the masters from the royal families of 27 countries have mobilized, but the Western Alliance insists they have given no orders. Report. The Bear Country is playing deaf and has not responded. Report. The Western Underworld. Ding ding ding. A hurried phone call rang out, and Xiao Yan quickly picked up. Yes. We still don't know. My subordinates will certainly find out. Please rest assured. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yan was drenched in cold sweat. Quick, investigate. Find out what these people's intentions are. Why are they all heading towards my Dragon Kingdom? Xiao Yan's roar shook the entire Ministry of Defense. But at that moment, a series of gasps erupted. Xiao Yan and everyone else looked at the map, only to see the dense red dots vanish as they approached the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. Countless powerful beings seemed to have been dissolved by the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the Ministry of Defense, everyone was left in utter confusion. The third day, 8,000 henchmen. In the Su family's villa, exclamations erupted. They had just learned that the Thunderbolt gang had recalled all its members. That's 8,000 people along with many powerful masters. The Su family members grew increasingly worried. Even if Yi Qijun is formidable, he is still just one person. No matter how high his status or how much energy he possesses, he would likely be outmatched if surrounded by the Thunderbolt gang, right? Even if Yi Qijun is formidable, he is still just one person. No matter how high his status or how much energy he possesses, he would likely be outmatched if surrounded by the Thunderbolt gang, right? Master, something's wrong. Your mother's grave has been desecrated. Boom. Yi Qijun instantly erupted in fury, a fierce, killing intent bursting forth as he rushed out the door towards the cemetery. The Su family and Su Qin were left dumbfounded, unaware of what had happened. At that moment, Su Wenlong's eyes flickered, and he suddenly approached Su Qin. Sister-in-law, it seems that we can only rely on you now. After having called Lei Clan yesterday, Su Wenlong still felt uneasy. Su Qin was Yi Kaijin's aunt, the person closest to him. As long as she is in the Su family, the Lei family may not let the Su family off the hook. Su Qin looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Su Wenlong sighed. Alas, sister-in-law, you can't really believe that Yi Qijun can handle 8,000 people on his own, can you? That's simply impossible. Young people, even if you want to bluff, you shouldn't overdo it. Su Qin was suddenly startled and panic set in. Wenlong, do you have any way? He is my only nephew, he cannot die. Su Qin pleaded. Su Wenlong whispered, sister-in-law, it's all up to you now. Yi Qijun is young and proud, he won't lower his head. So only you as his aunt can go to the Lei family to plead for mercy. As long as your attitude is good enough, there is still hope to preserve Yi Kaijin's life. Su Qin's eyes lit up, and she immediately made up her mind. As long as she could save Yi Kaijin's life, she would gladly bow and plead for mercy, even if it meant enduring torment. At the cemetery, the sky was overcast. Yi Kaijin's figure appeared. Shen Xianzhi hurriedly knelt down. Master. The old servant is guilty. These few people are the ones who desecrated the grave. Please deal with them, master. Yi Qijun looked at his mother's grave now in utter disarray. The tombstone toppled, and broken, the grave reduced to a pit, with even the coffin thrown aside. Fury ignited in Yi Qijun's eyes. In the sky, dark clouds were filled with red light, swirling wildly. It was as if heaven had unleashed a killing intent, or as if an enraged dragon was roaming. In the next moment, Yi Qijun struck out in anger, delivering a palm strike. Bang! A bound thug was instantly smashed into a pulp. You all deserve to die. Bang! 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 With that, Yi Qijun continued to strike, obliterating all those few individuals. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, as if a rain of blood had fallen. Amidst the crimson downpour, Yi Qijun slowly stepped forward, trembling hands reaching out to touch the damaged coffin. But suddenly Yi Qijun's expression changed slightly, as he gently tapped the coffin lid. Empty. Yi Qijun opened the coffin lid with one hand, and indeed it was an empty coffin. His mother's remains were nowhere to be found. Shen Xianzhi's expression changed drastically as he knelt on the ground. Master, the old servant, can assure you no one has opened the coffin today. This. Yi Qijun's eyes shone brightly, suddenly igniting a glimmer of hope. Could it be that his mother is still alive? A moment later, he looked at the coffin, his expression growing cold, and killing intent surged. If this coffin did not bury my mother, then it will be used to bury her enemies. Tomorrow let this coffin bury the Lei family and all 8,000 ruthless bandits. With that, Yi Qijun stepped forward, flicking the coffin up into the air, holding it with one hand, and then the sky was covered with dark clouds. The air was damp and oppressive. Mist swirled over the East Sea. A great upheaval was about to unfold. The next day, in Longhua Yuezhou Donghai City, the Thunder Gang summoned its members, gathering in Donghai with great momentum. All forces in Donghai trembled in fear. No one dared to provoke the Thunder Gang at this moment. For everyone knew that Lei Zhan's son had died, and he had gone mad. At this moment, anyone who approached would be bitten by Lei Zhan. After 10 years of accumulation, it erupted in one day. The 8 kings of the Thunder Gang, the 4 hall masters, and many martial artists closely related to the Thunder Gang were invited, intimidating all around. Today I want everyone to know that whoever the Thunder Gang intends to kill cannot be saved. This was Lei Zhan's voice directed at all forces in Donghai, and no one dared to refute it. In the early morning, Donghai rained. Thunder rumbled, and the rain fell thickly. Inside Donghai City, the Jingan department responsible for public security locked down Donghai, declaring martial law until noon today for drills. All residents, do not leave your homes. The vast Donghai was silent as a ghost town. In Tingqiao Pavilion, the wedding banquet hall, Lei Zhan sat at the head of the table, his aura menacing, flanked by dozens of formidable experts. These were the backbone of the Thunder Gang, along with powerful experts invited with generous rewards, each one a warrior, including several martial masters. There were over 30 of them. Outside Tingqiao Pavilion, thousands of Thunder Gang members were densely packed, the killing intent soaring to the heavens. This was the first time in years that the Thunder Gang displayed its full strength, shocking Donghai. At this moment, a hall master of the Thunder Gang entered the hall and knelt on one knee. Gang leader Yi Qijun has set out and is heading towards Tingqiao Pavilion. Lei Zhan's eyes widened suddenly, and he asked viciously, "How did he come? How many people did he bring?" The hall master replied, "He appeared in the east of the city, coming on foot, just bringing an old man." Lei Zhan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into mad laughter. "Only 2 people dare to come to their death. He can't possibly be trying to run away, can he?" After laughing, Lei Zhan's gaze turned cold as he said, "Bring them up to me." With a command, several thugs escorted 3 people into the hall, revealing Shen Xianzhi and Yi Xiaoru, mother and daughter, along with Su Qin. Lei Zhan's eyes were fierce. That Yi Qijun has no family left. You are the ones closest to him. Today I will let him see with his own eyes what the consequences are for daring to kill my son. With a wave of his hand, a thug suddenly slapped Su Qin hard across the face. Su Qin's eyes were filled with despair. She had believed Su Wenlong's words and came to plead with Lei Zhan to spare Yi Qijun. If she could obtain Lei Zhan's forgiveness, there might be a glimmer of hope. But unexpectedly, upon her arrival, she was captured by Lei Zhan, who intended to execute her before Yi Qijun. Su Qin did not know that Su Wenlong had done this on purpose, sending her to clear the Su family's connection. Gang leader Lei, I beg you to spare Yi Qijun. Oh, I am willing to marry your son in death. I am willing to remain a widow for him. Shen Xianzhi cried out in desperation, bowing repeatedly until her forehead was red. But Lei Zhan remained unmoved in the slightest. At that moment, several thugs had already tied up Su Qin. A rope hung from the hall's beam, lifting her up 5 meters off the ground. Yi Xiaoru cried out in fear, while Su Qin was filled with terror and despair. The hall was filled with the sinister laughter of Thunder Gang members and Lei Zhan's cruel voice. On Donghai's main street, the fine rain created a mist on the ground, and the distant thunder sounded like the stampede of thousands of horses. Tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from the end of the street. In the hazy curtain of rain, a huge black shadow gradually emerged. It was a pitch-black coffin. Underneath it, Yi Qijun held the coffin with one hand, walking with ease. In his other hand, he held a bouquet of elegant lilies. Behind him, only Shen Xianzhi followed, and not even Shen Xianzhi's bodyguards appeared. Yet Shen Xianzhi showed no signs of tension or worry. At this moment, he received a text message, "Master, they have arrived." Yi Qijun did not look back and continued forward. In the next moment, a figure appeared like a ghost behind them, kneeling on one knee, bowing with his head down towards Yi Qijun's back. Then he stood up, opened a black umbrella, his eyes filled with fervor and excitement as he followed Yi Qijun. Next was a second figure performing the same action with the same expression, even wearing the same black clothing embroidered on the back with a dark golden fist-sized character for prison. A third, a fourth. One by one, figures appeared, silently kneeling and following. Before they appeared, it was as if they were hidden in another world without any sound, but after they appeared, the overwhelming aura was astonishing. With every step Yi Qijun took, several, even dozens of people would manifest. Among these people, none were ordinary. They all had the aura of warriors. With the increasing number of people, the rain fell heavier. The raindrops pounded on the coffin, dripping onto countless black umbrellas like dense drum beats, the sound growing louder. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of people with thousands of umbrellas covered the long street. Tens of thousands of drums roared throughout the city. For 20 miles in front of Tingxiao Pavilion, half the city was covered in black umbrellas and the urgent sound of drums. In the Longhua military department, the war god Xiao, Yin the war god Lindong. Dozens of Dragon Kingdom war gods were in shock, not daring to breathe. The high-ranking generals of the military department looked terrified, trembling all over. Before them was the satellite aerial view of Donghai City. The entire city was covered in black umbrellas, countless strong warriors, their auras even shaking the aerial footage, and the thunder in the sky did not dare to rumble freely. Among the crowd of war gods, someone exclaimed, How many people are there?" A deputy officer monitoring the radar looked up and stammered, "A total of 130,000. The first marshal shuddered in alarm, asking, "Are they all warriors?" Xiao Yan shook his head in terror and said, "No, not a single warrior is among them. 130,000, all above martial masters." Alongside the aerial footage, a line of statistical data appeared. The first marshal's pupils shrank dramatically as he instinctively read it out loud. 100,000 martial masters, 30,000 martial generals, and over 1,000 war gods. This is the power to annihilate a nation. Inside the Tingxiao Pavilion, Lei Clan looked at Su Qin, who was hanging high, blood circulation obstructed, and had already fainted, a cruel smile on his face. Before him, Shen Xianzhi was kneeling on the ground, having already cried, all her tears, despair overwhelming her. Lei Clan grinned viciously. "Daughter-in-law, don't be so anxious that Yi Qijun won't die so quickly. I will have someone cut his flesh piece by piece." "Lingqi, ever heard of it? Just like Peking duck, I guarantee every piece of meat will be evenly cut. Perfect timing. The medicine king is in Donghai. I will have him help keep this bastard alive. I want to hear his wails for 3 days and 3 nights, and only on the day of my son's 7th-day funeral will I let him die." Shen Xianzhi's delicate body trembled, her gaze completely dimmed, and she fainted in despair. At that moment, Lei Clan suddenly frowned and looked towards the outside of Tingxiao Pavilion. "What sound is that outside?" Boom, 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 boom. The continuous sound of drums came, and inside the hall, dozens of martial artists were bewildered. How could there be drum sounds outside? The drumming was so loud and dense that it completely overshadowed the thunder above. Outside Tingxiao Pavilion, the 8,000 Thunder Gang members suddenly fell into chaos. In front of them, at every street corner, countless figures in black clothing carrying black umbrellas were coming in overwhelming numbers. Each figure beneath the countless black umbrellas emanated an aura like a dragon, superior to the dozens of martial artists of the Thunder Gang by numerous folds. Suddenly, all the black umbrellas stopped, and countless people leaped, landing on the umbrellas of those beside them. Then even more people jumped onto the second layer of black umbrellas. The third layer, the fourth layer. With each ascending layer, the number of people decreased, forming a stable black. Behind the long street, a figure supported the black coffin, holding lilies, stepping up the staircase. An 18-layer staircase towering several dozen meters, directly facing Tingxiao Pavilion. At the top of the staircase, Yi Qijun looked down at Tingxiao Pavilion as if he were the ruler of the world. "Today I, Yi Qijun, come to marry Shen Xianzhi and annihilate the Lei family. Who dares to stop me?" Inside the Tingxiao Pavilion, Lei Clan erupted in furious rage. "Damn fool. What are those fools outside doing? Can't even subdue a mere Yi Qijun. Hu Lang, you go. Sever Yi Qijun's 4 limbs and bring him before me." Behind him, Hu Lang, the foremost of the 8 heavenly kings of the Thunderbolt Gang and a martial master, let out a savage grin, pushed open the pavilion's grand gate, and strode forth with hands clasped behind his back, radiating arrogance. First, he swept a cold, contemptuous glance over the gang members gathered outside, a pack of useless trash. Yi Qijun has already arrived. Why did you grant him the chance to speak? Seize this. At that very instant, Hu Lang's face twisted in sudden profound terror. Only then did he glimpse 300 meters away the awe-inspiring 18-tiered umbrella staircase. Farther still, crowding every street intersection, filling entire avenues, even lining the rooftops of buildings directly opposite the Tingqiao Pavilion, stood an overwhelming legion of identical black-robed, black-umbrellaed figures. In the next breath, from atop the umbrella staircase, Yi Qijun's indifferent gaze locked onto Hu Lang. Boom, crack. That gaze, accompanied by a thunderclap splitting the heavens, struck Hu Lang's heart like the wrath of heaven and earth itself. Spurt. Blood gushed violently from Hu Lang's mouth, mixed with fragments of internal organs. One glance, his heart shattered, his courage dissolved. Ancient lore tells of Zhang Yida's 3 thunderous roars shattering the Changban Bridge. Today, Yi Qijun's single silent glance has subdued the entire Tingqiao Pavilion. Then beneath countless black umbrellas, wave upon wave of overwhelming auras surged skyward, each one surpassing Hu Lang, a top 3 powerhouse of the Thunderbolt Gang. It was as though colossal mountains crashed down upon Hu Lang's heart, again and again, 10,000 times in the span of a single heartbeat. His body froze mid-motion, then slowly sank to his knees, head lolling lifelessly downward. His 5 vital organs had utterly pulverized. A martial master, unable even to withstand the sheer pressure of their auras, died instantly. Inside the Tingqiao Pavilion, Lei Clan shot upright in disbelief. No, impossible. How could this be? At that moment, atop the umbrella staircase, Yi Qijun also spotted Su Qin suspended inside the hall, and Shen Xianzhi collapsed unconscious on the floor. And there, on Xiao Ru's pale, delicate face, bloomed pure, radiant joy. Daddy. Is that Daddy? Daddy's come home. Mommy, wake up quick. Daddy's home. Xiao Ru had cried herself hoarse earlier. Her frail constitution left her exhausted and weak. No matter how desperately she tugged or shook Shen Xianzhi, her mother remained unresponsive, tears streaming down her cheeks in helpless anguish. Yi Qijun's heart lurched violently. 3 days prior, when he'd met Shen Xianzhi at the Tingqiao Pavilion, Xiao Ru had slept soundly the entire time, never once laying eyes on him. Yet she recognized him instantly. A tender smile softened Yi Qijun's features. Xiao Ru, Daddy's here to save you all. Be brave. Close your eyes, cover your ears. Only open them when I tell you to, all right? Xiao Ru nodded gently and obeyed without hesitation. In the next second, frost-white light blazed in Yi Qijun's eyes. Kill. With that roar, countless warriors, on the umbrella staircase, along the avenue, atop every rooftop, snapped their black umbrellas shut, aimed their sharpened tips at the 8,000 gang members outside the Tingqiao Pavilion, and hurled them forward. SHHHSHHHSHHH. Each black umbrella became a lethal arrow streaking through the air. A deluge of umbrella arrows blanketed the entire force of the Thunderbolt Gang. Pleading cries of terror, shrieks of agony, wails of utter despair erupted, only to vanish completely within seconds. The Thunderbolt Gang's legendary 8,000, shaking the East Sea, were reduced to corpses in 3 seconds. Not a single soul stood upright outside the Tingqiao Pavilion. Corpses lay strewn across the ground, blood flowed like rivers. Only tens of thousands of black umbrellas remained, piercing through the fallen, embedded deep into the earth, forming a dense, ominous forest of shadow. Dozens of martial cultivators inside the Tingqiao Pavilion trembled inwardly, hearts seized by dread. Each of those black umbrellas possessed the power to grievously wound, or slay, any of them outright. In that fleeting moment, any one of them stepping outside would have perished. No escape, no reprieve. Lei Clan stared blankly, unable to comprehend what his eyes had witnessed. At that instant, the Thunderbolt Gang's 4 hall masters exchanged a single glance, and moved as one. One scooped up Xiao Ru, another severed the rope suspending Su Qin. The remaining 2 supported Shen Xianzhi, and Su Qin rushing straight for the exit. Yet they dared not step into that forest of black umbrellas. Instead, they dropped to their knees right at the threshold, bowing toward Yi Qijun atop the staircase. Young Master Yi, we've long resented Lei Clan's tyranny. Today, your annihilation of the Thunderbolt Gang brings us immense relief. We pledge our loyalty. Please accept us into your service. Wretches, you foreseek death. Lei Clan bellowed in fury. The 4 masters scoffed. This old man still failed to grasp the gravity of the moment. The one truly courting death is you. Yet in the next breath, an overwhelming aura exploded from Lei Clan, surpassing even the martial master realm, ascending to the exalted rank of martial general. Such a master was rarer than 1 in 10,000. Across the entire East Sea, fewer than 3 existed. Lei Clan's expression turned feral. He lunged directly at the 4 hall masters. He intended to recapture Shen Xianzhi and the others, to hold them as hostages and force Yi Qijun's submission. This was his final lifeline. But at that very moment, Yi Qijun flicked his right hand. His massive coffin shot forward, crashing down before Lei Clan. Its shockwave alone sent the martial general flying backward like a rag doll. Spurt. Lei Clan spat blood, eyes wide with unspeakable horror. A mere shockwave from a falling coffin could cripple a martial general. What inconceivable power was this? In the next instant, Yi Qijun's voice sounded, not from afar, but right beside him. You have 10 seconds, before every last one of them dies, to name the mastermind who ordered my mother's assassination. Lei Clan jerked his head up in shock. Yi Qijun had appeared before him, without a trace of movement, and hundreds of warriors whose mere presence made Lei Clan's soul quail were now casually slaughtering the cultivators and martial masters inside the hall. These hundreds were none other than the legendary war gods. Lei Clan's hope shattered utterly. His legs buckled, and he collapsed kneeling before Yi Qijun. I don't know. Young Master Yi, I was merely a minor pawn back then. I only participated, I never harmed your parents. Please spare the Lei family, young Master Yi. Grant us at least one thread of bloodline to endure. Trembling in abject terror, Lei Clan pleaded wildly. At that moment, the last martial master inside the hall fell, decapitated. Dozens of heads, martial cultivators and masters alike, were tossed before Lei Clan. Then one by one, black-clad figures flung the severed heads of the entire Lei clan through the pavilion gates. Yi Qijun spoke, voice glacial. Let the Lei bloodline continue. In hell. This world bears my presence. There is no room for the Lei clan. As the words faded, Yi Qijun slashed his hand sideways. Lei Clan's head rolled from his shoulders. Turning away, he murmured coolly, burn it all. Gather the Lei clan's ashes into the coffin. I will honor my mother with them. Scatter the ashes of the rest. Then Yi Qijun approached the 4 hall masters still kneeling motionless, lifted Xiao Ru and Shen Xianzhi into his arms, gestured for Su Qin to be supported, and stepped into a waiting vehicle, departing without a backward glance. Behind the car, 100,000 martial masters descended upon the Tingqiao pavilion, reducing it to rubble in moments. Flames soared into the heavens. In the Ministry of War of the Dragon Kingdom, a roundtable meeting was held with all 10 marshals in attendance and the top 10 war gods standing guard outside. However, the atmosphere in the conference room was peculiar. No one spoke, and shock was evident on the faces of the 10 marshals. After a long silence, the first marshal sighed. This is a warning from the Lord of the Underworld. 130,000 strong warriors are enough to stand against the entire Dragon Kingdom. The third marshal, known for his fiery temper, slammed the table and exclaimed, this is a show of force. We cannot let this slide, otherwise where will the dignity of our Dragon Kingdom be? The first marshal huffed, coldly glancing sideways at the third marshal. You are quite brave. How about this? I will give you the position of the first marshal. You lead the Ministry of War and eliminate the Lord of the Underworld and those 130,000 warriors. You will surely be remembered in history. The third marshal's face stiffened immediately. He had only wanted to vent his frustrations with a shout. He never intended to actually take on the Lord of the Underworld. The thought of those 130,000 warriors, over 1,000 war gods, made him feel numb. Not to mention the Lord of the Underworld was a legendary figure. Who in the entire Ministry of War could possibly stand against him? The first marshal coldly said, stop with the useless talk. Right now, I only want to know why the Lord of the Underworld has commanded the world to gather at the East Sea. The sixth marshal sighed and stood up to recount how Yi Qijun had been investigating his mother's great vengeance from 10 years ago, but was obstructed by the authorities. The corners of the first marshal's mouth twitched as he angrily cursed, are they crazy? How dare they obstruct something that the Lord of the Underworld wants to investigate? Hurry and send him the materials he needs, and persuade the Lord of the Underworld to withdraw his troops. The sixth marshal quickly replied, but there are no materials. What the Lord of the Underworld wants to investigate is the matter of the Yi family from 10 years ago. He is a descendant of that person. The sixth marshal's words left everyone stunned, and then they suddenly recalled something, their expressions changing dramatically. The 10 marshals all held a deep secrecy regarding the individual mentioned by the sixth marshal. That was a top-secret matter established by the cabinet of the Dragon Kingdom and the 6 ministries. It was not something the Ministry of War could decide on its own. After a long silence, the first marshal sighed, Old Six, you should go in person and tell the Lord of the Underworld that from now on the authorities will not obstruct him anymore. He can investigate freely. You must calm the Lord of the Underworld and make him withdraw his troops as soon as possible. 130,000 strong warriors. This is like a great blade hanging over the neck of the Dragon Kingdom. If he doesn't withdraw, who among the civil and military officials of the Dragon Kingdom can sleep peacefully? The sixth marshal hurriedly took his leave. At the East Sea, in a suite at the Cloud Sea Hotel. Yulong Mountain Villa was too far from the Listening Tide Pavilion, so Yi Qijun first brought Shen Xianzhi and others here to rest. Shen Han rushed into the room in a hurry. On the bed, Shen Xianzhi had just awakened, and only then did Shen Han breathe a sigh of relief. By the bedside, Yi Qijun gently said, Sienna, it's good that you are awake. Everything has passed. Shen Xianzhi was taken aback and asked, what about the Lei family? Yi Qijun replied indifferently, they are no more. Shen Xianzhi was stunned, and after a moment tears filled her eyes. During this time, she had been sent by her family to marry into the Lei family, and had made preparations waiting only for Xiao Ru's illness to be cured before she would go to her death. Now that the Lei family was gone, a heavy stone in Shen Xianzhi's heart had also disappeared. Suddenly she remembered something, and quickly looked at Shen Han. Brother, the Lei family is gone, you should go and invite the Medicine King to treat Xiao Ru's illness. Shen Han smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Don't think about it, the Medicine King was invited by the Lei family. He owes the Lei family a favor, so he came, who else can invite him? He probably left the EC long ago. Shen Han also felt helpless. Despair suddenly appeared in Shen Xianzhi's eyes. Xiao Ru's illness had been examined by countless doctors, and the last hope was to invite the Medicine King, one of the 4 greatest medical experts of the Dragon Kingdom. But now if the Medicine King couldn't be invited, then Xiao Ru. Just then there was a sudden knock at the door. Shen Han opened the door, and Shen Xianzhi and the others were instantly stunned. Standing outside the door was none other than the Medicine King. And Medicine King, what brings you here? Shen Han asked in shock. The Medicine King's eyes were filled with fervor as he strode up to Qijun. Thud. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Bang bang bang. The Medicine King actually knelt directly in front of Qijun, bowing 3 times and knocking his head 9 times. Shen Xianzhi, Shen Han, and the others were instantly dumbfounded. What was going on? The illustrious Medicine King, one of the 4 great medical masters of the Dragon Kingdom, was actually kneeling to Qijun and calling him master. At this moment the Medicine King stood up and said, Master, the moment I saw you appear, I rushed here to pay my respects. Only then did everyone realize that Qijun was actually the Medicine King's master. For a moment, everyone was in utter shock. However, Qijun casually said, I am not your master. You knelt for 9 days and nights outside the island, out of pity for your lifetime of healing and saving countless lives, passed on to you the complete revival needle technique, but we are not master and disciple. The Medicine King's eyes instantly filled with deep disappointment. At that moment Shen Xianzhi suddenly thought, since the Medicine King and Qijun had such a relationship, didn't that mean Xiao Ru would be saved? Senior Medicine King, I beg you to save my daughter's life. Shen Xianzhi hurriedly pleaded. The Medicine King was startled. This was Qijun's woman. How could he bear such a request? I wouldn't dare. Madam, you overestimate me. I will certainly do my utmost. After saying that, the Medicine King hurriedly came to the sofa, gently took Xiao Ru's pulse, but after a moment he was filled with apprehension and bowed to Shen Xianzhi. Madam, please forgive me. Your esteemed daughter's illness is rare in the world, and I truly am powerless. Xiao Ru suffers from Kabuki syndrome, a worldwide terminal illness primarily characterized by stunted growth. At over 9 years old she appears to be only around 4, and this disease does not allow one to live past 20, which is quite terrifying. Shen Xianzhi was instantly filled with despair. Even the Medicine King, one of the 4 great masters of the Dragon Kingdom, could not cure her, which dashed Shen Xianzhi's last hope. But at that moment the Medicine King hurriedly said, Madam, do not worry. Although I am unable, if Mr. Yi takes action, there is still hope. Shen Xianzhi, Shen Han, and Aunt Su Qin were all taken aback. Qijun can cure her. That's right, Qijun is capable of being the Medicine King's master, and his medical skills might be even stronger than the Medicine King's. Immediately they all had some doubts. Don't they know that scaring someone can frighten them to death? Can they speak without needing to gasp for breath? Shen Xianzhi quickly looked at Qijun with hope. Qijun smiled faintly and said, Siener, don't worry. I told you I can cure Xiaoru's illness. Hope finally rose again in Shen Xianzhi's heart. Then Qijun approached Xiao Ru and casually extended his hand, saying, silver needles. The Medicine King hurriedly took out his treasured needle case and respectfully presented it with both hands. Qijun took out the silver needles, and as they fell like rain his movements were as gentle as a breeze. After a moment, even though Xiao Ru was covered in silver needles, she continued to sleep sweetly, completely unaware. However, Xiaoru's complexion began to gradually turn rosy, no longer as pale as before. 10 minutes later, Qijun removed all the silver needles and let out a sigh of relief. Even Qijun felt a bit nervous treating his own daughter, fearing even the slightest mistake. Shen Xianzhi asked anxiously. Qijun smiled and said, don't worry. Let Xiaoru sleep well, and when she wakes up and takes the medicine I prepared, she will be fine. If all goes well, Xiaoru will start growing like a normal child and her intelligence will quickly return to normal. Shen Xianzhi immediately choked up and lost her voice. 10 years. She had spent every day and night in pain, confusion, and worry. And now she finally saw her daughter's illness cured. After a long while, Shen Xianzhi finally calmed down. At this moment, Shen Han asked suspiciously, Qijun, you are very different from 10 years ago. You claimed you would wipe out the Lei family in 3 days, and now the Lei family is indeed destroyed. You said you could cure Xiaoru's illness, and you have accomplished that. It seems your experiences in these 10 years are not simple. Can you tell us what your current status is? Shen Xianzhi also looked over curiously, her heart filled with curiosity about these matters. Qijun did not intend to hide this, and was about to speak. but suddenly deafening roars came from outside the hotel. The group hurriedly looked out the window and were astonished to see dozens of helicopters descending onto the hotel rooftop. Moments later, several figures appeared at the doorway. Shen Han looked over in confusion. Leading them was an elderly man who looked somewhat familiar, followed by three men, the three great war gods of the Dragon Kingdom's military department, Xiao Yan Lindong and Mu Chun. In the next moment, Shen Han realized that the familiar elderly man was indeed the one frequently appearing in the news, the sixth commander of the Dragon Kingdom's military department. On the hotel rooftop, dozens of helicopters whirled their blades, stirring up strong winds. Qijun stood at the edge of the rooftop with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at the silent East Sea city with the fierce wind whipping around him, his garments fluttering like a divine being. The sixth commander followed behind, Qijun by half a step, cupping his hands in greeting and saying, "Your Excellency, the god of the underworld, it is a pleasure to meet you. If you have something to say, just say it." Qijun replied indifferently. The sixth commander hurriedly explained. Upon hearing that the Dragon Kingdom's government would no longer obstruct his investigation, Qijun's expression relaxed slightly, but when he learned that the military department could not provide the information regarding the incident from 10 years ago, Qijun's gaze turned cold. "If you want provided, I will go get it myself." The sixth commander was startled and quickly explained, "Your Excellency, there has been a misunderstanding. The military department truly does not have that information. The incident from 10 years ago was highly involved, and all the data has been destroyed. We really cannot produce it." Qijun snorted coldly, knowing that after the incident with the Lei family, the Dragon Kingdom's military department did not dare to deceive him, hence, they had to give in. Seeing that Qijun was no longer angry, the sixth commander finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly spoke about another matter. "Your Excellency, if you want to investigate the events of the past, although the military department cannot assist, we can grant you the title of King of War Gods, facilitating your actions." "Are you trying to win me over with just this title?" Qijun glanced at him dismissively. The sixth commander smiled wryly and explained, "I know that with your status you wouldn't care for such a title, but this identity surpasses all war gods in the Dragon Kingdom and is equivalent to the 10 great commanders of the military department. With this title, no government would dare obstruct your investigation, and if necessary, you could even command the war gods. This is our military department's sincerity, and I earnestly request you to withdraw your troops." After saying this, the sixth commander clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Qijun, one of the 10 rulers of the Dragon Kingdom's military department, showing such humility. Qijun pondered for a moment before accepting the credentials offered by the sixth commander. Behind them, the 3 war gods simultaneously knelt and bowed their heads. "We pay our respects to the throne." These 2 words resonated throughout the streets and alleys of East Sea, where all the powerhouses above martial masters could hear them, yet ordinary. These 2 words resonated throughout the streets and alleys of East Sea, where all the powerhouses above martial masters could hear them, yet ordinary people remained completely unaware. In the next moment, within the vast East Sea city, voices rang out simultaneously from countless places, shaking the East Sea. "We obey." Then countless figures appeared, scattering like shooting stars, flowing out of East Sea city like a tide. The voices of 1,300 people responding to the command left countless people in East Sea terrified. These voices all belonged to powerhouses. What kind of forces were they? Who was giving the command? This question deeply etched itself into the hearts of all forces in East Sea. At the same time, the sixth commander's earpiece received a report from the military department, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The 1,300 powerhouses had all left East Sea boarding ships by the seaside, departing from the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. On behalf of the Dragon Kingdom's military department and the billions of citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, I thank Your Excellency, the god of the underworld. On the way to send his aunt Su Qin back to the Su family, Qijun took the opportunity to inquire about the matter of his mother's empty grave. To his surprise, he learned that someone had informed Su Qin of the cemetery's location, and she had merely erected a nameless tombstone. At that time, the person also gave Su Qin a blank letter to pass on to Qijun. After arriving at the Su family, Su Qin took out the letter and handed it to Qijun. Upon receiving the letter, Qijun quickly discovered invisible writing left on the blank paper. After revealing it with yellow wine, the content instructed him to go to the overseas Peach Blossom Island in 40 days, neither early nor late. The person who wrote this letter had astonishingly calculated this date 10 years ago. It was simply unfathomable. Following that, Qijun noticed the paper's peculiar nature. This paper does not decay for 10 years and is water resistant. It was used in ancient imperial times. There is only one place in the entire East Sea capable of producing such material. The top family in the East Sea, the Yu family. Upon this realization, Qijun decided to visit the Yu family for clarification. In a villa, an elderly man was weeping uncontrollably. His hair was unkempt, his skin wrinkled and dark, and his clothes were filthy, resembling a beggar. However, on the sofa in front of him sat a middle-aged beauty with a cold expression. Enough, old man, stop crying. What is it? Hurry up and say it. The middle-aged beauty said impatiently. The old man then choked out, the Thunderbolt gang has been destroyed. The beauty raised an eyebrow in surprise. My elder brother Lei Clan is dead too. He's dead, all dead. Over 8,000 members of the Thunderbolt gang were wiped out. The Lei family is finished. The old man cried out again. The beauty scoffed dismissively. A bunch of underworld people. If they're all dead, so be it. I am the wife of the Lingyi Marquis, no longer a daughter of the Lei family. What does this have to do with me? The old man became furious. Lei Qian, I am your biological father, and Lei Zhan is your elder brother. He died, and you will not take revenge for such a great enmity. Do you still have any humanity left? The old man shouted angrily. This old man was actually Lei Zhan and Lei Qian's father Lei Diao. Although the names sounded rustic, it was unavoidable. The Lei family's rise was due to Lei Zhan's efforts in the underworld, and his grandfather's generation had little education, hence the rustic name. At this moment, the middle-aged beauty Lei Qian sneered. Humanity. What use is that? How much does it weigh? Besides, isn't lacking humanity our Lei family's glorious tradition? Lei Diao was infuriated and scolded. If it weren't for you involving your brother in the pursuit back, then would there be this matter? That Yi Qijun is the fish that slipped through the net during that pursuit. Only then did Lei Qian's expression change slightly, a hint of shock flashing in her eyes. It's him. He must not be left alive. In the evening, Yi Qijun brought Shen Xianzhi to the exterior of the Yu family villa. Unexpectedly, he ran into Su Yingxiao at the door. What are you doing here? Yi Qijun frowned. At this moment, Su Yingxiao was wearing a light blue short low-cut evening dress, her makeup exquisite. She truly deserved to be one of the 12 golden flowers of the East Sea, almost overshadowing all others. She smiled sweetly. Brother Qijun, you want to attend the old master of the Yu family's birthday banquet, right? I am here to be your partner. I saw on the announcement about the eradication of the Thunderbolt gang in the Ministry of War that you have become the war god of the Ministry of War. With such an identity, how can you attend without a partner? I am willing to stay by Brother Qijun's side to highlight your brilliance. Yi Qijun glanced at her, expressionlessly ignoring her. He was here for serious business today, not to attend a birthday banquet. It was merely a coincidence. As for Su Yingxiao, he didn't wish to pay her any attention and directly walked into the Yu family villa. A hint of disappointment flashed in Su Yingxia's eyes, but she hurried to follow. Upon entering the villa, Yi Qijun asked casually, where are the Yu family members? Shen Xianzhi quickly replied respectfully, they are probably in the backyard or upstairs. Yi Qijun nodded and then headed straight toward the backyard. By the time Su Yingxiao chased into the villa, Yi Qijun was already nowhere to be seen, leaving her to wait in the hall. However, as soon as she appeared, many guests in the hall were instantly taken aback. The name of the 12 golden flowers of the East Sea was no small matter. Many recognized her as one of the most beautiful women in the East Sea. Moments later, a young man approached Su Yingxiao. Miss Su, I didn't expect you to be here. Would you care to dance with me? The young man was admiring Su Yingxia's graceful figure, his eyes filled with fervor. But Su Yingxiao had no mind to entertain him at this moment. In recent days, she had seen Yi Qijun repeatedly display his strength shaking the East Sea, and she had long since fallen deeply in love with him. If at first she merely wanted to befriend someone like Yi Qijun, now Su Yingxiao was earnestly eager to have his child. Sorry, I already have a partner. Su Yingxiao casually replied, then intended to leave. But the young man's Miss Su, are you trying to embarrass me in front of so many people? The young man asked coldly. Su Yingxia's heart tightened. She knew that the Su family was just a third-rate small family, and she likely couldn't provoke the young man before her. But then Su Yingxiao still slightly bowed and said, I'm really sorry, I already have a boyfriend. After saying that, Su Yingxiao attempted to leave. But the next moment, the young man coldly snorted and grabbed Su Yingxia's arm. The woman I Yang Yinping have set my eyes on has never been unattainable. Su Yingxia's face suddenly changed dramatically. The person before her was none other than Yang Yinping, the young master of the Yang family. The Yang family of Donghai is one of the top-tier families existing, like local emperors. She felt a wave of panic in her heart, but still quickly struggled, saying, Young Master Yang, please show some restraint. Yang Yinping's expression was displeased as he coldly snorted and flung Su Yingxiao aside. He said coldly, I like obedient women. As soon as Yang Yinping finished speaking, several young masters approached with smirks on their faces. Don't worry, young master. I will definitely teach her well, to make her obedient. One of the youths sneered. Slap. With that, the youth slapped Su Yingxiao across the face. She cried out in pain, falling to the ground, her eyes filled with tears. How dare a mere Su family member refuse young Master Yang? It is your fortune that young master is interested in you. You ungrateful thing, I will ask you one last time, will you comply? The youth said with a sneer. The hall was filled with guests, but everyone watched like spectators with no one stepping forward to intervene. Despair gradually welled up in Su Yingxia's eyes. Yet she bit her lip and refused to yield, hoping in her heart that someone would come to help her. Seeing Su Yingxiao like this, the youth's expression darkened instantly as he snorted coldly. You ignorant fool. Give her a slap. Beat her until she submits. Several young masters laughed heartily, and satisfaction appeared on Yang Yamping's face. Su Yingxiao was filled with terror. "You can't treat me like this. My boyfriend is a war god." In that moment, Su Yingxiao had no other way out but to cling to the banner of Yi Qijun, hoping it would give her some leverage. But unexpectedly, Yang Yanping scoffed disdainfully and said, "What nonsense, war god? There are at least a dozen war gods who have come from our three families, just a bunch of high-ranking servants. Do you really think you are something special? Hit her." With that, the bodyguard in black swung his palm fiercely. Su Yingxiao let out a miserable cry, scared enough to close her eyes. But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Su Yingxiao. Bang! Bang! After several muffled sounds, the several black-clad bodyguards beside Su Yingxiao were kicked away, their bones broken, and left severely injured and unconscious. The guests around changed their expressions, drastically retreating in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, Yang Yanping and the others looked darkly at the one who had acted, Yi Qijun. At that moment, Yi Qijun cast a casual glance at Su Yingxiao, who was sitting on the ground, and said indifferently, "Get up." Su Yingxiao opened her eyes, and seeing Yi Qijun felt as if she had grasped a lifeline, sobbingly recounting what had just happened. These youths, including Yang Yanping, were all top young masters from Donghai. They came from Donghai's three most prominent families, known as the three clans of Zhenhai: the Yu family, the Han family, and the Yang family. Han family, young master Han Li. Yang family, young master Yang Yanping. Yu family, young master Yu Donglai. These three families are like local emperors in Donghai, capable of shaking the entire region. Even the previously arrogant Lei family is just a clown in the eyes of the three clans of Zhenhai. Yi Qijun coldly glared at these individuals, saying indifferently, "Who ordered the attack? Step forward." Hearing Yi Qijun's words, the youths all laughed proudly. One of them mocked, "You must be that so-called war god. It was I who ordered the attack." He continued, "What? Do you want to apologize for this blind woman? I think that's unnecessary. You two should kneel and kowtow 100 times to young Master Yang, and this matter will be settled." Before he could finish, Yi Qijun's figure suddenly appeared before him, and he struck back with a slap. Bang! It should have been a crisp slap, but it sounded like a drumbeat. The man was sent flying nearly 10 meters, his face disfigured, bloodied, and collapsed on the ground unconscious. In the large hall, there was an instant silence. Everyone was stunned, staring at Yi Qijun, unable to believe that he dared to strike. Yang Yanping coldly snorted, "You have guts. A mere war god dares to touch my people." But as soon as he spoke, Yi Qijun had already kicked out. Bang! Puff! The dignified young master of the Yang family was kicked away, also severely injured. In an instant, the entire hall was thrown into chaos. The fact that the young master of the Yang family, one of the three clans of Zhenhai, was beaten was a tremendous event in Donghai. The expressions of the other youths changed dramatically. No one expected Yi Qijun would dare to act against Yang Yanping. Han Li's expression darkened completely as he suddenly shouted, "Old bear, take down this madman." An elder's figure instantly appeared, erupting with a tremendous aura. In the large hall, amidst the noisy crowd, everyone was suppressed by this elder alone. In the previous moment, the bustling hall had suddenly fallen into an eerie silence. The old bear coldly gazed at Yi Qijun and stepped forward, saying, "You must be the newly appointed war god of the military department, right? I haven't heard of any title like war god from the military department. After your promotion to war god, didn't anyone tell you that in the East Sea you can provoke anyone, but you must never offend the three clans of Zhenhai? Because before the three clans of Zhenhai, a war god is like a dog." With that, the old bear had already reached in front of Yi Qijun and lunged for his throat. He intended to grab Yi Qijun's neck and drag him back to Han Li, awaiting his punishment. Meanwhile, someone in the crowd exclaimed in horror, "This man is Xiong Quahai, who ranked among the top 20 war gods of the military department 30 years ago." As the words fell, the old bear's hand was already mere inches from Yi Qijun's neck. But in the next moment, Yi Qijun's expression turned impatient. As if swatting away a fly, he casually waved his hand. Swish! The old bear's arm, moving like a gust of wind, was effortlessly severed at the root by Yi Qijun. Ah! The old bear let out a piercing scream, losing all semblance of the expertise he had just displayed. Yi Qijun frowned slightly, finding the old man's scream truly unpleasant. He made no effort to hold back, and instead grabbed the old bear's neck, twisting it gently. Crack! After the crisp sound, the old bear's screams abruptly ceased. Dead! Yi Qijun coldly tossed aside the old bear's corpse, letting it fall at the feet of the young master Han Li. Han Li stared in shock at the old bear's wide-eyed corpse, his mind momentarily unable to comprehend. The old bear had been among the top 20 of hundreds of war gods in the military department 30 years ago, and although now aged, his strength was undoubtedly exceptional among the war gods. Yet in Yi Qijun's hands, the old bear was like a fragile porcelain doll, dead with just a touch. At that moment, Yi Qijun casually strolled towards Han Li. "In your eyes, a war god is like a dog. Then it seems this old dog is one you failed to train. A mad dog that bites should naturally seek its owner for accountability. I can send you down to discipline your dog." With that, Yi Qijuan had already reached in front of Han, Li, his killing intent rising. But just at that moment, an aged yet powerful voice suddenly called out, "Stop! How dare you harm someone in my Yu family? You have quite the audacity." Yi Qijuan coldly turned his head and saw a group of servants crowding around an old man hastily descending the stairs into the hall. It was precisely the elder of the Yu family that Yi Qijuan was looking for. At that moment, the elder approached Yi Qijuan, relieved to see that Han Li was still alive. If Han Li were to die in the Yu family, the situation would escalate drastically. However, given the injuries, the Yu family had to provide an explanation to the Han family. The elder glared at Yi Qijuan in anger. "Kid, injuring several young masters in my Yu family is quite disrespectful." Yet Yi Qijuan merely cast a faint glance at the elder, then lifted his foot, the tip of his shoe landing on Han Li's knees. Crack, crack. After two crisp sounds, Han Li's knees shattered, letting out a scream before collapsing to the ground, fainting from the pain. The elder's expression changed drastically. Yi Qijuan, however, calmly addressed the elder. "I came today to ask you something. He'll give you face and not kill him. Let the Han family take him back and teach him how to be a person." The elder's expression darkened completely, his anger surging. "Presumptuous! You dare to act out in front of me. Guard, seize him. He must offer his head as an apology to the Han and Yang families." Instantly, dozens of masters surged from all corners of the hall, all of them above the martial master level. Among them were several martial generals and 2 war gods. At once, all the guests in the hall retreated, repeatedly fearing for their own safety. "Form the formation, capture this person, and hand him over to the Han and Yang families for disposal." With a furious shout from the elder, dozens of masters quickly adjusted their positions, forming a battle formation within moments surrounding Yi Qijuan. Simultaneously, they drew their weapons. The nearest dozen held shields, followed by another dozen wielding long swords, while the outer perimeter had several martial masters with repeating crossbows. The 2 war gods then charged directly at Yi Qijuan. These dozens of masters, trained for years, were extraordinarily coordinated, capable of easily overwhelming even a war god in this formation. Seeing this scene, Yi Qijuan merely smiled coldly. "I only came to ask a question, not to kill so many people. But since you wish to strike, let me teach you a lesson." With that, Yi Qijuan struck out with a palm. Bang! Bang! 2 war god level experts were simultaneously sent flying, blood spraying from their mouths, and they were severely injured on the spot. In the next moment, Yi Qijuan charged into the crowd, and instantly figures flew backward. This so-called formation, composed of dozens of well-coordinated masters, simply couldn't lock onto Yi Qijuan's figure. Within a brief moment, dozens of masters, whether martial masters, martial generals, or war gods, were all heavily injured, lying on the ground, unable to rise. Witnessing this scene, the elder's pupils constricted, a look of horror flashing in his eyes. Post-heaven master. To easily crush the Yu family's battle formation, only a master who surpassed the war god and reached the extraordinary realm could accomplish such a feat. The elder's expression was filled with uncertainty, as if he were hesitating. But at this moment, Yi Qijuan had turned around, casually tossing a handkerchief into the elder's hand. "I came to the Yu family to ask one thing. Tell me the origin of this item." Upon seeing the item in his hand, the elder's pupils suddenly constricted. After pondering for a moment, the elder suddenly said, "I think I've seen this item before. But the time was too long ago, and I need to check the records for identification. I will need 3 days." Yi Qijuan deeply looked at the elder. He knew it was the elder's delaying tactic, but he figured they wouldn't be able to pull any tricks 3 days later either. Yi Qijuan smiled, lightly turned, and walked away, laughing loudly as he exited the door. 3 days later at this time, and please have the answer ready for me." As the words fell, Yi Qijuan's figure vanished outside the door. In the hall, the numerous guests stood in a daze for a moment before hurriedly taking their leave. Subsequently, the entire upper-class society of the East Sea was shaken. Just having led troops to eliminate one of the 4 war gods of the Thunderbolt Gang, the Throne War God surprisingly had a feud with the 3 clans of Jinhai. One is the Jinhai 3 clans, which have dominated the East Sea for 100 years with unfathomable depth and an abundance of experts under their command. The other is the newly promoted war god of the Ministry of War, whose strength can crush ordinary war gods, the Throne War God. The entire East Sea was watching this situation unfold. After leaving the Yu family, Yi Qijuan instructed Su Yingxia to return home first. Shortly after, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of Yi Qijuan, and Shen Xianzhi respectfully invited him into the car. "Master, within these 3 days, the 3 clans of Jinhai will surely unite. Should I summon some experts to..." Under the jurisdiction of the Prison God Island, the Jinyu Guard, Fengshan Guard, Yuming Guard, and others, the 12 guards of the Prison God, are all near the Dragon Kingdom waiting for summons. Yi Qijuan sat in the back seat, closing his eyes, and said lightly, "No need." At that moment, Yi Qijuan suddenly frowned, opening his eyes to look outside the car. Ahead, a convoy blocked their path. In front of the convoy, dozens of bodyguards surrounded an old man and a young man. Shen Xianzhi got out to negotiate, and after a moment returned to report that the old man and the young man wished to meet Yi Qijuan. Yi Qijun then got out of the car approaching these individuals, but the bodyguards still stood in front of the old man and the young man, showing no intention of making way. Yi Qijun asked indifferently, "What is it?" The old man smiled slightly and said, "Young Master Yi, I am the chairman of Matsui Group, the largest pharmaceutical group in Japan. My name is Matsui Gang, and this is my son Matsui Hui. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yi Qijun frowned slightly, his expression indifferent, but a hint of disdain appeared in his demeanor. Impatiently he replied, "If you have something to say, say it. If not, make way. I have no interest in who you are." Matsui Gang's face stiffened, but he still maintained a polite smile, and said, "I am acquainted with the Medicine King, and I've heard that young Master Yi's medical skills are extraordinary. My Matsui Group would like to invite you to join us. As long as young Master Yi can guarantee lifelong loyalty, Matsui Group can protect you, send you to Japan, and provide you with the highest treatment, allowing you to enjoy wealth and glory. What do you think, young Master Yi?" Matsui Gang said this while bowing deeply to Yi Qijun, his attitude and expression extremely sincere. However, Yi Qijun remained cold and disdainful. Beside him, Shen Xianzhi scoffed and said to Yi Qijun, "Master, these Japanese always act so pretentiously polite. If someone really went with them to Japan, they might not even have their freedom left." Yi Qijun nodded lightly. He certainly understood the nature of the Japanese. Immediately, Yi Qijun coldly said, "You want to protect me? That's not protection. Because dogs can only guard their masters. And I don't need dogs like you. Get lost." Matsui Gang's face darkened immediately. Just a moment ago he had been polite, but in the next second he turned hostile and coldly said, "Baka, you refuse a toast and seek punishment. Cut off his legs and take him back." As soon as Matsui Gang's words fell, those bodyguards did not move, but figures suddenly leaped down from the streetlights on either side of the road. These two figures, dressed in black, perfectly blended into the darkness. When they struck, they descended against the light, and it was only when they approached that Shen Xianzhi noticed. Each of them held a slender samurai sword, the blades wind sharp and fierce, with a killing intent boiling. When these two attacked, it was as if dark clouds were pressing down, their momentum overwhelming. These were indeed two sword masters from Japan, equivalent to the acquired master level in the Dragon Kingdom. Matsui Gang looked at this scene with indifferent sneering. There are always people in this world who don't know their own limits, thinking that being an acquired master allows them to act recklessly. Little do they know that there are always. However, as he spoke halfway, Yi Qijun lifted his eyelids and casually waved his hand. Clang! Clang! The two long swords were actually snapped in half by Yi Qijun's palm simultaneously. It was as if he had broken two fragile stalks of straw. The two masters were horrified. Acquired master-level experts can already project their inner chi externally, killing with just their inner chi. When inner chi attaches to weapons, the lethality is incredibly terrifying. These two long swords in their hands could easily cut through stone or steel, yet they were directly broken by Yi Qijun with a single slap. Before they could react, Yi Qijun extended both hands, simultaneously gripping the necks of these two masters and twisting them effortlessly. The two masters died on the spot, their heads twisted off. Yet even with the two heads in hand, not a single drop of blood stained Yi Qijun. He casually tossed the two heads in front of Matsui Gang, wrinkling his brow in disgust and extending his hand to the side. Shen Xianzhi understood immediately and hurriedly handed him a handkerchief. Yi Qijun wiped his hands and said lightly, "The feeling of encountering trash is quite unpleasant. It dirties my hands." By now Matsui Gang and the others had already turned pale with fright. He had originally thought that Yi Qijun was merely at the acquired master level, facing two opponents, and certainly not a match for his two masters. After all, in the minds of the Japanese, the Dragon Kingdom's masters were far inferior to those of Japan. Yet he did not expect that the two masters in Yi Qijun's hands were no different than clay figures. In a moment of panic, Matsui Gang instinctively pushed his son, the young Matsui Hui, out. Then Matsui Gang turned and tried to run back to the car. But in the next moment, Yi Qijun flicked his finger, and the broken sword on the ground suddenly flew out, cutting off Matsui Gang's legs in an instant. Amidst the cries of agony from Matsui Gang, Yi Qijun walked forward with his hands behind his back. None of the bodyguards dared to stop him, and all fled in panic. With two great masters already dead, how could these worthless figures dare to attack Yi Qijun? In the blink of an eye, only Matsui Gang and his son Matsui Hui remained. In the next moment, Matsui Hui unexpectedly knelt before Yi Qijun, continuously bowing his head. "Yi Jun, spare my life. I am willing to serve you as my master, to toil for you, and to face any danger you present." Yi Qijun looked down at Matsui Hui indifferently, unmoved, and raised his hand to erase this person. But behind him, Shen Xianzhi hurriedly said, "Master, please allow an old servant to speak." Yi Qijun replied calmly, "Speak." Shen Xianzhi said, "The Matsui Group is the largest pharmaceutical company in Japan, and for years it has been infiltrating the medical market of Long Country, swallowing many companies. They're truly a cancer in the pharmaceutical industry of Long Country. I suggest that the master can subdue this person, use him as a puppet to reclaim the market, which will surely benefit many people. This would also count as accumulating virtue for the lady and the young master. Yi Qijun's expression changed slightly. Shen Xianzhi's last sentence struck a chord with him. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qijun looked at Matsui Hui and said indifferently, "These Japanese people all look like rotten melons, ugly and treacherous. How can one trust them?" Upon hearing this, Matsui Hui immediately bowed his head and said, "I am willing to offer my loyalty." He then stood up, picked up the broken knife on the ground, and plunged it into Matsui Gang's chest, who was still howling in agony. Matsui Gang's screams abruptly ceased as he looked at Matsui Hui in disbelief. Matsui Hui grinned savagely and said, "Old man, did you expect this? When you pushed me away just now, I didn't expect it either. A cruel beast does not eat its offspring. In your eyes, I, an illegitimate child, am no different from your slaves am I. Since you have never regarded me as a human, then I can't be blamed." With that, Matsui Hui violently twisted the broken knife, shattering Matsui Gang's heart. After killing Matsui Gang, Matsui Hui knelt before Yi Qijun again, his face filled with loyalty. "Master, after this old man's death, the Matsui group will be inherited by his eldest son, my elder brother Matsui Bin. As long as you kill him, you can control the Matsui group. If you trust me, I am willing to risk my life to eliminate Matsui Bin and seize the Matsui group for you." Beside them, Shen Xianzhi frowned slightly. This Matsui Hui could even kill his own father. What couldn't he do? Even if Matsui Gang truly did not regard him as human, the nature of this person. Just as Shen Xianzhi was pondering, Yi Qijun said indifferently, "Unfortunately, I do not trust you." Matsui Hui's face instantly changed dramatically. He did not expect that even after showing his loyalty by killing his father, Yi Qijun would still not trust him. In his panic, Matsui Hui stood up to flee. But at that moment, Yi Qijun suddenly extended a finger pointing at Matsui Hui's forehead. "Look at my finger." Yi Qijun's tone sounded no different from usual, but it carried an overwhelming force that made one involuntarily obey his command. Even Matsui Hui, who was terrified, instantly quieted down, staring at the finger on his forehead, beginning to cross his eyes. Then Yi Qijun said indifferently, "From today onwards, you shall be Shen Xianzhi's slave, and you must obey all his orders. Even if he orders you to die, you must comply." With that, Yi Qijun withdrew his finger. The moment he did, Matsui Hui, with a dazed expression, knelt on the ground, bowing to Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi. "I, Matsui Hui, pay my respects to my lord. I pay my respects to my master." His face no longer bore the viciousness, panic, or fear from earlier, only a blankness, as if he were a puppet. Yi Qijun nodded in satisfaction and said to Shen Xianzhi, "Now you can trust him." Shen Xianzhi was stunned. He truly could not understand what kind of method this was. He instinctively asked, "Master, what is this?" Yi Qijun casually replied, "An ancient miraculous technique called soul snatching. However, in reality, it is just hypnosis. This Matsui Hui and the Matsui group will be left to you to handle." With that, Yi Qijun turned and returned to the car, driving away. Back at Yulong Mountain Villa, the Su family members had all gathered. Su Yingxiao was excitedly recounting the events that transpired with the Yu family. "You don't know, brother Qijun is so handsome. The battle formation of the Yu family that shocked the Eastern Sea was dismantled by him in just a few moves. And even, old man, you dared not be reckless anymore." The faces of the Su family members changed as they listened, causing a ruckus at old man Yu's birthday banquet, severely injuring Yang Jianping, the eldest son of the Yang family, breaking the legs of Han Li, the eldest son of the Han family. Did he not offend all three families of Jinhai to the extreme? The Su family members gasped in shock. This was serious. Su Wenkei's face turned pale as he said, "This is bad, this is bad. Those are the three families of Jinhai. With Brother Qijun's status as the war god, he cannot suppress the three families of Jinhai." Su Yingxiao was taken aback. "No way. I see the three families of Jinhai haven't managed to do anything to Brother Qijun. That was because the three families of Jinhai were caught off guard. Their true strength has not yet been revealed. The three families of Jinhai are not lying. An ordinary war god in front of them is indeed like a dog. Even the war god of the Ministry of War cannot be their opponent." Su Wenkai revealed the formidable aspects of the three families of Jinhai. In the martial arts realm, above the war god is the postnatal master, followed by the innate grand master. With the resources of the three families of Jinhai, it is no problem to mobilize several postnatal masters, and they might even have innate grand masters. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. The strength Yi Qijun had previously displayed was only that of a postnatal master, so he could not be a match for the three families of Jinhai. Among the Su family members, Su Wenlong lowered his head, pondering whether to submit to the three families of Jinhai. Shen Xianzhi looked worried and urgently glanced at Shen Han beside her. "Brother, I beg you, please have the family intervene and help him." Shen Xianzhi pleaded softly. Shen Han thought for a moment and nodded. "All right. This time I support Yi Qijun, who cares about the three families of Jinhai. Let's go against them. I will call the family to see if they can send experts over or intervene. With that, Shen Han went to contact the family. He had witnessed Yi Qijun's displayed strength. This was someone who could make the 6th commander of Long Country's Ministry of War personally come to pay respects. When he met the 6th commander at the hotel, others did not realize the identity of the person, but Shen Han recognized him. Thus he understood better than anyone the immense power Yi Qijun possessed. The 3 families of Zhenhai. They dare to provoke Yi Qijun unaware of who will suffer the consequences. For this reason, Shen Han had already acknowledged this brother-in-law in his heart and agreed to contact the family. Everyone remained uneasy. No one knew whether the Shen family would send someone over. No need to worry, the so-called 3 families of Zhenhai cannot hold me down. Yi Qijun calmly smiled to reassure them. Seeing his calm demeanor, the others felt he must have some confidence, which eased their worries somewhat. The next day, Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi accompanied their daughter to the East Sea amusement park. This was an event organized by Yi Xiaoru's kindergarten for a day of fun at the amusement park. Although Yi Xiaoru was almost 10 years old, she looked like a 4-year-old child, and her mental capacity was much lower than that of her peers, having just started kindergarten last year. This was a rare opportunity, and Yi Qijun planned to spend the whole day enjoying it with his daughter. However, when the children queued to enter the amusement park, Yi Xiaoru was stopped. Yi Qijun approached to inquire about the reason, only to see the ticket inspector's face filled with indifference and mockery. Don't you know what you have done? Who told you to offend the Han family? Yi Qijun frowned slightly. The Han family. That's right. Our East Sea amusement park is owned by the Han family. Now you have been banned throughout the city. Not only here, but you cannot go to any public places. The ticket inspector shouted hoarsely. Outside the amusement park, the tourists were startled. Behind Yi Qijun, another parent pulled out a photo, looked carefully at Yi Qijun, and suddenly shouted, "Everyone stay away from that family. This guy isn't just banned by the Han family, but the 3 clans of Zhenhai have also taken action." This madman caused a scene at the birthday banquet of the Yu family's elder, beating up 2 young masters from the Han and Yang families, completely offending the 3 great clans. Instantly, the surrounding tourists were alarmed and hurriedly pulled their children away from Yi Qijun's family, with whispers of discussion echoing around. Provoking the 3 great clans is simply asking for death. From now on, that family of 3 will have no place to stand in the East Sea. Dear daughter, make sure to stay away from Yi Xiaoru in the future. Don't get implicated. Watching the little friend she usually played with walk away, Yi Xiaoru's face was filled with grievance. She had no idea what had happened. She held Yi Qijun's hand and choked up, asking, "Daddy, did I do something wrong? Why are the children ignoring me?" Yi Qijun's gaze turned icy. At the headquarters of Han Group, in the top-floor conference room of Mingzhu building, all the direct descendants of the 3 great clans gathered together, numbering dozens. In the conference room, a large screen displayed surveillance footage from outside the amusement park. As they saw Yi Qijun being stopped and humiliated, an uproar of laughter erupted in the room. The leading elder Yue, along with elders Han and Yang, also chuckled coldly. After a moment, Elder Yu turned off the screen and coldly addressed everyone. "This is just a slight punishment. Since Yi Qijun dares to rely on his strength and provoke us, we shall use him to establish our authority." Elder Han continued, "The 3 clans of Zhenhai have not taken action for 10 years, and many have probably forgotten our foundation. Just right, Yi Qijun has just led his forces to annihilate the Thunder Gang. His momentum is soaring, making it perfect to establish our authority through him." Elder Yang smiled lightly and asked, "What about the people you contacted?" One by one, the attendees stood. The Yu family's 2 innate masters, 6 peak war gods. The Han family's 3 innate masters, 3 war gods. The Yang family's 2 masters, 5 war gods, have all returned to the East Sea. We have hired 5 innate masters from the martial world and 20 overseas war gods at a high price in the name of the 3 clans of Zhenhai. The Western Blood Killing Hall and Heavenly God Hall have accepted our offer of $1 billion, sending top-tier killer masters. In a short moment, the number of innate masters being reported had already reached nearly 20, with nearly 100 war gods. Elder Yu sneered coldly. "This time, we will let the East Sea know." The entire Yuezhou recognized the power of our 3 clans of Zhenhai. Elder Han also snorted coldly. "We will let everyone know that in front of our 3 clans, war gods are like pigs and dogs. Masters can be easily annihilated." At the same time, in front of the East Sea amusement park, Yi Qijun looked coldly at those mocking and ridiculing people, gently patted Yi Xiaoru's little head, and softly said, "Don't cry, Daddy promises you I will definitely get you inside today for a great time." The ticket inspector immediately burst into laughter, saying, "What do you still want to force your way in? Even if you break in, we can shut down all the rides. Let me tell you, with the 3 clans of Zhenhai in charge, even if you tear this amusement park down, your child still won't get to play." Yi Qijun smiled coldly, took out his phone, and dialed Shen Xianzhi's number. "I am very angry." Shen Xianzhi was taken aback. "What orders do you have, master?" "I will take care of it immediately." Yi Qijun coldly replied, "The Zhenhai 3 clans say they want to ban me in the East Sea, You go and ban the Jinhai three clans worldwide. At the command of Yi Qijun Shen Xianzhi relayed the message immediately. The three families of Jinhai are formidable. These three families originated from the East Sea, boasting a century's worth of heritage, and their business has long since expanded beyond the East Sea city, reaching overseas. Yuezhou is coastal and East Sea city is one of the largest port cities in Longhua. As the most powerful family here, the Jinhai three families thrive in their import and export business. Other families and companies in Longhua engaged in import and export must show some respect to the Jinhai three families. However, just minutes after Yi Qijun made the call, the situation took a drastic turn. Boom. Outside East Sea City, 1,000 miles to the east near the territorial waters of Longhua, two cargo ships had just exited the territorial waters, displaying the emblem of the Han family. At that moment, two missiles fell from the sky, directly splitting the two cargo ships in half. Tens of thousands of tons of cargo sank to the bottom of the sea. In a certain country of the West Alliance, the headquarters of the Yang family's overseas branch was bustling with over 1,000 employees. Suddenly, armed inspectors stormed into the company, taking control of everyone. Yang Yinlong, the president dispatched by the Yang family to the West Alliance, rushed out and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? How dare you break into my company? I want to see your superior." Bang! The lead inspector kicked Yang Yinlang in the stomach. Yang Yinlang fell to the ground, wailing in pain and disbelief. Just a few days ago at the dinner table, this lead inspector had still been flattering him. The lead inspector sneered. The Royal Council of the West Alliance suspects that the Yang Group is involved in large-scale smuggling across multiple countries. The company is to be sealed off immediately and all assets frozen pending investigation. At the airport of the Bear Country, Yu Lao's fourth son Yu Longgong had just disembarked from the plane. A group of burly men suddenly pounced, pinning Yu Longgang to the ground with dozens of guns aimed at his head. Yu Longgang's expression instantly turned to one of extreme terror. These are people from Kugobo. This organization is on par with the CIA of the beautiful country and the 6th Bureau of the West Alliance. A cold-eyed general said, "I suspect you are a spy secretly infiltrating our Bear Country. Take him back and interrogate him with severe torture." Across the globe in various countries, wherever the Jinhai three families have business interests, different reactions. Even in chaotic regions like Fei Lu, where there isn't even a proper government, the Jinhai three families are involved in arms trafficking and even human trafficking. The business here generates vast amounts of funds for the other businesses of the Jinhai three families Yet on this day, the armed forces established by the Jinhai three families, which had once dominated the area, were besieged by dozens of surrounding factions, as over 100 missiles leveled this force to the ground. All of this happened almost simultaneously. It was as if the entire world moved because one person uttered a single sentence. He said, "I am very angry." At the Pearl Building. "Let's dismiss the meeting," Yu Lao said lightly as dozens of core members of the three great families stood up preparing to leave. At that moment, bang! The door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open and Yu Zissou rushed in, her pretty face, pale cold sweat on her forehead, looking panicked. Yu Lao frowned slightly. Yu Zissou was too young and had not yet entered the Yu family's company, so she hadn't attended the meeting. Her sudden entrance made Yu Lao feel he had lost face in front of the other two families, and he immediately scolded Zissou, "You are being too rude." But the next moment Yu Zissou shouted loudly, "It's bad. Grandfather, you must see the news." Yu Lao's expression turned displeased, about to reprimand her, when suddenly a senior member of the Yu family exclaimed, hurriedly handing a phone to Yu Lao. On it was the news report coming back from overseas. Shocking. A certain group's overseas branch in Longhua has been sealed. Outside the territorial waters of Longhua, a cargo ship of a certain company was bombed. Who did this? One after another the news struck like thunder. Several of them had already climbed the trending search. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, phone ringtones began to ring out, and many people answered their phones, their expressions changing drastically. Head of the family, several overseas branches of the group have been sealed, and we can't reach the side of Fei Lu anymore. Yu Lao, the family company's stock, is plummeting violently. No, it has already hit the limit down. The Han family stock has also hit the limit down. One horrified exclamation after another spread through the crowd. Han Lao of the Han family felt darkness before his eyes and almost fainted. Yu Lao and Yang Lao's expressions also turned extremely grim as they hurriedly began to understand the situation. Moments later, looking at the continuously plummeting stocks of the three major group companies, their hearts felt like they were about to stop. In just a short time, the three great families lost over 100 billion. The Jinhai three families now wield immense influence in the East Sea, but their overseas business is what keeps their company's stocks high. But now, with the overseas businesses of the three families suffering a simultaneous blow, even some overseas executives were unreachable. The stocks of the three companies plummeted like an avalanche. Han Lao's face darkened as he asked, what exactly is going on? How is the domestic business doing? A few core members of the Han family hurried to investigate. Moments later, Han Lao's eldest son reported with a pale face that our Han family's business abroad has been sealed, and The East Sea International Amusement Park in the domestic market had all its foreign shareholders sell their stocks to the same person who is now the largest shareholder of East Sea Amusement Park. Who is it? Han Lao asked. It's Yi Qijun. Huffed. Han Lao spat out a mouthful of blood and directly fainted from anger. The conference room was in uproar. In front of the East Sea Amusement Park, the parents of kindergarten children were in no hurry to enter, watching the spectacle of Yi Qijun's family from outside. The crowd pointed at Yi Qijun, and mocking and sarcastic remarks filled the air. The ticket inspector laughed loudly. Do you still have the face to wait here? If I were you, I would have run away in shame. Yi Qijun cast a faint glance at him, his eyes chilling. At that moment, a plump amusement park manager suddenly rushed out, sweating profusely, and came to Yi Qijun's front looking nervous and respectful. Boss, I'm sorry for being late. Here is the equity transfer contract. Please have a look. The fat manager bowed at a 90-degree angle to Yi Qijun, holding the contract high above his head. The ticket inspector and the parents all stood there dumbfounded. Mr. Peng, have you mistaken him for someone else? He is Yi. Slap. The ticket inspector opened his mouth in bewilderment, but before he could finish speaking, he was slapped in the face by Manager Peng. Even while slapping him, he didn't dare to straighten his back, bowing again to Yi Qijun after the slap. Shut your mouth, you bastard. Mr. Yi is now our largest shareholder of the amusement park, our new boss. If you don't want to work here anymore, get lost, and stop spreading nonsense that could harm us. Manager Peng's low roar caused an uproar both inside and outside the amusement park. Had Yi Qijun really become the owner of the amusement park just 10 minutes after making a phone call? At this moment, Yi Qijun casually took the contract, signed his name, without even glancing at it. Others might be foolish to sign without reading the contract, but Yi Qijun was different. Those who dared to deceive him needed to have their heads pulled down from their waistbands first. After signing the contract, Yi Qijun held Yi Xiaoru in one arm and took Shen Xianzhi's hand with the other, walking into the amusement park. From today on, this amusement park will be renamed Xiaoru Paradise. This place is open only for my daughter Yi Xiaoru. Throughout the amusement park, echoes of Yi Xiaoru's silver bell-like laughter filled the air. Outside the amusement park, children and parents stared in disbelief. Among the crowd, there were cries of envy from children who wanted to go in and play. Gradually, almost all the children began to wail, as if in competition, each voice louder than the last. The parents wore expressions of helplessness and confusion, and the scene descended into chaos. On the carousel, Yi Xiaoru looked at the other children, and suddenly said softly, Dad, can we let the other kids come in? Just watching and not playing will make them very unhappy. Yi Qijun smiled as he stroked Yi Xiaoru's head, and turned to look outside the amusement park. I know that you are keeping your distance from us because of the intimidation from the 3 clans of Zhenhai. However, today, I can take the East Sea Amusement Park from the Han family, and when the 3-day agreement comes, I can also remove the 3 clans of Zhenhai from the East Sea. So you don't need to be afraid. Oh, any child who wants to be friends with my daughter can come in and play. Outside the door, the parents exchanged glances. In the past, if someone claimed they could eliminate the 3 clans of Zhenhai, they would have thought that person was insane. But just now they witnessed with their own eyes that in just a few minutes, Yi Qijun had taken the East Sea Amusement Park from the Han family. Although they still didn't know what had happened overseas, just this alone was enough to convince them. In the next moment, all the parents rushed into the amusement park with their children. In the large amusement park, the sounds of children's laughter reverberated. Late at night, Yi Qijun had lulled Yi Xiaoru to sleep and returned to his room to rest. But just then Yi Qijun's gaze flickered, and in the next moment, he was already on the rooftop of the villa. He sensed that there were several martial artists auras rapidly approaching outside the estate. Sure enough, moments later, a dozen figures rushed in like lightning. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, missing an arm, drenched in blood, being pursued by a dozen black-clad individuals. And the strength of these people was all above that of a war god. Among the fleeing man, 2 of the black-clad individuals were actually 3 innate masters. Yi Qijun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he did not make a move, merely watching indifferently. In an instant, the one-armed middle-aged man arrived at the entrance of Yulong Villa, blocked by the massive gates. Tian, can't escape. Hand over the jade marrow, and I can give you a quick death. One of the black-clad masters spoke in a flat tone from behind. Jade marrow. Yi Qijun, who had not intended to pay attention, paused in his steps, and suddenly looked at Tian Can. The jade marrow was a rare treasure in the world. Martial artists carrying it can increase their cultivation speed several times. Ordinary people carrying it can nourish their bodies, prolong life, and cure ailments. Yi Qijun's current strength no longer required this item, but Yi Xiaoru's heart pulse was incomplete, and this treasure could just be used for her nourishment. While Yi Qijun was pondering outside the villa, Tian Can had already been surrounded by a dozen people. The 2 words jade marrow, he whispered, had already been noticed by the 3 innate masters, and they looked over simultaneously. The dozen black-clad individuals became vigilant, their faces filled with murderous intent. One of the black-clad masters coldly said, how could such a little mouse have seen that? Kill him. As soon as the words fell, 2 black-clad war gods leaped into the air, and jumped into the gate, rushing towards Yi Qijun. Glanced at them indifferently, casually broke off a branch from a potted plant on the rooftop, plucked 2 leaves off it, and flicked his fingers. Whoosh! The 2 leaves suddenly flew out, slicing through the throats of the 2 war god-level experts. Outside the gate, everyone was shocked. Even the 3 masters' pupils shrank, their hearts filled with horror. With just the leaves, he killed 2 war god-level powerhouses. 2 black-robed grandmasters exchanged a glance, then bowed respectfully toward Yi Qijun and declared, "Sir, the Heavenly God Palace is conducting official business. Pray grant us face and refrain from interference." As they spoke, overwhelming aura surged from their bodies, so immense that even the night wind instinctively veered away from the spot. Tian Can's expression instantly turned ashen. He gasped in shock. You are the Heavenly God Palace." "Indeed," the black-robed grandmasters replied coldly. Despair flooded Tian Can's face. The Heavenly God Palace commanded legendary prestige across the Western assassin world. Its ranks teeming with masters, and none it marked for death had ever escaped. Yet at that very moment, Yi Qijun spoke with icy detachment. "You hold no authority to demand face before me. Leave within 3 breaths, or die." All black-robed figures stiffened, their expressions darkening instantly. "Insolent fool, refusing grace. A mere mid-stage post-heaven cultivator dares such arrogance. Form the array, eliminate him." Though each of these 2 grandmasters stood only at early-stage post-heaven, their combined strength, augmented by 10 additional divine warriors, could challenge even a peak-stage post-heaven master. In an instant, the 12 formed a lethal formation encircling Yi Qijun and struck as one. Tian Can's face flickered between dread and resolve. Then, without warning, he lunged forward, targeting one of the divine warriors within the array. He had no choice. Though escape was possible now if word leaked that Tian Can resided in the East Sea and possessed the Jade Marrow, the Heavenly God Palace would dispatch endless waves of assassins to hunt him down. Only by silencing them all could he survive. But one black-robed grandmaster sneered, unleashed a single punch, and sent Tian Can hurtling backward like a broken doll. The sheer force behind that blow unmistakably signaled peak-stage post-heaven cultivation. Tian Can spat blood, eyes wide with utter despair. Yet as he flew through the air, he saw Yi Qijun standing utterly unruffled, plucking a handful of leaves and casting them carelessly into the wind. The leaves scattered, then pierced the foreheads of all 10 divine warriors in the blink of an eye. The formation shattered instantly. The 2 surviving grandmasters recoiled, spitting blood as their peak-stage post-heaven aura crumbled, terror flashing across their faces as they scrambled to retreat. But in the next heartbeat, Yi Qijun stood before them, 2 fingers pressed calmly against their foreheads. Their movements froze midair. Their vital energy dissolved. Slowly they sank to their knees. On their faces lingered shock and horror, eyes wide open in death. Only then did Tian Can crash to the ground directly beneath Yi Qijun's glacial, unblinking gaze. Tian Can trembled violently, heart pounding in disbelief. The Heavenly God Palace's slaughter god formation shattered so effortlessly. 2 grandmasters and 10 divine warriors, utterly helpless before Yi Qijun. At last Yi Qijun spoke, voice calm and indifferent. "I spared your life. Now hand over the Jade Marrow." A flicker of hesitation crossed Tian Can's face. Yi Qijun's gaze remained cold and unwavering. "Surrender the Jade Marrow, or return your life to me." Suddenly Tian Can scrambled upright and dropped to his knees with a thud before Yi Qijun. "This humble servant offers the Jade Marrow and pledges eternal fealty. I beg you, master, accept me as your disciple." With his sole remaining arm, he raised the Jade Marrow high. Yi Qijun accepted it, then said flatly, "I have no interest. You may go." Yi Qijun turned and walked away. Tian Can remained prostrate, voice breaking with anguish. "Master, I bear a blood-deep vendetta. Grant me shelter, and until vengeance is mine, I swear to walk through fire and water for you. 10,000 deaths would not sway me." Yi Qijun remained unmoved, stepped into the villa, and closed the door behind him with a sharp click. The next morning he fashioned the Jade Marrow into an ornament and fastened it around Yi Xiaoru's neck. Instantly Yi Xiaoru's pallor softened, her breathing steadied, and the oppressive tightness in her chest vanished. Shen Xianzhi looked on anxiously. "Qijun, perhaps you shouldn't go today. The Jinhai 3 clans have prepared for 3 days. They'll surely field many formidable experts." "Fear not," Yi Qijun replied with a faint smile. "No matter how many stand against me, they are but clay chickens and tiled dogs. Come with me. After we eradicate the 3 great clans, we'll take Xiaoru to sea for joy." Beside her, Shen Han shook his head. "We're ordinary folk, and Xiaoru is still just a child. Let's not go, we'd only hinder you. Be careful. The Jinhai 3 clans are no trifling foe." Yi Qijun smiled faintly, about to reply, when suddenly the thunderous roar of helicopters echoed beyond Yulong Villa. They rushed outside to see 3 helicopters landed, and 2 elderly men flanking a middle-aged man standing at the gate. Shen Xianzhi froze, then cried out, "Father!" That middle-aged man was none other than Shen Xianzhi's father, Shen Wenluan. Without so much as a glance at his daughter, Shen Wenluan gave a curt, disdainful snort, then turned to Yi Qijun and asked one of the elders beside him, Senior Huang, what level of cultivation does this Yi Qijun possess? The two elders lifted their eyelids briefly to appraise him. Elder Huang dismissed him casually. His aura is shallow, barely entered the divine warrior realm. Pathetic. Inside the villa, Yi Qijun's brow arched faintly, his expression serene and untouched. He perceived instantly that both elders had reached the peak of post-heaven cultivation, yet neither could fathom his true depth. The judgments of the weak are merely fleeting amusement to the strong. Yet Shen Wenluan believed them utterly, and turning away from Yi Qijun addressed his daughter with quiet detachment. Sienna, after all these years apart, do you still recognize me as your father? Shen Xianzhi hurried to open the gate, tears streaming as she exclaimed, Father, I know you were forbidden by the clan from visiting me. Then, why have you come today? Shen Wenluan's nostrils flared. He swallowed hard, holding back tears, and pulled her fiercely into his arms. Foolish daughter, must I wait for you to visit me? Or will you never seek me out? Since Shen Xianzhi was expelled from her home 10 years ago, the father and daughter have not seen each other. Now upon their reunion, they almost burst into tears. Shen Xianzhi's heart is filled with emotion. Although it has been 10 years since she last saw her father, a single phone call from Shen Han had her father rushing over with people who indeed the bond between father and daughter is profound. However, Shen Han was somewhat puzzled. During the phone call, his father Shen Wenluan had clearly refused to help. After a moment, Shen Xianzhi said softly, Dad, I can return to the family with you, but could you help Qijun? Shen Wenluan waved his hand and said, Don't worry. This time I specifically brought along Elder Xian and Elder Huang. With them accompanying us, the 3 clans of Jinhai will give us some face. Sienna, you go back home with Dad first. They will just arrive a little later. Shen Xianzhi was overjoyed but still worried about Yi Qijun and wanted to go along. After strong persuasion from Yi Qijun, she finally took Yi Xiaoru and boarded the helicopter. Having been separated from her family for 10 years and finally able to reunite, Yi Qijun did not stop her, mainly because he could see that Shen Wenluan genuinely loved his daughter. However, as the helicopter disappeared into the horizon, the expressions of the 2 old men before Yi Qijun suddenly darkened. Elder Xian coldly glanced at Yi Qijun and said indifferently, The young lady has already left, it's time to deal with you. Yi Qijun was not surprised and calmly asked, How do you plan to deal with me? Elder Huang's eyes flickered with cold light as he slapped his hand on his waist, drawing a soft sword and pointing it directly at Yi Qijun. I give you 2 choices. Either I cripple your limbs, gouge out your eyes, and throw you overseas to fend for yourself, or you die right now. Elder Xian showed no intention to act. Dealing with a war god could be handled by Elder Huang alone. Elder Xian merely added blandly, Don't blame us for being ruthless. This is the family's order. You once made a lifelong commitment with the young lady, ruining the marriage plans of the Shen family, which has already violated the family's taboos. This is your retribution. Yi Qijun's expression remained emotionless as he calmly asked, Marriage. Even if I am now in the position of war god, I still cannot be with Sienna. Elder Xian sneered disdainfully, War god. Not enough. The Shen family is on a level you cannot imagine. Being a mere war god is still far from it. Unless you can become stronger, but unfortunately you won't have that opportunity. Yi Qijun then asked what will happen when Sienna returns to the family. Elder Xian said somewhat impatiently, Mr. Wenluan has improved his status in the family over the years. The young lady will naturally be fine. Enough, you've asked enough. It's time to hit the road. Here's your last chance to say your final words. Yi Qijun nodded. Having received all the answers he sought, his gaze turned cold. The Shen family's attitude has put me in a very bad mood. So, consider yourselves unfortunate. Elder Xian and Elder Huang were taken aback, then broke into mocking laughter. Elder Huang grinned savagely, saying nothing more as he thrust forward like a gust of wind, aiming at Yi Qijun. But in the next moment, Yi Qijun held his left hand behind his back and casually extended 2 fingers with which he caught Elder Huang's soft sword. Elder Xian and Elder Huang were shocked. Clang! Before they could react, Yi Qijun had already snapped the soft sword with his 2 fingers and casually tossed it aside. The broken sword instantly pierced Elder Huang's throat and then accurately struck Elder Xian's brow. 1 sword double kill. At this moment, Yi Qijun's brow was icy cold. The Shen family, thinking themselves high and mighty, displeased him greatly. After clarifying the matter about his mother, Yi Qijun planned to personally visit the Shen family to marry Shen Xianzhi. He intended to see who could stop him. Yi Qijun snorted coldly and walked out of the villa. Moments later, at the entrance of Yulong Villa, Shen Xianzhi was waiting by the car to welcome Yi Qijun. Not far behind the car, Tian Ken was still kneeling there, having knelt for an entire night. Yi Qijun glanced over and said indifferently, I have no interest in avenging you, nor do I wish to take you in as a servant. You may leave. With that, Yi Qijun directly entered the car and departed. Shen Xianzhi personally drove, while reporting master the three clans of Zhenhai have recalled all the experts from the family in these 3 days, and have even paid a high price to invite many masters from the Jianghu top assassins. Yi Qijun showed no reaction, simply closing his eyes to rest, and casually said useless struggle. Shen Xianzhi nodded in agreement. Indeed, before the master, they are just a bunch of rabble. Suddenly Shen Xianzhi glanced at the rearview mirror and said softly, Master, someone is following us. Yi Qijun opened his eyes and saw that Tianqin was tailing them at a speed of 80 miles per hour, continuously pursuing them. Master, I checked, although Tianqin's strength is lacking, his character is commendable. Back then he worked as a servant in a noble family in Quzhou, but due to his wife's beauty, he was plotted against by the young master of that family, who wanted to poison him. Tianqin fled in a rage due to the resentment of losing his wife, but was branded a traitor. In reality, he is a man of deep feelings and loyalty. If taken in, he could assist the master. Shen Xianzhi softly pleaded for Tianqin. Yi Qijun nodded indifferently, then let's test him. Just as he spoke, the car came to a halt, and Shen Xianzhi said seriously, Master, the road ahead has been blocked by the 3 clans of Zhenhai. Yi Qijun smiled coldly. Would the grand name of the 3 clans of Zhenhai resort to such petty tricks? Yi Qijun directly exited the car and headed straight for the Yu family. It was clearly daytime, yet the streets were eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Just as Yi Qijun was about to cross the blockade, Tianqin rushed up. Tianqin had been hunted for many years and was extremely familiar with the aura of assassins. He could sense that a dozen assassins were hiding on either side of the street ahead. Among them there were even 2 whose auras were stronger than those of the 2 early-stage masters from last night. However, just after Tianqin finished speaking, Yi Qijun remained unperturbed, continuing forward and casually tossing out a pitch-black iron token. In the next moment, dozens of figures appeared like phantoms, but they actually knelt down before the token, and Yi Qijun. From the Bloodslaughter Hall, I, the Hall Master, Deputy Hall Master, pay my respects to the Lord of the Underworld. The 2 leading figures spoke loudly before prostrating themselves. This Bloodslaughter Hall is merely one of the branch forces developed by the Underworld Island. Although it is feared in the assassin world, it has yet to qualify to ascend to the Underworld Island. This Hall Master and Deputy Hall Master were meeting the Lord of the Underworld for the first time, feeling incredibly excited. Yi Qijun nodded lightly and continued to walk forward. Yet this scene left Tianqin utterly shocked. The 2 Hall Masters of Bloodslaughter Hall were supreme-level assassins ranked in the top 10 of the assassin world, existing at the peak of the early-stage masters. Such existences were actually subordinates of Yi Qijun. In the hall of the Yu family villa, it was filled with distinguished guests. The 3 family heads of the 3 clans of Zhenhai, dozens of direct descendants, and many formidable experts were all present. Beside Elder Yue, a grim-faced old man said lightly, 3 family heads, is it really necessary to make such a big fuss over one war god? Elder Yu replied politely, Master Xiao, you may not be aware, although this person is merely a war god in the Ministry of War, his strength is already that of an early-stage master. I invited everyone here for caution's sake, and to show the various parties in the East see the power of our Zhenhai 3 clans. The old man was none other than the Deputy Hall Master of the Heavenly God Hall, atop assassin at the midstage. Master Xiao snorted coldly, seemingly dissatisfied, saying, is there really a need for such a fuss over a mere early-stage master? One of me is enough. Why invite that group of killers from Bloodslaughter Hall? Elder Yu chuckled, offering no explanation. He knew that Master Xiao was dissatisfied with having traveled a long way without an opportunity to act. Beside them, another expert said lightly, we were invited here, yet we can't even see the person we are meant to kill. With those 2 from Bloodslaughter Hall outside, it seems that Yi Qijun is already dead. At that moment, a subordinate of the Yu family suddenly rushed into the hall, panicking and shouting, report. The assassins from Bloodslaughter Hall have not made a move and have already retreated. Yi Qijun is already at the door. In the hall, an uproar ensued. Master Xiao scoffed, saying that group of killers from Bloodslaughter Hall must have other tasks. Such a lack of credibility truly disgraces our assassin world. Everyone nodded in agreement. Bloodslaughter Hall was one of the top 3 organizations in the assassin world, but they rarely interacted with the outside world, and many present had dealings with the Heavenly God Hall, where Master Xiao was naturally leaning towards him. Just as everyone was discussing, Yi Qijun walked in nonchalantly at the villa entrance. Master Xiao sized up Yi Qijun for a moment and sneered, kid, while your strength is lacking, your luck seems decent. You actually didn't run into those killers from Bloodslaughter Hall, giving you a few extra minutes of life. What a pity you're at the end of your line now. Elder Yu's gaze turned cold as he said, Master Xiao, no need to waste words, just kill him. Afterwards, Master Xiao and all present will be generously rewarded. Master Xiao, filled with killing intent, grinned sinisterly and said, good. Then I'll take his head in exchange for your reward. Having said that, Master Xiao's figure flashed, and he appeared before Yi Qijun, his sharp nails aimed at Yi Qijun's eyes. Slap. But in the next moment, Yi Qijun casually delivered a slap to Master Xiao's old face. Master Xiao's body didn't move, but his head spun 3 times, his neck shattered, resulting in a tragic death. Instantly, the hall fell into dead silence. Although there were many experts invited by the 3 clans of Jinhai, with nearly 20 early-stage masters among them, Master Xiao was also one of the upper-tier experts. The majority of the others were only early-stage masters or mere war gods. Seeing Master Xiao killed by Yi Qijun with a single slap, everyone gasped in shock. Elder Yue, Elder Han, and Elder Yang's pupils shrank violently, filled with horror. Only at this moment did Yi Qijun survey the surroundings, his expression calm, as if he had merely swatted a bothersome fly. He said lightly, "Who else wants to die? No need to queue, come and die together." The experts exchanged glances, unsure of Yi Qijun's strength, and for a moment no one stepped forward. Elder Yu immediately snorted coldly and said, "Senior Shiman, if you kill this person, all the sword manuals treasured by my Yu family will be available for your perusal." Among the crowd, a middle-aged swordsman dressed in white with a stern expression and a sword at his waist stepped forward. Clang! The middle-aged swordsman drew his treasured sword, his demeanor solemn and reverent, coldly stating, "I am Shiman Qing. This sword is named Blowing Snow, with a blade black as ink, measuring 3 feet and 7 inches, weighing 7 jeans and 13 taels, a legendary sword with a history of 700 years. Shiman Qing flicked his wrist, performing a flourish with the sword, pointing it directly at Yi Qijun. "To kill you with this sword, you should feel proud." With his words, Shiman Qing slashed down the sword, energy bursting forth. The surrounding experts changed their expressions drastically, hastily retreating to evade. Even those early-stage masters did not dare to approach. This sword was indeed above the peak of early stage, subtly brushing against the threshold of the next realm. In the hall, the sword energy surged like flying snow. But in the next moment, Yi Qijun spoke indifferently. "Flashy nonsense." Having said that, Yi Qijun pointed out directly, piercing through the countless sword energies, hitting Shiman Qing's wrist, severing his tendons. Shiman Qing let out a tragic cry, his eyes wide with rage. "You dare to ruin my sword path? This enmity cannot go unpunished." Yi Qijun's eyes flashed with cold light. "Then let's eliminate the root of the problem." With his words, Yi Qijun's finger continued forward, shattering Shiman Qing's skull, in an instant killing him in a split second. Everyone was struck with astonishment. That Shiman Qing was already the strongest expert invited by the 3 clans of Jinhai, possessing a peak postnatal strength, and was on the verge of breaking through to the innate realm. Yet such a master was killed so easily at the hands of Yi Qijun. "Hee. Old man Yue, do you want to kill? This person is an innate grandmaster." The heads of the 3 families were all shocked. An innate grandmaster. That truly is a top-tier expert. Even if everyone present joined forces, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single hand of an innate grandmaster. In an instant, everyone looked at Yi Qijun at the door, filled with fear. Yi Qijun, with an indifferent expression, turned to Old Man Yue. "The 3-day deadline has passed. Now tell me the origin of that letter, or I will annihilate your entire families." Old Man Yu swallowed hard, unable to utter a word. Yi Qijun's gaze turned cold, and killing intent surged. But at that moment, an ancient voice rang out. "If you wish to annihilate the 3 clans of Jinhai, you must first ask whether I agree." In the next moment, an old man in a blue robe appeared before everyone. Someone in the crowd recognized him and exclaimed in delight, "Ancestor! It is my Yu family's ancestor, and he is still alive." Everyone was taken aback, then sighed in relief. The Yu family ancestor was a peerless powerhouse who had entered the innate realm 10 years ago. However, for the past 10 years, the Yu family ancestor had never shown himself, and nearly everyone thought he had died. They never expected he was still alive. With him here, the 3 clans of Jinhai could stand strong. After Old Man Yu relaxed, he sneered. "Yi Qijun, did you not expect that our 3 clans of Jinhai had such a trump card? Ancestor, please kill this person and establish our family's prestige." The Yu family ancestor shook his head, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at Yi Qijun with pity. "You entered the innate realm at such a young age. Your talent is quite remarkable. If you can marry into my Yu family and take my great-granddaughter Yu Zixu as your wife, I can let the past go." In the crowd, Yu Zixu's face suddenly turned red, and she shyly lowered her head. With Yi Qijun's current display of strength, he would be sufficient as her man, especially since he was quite handsome. However, Yi Qijun coldly replied, "She is not worthy. Your Yu family is also not worthy. Tell me the truth about the letter, and I will spare your families." In matters concerning his mother, Yi Qijun rarely took a step back. The Yu family ancestor's expression turned indifferent. "You bring this upon yourself, you cannot live." As soon as he finished speaking, the Yu family ancestor flashed and appeared before Yi Qijun, striking down with a palm. Boom! Before the palm landed, a thunderous sound erupted in the air. The air in the entire hall seemed to be instantly sucked away, condensing under this palm. Everyone felt a wave of suffocation, staring in horror at the overwhelming power of this palm. An innate grandmaster can draw upon their internal energy to summon the energy of heaven and earth, launching a magnificent attack. This palm could annihilate dozens of masters and countless war gods in this hall. But in the next moment, Yi Qijun remained unfazed, lightly raising his hand in response with an equally unassuming palm devoid of any grandeur. However, upon the collision of their palms, the Yu family ancestor's expression changed, and he leaped backward, landing several meters away. Yi Qijun's single palm had repelled an innate master. In the hall, everyone was stunned. The Yu family ancestor stared at Yi Qijun, and after a moment of silence he softly said, "The origin of the letter is known only to me. No one else can tell you. If you can spare the Yu family, I can tell you." Old man Yu's expression changed as he anxiously said, "Ancestor, this matter." The Yu family ancestor waved his hand, stopping him from continuing. Yi Qijun glanced indifferently at the three families, casually saying, "This is the only time. If it happens again, you will surely die." The Yu family ancestor sighed in relief and laughed. "That letter was something my Yu family presented to the Peach Blossom Island master 10 years ago. You came for that incident from 10 years ago, right? I never expected that person still had descendants. Ha ha ha. If you want to know the truth, go to Peach Blossom Island." As his laughter faded, the Yu family ancestor suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath dissipating in an instant, falling to the ground and dying. The hall was thrown into chaos and shock. That last palm did not merely repel the Yu family ancestor, it killed him. It was only due to the innate Grandmaster's formidable internal energy that he barely sustained a breath, delaying for a moment. At this moment, Yi Qijun pondered in his heart, thinking, Peach Blossom Island again. It seems I can only wait for 40 days. Then Yi Qijun turned and left, and no one in the hall dared to stop him. Even though everyone in the Yu family wore expressions of hatred, they did not dare to speak. Even an innate Grandmaster was no match for Yi Qijun. Whoever tried to stop him would die. However, just then outside the villa, a synchronized sound of footsteps shook the heavens. Outside, a large group of armed soldiers formed a neat line surrounding the Yu family completely. 800 elite soldiers, a chilling aura permeating the air. Inside the villa, the three family heads were astonished. Old man Yu suddenly murmured, "These soldiers have the words Lingyin embroidered on their chests. These are the 800 personal guards of the Lingyin Marquis." At that moment, a helicopter descended from the sky, and a middle-aged noblewoman stepped out. Seeing her, Old man Yu suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. She is the Lingyin Marquis' wife, Lei Zhan's sister, Lei Qian." The three elders exchanged glances, both filled with surprise. She must have come to seek revenge on Yi Qijun. Sure enough, upon seeing Yi Qijun, Lei Qian's face was filled with hatred and resentment, and she immediately shouted, "Lin Jiao, kill him for me." Among the 800 personal guards, a middle-aged man holding a spear stepped forward. He shook his spear, pointing straight at Yi Qijun, and said proudly, "I am Lin Chong, commander of the 10,000 forbidden troops of the Dragon Nation at the innate Grandmaster level. Kid, dare to fight." In front of the villa, a look of annoyance flashed across Yi Qijun's face. He had not uncovered the truth about his mother, and his mood was already poor, his gaze gradually turning colder. But just as Yi Qijun was about to take action, Tian Can suddenly stood up. He and Shen Xianzhi were waiting outside the villa right beside Yi Qijun. "My lord, you have saved my life. I will hold them off, you must escape." Yi Qijun's eyes flickered as he said indifferently, "You will die." Tian Can's expression twisted with rage as he charged out, shouting, "Then let me die." In an instant, Tian Can reached Lin Chong, striking out with all his might. In front of a pre-celestial grandmaster, he had no chance of victory and could only risk his life to delay the opponent. Yet Lin Chong merely swung his gun, casually piercing Tian Can's shoulder. With only one arm to begin with, Tian Can's shoulder was pierced, rendering both his hands useless. Then Lin Chong casually sent Tian Can flying back, while he himself advanced, aiming his spear directly at Yi Qijun. Tian Can gave a grim smile. Lin Chong was going to use his body as a shield, shooting through both him and Yi. But in the next moment, a steady hand pressed against Tian Can's back, halting his flight, while another hand appeared in front of him, gripping the spear. Lin Chong's expression changed dramatically. Yi Qijun caught Tian Can with one hand, while grasping the spear with the other, preventing Lin Chong's weapon from advancing an inch. Lin Chong looked at Yi Qijun in shock. Yi Qijun, however, turned to Tian Can and said, "Very well, you may join my ranks. As for the one who harmed you, death." With that, Yi Qijun gave his arm a shake, snatching the spear away, and with a casual flick it pierced through Lin Chong's chest, sending his body flying dozens of meters away. Thud! The spear was driven into the ground right in front of Lei, she still bearing Lin Chong's corpse. Lei's face changed drastically as she shrieked, "Fire! Kill him!" The 800 elite guards did not hesitate to pull their triggers, aligning their guns in unison to aim at Yi Qijun. But at that moment, Yi Qijun coldly shouted, "Are you looking for death?" With a thunderous roar, a majestic wave of energy surged forth. The front ranks of the hundreds of elite guards spewed blood, their bodies toppling over. Inside the villa, the invited martial experts gasped in shock, exclaiming, "The lion's roar." Just as everyone was stunned, Yi Qijun had already arrived in front of Lei, she grabbing her by the neck and lifting her up. Terrified Lei Shi struggled to say, "You can't kill me. I am the wife of the Lingyin Marquis." At that moment Shen Xianzhi stepped forward respectfully saying, "Master, I found that the order to hunt us down by the Thunderbolt gang may have originated from this woman. Speak. 10 years ago, why did you order the Thunderbolt gang to hunt our family? If you don't speak, you will die." Lei Shi was filled with terror, the feeling of suffocation filling her with dread, and she hurriedly replied, "It was an order from the Lingyin Marquis." Yi Qijun snorted coldly and threw Lei Shi to the ground saying, "Get the Lingyin Marquis on video call." In her fright, Lei Shi dared not say another word and hurriedly complied, trembling. Moments later, the Lingyin Marquis appeared on the phone screen. Yi Qijun said indifferently, "Your wife is in my hands. Now wait for me to find you." The Lingyin Marquis' expression changed, anger flashing across his face. "You have some nerve." Yi Qijun could not be bothered to listen to his nonsense and crushed the phone, grabbing Lei Shi and binding her to the helicopter's landing gear, then boarded the helicopter with Shen Xianzhi and Tian Can to Hangzhou Lingyin Marquis residence. An hour later, Hangzhou Lingyin Marquis residence. The Lingyin Marquis commanded the city, leading 300,000 troops from Yuezhou, holding immense power. The Lingyin Marquis residence was located deep within the Yuezhou military camp. The helicopter flew overhead, and below the vast camp of 300,000 soldiers was filled with countless missile vehicles, anti-aircraft turrets, and tens of thousands of soldiers in training, all aiming their firearms at the helicopter on high alert as they watched the Lingyin Marquis' wife Lei Shi bound beneath the helicopter. Suddenly, at the open door of the helicopter, Yi Qijun appeared, dressed in white, standing with his hands behind his back. Despite the shaking helicopter, he did not hold onto any handrail, yet he stood as steady as a mountain, unmoving. Yi Qijun cast a cold glance at the forest of guns and cannons pointed at him by the 300,000 soldiers, below his expression showing not an ounce of tension. He regarded the immense army as nothing. Moments later, in the courtyard of the Marquis residence, the helicopter hovered low, and Yi Qijun stepped out, plummeting straight down from the air. Boom! Yi Qijun landed without even bending his knees. Behind him, 2 rope ladders descended, and Shen Xianzhi and Tian Can climbed down. Inside the residence, hundreds of experts rushed out, surrounding the three. In the courtyard, the Lingyin Marquis sat at the center, his face dark as he stared at Yi Qijun. Behind the Lingyin Marquis stood 4 white-clad old men, all of whom were post-celestial grandmasters. The Lingyin Marquis said darkly, "Yi Qijun, you have quite the audacity." Yi Qijun casually tossed the already unconscious Lei Shi to the ground and said coolly, "Are you the Lingyin Marquis?" Presumptuous. A mere commoner dares not stand before the Marquis. One of the white-clad old men stepped forward, coldly reprimanding Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun looked at him indifferently without a word and casually slapped the old man's shoulder. "When I see all beings, they must kneel before me. Even the so-called nobles must bow." Bang! With a single strike, Yi Qijun forced the old man in white to kneel without any resistance, his knees crashing hard against the ground, shattering his kneecaps. Amid the old man's cries of agony, Yi Qijun coldly glanced at the others and said, "You all should kneel when you speak." The expression of Ling Yinho darkened as he coldly snorted and waved his hand. The other 3 old men in white simultaneously attacked, rushing towards Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun let out a chilling smile, raised his leg, and swiftly kicked, instantly breaking their legs. The 3 men let out a miserable scream, and as they fell, they were already kneeling on the ground. Yi Qijun didn't even look at them, merely saying to Ling Yinho, "Will you kneel on your own, or shall I help you?" Ling Yinho, upon hearing this, laughed in anger, and suddenly stood up, saying, "At less than 30 years old, and at the peak of the acquired realm, you think you have the right to be arrogant. But excessive arrogance is tantamount to seeking death. Yi Qijun, do you know that the nobles of the Dragon Kingdom are the pinnacle of this era?" As his words fell, Ling Yinhao's aura erupted, resembling that of a god or a demon. Behind Yi Qijun, Tian Can's face turned pale, horrified, as he murmured, "The Dragon Kingdom's military department has hundreds of war gods. After retiring, a war god either recluses or is given a title based on military merit and strength. The war god level can only be a viscount. The acquired masters are earls, and only innate grand masters can possibly become nobles. Ling Yinho had been made a noble 20 years ago, and now he was already at the midstage of the innate realm. Lord Yi." Tian Can beside him suddenly said disdainfully, "The master's strength is beyond your imagination, no need to worry." Just as Tian Can spoke, Ling Yinho had already made his move, his figure like a ghost, his momentum like thunder. Meanwhile, Yi Qijun stood with his hands behind his back, casually stepping aside, always able to perfectly evade Ling Yinhao's attacks. After a few exchanges, Ling Yinhao's expression changed drastically. He had not even touched the edge of Yi Qijun's clothing. Suddenly, Yi Qijun, with an impatient look, said, "Is this the pinnacle of the current era?" As soon as the words fell, Yi Qijun reached out and pressed down on Ling Yinhao's head, coldly commanding, "Kneel." Bang! Ling Yinhao's overwhelming aura instantly dissipated, being directly forced down into the dust by Yi Qijun. His legs, like the others, crashed to the ground, his kneecaps shattered. Ling Yinhao's face turned pale in an instant, filled with horror. He was a mid-stage master, a powerful noble. Yet under Yi Qijun's hand, he felt as powerless as a child. At that moment, Yi Qijun coldly leaned down and asked, "I came to see you to ask one thing. Why did you order the Thunder Gang to hunt down my family 10 years ago? Answer or die." Ling Yinho, looking at Yi Qijun's indifferent and murderous gaze, was suddenly shocked. If he didn't speak, he would truly die. Ling Yinho hurriedly said, "That was not my order. It was." As Ling Yinho explained, Yi Qijun's expression grew colder. It turned out that 10 years ago, Lei Shi received a commission from a mysterious person to help her marry Ling Yinho, and the price was to order the Thunder Gang to participate in the hunt. Ling Yinho learned about these things afterward, but since Ling Yinho and Lei Shi were merely a political marriage, there were no feelings involved, so he didn't take it seriously. Yi Qijun suddenly turned and kicked Lei Shi in the chest. Lei Shi instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, waking from her stupor. Yi Qijun asked, "Who was the mysterious person that commissioned you back then?" Ling Yinho also angrily cursed, "Bitch, speak quickly. If you don't, we will all die." Seeing Ling Yinho kneeling before Yi Qijun Lei, she was suddenly terrified, saying, I don't know. He wore a mask. Oh, I only remember that he had a strange three-headed dragon tattoo on his neck. Other than that, I really don't know anything." After hearing this, Yi Qijun didn't say a word and stepped on Lei's. Bang! Lei's eyes had exploded, leaving no whole corpse. Then Yi Qijun turned and walked away. But just as he reached the door, Ling Yinho's expression changed, suddenly bowing to Yi Qijun repeatedly. Ling Yinho loudly proclaimed, "I wish to serve under Mr. Yi. Please accept me as your servant." Yi Qijun paused in his steps, slightly surprised, and asked why. Ling Yinho hurriedly replied, "My position as a marquis was entirely earned through military merit and strength, with no background to rely on. Thus, although I am a marquis, I can only shrink back in Hang City with no hope of advancing further in my lifetime. Mr. Yes, strength is boundless, destined to shake the world in the future. Following Mr. Yi may offer a chance for a bright future. Please, Mr. Yi, grant me this request." Saying this, Ling Yinho heavily knocked his head on the ground. A marquis like him, having risen from the bottom, was most adept at seizing opportunities. Yi Qijun remained silent. Yet suddenly Tian can laugh, saying, "You have quite the insight. But you are mistaken about one thing. The master does not need to wait for the future. He already shakes the world today. The name of the prison god makes even the dragon kingdom retreat 3 steps. Ling Yinho's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, prison god. You are the prison god." Yi Qijun smiled faintly, realizing that Ling Yinho had indeed heard of the prison god's name, showing he had some knowledge. After a moment's thought, Yi Qijun casually threw 2 pills which landed in the hands of Ling Yinho and Tian Can. Ling Yinho's heart trembled. He thought it was a poison pill to control him, but recalling Yi Qijun's identity, he gritted his teeth and swallowed it. Yi Qijun noticed Ling Yinho's thoughts and smiled indifferently, without paying it any mind. Moments later, both Ling Yinho and Tian Can were utterly shocked. After taking the pill, the effects were astonishing, healing Ling Yinho's knee pain and the hidden injuries from battles long past, and rapidly mending Tian Can's pierced shoulder. Yi Qijun said lightly, "Since you are joining me, then do your job well, and don't think too much. I, Yi Qijun, do not need poison to control hearts. In this world, anyone who dares to betray me cannot bear the consequences." Just as Yi Qijun finished speaking, Ling Yinho was completely convinced and knelt down to pay his respects. Outside, a dozen helicopters roared in. Ling Yinho, listen up. Do not harm Mr. Yi otherwise. Just as the 6th Marshal was halfway through his words, he saw Ling Yinho kneeling in front of Yi Qijun, and he was instantly stunned. Then the 6th Marshal awkwardly asked, "What is happening?" The Ling Yinho, who commanded 300,000 troops in Yuanzhou, was actually kneeling before Yi Qijun, which left the well-informed 6th Marshal utterly bewildered. After a brief and awkward explanation from Ling Yinho, the 6th Marshal finally let out a sigh of relief. "As long as there are no conflicts. Ling Yinho, about your wife." The 6th Marshal wanted to offer some words of comfort. However, Ling Yinho decisively interjected, "Marshal, you know that I was originally supposed to marry into the Yin family, but I was forced by various parties to marry Lei Qian instead to avoid rising to power through the Kyoto forces. I had no feelings for her to begin with, and moreover this woman secretly supported the Lei family and colluded with the nefarious Thunder Gang, committing numerous atrocities. If I had sufficient evidence, I would have personally taken action to hold her accountable long ago. It is only right for the master to kill her. She deserves it." The 6th Marshal nodded, completely unfazed, for this was the nature of Ling Yinho. Had it not been for his uncompromising integrity and unyielding principles, he would not have been ostracized by various forces back in the day, unable to remain in Beijing, and instead sent to Hangqing. Since the turmoil had settled, Yi Qijun did not linger for long, and soon departed from the scene, with the 6th Marshal and Ling Yinho personally seeing him off. At the Donghai Yu family's villa, the members of the Jinhai 3 families were filled with laughter and joy, creating a lively atmosphere. Come, 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 brother Yang, brother Han, drink. Old Yu raised his glass, beaming with a smile. Old Yang chuckled heartily, saying, Yi Qijun is far too arrogant. He actually dared to meet Ling Yin Ho. He is doomed. After Old Han laughed, he coldly snorted, if he dies, so be it. What about the face we lost for the Jinhai 3 families? After this incident, we still need to continue establishing our authority in Donghai. Old Yu nodded slightly, his expression darkening. For today, although the Yang and Han families had only lost face, the Yu family had truly suffered a heavy loss. The death of the Yu family's ancestor had diminished their confidence significantly. They really needed to think carefully about how to recover from the losses. In the hall, others were also engaged in animated discussions. At that moment outside the villa, the thunderous sound of helicopters resonated, prompting everyone to rush outside to take a look. As the helicopter landed, Ling Yin Ho opened the cabin door and strode out. In front of the villa, the crowd exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of as expected. The conclusion had been reached. But then from within the cabin, the 6th Marshal appeared, causing everyone to gasp in shock. They all bowed deeply. We meet the 6th Marshal. We meet Ling Yin Ho. Everyone's expressions were filled with extreme excitement, for this was one of the top 10 marshals of the Ministry of War, a person of great standing. The 6th Marshal gave a slight nod and calmly said, Everyone please rise. I am here to explain today's Ling Yin housewife Lei Qian colluded with the nefarious Thunder Gang of Donghai, committing numerous crimes, and the evidence is conclusive. Ling Yin Ho acted justly against his kin, and Lei Qian has confessed and faced punishment. After speaking, the 6th Marshal looked at Ling Yin Ho. Ling Yin Ho hurriedly stepped forward, presenting a document. The evidence of Lei Qian's crimes over the years is all here. She relied on her status to support the Thunder Gang, acting as a protective umbrella for them, callously taking lives and oppressing the common people. She is guilty of many heinous acts and deserves death. The few words from the two of them left the crowd in front of the villa utterly stunned. Did these two get the script wrong and recite the wrong lines? Ling Yin Ho, that is your wife. What are you two saying about such treacherous words? At that moment, the 6th Marshal turned and said, The one who uncovered Lei Qian's crimes and collaborated with Ling Yin Ho to eradicate evil is none other than the sovereign war god Yi Qijun. As the words fell from inside the helicopter, Yi Qijun appeared with his hands clasped behind his back. This scene left everyone completely dumbfounded. According to reason, shouldn't Yi Qijun and Ling Yin Ho have a personal vendetta against each other? These two standing together. You are not following the script. The 6th Marshal did not care what they thought and directly said, The sovereign war god has achieved merit in eradicating evil, and the Ministry of War awards him the Golden Dragon Medal. Ling Yin Ho acted justly against his kin, and the Ministry of War awards him the Mingwen Medal. Everyone, congratulations. After finishing, the 6th Marshal was the first to start clapping. In the midst of their days, no one dared to hesitate, and they all shockingly followed suit, clapping along. The Mingwen Medal was not rare, anyone in the military could receive it for just a third-class merit. However, the Golden Dragon Medal was the highest honor awarded by the Ministry of War of Long Country. It was a rare sight in a decade. Everything felt too surreal and overwhelmingly shocking. The 3 family heads appeared fearful, their cheeks twitching uncontrollably, feeling as if their entire faces were about to be paralyzed, but they dared not utter a word. In the distance, an old man rummaging through scraps quietly watched this scene unfold in front of the Yu family's villa. Under his unkempt hair, his wrinkled and dark face was filled with deep-seated hatred and madness. Ling Yin housewife is dead. Lei Qian is dead. She was his own biological daughter. Lei Jiao felt immense pain in his heart, even more so than when Lei Zhun and Lei Peng died 100 times over. For in his heart, there was a secret hidden for decades, a secret even Lei Zhun and the others did not know. Now that Lei Qian was dead, Lei Jiao had completely lost his mind. He cast a cold, icy glance at Yi Qijun in the distance before turning to leave. Just wait, all of you wait for me. I will surely take revenge for this. Even if I have to give up my old face, I must take revenge. When Yi Qijun returned to Yulong Villa, the members of the Su family were anxiously waiting there. Seeing Yi Qijun return safely, everyone was overjoyed. Only Su Wenlong felt secretly disappointed. Qijun, it's truly wonderful that you returned safely. Did the 3 clans of Jinhai give you any trouble? Will there be any trouble afterward? Su Qin asked anxiously and worriedly. Su Wenkai and others also looked at him nervously. Yi Qijun smiled lightly and casually said, Trouble me. The 3 clans of Jinhai are not capable of that. After today, they won't dare to show their faces casually. He then briefly recounted the events. The members of the Su family were stunned, overpowering the 3 clans of Jinhai, killing several masters, annihilating the ancestor of the Yu family, attacking the Lingyin Marquis residence, killing the Lingyin Marquis wife. This series of events made the minds of the Su family members nearly boil over. Su Wenlong's face gradually turned pale, filled with terror and shock. Fortunately, the Su family members had always been together. He didn't find an opportunity to defect to the 3 clans of Jinhai. Otherwise, what would his fate be now? Just thinking about it sends chills down his spine. At this moment, Yi Qijun smiled at Su Qin and said, "Aunt, now that the matter with the 3 clans of Jinhai is settled, I need to go to Hangxing for a few days to see Xianzhi's family." Su Qin nodded repeatedly. "That's right, it's time to meet them. It's been 10 years, and you haven't visited the Shen family yet." Yi Qijun then took his leave, but before he left he glanced at Su Wenlong. "Come out with me for a moment." The Su family members were puzzled, but didn't think much of it, assuming Yi Qijun had something to discuss with Su Wenlong. However, Su Wenlong was terrified and reluctantly followed. Outside the villa, Yi Qijun coldly looked at Su Wenlong. "Do you know what a frog at the bottom of a well is, eh?" Su Wenlong was taken aback, not understanding the meaning. But in the next moment, 2 figures appeared directly in front of Yi Qijun, kneeling on one knee. Old servant subordinate pays respects to the master. Su Wenlong was momentarily stunned. Among the 2 people kneeling, he recognized one as the richest man in Longhua, Shen Xianzhi. The other person seemed very familiar. Su Wenlong thought carefully and suddenly recalled the identity of the other man. "Isn't that the Lingyin Marquis who commands the troops in Yuezhou?" Su Wenlong's face instantly turned pale with fear. Thud! He felt his legs go weak and collapsed to the ground, trembling all over, utterly terrified. Yi Qijun cast a cold glance at him before turning to leave. Su Wenlong sat on the ground, unable to stand, desperately clenching his legs. But in the end he couldn't hold it in, and an unpleasant smell filled the air. He knew that Yi Qijun had spared his life. All his underhanded schemes and thoughts were known to Yi Qijun. Thinking back to this time, he had believed that the Lei family was the overlord of the East Sea, with 8,000 subordinates that were invincible. But in the end, the Lei family, and even the entire Thunder Gang, were wiped out by Yi Qijun, leaving not a blade of grass. Later he thought that the 3 clans of Jinhai were the local emperors of the East Sea. Yet Yi Qijun not only overpowered the 3 clans of Jinhai, but even subdued the Lingyin Marquis. Su Wenlong finally realized that a person like Yi Qijun was as unfathomable as a divine dragon in the sky, something he couldn't even begin to imagine. In a rundown small town in the northwestern desert of Longhua Creek, Lei Jiao pushed open the door of the only tavern in town and walked in. He already looked like a beggar, and after being blown by the wind and sand in the desert, he appeared even more disheveled. The moment he entered, the noisy tavern suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked at Lei Jiao at the door. Cold sweat instantly dripped from Lei Jiao. Every person in the tavern had a fierce and menacing expression. Their gazes seemed ready to devour him whole. At this moment, the bartender expressionlessly raised a gun and aimed it at Lei Jiao, an outsider. Lei Jiao quickly replied, "I'm looking for Lei Shuangying." Everyone was taken aback and looked at the table in the innermost part of the tavern. There sat an old man who looked very much like Lei Jiao, with similarly dark and wrinkled skin and a hunched back. The old man raised his head, his murky gaze swept over Lei Jiao, and asked indifferently, "Old fool, what do you want from me?" Lei Jiao hurried to him, extremely pained, and said, "Lei Peng is dead. The Lei family has been destroyed. I came to you for revenge for the Lei family." The old man suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at Lei Jiao's nose and saying, "Ha! Did you hear that? This old fool actually wants me to take revenge for the Lei family. Come tell him who am I, eh?" The tavern was filled with uproarious laughter. Someone shouted, "This is our god of guns from Mabe, known as half-human, half-ghost, the #1 sharpshooter." The old man immediately grinned wickedly and said, "Did you hear that? Half-human, half-ghost. I'm not even considered human anymore. The Lei family is wiped out. What does it have to do with me? Get lost." Lei Jiao's face turned ashen. He knew it would turn out this way. The old man before him was none other than Lei Jiao's younger brother, Lei Shuangying. Lei Shuangying was brutal and cruel, almost devoid of humanity. Not to mention the other members of the Lei family being dead. Even if his own brother had died, Lei Shuangying would have no reaction. But today he was fully prepared and directly slammed a report on the table in front of Lei Shuangying. Lei Jiao said, "Back then I knew about your affair with my wife, your sister-in-law, behind my back. But I pretended to be deaf and dumb because I couldn't have children. The child your sister-in-law was carrying was actually yours, and Lei Peng is your biological son." Suddenly Lei Shuangying's pupils shrank, because the report clearly stated that Lei Shuangying and Lei Peng were confirmed to be biological father and son. Boom. Lei Shuangying suddenly stood up, his fierce aura sweeping across the entire town, revealing the might of a congenital grandmaster. "Are you saying my son is dead? Who killed him? I want his entire clan to pay with their lives." In Hangxing Shen family, Shen Xianzhi asked sadly, "Dad, why won't you let me call Qijun? Who killed him? I want his entire clan to pay with their lives." In Hangxing Shen family, Shen Xianzhi asked sadly, "Dad, why won't..." Shen Xianzhi pressed on, full of worry. After a long while, Shen Wenluan finally couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted angrily, "Enough. Let me make it clear, Yi Qijun is already doomed. Even if the 3 clans of Jinhai don't kill him, the Shen family won't let him go. By now his ashes are probably already scattered." Shen Xianzhi was struck by lightning and asked in a daze, "Why?" Shen Wenluan scoffed, "Because his existence is a stain on the Shen family. The daughter of the Shen family has been taken by a lowly person. It would ruin the family's reputation if word got out. Only by his death can you return to the Shen family. Shen Xianzhi stood frozen for a moment, then suddenly got up and ran out frantically. I want to find him. Shen Wenluan became anxious and shouted, "Stop her." At the door several bodyguards appeared and restrained Shen Xianzhi. These bodyguards were all martial artists, and Shen Xianzhi was suddenly unable to move. "Let go of me. Dad, you don't want to help him, but I will. Even if it means death, I want to die with him." Shen Xianzhi screamed desperately, her heart-wrenching cries echoing. Upon learning that Qijun might already be dead, Shen Xianzhi completely broke down. Seeing his daughter like this, Shen Wenluan was filled with rage and sorrow, roaring angrily. "Enough! Is Qijun the only person in your heart? Can't you think about your father for once? Do you have any idea what price I've paid to let you return to the Shen family?" Back then, Shen Wenluan, in a fit of rage, revealed everything that had happened over the years. It turned out that when Shen Xianzhi was born, her mother died during childbirth, and she was seen as an ominous sign since childhood, not being favored by the family. And her father, Shen Wenluan, was the youngest in the second generation and never held much status. When Shen Xianzhi became pregnant before marriage, she was expelled from the family, and Shen Wenluan couldn't stop it. Also, not long ago, the family tried to marry Shen Xianzhi off to Lei Peng as a tool, and Shen Wenluan also couldn't intervene. And this time, the old master of the Shen family, Shen Xianzhi's grandfather, was critically ill. Shen Wenluan took the opportunity to sacrifice all his family shares to get others to agree to allow Shen Xianzhi to return to the family. But the condition was that Qijun must die. They couldn't let outsiders see the Shen family's humiliation. This was the biggest thing Shen Wenluan had done for his daughter after living a humiliated life. The two old men, Xianhuang, are experts under your uncle and 8 masters. Their mission is to eliminate Qijun. They won't let Qijun live. Now Qijun should already be dead. After listening to Shen Wenluan's words, Shen Xianzhi understood that Shen Wenluan had his own difficulties. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but rather that he was powerless. Tears streamed down her cheeks, yet her expression remained blank as she muttered, "He is dead, dead." Shen Wenluan's heart ached painfully as he stepped forward to comfort her, saying, "Xianzhi being born into the Shen family, our fate has never been in our own hands. Stop crying, forget about him." Though Dad had relinquished his shares, he still had savings after so many years. Once your grandfather. Dad will take you all away from you, Ezhou. At this moment, Shen Han also tried to comfort her, but Shen Xianzhi had already fallen into despair and fainted directly. Just then a cold sneer suddenly came from outside the door. "Leaving you, Ezhou." A beautiful thought. At the entrance of the villa, a young man was surrounded by a dozen bodyguards as he walked in. Shen Wenluan frowned instantly. This young man was Lu Tianyu, the nephew of Shen Xianzhi's aunt. He was considered an outsider to the Shen family, but due to his considerable abilities, he was highly valued in the family. With the support of Shen Rulong, Shen Xianzhi's uncle, his status was even slightly higher than Shen Wenluan's. As soon as Lu Tianyu entered, he scoffed. "Second uncle, the Shen family has supported your whole family for so many years. It's one thing not to repay them, but now you still want to run away." Lu Tianyu was the nephew of Shen Wenluan's sister-in-law, and although he was younger in generation, he spoke without restraint, extremely arrogant. Shen Han immediately exploded in anger, shouting, "You scoundrel! How dare you speak to my father like that?" Lu Tianyu's expression changed, and he laughed wildly. "What do you count as? Just because your surname is Shen you think you're impressive? You're nothing without my respect. You're just a family of useless trash, do you understand?" Shen Han was enraged, but Shen Wenluan held him back, asking solemnly, "What are you here for?" Lu Tianyu looked disdainfully around the room, stating, "Wasn't second uncle supposed to hand over his shares and leave the company? I'm here to check if you have been lining your own pockets over the years in the company. If there are any, hand them over quickly. Don't wait until the family discovers it. That would be quite the spectacle." Shen Han's face instantly changed. This was clearly a scheme from Uncle Shen Rulong to kick them while they were down. Shen Wenluan, however, remained unfazed as he had anticipated this. Just then Lu Tianyu suddenly spotted Shen Xianzhi behind Shen Han. Though Shen Xianzhi was a mother, her beauty remained undiminished, instead adding a touch of mature charm. Her eyebrows and eyes were like paintings, her figure slender, truly deserving of the title of the most beautiful woman in Donghai. Upon seeing Shen Xianzhi, Lu Tianyu was momentarily stunned, and a fiery desire ignited in his eyes. Back then, Shen Wenluan did not want Shen Xianzhi to remain in the family and face scorn, so he sent her to study in Donghai early. Lu Tianyu was someone who was later promoted and valued by Shen Rulong. Thus, although Lu Tianyu had long heard of Shen Xianzhi's stunning beauty, he had never seen her before. Today, upon seeing her, he felt utterly amazed. In Lu Tianyu's mind, a crooked thought instantly emerged as he suddenly smiled. "So this is the famed Xianzhi sister. She truly is beautiful. Second uncle, whether you have lined your pockets or not, it actually depends on a single word from me. As long as you can let Sister Xianzhi accompany me to a room for a chat, if I'm happy, won't all troubles simply vanish?" As he spoke, Lu Tianyu pushed Shen Han aside and reached out to touch Shen Xianzhi's cheek. Shen Wenluan and Shen Han were both infuriated. Shen Wenluan immediately shouted, "Get him out of here." Several martial artist bodyguards stepped forward ready to take action. But Lu Tianyu's expression darkened as he coldly snorted, "You don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth." As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen men he brought surged forward, all of them at the martial general level. Among them were even a few battle gods. In terms of numbers and strength, they were overwhelming. In an instant, several of Shen Wenluan's bodyguards were severely injured and fell to the ground. Seeing Lu Tianyu reaching out to embrace Shen Xianzhi, Shen Han, filled with rage, unleashed his full might and threw a punch at Lu Tianyu's face. "Beast, stop right there!" Shen Han shouted angrily. His strength was not to be underestimated. At just 30 years old, he was already at the peak of martial general. Moreover, even if those bodyguards were reckless, they would not dare to attack Shen Han and could only watch as he unleashed his punch. But at that moment, Lu Tianyu coldly smiled and without hesitation kicked Shen Han away. Battle God. Lu Tianyu, with Shen Rulong's support, had access to all martial arts resources and at a young age had already attained battle god strength. Shen Wenluan was infuriated as well and tried to take action, but although he was also a battle god, he hadn't fought in years. After 3 moves, he was also kicked away by Lu Tianyu. Watching Shen Wenluan and Shen Han both bloodied and battered, leaning on each other in a pitiful state, Lu Tianyu laughed heartily. "Your second branch really lives up to its reputation as a family of useless trash. Come keep an eye on them, don't let them disrupt my enjoyment." Lu Tianyu waved his hand, and a dozen bodyguards surrounded Shen Wenluan and his son. Lu Tianyu then reached out to embrace Shen Xianzhi, while slyly saying, "Second uncle, don't worry, once I'm done enjoying, I won't mistreat you all." Just as his words fell, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "You are dead." In an instant, a figure suddenly appeared, grabbing hold of Lu Tianyu's arms and twisting them. Crack! A series of bone-crushing sounds echoed as Lu Tianyu's arms shattered, twisted like a twisted, "Ah, damn it, it hurts." Lu Tianyu screamed in agony. In the living room, everyone was startled, and several bodyguards rushed over to help. The person suddenly turned around, and only then did Shen Wenluan and Shen Han recognize that it was Yi Qijun. Before they could react, Yi Qijun casually yanked, directly tearing off one of Lu Tianyu's arms. Then, using the severed arm as a club, he swept through the crowd. More than a dozen bodyguards had their heads exploded, dying instantly. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and by the time Shen Wenluan and the others reacted, the ground was already littered with corpses. Seeing this scene, Lu Tianyu couldn't care less about his screams, his face filled with terror and disbelief. Among his bodyguards there were several warriors, yet they were all killed in an instant. Lu Tianyu panicked and shouted, "Who are you? I tell you, if you dare to kill me, the Shen family will." Yi Qijun coldly interrupted, "I am the one who will kill you." With that, Yi Qijun directly used Lu Tianyu's severed arm as a sword, piercing through Lu Tianyu's heart. In the hall, all sounds abruptly ceased. Yi Qijun kicked Lu Tianyu's corpse out the door, then crouched down to infuse internal energy into Shen Xianzhi, adjusting her body. At this moment, Shen Wenluan stared blankly at Yi Qijun, shocked. "You, how are you still alive?" Shen Wenluan was utterly puzzled. With the 3 great families of Zhenhai dominating the East China Sea and the 2 old men of Xianhuang wanting to kill him, how could Yi Qijun, a mere warrior, have survived? Yi Qijun did not explain, but instead held Shen Xianzhi and coldly said, "You are Xianer's father. It doesn't matter if you don't accept me. But is this how you protect your daughter?" Shen Wenluan's face flushed. Just now he almost let his daughter fall into Lu Tianyu's clutches. However, Shen Wenluan immediately said, "You have killed Lu Tianyu. This will be a huge problem. Do you know who he is?" Shen Wenluan explained Lu Tianyu's identity and the current situation of the Shen family. He sighed. With things having escalated to this point, it is already irreparable. Take Xianzhi and leave quickly. Don't let the Shen family find you again otherwise. Suddenly, Yi Qijun snorted coldly. Exclusion, suppression, exploitation, humiliation. The Shen family treats Xianer like this, and as her father, if you don't provide an explanation, then I will demand it for her. The entire Shen family owes her, and I will seek repayment for her. Moments later, Shen Xianzhi finally woke up. Yi Qijun explained the situation to her, and then let her out. Shen Han asked, "Where are you going?" Yi Qijun replied without turning his head, "To the Shen family estate to seek an explanation." In the Dragon Kingdom, the power of the great families varies. Families like the Su family are merely the lowest-tier third-rate families, while the Lei family at their peak was a second-rate family. The 3 great families of Zhenhai dominate the East China Sea, deeply rooted, and can be considered first-rate families. Above the first-rate families there are top-tier ones, and even aristocratic families. The Shen family is a top-tier family in Yuezhou. The Shen family estate is incredibly grand, not at all inferior to the Yulong Mountain Villa in the East China Sea. At this moment, in the main hall of the estate, all members of the Shen family gathered together to celebrate the birthday of Lu Lei, the wife of Shen Rulong, who is Shen Wenlan's elder brother. "Wishing my sister-in-law long life and youthful vitality. Happy birthday, Auntie." The members of the Shen family all stepped forward to congratulate her, all showing great respect. This was actually just a normal birthday celebration for Lu Lei, yet it was so grand. Although no outsiders were invited, everyone from the Shen family came to attend. This is because Shun Rulong and Lu Lei's eldest son Xinjiang is a member of the legendary Dragon Guard. The Dragon Guard is a mysterious force directly under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom's cabinet, with each member being a top expert intimidating the world. Their second son Shen Xiao is the assistant to the Marquis of Pingnan and Chuzhou, and is the most valued subordinate of the Marquis. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are 13 states and Chuzhou is the largest in area. The Marquis of Pingnan is stationed there guarding the southern border of the Dragon Kingdom, holding significant power, and is a true Marquis. With such two sons plus the family behind Lu Lei, she almost holds absolute power in the Shen family. Facing the congratulations from everyone, a hint of pride flashed across Lu Lei's face. Everyone, today I invited you all here for two reasons. One is to celebrate my birthday, and the other is to discuss a matter. As the saying goes, a country cannot be without a monarch for a day, and a family cannot be without a master for a day. Everyone has seen the state of the old man. The Shen family needs a new head of the family. Everyone in the Shun family was taken aback, looking at each other. In recent years, old man Shun has been paralyzed, his mind unclear, and he is unable to take care of himself. Yet Lu Lei proposing this matter still surprised everyone. Wife, why are you suddenly bringing this up? It's a bit too early to discuss this now. Even Shun Rulong asked, somewhat surprised. Lu Lei scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the senile old man Shen sitting in a wheelchair, snorting coldly. Too early. What has the Shen family become without a head for the past few years? If it weren't for my Lu family supporting you, the Shen family might have fallen from a first-rate family. Years ago, when I sent that dead girl Shen Xianzhi from the second branch to arrange a marriage, she actually ran off with a wild man. In the end, it was still my Lu family that stepped in to calm the other party's anger. If you don't select a head of the family soon, I see the Shun family will eventually be doomed. Do you still want to wait for this old man to wake up? Don't dream. How can a fool like him wake up? Are you going to give him a new brain? Lu Lei's furious reprimand immediately caused everyone to retract their necks. She had a fiery character, and with Shun Rulong being henpecked, no one in the Shen family could manage her after the old man lost his senses. Shen Rulong hesitated, saying, if the old man truly wakes up, even just for a moment, what if he wants to change? Lu Lei scoffed. Does he think he can change the family head just like that? How old is the old man? Even if he wakes up, he's just an old fool. If you listen to him, the Shen family might as well split up and disband. The expressions of everyone changed slightly, yet they felt helpless. To say that the old man was an old fool in front of the entire Shen family, if it were anyone else, they would have directly proposed family punishment. But Lu Lei's identity was too special. Many in the Shun family dared not speak out. Seeing no one opposing her, Lu Lei became even more smug. I propose that Rulong take the position of the family head. Who is in favor? Who is against? She asked. The faces of the Shun family members showed a look of helplessness. Oppose. Even Shun Rulong himself would be ineffective in opposing it. Would it be of any use for others to oppose? After a moment, someone in the crowd spoke up, and others followed suit. We greet the family head. We greet the family head. Although they were addressing Shen Rulong, all the members of the Shun family understood that from now on it seemed that Lu Lei would be the one calling the shots in the Shen family. However, at that moment, Qijun and a few others walked in. Since you have become the family head, you should lead the entire Shun family to apologize to Shen Xianzhi. Qijun spoke, nonchalantly, shocking everyone. Upon seeing the newcomers, everyone was taken aback. Why were they the useless ones from the second branch? She had clearly sent Lu Tianyu and the two elders, Xian Huang, to take action, yet why were these people still alive? Who let you in? Get out. Lu Lei shouted angrily. And what do you mean? Are we not considered members of the Shen family? Shen Han retorted. Lu Lei coldly replied, you are, but she is not. Shen Xianzhi is promiscuous and has tarnished the family reputation. She has long been expelled from the family. How dare she bring a wild man here today? If this gets out, does the Shun family still care about its reputation? Someone throw this disgrace of the family out. They are never to set foot in the Shen family again. Shun Wenluan and Shun Han were instantly furious, while Shen Xianzhi's face turned pale from the scolding. Everyone knew this was Shun Rulong's inauguration as the family head, and Lu Lei, as the family head's wife, wanted to establish authority over the second branch. Thus no one dared to speak up for the second branch. But at that moment, Qijun suddenly said coldly, with a woman like you in the Shen family, you have already brought. Just outside, Qijun had already heard Lu Lei's arrogant and tyrannical voice, while the members of the Shen family did not dare to retort. He understood that it was Lu Lei who had forced Shen Xianzhi into marriage, later expelled her from the family, and even sent Lu Tianyu and the two elders, Xian Huang, to take action. Daring to act so ruthlessly against Shen Xianzhi's family, Qijun certainly would not be polite to her. Someone, throw them all out. After the family matters are settled, we will deal with these family traitors. Lu Lei began to roar sharply. A hint of malice flickered in her eyes. After this matter, she would definitely make the few people from the second branch pay a painful price. A dozen bodyguards rushed in ready to take action. But as soon as they entered, Yi Qijun slapped the leading bodyguard, sending him flying backward and crashing into the others, causing them all to cough up blood. Then Yi Qijun swiftly moved in front of Lu Lei and delivered an extremely fierce slap. Lu Lei was knocked to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood along with all her teeth. "Oh, it hurts so much. Kill him, great benefactor, kill him." Lu Lei screamed in agony, acting as if she had gone mad. She had always been the apple of the Lu family's eye, and after marrying into the Shen family, she had become the one who ruled without question. No one had ever dared to lay a finger on her. In the next moment, a figure flashed out from the crowd. The Shen family had its own celestial powers and 4 great benefactors. This person was the Celestial Elder, a congenital grandmaster. The Celestial Elder's palm struck out the palm wind, howling dare to be reckless in the Shen family. The old man Tian struck down with a mighty force akin to a thunderbolt. Lu Lei grinned menacingly, looking at Yi Qijun as if he were gazing at a corpse. A mid-stage grandmaster of innate talent killing a mere war god was as simple as crushing an ant. But in the next moment, Yi Qijun's expression turned cold, and with a swift motion, he slapped out. Bang! The old man Tian was sent flying through the air, his bones shattered, his organs turned to mush, and he died on the spot. The members of the Shen family were instantly in an uproar, their expressions changing dramatically. Such power from the old man Tian, yet he knelt before Yi Qijun with a single move. At this moment, Yi Qijun coldly glanced at Lu Lei and others, a proud smile on his face. A mere Shen family, a top-tier family, has quite the audacity. You all dare to lay hands on my woman while your lives rest on my whims. How many lives can your Shen family and you Lu Lei afford to pay? If I want you dead, it would be as hard as heaven and earth to survive. If I want you alive, your names will not even appear on the death register. With that, Yi Qijun approached the old man, Shen casually slapping his palm on the old man's head, a torrent of spiritual energy surging into Shen Lao's body. PFF. The once dazed Shen Lao suddenly spat out a mouthful of black pus, his eyes gradually become. The Shen family members were again in an uproar, and Lu Lei's face changed drastically. Shen Lao had been ill for many years, and as a top-tier family, the Shen family had invited countless renowned doctors, yet none could do anything. And now Yi Qijun had healed him with just a single slap. Just as everyone was in shock, Shen Lao surprisingly trembled and stood up from his wheelchair. I will never forget the life-saving grace of this gentleman. In an instant, everyone present was dumbfounded. Shen Lao waking up could be explained as Yi Qijun's extraordinary medical skills, but Shen Lao standing up directly was simply incomprehensible, like a miracle. It must be noted that Shen Lao had been paralyzed for years, and even if a paralyzed patient were to be healed, they would need a long recovery period before regaining mobility, yet Shen Lao could stand up immediately. But on Lu Lei's face, a trace of cold resentment flashed. At that moment, Shen Lao's expression darkened as he looked at Lu Lei, bellowing, "Lu Lei, do you know your crimes?" Everyone was taken aback. What does this mean? Shen Lao glared angrily. Though my mind has been muddled, I am clear about everything that has transpired in these years. Lu Lei, you colluded with the Lu family and your 2 sons, secretly transferring Shen family's assets, nearly hollowing out my Shen family's company. Do you acknowledge this? You sent people to kill the second branch and those high-level executives in the Shen company who did not heed your words. Do you acknowledge this? Even my paralysis and muddled mind these years were due to the slow-acting poison you inflicted on me. Do you acknowledge this? With these few words, the members of the Shen family erupted. Everyone looked at Lu Lei with immense fury. Even Shen Rulong's expression changed drastically, unable to believe it. Lei, did you really commit such heinous acts? Shen Rulong asked, trembling. Lu Lei's face turned ashen because what Shen Lao said was the truth. But there was little fear on her face. Instead, she snorted coldly, looking proud. So what if I did it? Lu Lei. Shen Lao lamented. After marrying into the Shen family, the family treated you well, yet you. Lu Lei coldly snorted. Father-in-law, you are already old and should have long stepped aside for the younger generation. Had you passed the position of family head to Rulong earlier, there would be none of this. Even if you were dissatisfied with Rulong's abilities, so what? He has 2 capable sons to assist him, along with the support of the Lu family behind me. Who in the second generation of the Shen family can compare with him? In an instant, the members of the Shen family fell silent. Even Shen Lao sighed helplessly. The powerful Lu family behind Lu Lei, along with her 2 arrogant sons, were her confidence. Thus Lu Lei could be so audacious, for the Shen family did not dare to act against her. But Shen Rulong was now red-faced, his mind a complete mess. He never expected his wife to want to kill his father. Shen Lao's side the family is unfortunate. But at that moment, Yi Qijun raised his hand, lightly gripping Lu. With so many supports, do you intend to delay your death? Crack. Like snapping a small twig, he cleanly and decisively broke Lu Lei's neck. In the bedroom, the entire Shen family, including Shen Lao and Shen Rulong, was dumbfounded. Lu Lei was from the Lu family and had two outstanding sons with impressive backgrounds, so unless absolutely necessary no one in the Shen family dared to act against her. Even Shun Lao hesitated about whether to let Shun Rulong divorce Lu Lei and send her back to the Lu family. But no one expected Yi Qijun to be so decisive, saying he would kill her and on the spot twisting her neck. In an instant the members of the Shun family were at a loss. Yi Qijun glanced at the dazed Shun Rulong and suddenly patted his shoulder. You are very lucky everything is your wife's doing and you had no part in it. Otherwise you would be a corpse now. With such a wife you will eventually be ruined. Killing her is also for your own good, no need to thank me. The faces of everyone in the Shun family twitched violently. But soon they could not care less about criticizing Yi Qijun's words, for everyone was in a panic. Lu Lei is dead. This is the real big deal. The Shun family is indeed a top-tier family, but the Lu family is an even more prestigious aristocratic clan. Not to mention Lu Lei's two sons who are in their prime. With their biological mother dead within the family, Shen Xianzhi and Shen Xiao will definitely not let this go easily. One is a member of the Dragon Guard and the other is an aide to the Pingmen Marquis. If these two go mad, the Shun family won't be able to withstand it. In the past, these two third-generation prodigies of the Shun family were one of their pillars of support, but now these two mountains are about to crush them. Old Shen could no longer remain calm, his expression changing wildly as he exclaimed, with Lu Lei dead, the Lu family and Shun Zhan Shen Xiao will surely go mad. The Shen family is facing a great disaster. It doesn't matter, I will take action, Yi Qijun said indifferently. From today on, my father-in-law Shun Wenluan will be the new head of the Shen family. With me protecting the Shen family who would dare to act against them. What? You protect? What do you have to protect with? The members of the Shen family immediately wanted to retort angrily. Arrogant. You Yi Qijun are just a war god. Do you really think that just because you have some strength you can do whatever you want? The war god of the Dragon Kingdom's military department is different from the war god in the martial artist's power system. A war god level powerhouse refers to a level of strength, while the position of war god in the military department represents a status. To ascend to the position of war god in the military department, the minimum requirement is to possess war god level strength, but it doesn't mean that only war god level powerhouses can hold that position. There are hundreds of individuals holding the title of war god in the military department, and at least half of them have strength that surpasses that of a war god. As for whether they are postnatal masters or innate grandmasters, no one knows. As the foundation of the military department's deterrence against other nations, they certainly cannot casually disclose their strength to outsiders. In summary, Yi Qijun as the war god of the throne has strength that can easily overpower an innate grandmaster, which did not seem too unbelievable to the members of the Shen family. But the problem is, what does mere strength mean? The position of war god is fundamentally inferior to the status of Lu Lei's two sons. They can crush him with their power. The members of the Shen family would never imagine just how terrifying Yi Qijun's true identity is. Just as the members of the Shun family were about to angrily rebuke Yi Qijun for his arrogance, Shun Wenluan was left in shock, his eyes nearly popping out. He had previously asked the two elders about Xuan Huang, thinking that Yi Qijun was just a war god-level martial artist, but he never expected Yi Qijun's strength to be so formidable. Moreover, Yi Qijun's temperament was so overbearing. He said dazedly, this. Qijun, you've made a big deal out of this. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it, especially with her two sons. But Yi Qijun was completely unconcerned. The Dragon Guard, directly under the cabinet, a name with great prestige. This Dragon Guard can already rival one of the 12 guards under the God of Hell. The aide to the Pingmen Marquis. Should we bring out the Lingyin Marquis for a comparison? The identity, status, and connections of these two mean nothing to Yi Qijun. However, the members of the Shen family were in a state of panic, yet none dared to speak. If Yi Qijun could casually kill Lu Lei, what about them? At that moment outside the main residence, thunderous footsteps echoed. A vast and uniform sound of marching unmistakably from a well-trained elite army. The members of the Shen family were alarmed and looked out through the window. Hundreds of soldiers surged into the Shun manor, and dozens of helicopters roared down, sealing off the entire Shen estate. One of the Shun family members exclaimed, I remember now. Lu Lei mentioned wanting her second son Shen Xiao to come back and celebrate her birthday. At this moment the faces of the Shun family turned ashen. They had just been contemplating how to conceal the news, preventing Shen Zhan and Shen Xiao from learning about Lu Lei's death. But now Shen Xiao had arrived with his troops. Just as everyone was in a state of frantic confusion, Shen Xiao strode into the bedroom. Before he even arrived, his voice echoed, Happy birthday, mother. Congratulations to father for becoming the head of the family. The faces of the Shen family changed slightly. Shen Xiao had actually known in advance what Lu Lei intended to do. No wonder he brought troops back. This was to support his mother Lu Lei. Shun Wenluan immediately rebuked Shen Xiao. What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to help your mother usurp power? Your grandfather has regained consciousness. Shouldn't you apologize to him? Shen Xiao's expression darkened disdain, evident as he replied, Who do you think you are to lecture me? The crowd immediately erupted in an uproar. In terms of seniority, Shen Wenluan was Shen Xiao's uncle. Is it appropriate for you to speak to your second uncle like that? Shen Wenluan fumed. Shen Xiao paid no mind. Second uncle. You think you deserve that title? I wouldn't even dare to say I have a second uncle as useless as you when I'm out. It's embarrassing. Wouldn't it be better to just behave as a spoiled young master? Do you have the qualifications to point fingers in front? What? You think that now that this old man is awake, he can support you? The skies have cleared, the rain has stopped, and you think you can do as you please? Shen Xiao had always been spoiled by his mother Lu Lei, and with the Lu family as his backing, he had always been arrogant and dismissive of the Shen family's influence, which everyone knew. Yet no one expected him to be so reckless and unrestrained. Shen Xiao surveyed the stunned expressions of everyone, snickering with an air of arrogance. Don't give me those faces. To be honest, I came back this time to support my dad and mom in taking power. Now with me as the aide to the Pingnan Marquis and my mom's Lu family backing, what if the old man is awake? Now tell me, will you yield the position of head of the family or not? Shen Xiao directly questioned old Master Shen without any courtesy. All the members of the Shen family were filled with anger. This kid is too arrogant. Shen Wenluan couldn't help but say, do you really think your mother can represent the Lu family? If you have the ability, let your mother come out and make a statement. Shen Xiao was taken aback, realizing he hadn't seen his mother. He turned to Shen Rulong, who was looking down, and asked, Dad, where's my mom? Why hasn't she come yet? Shen Rulong wore a dazed expression, the massive shock leaving him still in a state of disbelief, like a puppet pointing toward a corner of the bedroom. She's here, over there. Shen Xiao looked over, and several members of the Shen family stepped aside, revealing the lifeless body of Lu Lei before Shen Xiao. Boom. Shen Xiao was instantly stunned. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and after confirming several times, his eyes turned red as he rushed to embrace Lu Lei's corpse. Mom. Oh. Shen Xiao yelled hoarsely in a state of madness. Who did this? Dad, tell me who killed me. No matter who it is, I will make them pay with my mother's life. Shen Xiao roared, his eyes filled with endless murderous intent, glaring at everyone present, including old Master Shen. Shen Rulong's eyes dimmed as he mechanically recounted what had just happened. Shen Xiao immediately glared hatefully at Yi Qijun like a crazed beast, leaping toward Yi Qijun with murderous intent. Shen Xiao, as the deputy of the Pingnan Marquis, possesses formidable strength. At a young age, he has already reached the pinnacle of postnatal mastery. However, everyone from the Shen family has witnessed Yi Qijun's prowess in swiftly defeating innate grandmasters. How could Shen Xiao alone stand a chance against Yi Qijun? Yet they had no time to intervene. The revenge for his mother's death drove Shen Xiao completely insane, even causing him to forget to command the guards he had brought to take action. You die for me. Shen Xiao roared. Yi Qijun raised an eyebrow and casually slapped. Bang! A palm struck Shen Xiao's chest, sending him flying. Shen Xiao landed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, yet he did not die. It was not due to his own strength, but rather because Yi Qijun had held back. After all, this was Shen Xianzhi's family. He had come to seek justice for Shen Xianzhi, not to unleash a massacre. These people are, after all, blood relatives of Shen Xianzhi. Yi Qijun said indifferently. Your mother sought her own death. Do you wish to die as well? Shen Xiao immediately erupted in fury. Shut up. I will kill you. Not just you, but Shen Xianzhi, Shen Wenluan. Everyone from the second house deserves to die. I want you to accompany my mother in death. Yi Qijun's gaze turned icy in an instant. He had not intended to kill Shen Xiao, but those words provoked Yi Qijun's reverse scale. In the next moment, Yi Qijun appeared before Shen Xiao, grabbing his neck. Accompanying her in death, is it? I will send you to join her. The faces of the Shen family changed dramatically. No matter how rampant Shen Xiao was, he was still Lu Lei's son, the grandson of the Lu family head. Moreover, he was the deputy of the Pingnan Marquis. Old Master Shen anxiously shouted, don't kill. Crack. Yi Qijun acted decisively. Old Master Shen could only utter 2 words before hearing the sound of Shen Xiao's neck breaking. In an instant, within the bedroom, the members of the Shen family and the dozens of Shen Xiao's subordinates were left in a daze. He died. The dignified deputy of the Pingnan Marquis, the most trusted aide of the Pingnan Marquis, a figure renowned throughout Quzhou with a promising future and even the potential to be conferred a marquis himself, Shen Xiao, just died so easily. Under Yi Qijun's hand, he was like an ant, unable to even struggle. In the next moment, the members of the Shen family were all horrified. This time it was truly catastrophic. Behind Shen Xiao was Lu Lei's blood relatives, the prestigious Lu family. Moreover, he had the backing of the Pingnan Marquis. His death would not only displease the Lu family, but would also enrage the Pingnan Marquis. Just then the captain of the guards, Shen Xiao, shouted, who dares to kill Deputy Shen is seeking death. The guards received orders to control the scene, and I want to report to the Marquis immediately. Instantly, dozens of guards raised their guns at Yi Qijun. Seconds later, the phone connected, and the captain of the guards straightforwardly summarized the situation. Immediately, the furious roar of the Pingnan Marquis came through the phone. Good courage. Tell that Yi Qijun to clean his neck for me. I will personally take his head. Surround the Shen family, seal off the Shen manor, and wait for my arrival. Come. Assemble the elite guards or march to Hangqing. The last thing heard on the phone was the angry roar of the Pingnan Marquis, ordering his subordinates to gather. The members of the Shen family felt a chill run down their spines, filled with terror. Moments later, hundreds of elite troops surrounded the main residence. Those countless gun barrels, along with a dozen helicopters hovering in midair, were ready to unleash their firepower. This scene made the members of the Shen family pale and filled with dread. A calamity was upon them. With the Pingnan Marquis personally arriving, it seemed that not only Qijun, but the Shen family would also face disaster. Everyone was paralyzed amidst chaos and panic. Taking advantage of the turmoil, Shen Wenluan pulled Qijun and Shen Xianzhi aside and whispered urgently, "Let's hurry and escape. What are we waiting for? If we wait any longer, we won't be able to attend the old man's banquet. It will be your turn to be eaten. I know there's a tunnel in the basement. You two should hurry and flee." Qijun looked at Shen Wenluan in surprise. This father-in-law was quite loyal. However, Qijun soon coldly smiled and said, "These little troubles can all be resolved together. No need to evade." He directly kicked Lu Lei's corpse in front of a servant and said coldly, "Isn't she from the prestigious Lu family? Send the corpse to the Lu family and tell them if they want to seek death, they can come." Qijun approached the window, ignoring the countless weapons aimed at him outside, and said indifferently, "Lu family. Pingnan Marquis. I am right here waiting for them to come." Chuzhou Kuan City, Pingnan Marquis residence. A series of warplanes took off, breaking through the clouds, heading towards Yuezhou Hangqing like lightning. A total of 30 warplanes with 2,000 elite guards of the Pingnan Marquis were advancing. Yuezhou Hangqing, the prestigious Lu family. Lu Hongda, the head of the Lu family, and Lu Lei's father with hair and beard all white, looked coldly at his daughter's corpse, his face resembling frost. The Lu family's status in Yuezhou was as entrenched as the three clans of Jinhai in the East China Sea. At this moment in the hall, the members of the Lu family fell silent, all able to see how furious Lu Hongda was. After a long time, Lu Hongda, filled with rage, said, "My Lu family has been hiding in obscurity for 3 years, yet we are now bullied. Despicable, deserving of death. Gather the 8 great protectors of the clan, and I will personally go to the Shen family to seek justice for my daughter. No questions asked about the reason or status. I want the one who killed my daughter to pay with blood, an eye for an eye." Lu Hongda stood up abruptly, exuding murderous intent. At this moment, someone cautiously asked, "Head, should we notify young Master Xinjiang?" Lu Hongda pondered for a moment, then coldly snorted, "No need. He is currently rising in prominence. Oh, let's not disturb him. With my Lu family's resources, killing an innate realm god of war is more than enough." The members of the Lu family all agreed. Xinjiang was Lu Hongda grandson, a future star highly valued by both the Shen and Lu families. Currently, Xinjiang was just an ordinary member of the Dragon Guard, but at a young age he was receiving attention with the support of 2 great families, giving him a glimmer of hope to lead the Dragon Guard in the future. If that day truly comes, Xinjiang would be able to wield significant power in the entire Dragon Kingdom. After all, that was the strong force directly under the core of power in the Dragon Kingdom, the cabinet. Shen Manor. In the bedroom, the members of the Shen family had completely lost their composure, restless and anxious. Shen Rulong's face was ashen silent. He had lost his wife and son, both seeking their own deaths, and Shen Rulong was nearly overcome with despair. Others in the Shen family, under the pressure of the prestigious Lu family, the Pingnan Marquis, and even the legendary Dragon Guard, were on the brink of collapse. Many even forgot about Yi Kaijin's decisive methods and frantically criticized him. Yet Qijun simply ignored these individuals. Among the Shen family, the only ones he regarded were Shen Xianzhi's direct blood relatives. The incessant chatter of others sounded like the buzzing of flies in his ears. However, when Shen Wenluan spoke, Qijun still listened. "Qijun, why are you so stubborn? I believe you understand the principle of retreating when you can't win. When everyone arrives, do you still expect the heavens to strike with lightning and kill both the Lu family and the Pingnan Marquis?" Shen Wenluan wanted to persuade Qijun to leave quickly. Qijun smiled lightly and replied calmly, "There's no need to panic, it's just some minor troubles." After saying that, Qijun leisurely sent a message to Shen Xianzhi and Lingyin Marquis. He remained completely unfazed. Boom. The lavishly decorated gate of the Shen Manor was directly smashed by a truck. The heavy truck rampaged through, coming to a halt outside the main entrance. Behind the truck, there were also dozens of luxury cars. Upon seeing these luxury vehicles, the members of the Shen family immediately grew tense. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped out of the car, casting a cold glance at the Shen family inside the main house, and waved his hand. "Surround them." Bang. The truck's cargo bed opened and figures jumped out, quickly numbering in the hundreds, encircling the main house. At the same time, from the luxury cars, several formidable experts descended, gathering behind the middle-aged man, their gazes fierce and menacing. Inside the main house, old Master Shen's expression was grave. Master Lu, there is still room for negotiation. The middle-aged man was none other than Lu Hongda, the head of the Lu family. At this moment, Lu Hongda interrupted with a cold grunt. If I kill your 2 sons and 1 daughter, is there still room for negotiation? Old Master Shen was instantly left speechless. Lu Hongda icy gaze locked onto the Shen family. Where is Yi Qijun? Get out here. Swish. The members of the Shen family all looked towards Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun walked out calmly and asked, are you here to apologize for Lu Lei? Everyone was taken aback while Lu Hongda's eyes turned cold as ice. So arrogant. Lu Hongda sneered. You think my Lu family should apologize? My daughter died at the Shen family at your hands. Then let you and the entire Shen family pay for my daughter's life. Having said that, Lu Hongda waved his hand, and dozens of experts along with hundreds of thugs suddenly erupted with a fierce momentum. The thugs on the truck were all at the marshal general level, and the 30 experts he brought were all above the innate. Inside the Shen family's main house, the remaining elder, known as the Earth Elder, led over 20 bodyguards, trembling in fear and daring not to advance. The Earth Elder's strength was that of an innate grandmaster, rare in the secular world. However, the Lu family was a powerful clan in Yuzhou, and with one move their formation was immensely formidable. Among the 30 experts opposite, there were actually 4 innate grandmasters. Under the pressure of these, for the Earth Elder did not even dare to move a finger, for to do so would mean certain death. The members of the Shen family turned pale, filled with fear. Lu Hongda raised his hand in the air, his expression sinister. Today your Shen family will be destroyed. Yi Qijun will surely die. Not even Jesus can save you, mark my words. As his words fell, Lu Hongda's hand suddenly swung down. Behind him, dozens of experts were ready to strike. The Earth Elder in a panic wished to flee. But at that moment, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. The sound came from the sky, the distant ground, from all directions, like a tsunami or an avalanche. Inside the manor, everyone was horrified. Even Lu Hongda's pupils contracted as he looked into the distance. Boom. In the far sky, aircraft broke through the clouds, darting towards them like lightning. 30 aircraft formed a formation, their roar shaking the entire Hangzhou city. Then the 30 aircraft circled above the Shen manor, and figures leaped from the planes, opening parachutes in midair, filling the sky with white. A kilometer away from the manor, armored vehicles rushed in from all directions, surrounding the entire Shen manor. In front of these vehicles, there were even 10 tanks like steel behemoths shaking the ground. On those tanks, dark purple flags were raised, inscribed with the words Pingnan. Above and below, an army pressed in. In an instant, the entire Shen manor was surrounded like a rice dumpling, leaving the Shen family unable to escape. Seeing this scene, the members of the Shen family were utterly despairing. Against the powerful Lu family, the Shen family might still have a glimmer of struggle, but faced with such an overwhelming military presence, they were like fish on a chopping board waiting to die. Even Lu Hongda and the others changed their expressions slightly. Such a grand formation meant that the Shen family had completely angered the Pingnan Marquis. Rumbling. In the next moment, the 10 tanks directly flattened the manor's walls, and a command vehicle entered the manor. The Pingnan Marquis stepped down from the command vehicle. Immediately from the tanks, armored vehicles, and the paratroopers in the sky landing, hundreds of elite troops from Chuzhou gathered behind the Pingnan Marquis. A total of 3,000 troops with a murderous aura surged into the sky. These 3,000 guards were the most elite among the Chuzhou army under the Pingnan Marquis, each possessing considerable strength, the minimum being martial artists. With such a formation and strength, wiping out the Shen family would be as easy as eating and drinking. This time, even old Master Shen, who was used to storms, turned pale. He murmured, the Pingnan Marquis. He actually came in person. The Shen family is doomed. In stark contrast, Lu Hongda was overjoyed and hurried to greet him. Marquis Pingnan, I am Lu Hongda, the head of the Lu family. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Hongda's face was filled with flattery. The Pingnan Marquis glanced at him indifferently and asked, so does your Lu family want to protect the Shen family? Of course not. My daughter died at the Shen family at the hands of Yi Qijun. Your deputy officer Shen Xiao is my grandson. I came today to avenge my daughter and grandson. The Pingnan Marquis nodded slightly, then turned to Yi Qijun, his eyes suddenly icy. The war god of the Ministry of Defense, Yi Qijun. You're the one who killed my deputy officer. Such audacity. Beside him, Lu Hongda sneered coldly, echoing. This Yi Qijun is asking for death, daring to provoke the Pingnan Marquis. He deserves to die. Marquis, you don't need to lift a finger. My Lu family will handle this, killing this person and wiping out the Shen family to vent your anger. The Pingnan Marquis stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, nodding slightly. Go ahead, don't let me down. I am honored to serve the Marquis. The Lu family will never disappoint your expectations. Having said that, Lu Hongda coldly looked at Yi Qijun, smirking, and was about to give the order to act. Suddenly, a stern shout echoed from afar. Who dares to act recklessly will be executed without mercy. Surround the Shen manor. Anyone who moves without permission will be executed on the spot. In the next moment, a rumbling sound came again from the distance, this time even more intense than before. Although the Shun Manor was in Hangzhou City, it was actually on the outskirts, vast and undisturbed by civilians. At this moment, everyone looked towards the outside of the manor only to see an army covering the mountains and plains. Dozens of Lingyin flags fluttered in the wind and tens of thousands of troops surged like a tide. Further down the mountain, dozens of artillery vehicles formed an artillery position with hundreds of barrels aimed directly at the Quzhou army. In the sky, hundreds of aircraft soared through the air, driving the 30 aircraft of the Quzhou army away. Moments later, Lingyin Marquis and Shen Xianzhi burst into the Shun Manor, followed by a large number of elite Yuzhou troops. Inside the manor, everyone was in shock, especially the members of the Shen family, who were almost scared to the point of wetting themselves. Not only had they angered the Pingnan Marquis and the powerful Lu family, but even the Lingyin Marquis had been stirred. It is important to note that the Lingyin Marquis was the lord who presided over Yuzhou, and the entire Yuzhou was his territory. If facing the Pingnan Marquis and the Lu family, the Shun family had a slim chance of survival due to their home advantage. It was merely a struggle for life and death. However, against the Lingyin Marquis, the Shen family was utterly doomed. Not to mention Shen Xianzhi, who was the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. Old Master Shun's expression darkened completely as he looked up and sighed. Heaven has doomed my Shen family. The members of the Shun family looked ashen, with some already having completely broken down, pointing at Yi Qijun and shouting, "It's all your fault. You have doomed the Shun family to utter ruin, and now we all face death. I will not let you go even as a ghost." Yi Qijun remained indifferent, unbothered by the futile rage of these insignificant figures. However, Shen Wenluan rolled his eyes and said, "You truly have some guts. If Lingyin Ho can kill you, can't my son-in-law do the same? Do you think you are more formidable than Shen Xiao?" The man immediately shrank back, his expression horrified. Indeed, this Yi Qijun is a ruthless person who dared to kill Lu Lei and Shen Xiao over a mere disagreement. With the support of Lingnan Ho and the Lu family now dead, how dare he curse at Yi Qijun without any backing? This is simply a wish for death. At once, no one from the Shun family dared to speak, yet everyone felt a deep sense of resentment and despair. However, at that moment, Lingyin Ho and Shen Xianzhi had arrived before everyone, and in the next moment, they knelt before Yi Qijun with a thud. "I greet my master. The servant arrived late to rescue you. Please forgive me." In an instant, the vast estate fell into a deep silence, with a sea of people kneeling. Dozens from the Shen family, over 100 from the Lu family, 3,000 troops from Quzhou, and tens of thousands from Yuzhou. Countless gazes were fixed on the kneeling Lingyin Ho and Shen Xianzhi, as well as on Yi Qijun before them. Countless faces displayed a dazed, shocked, and disbelieving expression. Even Lingnan Ho stared wide-eyed. Only Yi Qijun remained calm, saying, "Get up. Lingyin, can this matter be handled well?" The two stood up, and Lingyin Ho felt a tremor in his heart, knowing this was Yi Qijun's test. He replied firmly, "Rest assured, master, it will be handled flawlessly." Having said that, Lingyin Ho cast a cold glance at Lingnan Ho and Lu Hongda, his voice icy. "You have 1 minute now, get the hell out of here." With a roar, Lingyin Ho unleashed the imposing presence of a congenital grandmaster. Lu Hongda's expression changed drastically. In Yuzhou, even the powerful Lu family did not dare to challenge Lingyin Ho, who commanded an army of 100,000. That would be tantamount to seeking death. Lu Hongda hurriedly looked towards Lingnan Ho. At this moment, Lingnan Ho's expression was equally gloomy, filled with fury. "Lingyin Ho, what do you mean by this? Yi Qijun and the Shen family killed my deputy, and I am merely acting impartially. Are you going to obstruct me?" Lingyin Ho scoffed, refusing to back down. "The matter occurred in my Yuzhou, so I will handle it. Do you really think the Quzhou army has the right to interfere?" Lingnan Ho immediately retorted angrily. "You are being outrageous. What status do you hold to speak to me this way?" Though both were lords and each governed a region, their standings were entirely different. Among the many marquises of Longhua, considering status, power, and background, Lingyin Ho was at the bottom, whereas Lingnan Ho ranked in the top 3. Lingyin Ho's status as a marquis in Longhua might not even compare to some earls or viscounts in high positions. Yet at this moment, Lingyin Ho showed no fear, coldly huffing, "You are the one being outrageous. Let me tell you, Lingnan Ho, this Yuzhou is my territory. If you wish to act tyrannically here, you must first ask for my approval. And also check with the 100,000 troops of Yuzhou whether they agree." Lingnan Ho laughed furiously. "Good, well done. Lingyin Ho, have you grown wings? Do you not fear me reporting to the cabinet to impeach you?" Everyone present was taken aback. Impeaching a marquis. It sounded unbelievable, but Lingyin Ho had little background and low presence among the marquises, while Lingnan Ho was powerful with support from above. If Lingnan Ho were to impeach Lingyin Ho, it might truly succeed. Yet Lingyin Ho remained unafraid, sneering, "If you have the guts, go ahead. But right now, stop rambling in front of me and get lost. If you don't leave, you might not have the chance to impeach me at all." As he spoke, a cold light flickered in Lingyin Ho's eyes, radiating murderous intent. Lingnan Hao's expression stiffened, his face completely darkened. After a deep glance at Ling Yinho, he snorted in anger and left in a huff. He retreated, because Ling Yinho could see that Ling Yinho was not joking. If he did not leave, Ling Yinho would truly dare to have him surrounded and killed. In the blink of an eye, the 3,000 troops from Qizhou retreated like a tide, leaving the Lu and Shun families staring blankly at each other, over 100 people wide-eyed in disbelief. Why did Ling Yinho kneel before Yi Qijun, calling him master? What is Yi Kaijin's true identity? Isn't he the war god of the Ministry of War? What confidence does Ling Yinho have to challenge Ling Yinho? One question after another left their minds in a chaotic mess. But everyone knew that the key to these questions lay with one person, Yi Qijun. Instantly, all gazes converged on Yi Qijun, filled with shock, confusion, fear, and extreme complexity. Within the Lu family, among the hundreds of elite experts, the 4 congenital grandmasters, and the high and mighty head of the family, Lu Hongda, at this moment their feelings could be summed up in 2 words. From the heart. Lu Hongda's face turned completely pale, and he remained silent, turning to leave with his men. If even Ling Yinho had been forced back, if he did not leave now, the Lu family would face collapse. But at that moment, Yi Qijun said indifferently, "Did I give you permission to leave?" Lu Hongda's heart sank, but he maintained a calm expression and replied coldly, "Yi Qijun, do not overstep your bounds. Today my Lu family can give Ling Yinho some face and not hold you accountable for the murder of my daughter. But if you do not know what's good for you, even Ling Yinho may not be able to protect you." Ling Yinho immediately became furious, shouting, "Outrageous! Lu family, you have quite the audacity, why not give it a try?" Lu Hongda's gaze turned cold as he said, "Ling Yinho, I admit that if you intervene in this matter, most of my Lu family's elite may indeed be left here. But do you see these 4 congenital grandmasters behind me?" The 4 experts stepped forward, radiating an imposing aura. Lu Hongda, brimming with confidence, said coldly, "These 4 can easily kill Yi Qijun and then protect me as I break through the siege. To keep me here is not that simple. My Lu family is not a political family. We do not need to be as cautious as Ling Yinho. If we are truly pushed to the edge, we will perish together." Ling Yinho was taken aback, then burst into laughter. He thought that the Lu family members must be out of their minds. Killing Yi Qijun, that would be harder than exterminating the tens of thousands of troops led by Ling Yinho. Yi Kaijin's strength was unfathomable, something Ling Yinho had experienced firsthand, far surpassing that of a congenital grandmaster. Let alone 4 congenital grandmasters. Even if there were 40, even if they could defeat Yi Qijun, if Yi Qijun wanted to leave, who could stop him? And what do you mean by killing and then running away? Why don't you kill one for me to see? Today this lord will take a small knife to cut your butts and have a good look at how you kill." Ling Yinho's maniacal laughter rendered the Lu family members' faces ashen. Lu Hongda, enraged and humiliated, shouted, "What are you laughing at?" Ling Yinho laughed so hard he could hardly respond. At this moment, Yi Qijun stepped forward and said blandly, "I laugh at you for your overestimation of yourselves. Want to kill me? Here's your chance, come at me together." Lu Hongda and the others were both shocked and furious, but there was no time to think further. Since they had already torn their masks, if they didn't act immediately, they would be surrounded and killed by the subordinates of the Lingyin Marquis. Lu Hongda roared, "Capture Yi Qijun. With him in our hands, who would dare to act?" Following his order, the 4 innate experts of the Lu family and dozens of acquired masters charged towards Yi Qijun without hesitation. These individuals were formidable, acting decisively, and in an instant they surrounded Yi Qijun, sealing off all his escape routes. Each of them possessed strength comparable to Tianlao, the foremost of the 4 offerings of the Shen family. At that moment, Di Lao looked at the Lu family taking action and felt a chill run down his spine. Although Di Lao was also innate, he was only at the early stage. He couldn't fight against any one of these 4. The 4 innate experts of the Lu family were now within arm's reach. But in the next moment, Yi Kaijin's eyes were indifferent as he casually grabbed the neck of an innate grandmaster standing before him. Then he directly used the body of the innate grandmaster as a weapon, sweeping in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 consecutive crashes, the other 3 innate grandmasters were sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths, gravely injured and on the verge of death. The innate grandmaster in Yi Kaijin's hands had all his bones shattered into pieces, dying on the spot. The sudden change in this scene was too fast, too abrupt, and no one present could react in time. Even the 3 innate grandmasters who were sent flying were dazed at this moment. They were stunned. But Yi Kaijin's actions did not stop. He disdainfully glanced at the corpse of the innate master in his hand and casually tossed it aside. Then he charged into the crowd of acquired masters, fists and feet flying, taking down one after another with no resistance whatsoever. In a matter of moments, dozens of experts from the Lu family and hundreds of martial generals lay on the ground, the lightest among them severely injured and unconscious. This scene brought unparalleled shock to the Shen family and even to the Lingyin Marquis. The 4 innate grandmasters teamed up, yet were killed instantly. Dozens of acquired masters were dispatched by Yi Qijun, as if he were in an unguarded realm causing chaos. The Grandmaster in his hands was as fragile as a toy. The masters beneath his feet were as humble as lackeys. Yi Qijun surveyed his surroundings and smiled coldly. I gave you a chance, but you are simply useless. The Lingyin Marquis looked at Yi Qijun, who stood in a pool of blood, yet was dressed as neatly as snow, with shock, awe, and fervor in his eyes. He knew Yi Qijun's strength was astonishing, but he never expected it to be this incredible. This was the master he wished to follow. Meanwhile, the members of the Shen family were completely stunned, their minds blank. As for Lu Hongda, he had already collapsed to the ground, trembling like a leaf. The powerful Lu family had deep roots in Yu Prefecture with connections that reached the heavens. Even a top family, like the Shen family, could only submit to the Lu family's might. However, the connections, wealth, and experts that the Shen family relied on could not offer Lu Hongda any sense of security at this moment. Could connections compete with the Lingyin Marquis? Could wealth compete with Shen Xianzhi, the richest man in the Dragon Country? As for experts, Yi Qijun alone could annihilate all the strong members of the Lu family. Before Yi Qijun, the Lu family was like a lamb awaiting slaughter, powerless to resist. Lu Hongda clearly recognized the reality, and his gaze towards Yi Qijun was filled with terror and fear. The dignified head of the Lu family, Lu Hongda, directly kneeled on the ground and pleaded, Mr. Yi, I was blind and did not recognize the great mountain. I should not have provoked you. I beg you to spare the Lu family. Lu Hongda knew very well that if he did not beg for mercy, the Lu family would be finished. Everyone looked towards Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun's expression was indifferent as he looked down at Lu Hongda, saying, if I did not possess this strength, I would probably have already fallen into your hands. Would you let me go? Lu Hongda trembled all over, fearfully kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise his head, despair filling his heart. Bang! In the next moment, Yi Qijun casually struck, directly smashing Lu Hongda's skull. The other members of the Lu family trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground one after another. Yi Qijun glanced at them indifferently. Clean it up. I do not wish to see the Lu family exist any longer. Yi Qijun said coldly. The Lingyin Marquis and Shen Xianzhi hurriedly complied. Moments later, the Lingyin Marquis had dealt with the members of the Lu family. Meanwhile, Shen Xianzhi respectfully said, Master, it has been taken care of. Not far away, a subordinate of the Shen family rushed over in haste. Old man, the Lu family's business has been completely shut down. All branches in the Dragon Country have encountered problems, and the flow of funds has been cut off. The bank has already sent people to the Lu family to collect debts. These news have leaked out, and Liu's group stock has already been halted. Now the Lu family is already in debt by over 10 billion. Even if they sell all their houses and fixed assets, they cannot repay this debt. Boom. The members of the Shen family were in an uproar. The powerful Lu family of Yu Prefecture was completely finished. With debts of billions and assets insufficient to cover everything belonging to the Lu family was gone, leaving them no different from a beggar. So fast. The Lingyin Marquis, hearing this, had a complex expression filled with emotion. One can see him building a high tower hosting guests, and then see the tower collapse. But this collapse was too damn fast. How did you do it? After expressing his emotions, the Lingyin Marquis asked Shen Xianzhi in confusion. Even if Shen Xianzhi was the richest man in the Dragon Country, bringing down the Lu family wouldn't happen this quickly, right? Shen Xianzhi smiled faintly, saying, of course I can't do it myself. But when the master orders the Lu family to be finished, the Lu family must be finished immediately. What you have seen of the master's power is merely the tip of the iceberg. What is this? The Lingyin Marquis gasped in astonishment. At the same time, while the two were discussing privately, Yi Qijun approached the members of the Shen family, standing with his hands behind his back. He asked indifferently, I told you your lives and deaths are in my hands. Do you still have any objections to this? The members of the Shen family looked at each other, all silent and frightened. Shen Wenluan wore a joyful expression, cheerfully saying, good son-in-law, well done. Those arrogant Lu family members have long been a thorn in my side. At this moment, he was extremely excited. At this moment, Shen Wenluan had only one thought in his mind. If he had known this capable son-in-law earlier, why would he have resisted? He should have let his daughter marry him directly. Hearing Shen Wenluan's words, the members of the Shen family suddenly had a thought. The fastest to react was old Master Shen, who immediately smiled and said, son-in-law, you previously said you would let Wenluan succeed the position of head of the Shen family. I agree. In an instant, everyone spoke in unison, congratulating Shen Wenluan. All right, Wenluan, have the banquet prepared today. Our Shen family will host a grand feast for the guests. Lord Lingyin and Shen Shofu, you both should stay and join the banquet. Old Shen laughed. The two of them dared not refuse. After all, this was the family of Yi Qijun's father-in-law, and being invited was an honor for them. In a grand hall in Yinjing, hundreds of officers and soldiers sat upright. On the stage, a tall young man received a purple gold medal. This time the elder statesmen of the cabinet were attacked by assassins, and the Dragon Guard Shen Xianzhi successfully protected them, thus being awarded the 3-star Dragon Guard medal as a reward. The hall erupted in thunderous applause. The Dragon Guard was a direct military unit under the cabinet equivalent to the ancient Jinui with the authority to execute first and report later. Each member was a dragon among men. Shen Xianzhi, having joined the Dragon Guard at a young age, had a bright future ahead of him. Filled with pride, he descended from the stage reveling in the compliments from those around him. But just then his phone suddenly rang. It was his grandmother, the matriarch of the Liu family. "Xiaozhan, something big has happened. Your mother, your younger brother, and your grandfather have all been killed." In the eastern corner of the Shen family manor in a bedroom, Shen Xianzhi lay in the arms of a man, her face full of concern as she said, "Qijun, I see you've had quite a bit to drink. Are you feeling unwell?" Qijun smiled and shook his head, pulling Shen Xianzhi closer. "To marry you is my greatest fortune, let me revel in it." Shen Xianzhi did not resist, softly saying, "These 10 years have not been in vain." Qijun felt warmth in his heart, unable to help but embrace Shen Xianzhi, sinking into the soft, silky red satin quilt. Until 3 hours later. This part is omitted. Writers for the side story are welcome to explore it themselves, but don't send it to me, I won't read it. In the southern corner of the manor, Shen Xianzhi staggered out, taking 3 steps with one sway. He held 2 bottles of wine in hand, muttering, "That kid Qijun sneaking away halfway through drinking after raising him for over 20 years, you just run off after taking a bite, it won't be so easy." Suddenly Shen Xianzhi stopped, leaning against the window of the eastern corner of the building, straining to listen. Then his expression changed, and he stepped back a few paces, sitting down on the steps at the entrance. "You reckless brat, and you're not even married yet. Just wait until you finish, see if I don't drink you under the table." 3 hours later. Shen Xianzhi, his eyes dazed, shook the 2 empty bottles of wine and sighed. "It seems I won't be able to wait until you're done." He then struggled to stand up, glancing worriedly at the second floor, muttering a few curses, pulling out his phone and searching a few keywords while heading back. Is 3 hours normal for a person? How can a 50-year-old man last 3 hours? The next morning, Qijun brought breakfast to the bed, and Shen Xianzhi, her cheeks flushed, silently lowered her head to eat, not daring to look at Qijun. Qijun, filled with concern, said, "You should rest in the room this morning. Ill, just play with Xiaoru." Shen Xianzhi became even more bashful, but mentioning their daughter, spoke up. "Qijun, I plan to stay in Hangzhou with Xiaoru. She's already 10 years old and her peers are all in the 4th grade of elementary school, but Zaira's physical and intellectual development isn't enough. She can only attend kindergarten. However, Zaira's health has been improving day by day. By September, she should be able to enter elementary school. The educational standards in Hangzhou are far superior to those in Donghai." Shen Xianzhi placed great importance on Zaira's education and had many considerations. Qijun also expressed his agreement. After leaving the room, he conducted another health check on Xiaoru. Although her symptoms of Kabuki syndrome had improved, her heart condition still persisted. Taking out the jade pendant Xiaoru wore, Qijun was instantly shocked to find that the originally vibrant jade had completely lost its spiritual energy, turning into an ordinary stone. Qijun was taken aback. That was a precious jade. This item was rich in spiritual energy. An ordinary person could never deplete it, even if they wore it for a lifetime. Some wealthy families even treat jade as a family heirloom to nurture their descendants' health. But on Xiaoru, the spiritual energy was completely depleted in such a short time. Qijun suddenly thought that his daughter might not be sick, but rather possessed a rare constitution. He immediately called Shun Tsongshan, asking him to search worldwide for century-old spiritual herbs. Spiritual herbs like jade also contain spiritual energy, and he wanted his daughter to continue absorbing them and see what changes would occur. After playing with Xiaoru for a while, the old steward of the villa walked in. "Sir, someone outside has brought an invitation," the old steward said respectfully. Qijun glanced at the invitation, which was actually sent by Donghai University for their 10th anniversary alumni reunion. Donghai University was his and Shen Xianzhi's alma mater, and it had been 10 years since they graduated. Qijun thought for a moment and said, "Uncle Su, please prepare a few things." Moments later, he returned to his room and mentioned this to Shen Xianzhi. Shen Xianzhi also reminisced about their university life and immediately decided to go back and take a look. Donghai University rarely held such large-scale alumni reunions. They only did so if someone from that graduating class had achieved great success. In the spacious auditorium, areas were divided according to the class divisions from back then. Many classmates from the finance class 1 had already arrived, and upon seeing Shen Xianzhi, they all gasped in surprise. Shen, the school beauty, actually came. Instantly, many classmates turned to look, their expressions filled with. Over the past 10 years, during every class reunion, everyone would talk about Shen Xianzhi, for she was the school beauty of Donghai University and had always been the center of attention. Yet Shen Xianzhi had never attended even once. She had been expelled from the Shen family, and her classmates had no idea where she lived or how to contact her. After a 10-year absence, Shen Xianzhi still captured everyone's attention the moment she appeared, just like in university. The men were filled with nostalgia and regret, while the women looked on with disdain. Back then, Shen Xianzhi had become pregnant before marriage while still in school, which had caused quite a scandal. The next moment, everyone noticed Qijun beside her and began to wonder. Who is that man? Has she hooked up with someone again? She's quite the wild one. That guy seems to... Suddenly someone exclaimed in low tones, and everyone was momentarily stunned, finding it hard to believe. Qijun had disappeared back then without a trace, and everyone thought he was dead, yet he had reappeared. At that moment, a sharp and biting voice came from outside the door. Oh, isn't this our class Shen joke? I had only heard of a sugar daddy before, but today is the first time I've seen one in person. Hero, you would want a woman like this, who doesn't love herself. Oh, what were you thinking? Shen Xianzhi frowned, slightly not surprised. That voice was too familiar. Back in college, Lei Clan had always been at odds with her. Lei Clan walked in dressed flamboyantly, leaving everyone stunned. Because the coat she wore was exactly the same as Shen Xianzhi's. Lei Clan was also taken aback. She now had over 3 million fans as a major internet celebrity, earning $20,000 to $30,000 a month. This outfit was bought with a month's salary, and she thought that as long as she appeared she would become the center of attention, but unexpectedly, she had a fashion clash with Shen Xianzhi. As the saying goes, it is not scary to clash outfits, it's the one who looks worse who feels embarrassed. Compared to Shen Xianzhi, Lei Clan felt quite awkward. Shen Xianzhi, that a grade knockoff of yours isn't cheap, right? My genuine article costs over 200,000, yours must have set you back a few thousand, right? But let me give you a piece of advice, no matter how well the pattern is copied, it's not a peacock. There's a poem you might not have heard: flamboyant as a chicken, all dressed up, are all classmates. Dressing like a chicken? Lei Clan sneered mockingly. Recently, Qijun bought her countless outfits, but Shen Xianzhi, in a bid to attend the alumni meeting, discreetly chose this cheapest one, only to find herself in the same attire as someone else. However, Shen Xianzhi's current status was worlds apart from before, and she naturally had no desire to debate with someone like Lei Clan. Just as the atmosphere grew slightly awkward, a sudden commotion erupted in the auditorium as the school leaders hurried towards the entrance. A helicopter was seen landing in the open space outside the main door. Soon after, a young man dressed in luxurious attire jumped down from the helicopter. The school leaders rushed to greet him, surrounding the young man as they walked into the auditorium. Is that Zhuang Xiaojie? A classmate exclaimed in surprise beside Qijun. Zhuang Xiaojie had once been a prominent figure in their class. In those years, the Zhuang family was considered a rising star in Donghai, having reached the level of a second-tier family. However, later on their business began to shift overseas, and Zhuang Xiaojie went abroad, never to return since. Unexpectedly, this time upon his return, he was met with a collective welcome from the school leaders. At this moment, the former class monitor softly said, "You probably don't know yet. Today's alumni meeting was proposed by Zhuang Xiaojie himself to the school. The Zhuang family is now a far cry from what it used to be. Their business overseas spans multiple countries, and in terms of strength they are no less than the prominent families of Yuezhou. This time Zhuang Xiao returned because the Zhuang family wants to establish their business back home." With each word from the class monitor, the classmates were filled with astonished exclamations, brimming with envy. While they were talking, Zhuang Xiaojie said something to the school leaders not far away, then walked over. "Classmates, it's been a..." Zhuang Xiaojie smiled warmly. Everyone hurriedly approached to greet him. They had all been through the grind in society for so many years, and with such an opportunity to get close to someone influential, none would let it slip away. Zhuang Xiaojie maintained a calm smile, exchanging a few pleasantries with everyone, but his gaze soon drifted over the crowd to Shen Xianzhi, an unusual gleam flashing in his eyes. Classmates immediately sensed the shift and tactfully stepped aside. Back in university, Zhuang Xiaojie had fervently pursued Shen Xianzhi. Zhuang Xiaojie chuckled lightly, saying, "Xianzhi, it's been so many years. You're still as beautiful as you were back then, even after having a child. I just didn't expect you to still be with Qijun. It seems your decision to have a child with him before marriage was worth it. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness. May you have. Oh, you've already had a child, so I wish you 100 years of good union." Upon hearing this, Shen Xianzhi's expression shifted slightly. Zhuang Xiaojie's every word revolving around having children was clearly a jab. Then he smiled again, saying, "By the way, I've invited a special guest today. It looks she's coming." Everyone turned to look outside the auditorium, where another graceful and enchanting figure descended from the woman was tall and slender, perfectly proportioned. Any excess would make her plump, and any deficiency would make her thin. Every inch of her was flawless. Seeing this woman, everyone was taken aback. Of course they recognized her, as she had once been known alongside Shen Xianzhi as the two flowers of Donghai University, and now she was a world supermodel. She had appeared multiple times on the cover of Time magazine, was awarded one of the top 10 supermodels in the world 3 times, and was a leading figure in the modeling industry of Longhua. Lin Manyu. Back in the school days, Lin Manyu possessed an unparalleled figure, while Shen Xianzhi boasted unmatched beauty. They were spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each excelling in their own way. It can be said that for every boy who secretly admired Shen Xianzhi, there were just as many who harbored feelings for Lin Manyu. Moments later, Lin Manyu approached the crowd and greeted everyone. "Zhuang Xiao, thank you for bringing me here," she said politely to Zhuang Xiujia, then gazed infatuatedly at someone. Everyone followed her gaze and instantly fell silent. For Lin Manyu was looking at Yi Qijun. At this moment, everyone remembered that at the freshman gala back in the day the two had once performed together with Lin Manyu singing, and Yi Qijun accompanying on the piano a tale of beauty and talent that became a cherished memory. There were even rumors that Lin Manyu had confessed her feelings to Yi Qijun. Among the crowd, someone secretly glanced at Zhuang Xiujia, whose warm and approachable smile was now completely frozen, even appearing somewhat sinister. At this moment, a torrent of anger surged within Zhuang Xiujia. During the freshman gala back, then Zhuang Xiujia had fallen head over heels for Lin Manyu on stage, but to his dismay, Lin Manyu had bluntly told him that her heart belonged to Yi Qijun. Later, Zhuang Xiujia developed feelings for another campus beauty, Shen Xianzhi, who was in the same class, but before he could pursue her, Shen Xianzhi was already with Yi Qijun. Eventually, Zhuang Xiujia turned back to pursue Lin Manyu, yet she preferred to remain single for 10 years and has still not accepted him. His repeated attempts were met with failure every single time. Thus, at this moment, Zhuang Xiujia looked at Shen Xianzhi beside Yi Qijun, as well as Lin Manyu gazing at Yi Qijun from afar. His anger reached its peak. However, he did not explode immediately. Instead, he let out a cold laugh, saying, "Manyu, the alumni reunion is about to begin. Let's go to the front row." He and Lin Manyu were both specially invited outstanding alumni representatives, so they naturally had to sit in the front row. Moments later, the alumni reunion officially commenced. First, the school leaders and teachers from Beck then spoke, followed by the outstanding alumni taking the stage. This time, there were only two outstanding alumni, namely Zhuang Xiujia and Lin Manyu. One was the young master of the Zhuang family, and the other was a world supermodel. As Zhuang Xiujia took the stage, he warmly waved at the audience. "Hello, fellow students, I am Zhuang." This alumni reunion is a great opportunity for everyone to reconnect. The EC has been turbulent lately, and I have returned to establish connections with the three clans of Zhenhai and support them. Currently, the businesses of the three clans of Zhenhai have suffered heavy losses, and the goal of the Zhuang group is to take over the market in the EC. When the Zhuang family unifies the EC, I welcome all of you to work at the Zhuang group. Instantly, the 1,000-strong audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, cheers ringing out. In the past, when the three clans of Zhenhai dominated the EC, they had no chance of working at their companies. But now their peer alumni were about to replace the three clans of Zhenhai, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even the school leaders were beaming with smiles. A prestigious family. Over the years, EC University has seen very few descendants of wealthy families. Zhuang Ziuji's status is already considered the highest among the alumni in the history of EC University. At this moment, the principal stepped onto the stage and said, "Thank you, Zhuang Xiao, for your outstanding contributions to East C University and the entire EC. Next, please welcome Miss Lin Manyu back to the stage." Below the stage, Lin Manyu was somewhat taken aback, but still walked up. The principal smiled and said, "Miss Lin, today Zhuang Xiao has prepared a big surprise for you. Look." In the grand auditorium, everyone turned their gaze towards the outside. Hundreds of remote-controlled drones hovered in the air. Meanwhile, the arched dome of the auditorium slowly opened, quickly transforming into an open-air hall. Everyone looked up in confusion, not understanding what was happening. In the next moment, countless crimson petals began to fall from the drones, blanketing the entire school from dozens of meters above. Instantly, the auditorium was filled with exclamations as countless people jumped up in excitement. With hundreds of drones and so many rose petals, it must have cost tens of thousands to create such a rain of flowers. Moreover, this scene of flower rain was simply too romantic. Just then, two drones above the auditorium slowly unfurled a red banner. "Lin Manyu, will you marry me?" Everyone in the auditorium looked up in shock at the stage. At this moment, Zhuang Xiujia was kneeling before Lin Manyu, speaking with deep affection. "Manyu, will you marry me?" Immediately, over 1,000 people in the auditorium excitedly began to shout, "Marry him! Marry him!" Such a romantic scene, there were probably very few women in the world who could resist it. However, Lin Manyu's face was filled with astonishment as she instinctively looked towards the audience, her gaze seemingly searching for something. Zhuang Ziuji's expression stiffened. He knew that Lin Manyu had remained single for 10 years because she had never been able to forget Yi Qijun. A surge of jealousy instantly welled up within him. Zhuang Xiujia declared loudly, "Manyu, I can guarantee you that as long as you marry me, I will be devoted to you and will never treat you like how Yi Qijun treated Shen Xianzhi, letting her get pregnant before marriage and then abandoning her and their child for a decade. Manyu, I won't let you suffer even a little. I will love you forever, marry me." Lin Manyu frowned slightly. Upon hearing this, she instinctively felt discomfort in her heart. Below the stage, Yi Kaijin's classmates looked at him with strange expressions. Yet Yi Qijun remained unbothered, instead smiling gently at Shen Xianzhi. Xianzhi, these past 10 years. I'm sorry. I promised that I would make up for everything I owe you, including the proposal and marriage that we didn't get to do back then. As he spoke, Yi Qijun took out his phone and dialed a number. Let's begin. Everyone looked at him in bewilderment. Even Shen Xianzhi was confused. But in the next moment, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out. It echoed throughout the city. Air raid alarm. Then a pleasant female voice resonated throughout the entire city, reaching every corner for all to hear clearly. Donghai City is under a no-fly zone. Effective immediately, all fireworks and firecrackers are prohibited. All civilian flying objects are banned from taking off. All high-altitude activities are forbidden. Donghai City is under a no-fly zone. Effective immediately. The repeated announcements made countless people in Donghai City look up. The sudden no-fly alarm left everyone bewildered. Inside Donghai University, Zhuang Ziyuji's expression turned rigid as he watched the drones that had not yet finished scattering petals quickly descend, no longer daring to ascend. The classmates were also discussing in confusion, shocked and bewildered. At that moment, a series of immense roars echoed from the sky. Whoa, whoa! Countless classmates exclaimed in surprise. Because in the sky, one fighter jet after another broke through the clouds. 10, 50, 100, 500. Countless. Numerous fighter jets circled above Donghai, with each formation soaring through the sky. There were so many it was impossible to count. But even a rough estimate revealed at least 1,000. All of them were standard military aircraft. Such a quantity was terrifying. What were they planning to do? At that moment in the auditorium, Yi Qijun gazed affectionately at Shen Xianzhi, taking a step back and slowly opening his arms. Xianzhi, today, I want this Donghai with the city filled with flower rain. I want the 3 million people of Donghai to witness this together. Boom, boom, boom. At the moment Yi Qijun opened his arms, countless fighter jets swiftly formed a neat formation, flying low from east to west and south to north. In the next moment, the entire area of 80 miles around Donghai was covered by countless red petals. The dazzling sunlight penetrated through the petals, instantly transforming the whole city into a crimson world. A rich floral fragrance permeated the entire city. Waves of flower rain continuously fell, swirling in the air. The million citizens of Donghai looked up in a daze, their minds blank as they watched this spectacle. At this moment in the sky, 1,000 fighter jets simultaneously lowered a massive banner. Each banner bore the same words. Shen Xianzhi, marry me. Yi Qijun stood amidst the flower rain, arms wide open, smiling as he looked at Shen Xianzhi, kneeling on one knee before her under the astonished gazes of everyone. Xianzhi, this proposal is 10 years late, but I will spend my life by your side. Will you marry me? Shen Xianzhi stared at Yi Qijun in shock, covering her mouth with her delicate hand, tears streaming down her face. In the grand hall, over 1,000 people fell into complete silence. Previously, everyone had been excited and thrilled by the proposal staged by Zhuang Xiujia to Lin Manyu. But now, witnessing Yi Kaijin's proposal to Shen Xianzhi, everyone was dumbfounded, shocked, entranced, and unable to believe what they were seeing. They couldn't even dream of such an extravagant scene. 1,000 fighter jets and flower rain covering Donghai. What a grand spectacle. This moment would likely be unforgettable for the hundreds of thousands of people in Donghai for the rest of their lives. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Yi Qijun finally placed the engagement ring on Shen Xianzhi's finger. Around them, some classmates gathered the courage to step forward and congratulate them. Soon, everyone rushed over, their voices of congratulations ringing out endlessly. On the stage, Zhuang Ziyuji's face turned completely ashen. The proposal he had prepared not only got interrupted, but was magnified by Yi Qijun 1,000-fold, the impact entirely on another level. After witnessing Yi Kaijin's extravagant proposal, seeing Zhuang Xiujia seemed to highlight his incompetence. Meanwhile, Lin Manyu looked at Yi Qijun in the crowd with a complex expression and silently walked off the stage. At this moment, outside Donghai University, Xiao Yan and the 3 war gods arrived with the war god guard. The Lord of the Underworld has truly made a grand gesture, borrowing 1,000 fighter jets from the Dragon Kingdom's military just for a proposal. TSK. Sighed the war god Zhu Fu Lindong. Xiao Yan shook his head and said, "It's just an emergency mobilization of the entire Dragon Kingdom's fighter jets. The benefits that Underworld Island has provided to the Dragon Kingdom's military are far more than this. We've hit the jackpot. Alright, we are here to represent the military in congratulating them. Let's head in." In the grand hall, everyone surrounded Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi. The atmosphere was extremely lively. But at that moment, a cold, piercing voice suddenly rang out. "Is it about time to quiet down? Now, everyone put your hands on your heads and squat down on the ground. Anyone who moves will die." Bang, bang, bang. At the sound of the voice, a series of gunfire erupted. Everyone in the hall froze, and the next moment screams erupted as they clutched their heads and fled in panic. However, shortly after, under the gunfire, dozens of students fell to the ground in pools of blood, and the others in terror crouched down, holding their heads no longer daring to move recklessly. In the crowd, Yi Qijun frowned slightly, protecting Shen Xianzhi behind him, and coldly gazed towards the outside of the hall. Suddenly hundreds of armed men in black burst into the hall, surrounding everyone. Everyone in the auditorium turned pale with fear. A terrifying act. This was undoubtedly a horrifying action that could shake the entire East Sea. No, the whole Dragon Country. Hijacking a university, such things they had only seen in movies. Seeing those dark gun muzzles, many of the timid ones were so scared they nearly wet themselves. A man in black stood in front of the crowd sneering, "Please keep your mouth shut if our boss hasn't told you to make a sound, so don't let me hear a peep." Bang! Bang! Just after saying that, he unhesitatingly shot and injured 2 terrified women. The others immediately covered their mouths in fear, afraid to make a sound. Then everyone saw 2 people walk in from outside the auditorium. One was a tall, muscular man, while the other was a hunchbacked old man looking like a ragpicker. It was none other than the brothers Lei Diao and Lei Shuangying. As soon as they entered, Lei Shuangying kicked the black-clad man flying. "Who the hell told you to shoot so many people?" The crowd on the ground was stunned, with many showing expressions of surprise. Could it be that the leader of these bandits did not want to kill innocents indiscriminately? That would be great. They had a chance to survive. However, the next moment Lei Shuangying seized a handgun and without a second thought emptied the magazine into the crowd. "You've killed too many. Oh, what should I kill? Haha, it's been years since I've enjoyed killing like this." Lei Shuangying laughed maniacally, his eyes never blinking as he injured a dozen people. Such a cruel and terrifying scene left everyone paralyzed on the ground, as if they were staring at a demon. Lei Shuangying let out a sinister laugh, looking at the only person standing in the crowd, Yi Qijun, with eyes filled with hatred and madness. "You must be Yi Qijun, right? Today I will settle the score for my son's death with you." Yi Qijun's gaze was icy. "That's right. Lei Zhen is my biological son," Lei Shuangying roared. Yi Qijun was taken aback, looking at Lei Shuangying, and then at Lei Diao, who looked like a ragpicker, slightly furrowing his brows. After he exterminated the Lei family, he knew there were still some fish that escaped the net, such as Lei Zhen's father, Lei Diao. He had seen a photo of Lei Diao. It was clearly that ragpicker. How could he be Lei Shuangying? Unable to figure it out, Yi Qijun didn't bother thinking further, and said lightly, "Since you were lucky enough to survive, why are you still sticking your neck out to seek death?" Lei Shuangying laughed wildly. "Do you think him, that useless old man, Lei Diao? I'm here to kill you. Not just you, but everyone here today must accompany my son to the grave." Yi Qijun sneered contemptuously. But just then a voice of anger suddenly echoed from the stage. "You madman. This is the Dragon Country. If you dare to kill so many people, the Dragon Country will never let you go." On the stage, Zhuang Xiujie shouted angrily, immediately drawing everyone's attention to him. Lei Shuangying let out a sinister laugh, and without saying a word raised his hand and shot. Bang! But this time he did not kill Zhuang Xiujie, because several black-clad bodyguards suddenly appeared in front of Zhuang Xiujie, shielding him. One of them, wearing armed guards, blocked the bullet. Zhuang Xiujie smiled with pride. "Did you see that? My bodyguards are all battle god level experts. Do you dare to act recklessly here? Do you have the strength for that? You want to seek revenge on Yi Qijun? That's not my concern. But the thousands of innocent lives here, I absolutely will not allow you to massacre them. And you, Yi Qijun, the troubles you brought upon yourself should not involve others. My bodyguards can handle them, but in the fight it's inevitable that they will affect the students, so you should leave with them." Zhuang Xiujie spoke with righteous fervor, embodying a figure of moral authority. But in the next moment, Lei Shuangying let out a sinister laugh and swiftly appeared on the stage. "A few small fry at the god of war level dare to stand up and act tough. Do you even know how to write the word death?" With that, Lei Shuangying raised his hands and unleashed several punches, sending those black-clad bodyguards flying, resulting in their instant demise. He then delivered a resounding slap, striking Zhuang Xiujie's face and knocking him unconscious, his head swelling up like a pig's head. He nearly killed him with that slap. Lei Shuangying stood on the stage, coldly gazing at the crowd below. "Is there anyone else who wants to step up and act tough?" Everyone fell silent. Lei Shuangying's strength was far beyond that of the god of war. With a disdainful snort, a venomous glint appeared in his eyes. "Yi Qijun, it seems no one can save you now. Who told you to stir up such a commotion? The Jinggan office and other departments in Donghai must be busy maintaining order and can't pay attention here. Do you see what I have in my hand? This is the bombs controller. I've planted bombs all over Donghai University. If so many bombs explode, boom. Not just Donghai University, the entire university town will be blown to smithereens." Ha ha! Lei Shuangying cackled madly, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. But at that moment, Yi Qijun spoke calmly. "What do you want?" Lei Shuangying's eyes widened in rage as he bellowed. "I want you dead. Either let nearly 100,000 people in the university town accompany you to the grave, or kneel down and apologize to my son committing suicide." At this moment, Lei Diao also stepped forward, glaring at Yi Qijun with malice. "Yi Qijun, regardless of how this ends, you will die. Why drag so many people down with you? As long as you kowtow 100 times to the Lei family, they can live. Immediately everyone in the auditorium turned to look at Yi Qijun. But Yi Qijun merely smiled disdainfully. Lei Jiao Lei Shuangying right. The relationships within your Lei family are truly chaotic. Lei Shuangying, I remember you as the god of the gun from the northwest of Longhua, correct? With such a big reputation, why are you so foolish? Lei Shuangying exploded in anger, shouting, "What did you say? I said you are extremely foolish. Do you think that with this little skill you can threaten me, eh?" Yi Qijun scoffed, then clapped his hands. In the next moment, hundreds of laser red dots suddenly appeared on the heads of all the black-clad thugs outside the auditorium. Immediately, countless gunshots rang out. In an instant, the heads of over 100 black-clad thugs exploded simultaneously. At the same time, from the open dome of the auditorium, hundreds of figures descended rapidly on ropes, swiftly taking control of the entire scene. All of this happened within seconds, so fast that no one could react. Soon, 3 gods of war walked in. Leading them, Xiao Yan sneered disdainfully, "Mr. Yi is right, it truly is foolish. Did you think that while the flower rain was showering the city, the government wouldn't notice you? Why didn't you consider that with 1,000 fighter jets who in Longhua, besides the Ministry of Defense, can deploy them? And why would the Ministry of Defense mobilize fighter jets for this? The god of the gun from the northwest. You think you can touch Mr. Yi? You are not worthy." Just then an armed god of war rushed over. Report. All the bombs within Donghai University have been disarmed. On the stage, the expressions of Lei Jiao and Lei Shuangying drastically changed. It dawned on them that Yi Qijun had borrowed 1,000 warplanes from the Dragon Kingdom's military department, with conditions creating such a grand spectacle. How could the military department not send someone to congratulate them? The War God Guards, led by the 3 War Gods, are among the most elite forces of the Dragon Kingdom's military department. Dealing with the ragtag group under their command and disarming some bombs should be a piece of cake. The faces of Lei Shuangying and his companion turned grotesque, with a strong sense of unwillingness evident in their expressions. They had long calculated that by threatening Yi Qijun with countless lives they could force him into a corner. An absolutely foolproof plan. As they watched the rain of flowers fill the city, their confidence grew even stronger, for the entire Donghai city was in turmoil, and the officials surely had no energy to deal with them. Yet they had forgotten the Dragon Kingdom's military department. The 3 War Gods stepped in directly, revealing their trump card. Lei Shuangying was consumed by rage and shouted, "Yi Qijun, what does it matter that you rely on the military department? Do you think this is the end? If I want you dead, you will certainly die? Do you really think the name of the gun god of Mabe is just for show?" With that, Lei Shuangying pulled out another detonator and ripped open his clothes. His entire body was strapped with dozens of high-explosive grenades. Lei Jiao next to him was the same. The faces of the 3 War Gods changed dramatically as they looked towards the hundreds of black-clad bandits who had already died. "Ha ha ha, don't look away. They are all strapped with high-explosive grenades. Now as long as I press the detonator, everyone present will die. Although fewer people will accompany my son in death, it doesn't matter. Over 1,000 people will suffice. Are the 3 War Gods really that impressive? If you're capable, disarm the grenades in front of me. Let's see who does it faster, your disarming or my detonation." Xiao Yan and the others looked extremely grim. This guy had prepared for both outcomes. No wonder he brought over 100 bandits. They were essentially 100 human bombs. However, just as the 3 War Gods were at a loss, Yi Qijun smiled coldly. "I call you foolish not because you forgot the military department, but because. Do you really think you have a chance to press the detonator in front of me?" With that, Yi Qijun swiftly moved and appeared before Lei Shuangying, in an instant casually yanking his arm off from the shoulder. The speed was so fast that even the esteemed innate Grandmaster Lei Shuangying had no time to react. His face changed drastically, and the next moment, he drew a Desert Eagle from his waist, disengaged the safety chambered around, aimed, and fired. The series of actions took less than a second. Although Lei Shuangying was an innate Grandmaster, he was renowned for his marksmanship, earning him the title of Gun God of Mabe, half human and half ghost, the best marksman. His 2 handguns were specially modified, possessing tremendous power. Up close, they were no different from coupled with Lei Shuangying's extraordinary shooting skills and reaction speed, even an innate Grandmaster could potentially be taken down with a single shot. Bang! Bang! The next moment the gun fired, but Yi Qijun merely tilted his head nonchalantly, allowing the bullet to whiz past his ear. Then with a casual palm strike he hit both Lei Shuangying and Lei Jiao in the chest, sending them flying. Lei Jiao's bones shattered, completely dying on the spot. Lei Shuangying was also severely injured, unable to get back up. Everyone in the hall was left in shock. Even the 3 War Gods were unable to believe it. What seemed like a colossal problem to them was effortlessly resolved by Yi Qijun. At this moment, Yi Qijun strolled leisurely towards Lei Shuangying. Lei Shuangying, in immense pain, howled, "I will kill you to avenge my son." Yi Qijun scoffed disdainfully, kicking Lei Shuangying in the head, abruptly silencing his cries. He then looked at the 3 War Gods and said, "You handle the aftermath. Xiao Yan and the others quickly bowed understood. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Yi Qijun then left with Shen Xianzhi. As for the chaotic affairs of the Lei family, he was utterly uninterested, for the Lei family had been completely exterminated, not a single one left. In the hall, Xiao Yan led hundreds of war god guards to deal with the aftermath. Everyone from Donghai University present had to sign a confidentiality agreement forbidding any disclosure of the events to anyone, not even discussing it privately. Thus, when Zhuang Xiujie woke up, he was completely unaware of what had transpired, thinking only that the three war gods had arrived and resolved the bandit issue. At the Fire Phoenix Manor, Zhuang Xiujie was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Meanwhile, Lan Shanqian lay on Zhuang Ziyuji's chest, her face pale and devoid of color, not a single bead of sweat on her, her expression entirely lackluster. She glanced at the messy bedroom, inwardly cursing. Was it just a fleeting moment of excitement? Truly, a tempestuous storm ends in mere minutes. Yet Lan Shanqian also understood that Zhuang Xiujie was furious due to a loss of face, and that was why, when she came to comfort him, they had hit it off and vented together. Now was the perfect moment to please him. Thus Lan Shanqian traced circles with her finger, her voice sweetly seductive. Zhuang, Xiao, you are too strong. I almost fainted just now. Zhuang Xiujie, feeling quite satisfied, laughed heartily. You did well too. We are old classmates, we should gather. Lan Shanqian quickly nodded, then said indignantly, Zhuang Xiao, that Yi Qijun was too much today, daring to flirt with the woman you fancy right in front of you. He truly doesn't know the heights of heaven or the depths of earth. Zhuang Xiujie immediately snorted coldly. He won't be smug for long. He's a dead man, unqualified to compete with me for women. As he spoke, Zhuang Xiujie picked up his phone and directly dialed, when will that master depart? The voice of his subordinate came through the phone. Zhuang Xiao, the master has already set off. He will arrive the day after tomorrow. Zhuang Xiujie smirked coldly and hung up the phone. Lan Shanqian asked in confusion, Master? What master? Zhuang Xiujie grinned wickedly, a sorcerer from the South Seas with extraordinary skills. When the master arrives, I want Yi Qijun to have no place to die. At that time, whether it's Shen Xianzhi or Lin Manyu, they will all belong to me. Suddenly Lan Shanqian felt a pang of anxiety in her heart. Having finally managed to cling to Zhuang Ziyuji's big leg, she couldn't let those two vixens snatch him away. Zhuang Xiao, don't forget your old friends when you have new ones. Lan Shanqian said coyly. Zhuang Xiujie laughed heartily. Rest assured, I will need your help to properly train them. When the time comes, I want to kill 3 birds with 1 arrow. Lan Shanqian also laughed sweetly, but a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. 3 heroes battling Lu Bu. Wouldn't that mean each person only gets 30 seconds? The next morning, Yi Qijun took Shen Xianzhi to the Su family to visit his aunt Su Qin. Since returning to Longhua, Yi Qijun had 3 tasks to accomplish. His aunt and Shen Xianzhi were already settled, leaving only the trip to Taohua Island in a month to uncover the truth behind his mother's great vengeance. In the car, Shen Xianzhi respectfully reported the results of his covert investigation. Taohua Island was quite unique, not just an ordinary island. It held a special mineral vein controlled by 4 major martial families, contributing astronomical tax revenues annually. Based on the tax figures, the island's annual output was worth hundreds of billions. The date specified in the letter was precisely the day when the 4 major martial families of Taohua Island would re-elect the island lord, which happened once every 10 years. 10 years ago, the tribute letter from the Yu family was dedicated to the current island lord's family, the Shangguan family. Yi Qijun nodded slightly, understanding that the secret of his mother hidden back then must contain a significant. Since his return, the investigation had pulled in more and more people and forces, but what secret lay behind it all? Moments later, Shen Xianzhi continued reporting, Master, the 100-year-old spirit herbs you instructed to acquire have been collected in 200 portions. Please forgive me. These things are too scarce. Many sellers are unwilling to part with them, as those who possess such items are mostly from noble families, making it difficult to acquire them with money. As for what has already been acquired, I've sent them to the Shun family in Hangzhou for the young princess to use. Yi Qijun pondered for a moment. While 200 portions weren't many, it should be sufficient to resolve Zyrus. Yi Qijun felt a wave of relief wash over him. At noon, the Su family held a family banquet. Because Su Qin had invited Yi Qijun and his wife, the meal was exceptionally lavish. As everyone was enjoying the feast, suddenly a servant came to report that someone outside claimed to be the son of an old friend bringing generous gifts. Madame Su, confused, instructed them to bring the guest in. Moments later, a young man entered accompanied by several bodyguards. The young man was dressed in a suit, short in stature, yet there was something about his appearance that made everyone in the Su family feel an uncanny familiarity. As the young man walked into the hall, his gaze fixated on Su Wensai, his expression filled with excitement, tears welling up in his eyes. Otosan, father, I have finally found you. His words left everyone in the living room dumbfounded. Even Yi Qijun showed a moment of astonishment looking at Su Wenkai. At that moment, Su Wenkai's eyes were wide open, his mouth agape, his gaze filled with shock, confusion, anger, guilt, and nostalgia. It was hard to imagine how one person's gaze could contain so many emotions. Seeing his expression, everyone couldn't help but complain in their hearts. We are shocked, but why are you even more stunned than us? The young man called you father, and you have no idea what's going on. Su Wenkai replied, why are you all looking at me like that? I don't know him. The members of the Su family all shook their heads, indicating they did not recognize the young man. However, the young man then turned to Su Yingxiao and said warmly, Yingxiao, my dear sister, it's been over 20 years, I have missed you greatly. Su Yingxiao was stunned for a moment before angrily retorting, who are you calling brother? I warn you not to make false claims about our relationship. Just then both Madame Su and Su Wenkai's expressions changed slightly, as if they remembered something. The young man smiled and said, it seems father and grandmother have remembered me. No wonder when my mother left back then, I was still too young. In the blink of an eye, over 20 years have passed. It's normal to not recall me immediately. Upon hearing this, many faces in the Su family changed. However, Su Qin, Su Yingxia, and Yi Qijun remained completely oblivious. Su Yingxia suddenly asked angrily, what on earth is going on? Dad, is he really your son? Didn't you say you only had me as your daughter? Su Wenkai sighed and shook his head without a word. Beside him, Madame Su carefully said, Yingxia, don't be agitated, this is an old story. Madame Su slowly recounted, and only then did everyone understand what was happening. It turned out that over 20 years ago, Su Wenkai had been married. The woman was Zhao Yingkong, the mother of Su. After marrying Zhao Yingkong, Su Wenkai had a pair of twins, but when the children were less than 3 months old, Zhao Yingkong and the boy went missing. Su Wenkai searched for many years, but found no trace, as if they had vanished from the earth. This incident became a taboo for the Su family, as no one wanted to mention the mother and child, leading Su Yingxia to believe her mother had died long ago, not even knowing she had a brother. In the end, Madame Su said coldly, since Zhao Yingkong is not dead, why has there been no news for so many years? She's been gone for so long, why return now? The young man, upon hearing this, suddenly bowed deeply. On behalf of my mother, I apologize to the Su family. The events of that year were truly unavoidable. My mother's name was not Zhao Yingkong. Her surname is Cangjing with the single character Kong. The crowd was momentarily stunned. The name was too characteristic of the country of Hua. Indeed, the young man sighed, my name is Cangjing Xiui. Oh, my mother and I are members of the Cangjing Chamber of Commerce. Back then, due to internal power struggles within the Cangjing Chamber of Commerce, my mother was forced to escape to Longhua, marrying my father under an assumed identity. However, after the situation stabilized, the Cangjing Chamber forcibly brought my mother and me back to Hua. It wasn't until now that I have gained a certain status within the Cangjing Chamber that I can finally return to Longhua. This time I came back bringing some small gifts for my relatives, hoping you will like them, and that the Su family can accept me. As he spoke, Cangjing Xiui slowly knelt down, performing the highest etiquette of Hua the Dejiza, pressing his forehead to the ground. Behind him, several bodyguards began to open the gift list and read it aloud. Gifts for the Su family: 2 villas in Donghai worth 90 million. A 3-year distribution contract for Cangjing Group's medicines worth 3 billion. Gifts for Madame Su: a Lingming Jade Buddha, a string of prayer beads blessed by Master Matsushita Kurodai worth 35 million. Gifts for Father Su Wensai, a commercial building in Donghai South City worth 35 million. Gifts for Sister Su Yingxia, 64 non-terrestrial diamonds. One by one, the gifts were displayed before the Su family, with everyone receiving valuable presents, each worth at least 10 million. Even Su Qin received a necklace worth 20 million. In an instant, the Su family members were left dumbfounded. In an instant, the members of the Su family who had previously faced Cangjing Xiui with cold disdain softened their expressions considerably. Old Madame Su still wanted to maintain her composure, huffing, since you carry your mother's surname, you are not considered part of the Su family, even if you offer countless gifts. She had yet to finish her sentence when Cangjing Xiui hurriedly interjected, Grandmother, if the Su family can accept me to acknowledge my ancestors, I can change my surname back to Su. At this, the expression on old Madame Zu's face melted like an ice mountain, transforming into a kind and benevolent smile. Good child, you truly understand. However, just as the atmosphere turned harmonious, Yi Qijun suddenly noticed that his aunt Su Qin had turned deathly pale. Yi Qijun immediately snorted coldly. If the Su family accepts him, does that mean they will also accept his mother? Where does that leave my aunt? Instantly, the Su family fell silent, their faces pale. Even old Madame Su was startled, her expression. They dared not offend Yi Qijun, yet Cangjing Xiui was clearly a significant ally. They were reluctant. For a moment, everyone was caught in a dilemma. But at that moment, Cangjing Xiui hurriedly said, Is it the Lord of the War God? I have long heard of the War God's renown. It is an honor to meet you today. War God, my mother once said that her ties with the Su family have ended this time. It is merely for me to acknowledge my ancestors, and it has nothing to do with my mother. The Su family's development owes much to Aunt Su and the War God. My mother left over 20 years ago. How could she occupy a place that does not belong to her? I hope the War God does not misunderstand, and please guide me in the future. Having said this, Cangjing Xiui bowed again. The The members of the Su family exchanged glances and sighed in relief. With Song Xianzhi lowering his stance so much and not threatening Su Qin's position as the matriarch, surely this would be fine. Even Su Qin's expression had softened considerably, feeling relieved. However, Yi Qijun furrowed his brows slightly, keenly sensing that there was something off about Song Xianzhi. But lacking solid evidence, Yi Qijun merely said lightly, "As long as you mother and son do not harbor any excessive thoughts, it's fine." Song Xianzhi repeatedly assured, "Please rest assured, war god, I would not dare. Today I shall take my leave and not disturb everyone during their meal. I will visit my father often in the future and apologize for any inconvenience." With that, Song Xianzhi took his leave. The Su family members sighed, especially Su Wencai, whose expression was particularly melancholic. Back then, Zhao Yingkong was a rare beauty, delicate as a willow, captivating in countless ways, which made Su Wencai fall deeply in love. However, years have passed, and the world has changed. Looking at Su Qin beside him, though her looks were slightly inferior, she was gentler, more considerate, and understanding. Su Wencai couldn't help but reflect on what virtue he possessed to have had two such women in his life. At this moment, Song Xianzhi returned to the car, and after driving a considerable distance, his expression suddenly turned incredibly dark as he muttered a bunch of despicable things. His face was filled with disdain and disgust. Then he looked towards the back seat, and with a heart full of sorrow said, "Mother, you really should not have married Su Wencai all those years ago. The blood flowing within me is a stain of shame that I can never wash away." In the back seat, a still alluring middle-aged woman slowly opened her eyes and said calmly, "No, this is your advantage. Though the Su family is lowly, they have recently collaborated with the Dragon Kingdom's richest man Shen Xianzhi through the Qinglong group, and they have a deep connection with the war god Yi Qijun. If we can win over these two parties, it will greatly benefit our plans in the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao, remember to be patient. Establish yourself in the East Sea as soon as possible." In the afternoon, Yi Qijun prepared to take Shen Xianzhi to Hangzhou to treat Yi Zai's illness. However, just as they stepped out of the Su family's door, Shen Xianzhi, who had been waiting at the entrance, hurriedly approached. Shen Xianzhi respectfully said, "Master, the person you wanted to find has been located." Yi Qijun's eyes lit up. "Let's go meet him. Xianzhi, wait for me here with your aunt." With that, Yi Qijun got into the car with Shen Xianzhi. Soon the two arrived at the Donghai antique market. Entering an antique shop, Yi Qijun immediately noticed a young man at the counter arguing vigorously with the shop owner over an ancient copper pendant. Seeing the copper pendant, a sense of nostalgia and emotion flickered in Yi Qijun's eyes. This pendant was the token of his master, the former island lord of the Prison God Island. Years ago, when Yi Qijun fled overseas and ended up on Prison God Island, it was his master who saved him, taught him all his skills, and treated him as his own. Before passing the island lord position to Yi Qijun, his master had instructed him on several important matters, the most crucial of which was to find his master's son in the country. When his master was young, he had no choice but to leave his pregnant wife. Years later, when he returned to Longhua, he found that she had already passed away and their son was missing. The only clue was this copper pendant. After returning to the country, Yi Qijun had Shen Xianzhi investigate the whereabouts of his master's son, and today, he finally found him. Yi Qijun suddenly looked at the young man holding the token. In his early 20s, with thick brows and big eyes, he appeared honest and straightforward, arguing with the shop owner with great fervor. 500,000, that's the lowest price. The shop owner said disdainfully, "This item isn't even an antique, and you want 500,000. I think you're crazy. Why don't you just rob it?" The young man was taken aback for a moment and scratched his head, saying, "Honestly, robbing money is not as quick as..." The shop owner's face turned dark immediately. "Are you trying to play tricks on me? Who do you think you are? Don't you see? Get lost. Don't delay my business," he said, trying to shoo the young man away. But at that moment, Yi Qijun stepped forward and asked, "What is your name? Where did you get this copper pendant?" The young man was startled and then said, "Honestly, my name is Dugu. How this item was left to me by my mother." Indeed, he has the surname Dugu. Yi Qijun's gaze softened considerably, and he said directly, "I see that this item is quite extraordinary. It's 500,000, right? I will buy it." Both the young man and the shop owner were taken aback. The shop owner hurriedly said, "Little brother, you must be mistaken. I'm telling you this item is worthless. Don't get scammed." Yi Qijun shook his head and said calmly, "To me it is worth its weight in gold. You simply cannot see its special nature." As someone in the antique business, the last thing the shop owner wanted to hear was someone questioning his judgment. His face darkened immediately, and he coldly snorted, "A layman daring to doubt my vision. You think you are worthy? I warn you, if you want to buy it, fine, but once you leave this door, don't tell anyone you bought it from my shop. If it gets out, it will ruin my reputation." Yi Qijun smiled coldly and ignored him, instead asking Dugu, "How do you really not know the value of this?" Dugu Hao shook his head, wanting to sell it quickly. The shop owner sneered from the side, "You're just putting on a show. What value could this broken thing have? I see you are just a con artist. Hurry up and get out of here, and don't try to fool me." As he spoke, the shop owner attempted to push them out. But at that moment Yi Qijun smiled, coldly bit his fingertip, and pressed it onto the patterns of the copper pendant. The originally vague patterns suddenly became much clearer after being stained with his blood. It was clearly 5 dragon claws soaring. In the next moment these 5 dragons began to swim slowly, as if they had come to life. One by one dragon figures rose up separating from the copper pendant, forming 5 azure dragon shadows that spiraled in the air. This scene was so surreal that both Dugu Hao and the shop owner were left dumbfounded. At that moment Yi Qijun said calmly, "This is the spirit of the copper pendant. Ordinary people who carry the copper pendant can prolong their lives and be free from illnesses. If one can absorb the spirit of the copper pendant, they can undergo a complete transformation." Then Yi Qijun pointed directly at Dugu Hao and said, "Go." The 5 azure dragon shadows immediately roared and pounced at Dugu Hao. Dugu Hao was startled and couldn't dodge in time, watching helplessly as the 5 dragons drilled into his body, as if a warm current flowed within him. However, a few seconds later the 5 dragon shadows unexpectedly drilled out of Dugu Hao's body again, turning and rushing into Yi Qijun's body. Yi Qijun sighed. It seemed Dugu Hao's physique was unable to absorb the spirit of the copper pendant. He had originally wanted to bestow a great fortune upon Dugu Hao, but alas, it did not go as planned. Yi Qijun could only absorb the spirit of the copper pendant himself. After everything was over, the copper pendant became plain and ordinary, and the ancient feeling dissipated completely. The shop owner gaped in shock, filled with regret. Such a miraculous item simply cannot be compared to an ordinary antique. Not to mention the transformation after absorbing the dragon shadows, even the lifespan prolonging effect from normal work could fetch an astronomical price. In the antique business, the shop owner had heard of some miraculous items, and anything with such effects could sell for at least 100 million. At this moment the shop owner was regretting so much that it felt like his heart was bleeding. However, Dugu Hao merely looked shocked for a moment before returning to normal. He was just an ordinary person and had no concept of such miraculous matters, thus he was not interested. Dugu Hao had no intention of raising the price. Instead, he anxiously urged, "You've used this item. Shouldn't you give me the money now?" Yi Qijun smiled and directly took out a card, handing it to Dugu Hao. "This is a black honor card. It has 5 billion in it, no password." The shop owner's eyes widened in disbelief. He had only heard of the Black Honor card. It was issued by the Black Prison Bank overseas, one of the world's top credit cards, symbolizing immense wealth. Today he actually saw a real one. But unexpectedly Dugu Hao shook his head, directly looking disdainful, and said, "Who are you trying to fool? I'm telling you I'm quite clever. Don't think you can trick me. I don't want the card, I only want cash." Yi Qijun could only look at Shen Xianzhi, helplessly transfer him 500,000. Shen Xianzhi twitched his mouth and transferred 500,000 to Dugu Hao via WeChat. Seeing the additional 500,000 in his balance, Dugu Hao was overjoyed. "With this 500,000 I can marry Xiaozhi. Thank you, thank you." After saying that, Dugu Hao hurriedly left. Yi Qijun rushed after him, calling out to him. Dugu Hao immediately became nervous. "I've given you the item. You can't go back on your word." Yi Qijun shook his head and said seriously, "My master's name is Dugu Bo. He is your father. We have been looking for you all these years." Dugu Hao was initially stunned. However, the next moment, he became furious. Since his birth, Dugu Hao had never met his father. Raised by his mother in a life of poverty, he was ridiculed from a young age as a child without a father. After his mother passed away, Dugu Hao was sent to an orphanage. For all these years he harbored nothing but hatred for the father he had never met. Upon hearing Yi Qijun's words, Dugu Hao angrily exclaimed, "Get lost. I have no father, so your master should stay as far away as possible." Yi Qijun frowned slightly, but did not. His master had advised him that Dugu Hao at such a young age lacked parental guidance, and was surely filled with resentment towards his father. Therefore, after Yi Qijun found Dugu Hao, no matter how much Dugu Hao cursed Duguobois, he was not to take offense. Yi Qijun sighed inwardly, knowing that such emotional knots could not be untangled with just a few words of explanation. He thought for a moment, and took out the black card he had shown earlier. "This card was left for you by my master. You can use the money inside." Dugu Hao interrupted him angrily. Dugu Hao would rather starve to death outside, or be hit by a car here, than take a single penny from it. With that, Dugu Hao turned and left without a trace of nostalgia. Yi Qijun could only smile helplessly, and after thinking for a moment instructed Shen Xianzhi, "Go to the Su family, pick up Sienna, and have her take care of Xiaoru and Hangxing. He'll return once I finish my business." Shen Xianzhi took his leave. Yi Qijun then drove quietly following Dugu Hao. The Jinhai Club was originally a property of the Yu family, one of the 3 clans of Jinhai. After the Yu family suffered heavy losses, they sold it to raise funds. At the entrance of the club, a Porsche Macan parked elegantly by the roadside. A tall, stunning beauty dressed in a red bodycon dress and black stockings stepped out of the car. Just as she got out, her phone rang. The beauty glanced at the caller ID and saw a spare tire No. 32, curling her lips in disdain before hanging up. Her female colleague in the car curiously asked, "Why didn't you answer?" The beauty casually replied, No name saved. I forgot what he's called. The female colleague giggled as they both walked towards the club. However, just as they reached the entrance, they spotted Du Guhao waiting outside on an electric bike. Seeing the beauty approach, Du Guhao hurriedly greeted her. Jinji, why didn't you answer my call? The female colleague whispered, who is this guy? The beauty casually responded, a college classmate who has been pursuing me for years. He's the one who just called. The female colleague realized. Just then Du Guhao stepped closer and a hint of impatience flashed in the bowtie's eyes. She explained casually, I didn't answer because I was driving. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you not to come to my workplace? Du Guhao smiled innocently saying, Jinji, you don't have to work here anymore. I have 5,000,000 for our mother's medical expenses. Du Guhao's gaze was filled with anticipation as he looked at her. This woman was called Pan Jinji, whom Du Guhao loved deeply. He had pursued her for several years. Previously, Pan Jinji had mentioned that if he could get 5,000 for her mother's treatment, she would be his girlfriend. At that moment, Pan Jinji was also quite surprised. She had only said that casually, not expecting this poor boy to actually come up with the money. Pan Jinji's eyes flickered as she revealed a gentle smile. Then hurry and transfer the money to me. My mom needs it urgently. Du Guhao replied directly. I already transferred it to you. I check your bank account. Pan Jinji took out her phone and saw that the money had indeed arrived, her smile blossoming even more as she walked into the club. Du Guhao was taken aback, saying, Jinji, why are you going inside? This isn't a good place. Pan Jinji, somewhat impatient, explained, I still need to handle my resignation. Du Guhao anxiously asked, can it be done today? I'll wait for you outside. Pan Jinji entered the club, casually responding, yes, definitely. Du Guhao, filled with excitement, patiently waited at the entrance. At that moment, Qijun approached Du Guhao. He had witnessed the previous scene and frowned, asking, do you see a future with a nightclub girl? Du Guhao looked up, and seeing it was Qijun, angrily retorted, are you a pest? Why are you ever? Qijun shook his head, not taking it to heart, and casually replied, she only wants to get your money. Can't. Du Guhao stood up in anger, saying, Jinji is a good girl. She came here to earn money for her mother's treatment out of necessity, and once she has the money, she'll resign and leave with me. Qijun frowned slightly, saying, do you realize with your background you could become the owner of this club in an instant if you wanted to? Why entangle yourself with a nightclub girl? Du Guhao looked at Qijun with suspicion. He could tell that Qijun was wealthy, but the Jinhai Club was the most upscale establishment in Donghai. Wanting to purchase it was nothing short of a fantasy. Du Guhao scoffed, no matter how loud you blow your horn, it won't help. Why don't you try buying it yourself? Qijun smiled faintly and dialed Shen Xianzhi's number, saying, by the Jinhai Club. As he hung up, a voice suddenly called out, oh, isn't that Qijun? Are you here to have some fun? Qijun glanced over and saw it was Zhuang Xiujia. At this moment, Zhuang Xiujia looked at him with an amused expression, walking over with a beaming smile. Come on, let's go in and have some fun, my treat. A cunning glint flashed in Zhuang Xiujia's eyes. He hadn't expected to run into Qijun here, and his enthusiastic demeanor was meant to capture evidence of Qijun indulging in debauchery with women at the club. As long as he had video proof showing it to Shen Xianzhi and Lin Manyu, would likely lead to a rift between those two proud goddesses and Qijun. However, Qijun completely ignored him, expressionless, as he replied, I'm here to find someone. With that, he no longer paid attention to Zhuang Xiujia. Zhuang Xiujia's eyes glinted with malice as he let out a cold laugh and walked into the club. Once inside, the club manager approached Zhuang Xiujia, saying, Boss, the richest man in Longhua, Shen Xianzhi, just called wanting to acquire our club. Zhuang Xiujia was taken aback, looking astonished. After a moment, he replied, let's talk in the office and find out more about this Shen Xianzhi. The richest man in Longhua, even he had to treat that with caution. However, once in the office and after reviewing Shen Xianzhi's information, Zhuang Xiujia wore a cold smile. The records indicated that Shen Xianzhi had appeared multiple times beside Qijun. Realizing that Qijun's presence at the club entrance earlier might be connected to Shen Xianzhi's acquisition of the club, Zhuang Xiujia quickly connected the dots. The Jinhai Club was purchased by Zhuang Xiujia from the Yu family. One reason was to collaborate with the three clans of Jinhai, acquiring some of their assets to avoid losing partners before the cooperation even began. On the other hand, the Zhuang family's entertainment industry overseas was overseen by Zhuang Xiujia. He aimed to turn the Jinhai Club into a second Tianshang Renjian, establishing relationships with the elite and building the Zhuang family's network. After some contemplation, Zhuang Xiujia had the security at the club in trance called over for questioning. Only then did he fully understand that Qijun intended to acquire the Jinhai Club for Du Guhao, who was a pursuer of one of the club's hostesses. Having pieced together the situation, a sinister and cold smile appeared in Zhuang Ziyuji's eyes. In the lounge of the Golden Sea Club, dozens of beautiful women, all charming and elegant, gathered around Pan Jinji, their expressions filled with envy. Jinji, how did you find such an extraordinary sycophant who would go bankrupt for you? He's simply a filial dog. If I could find a few such sycophants, I wouldn't need to work as a nightclub girl. I could just lie at home and have them send me money. Instantly, a group of nightclub girls burst into raucous laughter. Pan Jinzi's eyes sparkled with pride, but her face remained calm as she casually remarked, "What's the big deal? As long as you put in some effort, there are plenty of sycophants around. Besides, this guy only went bankrupt to give me 500,000. That's nothing. To attract a sycophant, you must look for the wealthy. Just find a rich man to sponsor you, and you could easily earn that amount every month." The nightclub girls all agreed as they regularly encountered extravagant wealthy individuals at the Golden Sea Club. Their dream was to put a private car license plate on their public transport vehicle. Just as the women were laughing and chatting, someone at the door called out, "Pan Jinji, the boss wants to see you in his office." The lounge fell silent for a moment, and Pan Jinji hurriedly stood up, her face radiating excitement. Although the boss of the Golden Sea Club had not been there long, he knew how to have fun. Previously a nightclub girl who pleased him had quickly been promoted to a mommy, no longer needing to entertain customers and earning significantly more. At this, the other women grew even more envious and showered her with flattery. Pan Jinji wore a proud smile as she walked out, exuding the aura of a wild chicken transformed into a phoenix. Moments later, Pan Jinji arrived at Zhuang Ziyuji's office. Contrary to her expectations, Zhuang Xiaojia was not in a playful mood. Instead, he sat seriously behind his desk, scrutinizing her. After a moment, Zhuang Xiaojia asked flatly, "Do you know Du Guhao?" Pan Jinji instinctively shook her head in denial, her voice soft as she replied, "I don't know him. Who is Du Guhao?" "Boss, you called me here to ask about someone else." Zhuang Ziyuji's gaze turned cold. "Don't mess with me. Tell me honestly, do you know Du Guhao or not?" Pan Jinji was startled. Her denial stemmed from not wanting her boss to know that Du Guhao was her sycophant. Men generally dislike their romantic interests being associated with other men. However, Zhuang Ziyuji's expression made her reluctant to lie, and she could only nod, saying, "Yes, he is my college classmate." "Just a college classmate? Then you're not of much use." Zhuang Xiaojia narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Pan Jinji hurriedly explained, "He has been pursuing me, but I haven't agreed. I'm just stringing him along." Zhuang Xiaojia understood, and after probing further into their relationship, a cold smile appeared on his face. "Good. Pan Jinji, listen up. From today on, you will be with Du Guhao, ideally never leaving his side. Du Guhao has a man named Qijun by his side. If you get the chance, try to get close to him. I want to know all his movements. Do you understand what I mean?" Pan Jinji certainly understood, like a spy in a movie. However, she was somewhat unwilling, knowing that following a poor guy like Du Guhao would likely yield no benefits. But soon Zhuang Xiaojia tossed her a card, casually stating, "This card has 5 million on it." Pan Jinzi's eyes lit up, and she stepped forward to grab the card. However, Zhuang Xiaojia pressed the card down, a teasing smile on his face as he said, "If you want this 5 million, you'll need to diligently carry out my orders, understand?" Pan Jinji stared intently at the card, nodding without hesitation, excitedly saying, "Don't worry, boss. I will remember any movements over there and report back to you." Zhuang Xiaojia coldly smiled. He understood too well the nature of these nightclub girls, greedy and not very bright. He casually toyed with the card, but his tone turned eerie. "If you perform well, there will be rewards. If you do poorly, there will be punishments. Do you know what happens if you anger me?" Pan Jinji was immediately startled. She knew all too well that the last girl who angered Zhuang Xiaojia had not been seen again the next day. Many rumors claimed she was bricked into a wall. Pan Jinji quickly swore an oath to do her utmost to serve her boss. Only then did a satisfied smile appear on Zhuang Ziyuji's face. At the entrance of the Golden Sea Club, Yi Qijun and Du Guhao had been waiting for quite some time. At that moment, Yi Qijun's phone rang, and when he answered, Shen Xianzhi reported respectfully and nervously, "Master, this old servant is incompetent. The people at the Golden Sea Club haven't given me a response. I would like to ask if we should take more aggressive measures." Yi Qijun frowned slightly. He had sent Shen Xianzhi to acquire the Golden Sea Club, and certainly wouldn't shortchange the current owner, at least offering a 30% premium, or even potentially doubling it. But the other party hadn't given any response. Just as Yi Qijun was pondering this, a figure suddenly walked out from the club. He paused slightly and said, "Wait for my news." He then hung up the phone, scrutinizing Pan Jinji as she exited the club. At that moment, Pan Jinji had changed out of her sexy, eye-catching mini skirt and black stockings, now donning a blue and white knee-length dress, with her hair flowing over her shoulders, giving off a wholesome girl vibe at first glance. Du Guhao hurriedly approached, excitedly asking, "Have you completed the resignation procedures?" Pan Jinji smiled sweetly, her voice soft as she said, "How thanks to you I could leave here. Otherwise I might never escape this life." She started to tear up and directly collapsed into Du Guhao's arms, sobbing pitifully. Du Guhao gently comforted her, his face filled with concern. After a while, Pan Jinji finally calmed down, and Du Guhao then turned to look proudly at Yi Qijun. "Did you see that? This is the woman I love, completely different from the ones you've met." Yi Qijun frowned slightly, sensing something was off. At that moment, Du Guhao leaned down and gently asked, Jinji, which hospital is our mom in? Let's go visit her. This question left Pan Jinji momentarily stunned. What mother is sick in the hospital? That was merely her excuse to deceive these backup options, a reason to make her job more acceptable and even sympathetic. Visit a ghost. Her mom was probably playing mahjong with someone right now. How could she possibly take? But after a brief moment of panic, Pan Jinji quickly responded. My mom has finished her surgery and has gone back to her hometown to recuperate. We can visit her another time. Pan Jinji spoke with heartfelt sincerity, leaving no room for doubt. Such a lie was as easy as breathing for her. Du Guhao nodded in understanding. Without waiting for Du Guhao to inquire about her condition, Pan Jinji immediately changed the subject. Alas, it's my lack of ability that prevents me from making money. How do you know? My greatest wish is to have a big house in Donghai so I can bring my parents over to live together and take good care of them. As she said this, Pan Jinji looked as if she were on the verge of tears. Du Guhao felt a pang of sympathy, yet was also filled with embarrassment. How could he provide a big house for Pan Jinji's family? At that moment, Yi Qijun, who had been listening nearby, cast a deep glance at Pan Jinji. He increasingly felt that this woman was not quite right, but since she had found Du Guhao, he couldn't let him suffer, and thus spoke indifferently. My house is not small, you can stay there. Du Guhao instantly frowned and coldly huffed, ready to refuse. He did not want to accept any help from Yi Qijun. To his surprise, Pan Jinji readily agreed, saying, sure. How your friend is really loyal. The reason she was putting on such an act in front of Du Guhao was to get closer to Yi Qijun, and now having the opportunity to stay at Yi Qijun's house was exactly what she wanted. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside Yulong Villa. The three got out, and Pan Jinji's eyes went blank. How could anyone in Donghai not know about Yulong Villa? And this man beside her turned out to be the owner of Yulong Villa? My goodness. Pan Jinji's eyes nearly turned green with envy. Although she had seen many wealthy individuals in the nightlife, seeing those so-called rich people collectively could not compare to a single Yulong Villa. Pan Jinji clutched Du Guhao and wandered around Yulong Villa, occasionally letting out exaggerated gasps. Yi Qijun, however, paid no attention to her, simply waving towards the shadows. Tianqin instantly appeared before him, kneeling to obey. Yi Qijun said lightly, these two will live here from now on. To arrange for them to be discreetly protected, and keep an eye on that woman to see if anything seems off. Tianqin hurriedly accepted the order. He was originally responsible for secretly protecting his aunt Su Qin, but since there had been no trouble from the Su family, he only needed to check in occasionally, spending most of his time at Yulong Villa. After giving his instructions, Yi Qijun directly went to the helipad, boarded the helicopter that had long been waiting, and headed for Hangzhou to visit the Shen family. The next morning at the Shen family villa. As soon as Shen Wenluan saw Yi Qijun, a warm smile spread across his face. After exchanging pleasantries, Shen Wenluan inquired about the medicinal herbs that had been sent to the Shen family in recent days. Qijun, those precious medicinal herbs are the secret to your endurance for 3 hours, right? Shen Wenluan looked at Yi Qijun with eager anticipation. Yi Qijun was momentarily taken aback, feeling unusually confused. Just then Shen Xianzhi came out carrying Xiaoru. Qijun, you're here. You should check Xiaoru's health first. Yi Qijun hurriedly stepped forward to examine Yi Xiaoru's physical condition. Indeed, her heart meridian deficiency had not improved. Yi Qijun stated directly, I'll prepare medicine for Xiaoru. This time the 200 portions of medicinal herbs obtained through global acquisition by Shen Xianzhi were all extremely precious. To perfectly extract the spiritual energy from them required special techniques, which only Yi Qijun could perform personally. Soon the first portion of medicinal herbs was ready, and all the essence was concentrated in the medicinal soup. Yi Qijun picked up Xiaoru but did not feed her the soup all at once. Instead, he let her taste it little by little. The potency of a century-old spiritual herb is extraordinary. Even a robust adult would feel intensely overheated after a single sip of the medicinal soup, risking an overdose. Thus Yi Qijun could only let Yi Xiaoru try a little at a time, but to his surprise she drank it all down without any reaction. Instead she tilted her little face and curiously asked, Daddy, what did you give me? It's so delicious. I want more. Yi Qijun was immediately astonished, and after a moment of contemplation could only go back to prepare more medicine for Yi Xiaoru. However, with the second and third portions, one after another as the medicinal soups were consumed, Yi Xiaoru showed no signs of overdose at all. Not knowing how much time had passed, Yi Qijun had already used up all 200 portions of medicinal herbs. At this moment Yi Qijun was utterly shocked. These 200 portions were originally intended to last Yi Xiaoru for a year. He had previously thought that Xiaoru's heart meridian deficiency was due to her weak constitution and that it would be fine once replenished. But it now appeared that this was far from the case. Yi Qijun carefully re-examined Xiaoru. Although her heart meridian issue had improved somewhat, it still differed from that of a normal child. However, Xiaoru's complexion had greatly improved and her skin was now fair and radiant, much better than before. Yi Qijun had completely confirmed that Yi Xiaoru's heart meridian deficiency was not an illness, but rather a special constitution. After pondering, Yi Qijun found Shen Xianzhi instructing him to continue the global acquisition of century-old spiritual herbs and to gather various ancient texts. He wanted to understand what exactly this constitution of Yishaoru was. In the deep night, on the villa's rooftop, Yi Qijun sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation, recalling past events. 10 years ago, Yi Qijun fled Long Nation while being pursued, and at the brink of death, he was rescued by his master and taken to prison God Island. In fact, his master Dugu Bo had not taught Yi Qijun much over the years. He had only done one thing, which was to awaken the bloodline within Yi Qijun. Ever since the awakening of his bloodline, cultivation had come to Yi Qijun as naturally, as breathing, as if it were an innate ability. A few years ago, before his master disappeared, he told Yi Qijun 3 things that he remembered to this day. The first was to instruct him regarding Dugu Hao. The second was to specify that Yi Qijun could not leave prison God Island for 3 years, for by then his strength would be unrivaled in the world. The third was to inform Yi Qijun that his bloodline had not yet fully awakened. When Dugu Bo awakened his bloodline, he discovered 6 seals, but he could only unseal one of them. Now Yi Qijun was actually unclear about what level his strength had reached, for no matter how powerful an opponent was, they were all easily defeated. At this moment, Yi Qijun was focused on cultivating, absorbing the spirit of the bronze metal, which was the spiritual energy of the 5 dragons. After a while, Yi Qijun slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, which shot out like an arrow piercing through the air for 100 meters before gradually dissipating. There was a tremor in Yi Qijun's gaze, for just after he absorbed the spiritual energy of the 5 dragons, he felt a faint boiling sensation in his bloodline. This was clearly a sign that his bloodline was about to awaken. It indicated that the second seal within him had also begun to loosen. Yi Qijun took a deep breath, slowly rising, gazing toward the east, the direction of Peach Blossom Island. Peach Blossom Island martial arts families. It seems it's time to learn about the cultivation system of this world. In the morning, Pan Jinji woke up in a spacious bedroom, feeling an unparalleled sense of comfort throughout her body. The life of the wealthy is indeed different. This bed is incredibly comfortable. Pan Jinji stretched lazily, marveling at her situation. At that moment, a respectful voice came from outside the door. "Miss Pan, are you awake?" Pan Jinji felt a bit nervous and awkward. "Yes, I'm awake." As soon as she finished speaking, the door opened, and several maids entered, assisting her with changing and washing up, almost requiring no action from Pan Jinji. She merely had to wait for the servants to attend to her. Pan Jinji had never experienced such treatment before and was completely dazed throughout the process. It wasn't until everything was over that she finally reacted, her expression turning flushed with excitement. This life is so luxurious. At that moment, Dugu Hao entered carrying breakfast, and 2 servants immediately set the table. Pan Jinji didn't even have to get out of bed to enjoy her meal. Dugu Hao wore a flattering smile. "Jinji, how did you sleep last night?" Pan Jinji instinctively frowned, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. In her eyes, Dugu Hao had always been a poor loser. She could never have any feelings for him, especially after just experiencing such extreme luxury. Pan Jinji's mindset was somewhat lofty. But in the next moment, she realized that this lifestyle was clearly brought to her by Dugu Hao. Instantly, a flirtatious smile appeared on her face as she coquettishly said, "I slept very well. Ah, how you are truly wonderful." Dugu Hao's face turned red instantly, and he felt ecstatic as a thought flashed through his mind. Surely the goddess has feelings for me. It was just that she was too burdened by life before to pay attention to me. Seeing his excited expression, Pan Jinji immediately seized the moment to ask, "Ah, how, what is your relationship with Yi Qijun? Is this house a gift to you? Can we live here permanently?" Dugu Hao was momentarily taken aback. He didn't want to have too much to do with Yi Qijun, but the next moment, he saw Pan Jinji's expression filled with anticipation. Dugu Hao almost on a whim said, "He is my father's disciple. All of this is considered my father's legacy. Yi Qijun is just responsible for managing it." He had never met Dugu Bo and had never been to Prison God Island, so he was unaware that the power, strength, and wealth of Prison God Island did not belong to any single family, but rather to those who were capable. Yi Qijun obtained all of this because his strength impressed countless powerful beings on Prison God Island, making him invincible in this era. But Pan Jinji believed Dugu Hao's words, her heart racing with excitement. After a moment of questioning, she learned that Dugu Hao's parents were no longer alive, which made her smile even brighter. With a car and a house and both parents deceased, this man was clearly a great catch. Moreover, it wasn't just about having a car and a house. The value of this Yulong villa alone was astronomical. And Dugu Hao's father's inheritance was surely more than just this. As long as she could marry him, wouldn't she be soaring to new heights? With this thought, Pan Jinji felt a rush of excitement, feeling as if the pinnacle of her life was within reach. However, she wanted to verify whether Dugu Hao's words were true. After all, everything felt too dreamy. After considering it, Pan Jinji tentatively said, "Ah, how, now that my family's debts are all cleared, it's time to think about." Dugu Hao's eyes widened in response, his breath growing rapid with excitement. But Pan Jinji immediately followed with a troubled expression saying, "But my parents only have me as their precious daughter. They said that if anyone wants to marry me, their request isn't Haiyu a house would suffice. I know this might be a bit excessive, but they are only looking out for me, worrying that my innocence might lead me astray, so they want some guarantee for my marriage. Can you understand? If you agree once this house is transferred to my name, I can marry you." Pan Jinji looked at Dugu Hao with a gentle, helpless expression. Dugu Hao's protective instincts surged, and he nodded generously saying, "Of course I understand. Every parent cares for their child. I will take care of it right away." After saying this, Dugu Hao immediately called Yi Qijun, wanting to reclaim the inheritance of Dugu Bo. On the other end of the line, Yi Qijun felt utterly perplexed, his master's inheritance. Indeed, his master had some private assets, but after failing to find Dugu Hao and his mother all those years ago, he had donated everything in despair. Where would any inheritance come from? After asking carefully, he finally understood that Pan Jinji was demanding Yulong Villa. Yi Qijun found it laughable. Although he still hadn't figured out what kind of person Pan Jinji really was with his sharp eye for judgment, he could be certain that this woman was absolutely not a suitable match. However, Yi Qijun knew that his relationship with Dugu Hao was already poor. If he directly refused, it would be even harder to reconcile in the future, so he thought for a moment, and then said he was busy in Hangxing and would discuss it in detail when he returned. Dugu Hao was simple-minded and instinctively assumed that Yi Qijun had agreed. After hanging up the phone, he was about to share this good news with Pan Jinji when her phone rang. Pan Jinji's expression changed slightly upon seeing the caller ID. She calmly got up and walked outside before answering the call. At that moment, Dugu Hao was filled with excitement and did not feel that anything was amiss. After Pan Jinji answered the phone, she whispered, "Boss." The caller was none other than Zhuang Xiujia. Zhuang Xiujia asked with a faint smile, "How are things going? You should have met Yi Qijun by now, right? Tell me, what news have you found?" Instantly, a hint of hesitation flashed across Pan Jinji's face. She glanced at Dugu Hao in the living room, and then at the Grand Yulong Villa. Pan Jinji had initially been moved by Zhuang Xiuji's 5 million, but now looking at Yulong Villa, her thoughts had changed. Compared to this villa worth several billion and the countless inheritances, 5 million was nothing. After living in Donghai for so many years, how could she not know what it meant to reside in Yulong Villa? It represented a status and wealth that surpassed the entire Donghai. In other words, Dugu Hao, who owned Yulong Villa, was clearly a golden thigh much thicker than Zhuang Xiujia. Pan Jinji wasn't foolish and naturally knew how to choose, but she also didn't plan to offend Zhuang Xiujia, so she casually said, "I've just started dating Dugu Hao and have only met Yi Qijun once. I can't find out any news yet. They'll contact you once I have updates, boss." After saying this, she hung up the phone. At Huohuang Villa, Zhuang Xiujia smiled faintly, and after hanging up, he looked toward Yulong Villa on the mountain top, a shadow flickering in his eyes. Moments later, Zhuang Xiujia said to another person on the sofa, "Master, the first task I asked you to do is to deal with the owner over there, Yi Qijun." On the sofa sat a gaunt man resembling a bamboo pole shrouded in a black robe that obscured his features. Only his eagle-like eyes gleamed with a faint, eerie light. The man in black rasped, "How do you plan to deal with this?" Zhuang Xiujia chuckled darkly and replied, "I want Yi Qijun to be tormented to the point of wishing for death. And Shen Xianzhi, I want her to become my plaything. As long as the master can accomplish this, I will ensure it." "Do not be so impatient, young master Zhuang," came a chilling, bone-deep laughter from beneath the black robe. "I am weary from my travels and need to adjust my state. Once I rest, this matter will be but a simple task." Zhuang Xiujia laughed heartily, his expression filled with delight. At Yulong Villa, in the bedroom's dressing room, Pan Jinji gazed at the enormous wardrobe filled with various luxurious clothes, nearly drooling. Every piece of clothing here was worth a fortune, at least comparable to the price of her loan-purchased Porsche Macan. This dressing room with hundreds of garments was simply a paradise for every woman's dreams. After a moment of envy, Pan Jinji shouted, "Come here." A few maids hurried in from outside. "Help me change. I want to try on these clothes." Pan Jinji was eager to see how magnificent she would look in these valuable outfits. The maids exchanged glances, some hesitant. This dressing room belonged exclusively to Shen Xianzhi, and every piece of clothing was a gift from Yi Qijun to her. However, Yi Qijun had instructed them to try their best to satisfy Dugu Hao, and since Pan Jinji was a woman he sought to please, they dared not protest and quietly approached to serve her. After trying on dozens of outfits, Pan Jinji was nearly dazzled, ultimately selecting an evening gown and strutting out proudly. In her heart, she believed that at this moment she resembled a regal queen radiating nobility. She couldn't wait to stroll around, even if just within the estate, to let these servants witness her grandeur. However, just as she reached the villa's entrance, she saw a girl walking in. The girl wore a white spaghetti-strap dress, both sexy and pure, her appearance flawless, making Pan Jinji suddenly feel inferior. Then a wave of jealousy surged in her heart. The feeling of being a queen dissipated, akin to a royal concubine discovering a much more beautiful woman had entered the palace, instinctively filling her with hostility. At that moment the girl entered, and upon seeing the elegantly dressed Pan Jinji frowned slightly. This girl was Su Yingxia. She had come specifically to find Yi Qijun today. Su Yingxia had never met Pan Jinji, but seeing her luxurious attire and the maids trailing behind, she knew she was certainly not a servant of Yulong Villa. Su Yingxia then asked, "Who are you? I've never seen you before." Pan Jinji instinctively straightened her back, striving to maintain her noble image, and arrogantly replied, "I am the mistress of this place." "And who are you? How did you get in here?" Su Yingxia was taken aback. The mistress of Yulong Villa. A strong wave of hostility surged within her. For the true master here was Yi Qijun. But the next moment, as Su Yingxia scrutinized Pan Jinji closely, she realized that although the woman had some beauty, she was merely average compared to herself. Despite the luxurious clothing, she exuded a hint of a worldly aura. It should be noted that while Su Yingxia's looks were slightly inferior to Shen Xianzhi, she was still one of the 12 beauties of Donghai. In terms of appearance, figure, and even temperament, she completely overshadowed Pan Jinji. If someone like Yi Qijun would not even look at her, how could this woman be any different? Su Yingxia scoffed, "Derite, you think you deserve that title? Have you even looked in the mirror to see what you look like? How could he possibly be interested in you? His taste can't be that poor." With that, Su Yingxia turned to walk into the villa. She needed to confront Yi Qijun about this sudden appearance but her words infuriated Pan Jinji. In Pan Jinji's mind, Yulong Villa was already hers, and she was the true mistress here. Even the male master Du Guhao was merely her lapdog. How dare this little vixen look down on her, instantly enraging Pan Jinji. "You filthy bitch, what do you think you are to speak to me like that in my home? Get out, or I'll tear your mouth apart." Pan Jinji shouted angrily. Su Yingxia coldly scoffed. The glances exchanged between women were sharp. Su Yingxia had recognized Pan Jinji's worldly aura the moment she laid eyes on her. A nightclub woman daring to insult her. As the eldest daughter of the Su family with Yi Qijun and the Qin family as her backing, how could Su Yingxia tolerate this? Slap. Without a second thought, Su Yingxia raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap. Just a moment ago, Pan Jinji had been immersed in the fantasy of being a queen, the mistress of the place. Now she was abruptly awakened by Su Yingxia's strike. The fiery pain on her face left Pan Jinji dazed for a few seconds, and then she was utterly enraged. She sharply yelled at the maids, "Are you all blind? Didn't you see her hit me? Why don't you catch her?" The maids and bodyguards were at a loss, but with Yi Qijun absent, the villa was indeed ruled by Du Guhao and Pan Jinji. They could only comply, and two bodyguards immediately stepped forward to seize Su Yingxia's arm. Su Yingxia struggled, furious. "Let go of me. Do you even know who I am? Dare to touch me, and I swear I'll make you all regret it." The bodyguards exchanged glances, looking troubled. Just then Du Guhao rushed in from outside, asking in surprise. Upon seeing Du Guhao, Pan Jinji immediately squeezed out a few tears, crying and embellishing the story of being slapped. Du Guhao felt awkward. He was inherently a simple and honest guy who, although he felt bad for Pan Jinji being hit, he couldn't bring himself to retaliate against a beautiful girl. Du Guhao could only advise Jinji, "Let it go. This might be a misunderstanding." Pan Jinji immediately retorted, "Du Guhao, are you even a man? I've been hit like this and you want me to let it go? If you don't want to get involved, then just step aside. I'll handle her myself." Du Guhao instantly shrank back. As Pan Jinji flared up, he didn't dare say much and was left feeling helpless. After berating him, Pan Jinji glared at Su Yingxia with venomous eyes, jealousy burning within her. She viciously ordered the bodyguards, "You guys scratch her face for me." Several bodyguards were at a loss, exchanging glances, but none dared to act. Although Yi Qijun instructed them to treat Du Guhao and Pan Jinji well, everyone found Pan Jinji's commanding and overbearing attitude intolerable. Moreover, as Su Yingxia was a guest, although these servants did not know her, they speculated she might be related to Yi Qijun and naturally did not dare to act recklessly. However, these people's attitude further infuriated Pan Jinji. She immediately shouted angrily, "You won't act, huh? Then I'll do it myself." With that, Pan Jinji grabbed a fruit knife from the coffee table and lunged at Su Yingxia, slashing her face twice. Splurt. Blood sprayed out, startling everyone. No one expected Pan Jinji would actually take action. The intense pain made Su Yingxia burst into tears. The few bodyguards holding Su Yingxia instinctively loosened their grip, and she cried as she ran out. Pan Jinji, clutching the knife, became much calmer after seeing the blood, feeling somewhat guilty. But seeing everyone looking at her, Pan Jinji pretended to be tough and scolded, "What are you all staring at? Get back to your work." The servants hurriedly dispersed. Meanwhile, Du Guhao frowned, as if seeing Pan Jinji for the first time. He hadn't expected that the gentle goddess in his heart could be so fierce. However, having developed a habit over the years, he did not dare to speak loudly to Pan Jinji at this moment. Du Guhao merely said weakly, "Jinji, this is a bit excessive, isn't it? Are you feeling sorry for her just because she's pretty?" Pan Jinji immediately countered. Du Guhao flusteredly waved his hands. Pan Jinji quickly changed her tone, still questioning, but with a hint of a pout. "So do you not love me anymore? Do you still want to marry me or not?" At this, Pan Jinji squeezed out a few tears, appearing like a rain-drenched pear blossom. Du Guhao was utterly flustered and hurriedly swore to express his feelings. Satisfied, Pan Jinji took Du Guhao for a stroll in the garden at the back. In the garden, Pan Jinji seemingly casually said, "How I want to bring my parents over to live with us to show them filial piety. Is that okay?" Du Guhao nodded in agreement without hesitation. A look of triumph flashed in Pan Jinji's eyes. After the recent incident, Pan Jinji realized that the servants of Yulong Villa did not really listen to her commands. If she wanted to establish herself here, she needed help. First, she would bring her parents over to increase her family's influence here, and then later replace all those disobedient servants. In the old district of Donghai, in a smoke-filled room, several people were playing mahjong noisily. At that moment, a heavily made-up middle-aged woman rushed in. "Old Pan, stop playing, we've hit the jackpot." Pan Fuqiang impatiently waved his hand. "What jackpot? I've been losing all day. If you want to play, go find your own game, don't disturb me." The middle-aged woman Wang Mei slapped him on the back and shoved her phone into his hands excitedly, saying, "Look at the photos our daughter sent. She hooked up with a big shot. No, our daughter found a golden son-in-law who wants us to move into a mansion and enjoy life." Pan Fuqiang glanced at the photos of the villa on the phone, his eyes widening in disbelief. The magnificent villa resembling a palace left him stunned for a moment before he burst into wild laughter. "No wonder she's my daughter, as she's so successful." With that said, Pan Fuqiang pulled Wang Mei to leave. Immediately someone grumbled, "Old Pan, you're not being fair, quitting halfway through." Pan Fuqiang scoffed, "What's the point of a few bucks in mahjong? Don't call me for games under $1 million. I'm not in the mood to play house." With that, the couple left arrogantly. Enhancing the Shen family. Yi Qijun said to Shen Xianzhi, "Zaira's health and intelligence level will reach normal levels in a few months, and she will be able to go to school normally." Shen Xianzhi let out a sigh of relief. The heavy burden she had carried for years finally lifted. She smiled lightly. "Then I can rest assured. Once she starts school, I want to do business. I can't just stay at home all the time." Yi Qijun nodded with a smile. "Sure, I will support whatever you do." While they were talking, suddenly Yi Kaijin's phone rang. "Hello, anyhow." As soon as Yi Qijun answered the phone, he heard his aunt Su Qin tearfully say, "Qijun Yingsha has been disfigured, and she is now in the hospital." Yi Qijun was instantly shocked. After inquiring about the details, Yi Kaijin's expression immediately darkened. It was that Pan Jinji. He had just received a call from Du Guhao in the morning that Pan Jinji actually wanted to take over Yulong Villa, and now had the audacity to ruin Su Yingsha's face. If it weren't for Du Guhao being deeply entangled and having deep feelings for Pan Jinji, Yi Qijun would have wanted to take Pan Jinji's head right now. Yi Qijun immediately set off, arranging for a helicopter to rush back to Donghai. 2 hours later, at the Donghai hospital. As soon as Yi Qijun entered, Su Yingsha cried out pitifully, "Brother Qijun, you finally came." Seeing Su Yingsha with her face wrapped in bandages, Yi Kaijin's expression turned cold as he stepped forward and asked what exactly happened. Su Yingsha choked as she recounted the events, then looked at Yi Qijun with a pitiful gaze, asking in a sorrowful tone, "Brother Qijun, I only wanted to make ginseng soup for you, but I didn't expect. Now I've become a monster. Will you never look at me again?" Yi Qijun frowned, looking at Su Yingsha with some confusion. It seemed he hadn't really looked at her much even before she was disfigured. However, at that moment, old lady Su in the ward suddenly said, "Qijun, it's not that I want to make a fuss, but this incident occurred in your Yulong Villa, and the woman who acted is someone you allowed to stay there, right?" Yi Qijun nodded lightly, directly admitting yes. Old lady Zu's eyes lit up as she immediately said, "Now that Yingsha is disfigured, it might be difficult for her to get married for life. Shouldn't you give her an explanation?" The Su family members all brightened at the same time. They could see Su Yingsha's feelings for Yi Qijun, and all wanted to matchmake the two, but they had never had a chance. This unexpected incident could force Yi Qijun and Su Yingsha together, and that would mean the Su family had successfully secured a strong ally in Yi Qijun. The Su family members were overjoyed upon hearing this. Even Su Qin looked astonished, not expecting Yi Qijun to agree to take responsibility for Su Yingsha. But the next moment, Yi Qijun approached the bedside and said calmly, "I can take responsibility for healing the wounds on your face, ensuring not a single scar remains. As for the person who harmed you, I will avenge you." Everyone was taken aback, their faces revealing disappointment. Su Yingsha was also quite disappointed, but still said pitifully, "I don't ask for anything else, I just hope Brother Qijun can stay with me for these few days. I'm so scared." As she spoke, Su Yingsha was about to cry again. Yi Qijun helplessly looked at the others and said lightly, "You all can leave for now, I need to treat her injuries." The Su family members had no choice but to exit. On the way here, upon hearing that Su Yingsha was injured, Yi Qijun had instructed Shen Xianzhi to prepare the medicinal materials which he had compounded into ointment during the journey. This was a secret recipe from the island of God of Hell, known for its incredible effectiveness in treating external injuries. After Yi Qijun applied the medicine to Su Yingsha, she felt a cool sensation on her face, and the pain vanished entirely. Yulong Villa. Dugu Hao excitedly drove a car from the garage to pick up Pan Jinzi's parents. In his mind, this was the meeting of the parents, and the next step would surely be discussing marriage, a rhythm of having 2 children in 3 years. Meanwhile, in the villa, Pan Jinji sat before the dressing table, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, fantasizing about the life of a wealthy lady in the future, her expression filled with longing. At the same time, in Huolong Villa, Zhuang Xiujia nervously watched the figure in black robes in the living room. In front of the figure in black robes was a basin of clear water. He methodically added various unknown substances into the water, which quickly became murky and emitted a foul odor. Finally, the figure in black robes cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood into the basin, shouting, "Congeal." In the next moment, the originally murky water instantly transformed into a brilliant red, appearing smooth and lustrous, resembling a sparkling ruby. The figure in black robes sneered coldly and said, "Young Master Zhuang, come over and see which person you are looking for." Zhuang Xiujia hurried forward, immediately seeing the scene within Yulong Villa reflected on the surface of the water. As the figure in black robes gestured, the perspective in the image searched for a moment, but did not find Yi Kaijin's figure. Instead, he saw a graceful woman at the dressing table in the bedroom applying skincare. Zhuang Ziyuji's breathing became rapid. Even though he could only see her back, he recognized the woman's clothing as that of Shen Xianzhi. Moreover, the only mistress in Yulong Villa besides Shen Xianzhi could be no one else. He sneered softly, "Not finding Yi Qijun is fine. Let's first put a green hat on him. Shen Xianzhi back, then you look down on me today, I will make you submit beneath me." A formless power enveloped Yulong Villa, causing all the servants and bodyguards within to fall into a deep slumber. Moments later, 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the villa. Zhuang Xiujia asked, "Is everything settled?" The figure in black robes replied with a sinister smile, "Everyone in the villa is already unconscious. That woman has been cursed by me and will cooperate well with you." Zhuang Xiujia was instantly thrilled, instructing the figure in black robes to remain there as he swaggered into Yulong Villa. Soon he arrived at the bedroom. Upon seeing the slender figure lying on the bed, Zhuang Ziyuji's breathing quickened and lust exploded in his eyes. Although the woman wore a face mask and pajamas, it immediately elicited a reaction from Zhuang Xiujia. This was the woman he had longed for over a decade. Back in college, Zhuang Xiujia had fervently pursued Shen Xianzhi, and countless times in his dreams, he had fantasized about the 2 of them exploring the Wushan together. Now that Shen Xianzhi was right before him, how could Zhuang Xiujia possibly hold back? At that moment, his eyes turned red, and he ripped off his clothes, roaring like a beast as he lunged forward. In the years that followed, Zhuang Xiujia had encountered many women, but never had he been so impatient. After all, how could those ordinary women compare to the heavenly beauty of Shen Xianzhi? In the throes of passion, the woman's body gradually flushed with a rosy hue. Although she initially showed no reaction in her slumber under Zhuang Ziyuji's wild actions, her breathing gradually intensified. Gradually, although the woman was in a daze, she began to cooperate actively. Zhuang Xiujia became increasingly ecstatic and faster. 2 minutes later, he lay exhausted beside the woman, having achieved great satisfaction in both body and mind. However, the woman's body continued to move unconsciously, her hands instinctively groping about, as if she were seeking something. Seeing this, Zhuang Xiujia immediately smirked wickedly, pulling the woman into his embrace, and said with a chuckle, "Little darling, don't be anxious. Let me rest for a moment, and I will make sure you experience an unprecedented sensation today." Saying this, Zhuang Xiujia gently peeled off the mask from the woman's face, eager to see the satisfied expression on Shen Xianzhi's face, which would greatly satisfy his desire for conquest. However, in the next moment, upon seeing the face beneath the mask, Zhuang Xiujia froze in shock. This was not Shen Xianzhi at all. It was the nightclub girl under his command, Pan Jinji. In the next moment, Zhuang Xiujia was filled with rage. This bedroom was clearly the largest in the entire Yulong Mountain Villa, and the only person who could be here was Shen Xianzhi. Why was Pan Jinji here? He came to conquer a goddess, but ended up with a courtesan. Boom. In an instant, Zhuang Xiujia felt as if he had fallen from the peak of his life. The immense sense of disparity drove him into a complete fury. Slap. Zhuang Xiujia jumped up, and with all his might slapped Pan Jinji's face, who was still writhing unconsciously. "Damn bitch, wake up." Pan Jinji winced in pain, letting out an unconscious wail, yet a look of increasing enjoyment appeared on her face. Zhuang Xiujia was furious and directly mounted Pan Jinji, delivering slap after slap. 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 "Wake up, damn it." Zhuang Xiujia cursed violently, his foul language relentless and utterly unfit for approval. But after delivering dozens of slaps, Zhuang Xiujia found that Pan Jinji not only did not wake up, but seemed to be enjoying it more and more, her expression becoming increasingly indulgent. "Damn, so she's a masochist, what bad luck." Zhuang Xiujia, panting and exhausted, helplessly tried. However, just as he got up from Pan Jinji, she seemed to have finally sensed the series of slaps he delivered and lunged at him. Zhuang Xiujia was already weak, and after the earlier commotion and having exerted himself to slap Pan Jinzhai fiercely, he was utterly drained. Meanwhile, under the influence of the black-clad man's evil spell, Pan Jinzhai had no conscious awareness, acting purely on instinct, and her movements became much stronger unexpectedly, causing her to turn the tables on Zhuang Xiujia. "What the hell are you doing?" In the bedroom, Zhuang Xiuji's surprised and furious shout echoed. 2 minutes later, the shout came again. "Damn it, get away, you cheap whore. Another 2 minutes. You better stop it, or I swear." After 2 more minutes, "Wake up, damn it, wake up." Eventually his voice became weak, his angry shouts turning into moans. "I can't take it anymore, really can't." Outside Yulong Mountain Villa, the black-clad man stood halfway up the mountain, hands clasped behind his back, quietly waiting for an hour. Occasionally glancing towards the bedroom, admiration gradually surfaced in his gaze. Old City. In a Rolls-Royce, Tian knelt before Yi Qijun, reporting everything that had happened since Dugu Hao and Pan Jinzhai moved into the villa, with a focus on Pan Jinzhai's character. At the end of the report, a flicker of anger flashed in Yi Qijun's eyes. Although he felt nothing for suing Xia, she was still family to his aunt, and having someone like Pan Jinzhai hurt her only fueled his discontent. A woman like her doesn't deserve Dugu Hao. No, she doesn't deserve any normal man in this world. Beasts should only be with beasts and should not harm humanity. Just then Dugu Hao's car stopped not far away. Yi Qijun directly opened the car door and stepped out. Tian accepted Yi Qijun's order and had been observing everything that happened in Yulong Mountain Villa from the shadows, but did not intervene. So when Yi Qijun inquired, he naturally knew that Dugu Hao was coming to pick up Pan Jinzhai's parents and had arrived here in advance to wait. Upon seeing Yi Qijun, Dugu Hao's eyes lit up, and he said directly, "You're back. Perfect timing, let's quickly handle the transfer procedures. Yulong Mountain Villa and the inheritance left to me by the old man can be handed over to me now." Yi Qijun's brows immediately furrowed. Inheritance? When did Master leave any inheritance? Including Yulong Mountain Villa, it was all part of the property of the prison god island, which he earned only after becoming the prison god. It should actually belong to Yi Qijun. But he also understood why Dugu Hao was doing this, as Tian had already reported earlier. Yi Qijun was angry at his lack of ambition and coldly smiled, saying, "Didn't you confidently say before that you wouldn't take a single cent of what belongs to me and my master?" Dugu Hao's face immediately stiffened, turning beet red, unable to speak. With his character, he indeed would not take a penny, but for what he deemed love, he had to make this request. Seeing him like this, Yi Qijun sighed in disappointment and said, "I don't care about money or wealth, I can give it to you, but I hope you won't forget your true self." After saying this, Yi Qijun raised his hand and Tian hurriedly brought over the prepared transfer contract. Yi Qijun handed it to Dugu Hao, saying, "Sign here, and Yulong Mountain Villa will be yours." Although Dugu Hao's face was still flushed, thinking of Pan Jinzhi's delighted expression after obtaining the Yulong Villa filled him with joy, and he hurriedly said, "No need, just sign Jinzhi's name." Yi Qijun raised his eyebrows and said, "Seriously, you'd better think again. That woman is certainly not a good match." Dugu Hao immediately interrupted, "By the way, aside from the Yulong Villa, the old man should have left other assets, right? Please hand those over to me as well." Yi Qijun nodded, not explaining that there were no other assets, and casually took out a black credit card, saying, "This card has 5 billion, and there's no password." Yi Qijun didn't give him too much, fearing it would harm him. Dugu Hao, however, was ecstatic. 5 billion. There was actually 5 billion. With so much money, he could provide Pan Jinzhi with a better life. At that moment, a middle-aged couple came out of a nearby residential building carrying quite a few bags and looking around. Dugu Hao hurried over, greeted them, and enthusiastically helped carry their bags. Wang Mei eyed Dugu Hao suspiciously, showing a hint of disdain in her eyes. "Is this the daughter's boyfriend? He looks too ordinary, not at all like a wealthy heir, and he has no presence at all." Just as Wang Mei was curling her lips, habitually wanting to mock him, suddenly Dugu Hao pressed the car key. The trunk of the luxury car he drove opened, and he began placing the luggage inside one by one. Wang Mei's expression immediately changed. She nudged Pan Fuqiang and asked old Pan, "How much is this car?" Pan Fuqiang's eyes widened, sparkling with envy. "At least 3 million. The top configuration would be over 4 million. Wang Mei's breath instantly became erratic as she looked at Dugu Hao with immense satisfaction. "Look at this. This is a real wealthy young master, so approachable, so easygoing, with not a hint of air." Wang Mei hurriedly leaned and, "Xiao Hao, I heard Jinzhi say she wants to take us to live in a mansion. Is that mansion yours?" Dugu Hao smiled and shook his head. Wang Mei's face suddenly changed, and she lowered her voice to Pan Fuqiang, saying, "Our daughter can't have been deceived. This guy doesn't look wealthy at all. He has no signs of affluence. The luxury car and mansion can't be borrowed, right?" Just as he was speaking, Dugu Hao was busy unloading and said, "I've already agreed with Jinzhi. That house will be in her name. It counts as hers." Wang Mei's face instantly transformed, blooming into a smile, like a Sichuan opera face changer. "Oh, how can this be? Jinzhi really doesn't know the weight of things. How can she want such a luxurious house? By the way, Xiao, how has the transfer paperwork been completed?" Dugu Hao smiled, and said the contract is already in hand. Oh, as soon as we get back, I'll have Jinji sign it. Then she will be the owner. Pan Fuqiang and Wang Mei couldn't help but smile broadly, their eyes filled with excitement. Moments later, the three of them got into the car and left. Not far away, Yi Qijun and Tian Can witnessed the entire scene, and Tian Can's face bore a hint of this. Yi Qijun shook his head. Pan Jinzi's parents were not much better, which further lowered his impression of Pan. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qijun said to Tian Can continue to secretly protect Dugu Hao. Oh, find an opportunity to let him see the true face of Pan Jinzi's family. I can't let the only son of my master sink into the mire. If he truly marries a woman like Pan Jinji, his life will be ruined. Tian Can understood Yi Qijun's intention and hurriedly took his leave. Along the way, Pan Fuqiang and Wang Mei subtly inquired about Dugu Hao, soon learning that Dugu Hao was a fortunate heir to his father's legacy. Through their conversation, they further realized that Dugu Hao had an honest and straightforward personality with no ulterior motives, making it very easy to manipulate him. The two exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Their daughter is truly impressive. To hook such a rich guy. If they could get their hands on all the inheritance Dugu Hao has, it would be even better. Billions. Upon hearing this figure, both felt as if their hearts might give out. Soon the three of them returned to the Yulong Villa. Seeing Yulong Villa, realizing this was the luxury mansion Pan Jinji had mentioned, Pan Fuqiang and Wang Mei were completely stunned. This is the #1 mansion in Donghai. Getting out of the car and walking toward the villa, the old steward of the villa hurriedly came forward, followed by servants and bodyguards, all showing great respect. They had never seen such a scene, feeling as if they were floating. Moments later, upon hearing that her parents had arrived, Pan Jinji hurried out to greet them. Wang Mei held her daughter's hand, asking questions with a face full of joy. However, they did not notice that everyone in the villa had a strange expression. Because they had just woken up not long ago, the steward and servants felt like they had just had a dream, yet they had no memory of it, and seemed merely dazed. However, Pan Jinzi's feelings were stronger than theirs. She felt as if she had had a spring dream, but it was intermittent and very uncomfortable. She didn't feel anything wrong with the marks on her body, thinking they were a normal reaction to a dream. At this moment, seeing her parents, Pan Jinji cast aside her doubts and frowned at the large bags they brought. What are you bringing so many things for? Everything is here, and if there's anything missing, just go buy it. Throw away this junk, and don't dirty such a nice house. After saying this, she ordered someone to throw away the things that Pan Fuqiang and Wang Mei had brought. Wang Mei instinctively felt a bit pained, but Pan Fuqiang laughed and said, "Daughter is right. Now that we're living in Yulong Villa, how can we still use those old things?" Wang Mei also thought about it. Looking at the magnificent estate, she felt disdain for those things. Once the servants left, Wang Mei eagerly took Pan Jinzi's hand with a motherly expression. Pan Jinji felt a bit unaccustomed. Her mother had never been this affectionate before. Wang Mei smiled and said, "Jinji, on the way here, your dad and I talked with Xiao Hao, and we are very pleased with the son. We are getting old and are just waiting to hold our grandchildren. Since you two get along, well, you should hurry up." Pan Fuqiang chimed in, "You young ones are reluctant to have kids and still use protection. That won't do. With Xiao Hao's situation, he can definitely support children, so you should just have them." Wang Mei nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Oh, why don't you two share a room today?" Du Guoheo's face instantly turned crimson as he shyly lowered his head, failing to notice Pan Jinji, rolling her eyes dramatically. At this moment, Pan Jinji was filled with impatience, thinking that her parents truly lacked insight, unable to grasp such simple tactics, and not knowing how to keep someone in suspense. However, when the topic arose, Pan Jinji suddenly felt a sense of anticipation reminiscent of fragmented dreams that left her unsatisfied, and she cast a glance at Du Guohao. Giving this guy a little sweetness didn't seem like a bad idea. Pan Jinji was about to express her intention to have Du Guohao share a room with her that night. But unexpectedly, after a moment of shyness, Du Guohao raised his head and earnestly said, "Uncle, and I've decided to save the best for the wedding day." Pan Jinji was instantly dumbfounded and then cursed inwardly. This clueless oaf. Zhuang Xiujie wore a dark expression, his eyes ablaze with anger as he stared at the man in black across from him. He unconsciously scratched his 2-inch short gun, feeling a vague itch, but dismissed it. He then coldly asked, "Master Ma, didn't you say there would be no problem? How could you mistake the person?" The man in black, Master Ma, sneered ominously. "You mistook the person, not me. You confirmed that was the woman you wanted. Who can you blame?" Zhuang Xiujie was rendered speechless, filled with rage that had no outlet, and could only ask gloomily, "Let this matter go, but that Yi Qijun must not make another mistake. If I don't kill him, my hatred will not be resolved." Master Ma glanced at him and said indifferently, "Your father asked me to help you clear the obstacles within the country for the Zhuang family, not to eliminate your romantic rivals. If that Yi Qijun were in Yulong Villa, I could easily help you deal with him. No need for further words." With that, Master Ma stood up and returned to his room. Zhuang Xiujie was immediately enraged, but he was helpless. Master Ma was not a servant of his family, but a renowned master invited at great cost. However, upon a moment's thought, if he could just get Yi Qijun to Yulong Villa, it could be resolved easily. Zhuang Xiujie devised a plan and directly sent a message to Pan Jinji telling her to find a way to lure Yi Qijun to Yulong Villa, or else his identity would be exposed. The next day at the Su family, everyone was present and Yi Qijun was changing the bandages for Su Xia. When the gauze was removed, everyone was astonished, for in just one day the wound had already scabbed over, and though the injury had looked quite vicious, it only left fine traces. You'll be healed by tomorrow, and there won't be any scars. Don't worry. After changing the bandages, Yi Qijun said calmly. Su Xia was overjoyed, though her expression was filled with embarrassment and shyness, not daring to meet Yi Qijun's gaze. Even if there are no scars, but Xia was hurt like this by that Pan Jinji, shouldn't there be an explanation? Someone from the Su family said. The others nodded, all looking at Yi Qijun. Even Aunt Suqin softly said, indeed, that woman has gone too far. Su Xia suddenly asked, Brother Qijun, I heard that woman say she is the mistress of Yulong Villa. What's the story there? Yi Qijun casually replied, Yulong Villa was given to my master's son Du Guhao, and Du Guhao then gave. Everyone was immediately shocked. A place worth tens of billions, and it was just given away like that. Suqin frowned, worried. Qijun, that's Yulong Villa. You weren't deceived, were you? Yi Qijun shook his head. Yulong Villa was indeed tricked away by Pan Jinji, but the one deceived was not him, but Du Guhao. Just as Yi Qijun was about to explain to his aunt, Du Guhao's call suddenly came in. Yi Qijun, the woman who came to the villa before, is your friend, right? Jinji said she felt very sorry for the last conflict and wants to host a banquet at home to invite you as a guest as an apology. Yi Qijun raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, as this was completely different from Pan Jinji's character, and asked, are you sure this is her intention? Du Guhao immediately boasted, of course. Don't always look at people through colored glasses. Jinji is actually very gentle. If she hadn't been angered, she wouldn't have reacted so impulsively. Moreover, one hand alone cannot clap. Jinji has a kind heart, which is why she wants to take the initiative to apologize and admit her mistake. She is completely different from the person you think she is. Yi Qijun's expression turned cold. He could even imagine how Pan Jinji would downplay this matter when she spoke to Du Guhao. Otherwise, Du Guhao wouldn't have believed and said these words. Can a kind-hearted person be so malicious as to disfigure someone? If it weren't for Yi Qijun's intervention, Su Yingxia's face would have truly been ruined. Yi Qijun scoffed and was about to refuse, but Aunt Suqin suddenly said, sure, I'll go too. I want to see what kind of woman she really is. Suqin wanted to check the situation at Yulong Villa and strive to get the villa back. It was Yi Qijun's possession, and she couldn't bear to see it given away for free, especially to such a venomous woman. With Suqin saying this, Yi Qijun could only agree. Yulong Villa. Wang Mei was dressed in luxurious clothes, standing at the kitchen door yelling. This outfit was also found from the master bedroom wardrobe. It originally belonged to Shen Xianzhi, and even she had never worn it, worth several $100,000. In the kitchen, several maids and chefs were busy sweating profusely. Actually preparing a banquet was a piece of cake for the chef, but Wang Mei was directing them as if they were in chaos, yet they dared not disobey, and could only hold their noses and comply. Suddenly Wang Mei scolded, who told you to make such a large quantity of food? There are only a few people, and you make so much of one dish. Are you feeding pigs? Can't you save a little? Would it kill you to put less on a plate? The chef twitched his mouth, but could only comply. And didn't you see that the vegetable leaves fell on the floor? Hurry up and pick them up. They can still be used if washed. As long as the chicken soup has flavor, just take the chicken out, add some seasoning, and stir fry. Oh, it becomes another dish, right? You bunch of wasteful things, how much family fortune will you squander? While Wang Mei was saying this, a sound of footsteps approached from behind. Wang Mei turned around and saw it was Du Guhao, instantly replacing her expression with a radiant smile. Du Guhao nodded and smiled. I came to see how the preparations are going. Suddenly Du Guhao's eyes widened as he stared in shock at the dishes being prepared in the kitchen. He had given Wang Mei 20,000 yuan to help prepare the ingredients for inviting Yi Qijun and his group. But what were they preparing now? Sour cabbage with pork belly, Northeast-style starch noodles, Sen. Even steamed sweet potatoes counted as a dish. The only seafood dish is just a medium-sized carp. With 20,000 yuan, this is all they prepared. This doesn't even cost 1,000. Upon noticing the expression on Du Guhao's face, Wang Mei quickly smiled and said, Xiao Hao, when you live with my daughter in the future, you must know how to save. You can't be extravagant. I know you have money, but it's still better to save when you can. Good steel should be used on the blade. Du Guhao was at a loss for words. He understood Wang Mei's point, but he wasn't foolish. He could tell that the 20,000 yuan he had given was likely pocketed by Wang Mei. After hesitating for a moment, Du Guhao chuckled bitterly. Annie, I understand what you're saying, but this time Jinji did hit someone. Inviting them over is to apologize, and the dishes being so shabby isn't really appropriate, is it? Wang Mei's expression stiffened, unsure of how to retort. Just then Pan Jinji walked over and let out a cold snort. This is my home. That wretched woman came here to provoke me and insulted me to my face. If I didn't teach her a lesson, she'd definitely take more liberties, and I'd be the one who gets beaten. Pan Jinji had no intention of apologizing, as she only came up with this idea because she was pressured by Zhuang Xiujia intending to trick Yi Qijun into coming over. However, her words made Du Guhao feel that her arguments were somewhat unreasonable. Just as he was about to say something, Pan Jinji hurriedly interrupted. She directly questioned, "How do you hope that I would be the one to get beaten? Or do you think I'm being too unreasonable?" As she spoke, tears welled up in Pan Jinji's eyes, her expression filled with grievance. Du Guhao immediately dared not say much, repeatedly waving his hands. No, Jinji, I was wrong." He didn't even know where he was wrong, and seeing Pan Jinji about to cry, he instinctively began to admit his fault. In the living room, Pan Fuqiang, dressed in a suit, interjected, "Xiaohao, it's not that uncle is criticizing you. You really need to change your character. How can a man be so timid? How will you give Jinji a sense of security? That Yi Qijun is your father's disciple, right? No matter how close a disciple can be, they can't compare to a son. In essence, Yi Qijun is just a servant cultivated by your father for you. In my opinion, you should be a bit more assertive. Seize this opportunity to establish your authority. Let him know who is truly in charge." Pan Fuqiang's words were well received by Wang Mei and Pan Jinji, who nodded in agreement. However, Du Guhao felt uncomfortable inside because he knew that even if Yi Qijun gave him nothing, he would still be. Ultimately, whether it was the Yulong Villa or the 50 billion card, both were given to him by Yi Qijun. But facing Pan Jinji, Du Guhao could not refute. At that moment, the sound of a car parking came from outside. Du Guhao hurriedly went out to greet them, and Pan Jinji's family of 3 followed suit. At the entrance of the villa, Yi Qijun and others had just gotten out of the car. The old butler of Yulong Villa and the servants instinctively came forward, bowing deeply. "Master." Dozens of people spoke in unison, causing Du Guhao and the others who had just exited the villa to be momentarily stunned. Pan Jinji's family of 3 was filled with rage. They had never received such treatment when entering or exiting Yulong Villa. Without a word, Pan Fuqiang stepped forward and slapped the old butler across the face. Slap. The old butler staggered from the blow. Pan Fuqiang pointed at his nose and scolded, "You traitorous scum, you don't want to work anymore, do you? My daughter is the true owner of Yulong Villa. Are you all blind?" Pan Jinji also wanted to chime in with a few curses, but feeling that her status was different now, she maintained a cold face and stood out, exuding an air of arrogance like a wildcat with its tail raised, declaring territorial dominance. She coldly said, "Next time, remember to recognize who your true master is. Otherwise, you won't have to stay here. All of you can just roll away." The servants lowered their heads while the old butler remained expressionless, bowing to indicate he understood. This old butler had been here since Yulong Villa was built. Even when it was unoccupied, he had to maintain the place, waiting for Yi Qijun's arrival for several years. Seeing this scene, Yi Qijun frowned slightly, showing some displeasure. At that moment, Aunt Su Qin pulled Su Yingxiao forward, who had thick bandages on her face. But before they could speak, Wang Mei had already loudly interrupted. "Oh, why is there a bandage? It's just a small injury. Why come here to play the victim?" Su Qin and Su Yingxiao were stunned. They merely wanted to avoid seeing the Pan family bully the servants, thinking it best to speak inside the villa, but unexpectedly Wang Mei blurted this out. Su Yingxiao was so aggrieved that she was on the verge of tears. Su Qin's expression turned slightly cold as she frowned. "Small injury." Yingxiao was slashed twice on her face. If it weren't for Qijun being there, she would have been disfigured. Is this still considered a small injury? Moreover, we haven't said anything yet. Where's the victimization? Saying this, Su Qin looked at Pan Jinji with a questioning gaze. Pan Jinji immediately felt a bit guilty and turned her head away. When she spoke about this incident to Du Guhao and her parents, she instinctively downplayed the seriousness, completely omitting that she was the one who had used a knife to injure the other party, instead focusing on what Su Yingxiao had said at the time. In her description, Su Yingxiao had barged in to cause trouble, and Pan Jinji had been forced to act in self-defense, accidentally injuring the other party. Seeing Pan Jinji's reaction, Wang Mei immediately understood what was going on and realized that Su Yingxiao was seriously injured. But in the next moment, Wang Mei shouted even louder, "It takes 2 to tango. If she hadn't come over to cause trouble, how could she have possibly been hit? If someone barges into your home to insult and hit you, would you not retaliate? This is clearly deserved." Wang Mei's voice grew louder and her words more excessive, like a shrew arguing in a marketplace, her mouth firing off like a machine gun, leaving no room for others to interject. Even when she paused for breath, Pan Fuqiang would shout a few angry words, and together they became increasingly vicious. Su Qin's face turned pale with anger, but she couldn't find the words to respond. Because these two clearly had no intention of reasoning, they were purely arguing. Su Qin looked at the 3 of them with disbelief in her eyes. The 3 members of the Pan family were all dressed in clothes worth millions from Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi, yet they were hurling the most vicious insults. Su Qin looked at Yi Qijun and angrily asked, "You really gave Yulong Villa to such people?" Yi Qijun explained, "I gave it to Du Guhao. He is my master's son and can be considered my brother. Whatever he wants I will naturally give. As for what Du Guhao wanted to give it to after receiving it, that was his own business." Although Su Qin understood Yi Qijun's meaning, she still felt unwilling. Yulong Villa falling into the hands of such people was like a pearl covered in dust. Just as the two of them exchanged a few words, Wang Mei and Pan Fuqiang on the opposite side were ready to start scolding again. Wang Mei directly retorted, "Can you speak properly? What kind of person do you think I am?" But this time she couldn't continue her tirade, as Du Guhao could no longer bear to listen and hurriedly stepped in to stop them. "Stop talking." Du Guhao's tone was somewhat serious, and Wang Mei and Pan Fuqiang immediately dared not speak further. They still did not want to go against the wishes of this golden son-in-law. Du Guhao helplessly looked at Yi Qijun and opened his mouth, but didn't know how to explain and could only weakly say, "I'm sorry. Let's go in first and talk while eating." Yi Qijun coldly nodded, but his gaze towards the Pan family was filled with coldness. If it weren't for Du Guhao's face, they wouldn't dare to argue with Su Qin like this. Even if they had 10 lives, they would have met their end. Everyone followed Du Guhao into the villa, but upon seeing the table full of dishes, the expressions of Yi Qijun and the others darkened. This table of food had no mountain delicacies or seafood. There was only one meat dish, which was merely a plate of chicken stir-fried from the chicken in the soup. This was hardly a banquet. Even a rural feast would be far superior to this spread. The anger rose again on Su Qin and the others' faces. From this table of food alone, it was clear that the Pan family had no intention of sincerely apologizing, and it seemed more like an insult to them. Yi Qijun's face darkened as he looked at Du Guhao. Du Guhao also felt a bit embarrassed, chuckling, awkwardly unsure of what to say. Yi Qijun said calmly, "Come outside with me for a moment." Du Guhao hurriedly followed Yi Qijun outside. Yi Qijun asked, "Do you really not regret it? With your current wealth, you could easily find a better girl." This time Du Guhao was not as resolute as before. He fell silent for a moment. Although he had deep feelings for Pan Jinji, he was not a fool. Over the past few days he had realized that Pan Jinji's character was completely different from what he had initially thought was gentle and kind. The real Pan Jinji was selfish and opportunistic, hardly kind or innocent. Yet in the end, Du Guhao still said softly, "My mother passed away when I was 10, leaving me with few memories, but I remember she told me that as a man one must understand responsibility and accountability. No one is perfect. Even if Pan Jinji has many flaws, she chose to leave her job and follow me when I had. Moreover, all these years, she has always been the goddess in my heart. Even if the real her differs from my expectations, how could I abandon her for that?" Yi Qijun looked at the sincerity on Du Guhao's face and nodded slightly. Regardless of whether Du Guhao's decision was right or wrong, at least this sense of responsibility as a man. Then Du Guhao scratched his head, his face flushed as he said, "I'm sorry for misunderstanding you earlier. I apologize. Although my father is an irresponsible man, you are different. You are a good person, and we can be friends." Yi Qijun looked at him with a strange expression, smiling helplessly. "Are you giving me the nice guy card?" He rarely joked. Was that what Pan Jinji said when she rejected you before? Du Guhao's face was full of surprise. "How did you know?" Yi Qijun was momentarily speechless. After a moment, he said, "Since you've already made a choice, I won't interfere too much. As long as Pan Jinji doesn't go too far, I won't obstruct your relationship." Du Guhao expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." In Huahuang Mountain Manor, Zhuang Xiujia stared at a basin of ruby-like water, watching the scenes within Yulong Villa. Upon seeing Yi Qijun at the villa's entrance, a strong killing intent suddenly appeared in Zhuang Ziyuji's eye. However, after searching around, he did not find Shen Xianzhi, but saw the mature and charming Su Qin, the youthful and beautiful Su Yingxia, and the intelligent and capable Qin Zian. A fiery heat flashed in Zhuang Ziyuji's eyes as he immediately said, "Master Ma, you can make your move." Master Ma glanced at him indifferently, somewhat impatient, but nodded, considering Zhuang Ziyuji's father's reputation. After a series of strange operations, Master Ma said, "Everyone at Yulong Villa has already been affected. The men will be completely powerless like lambs to the slaughter, and the women's reaction will be akin to having taken that kind of drug. Now we can proceed. After dealing with all the men, you can handle the remaining women as you please. Treat it as your lost paradise." Zhuang Xiujia immediately stood up excitedly, and Master Ma along with his 3 disciples followed him. At Yulong Villa, the faces of several women turned slightly strange, tinged with a hint of crimson. At that moment, Yi Qijun suddenly looked outside the villa. Outside, more than a dozen bodyguards from the manor blocked Zhuang Xiujia and the others who were about to enter, but the next moment one of Master Ma's disciples rushed out and swiftly took down all the bodyguards. The people in the villa noticed the chaos outside and rushed to the entrance. Zhuang Xiujia swaggered and Du Guhao frowned and questioned, "Who are you? Why are you barging in?" Zhuang Xiujia sneered, "Get out of the way. What are you to talk to me?" Du Guhao was immediately enraged, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to fight. Yi Qijun said calmly, "You can't beat them." Du Guhao replied ungraciously, "I know. But that doesn't mean we should back down, and let's do it," he said as he was about to charge forward. However, Yi Qijun held him back, and then looked at Zhuang Xiujia asking, "Was that you who just made the move?" Zhuang Xiujia chuckled and waved his hand. Behind him, Master Ma pointed at the people at the villa entrance, and as soon as he finished speaking, Dugu Hao and the others felt as if all their strength had been drained away, collapsing weakly to the ground. However, Yi Qijun remained standing, his expression calm. Zhuang Xiujia was taken aback and asked Master Ma why is he unaffected. Master Ma casually glanced at Yi Qijun and said indifferently, his strength is decent, but in my flying formation, he can only remain upright with barely a fraction of his power left. Zhuang Xiujia finally felt reassured and grinned menacingly. Yi Qijun, did you ever expect that there would come a day when you would fall into my hands? Yi Qijun asked with a calm expression, what do you want to do? Zhuang Ziyuji's gaze swept over the people behind Yi Qijun, his eyes venomous. Of course, I want you to understand that you shouldn't have offended me. You've been against me since 10 years ago. You should have died long ago. Yi Qijun frowned slightly. I've been against you. What are you talking about? Zhuang Ziyuji's face twitched with anger. Don't play dumb with me. If it weren't for you back, then how could Shen Xianzhi and Lin Manyu have rejected me? I wasted so much effort pursuing them, yet their eyes were only on you. You are just an inferior person. Even if you became a war god, you're still trash in front of me. What right do you have to compete with me for women? Yi Qijun raised an eyebrow and casually replied, if you can't catch them, what does that have to do with me? I and Sienna are in love, and as for Lin Manyu, she pursued me, but I rejected her. I've never even heard them mention. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Ziyuji's forehead veins bulged furious. Even Dugu Hao and the others felt that Yi Qijun's words were quite the show of vanity. As Zhuang Xiujia, seethed with anger, Master Ma stepped forward and said indifferently, now I understand why young Master Zhuang wants to kill this fellow. A creature so oblivious to danger truly has no need to live. Zhuang Xiujia nodded in agreement, then smirked. No matter how sharp your tongue is, it won't save you, Yi Qijun. Today is your day of death. But rest assured you won't die immediately. I will have Master Ma cripple your limbs, turning you into a human stick, and then you will helplessly watch as every man related to you dies. And your women will not be spared. Whether it's Shen Xianzhi or Lin Manyu or the other women in the villa, I will train them all to be the most obedient slaves. So you can continue to live for a while longer. In the end, I will throw you into a cesspit and drown you alive. Zhuang Xiujia envisioned various scenarios, laughing maniacally, as if he had already achieved it all. Yi Qijun's expression grew colder. He coldly stated, you deserve to die. Zhuang Xiujia laughed wildly, you stubborn dog. No wonder that when Shen Xianzhi has remained loyal to you. It turns out you have such a resilient mouth. But soon I will let her experience that the hardest part of a man shouldn't be his mouth, and by then she will beg me to be. Yi Qijun's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Master Ma stepped in front of Zhuang Xiujia. Zhuang Xiujia laughed maniacally. Want to make a move? Master Ma let him taste despair. Master Ma sneered. Such a small fry isn't worthy of me, the Grandmaster of Mixed Elements. Xingyi fist to take action. Liangda behind Master Ma clasped his fists and said, Master, don't worry, I will take this person down right now. With that, Liangda charged straight at Yi Qijun. But the next moment a figure appeared before Liangda like a ghost, and with one punch Liangda was sent flying back several meters. It was none other than Tian Can. Liangda spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression slightly horrified as he hadn't even noticed how Tian Can had appeared. But soon Master Ma scolded angrily, fool. Have you forgotten all the skills I taught you? Why didn't you use the lightning 5 whips? Liangda's expression brightened immediately. The lightning 5 whips was Master Ma's self-created ultimate skill, invincible in its path. Liangda let out a furious shout. Assuming a stance, he provocatively challenged Tian Can. You little brat, come. Tian Can coldly smiled, his figure flashing as he directly appeared before Liangda, and before Liangda could react, he kicked him away. In midair, Liangda spewed a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. At this moment, Tian Can's overwhelming aura erupted, the strength of a mid-stage innate master, making Master Ma's expression darken instantly. He looked at Yi Qijun and said coldly, so this is your reliance. However, do you think you can match me with just a mid-stage innate? The next moment, Master Ma revealed his strength, and he too was a mid-stage innate master. But that was not all. Master Ma waved his hand, and a red light flashed across the sky above Yulong Villa, while his aura continued to rise. In the flying head array, I am invincible. Boom. Master Ma's strength surged to the peak of mid-stage innate, infinitely close to the great master of innate. Then he instantaneously appeared before Tian Can, swinging his arm erratically a few times, directly sending Tian Can flying, who crashed down before Yi Qijun. With a single strike, Tian Can was injured. After getting up, Tian Can said shamefully, Master, I am incompetent, please punish me, Master. Yi Qijun shook his head lightly and said, you have been with me for quite some time and have worked hard, but I have never rewarded you. Today I will help you enter the innate. With that, Yi Qijun patted Tian Can on the shoulder, then repeatedly struck his back and chest several times. Tian Can's eyes widened in shock as an incredibly pure and powerful internal energy surged into his body, directly opening up Tian Can's meridians and breaking through the threshold of mid-stage innate, instantly stepping into the peak of innate. But this was just the beginning. Just a few seconds later, Tian Can's strength surged again, directly crossing the threshold of the innate realm and advancing to the early stage of Great Master of Innate. The changes within this brief moment left Master Ma's eyes wide open. To be able to so effortlessly allow someone to break through to innate, what an incredible skill. A look of shock appeared in Master Ma's eyes. The next moment, Tian Can opened his eyes and, filled with gratitude, knelt before Yi Qijun, then stood up and instantly approached Master Ma, throwing a punch. Faced with an innate Master Ma was caught off guard, barely managing to block, but was still hit in the face and staggered back several steps. Master Ma shouted angrily, "You young man lacking martial ethics, come to trick. To ambush this 70-year-old comrade of mine this." Before he could finish, Tian Can sneered and advanced again, delivering another punch to Master Ma's face. Master Ma was directly knocked to the ground, rolling several times in a sorry state, losing a few teeth, before jumping up. His tone panicked. "Once I unleash my ultimate technique, I will definitely make you." Tian Can's expression turned cold as he interrupted, delivering another punch. "You talk too much for someone with little skill." Master Ma kept retreating, trying to dodge this punch, and in a fit of rage shouted, "I advise you, young man, to." The next moment, Tian Can's punch landed directly on Master Ma's temple. Master Ma's eyes widened instantly, then he fell stiffly to the ground, unable to close his eyes, even in death. Zhuang Xiujia stared blankly, calling out twice, "Master Ma! Master Baogu! Dead!" Zhuang Xiujia and Master Ma's two disciples were terrified, while Dugu Hao and others at the villa entrance were utterly shocked. No one expected that the Master Ma, who had just proclaimed himself invincible, would be killed by Tian Can with just 3 punches. And Tian Can's strength had been casually elevated by Yi Qijun. In an instant, everyone held their breath and looked at Yi Qijun. Tian Can then returned to Yi Qijun's side, kneeling on one knee. "Master, I have lived up to your expectations." Yi Qijun nodded indifferently, and then stepped towards Zhuang Xiujia. Zhuang Xiujia suddenly felt a shiver, as if facing the arrival of death. The fear of death made Zhuang Xiuji's legs go weak, and he directly knelt down. Stubborn. He dared not, because he knew that being stubborn meant death. Zhuang Xiujia watched Yi Qijun approach, fearfully bowing his head repeatedly. "Yi Qijun, I was wrong. I should not have acted so lowly, nor should I have coveted your woman, let alone thought of killing you. I swear I will never dare again. Please, for the sake of our school days, spare me." Zhuang Xiujia wept bitterly, his forehead bleeding from where he had knocked it. Yet Yi Qijun merely approached him indifferently, looking down and saying, "Indeed, as classmates I did not want to kill you, but you have gone too far." With that, Yi Qijun raised his hand. Zhuang Xiujia, filled with terror, called out with his last chance, "I know the whereabouts of your mother." Upon hearing these words, Yi Qijun's movements instantly froze. His gaze turned icy as he asked, "Say that again." Zhuang Xiujia revealed a trace of relief after surviving a calamity, and hurriedly said, "I might know the whereabouts of your mother." Yi Qijun's aura surged, his emotions stirred. The clue to his mother was of utmost importance to him, and this was also why Zhuang Xiujia could survive a little longer. He coldly said, "Continue." Zhuang Xiujia immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as if grasping the last straw of hope, and hurriedly explained, "I previously had someone investigate you to deal with you, and learned that your mother has gone missing. I analyzed that she very likely escaped abroad. And the easiest place to escape to from the east is the Marai Kingdom. My Zhuang family has developed overseas for 10 years, and our foundation is in the Marai Kingdom. No one knows it better than my Zhuang family. Therefore, I can help you find out about your mother's whereabouts." Yi Qijun's gaze was stern. Although Zhuang Xiujia did not know his mother's location, his reasoning had merit. Even if the possibility was slim, there was still a glimmer of hope. Yi Qijun's eyes flickered as he pointed his finger at Zhuang Xiuji's forehead, invoking a secret technique. After a moment, Yi Qijun coldly stated, "I have planted a heart demon in you. You have half a month to find my mother's whereabouts. If you fail, you will die. As for today's matter, you will only be allowed to consume filthy food during this half month as a punishment." Zhuang Xiujia nodded repeatedly in agreement, though he did not take it too seriously. As long as he could survive for now, the heart demon was merely a means to frighten someone. Then Yi Qijun instructed Zhuang Xiujia to hand over the Jinhai clubhouse, which was then entrusted to Tian Can for management, before allowing Zhuang Xiujia to leave. After Zhuang Xiujia and Tian Can left, Yi Qijun returned to the entrance of the villa. At this time, due to Ma Baoguo's death, the formation dissipated, and Dugu Hao and the others had already recovered. However, the Pan Jinji family of 3 all shrank back in fear, not daring to look at Yi Qijun. The shock from the recent events had left them filled with dread toward Yi Qijun. The 3 of them were soaked in cold sweat, and thinking back to their previous attitudes towards Yi Qijun and Su Qin, they were filled with regret. It was as if they had been dancing on the edge of the abyss. Yi Qijun glanced at the crowd and said flatly, "Go back." The group hurriedly returned to the villa. However, as Yi Qijun passed by Pan Jinji, he spoke in a voice only the two could hear, "Take good care of Dugu Hao. Oh, if you dare harm him, you will die." Pan Jinji immediately nodded in terror, not daring to question it. Once everyone was seated back at the dining table, Pan Jinji pondered for a moment, suddenly stood up, and made a deep bow. I apologize for injuring Miss Su earlier, it was my fault. In Chuzhou at the Pingnan Marquis residence, the newly appointed deputy officer knocked, and entered the empty training room of several hundred square meters respectfully, saying, "My lord, someone requests an audience." Sitting cross-legged in the center of the room, the Pingnan Marquis snorted coldly, his expression frigid. "Do not see them." The deputy officer immediately shrank his neck, not daring to say more, and hurriedly tried to exit. Since the last deputy officer Shen Xiao died, the Pingnan Marquis had gone to Yuzhou, but was forced back by the Lingyin Marquis. The Pingnan Marquis had been brooding over this, and his mood had been quite poor lately. No one dared to provoke him. At that moment, a faint voice came from outside the training room. "It seems the Marquis' mood isn't too good." Then a figure walked directly in. The Pingnan Marquis suddenly opened his eyes, furious, and even a hint of killing intent surged within him. He shouted, "Impudent! Who allowed you to enter? Get out!" The person smiled faintly, casually cupping his hands towards the Pingnan Marquis. "I think it would be better for the Marquis to have a chat with me." The Pingnan Marquis instantly stood up, ready to attack. But in the next moment, the person calmly stated, "I am Shen Xianzhi from the 7th Squadron of the Dragon Guardian Guards." The words Dragon Guardian Guards made the Pingnan Marquis' pupils shrink instantly. The higher one rose in position, the more one understood the uniqueness of the Dragon Guardian Guards. Though this was just a guard unit, it was the pinnacle department of power in the Dragon Kingdom, a direct guard of the cabinet. Members of the Dragon Guardian Guards often met prominent figures within the cabinet and provided close protection. Each one was a trusted subordinate of some important figure in the cabinet. Under the Prime Minister, there were still 7th-grade officials. The Dragon Guardian Guards could be equated to the Emperor's close ministers. The anger on the Pingnan Marquis' face instantly dissipated, and he calmly sat down, raising his hand in an inviting gesture. "So, it's Mr. Shen, a pleasure to meet you. Please have a seat." "Mr. Shen, what brings you here?" Shen Zhan's eyes turned cold, laced with a hint of hatred. "The Marquis may not be aware, but I am Shen Xiao's elder brother." The Pingnan Marquis was momentarily stunned, then asked, "What does Mr. Shen want?" Shen Zhan said indifferently, "We should team up to kill Yi Qijun, to avenge my brother." The Pingnan Marquis slightly frowned, a trace of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Although the Dragon Guardian Guards had a special status, they were still just that. The Pingnan Marquis felt Shen Zhan was somewhat overestimating himself. He smiled lightly and said, "Mr. Shen, have you ever considered that the Lingyin Marquis, despite being a Marquis, willingly bows to Yi Qijun? What sort of identity and background must he have?" The implication was a refusal. However, Shen Zhan directly produced a document. The Pingnan Marquis looked on with suspicion as he flipped through it. Shen Zhan then said indifferently, "Here is the detailed information about Yi Qijun that I obtained using my identity from the Dragon Guardian Guards. Years ago, Yi Qijun was hunted and fled, eventually becoming the Lord of the Prison God Island." The Pingnan Marquis' eyes widened in shock. The Lord of the Prison God Island. He never expected that Yi Qijun had such a terrifying identity. But at that moment, Shen Zhan coldly laughed. The Prison God Island is indeed formidable, capable of rivaling some small countries in the present day. However, Yi Qijun is alone, and the entire Prison God Island is a different concept. The Lingyin Marquis' allegiance to him is merely because he lacks a backing and is looking for one. And the reason Yi Qijun is so arrogant is simply that he is yet to offend the major figures above in the Dragon Kingdom, otherwise he would have already died. Upon hearing Shen Zhan's words, the Pingnan Marquis suddenly awakened to a realization. Indeed, Yi Qijun was alone in the Dragon Kingdom, and not all the power of the Prison God Island was at his side. So the question is not whether he can be killed, but whether he should be killed. Just as the Pingnan Marquis was contemplating this, Shen Zhan added fuel to the fire. "Yi Qijun has disgraced the Marquis by killing my brother. If you and I join forces, it would not be difficult. And as far as I know, back when Yi Qijun and his mother were being hunted, there was a certain powerful figure behind it. If we kill him, perhaps we could even earn the favor of that powerful figure." This time the Pingnan Marquis was truly tempted. If it were merely to regain his honor, he might not take the risk, but if it could lead to connections with a powerful figure, it would be worth a try. The key lies in just how powerful this figure is. The Pingnan Marquis cautiously asked, "Who is this powerful figure you mentioned?" Shen Zhan smiled, without replying, merely pointing towards the sky. The Pingnan Marquis' pupils contracted sharply. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What is your plan?" Shen Zhan replied, "I have already found someone to deal with Yi Qijun, but he has been hiding in Yuzhou. I need the Marquis to help me block Lingyin Marquis, so that his forces cannot intervene. Otherwise my people will kill Yi Qijun and be unable to escape." After careful consideration, the Pingnan Marquis nodded in agreement. Moments later, Shen Zhan left the Pingnan Marquis residence and got into a car. He spoke to a blonde foreigner in the car, saying, "We can take action now." This foreigner was handsome, but there was a scar around his neck and his head seemed misaligned, giving the impression that he had once undergone a head transplant, making him look extremely terrifying. This person was none other than the top assassin from 5 years ago who ranked among the top 10 in the world assassin rankings, notorious for his lethal reputation. His codename was the Flame Emperor. However, the Flame Emperor had been wanted and hunted by hundreds of countries worldwide and was supposed to have died 5 years ago. In reality, Shen Xianzhi had secretly used a trick to save the Flame Emperor, turning him into his loyal assassin. Now the Flame Emperor's strength was even greater than 5 years ago. Even the assassination of a congenital grandmaster was guaranteed success. Zhuang Xiaojie returned to the Fire Phoenix Manor still shaken and took a long time to calm down. After regaining his composure, an overwhelming sense of resentment and hatred surged onto his face. After changing his pants, Zhuang Xiaojie made a phone call. "Brother, I've encountered some trouble. Please come help me," Zhuang Xiaojie said darkly. On the other end of the line was his elder brother Zhuang Hongyun, the true heir of the Zhuang family. Hearing Zhuang Ziyuji's plea for help, Zhuang Hongyun was immediately surprised, saying, "You couldn't handle a small Donghai. Besides, with Ma Beoguo's help it should have been foolproof. What's going on?" Zhuang Xiaojie recounted what had happened. Upon hearing that Master Ma had been killed with 3 punches, Zhuang Hongyun was equally shocked. After pondering for a moment, Zhuang Hongyun said sternly, "Understood, I will rush to Donghai immediately. This time I will bring several elders from the Marley branch to cleanse Donghai." After hanging up, Zhuang Xiaojie let out a cold laugh, filled with confidence. The reason the Zhuang family could rise in Nanyang was due to their connection with the Gu God sect. The Gu God sect originated in the Dragon Kingdom, rising in Nanyang a century ago, and after 100 years of operation, it has deeply rooted itself in many countries in Nanyang. The current Gu God sect has unfathomable power. No one knows where the headquarters of the Gu God sect is, but they have branches in multiple countries in Nanyang, and beneath these branches, there are various smaller sub-branches. The entire Gu God sect is like a towering tree with numerous branches. Master Ma's so-called Hunyuan Xingyi sect is merely a small sub-branch at the bottom. His status is insignificant compared to the elders of the Marley branch. With several elders present, how could they not kill Yi Qijun? Just as Zhuang Xiaojie was excited, Lan Qianqian walked in, directly leaping into Zhuang Ziyuji's arms, and charmingly asked, "Darling, what's got you so happy? Have you already dealt with Yi Qijun?" Mentioning Yi Qijun ignited a fire of anger in Zhuang Ziyuji's heart. Although he believed Yi Qijun wouldn't live much longer, he still felt frustrated. He glanced at Lan Qianqian, recalling her skilled techniques from last time. A surge of lust rose within him, and he flipped her over onto the sofa. Lan Qianqian let out a startled cry, but the next moment, she naturally began to cooperate. 2 minutes later, Lan Qianqian nestled against Zhuang Ziyuji's chest, drawing circles with her finger and gazing at him with sultry eyes. "Darling, I love how wild you are. Can you be a bit fiercer next time?" Zhuang Xiaojie laughed heartily, feeling that this woman truly understood him. However, he did not notice the trace of disdain flashing in Lan Qianqian's eyes. "Just like that, for 2 minutes, all my hard work and training to conquer men was wasted. We hadn't even gotten to the good part before it was over." Just as Lan Qianqian was mentally complaining, suddenly Zhuang Xiaojie froze, standing still. Lan Qianqian asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" The next moment, Zhuang Xiaojie said nothing, pushed her away, and jumped up, rushing towards the bathroom, as if possessed. Lan Qianqian hurriedly followed. She saw Zhuang Xiaojie completely ignore the toilet, randomly grabbing a basin and placing it beneath him. A foul odor emanated, and within a few seconds the basin was half filled with excrement. Lan Qianqian was startled and was about to scream, but the stench wafted into her mouth as if she had eaten something foul. Lan Qianqian nearly vomited, feeling extremely nauseous. Just because you want to be wild, it doesn't mean you have to be this wild. Using a basin for a bowel movement, what kind of bizarre operation is this? But that wasn't the end. Then Zhuang Xiaojie flipped over, got on all fours, lowered his head, and opened his mouth with a menacing expression. Just like a vicious dog, eating the basin filled with filth became Zhuang Ziyuji's dog bowl. Lan Qianqian was completely stunned. Amidst the splatters of excrement, her face turned pale, and an unprecedented feeling of disgust surged within her. She was about to scream, but as soon as she opened her mouth, ugh! Lan Qianqian could no longer bear it, violently vomiting as she ran out, not even bothering to put on her clothes, just throwing on a coat and running as if for her life. This young Master Zhuang is a pervert, no, 1,000 times more terrifying than a pervert. He actually likes to eat excrement. But neither of them knew that this bizarre behavior was the result of a secret technique from Yi Qijun. That strong psychological suggestion compelled Zhuang Xiaojie to eat such filthy things every day. It was like a biological clock that would accompany him for the rest of his life. In Donghai, in a villa, Lin Manyu was helplessly listening to her mother's nagging. Although the Lin family was not a prominent family in Donghai, Lin Manyu's father Lin Chao was a businessman worth over 100 million, and her mother Yin Danxiu was a music professor at Donghai University. Though they were low-key once Lin Manyu became a world supermodel, they could no longer remain low-key. The Lin family became a bustling place with friends and relatives coming and going. Originally Lin Chao and Yin Danxiu did not worry about their daughter's marriage, but after so many years without her dating, the older couple became anxious. At this moment Yin Danxiu was persuading Lin Manyu to meet a few carefully selected suitors. In fact, Lin Manyu had not been too resistant to blind dates in the past, but ever since she saw Yi Qijun at the last class reunion, she felt a lingering regret and unwillingness, so she wanted to brush it off and casually respond to her mother. Seeing her attitude, Yin Danxiu's brows furrowed. Your father and I have worked hard to select a few reliable candidates for you. You don't even want to meet them. At this rate, when will you ever get married? Although Yin Danxiu's words were not harsh, her tone already indicated her stance. Lin Manyu, feeling helpless, could only nod and say, all right, how many do I need to meet? He'll go. Lin Manyu stepped out of her home, her face filled with helplessness. She never expected that her parents had arranged for 5 blind dates. Yin Danxiu even mentioned that these 5 individuals were carefully selected from hundreds of candidates, insisting that she must meet them all. With no other choice, Lin Manyu called each of them one by one, setting up a time to meet and prepare to resolve the situation together. After Yi Qijun and his companions left Yulong Mountain Villa and dropped off the others at the Su family, Yi Qijun prepared to head back to Hangqing. However, at that moment Songjing Shui arrived again at the Su family. Yi Qijun frowned slightly. He had always felt something was off about this person, so he decided to stay and observe what he intended to do. Father, I have just opened a new restaurant in the EC, and it has just started its business. I have prepared a feast and hope everyone will come and enjoy it. Songjing Shui said, politely bowing slightly, making the Su family feel a bit awkward. As soon as Su Wenkai saw Songjing Shui, he thought of Konger from years ago, and his heart softened, so he agreed immediately. Yi Qijun also planned to follow and see what Songjing Shui was up to. Soon the Su family, led by Songjing Shui, arrived at Mido Japanese cuisine. At first sight of the facade, the Su family members were astounded. The entrance of a Japanese restaurant was even more luxurious than the largest Tingchao Pavilion and Biyun Pavilion in the EC. Upon entering, although it retained a traditional Japanese style, everywhere exuded luxury, leaving the Su family in awe. As dishes were served one after another, the Su family members were left speechless in shock. At the table, several beautiful waitresses introduced each dish to everyone. Dear guests, this is our restaurant's specialty fugu sashimi and fugu soup. Each fugu is the freshest ingredient, personally handled by world-class chefs. This Kobe beef steak is sourced from Kobe, the finest Kobe beef available globally, cooked through 9 meticulous processes. This is ise lobster sashimi, steamed matsutake in a porcelain pot. Among these dishes, some were familiar to the Su family, but many were entirely unheard of. Every dish was made from the finest ingredients, and this meal of food and drink was worth more than $1 million. Just as the Su family members felt at a loss. Songjing Shui bowed slightly in a traditional kneeling position and said, you are all my family. You can come here anytime to enjoy the delicacies, all at my expense. Your arrival is my honor. In an instant, the Su family was all moved. Su Wenkai was even more touched and guilty. He had never fulfilled his responsibilities as a father, yet his son's attitude made him feel unworthy. Su Wenkai's eyes turned slightly red as he softly called out Xiu. Songjing Shui smiled and replied, Father. But no one noticed the goosebumps covering Songjing Zuyi's arm. At the dinner table, a harmonious atmosphere enveloped them, with Su Wenkai continuously asking Songjing Shui questions with concern. Xiu, if you need any help, just let me know, and I will do my best. Su Wenkai patted his chest in assurance, wanting to make up for this son. Songjing Shui hesitated for a moment before saying, what you don't know, Father, is that I am in charge of mineral resources at the Songjing Chamber of Commerce. Japan lacks resources and heavily relies on imports, while Long Country is vast and resource-rich. The Songjing Chamber of Commerce sent me to Long Country to facilitate mutual exchanges. If I could obtain the development rights in Long Country, it would save a lot of costs, but unfortunately, I haven't found any leads during this time. The Su family members exchanged glances. Even Su Wensai, who had just made a promise, felt a bit awkward. Su Wenlong, standing nearby, explained, Nephew, you may not know this, but development rights for mineral resources are not open to foreigners, so this matter is likely very difficult to handle. Songjing Shui quickly responded, Given your connections in Long Country along with the presence of Yi Zhanshan, it is still possible. Moreover, we only wish to save costs and open channels. The Su family or Yi Zhanshan can be the major shareholders, while the actual development rights remain in your hands. Only then did the Su family members come to a realization. In this context, it was purely a business cooperation, not so complicated, and as long as they could obtain the development rights, it wouldn't be an issue. Su Wenkai and the others looked expectantly at Yi Qijun. They were self-aware. The Su family had just stepped into the threshold of a second-tier family, and such matters were beyond their capability, relying entirely on Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun frowned slightly, feeling that this matter was not as simple as it seemed, but he did not immediately refuse, only saying, "Let me consider it. I will give you a response." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and continued enjoying their food and drinks. Just then Yi Qijun received news from Shen Xianzhi that Song Jinghui had come to the East Sea. Yi Qijun thought for a moment and asked Shen Xianzhi to bring him here. Song Jinghui was the illegitimate son of Matsui Gang, the former chairman of the Matsui Group in Japan. Previously, Matsui Gang had attempted to kidnap Yi Qijun to Japan, but Yi Qijun turned the tables, while Matsui Hui had been controlled by Yi Qijun using soul-seizing techniques sent to Japan to take over the Matsui Group. Coincidentally, Yi Qijun wanted to inquire about Sanjing Shoei, and since Matsui Hui was also Japanese, he might know some inside information. Soon in another private room upstairs, Shen Xianzhi stood behind Yi Qijun, while Matsui Hui knelt in front of Yi Qijun, bowing his head in submission. "I pay my respects to my master. Please forgive me. My attempt to control the Matsui Group has encountered obstacles. I seek your assistance." Matsui Hui said, trembling with fear. Yi Qijun asked lightly what happened. It turned out that after Matsui Gang's death, the Matsui Group was left without a leader, and a new chairman had yet to be determined, resulting in a power struggle. Matsui Hui, being Matsui Gang's illegitimate son, had not gained the recognition of other shareholders. Instead, Matsui Gang's eldest son, Matsui Deer, who was Matsui Hui's half-brother, had become the acting chairman. Matsui Hui, being Japanese, could speak the language of Long Country, but had a thick accent. Upon hearing the name Matsui Deer, both Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi frowned in confusion. Yi Qijun, Matsui Belt. Shen Xianzhi, Matsui Deer. Matsui Hui's face turned awkward, and he hurriedly explained the name issue, then said, "With this person around, it is nearly impossible for me to control the Matsui Group. But this time Matsui Deer has also come to Long Country for two reasons. One is to seize Long Country's pharmaceutical market, and the other is to investigate the cause of Matsui Gang's death. I wish to ask my master to take action and eliminate Matsui Deer, eradicating this threat." After speaking, Matsui Hui prostrated himself on the ground. Yi Qijun pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "The Matsui Group is the largest pharmaceutical group in Japan, right?" Matsui Hui nodded eagerly. Yi Qijun's eyes brightened. "Do you have a lot of century-old elixirs in your—" Matsui Hui thought for a moment and said, "Yes, there are many. The Matsui Group collects a large number of century-old elixirs each year to present to the prominent figures in Japan. This year's elixirs are currently stored in the group's pharmacy, and the key to the pharmacy is in Matsui Deer's hands." Yi Qijun nodded in understanding and said lightly, "Very well. I do not like to kill innocents indiscriminately. You can go back and tell Matsui Deer that if he can submit to me, he may be spared. You are in Japan. Have you heard of the Aoki Trading Company and the person Aoki Shuichi?" Yi Qijun recalled the strange feeling he had regarding Aoki Shuichi and asked. Matsui Hikari nodded, saying, "I know him. The Aoki Trading Company is one of the two major trading companies in Japan, led by the Aoki family, and has many members. Our Matsui Group is actually one of the members of the Aoki Trading Company." "Oh, do you know why Aoki Shuichi came to Longhua?" Yi Qijun asked, slightly surprised. Matsui Hikari thought carefully before replying. "Aoki Shuichi takes his mother's surname. His mother, Madame Ku, is currently the vice president of the Aoki Trading Company, wielding great power. I've heard that the true background of the Aoki Trading Company is actually related to the ancient martial families of Japan. Aoki Shuichi seems to have a plan in Longhua, something to excavate." Yi Qijun immediately understood Aoki Shuichi indeed had ulterior motives. He approached the Su family, likely to divert attention while secretly carrying out that plan. A cold light flashed in Yi Qijun's eyes as he said, "All right, you may leave now. When you schedule a meeting with Matsui Deer, I will meet him." Matsui Hikari hurriedly bowed and departed. Meanwhile, in the adjacent private room, Lin Manyu had just pushed the door open and was momentarily stunned. Inside the room, all 5 of her potential matches had actually arrived. Originally, she had staggered the timings, allocating 20 minutes for each, but unexpectedly they all came early. It was quite awkward. However, upon seeing Lin Manyu, the discomfort in the hearts of the 5 instantly vanished. Beautiful, she was simply too beautiful. Hot, her figure was simply too enticing. Such a gem, not to mention dating, even marrying her would be acceptable. After Lin Manyu sat down, just as she was about to apologize, several people waved their hands, saying it was all right and that they didn't mind. One of the men in a suit smiled and said, "A girl like Miss Lin can only be matched by a strong man. It's great that we all met. We can compete openly, and whoever has the best conditions can stay." This statement was like the spark that ignited a fierce battle among the men. The men began to introduce themselves like peacocks in mating season, showcasing themselves to the best of their ability. One of the men in a suit was a returning PhD, a contestant of the strongest brain. Another was a lightweight world boxing champion. The third was the son of the Lord of Beiwa City, and the fourth was the son of a coal tycoon worth hundreds of billions. The 4 exchanged words, neither yielding, competing to show off their brilliance. After arguing for a long time with no one willing to back down, they finally looked at Lin Manyu waiting for her to give an evaluation. Unexpectedly, Lin Manyu said, talent, strength, status, and wealth are indeed factors in evaluating whether a man is excellent. But I'm sorry, I don't feel any attraction towards the four of you. Instantly, the four felt displeased. How, Miss Lin, you came for a blind date, yet you don't choose any of us. Isn't that just playing with us? Lin Manyu bitterly smiled. Blind dates are indeed troublesome. Just as she was feeling awkward, suddenly a voice came from the corner. The strongest. Picking the strongest from a few pieces of trash is still trash. At that moment, the others realized that there was a fifth person among the blind date candidates today. However, this fifth person had been silent too low-key, and the first thing he said made the four of them furious. The fifth person had short hair and a rebellious face, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd, exuding an air of a king, completely disregarding the four before him. The young man said calmly, Miss Lin, there is no need to explain anything to these worthless people. Your decision is absolutely correct. They are not worthy of you. The Cole second generation immediately flew into a rage. We are not worthy, but you think you are? You are just a pile of junk, a country bumpkin. The young man's expression turned cold as he said, kneel down. I can forgive your offense. The Cole second generation scoffed, what a brazen thing you are. Do you even know how you managed to get in here? Someone, throw this pretentious fool out. What a nuisance. Just as he finished speaking, several bodyguards rushed in, attempting to seize the young man. The Cole second generation smiled at Lin Manyu, saying, Miss Lin, don't worry. Although my bodyguards are not impressive, they are all of the God of War level. Let them teach this brat a lesson while we continue. But just then, as the bodyguards were about to move, each was sent flying by a single kick from the young man. These so-called gods of war were utterly powerless against the young man. The Cole second generation was immediately alarmed. Who are you? The short-haired young man looked down at everyone standing with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, I am Yi Fan, just returned from the overseas battlefield. Previously, I led my troops in the northern borders, sweeping through the region. They call me the Dragon King of the northern border. The room was stunned. Just recently, the news had reported on the overseas battle, and Lin Manyu and the others had heard of the Dragon King's fame. In an instant, the Cole second generation and the others dared not say anything more and hurriedly took their leave in embarrassment. They would not dare to compete for a woman with the Dragon King of the northern border. After the four left, Yi Fan's face revealed a deep affection, and he gently asked Manyu, I chased them away, you won't blame me, will you? Lin Manyu furrowed her brows slightly, as she was not accustomed to such intimate address from him, and immediately said, young master Yi Wei. Suddenly, Yi Fan's lips curved into a wicked smile. Manyu, don't be so distant with me, it makes me sad. Call me Yi Fan or Brother Fan will do. You may have forgotten, but I will never forget. Do you remember the fainted young man by Daming Lake 15 years ago? Lin Manyu was momentarily stunned. She indeed visited Daming Lake with her family for a vacation back then. Yi Fan smiled with relief. It seems you remember. Back then I was lost on the streets and fainted from hunger. You rescued me, giving me a piece of bread and reigniting my hope for life. It is precisely because of your kindness 15 years ago that I have kept my heart towards the light, surviving through numerous life and death moments with strength. Now I, Yi Fan, have returned. I swear by the name of the Dragon King of the northern border. As long as I am here, no one will dare to bully you. Lin Manyu was completely bewildered. She had no recollection of what Yi Fan mentioned. After all, it was so long ago. But Yi Fan's gratitude for one meal remembered for 15 years showed he had decent character. Lin Manyu politely said, young master Yi, you are a good person. I think we can be friends. Let's meet again when we have time. Yi Fan was instantly overjoyed. He was an extremely confident person, and upon hearing Lin Manyu say they could be friends, he assumed she had fallen for him, just too shy to admit it. Indeed, she is a woman worthy of my affection, the Dragon King of the northern border. Shy and reserved, she is exactly my type. Lin Manyu politely bid farewell and walked out of the private room. Yi Fan hurriedly chased after her. However, just as he stepped outside, he ran into Yi Qijun from the next room. Lin Manyu's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Yi Qijun, you're here too. I'm here for a blind date today, how about you? Yi Qijun raised an eyebrow, feeling a hint of discomfort in his heart. After all, he had once had feelings for Lin Manyu. However, he soon smiled nonchalantly and said, it seems the blind date went well. Then I wish you both happiness. Lin Manyu's face suddenly fell in disappointment as she asked, aren't you even a little bit angry? Yi Qijun was left speechless. He already had Shen Xianzhi, so he certainly wouldn't be angry about this. But Yi Fan's expression suddenly changed. He glared coldly at Yi Qijun and asked, who are you? What is your relationship with Manyu? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Manyu's parents suddenly emerged from the other private room. Dancio directly stated, young master Yi, you've misunderstood. My daughter Manyu has nothing to do with this scoundrel Yi Qijun. Lin Manyu was immediately stunned. She soon realized that her parents had been listening from the next room all along and might even have been secretly monitoring the blind date. Moreover, the fact that 5 blind date candidates collided together was likely arranged by her parents to highlight Yi. At this moment, Yin Danxiu explained to Yi Fan, young master Yi, you may not know, but Yi Qijun is quite well known in the East Sea. He abandoned his wife and children for 10 years. Yin Danxiu succinctly recounted the rumors about Yi Qijun abandoning Shen Xianzhi and her daughter. Then he firmly stated, how could someone so irresponsible as him possibly have a relationship with Manyu? He has merely been pestering my daughter, trying to play both sides. Yi Qijun felt displeasure in his heart, but his expression remained calm. His relationship with Shen Xianzhi did not require the approval of others. However, Yi Fan displayed a look of disdain, with arms crossed coldly, saying, so you are Yi Qijun. Your actions do not qualify you to be a man. I warn you, from today onwards you are not to appear in front of Manyu. Otherwise you will learn that the wrath of the North's Dragon King is not something a lowly scum like you can withstand. With that, Yi Fan unleashed his aura, a tremendous presence pressing down on Yi Qijun. He aimed to compel Yi Qijun to submit with sheer force. Yet Yi Qijun remained unfazed, glancing at Yi Fan and calmly saying, as a man you should be more magnanimous. Being so petty and biased, someone like you would not be favored by Lin Manyu. After Yi Qijun offered a kind reminder, he turned to leave. However, Yi Fan's expression turned completely grim. A mere ant, and as the North's Dragon King, he should be respected and obediently listened to. After a few words of reprimand, how dare he retort? Ungrateful. Yi Fan immediately snorted coldly, and without a second thought he threw a punch at Yi Qijun. But in the next moment, Yi Qijun's expression turned cold as he effortlessly caught Yi Fan's fist. Yi Fan's expression changed drastically. The North's Dragon King was already a pinnacle innate grandmaster, a rare powerhouse. Yet at this moment he was easily subdued by Yi Qijun, which filled him with both shock and anger. Yi Fan suddenly withdrew his hand and somersaulted backward to create distance, using his hands to support himself as his legs spun like a windmill. This posture resembled the Thomas spin in street dance, but his legs were fierce and powerful. It was the North's Dragon King's signature skill, dancing the universe. However, at this moment Lin Manyu suddenly stepped forward, standing between the two. Stop, don't fight anymore. Seeing Lin Manyu step forward to intervene, Yi Qijun smiled faintly, turned, and left, not taking Yi Fan to heart at all. At this moment Lin Manyu's face was filled with sorrow. She could see that Yi Qijun still had some feelings for her, but he didn't express them. Disappointed, she then bid farewell to her parents and Yi Fan and left. After she left, Lin Xiao awkwardly said, young master, Yi, do you think this matter has caused a commotion? Yi Fan suppressed his anger and feigned a calm smile, saying, don't worry, I am not that narrow-minded. I just can't stand someone with ulterior motives approaching Manyu. Uncle and Aunt Manyu and I truly love each other. I hope you can allow us to be together. Lin Xiao and Yin Danxiu were both taken aback. Love? Has Lin Manyu fallen in love with Yi Fan? How come they didn't notice? However, Yi Fan casually continued, in the next few years, I will be working at the government office in Yuezhou. After 5 years, when the Lingyin Marquis retires, I will be able to take his position and become the new Marquis. At that time, Manyu will be the Marquis' wife, and the Lin family will become a prestigious family in Yuezhou. Instantly, Lin Xiao and his wife widened their eyes in shock. It is known that the Dragon Kingdom has 8 kings and 20 marquises, and the number is fixed. Only when the people in front retire can the ones behind have the opportunity to take their place. A marquis governing a province is a tremendous figure. Lin Xiao immediately excitedly said, son-in-law, if you can become a marquis, it will definitely bring glory to the Lin family. Yi Fan felt proud inside, but his face only showed a faint smile, displaying an air of politeness. At that moment he had already calmed his anger. In his mind, he thought that he had merely not used his full strength earlier, which was why he was countered by Yi Qijun. When the opportunity arises in the future, he would let Lin Manyu witness Yi Qijun's devastating defeat at his hands, and she would naturally forget about Yi Qijun. After Yi Qijun returned to the top floor box, Songjing Xiui brought up the matter of the development rights again, asking how Yi Qijun had considered it. This time Yi Qijun refused without hesitation. Even Su Wenkei's attempt to intercede was blocked by Yi Qijun. Songjing Ziyi's heart filled with resentment, though he continued to feign politeness. The Su family members silently criticized in their hearts, Yi Qijun is too petty. Clearly, Songjing Ziyi's attitude was already so warm and respectful, but simply because he was the son of Su Wenkei's ex-wife, Yi Qijun flatly rejected this great opportunity to protect Su Qin. However, in front of Yi Qijun, no one dared to say anything more, and they all prepared to leave. Yi Qijun couldn't care less about what the Su family thought. He only acknowledged his aunt. At the entrance of the restaurant, Yi Qijun said, Aunt, get in my car, I have something to discuss with you. He wanted to clarify to his aunt that Songjing Xiui had ulterior motives. But just as the two of them got into the car, boom, bang, the car suddenly exploded, shaking the earth and sending flames into the sky. The Su family members, Shen Xianzhi and Lin Manyu, in a nearby car, all stared blankly at this scene, their minds a blank. Meanwhile, 2 streets away, the former top 10 assassin in the world, Yin Di, scoffed disdainfully. What king of war? Just this. I don't even need to do it myself. With that, he started his car and drove away. However, he did not see that the flames behind him were suddenly split in two. Yi Qijun's clothes were tattered, but he was completely unscathed, cradling Su Qin in his arms as he walked out of the flames. No one expected that Yi Qijun could survive the violent explosion unscathed. However, just as Shen Xianzhi and the Su family members were in a daze, Yi Qijun roared, Shen Xianzhi, drive to the hospital. My aunt is in critical condition. At the very moment the explosion struck, Yi Qijun sensed the impending danger and used his true qi to dissipate most of the blast's impact, but his aunt was still affected. At this moment, Su Qin was severely injured, hanging by a thread. 10 minutes later, Yi Qijun rushed into the hospital, bringing Su Qin into the emergency room, and shortly after several doctors emerged. Sorry, with such injuries, there's no way to save her. The internal organs of the patient are already ruptured, and the external wounds are extremely severe. There is no need for further rescue. Death is just a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Yi Qijun's expression changed dramatically. He didn't have time to say anything more and immediately dashed into the emergency room. Inside the emergency room, a middle-aged doctor was performing life-saving procedures and was instantly enraged upon seeing Yi Qijun. Who allowed you to come in? Get out. Do you want to kill your family? Yi Qijun had no time to explain. He directly threw the middle-aged doctor out of the emergency room, locked the door, and began acupuncture on his aunt himself. Outside the ward, several doctors reacted and were furious. In their eyes, this was just a medical disturbance. Soon even the old hospital director arrived with several security guards. What are you standing there for? Break down the door and rush in. Quickly take the disruptive family members away. We cannot delay the patient's treatment, commanded the old director anxiously. Several security guards were about to step forward. But at that moment, the old director inadvertently caught a glimpse of the situation inside the emergency room through the window, and in the next moment his pupils constricted. Wait, what is this? The old director almost lunged to the window, his expression extremely serious, as he focused on Yi Qijun's actions. In the next moment, the old director exclaimed in shock, hiss. The reversal divine needle. 9 needles together. Instantly, several doctors were taken aback. The reversal divine needle is a long-lost legendary acupuncture technique, said to keep even those who are doomed alive for 7 days. The old director's master had spent his whole life trying to restore the complete 9 needles of the reversal divine needle, but regrettably he passed away without achieving this goal. Therefore, many doctors in the hospital had heard of this technique. No one expected to see it in Yi Qijun's hands today. For a moment, everyone exchanged glances, not knowing what to do. After a while, the old director hurriedly wrote several large characters and posted them on the window. Divine Doctor, please treat with peace. No one shall disturb. At this moment, Yi Qijun also saw the old director and others outside, slightly surprised that the old director was so tactful. After a long time, Yi Qijun finally stabilized Su Qin's life and stepped out of the ward, pulling out a I've temporarily saved my aunt's life, but she must be monitored with the best equipment. You must prepare the ointment according to this prescription and apply it to the major acupoints on her body. I will find a way to save her. The old director hurriedly took the prescription and looked at it, instantly feeling as if he had found a treasure. This prescription is also a precious ancient formula that has been lost. The old director respectfully said, Divine Doctor, please rest assured I will personally prepare the medicine for the patient. Although he didn't even know Yi Qijun's name, he understood that this young man, despite his age, possessed extraordinary medical skills and was no ordinary person. Half an hour later, outside the intensive care unit, Yi Qijun's expression was grave. His aunt only had 7 days left to live. The reversal divine needle combined with the ancient formula could only prolong her life for 7 days. To save his aunt, Yi Qijun must break through to the Golden Core realm to have a chance to reverse her fate. In the secular martial arts hierarchy, beyond the innate Grand Master, there are realms like Martial Soul, Martial Spirit, Martial Venerable, Martial Saint, and Martial Emperor. However, Yi Qijun's path was entirely different from theirs. He was a cultivator. From the moment he was born, he had 6 seals within his body. His master had unsealed the first one, and the second seal was his life's golden core. To unseal it within 7 days, the fastest method was to find a spiritual artifact like the Dragon Soul token, absorb the spiritual energy within it, and achieve a breakthrough. Thinking of this, Yi Qijun immediately spoke. Shen Xianzhi, relay my order to search for any sentient objects with all your strength. It is imperative to find one within 7 days. Additionally, I want to know who the mastermind behind this explosion is. Shen Xianzhi knelt on one knee and said, Old servant obeys the command. At the top floor suite of the Cloud Sea Hotel, Yin Di bowed and said, Sir, the mission is complete. Yi Qijun is dead. On the sofa, Shen Xianzhi glanced at him coldly and threw the phone over. Look at this. The phone displayed a video of Yi Qijun emerging from the flames. Yin Di's face changed dramatically as he exclaimed, how is this possible? To survive such an explosion, Yi Qijun must be at least a master level. Shen Xianzhi sneered. Not killing Yi Qijun this time isn't so bad. Killing Su Qin would suffice. I want to torment Yi Qijun piece by piece, making him experience the pain of losing all his loved ones, letting him suffer. Yan Di hurriedly bowed and said, I will carry out the second assassination right away. However, Shen Xianzhi shook his head and said, do not act rashly. This time the assassination failed, and Yi Qijun is already on guard. Rest for a few days and wait for my notification. In a Japanese cuisine restaurant, Aoi Shuichi wore a gloomy expression. Mother, the Su family has agreed to help, but that Yi Qijun dares to refuse me. Please allow me to take action and kill this arrogant pig from the Dragon Kingdom. Lady Kong shook her head lightly and said, though you are now a Jonin equivalent to a congenital grandmaster of the Dragon Kingdom, you underestimate Yi Qijun's strength. After speaking, Lady Kong showed Aoi Shuichi the video of the explosion incident, causing his expression to change drastically. He never expected Yi Qijun to be so powerful. Then Lady Kong said calmly, Yi Qijun has many enemies. Naturally, someone will deal with him. Focus your energy on another matter for now. Aoi Shuichi hurriedly asked what matter. Lady Kong took out a map and said, here is the place of celestial burial recorded in Japanese history. It is a site where countless strong figures of Japan have fallen, and there is a lost sacred artifact. If you can retrieve the artifact, our influence in the guild will be greatly enhanced. Lady Kong's serious tone made Aoi Shuichi realize the importance of the matter, and he promptly agreed earnestly. The next day at the hospital, Shen Xianzhi respectfully reported, Master, we found out that yesterday's incident was carried out by a killer named Yan Di. I have already sent someone to track his whereabouts. The spiritual treasure still requires time. Currently, there are no leads. Additionally, there is another matter. Shen Xianzhi glanced apprehensively at Yi Qijun's expression and dared not continue. Yi Qijun said coldly, speak. Shen Xianzhi hurriedly knelt and said, Master, Matsumoto Hikari has been captured. His patricide was discovered by Matsumoto Deiji, who called us to ransom him. Yi Qijun raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, call back. Shen Xianzhi quickly dialed Matsumoto Deiji's phone. Soon Matsumoto Deiji's arrogant laughter came through the line. So Yi Qijun, I didn't expect you to dare to call me. Do you not know how to write the word death? You, a mere lowly pig from the Dragon Kingdom, dare to interfere with our great Yamato people's affairs. You seek death. Want to ransom Matsumoto Hikari. Then come over obediently and exchange your life for his. Otherwise, not only will you die, but your entire family and friends will meet a miserable end. Wash it all away. Huh. Amidst his almost deranged laughter, the call ended. Yi Qijun expressionlessly stood up and walked outside. This Matsumoto Deiji has reached the end of his life. First, he angered Yi Qijun, and his arrogant attitude deserves death. Second, he threatened Yi Qijun with his friends and family. That too deserves death. Third, he belittled the Dragon Kingdom with his words. Just the term Dragon Kingdom pig warrants a death sentence. Moreover, at this moment, Yi Qijun is in a furious state, suspecting that the killer was sent by Matsumoto Deiji. If so, then he deserves to die even more. Half an hour later, at the Qingtian Japanese-style inn, it was laid out like a Seiyuan surrounded by 3-story small buildings. Yi Qijun walked into the courtyard with an air of calmness. From the small building ahead, Matsumoto Deiji's laughter echoed, you really came to deliver yourself to death. Indeed, the pigs from the Dragon Kingdom are this stupid. Matsumoto Deiji grabbed Matsumoto Hikari by the hair, looking down at Yi Qijun. Matsumoto Hikari's face was pained, covered in wounds, but he suddenly shouted, Master, run. Matsumoto Deiji wants to kill you. Matsumoto Hikari was under Yi Qijun's control through a soul-seizing technique, exhibiting extreme loyalty. But Matsumoto Deiji laughed heartily. Now you want to leave. Don't you think it's too late? Yi Qijun, will you take your own life, or shall we help you on your way? As the words fell, powerful auras appeared from all directions around the courtyard. This place has already been set up as a net of heaven and earth. Matsui Hikari's face turned ashen. Figures appeared on the small buildings surrounding them, each donned in black stealth attire with only their eyes visible and small leaves embroidered on their chests, some gold and some silver. The golden leaf is the symbol of a top ninja from the Matsui family, equivalent to a grandmaster of the Dragon Kingdom. The silver leaf represents a middle ninja, equivalent to a master. 5 top ninjas and 15 middle ninjas. This was the entirety of the Matsui family's power, now all mobilized. The Matsui Group is the leading pharmaceutical company in Japan, and the strength of the Matsui family should not be underestimated. Yet these 20 experts are all the visible power of the Matsui family. Even when Matsui Hikari was alive, he had never employed so many experts. And today they mobilized just to deal with one Yi Qijun. Matsui Hikari was utterly despairing. Meanwhile, Matsui Deer was laughing triumphantly, stepping on Matsui Hikari's head, pointing at Yi Qijun below and shouting loudly, "Kill him." As soon as the words left his mouth, all 20 experts transformed into blurry shadows, disappearing into the shadows of various buildings without a trace. Ninjutsu, ninjutsu. This is the most famous technique in the Japanese ninja system. Japanese ninjas are known worldwide as born killers. It is precisely because of the ninjas' endless skills in concealment tracking and the use of poisons and hidden weapons that these become the most suitable methods for assassins. These middle and top ninjas have cultivated the art of concealment to an extremely high level, allowing them to vanish in the shadows right before one's eyes. However, upon witnessing this scene, Qijun merely shook his head lightly and coldly remarked, "Tricks of ghostly deception, cowardly rats." 8 short words effectively insulted the entire Japanese ninja system. Because every Japanese ninja from the lowest apprentice to the top ninja, even those who surpass the top level, knows how to use ninjutsu. Thus Qijun's words thoroughly enraged all the hidden ninjas lurking in the dark. In the next moment, a furious roar sounded behind Qijun. "Baka! You dare to!" Smack! Before the middle ninja behind him even revealed himself, Qijun had already turned around and slapped him. The sound of the slap was thunderous. The middle ninja was directly slapped out by Qijun. His body flew straight back, his head spinning around 7 or 8 times, his neck twisted into a corkscrew, dead beyond recovery. Qijun's gaze was icy, his brow furrowed as he looked disdainfully at his hand. In the next moment, Qijun reached out towards the kitchen in the corner of the courtyard, grasping at the air, and a rusted kitchen knife flew into his hand. At this moment, Qijun finally raised his head indifferently, coldly stating, "You are not worthy of me using a fine knife to kill." As his words fell, Qijun took a step forward, casually waving the kitchen knife, yet a line of blood suddenly shot through the air. A middle ninja widened his eyes in disbelief, and as he revealed himself, he met his demise on the spot. Following that, every time Qijun swung the knife, a ninja would be inexplicably killed. Those ninjas hiding in the air who thought they could remain undetected found no way to escape Qijun. Finally, the last 3 top ninjas reacted, revealing themselves and launching a joint attack on Qijun. However, this move led to their quicker demise. Qijun merely waved the kitchen knife in a sweeping motion, accurately severing the necks of these 3 top ninjas one by one. 15 masters and 5 grandmasters all perished within 2 minutes after Qijun picked up the knife. There was not a single opponent who could withstand a blow. The esteemed grandmasters seemed like cabbage being casually chopped by Qijun with a kitchen knife. At this moment, Matsui Hikari, who considered himself knowledgeable about the Dragon Kingdom, and even more so than many Dragon Kingdom citizens, suddenly felt he had an unprecedented and profound understanding of the phrase chopping vegetables and fruits. Just then, Qijun slowly raised his head, his expression still so indifferent as he looked at Matsui Deer. Thud! Just a glance. Matsui Deer was so frightened that he collapsed and knelt on the ground. Qijun glanced at him and casually asked, "Do you know of the Flame Emperor?" Matsui Deer was momentarily stunned, clearly having never heard that name. Qijun understood. It seemed Matsui Deer was not one who had plotted against him. In the next moment, Qijun casually flicked the kitchen knife, which flew up to the 3rd floor, slicing into Matsui Deer's forehead, as if splitting a ripe watermelon. At this moment, Matsui Hikari finally broke free from the ropes binding him and rushed to Qijun, kneeling and saying, "Thank you, master, for saving my life. This servant is eternally grateful." Qijun waved his hand, uninterested in his flattery, and commanded, "Now that your elder brother is dead, if you cannot inherit the Matsui group, you are of no use to me. Remember, my subordinates do not need useless people." Matsui Hikari hurriedly bowed his head, saying, "Rest assured, master. This servant will definitely take over the Matsui group and serve you." "Master, this servant has one more matter to report." "Speak." Qijun replied coldly. Matsui Hikari hurriedly revealed Matsui Deer's purpose for coming to the Dragon Kingdom. The Matsui group is actually one of the members of the Aoi Commercial Association, and they learned that the Aoi family was going to excavate the land of heavenly burials, which is why they mobilized all their family experts to participate. Of course, the Matsui family did not have the courage to compete with the Aoi family. The Aoi family's goal is a sacred object lost in the land of heavenly burials by the strong of Japan, and the Matsui family aims to collect some other treasures. Upon hearing this, Qijun's eyes narrowed in interest. A sacred object. Though he did not know what the sacred object mentioned by the Japanese was, it had a considerable probability of possessing spiritual properties. It seems I must make a trip to this so-called land of heavenly burials. North Mang Mountain is located 700 miles north of the East Sea, with a chain of peaks rising and falling, boasting beautiful scenery. At this moment, deep within North Mang Mountain, halfway up a slope, over 100 people formed a grand climbing team, as if they intended to traverse 100 miles of North Mang Mountain. However, upon reaching this point, the local old farmer who was acting as their guide suddenly stopped and resolutely refused to go any further. "We cannot go any further. I said we should take a detour, but you did not believe me, so we can only stop here. The cave ahead is forbidden to the North Mang people, filled with spirits and monsters. We cannot approach it." The loud shouts of the old farmer did not elicit any surprise from the 100 people. Instead, they all looked at him with cold indifference. As the old farmer continued to shout, he sensed something was amiss. At that moment, a woman at the front of the group spoke. "Those are not ghosts, they are the heroic spirits of our ancestors who died in battle." After saying this, the woman smiled. Though she appeared to be in her 20s, there was an innate charm about her, captivating anyone with her every frown and smile. The old farmer's face immediately flushed red, his eyes widening in shock. But in the next moment he saw the woman wave her hand, and his eyes exploded instantly. As his scream escaped, the woman waved her hand again, slashing the old farmer's throat. Clearly stunningly beautiful, yet she had a heart as cruel as a serpent slaughtering the innocent. Just as the woman killed the old farmer and prepared to lead her group into the cave, a series of booming helicopter sounds suddenly echoed from the distant sky. Everyone's expression changed, and they looked up at the sky. In the next moment, a stunning American Black Hawk helicopter came racing in and quickly hovered above them. Then several figures leaped down from dozens of meters high. Boom. Not far in front of the crowd, Qijun walked out with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. Behind him were Shen Xianzhi, Tian Can, and Matsui Hikari. Upon seeing the opposing group of over 100 people, Matsui Hikari's scalp tingled. Out of more than 100 people, not a single one was below the Chunin level. Nearly a third of them were Jonin. This meant that among them there were over 70 postnatal masters and more than 30 innate grandmasters. In fact, when Matsui Hikari saw the woman at the forefront, he almost fainted in shock. That was a soul ninja, equivalent to a powerful martial spirit realm expert above the innate grandmaster level. Such a lineup could directly attempt to confront an ordinary army. Matsui Hikari was completely stunned. There were so many experts. He thought that the Matsui family sending out 20 people was already a significant move, but unexpectedly the Xianzhi family was even more ruthless. At that moment, a young man stepped out of the crowd, grinning ominously. It was Xianzhi. At this moment, Xianzhi showed none of the humility he had displayed in the past. Instead, his face was twisted with a terrifying expression. "Qijun, not bad, huh? You actually managed to find this place. Are you just itching to die?" Qijun glanced at him indifferently and casually asked, "No more acting." Xianzhi laughed wildly, arrogantly declaring, "Is there still a need to act? Absolute strength is more effective than any disguise. Qijun, don't you think you're quite impressive? Look at those behind me, who isn't above a master? You, a mere god of war, have nothing to boast about. You've repeatedly disrespected me, ruining my plans. You, a lowly pig from Dragon Country, should have died long ago. Now kneel and be my servant, and I might consider letting you live a few more days." Xianzhi was extremely arrogant, completely disregarding Qijun. He had pretended long enough in front of the Su family. In contrast, Qijun remained calm, casually saying, "Why would a group of ants give you such courage?" The expressions of the 100 experts across from him changed slightly, their gazes turning unfriendly toward Qijun. Xianzhi grinned sinisterly, waving his hand. "Seek your own death. Take him down." As his voice fell, several figures surged out from the crowd, their speed as swift as lightning. Tian Can's pupils constricted at this scene. Though he was now an innate grandmaster, he was only at the early innate stage. The few experts attacking were all peak innate grandmasters. 7 people joined forces, sealing off all of Qijun's escape routes. This was a killing formation. Tian Can was certain that if he were surrounded by such a formation, he wouldn't last 3 moves. But in the next moment, the killing formation was shattered in an instant. The 3 who charged in the fastest were kicked away by Qijun with a whip kick. Moreover, as the 3 were in midair, blood gushed out violently, severely injured, and on the verge of death. The 4 behind hadn't even recovered when Qijun was already in front of them. In a brief moment, all 7 peak innate grandmasters, the so-called top Jonin of the Yamato nation, were completely annihilated by Qijun. Everything happened so quickly that the 100 experts across had not even had time to react for rescue. By the time Xianzhi came to his senses, he was furious. He had always thought that Qijun, the war god, only possessed the power of a war god, but unexpectedly the 7 top Jonin had been effortlessly crushed by Qijun. One miscalculation led to the downfall of 7 experts, and Xianzhi was immediately filled with rage. At a young age, your strength is quite impressive. You can already be considered invincible below the martial spirit realm. In the crowd, the woman at the forefront spoke. "I am Qijun Anri, the daughter of Qijun Shizue, vice president of the Xianzhi Trading Association, Yamato nation's sole ninja, which is what you Dragon Country refer to as the martial spirit realm." After a brief self-introduction, the woman paused slightly, seemingly waiting for Qijun's response. However, Qijun merely replied coldly, "I haven't heard of it." Qijun Anri's pretty face stiffened for a moment, then she smiled seductively. "You're really adorable. Qijun, I have taken a liking to you. If you submit to me, you can be my favorite servant. I assure you, among my 700 servants, none will be favored more than you." Qijun's face instantly revealed a strong sense of disgust. Tian Can, not far away, had an extremely strange expression, whispering, 700 servants. That must be dark enough to squeeze out oil, right? Seeing Yi Qijuan's expression, Koz Anri's pretty face immediately darkened like ice. At the moment her expression changed, a figure suddenly appeared behind Yi Qijuan, silently attempting to cut his neck with a knife. When the knife appeared, it was barely a foot away from Yi Qijuan's neck. But in the next moment, ding! Yi Qijuan flicked his finger, directly breaking the blade. The many experts witnessing this scene were horrified. The one who attacked was actually a soul ninja master whose strength was not weaker than Koz Anri. However, shortly after, they watched in shock as the extraordinarily powerful soul ninja master was seized by Yi Qijuan, and with a twist his skull was crushed. Yi Qijuan discarded the corpse, speaking indifferently, "Soul ninja. Seems there's nothing special about it." Horror, shock, fear. A soul ninja with no chance to struggle was crushed in the hands of Yi Qijuan. Xiao Zingle's face turned pale as she exclaimed, "Stop him!" The others into the cave. Instantly, over a dozen ninjas drew their blades, charging towards Yi Qijuan with fierce determination. The others turned and fled, rushing into the cave behind them. Once inside, Aoi Shuichi felt a wave of fear and exclaimed, "How could this guy be so strong? What do we do now?" Xiao Zingli coldly snorted, "Everyone, no need to panic. This cave is the place where the sword saint of the Wokoku Nagatani Yamato fell 50 years ago. Once I summon the spirit of the sword saint, he will surely be able to slay Yi Qijuan." Aoi Shuichi looked into the cave, his mind shaken. The floor of the vast cave was littered with numerous marks from blades, and in the corners lay hundreds of bones along with several broken weapons. In the center of the cave, there was a skeleton clad in Wokoku armor, propped up by an ancient katana, kneeling on the ground, long dead. Everything here indicated a tremendous battle that had taken place. The skeleton in the center was the protagonist of this battle, the sword saint of Wokoku Nagatani Yamato. 50 years ago, many masters from Wokoku entered Longwa, and Nagatani Yamato was one of them, having slain countless masters of Longwa with extraordinary strength. Ultimately, hundreds of masters from Longwa besieged Nagatani Yamato, pursuing him until this very spot, where he became surrounded, fighting valiantly to the bitter end, perishing alongside all the masters of Longwa. Thus, for decades, no one has known that this place is where Nagatani Yamato fell. This time, the Aoi Merchant Association aims to retrieve Nagatani Yamato's relics, specifically the katana he held, an artifact of Wokoku swordsmanship, the demon blade Haryuki. At this moment, Xiao Zingli approached the central skeleton, respectfully kneeling on the ground to pay homage. Dozens of ninjas followed suit, fervently bowing before the skeleton. After a moment, Xiao Zingli took out a bamboo tube, cut her wrist, and dripped her blood into it, then passed it to the next person. The bamboo tube quickly collected everyone's blood, returning to Xiao Zingli's hands, who solemnly poured the blood from the tube onto the katana in front of the skeleton. Then dozens of people chanted in unison, "Great sword saint, descendants of the Wokoku, we offer our blood as a sacrifice using the demon blade Haryuki. As a medium, we respectfully summon the spirit of Yamato, the sword saint, to eliminate our enemies." As they chanted repeatedly, an icy chill suddenly rose within the cave. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Yi Qijuan kicked away the last ninja's corpse and coldly gazed at the cave. Just as he was about to enter, Matsui Teru hurriedly said, "Master, you cannot enter this cave. There is danger inside. This place is..." Matsui Teru was about to persuade him when he saw Yi Qijuan casually wave his hand. "No problem, what can a mere Wokoku have to offer?" Saying this, Yi Qijuan strode straight into the cave. Inside the cave, Xiao Zingli and the others were on high alert, and upon seeing Yi Qijuan indeed pursue them, their faces revealed murderous intent. "Yi Qijuan, I never thought you would dare to come in. Have you prepared your last words?" Xiao Zingli sneered confidently. Yi Qijuan impatiently replied, "Use your moves, stop the nonsense." Xiao Zingli's face turned icy, seeking death. "Please, great Yamato sword saint, slay this man." Crack! Suddenly a series of bone-grinding sounds echoed from behind Xiao Zingli and the others. The crowd quickly moved to the sides, and Yi Qijuan immediately saw the figure kneeling with the sword. The next moment, the skeleton suddenly raised its head. Beneath the armor was a ghastly white skeleton, but at this moment, ethereal white energy flowed across the skeleton's face and body. The white energy seemed to replace flesh and blood, reviving the skeleton as a spirit. Clang! The spirit suddenly gripped the demon blade, drawing it with a swift motion. The blade hummed, its sword aura radiated. A sharp, killing intent erupted. The spirit held the long blade upside down body, crouched low, gathering strength, then suddenly charged forward, leaping into the air. Blade draw slash. With a hoarse roar, the blade light flickered faster than lightning. Yi Qijuan raised an eyebrow, not dodging or avoiding, pointing like a sword at the spirit's wrist. The spirit hurriedly rotated its wrist, using the hilt to block the finger, then in midair wielded the blade with both hands and slashed down heavily. Iato. The first strike was swift, but this second strike was fierce. Yi Qijuan coldly snorted, slapping the blade with his palm, deflecting the second strike. But the next moment, the spirit let out an angry shout. Sky soaring dragon slash. Swish. Swish, swish. Wave after wave of sword chi surged forth, resembling a whirlwind encircling Yi Kaijin's body. In an instant, dozens of sword chi completely obscured Yi Kaijin's figure. Xianzhi exclaimed joyfully, the ultimate secret of the sky, soaring one sword style. No one has ever survived this move. The sword saint has won. Instantly dozens of ninjas cheered. But in the next moment a calm voice came from not far away. If he is really that strong, how did he die? The cheering abruptly stopped. Everyone looked in disbelief at the composed Yi Qijun nearby. No one knew when he had left that sea of blade light. Xianzhi shook her head repeatedly. No, this is impossible. How could anyone escape the sky's soaring dragon slash? Yamato's sword saint kill him. Xianzhi's delicate face twisted with madness as she screamed frantically. The spirit struck again, unleashing wave after wave of sword chi. Sky soaring dragon. Yi Qijun laughed coldly, kicking out. All show and no substance. Bang. This kick directly pierced through dozens of sword chi, striking the spirit's chest. The already ethereal spirit was sent flying several meters, crashing against the cave wall, becoming even more insubstantial. Yi Qijun stepped forward, grabbing the spirit's head disappointedly, saying, I thought Wokaku would have some remarkable swordsmanship, but it turns out to be just this three-piece set. Easily crushed. After saying this, Yi Qijun shattered the spirit's skull with a squeeze, and then the spiritual energy surged out from his body, devouring all the white energy from the spirit. That white energy was actually the spiritual energy condensed under the influence of the demon blade Hyuki, sustaining the spirit's actions. Since it was spiritual energy, Yi Qijun could naturally devour it, as he cultivated spiritual energy. Xianzhi and the others stared in a daze as they watched the spirit being devoured by Yi Qijun, their bodies shivering in terror. The next moment, Yi Qijun looked at them calmly, instantly causing many ninjas to collapse to the ground in fright. To be able to devour even the spirit, such a thing was unheard of. Thud. Xianzhi directly knelt on the ground, her charming face filled with fear, her delicate body trembling. I surrender. Don't kill me, I will do whatever you want. As she spoke, the woman tugged at her belt, causing her originally tight ninja outfit to slip off, revealing her snowy shoulders. This action was so practiced that it seemed she had done it countless times before, combined with her delicate expression, instantly creating an alluring atmosphere. However, a look of disgust flashed across Yi Kaijin's face as he arrived before Xianzhi. Without saying a word, he pressed his palm on the top of her head. Suddenly, Yi Kaijin's eyes flickered with surprise. Spirit furnace physique. Xianzhi with seductive eyes replied softly, yes. I have been cultivating the family secret technique since I was young. I am the perfect spiritual energy furnace. If young master Yi does not mind, I am willing to be your exclusive furnace. Xianzhi cast a seductive glance, her agile tongue lightly licking her crimson lips, exuding an alluring charm. But Yi Qijun remained indifferent, saying the cauldron. You are unworthy. After saying this, Yi Qijun unleashed a powerful suction from his palm. Xianzhi's eyes widened in disbelief, gasping for breath like a fish out of water, suffering greatly. Her originally fair skin visibly lost its color, and in an instant she was drained of the spiritual energy within her body, transforming into a ghastly figure with a yellowed face. Dozens of ninjas watched this scene as if they were witnessing a demon, all of them horrified and petrified. In the next moment, Yi Qijun charged into the crowd, slaughtering the ninjas as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. In a short while, the cave was littered with corpses, leaving only Xianzhi alive. At this moment, Xianzhi had nowhere to retreat, kneeling on the ground, desperately banging his head and begging for mercy. War God, please spare my life for the sake of the Su family. Yi Qijun coldly looked down at him and asked, was the explosion at the hotel entrance caused by you? Xianzhi was taken aback, shaking his head repeatedly. No, it truly wasn't me. I only found out about the explosion afterward. It has nothing to do with me. Yi Qijun furrowed his brows. He could tell that Xianzhi was not lying, but he couldn't figure out who the real culprit was. At this moment, Xianzhi looked terrified. He knew Yi Qijun was decisive in killing, and he couldn't escape death. In a panic, he hurriedly took out his phone and dialed Su Wen's video call. At that moment, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Yi Kaijin's eyes, and he raised his hand to strike Xianzhi. But Xianzhi screamed in terror, Father, save me. Yi Qijun wants to kill me. Xianzhi held up his phone. In the video, the Su family members were at the hospital, all shocked and bewildered. Su Wenkai saw Yi Kaijin's murderous demeanor and hurriedly advised Yi Qijun, let's talk this over. There's no need to kill. You've seen how Shui has behaved during this time. He has always respected you, and Suchi never provoking you, nor has he harmed your aunt. Even if he is my ex-wife's son, I am now devoted to your aunt. Zuyi's existence will not affect your aunt. He is innocent. The Su family members all began to plead for mercy. They thought Yi Qijun wanted to kill Xianzhi out of jealousy for Sukin's sake. They could understand Yi Qijun wanting to protect his aunt, but to kill Xianzhi over this was indeed excessive. At this moment, Songjing Shui quietly sighed in relief, revealing a grateful smile. But the next moment Yi Qijun said coldly, Songjing Shui harbors ill intentions. Killing him is for your own good, to prevent the entire Su family from being implicated and to spare my aunt from suffering. With that, Yi Qijun ignored the Su family's incessant pleas and struck, bringing his palm down on Songjing. In an instant, the video fell silent as the Su family members stared in shock, their faces frozen in disbelief. Su Wenkai let out a wail and fainted. Songjing Shui had fully subdued the Su family with money, and they were all waiting for him to acknowledge his ancestry and bring them prosperity. But now Songjing Shui was dead. Su Wenlong, overwhelmed by rage, shouted, Yi Qijun, you owe us a reasonable explanation. Yi Kaijin's eyes turned cold. Why should I explain my actions to you? After saying this, he crushed the phone under. The cave fell utterly silent, and moments later Shen Xianzhi and others rushed in just in time to see Yi Qijun picking up the fallen demon blade Xuanxue. Yi Qijun examined the blade, carefully revealing a satisfied smile. This blade was renowned as a sacred artifact of the Japanese swordsmanship, and indeed possessed a spirit. Yi Qijun instructed, you three guard outside. I need to enter seclusion for half a day. The three quickly complied, standing guard outside the cave. Inside the cave, Yi Qijun sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb spiritual energy. Not only from this blade, but also from the heroic spirits he had just devoured, and the spiritual energy from Xiao Zhe all needed to be absorbed and refined. Half a day later, crack. A faint cracking sound echoed from within Yi Kaijin's body. The second seal was broken. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, akin to a tsunami. Yi Qijun slowly rose, clenched his fist, feeling the power that seemed capable of overturning the heavens, and laughed heartily. His laughter echoed from the cave, resounding endlessly above the Baiming Mountains. Today I have entered the Golden Core realm. Outside the cave, Shen Xianzhi, Tian, Kan, and Songjing Hui all looked towards the cave, their expressions filled with shock. In the next moment, Yi Qijun emerged from the cave with his hands behind his back, causing the three to tremble in fear. Especially Tian Kan, who was a congenital grandmaster, now felt as if a god stood before him at the sight of Yi Qijun. Only after a moment, when Yi Kaijin's aura retracted, did he return to normal. Yi Qijun glanced at the three, and then said, I will go ahead. After saying this, Yi Qijun leaped down directly from the mountainside. In a single bound, he covered 100 meters, vanishing from the sight of the three in an instant. Yi Qijun rushed to the hospital at the first opportunity. Outside the ward, the Su family fell silent, all looking at Yi Qijun with grim faces. Songjing Shui was after all a member of the Su family, yet Yi Qijun showed him no mercy, killing him without hesitation. At this moment, the Su family looked at Yi Qijun as if he were a demon. Yi Qijun naturally noticed their emotions, but was too lazy to explain, striding straight into the ward and forbidding anyone from entering. Su Qin remained in a coma, and Yi Qijun approached the bedside, biting his finger and using blood as ink to draw a formation on Sukin's bed. Then he formed hand seals, placing his palm on Sukin's forehead. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into Sukin's body. The powerful energy from the Golden Core stage revitalized the damaged cells within her, repairing her body. The formation on the hospital bed flickered with a blood-red glow, defying fate to extend Sukin's life. After a while, Yi Qijun finally withdrew his hand. At this moment, Sukin's complexion finally regained its rosy hue, and she opened her eyes, becoming conscious again. Yi Qijun hurriedly approached to check Sukin's condition, confirming there were no issues. She had been completely renewed, akin to a rebirth. From now on, Su Qin would not only be free from ailments, but also had opened her Rin and Du meridians, gaining the qualifications for cultivation. Yi Qijun let out a sigh of relief and smiled. At that moment, the old dean knocked and walked in, and upon seeing Su Qin awake, he was immediately astonished. After a thorough examination, the old dean exclaimed, it really worked. And there are no side effects at all. This is simply a medical miracle. Dr. Yi, your medical skills are truly divine, rivaling even the legendary Hua Tuo. After a brief conversation with his aunt, Yi Qijun saw the Su family members entering the hospital room. As he stepped out of the room, he unexpectedly bumped into Lin Manyu, both of them momentarily stunned. Yi Qijun asked lightly, what brings you here? Lin Manyu explained, I also witnessed the explosion earlier. I have connections at the hospital to better care for Aunt Su. How is she doing now? Yi Qijun was slightly taken aback, immediately realizing that Lin Manyu must have visited several times over the past few days, but hadn't mentioned it to him. A warm current surged within Yi Kaijin's heart. My aunt has already recovered, thank you. Lin Manyu smiled slightly, then frowned as she said, I just overheard the Su family discussing things privately. They seem to harbor deep hostility towards you. You need to be careful to avoid any traps set by those around you. I will. Yi Qijun casually replied, not taking it to heart. He acted with a clear conscience that Songjing Shui was ambitious and had sought his own doom. Keeping him alive was a nuisance, so it was better to eliminate him. Lin Manyu noticed that many people were already in the hospital room, so she suggested, shall we go for a walk together? I have some questions I want to ask you. Yi Qijun hesitated for a moment, thinking of her silent concern for him, and nodded in agreement. The two walked side by side, yet neither spoke a word. It wasn't until they entered the elevator with no one else around that Lin Manyu suddenly asked Yi Qijun, "Did you ever have feelings for me back then?" "I have waited 10 years for this question, I want to hear the truth." Yi Qijun's body trembled, his expression becoming complex, but he ultimately remained silent. Though he did not answer, Lin Manyu understood everything from his gaze, her mood instantly brightening. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor, and Lin Manyu gently smiled, saying, "I'm leaving now, see you later." With that, she stepped out of the elevator with a light step. Yi Qijun had a complex expression as he watched the elevator doors close, letting out a soft sigh. Lin Manyu obtained the answer she sought, her smile brightening significantly as she walked outside humming a tune, but paused momentarily when she reached the ground floor. At the base of the hospital building, a sea of fiery red roses was displayed, creating a breathtaking floral ocean. In the center of that floral sea, Yi Fan held a bouquet of fresh flowers, looking like a charming young man as he approached Lin Manyu with a warm smile. "Manyu, after 2 days apart, I can no longer suppress my longing for you. I am certain that I have deeply fallen. Our fateful encounter 15 years ago has led us to this reunion, which is destined. I will declare to the world that I love you. Manyu, let's be together." Yi Fan gazed affectionately at Lin Manyu, kneeling on one knee while presenting her with the flowers. This scene unfolded like a fairy tale, romantic and heartfelt. Immediately, the sound of cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. "Be together! Be together!" However, these cheers only made Lin Manyu feel more embarrassed. She quickly took a step back, helplessly saying, "Young master, please don't do this. You are a good person, but I already have someone I like, I'm sorry." With that, Lin Manyu slightly bowed in apology, then hurriedly left. Yi Fan was momentarily stunned. Following that, a wave of rage surged within him. He, the dignified Dragon King of the northern region, had been outright rejected by the woman he liked in front of so many people. Moreover, she even claimed to have someone she liked. How could anyone dare to covet the Dragon King's woman? As Yi Fan fumed, one of his subordinates rushed over, whispering, "Dragon King, I just saw Miss Lin enter the elevator with Yi Qijun. It seems there is some ambiguity between them." Yi Fan erupted in fury violently, throwing the bouquet of flowers to the ground. The veins on his forehead throbbed as he seethed. "Lin Manyu, you are the woman I have chosen. Why are you flirting with other men? You fail to recognize the true dragon you will. In this world, no woman can refuse me." Yi Qijun returned to the upper floor where Shen Xianzhi was waiting. "Master, that assassin." Yi Qijun furrowed his brow, interrupting, "Let's talk somewhere else. There are too many people here." With that, Yi Qijun grabbed Shen Xianzhi's arm and leaped out of the window. Shen Xianzhi's eyes widened in shock. They were on the hospital's top floor, the 24th floor. Falling from such a height, even a congenital grandmaster would find it hard to survive. But in the next moment, Yi Qijun lightly pushed off the windowsill with his toes defying gravity as he directly jumped onto the rooftop. Even after landing, Shen Xianzhi still felt his legs weak, finding it somewhat unreal. He jumped up just like that. Shen Xianzhi was momentarily dazed, and only after a moment did he regain his composure, respectfully saying, "Master, the assassin Yan Di is currently untraceable. It seems he has vanished into thin air. I suspect he has been hidden away." Yi Qijun's gaze turned cold as he snorted, then let the Lingyin Marquis look for him. "He is stationed in Yuezhou. Finding someone should not be difficult." However, the Lingyin Marquis was sent on a secret mission 3 days ago. I fear he won't return anytime soon. Yi Qijun narrowed his eyes, sneering, well prepared. To be able to delay the Lingyin Marquis, it seems the mastermind behind this has considerable power. But you all should have known better than to harm my aunt. If I don't uproot you, my anger will not subside. Shen Xianzhi mobilized experts to protect my aunt closely, ensuring she does not suffer any more harm. Shen Xianzhi bowed respectfully, knowing that Yi Qijun was genuinely enraged. "I obey your command. The Muitu restaurant is closed for business today." In the top floor room, Lady Kong cradled the cold corpse of Songjing Xiui in her arms, her eyes filled with sorrow, anger, resentment, and hatred. "Yi Qijun, for the sake of my son, I will kill you to accompany Xiui in death. Someone, contact the Sarutobi family. I want to enlist Lord Sarutobi Hamaru to take action and slay Yi Qijun. Lady Kong, you should know that Lord Sarutobi Hamaru is a peak soul ninja. If he takes action, the cost will be." One of her subordinates gasped in shock. Lady Kong erupted in fury. "No matter the cost, I will pay it all. As long as I can kill Yi Qijun, I don't care if it costs me half my fortune." The subordinate hastily bowed and left. However, just as he stepped out, a faint voice suddenly echoed. Madame Kong stared coldly at the young man who walked in and asked, "Who are you?" The young man smiled and replied, "I am Shunjan from the Dragon Nation's Dragon Guard." "I have heard of you, Madame Kong." Madame Kong's pupils constricted. She was well aware of the reputation of the Dragon Guard. But why would such a prominent force from the Dragon Nation seek her out? Isn't this colluding with foreign powers? Furthermore, having just lost her son, her heart filled with grief and indignation, she coldly said, "What business do you have here, Lord Shun?" I have heard that Madame Kong has a great enmity with Yi Qijun. Since we have a common enemy, why not join forces to eliminate Yi Qijun? Madame Kong suddenly let out a cold laugh. Though the dragon guard is strong, your strength is still insufficient. How can you expect to kill Yi Qijun alongside me? Shen Xianzhi shook his head dismissively. Everyone who enters the dragon guard is a dragon among men. My strength is far more than what you see. Moreover, this alliance is not just to kill Yi Qijun. I have a patron who is quite interested in the secret plans of the Sanjing Merchant Association. What do you say, Madame Kong? Upon hearing this, Madame Kong's expression changed drastically. The secret plans of the Sanjing Merchant Association were only known to the upper echelons of the association. She had not expected that an outsider would learn of it. Shen Xianzhi's patron was undoubtedly someone of immense influence. But it was precisely for this reason that she saw hope in eliminating Yi Qijun. Madame Kong immediately said, I agree to the alliance. However, Yi Qijun is powerful, and it may not be easy to kill him. Shen Xianzhi smiled confidently. Rest assured, Madame Kong. Besides the two of us, I have also contacted formidable allies. Given the opportunity, Yi Qijun is doomed. Coincidentally, tomorrow evening is the birthday banquet of the East Sea City Lord, and Yi Qijun will be attending. That will be his hour of demise. Yi Qijun arrived at the City Lord's mansion with the Su family. Just as Shen Xianzhi had said, Yi Qijun indeed came to attend the banquet, but not because of the City Lord's invitation. It was for Su Qin. The Su family had recently been thriving in business, and naturally received an invitation from the City Lord's mansion. Yi Qijun came to support Su Qin, and also to ensure her safety, as the overseas assassin had not yet bin found. Creak. Just as Yi Qijun was about to enter the City Lord's mansion, a $10 million Maybach stopped at the entrance. Yi Fan got out of the car, and personally opened the door, and Lin Manu's figure stepped out. A servant from the City Lord's mansion hurriedly approached to greet them with great respect. Yi Fan was now a hot figure in EC, being the designated successor of the Lingyin Marquis, who would abdicate in a few years. Even the City Lord had to treat him with courtesy, and naturally received an invitation. However, Lin Manu's expression was somewhat helpless, as she had not wanted to come, but her parents insisted, leaving her with no choice. At that moment, Yi Qijun's gaze flickered, and he turned to walk inside. He did not want to disturb Lin Manu's life, especially since he had already found Shen Xianzhi, and could not make any promises to Lin Manu. But just then Yi Fan spotted Yi Qijun, and immediately laughed loudly. Yi Qijun, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Today is the ball hosted by City Lord Qi. Where is your dance partner? Many people at the entrance of the City Lord's mansion turned to look at Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun frowned slightly, yet his expression remained calm. Yi Fan grinned and extended his arm to Lin Manu, saying, Manu, let's go in. This gesture was meant for Lin Manu to link arms with him. In such an occasion, it was normal for Lin Manu to link arms with Yi Fan as his partner, but how could she act affectionately with another man in front of Yi Qijun? Lin Manu remained unmoved, and looked at Yi Qijun softly, saying, I'm sorry, I was forced to come by. The surrounding guests looked at each other with strange expressions. Yi Fan's face turned dark. In front of so many people, Lin Manu had not given him any face, and instead apologized to another man. Beside them, Lin Xiao and Yin Danxiu were instantly anxious and hurried forward. Manu, how can you be so thoughtful? Today you are Yi Xiao's partner. Don't talk too much with that scumbag Yi Qijun. Don't you know how miserable Shen Xianzhi has been for the last 10 years because of him? Lin Xiao also advised, yes, Manu. In terms of character, Yi Qijun abandoned his wife and children. He is a scoundrel. In terms of ability, Yi Fan has become the Dragon King of the northern border on his own. In terms of identity and status, Yi Fan is the future Marquis of Yuezhou. No matter how you look at it, Yi Qijun is not even worth a hair of Yi Fan. You should forget about Yi Qijun, he is not worth it. Yi Qijun felt speechless at these words. He hadn't said a word throughout, yet he was being targeted. Lin Manu's expression also turned displeased. Mom and Dad, please stop talking. As soon as she finished speaking, Yin Danxiu, with an expression of frustration, said, why are you so stubborn, girl? Do you think we would harm you? What kind of spell has Yi Qijun cast on you? Ugh, it's infuriating. After a few words, Yin Danxiu actually rolled her eyes and fainted in anger. The sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned. Lin Manu, at a loss whether to laugh or cry, hurriedly said, Mom, please get up, stop pretending, there are so many people watching. The surrounding crowd was also speechless, thinking that Yin Danxiu was just pretending, as she had fainted without any warning, not seeming genuine at all. But at that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly shouted in panic, wife, wake up, don't scare me. Manu, your mom has really fainted. Lin Manu was stunned, seeing that Yin Danxiu's face was pale, her body convulsing and foam at the mouth. It looked nothing like acting. Lin Manu immediately panicked and rushed over, saying, Mom, what's wrong? Don't scare me, please wake up. The crowd was in an uproar. No one expected that Yin Danxiu would suddenly fall ill. As they watched, Yin Danxiu's breathing became weak, and someone in the crowd suddenly said, let me take a look. Everyone turned to look, feeling relieved. This gentleman is the president of the East Sea Medical Association, Dr. Shui Mingyi. With him here, she should be fine. Upon hearing the man's credentials, Lin Manyu quickly stepped aside, her face filled with nervousness as she watched Dr. Shui begin his examination. However, moments later, Dr. Shui's expression turned grave as he said, heart rate failure, reversed qi and blood flow. This condition is surprisingly complex. I am truly powerless to help. After saying this, Dr. Shui sighed and shook his head repeatedly. Instantly, everyone was shocked to realize that it was so serious that even Dr. Shui was at a loss. Someone immediately said, then hurry and take her to the hospital. Dr. Shui shook his head. There isn't enough time. The patient can hold on for only 2 more minutes. If we don't reach the hospital, I'm afraid she will. Sigh. It is well known that the Dragon King of the northern border possesses extraordinary strength, dominating the battlefield and sweeping away all foes. Yet few are aware that Yi Fan is truly a master of both medicine and martial arts, with his medical skills reaching an extraordinary level. Lin Manyu repeatedly rejected Yi Fan just moments ago, publicly humiliating him. It was then that Yi Fan resorted to underhanded means, secretly poisoning Yin Danqiu. He intended for Lin Manyu to first experience despair, and when she was utterly hopeless, he would make his move to turn the tide, thereby winning her heart. Though his methods were despicable, they proved to be absolutely effective. At this moment, Lin Manyu had already fallen into despair. It was time for him to act. Yi Fan stepped forward, saying, let me try. However, at that moment, a figure had already arrived beside Yin Danqiu, pointing a finger at her brow, without a word. It was none other than Yi Qijun. Everyone noticed Yi Qijun's actions, filled with confusion, and some wanting to scold him for acting recklessly. Yet in the next moment, Yin Danqiu suddenly began to gasp for air. Moments later, she opened her eyes wide, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, and then returned to normal. All who witnessed this were left dumbfounded. Even Master Shui was at a loss, as a malady that had been said to last no more than 2 minutes was cured by Yi Qijun in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan was utterly stunned. The heroic rescue he had meticulously planned, the chance to shine in front of others, was unexpectedly snatched away by Yi Qijun. At this moment, Yi Qijun withdrew his hand and turned to Lin Manyu, saying lightly, all right, don't worry, your mother is fine now. Lin Manyu was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face as she choked out, Qijun, thank you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Seeing Lin Manyu's heartfelt gratitude towards Yi Qijun, Yi Fan's expression darkened considerably. Yi Qijun waved his hand casually, saying it was just a small effort. Let's go into the banquet is about to start. After Yi Qijun and the others entered, another luxury car stopped outside the city lord's mansion. Inside the car, Zhuangzi's eyes were cold, his expression extremely grim, and a faint, unpleasant odor lingered around him. During this time, he had been tortured by Yi Qijun's methods to the point of feeling like he was living in hell, eating filthy substances for every meal, feeling as if he were turning into a piece of trash. Beside him sat a young man with a cold expression, sitting upright. This was Zhuangzi's older brother, Zhuang Honyun. Zhuang Honyun had just arrived in Longwood today and was invited to the city lord's mansion as the representative of the Nanyang Chamber of Commerce. Watching the hustle and bustle outside the city lord's mansion, Zhuangzi hesitated, saying, brother, I won't go in. What if I can't control myself and embarrassingly eat in public? What are you afraid of? Zhuang Honyun snorted coldly, master, Yanfeng has already broken your curse. Hasn't it been fine all afternoon? Just come in with me. Oh, I want you to see Yi Qijun die with your own eyes. Anyone who dares to insult a member of the Zhuang family must pay the price. After a moment of thought, Zhuangzi agreed. The two brothers walked side by side into the city lord's mansion. As soon as they entered, Zhuangzi saw Yi Qijun and Lin Manyu not far away, a deep hatred flashing in his eyes. Yi Qijun sensed the gaze, and upon seeing Zhuangzi, walked over and asked indifferently, how is the investigation into my mother's whereabouts going? Zhuangzi's heart trembled as he lowered his head. That day he had only found an excuse to save himself. How could he know the whereabouts of Yi Qijun's mother? Next to him, Zhuang Honyun frowned slightly and stepped forward, saying, you must be Mr. Yi, right? I am Zhuang Honyun of the Zhuang family, Zhuangzi's older brother. The matter concerning your mother has been resolved, and I will inform you after the banquet concludes. Yi Qijun raised an eyebrow, glanced deeply at Zhuang Honyun, nodded slightly, and returned to his aunt's side. At that moment, the lights in the hall dimmed, and the city lord of Donghai, Qi Wanjuan, appeared on stage, smiling broadly as he greeted the guests with clasped hands, laughing heartily. Thank you all for taking the time to come to my birthday banquet. I am truly honored. Today, after a few words, Qi Wanjun announced the formal beginning of the banquet. As music filled the hall, the upper-class elites of Donghai entered the dance floor with their partners, dancing gracefully as the atmosphere gradually reached its peak. In a corner, Zhuangzi's eyes were filled with venomous hatred as he quietly asked, brother, when will we make our move? I want to see Yi Qijun die right now. Zhuang Hongyun composed and unhurried replied lightly, what's the rush? Those who achieve great things must be able to remain calm. Even when facing deep-seated enemies, one must not be impulsive. Have you forgotten our family's teachings? Zhuang Xiaozhi nodded, his expression solemn, as he replied, I remember. Smile on the face, knife behind the back. Zhuang Hongyun smiled with satisfaction, saying, exactly. Today it's not just us who want Yi Qijun dead. I have also allied with 2 major forces. Yi Qijun will have no escape today. Do you have any other wishes? Let's settle everything at once and take revenge. A look of excitement appeared on Zhuang Zuji's face as he gazed at Lin Manyu beside Yi Qijun, sneering, I'll watch Yi Qijun die miserably and then sleep with Lin Manyu. Brother, don't steal her from me. I've had my eye on this woman for 10 years. At this point, Zhuang Zuji's eyes were filled with lust. Zhuang Hongyun smiled lightly, unconcerned, and said, you know me, I have no interest in young women. I prefer the mature ones. That mature woman beside Yi Qijun looks pretty good. She must be Yi Kaijun's aunt, right? She belongs to me now. Zhuang Xiaozhi chuckled sinisterly, nodding repeatedly. Zhuang Hongyun proudly turned away and made a gesture towards the window of the city lord's mansion. Hundreds of meters away in a hotel room, Shen Xianzhi and Madame Kong saw Zhuang Hongyun's gesture through binoculars and instantly became excited. Shen Xianzhi turned to the 3 men in black robes in the room, saying, act now. The 3 black-robed individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, all grinned ominously. They then sat together, taking out various tools. Wooden swords, straw men, steel needles, and dog's blood, all items used for practicing dark arts. These 3 were the masters Zhuang Hongyun had invited from Nanyang. Their strength cannot be underestimated, especially when they combined forces to perform dark arts, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Their reputations were on par with that of the previous master Ma Baohua. Yanfeng Wei Lei and Chun Long were known as the 4 sinister masters of the Gu God sect's Malai branch alongside Ma Baohua. At this moment, the 3 of them acted together, launching a curse from a distance. Inside the city lord's mansion, Yi Qijun suddenly frowned. A mysterious hot current seemed to surge within him. This sensation felt somewhat familiar, but was far more powerful than Master Ma's curse from before. However, such tactics would not pose any threat to Yi Qijun. His eyes turned cold as he suddenly looked towards Zhuang Hongyun and Zhuang Xiaozhi. He suspected that this was the work of the 2 brothers. Yet in that instant, a booming sound like muffled thunder erupted. Bang! A gunshot. Boom! Yi Qijun slightly tilted his head, dodging the bullet, his expression instantly turning cold. Meanwhile, after a brief silence in the city lord's mansion, chaos erupted. Gunshot! There's an assassin. Inside the main hall of the city lord's mansion, chaos erupted among the guests, many of whom were fleeing in panic, crying out in alarm. However, moments later, hundreds of the city lord's personal guards rushed into the hall, swiftly suppressing the turmoil and ensuring the orderly evacuation of all guests. It is important to note that today marks the birthday of Qi Wanjuan, the city lord of Donghai, with nearly all prominent figures of high society gathered here. How could there be a lack of security guards? These hundreds of personal guards are Qi Wanjuan's most elite subordinates. In just a brief moment, order was restored at the scene, and everyone rushed out under the protection of the guards. Among the crowd, Yi Qijun furrowed his brow, his face as cold as frost. This assassination attempt was evidently aimed at him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qijun immediately grabbed his aunt Su Qin, preparing to escort her to safety. Outside the city lord's mansion, Shen Xianzhi was watching Yi Qijun through binoculars. Seeing Yi Qijun get into the car with Su Qin, he immediately commanded those on the periphery, after Yi Qijun leaves the city lord's mansion, lock on and pursue. I execute the ambush as planned. At the same time, inside the city lord's mansion, Yi Fan also found Lin Manyu, who was preparing to leave. However, at that moment, Lin Manyu appeared somewhat off, her gaze dazed, her cheeks flushed, and her steps unsteady. Yi Fan hurried forward, wanting to support her, but Lin Manyu instinctively pushed him away, staggering as she walked outside. Yi Fan's heart was instantly filled with anger. His mood was already foul, and being rejected by Lin Manyu once again caused a flash of ferocity in his eyes. Yi Fan snorted coldly, ungrateful fool. In that case, don't blame me for being unkind. With that, Yi Fan stepped into the shadows, took out a human skin mask, and after a few quick adjustments, when he looked up again, he had transformed into Yi Kaijun's appearance. This was another of his trump cards as the Dragon King of the North, the art of disguise. Although it was done in haste, and there were still many differences from Yi Qijun, anyone unfamiliar with Yi Qijun would not recognize him. Moments later, Yi Fan chased after Lin Manyu just in time to see her stagger into a car. However, the scene was chaotic, and Lin Chao and Yin Danqiu had not yet exited the hall. Only Lin Manyu was inside the car. Yi Fan chuckled, sinisterly pursuing and getting into Lin Manyu's car. Inside, Lin Manyu's consciousness was already somewhat hazy, not noticing anything amiss. Upon seeing Yi Qijun, she immediately felt a wave of reassurance. Sitting beside her, Yi Fan inquired with concern about her condition, and soon discovered that Lin Manyu seemed to be under the influence of some love potion, her expression alluringly dazed. In fact, it wasn't just her. All the women in the city lord's mansion had similar reactions due to the Nanyang evil sorcery. Yi Fan's heart stirred, and he hurriedly started the car, taking Lin Manyu away. Such a golden opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Now that he bore Yi Kaijin's face and Lin Manyu was inexplicably under the love potion, if he were to sleep with Lin Manyu in the identity of Yi Qijun, he could not only possess her, but also ruin Yi Kaijin's reputation. Thinking of this, Yi Fan was filled with excitement, slamming on the gas as he left the city lord's mansion heading toward the outskirts. A dozen minutes later, Lin Manyu felt as if she were on fire, her consciousness slipping into a deep sleep, her breathing gradually stabilizing. Beside her, Yi Fan, witnessing this, became increasingly agitated. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to taste the beauty. Yi Fan quickly stopped the car, a fiery and greedy look flashing in his eyes as he prepared to pounce. But just at that moment, bang! A gunshot rang out, and Yi Fan's expression changed dramatically as he instinctively ducked, narrowly avoiding the bullet. A wave of fear caused Yi Fan to break into a cold sweat, and all his lewd thoughts vanished, instantly replaced by surprise. He had just returned to Longhua. He should have no enemies, so why was someone trying to assassinate him? In a fit of rage, Yi Fan threw open the car door and dashed out, grabbing a handful of stones from the ground and hurling them towards the direction of the gunfire. Yi Fan was a peak innate grandmaster with immense strength. Even stones could rival firearms within hundreds of meters. Moreover, having been battle-hardened on the battlefield, the sniper was only about 300 meters away, and his throw made the sniper hesitate to show himself, forcing a retreat. However, the next moment, three figures in black robes charged in from different directions, surrounding Yi Fan. Yi Fan's expression changed slightly. The auras of these three were extremely strange, all possessing the strength of innate grandmasters. Although Yin Fong and the others were renowned alongside Ma Baogua, their strengths were different. In the Gu God sect's Malai branch, Ma Baogua was best at forming alliances with many underlings, allowing him to be mentioned in the same breath as Yin Fong. In reality, Yin Fong and the others were all true innate grandmasters. Moreover, when the three joined forces and leveraged formations, even a peak innate master would not be their opponent. After exchanging blows for a moment, Yi Fan found himself completely at a disadvantage, sustaining significant injuries in just a few minutes. At this moment, Yi Fan also realized that wearing a human skin mask disguised as Yi Qijun might have led them to misidentify him. Yi Fan shouted in anger, "I am not Yi Qijun, you have mistaken me." Yin Fong sneered, retorting, "Do you think we are blind? Die." Yi Fan furiously shouted, "You are the blind ones. This is a human skin mask. Then take it off." Yin Fong replied dismissively. Yi Fan was momentarily speechless. This human skin mask was a makeshift solution, and to prevent it from falling off, he had specially used super strong glue. To remove it, he would need special solvent. Where could he find that in the midst of a battle? In an instant, Yi Fan felt helpless, unable to hold on any longer, ultimately facing defeat. Bang! Moments later, Yi Fan coughed up blood, pinned underway Lei's foot, unable to move. At this time, Zhuang Hongyun and Zhuang Xiujie emerged from the roadside woods, looking at Yi Qijun with expressions of delight. Zhuang Xiujie stepped forward, kicking Yi Fan in the face, laughing maniacally as he scolded, "You dog, weren't you very arrogant? You weren't so impressive, were you?" Zhuang Hongyun smiled faintly, saying, "Take him away. After we return, let's torture him properly and let him pay for what he did." Wei Lei immediately sprang into action, binding Yi Fan, while Yin Fong carried the unconscious Lin Manyu, and the group quickly made their escape. Half an hour later, in a villa. This was the temporary base of the Cangjing Chamber of Commerce in Donghai, where Shen Xianzhi and Madame Kong were present. In the living room, Madame Kong looked at Yi Qijun with immense resentment, drawing a short knife and preparing to approach. Shen Xianzhi smiled faintly, blocking her. "Madame Kong, don't be in such a hurry. It's not just you who has a grudge against Yi Qijun here. Letting him die like this is too easy for him. We should torture him while making him wish he were dead. Wouldn't that be more satisfying?" Madame Kong nodded repeatedly, saying, "That's right. I've heard that the most brutal punishment in Longhua is lynching. Oh, I want to slice his flesh piece by piece and make him eat it himself." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but shiver, a trace of terror flashing in his eyes. Falling into their hands and being tortured to death, as Yi Qijun and Yi Fan could not accept that. Thud. The next moment, Yi Fan directly knelt on the ground, shouting loudly, "You really have the wrong person. I am not Yi Qijun. Killing me would be useless. I beg you to spare my life. I can prove it to you." His cries caused Shen Xianzhi and the others to pause briefly. At the same time, his shout awakened the unconscious Lin Manyu nearby. Upon opening her eyes, Lin Manyu saw Yi Qijun kneeling and pleading for mercy, leaving her momentarily. Although Lin Manyu was unaware of Yi Kaijin's identity, in her heart, Yi Qijun had always been a man of great stature. Yet now Yi Qijun was kneeling before Shen Xianzhi and others, striking Lin Manyu's heart like a heavy blow. A deep sense of disappointment surfaced on her face. Shen Xianzhi also frowned slightly. He had thoroughly investigated Yi Qijun, and the person before him was completely different from the Yi Qijun he remembered, far too weak. To deal with Yi Qijun, Shen Xianzhi had teamed up with Madame Kong and the brothers of the Zhuang family, preparing numerous backup plans. However, he never expected that just the first wave of 3 masters from the South Sea would capture Yi Qijun. Shen Xianzhi stood up and approached, Yi Fan coldly, snorting, "No more schemes. Today you will undoubtedly die." Madame Kong's eyes were filled with malice as she stepped forward with a dagger venomously, saying, "Stop wasting time with him. Oh, let's begin." With that, Madame Kong aimed to slice away the flesh from Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan was horrified and struggled fiercely, unexpectedly managing to break free from his bindings. Instantly, the three masters from the South Sea surrounded Yi Fan again, ready to suppress him once more. Yi Fan felt a chill in his heart. Even in peak condition, he was no match for these three, and now heavily injured, he couldn't even escape. Just as the three charged at him, Yi Fan shouted loudly, "I am truly not Yi Qijun. Just look at me," Yi Fan said, and madly began to tear at his own facial skin. Everyone was momentarily stunned, finding it utterly bewildering. In the next moment, they saw Yi Fan truly tear off a human skin mask from his face. However, the human skin mask had been glued to his face with strong adhesive, who forcibly tearing it off ripped the flesh, leaving Yi Fan's entire face drenched in blood. Yi Fan waved the human skin mask, his face covered in blood, excitedly shouting, "Look, I didn't lie to you. I am not Yi Qijun. Do you believe me now?" A silence filled the room. Everyone was in a daze. Lin Manyu looked at Yi Fan in disbelief, yet felt a sudden sense of relief in her heart. At least this spineless man kneeling and begging for mercy was not Yi Qijun. Shen Xianzhi and the others exchanged glances, their faces turning extremely ugly. "Did we catch the wrong person? How are you handling this?" Zhuang Honyun shouted, angrily questioning the three masters. Yin Fong and the others lowered their heads in silence, but felt unjust. "Did you not also fail to realize you caught the wrong person?" Madame Kong's expression was extremely cold. "Then where is the real Yi Qijun?" "Shen Xianzhi, isn't it your people who are responsible for tracking Yi Qijun?" Shen Xianzhi was equally perplexed, utterly confused. After Yi Qijun left the city lord's mansion, his men had followed closely, even using drones for tracking. He never expected to end up capturing the wrong person. Just then a faint voice suddenly emerged. "Are you looking?" In the next moment, Yi Qijun's figure appeared in the living room, standing with his hands behind his back. Shen Xianzhi and the others were taken aback, hastily retreating. Zhuang Xiujia exclaimed, "You, how are you here?" Yi Qijun smiled coldly, "You have tried to assassinate me multiple times. Now that I am here, are you surprised?" Shen Xianzhi's eyes flickered, suddenly realizing you never left the city lord's mansion at all. Yi Qijun Shen Xianzhi was correct. Yi Qijun had not left the city lord's mansion, but had settled his aunt Su Qin there, then secretly observed and followed until Shen Xianzhi and the others revealed themselves before he appeared. Shen Xianzhi's expression darkened, but then he coldly snorted, "Do not panic. We have prepared for so long to capture Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun, you are indeed walking into hell without a door being opened for you. Since you are here, today will be your day of death." Madame Kong and the others began to laugh sinisterly, their murderous intent surging. Zhuang Xiujia shouted loudly, "Go kill him." Yin Fong and the others sprang into action, surrounding Yi Qijun for an attack. Yi Qijun remained calm. Having broken through to the Golden Core stage, he was ready to test his skills against. This villa had also been arranged with formations by Yin Fong and the others. As the three attacked simultaneously, a wave of bloody foul odor filled the entire living room. A yellow mist enveloped Yi Qijun. This mist was the corpse soul smoke from South Sea black magic. Just one whiff could paralyze a peak innate grandmaster, rendering them incapable of resistance. Yet Yi Qijun merely looked indifferent, coldly laughing, "A bunch of stinking insects." With that, Yi Qijun suddenly waved his sleeve. A tremendous gust of wind directly blew a large area of corpse soul smoke back. Yin Fong and the others' expressions changed drastically as they quickly consumed the antidote, daring to charge forward once more. Yin Fong grounded himself, slapping his palms towards Yi Qijun from a distance, while angrily shouting, "Air palm wind." Wei Lei leaped up, throwing a punch like thunder falling from the sky towards Yi Qijun, shouting, "Thunder God fist." Chen Long moved the fastest, rushing directly in front of Yi Qijun and kicking at his legs with a sweeping kick as quick as lightning, exclaiming, "Chen family's leg technique. Watch out." The three of them coordinated seamlessly, unleashing deadly moves. Watching from the side, Yi Fan was horrified. Previously, he had been completely powerless against these three working together. Even a peak innate grandmaster would not be a match for these three. But in the next moment, Yi Qijun coldly snorted and lifted his leg to deliver a kick. Crack! With one kick, he broke Chenlong's leg. Then he seized Wei Lei's fist, tossing him aside like a rag doll, sending him crashing into Yin Fong, and both rolled over like tumbling gourds. Finally, Yi Qijun delivered another kick, sending the legless Chenlong flying, as well crashing into the other two. The three of them simultaneously sprayed blood midair, dying instantly. Three peak innate grandmasters were treated like toys in Yi Qijun's hands. Shen Xianzhi and the others changed color upon witnessing this scene. Madame Kong quickly exclaimed, "Lord Yuanfei, take action to kill this man." In the next moment, a figure flashed behind Yi Qijun, suddenly appearing 3 meters away from him, sending a cold light flying towards Yi Qijun. Yuanfei Huan formed a seal with his hands, shouting angrily ninjutsu, shuriken shadow clone technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The original cold light transformed into 8 surrounding Yi Qijun completely. Yi Qijun raised an eyebrow and casually waved his hand, catching all 8 shurikens. Yuanfei Huan's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, a peak spirit ninja's aura erupted from him as he altered his hand sign, took a deep breath, and exhaled. Fire release great flame technique. Whoosh. A fireball with a diameter of 20 centimeters shot out heading straight for Yi Qijun's face. The air was filled with the scent of alcohol. Yi Qijun frowned slightly, a hint of impatience flickering in his expression. A trivial trick, a ghostly scheme, uninteresting. He had lost interest in continuing this game with the opponent. In the next moment, Yi Qijun instantly appeared in front of Yuanfei Huan, casually slapping him away. Bang! Yuanfei Huan screamed in agony as he flew back, crashing into the wall, his bones fracturing upon impact. After hanging on the wall for a moment, he slowly slid down. His body bore no visible wounds, but inside his bones were shattered, reduced to a pile of mush. Hitting someone is like painting a picture. The 3 great evil masters of the South Sea and the peak soul ninja of the Woku fell in the hands of Yi Qijun, not lasting even a minute, all perished. In a dark corner, the Emperor of Flames looked pale, his expression filled with horror. He had intended to ambush Yi Qijun, but now dared not move at all. However, Yi Qijun had already coldly glanced over his murderous intent, directly locking onto the Emperor of Flames. You are the assassin who caused the explosion, right? The Emperor of Flames turned pale with fright and quickly fled. He no longer had the courage to confront Yi Qijun. But how could he possibly escape from Yi Qijun? Boom. Yi Qijun casually kicked the marble coffee table, sending it flying at the Emperor of Flames, shattering the stone slab and deforming him completely. The villa fell completely silent. Lady Kong stared blankly as one master after another was easily slain by Yi Qijun, her face filled with shock. This is impossible. Why aren't you dead yet? Go die. Lady Kong suddenly screamed frantically, her face twisted in rage. Yi Qijun was annoyed by her screams and stepped forward, slapping Lady Kong across the face. Slap. Her body remained still, but her head spun several times, her neck twisted into a contorted shape, and her screams abruptly ceased. The dignified vice president of the Songjing Chamber of Commerce from Woka, Lady Kong, was as insignificant as an ant before Yi Qijun, dying so easily. Shen Xianzhi's pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with terror, as if he were being stared at by the Grim Reaper, chills running down his spine. In the next moment, Shen Xianzhi leaped up, his blood surging, his skin turning blood red as he darted out like burning blood. Escape. This is one of the ultimate techniques of the Dragon Guard, designed for escaping in dire situations, burning blood to unleash maximum speed. But just as Shen Xianzhi reached the door, Yi Qijun's figure appeared before him. Shen Xianzhi was caught off guard, having no time to react, and was kicked back by Yi Qijun. Shen Xianzhi's speed in fleeing was incredibly fast, but the speed of being kicked back was even faster. Boom. The mighty Dragon Guard had no chance to scream before dying instantly. The remaining few in the villa no longer dared to move. Lin Monyu stared blankly at the scene, her mind going blank. She had never imagined that after so many years Yi Qijun had become so powerful, like a heavenly deity. Yi Fan was even more nervous, swallowing hard. He had always thought of himself as an invincible master at the peak of innate strength, but now before Yi Qijun, he felt like a mere child. The mere thought of having wanted to oppose someone like Yi Qijun made Yi Fan break out in a cold sweat, his sweat soaking his pants. At this moment, Yi Qijun coldly looked at the Zhuang brothers. Zhuang Hongyun and Zhuang Xiujia immediately trembled, their bodies stiffening. Their legs went weak, and they simultaneously knelt on the ground with a thud. Yi Qijun looked at Zhuang Hongyun and asked faintly, "Did you not say that after the banquet you would inform me of my mother's whereabouts? Speak." Zhuang Hongyun was left speechless. He had only intended to buy time, thinking that after the banquet Yi Qijun would surely be doomed. Who would have thought that Yi Qijun's strength was so terrifying that so many masters could not withstand a single blow? Seeing the two of them stammer and unable to say anything, Yi Qijun's gaze turned cold, and with a raise of his hand he struck them dead. Yi Qijun had never expected the Zhuang family to uncover any results. He had only held a glimmer of hope, but it was clear that the Zhuang brothers had not investigated at all. Since that was the case, they were of no use. It seemed that to find out his mother's whereabouts, he would have to wait for the day of the Peach Blossom Island Conference. Finally, Yi Qijun looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was startled, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. "I'm not with them. I was also captured. Please don't kill me." Yi Qijun frowned slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes as he scolded. "You are at least someone who has made achievements on the overseas battlefield, yet you only know how to compete for power and jealousy. What kind of character is that? From now on, remember to be a good person and have some backbone. Alright, I won't kill you. You will handle the aftermath here to atone for your sins." With that, Yi Qijun no longer paid attention to Yi Fan, but helped Lin Manyu up and left the villa. Moments later in the car, Lin Manyu stared at Yi Qijun with fascination and asked curiously, "Qijun, what is your identity now? How have you become so powerful after so many years?" At the last class reunion, she had learned that Yi Qijun was now the master of Yulong Mountain Manor with astonishing wealth. This time she witnessed Yi Qijun displaying his prowess. Those top masters were no match for him. Lin Manyu could not imagine what kind of person it would take to be so outstanding. Yi Qijun pondered for a moment and did not conceal anything, casually saying, "Have you heard of Prison God Island?" "I am the master of Prison God Island." Lin Manyu was somewhat bewildered. Yi Qijun could only briefly explain the existence of Prison God Island. Lin Manyu's eyes widened in shock. Prison God Island is practically equivalent to a hidden nation with influence spanning the globe, and Yi Qijun is the king of this nation. Lin Manyu exclaimed in surprise, "Then aren't you equivalent to an emperor? Since you are an emperor, isn't it reasonable to have a harem?" Yi Qijun was instantly taken aback, momentarily speechless. Lin Manyu laughed charmingly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In Yinjing at the Dragon Guard command center, a young dragon guard quickly approached a black-clad old man and respectfully said, "Master, Shen Xianzhi's life crystal chip has been extinguished." As he spoke, the young man presented a dim electronic chip with both hands. The black-clad old man opened his eyes, frowning. "Dead. Who did it?" The young man hurriedly said, "I have already found out that it was Yi Qijun. This person should be the successor of that person from back then. Here is this person's information." The old man casually flipped through the information and then smiled coldly, saying meaningfully, "It seems that something big is about to happen in Longhua." At the Xie family in the East Sea, in Su Qin's room, Yi Qijun was bidding farewell to his aunt. "And I plan to leave the East Sea for a while to accompany Xianzhi and Xiaoru in Hangzhou." The masterminds behind the last explosion, Shen Xianzhi and the Emperor of Flames, were already dead. His aunt would no longer be in danger, and Yi Qijun felt relieved. Su Qin also hurriedly said, "You should spend more time with your wife and children, but remember to come back and visit your aunt often." Yi Qijun nodded in agreement. After leaving the room, Yi Qijun did not greet the members of the Xie family and left the villa directly. Outside the villa, Shen Xianzhi and Tian were waiting. As Yi Qijun walked, he casually instructed, "Tian can stay in the East Sea. From now on, you will be the king of this East Sea. I will leave that Jinhai clubhouse to you. Take good care of my aunt for me, understood?" Tian hurriedly knelt to accept the order, filled with excitement. In the current East Sea, Yi Qijun is the supreme existence. The three clans of Jinhai that dominate the East Sea can only tremble beneath his feet. Even the Lingyin Marquis stationed in Yuezhou is merely under Yi Qijun's command. Who would dare to resist when Yi Qijun says he wants Tian to become the king of the East Sea? Yi Qijun glanced at Tian. "What is it? Speak." Tian remained kneeling, his face contorted with seething, all-consuming hatred. "Master, I beg you, avenge me. That fateful year." Tian recounted the blood-soaked grudge once more, teeth clenched, venom coursing through every syllable, hatred carved deep into his very marrow. Years ago, Tian had served as a sworn guardian of the Linghu clan in Chuzhou, until his wife's extraordinary beauty drew the predatory gaze of Linghu, Shoucheng, the clan's eldest heir. Linghu schemed to seize her by force, and then attempted to poison Tian to silence him forever. The theft of his wife, a wound deeper than death itself, left Tian no choice but to flee Chuzhou. He wandered far and wide before finally swearing fealty to Yi Qijun. Though now a sovereign grandmaster of the primordial realm, vengeance remains agonizingly out of reach. For the Linghu clan stands among Chuzhou's most formidable martial dynasties, its power immeasurable, its roots buried deep in centuries of dominion. Upon hearing Tiansan's tale, Yi Qijun's brow furrowed faintly. The affairs in Yuezhou remained unsettled. Soon the Peach Blossom Island Assembly would convene. Yet Yi Qijun's foremost priority was still uncovering the trail of his long-lost mother. Just then Shen Xianzhi stepped forward and reported, "Master, Marquis Lingyin has gone silent these past few days." Before vanishing, he departed for Chuzhou on a classified mission. Yi Qijun's eyebrows lifted sharply. Both matters converged upon Chuzhou. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke calmly, "Very well. After I visit Xianzhi and Xiaoru in Hangqing, I shall journey to Chuzhou and resolve both matters." Tiansan's face lit with elation. He cast a grateful glance toward Shen Xianzhi, then bowed deeply 3 times before Yi Qijun. Hangqing, the Shen family villa. Laughter and warmth filled the Shen residence. All welcomed Yi Qijun with heartfelt enthusiasm, except Shen Rulong, Xianzhi's uncle, who sat withdrawn in a corner brooding in silence. Ever since his wife Lu Lei and son Shen Xiao perished before his eyes, choosing self-destruction, he had grown taciturn, estranged from the rest of the Shen family. Xianzhi cradled Xiaoru and smiled at Yi Qijun. Xiaoru's health has improved remarkably. Not only does she radiate vitality, but her intellect has surged beyond measure. In just days she advanced from kindergarten straight to 3rd grade, and excels in every subject. Shen Xianzhi added proudly, "My granddaughter is nothing short of a prodigy. Teach her anything, once is enough." Even her teachers marvel at her brilliance. Qijun beamed with delight, lifting Xiao Ru into his arms and showering her with praise. Yet Qijun knew this astonishing transformation stemmed from the awakening of her extraordinary constitution, an awakening still incomplete. He turned to Shen Xianzhi and asked, "Where are the medicinal herbs from what country?" Shen Xianzhi bowed low. "Master Matsui Teru has fully seized control of the Matsui group. All century-old spirit herbs have been extracted and dispatched. They're en route now, arriving within days." Qijun nodded approvingly, then smiled reassuringly at Xianzhi. "Rest easy. Xiao Ru's health will only deepen. By the way, I'll depart for Quzhou in 2 days to settle some matters. I'll return swiftly." Qijun nodded approvingly, then smiled reassuringly at Xianzhi. "Rest easy. Xiao Ru's health will only deepen. By the way, I'll depart for Quzhou in 2 days to settle some matters." Qijun chuckled. "What's got into him?" Xianzhi explained, "Brother must be courting someone, a celebrity from Kimchi Nation." Qijun understood instantly, since Shen Xianzhi assumed leadership of the Shen family. Shen Xianzhi's Azure Dragon Group had vigorously supported their enterprises, especially Shen Han's entertainment firm, now flourishing spectacularly. And that so-called Kimchi Nation star was none other than the flagship talent under Shen Han's management. Yet after studying Shen Han's pallor closely, Qijun frowned slightly. "Elder brother-in-law, your chi appears unbalanced. You do well to tend to your health." Shen Han snapped back to attention, dismissed the remark with a casual nod, then rose. "I've got dinner plans. Must dash." And with that he hurried off. Deep into the night, Xianzhi lay nestled against Qijun's chest, breathing softly, her breath warm and fragrant as she whispered, "Qijun, how long will you be gone this time?" Qijun sensed her quiet sorrow, the ache of parting, and warmth bloomed in his heart. Gently he murmured, "Have no fear. Power and wealth hold no allure for me. I won't leave you often. Once I find mother, we'll live quietly, just the 4 of us. I also want to exercise." Qijun's pulse quickened. In one fluid motion he rolled atop her little juice extractor. Qijun yield to no man. Tonight we settle this once and for all." At dawn the next day, radiant and triumphant, Qijun boarded a helicopter bound for Quzhou. Aboard the aircraft he turned to Tiansan. "Tell me of the Linghu clan. How does such a house, rapacious, tyrannical, indifferent to life, still endure?" A shadow of sorrow crossed Tiansan's face as he began, "Because the Linghu clan is one of the 100 schools of Longhua." Qijun raised an eyebrow. He had never heard this term before. In Longhua, over 100 ancient martial dynasties, each tracing lineage across centuries, are collectively known as the 100 schools. Each commands staggering strength, profound heritage, and legions of peerless cultivators. These clans span generations, some exceeding centuries, having woven vast, terrifying networks of influence. The Linghu clan, for instance, rules Quzhou like a sovereign lord. To them, ordinary mortals are but ants. Life holds no value, no weight, no sanctity. When Linghu Shouchong violated Tiansan's wife, he brazenly slandered her as the seducer, forcing her to die by her own hand to prove her innocence. Enraged, Tiankin fought back, only to have his arms severed by Linghu elders. He escaped death by a hair's breadth, bleeding and broken. Qijun's gaze turned glacial. Coldly he demanded, "How do you wish this vengeance fulfilled?" Tiankin fell silent, then spoke bitterly, "The Linghu clan is invincible. I ask not that master slay Linghu Shouchong. I only beg you grant my late wife justice, compel him to kneel before her spirit and beg forgiveness. Master, grant me this plea." Thud, thud, thud. Tiankin prostrated himself before Qijun, striking the floor 3 times with resounding force. Qijun placed a steady hand upon his shoulder and said quietly, "Such a blood-soaked grievance. What good is apology? If remorse could restore justice, where then lies righteousness? This debt demands blood, not words." Tiankin looked up stunned, then sighed hollowly, "That may be impossible." Qijun offered a faint knowing smile and commanded, "Shen Xianzhi, contact Marquis Lingyin. Locate him, and then I shall lead you to vengeance." In Quzhou, amidst the vast mountains, the Lingyin Marquis was drenched in blood, his face pale, while behind him dozens of elite soldiers appeared disheveled and in dire straits. A vice officer with one arm severed stepped forward in despair and said, "Marquis, we have no way out. The pursuing troops are about to catch up, and beyond the next mountain lies a cliff. This is a dead end." Immediately dozens of wounded soldiers looked hopelessly at the Lingyin Marquis. A mix of sorrow and rage appeared on his face as he took out a satellite phone and dialed a number. "Pingnan Marquis, why hasn't your support arrived? 6 hours have passed since the agreed time." A cold, gloomy laugh came from the other end of the line. "What support? I never said I would send you support. You'd better fend for yourself." The Lingyin Marquis was instantly enraged. "You are talking nonsense. You clearly requested me to assist you in executing the mission, and now that we are in trouble, why aren't you coming to our aid? The Pingnan Marquis began to laugh, wildly arrogant and pleased. Now you know to seek my help. Weren't you quite arrogant at the Donghai Yulong Villa? Who told you to be so short-sighted, following Yi Qijun as a lackey and daring not to give me face? Now wait to die. The heart of the Lingyin Marquis sank completely as he shouted in anger. You would sacrifice the lives of my 700 brothers for a trivial matter of pride. You beast. The Pingnan Marquis sneered. Curse away, curse to your heart's content. Once you're dead, let's see if you can still curse. With that, the Pingnan Marquis hung up the phone directly. Beside the Lingyin Marquis, dozens of wounded soldiers all lowered their heads in despair. Days earlier, the Lingyin Marquis received a mission to lead his personal guard to Quzhou and assist the Pingnan Marquis in capturing a fugitive. After several days of investigation based on intelligence, the Lingyin Marquis finally found the target, only to discover that the fugitive was actually the world's SS-level wanted criminal, the notorious bald vulture Liao. This man had been on the run for a decade under the pursuit of various countries, and no one could capture him precisely because of his extraordinary strength. When the Lingyin Marquis and his 700 guards confronted him, they found that bald vulture Liao was a master of the martial soul realm with dozens of elite followers, all fully armed, and at least battle god-level experts. After a fierce battle, most of the Lingyin Marquis guards suffered heavy casualties, and the remaining ones, all injured, were relentlessly hunted down by bald vulture Liao into the deep mountains, falling into a hopeless situation. And the Pingnan Marquis had actually refused to send support. At that moment, the Lingyin Marquis realized that the Pingnan Marquis wanted him dead. The Lingyin Marquis was filled with sorrow and rage, shattering the phone in anger as he struggled to stand up. In the distance, shadows began to move. The pursuers were almost upon them. The Lingyin Marquis looked at the few remaining brothers, filled with profound pain. 700 men. These were all old brothers who had fought alongside him for over 10 years, risking their lives together. Now only a fraction remained with no way to escape. The vice officer forced a smile, gazing at the direction of the pursuers, and said with heavy heart, Marquis, you should go on alone. You are a congenital grandmaster. Perhaps you can survive by jumping off the cliff. We will hold off the pursuers for you. Dozens of wounded soldiers all rose in agreement. Yes, Marquis, you go first. In the next life, we will follow you and be brothers again. Marquis, go. In the next life, don't follow the wrong person again. The brothers all urged him, causing the Lingyin Marquis' heart to ache deeply. He closed his eyes in despair, reflecting on his life, starting from being a small player with no background or support, gradually accumulating military achievements, and eventually becoming a marquis. He had thought that finding Yi Qijun as a backing would lead to great things, but he never expected to be resented by the Pingnan Marquis and end up dying here. Could it be that he really followed the wrong person? Suddenly, dozens of figures surged from the woods surrounding the Lingyin Marquis and his men. In the next moment, a figure in black split through the crowd and emerged, exuding an aura, as if stepping out from hell, bloody and brutal. It was none other than bald vulture Liao. With an extremely cold expression, he looked down at the disheveled Lingyin Marquis and his men, a ruthless smile curling at the corner of his mouth, revealing his killing intent. They say the 8 kings and 20 marquises of the Dragon Kingdom are all masters forged in battle. I see they are nothing remarkable. The dignified Lingyin Marquis is merely a small congenital expert. Truly disappointing. At once, dozens of mercenaries burst into hearty laughter, completely disregarding the ragtag group of injured soldiers under the Lingyin Marquis. The dozens of wounded soldiers of the Lingyin Marquis wore grim expressions while the vice officer shouted angrily, Marquis, hurry and escape. Liao laughed heartily. Escape, eh? None of you will escape. Finish them quickly. After killing them, take what you need and withdraw from the Dragon Kingdom. Dozens of experts responded affirmatively and prepared to surround and kill them. But just then, a booming sound suddenly resonated from above. Liao's expression changed dramatically as he looked. In the sky, a helicopter rushed toward them at breakneck speed. In the next moment, the helicopter hovered above everyone, and Yi Qijun leaped down from dozens of meters high, holding the arms of Shen Xianzhi and Tian Qian. Boom. Amidst the rising dust, Yi Qijun appeared leisurely before everyone. Looking at Yi Qijun descending from the sky, everyone was stunned into silence. The Lingyin Marquis' mind went blank as he stared dumbfounded, asking, Master Yu, why did you come? Beside him, Shen Xianzhi, unharmed due to Yi Qijun's protection, chuckled. The master asked me to contact you, but you never answered your phone. We tracked your location through signals and found you here. The Lingyin Marquis immediately understood, feeling deeply moved, tears welling in his eyes. Yi Qijun glanced at him indifferently and said, Why didn't you contact me when you ran into trouble? The Lingyin Marquis' eyes turned red, but he forced a bitter smile and shook his head helplessly. What good would it do to contact him? He knew that although Yi Qijun was powerful, he was at most a peak congenital expert, while bald vulture Liao was already a pinnacle martial soul expert. Even if Yi Qijun came, it would only mean a few more lives lost. With bitterness in his heart, the Lingyin Marquis spoke softly. Master, you should leave quickly. We are already trapped in a dire situation, but I still have the strength to fight. I can cover for you, and you may still have a chance of survival. Master, I am immensely grateful for your willingness to risk your life to save me today. I have no regrets in recognizing you as my master. Master, we shall meet again in the next life. At this point, the Lingyin Marquis knelt on one knee, cupping his fists towards Yi Qijun, bowing deeply. As the few exchanged words, bald Vulture Li Yao's many subordinates grew impatient. One mercenary shouted angrily, "We're about to die, and you're still talking so much nonsense. Go die already." With that, the mercenary raised his gun, ready to shoot down the Lingyin Marquis and the others. Other dozens of mercenary experts also raised their guns in unison. In the next second, a rain of bullets was about to descend. At the moment when the dozens of subordinates of Vulture Li Yao raised their guns, Yi Qijun moved. He flashed and appeared among the crowd. Li Yao's pupils suddenly constricted, and he coldly shouted, "Quite fast, engage him in close combat." These mercenaries, all seasoned veterans, knew that guns would be of little use against such a fast enemy, and could even injure their own men. They decisively dropped their weapons and charged directly at Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun smiled coldly, his movements as swift as thunder. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, figures were sent flying by Yi Qijun's strikes. In that moment, he was like a god descending upon the mortal realm, a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of mercenaries were thrown into chaos. Mercenaries flew backwards, crashing into trees dozens of meters away, their bones shattered. In a short span of time, Yi Qijun had already taken down more than half of the mercenaries. Only a few remained. Seeing the situation turn dire, they hid behind Vulture Li Yao, terrified and trembling. Li Yao's face was extremely grim, his murderous intent palpable. To be able to swiftly eliminate dozens of formidable opponents, Yi Qijun's strength surpassed that of Lingyin Marquis. Moreover, among those mercenaries, there were also over 10 innate masters, and even 2 grand masters. Li Yao snorted coldly, stepping towards Yi Qijun, a martial soul expert. "I didn't expect to underestimate you, but this is where it ends for you. Today, even if you are at the martial soul realm, you must die." Boom. Li Yao's thumb slammed onto his chest acupoint. An immense aura erupted explosively. Li Yao's original aura already surpassed that of a grand master. At this moment, his power surged further. Lingyin Marquis' expression changed drastically, exclaiming, "Martial soul realm." Yi Qijun also looked at Li Yao with some surprise, as it was his first time seeing another expert of the martial soul. Li Yao sneered coldly, stating, "This secret technique of mine is called 8 Gates of Escape, a supreme technique obtained from a ninja clan of Japan. With this technique, even in the martial soul realm, I can hold my ground." Yi Qijun smiled faintly. "Not bad. I hope you won't disappoint me." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qijun instantly appeared before Li Yao and struck out with his palm. Li Yao shouted angrily, his aura surging, and he countered with a punch. Snap! Li Yao's strength had been pushed to its peak, as he had claimed comparable to the martial soul realm. But then there was no then. Yi Qijun's palm shattered Li Yao's arm like a withered twig, then struck his chest, sending Li Yao flying. Bang! After landing, Li Yao was reduced to a puddle of mush, his bones crushed, and his eyes staring wide in death. Yi Qijun's eyes were filled with disappointment as he shook his head. After breaking through to the golden core in terms of realm, he was equal to the martial soul realm, but his cultivation system was unique, making him invincible among these martial artists of the same level. Even though Li Yao had temporarily reached the martial soul realm, he was still no match for Yi Qijun. One could only wonder how things would turn out when facing opponents above the martial soul realm in the future. While Yi Qijun pondered, Lingyin Marquis and the others had already come to their senses, all in awe. A martial soul realm expert had been slain by Yi Qijun in an instant. How strong is Yi Qijun really? You are like an ocean, unfathomable. Lingyin Marquis was completely convinced, kneeling in gratitude. "Thank you, master, for saving my life." Yi Qijun waved his hand, bidding him to rise, then approached the remaining mercenaries. These mercenaries were already terrified to the core, having lost all will to resist, and they knelt down with a thud. Yi Qijun looked down at them coldly, asking, "As fugitives, why did you come to Long Kingdom?" They dared not hide anything. With Li Yao dead, what use was there in being stubborn? Moments later, Yi Qijun learned that Vulture Li Yao had come to Long Kingdom to search for a strong person's relic in these mountainous areas. It is said that this strong person was an unrivaled master from hundreds of years ago, rumored to have treasures within. As expected, Yi Qijun found a map on Li Yao marking the location right under the cliff ahead. After clarifying these matters, Yi Qijun swiftly dealt with the last few mercenaries, then led Lingyin Marquis and the others according to the map to find the relic cave. Though called a relic, it was actually a cave at the foot of a cliff protected by hundreds of meters of steep rock, remaining undiscovered for hundreds of years. Yi Qijun led Lingyin Marquis, Tian Can, and Shen Xianzhi into the cave. In the center of the cave sat a skeleton in a meditative position, likely that legendary master. Behind this person were neatly arranged dozens of large chests. The three of them rushed forward and opened those chests, in turn revealing that all the chests were filled with gold, silver, and jewels shining brightly. This is probably worth over 1 billion, Shen Xianzhi said, but he felt no shock. As the richest man in Long Kingdom, he had no interest in money. Qijun glanced casually, showing no interest, and instead approached, taking a cloth bag from the skeleton's arms and pouring out its contents, revealing 5 pieces of milky white stones. These 5 stones were nearly the same size, semi-transparent on the surface, with milky liquid seemingly flowing within, looking extraordinarily mystical. These are spirit stones. Qijun's face finally showed some surprise. The 3 of Lingyin Marquis were baffled, and Lingyin Marquis asked in confusion, "Master, what are spirit stones?" Qijun briefly explained to them. Hundreds of years ago, the spiritual energy in this world was not as depleted as it is now, making it much easier for mortals to cultivate. The spiritual energy in the world had settled, forming many such spirit stones, which were treasures for martial artists. Thus, ancient masters emerged one after another, and the various schools of thought that have survived to this day were birthed during that time. However, as the spiritual energy gradually waned, spirit stones became increasingly rare, and now they are extremely hard to come by, worth their weight in gold. The others were all astonished after hearing this. However, only those above the martial soul realm can absorb and use spirit stones after converting their inner energy into spiritual energy, rendering them useless to Lingyin Marquis and the others. After examining for a moment and finding nothing else in the cave, Qijun instructed Lingyin Marquis and the others to guard the entrance while he absorbed these spirit stones. Meanwhile, outside the mountains, a subordinate approached Pingnan Marquis, respectfully stating, "My lord, the battle over there has ended." Pingnan Marquis sneered coldly. "It seems Lingyin Marquis is dead. Next, it's time for us to reap the benefits. Order the artillery positions to commence carpet bombing according to the predetermined coordinates. Blow these fugitives to smithereens." With a single command from the Pingnan Marquis, 1,000 cannons roared simultaneously. The cannon fire raged on for a full half-hour before it finally subsided. Then the Pingnan Marquis led 3,000 troops into the mountains. Soon the army arrived at the previously forested area, which had already been flattened by cannon fire. Moments later, the aide reported to the Pingnan Marquis, "My lord, all wanted criminals have been eliminated and Li Yao is dead." However, the corpse of the Lingyin Marquis has not been found. The Pingnan Marquis smiled faintly. "No matter. Under the barrage of 1,000 cannons, that Lingyin Marquis has probably long since turned to dust. Continue forward, search the mountains. Find that cave for me." The Pingnan Marquis already knew the purpose of the vulture Li Yao's visit to Long Kingdom, and now that Li Yao was dead, he naturally wanted to obtain that cave. A few hours later, at the foot of a cliff, the Pingnan Marquis and his troops arrived outside the cave, a gleam of excitement and greed flickering in his eyes. He knew this place was left behind by ancient powerhouses and might contain spirit stones. This is a treasure for any martial artist. However, just as the Pingnan Marquis was about to enter the cave, 3 figures suddenly emerged from within. Seeing these 3, the Pingnan Marquis' expression changed drastically. "Lingyin Marquis, how are you still alive?" The Pingnan Marquis' face darkened, but he soon realized that during the cannon bombardment, the Lingyin Marquis might have taken the opportunity to escape. The Pingnan Marquis snorted coldly, "You are quite lucky, but it ends here. As a Marquis, you bow to someone like Qijun as your master. You are simply disgraceful to the title of Marquis. How dare you disregard my face? You are simply seeking death." The Lingyin Marquis' face looked incredibly ugly. "Pingnan Marquis, no, how dare you disregard my face? You are simply seeking death." The Lingyin Marquis' face looked incredibly ugly. "Pingnan Marquis, no matter how weak I am still a Marquis. Do you dare to kill me?" The Pingnan Marquis laughed wildly, his gaze fierce and menacing. "Open your eyes and see, this is a remote wilderness. Killing you will go unnoticed. I can just say you died at the hands of vulture Li Yao. Who can do anything to me?" The Lingyin Marquis was filled with rage, wishing he could personally slay the Pingnan Marquis. His 700 personal guards had dwindled to just a few dozen in the cave. Such bloodshed was all thanks to the Pingnan Marquis. But facing the Pingnan Marquis and his 3,000 troops, the Lingyin Marquis knew he was not a match and could only feel helpless. Just then, footsteps were heard coming from behind, and Qijun emerged from the cave. Several hours had passed, and Qijun had absorbed all the spirit stones. Although his strength had not increased, the spiritual energy within him was now more abundant, and his physique had become even more robust. Upon seeing Qijun, the Pingnan Marquis' pupils contracted. He did not expect Qijun to be here as well. The Pingnan Marquis despised Qijun the most, for it was he who had killed his trusted aide and made him lose face at Yulong Manor. In the next moment, the Pingnan Marquis grinned sinisterly. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and shouted, "Open fire." In an instant, gunfire erupted and bullets rained down. Countless machine guns spat fire. A deluge of bullets rained down upon Yi Qijun. The Lingyin Marquis and the others turned ashen, their faces filled with despair. Under such fierce firepower, even a martial soul powerhouse would find only death. Yet Yi Qijun merely smiled coldly, raising an arm, as overwhelming spiritual energy surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bullets struck in front of Yi Qijun, but they were all blocked by an invisible shield formed by the spiritual energy. The rain of bullets could not breach an inch. A satisfied smile appeared on Yi Qijun's face. After consecutive improvements in strength, he had long wanted to test his capabilities. It seemed the results were promising. However, this scene left everyone in shock, especially the Pingnan Marquis, whose face showed a look of horror. He glanced at his 3,000 troops behind him, since they were going into the mountains. Although he brought many men, he could not carry many heavy weapons inside. With just guns, it was simply impossible to kill Yi Qijun. The Pingnan Marquis bellowed angrily, RPG. Blow him to pieces. With the command given, dozens of men hurriedly took out rocket launchers and aimed at Yi Qijun. Boom. One of them was the fastest and fired a rocket towards Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun raised an eyebrow and in a flash struck out with a palm. This palm accurately struck the side of the rocket, turning its direction and shooting it straight back. Boom. The dozens of men were immediately blown to pieces. In the next moment, Yi Qijun, under the barrage of bullets, leaped into the air and in the blink of an eye arrived before the Pingnan Marquis. Yi Qijun stomped down from the air and the Pingnan Marquis roared, attempting to block the foot. Crack! The Pingnan Marquis let out a horrible scream. His knees shattered, and he was forced to kneel on the ground, spitting blood incessantly. The deafening gunfire quickly ceased, and the 3,000 elite soldiers were at a loss, afraid to shoot again for fear of hitting the Pingnan Marquis. At this moment, the Pingnan Marquis' face was filled with horror. He did not expect that he could not even withstand a single kick from Yi Qijun. In his panic, the Pingnan Marquis screamed, "You cannot kill me. I am the Marquis of Quzhou, a high-ranking official. If you kill me, the situation will escalate." At this time, the Lingyin Marquis hurried over. He looked at the Pingnan Marquis with hatred, then advised, "Master, although this rascal deserves to die, he is right. If you kill him, things will be irreparable. Please think twice, Master." Yi Qijun coldly looked at the Pingnan Marquis and sneered, "This is a remote wilderness. Killing you will go unnoticed. I can just say you died at the hands of Vulture Liao. Who can do anything to me? This is what you said yourself, right?" Upon hearing this, the Pingnan Marquis' face changed drastically as he was about to speak. But Yi Qijun could not be bothered to listen anymore. He struck down on the Pingnan Marquis' head, shattering his skull. The Pingnan Marquis bled from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. Yi Qijun glanced at the Lingyin Marquis and casually said, "You are mine. If he tries to harm you, he is guaranteed to die." The Lingyin Marquis was stunned for a moment, then filled with gratitude, kneeling in reverence. At this moment, the 3,000 subordinates of the Pingnan Marquis were still in shock, staring blankly at this scene, at a loss for what to do. The dignified Marquis of Long Kingdom ruling over Quzhou, the powerful Pingnan Marquis, had just died like that. Yi Qijun looked at these men and spoke indifferently, "You have 2 choices, either submit to the Lingyin Marquis or die." As soon as the word "die" fell, Yi Qijun's aura surged like a mountain, overwhelming the 3,000 elite soldiers. Not far away, the Pingnan Marquis' aide and dozens of commanders exchanged terrified glances, their faces pale. Having witnessed what had just transpired, they all understood how terrifying Yi Qijun's strength was. Their 3,000 men could not even scratch a hair on Yi Qijun. If they did not surrender, they would die. After a moment, the Pingnan Marquis' aide was the first to kneel, trembling, and saying the Pingnan Marquis acted against the law, was cruel and vicious, and schemed against the Lingyin Marquis. Such a villain is not worth mourning. I am willing to submit to the Lingyin Marquis. Please accept me. Other commanders also reacted and knelt down one after another. Please accept me, Lingyin Marquis. 3,000 troops all surrendered. Yi Qijun stood with his hands behind his back, facing the kneeling 3,000 elite soldiers. The Lingyin Marquis and others nearby were already in shock and disbelief. With one man's strength, he had slain the Pingnan Marquis amidst thousands of troops and suppressed 3,000 elite warriors. Such divine might is unparalleled. Yi Qijun glanced at the Lingyin Marquis and said, "This is a good opportunity for you to expand your influence. Find a way to take over the Pingnan Marquis territory. Who dares to say you are the weakest Marquis then?" The Lingyin Marquis was taken aback and hesitated, saying, "Master, the Pingnan Marquis has powerful backing, and I am just a Marquis without any background. If I kill the Pingnan Marquis and take over his territory, I fear for my own safety." Yi Qijun smiled coldly and shook his head, saying, "Good people are often bullied. If you only retreat, it will only make others think you are weak and easy to push around." This time it was the Pingnan Marquis who wanted to harm you. Can it be that he can kill you, but you cannot kill him? In my Yi Qijun's presence, such reasoning does not hold. You are my subordinate. If there are any troubles regarding killing the Pingnan Marquis, I will bear them. Now you just need to quickly unify the Pingnan Marquis forces, understand? Yi Qijun's tone was unquestionable, and the Lingyi Marquis hurriedly bowed in agreement. Then Yi Qijun looked at Tian Can and said, "Next it's time to avenge you. I will accompany you to the Linghu family." Tian Can was overjoyed, kneeling down with excitement. "I thank you, master, for your great kindness." Having just witnessed Yi Qijun suppressing thousands of troops, Tian Can truly realize the terror of Yi. With such strength, perhaps he really had hope for revenge. However, the Lingyi Marquis' expression changed slightly as he hurriedly asked, "Master, are you seeking revenge on the Linghu family, the #1 martial arts family in Quzhou?" The Linghu family is one of the prominent families. Their strength and background are unfathomable. Allow your subordinate to bring people to accompany you. Yi Qijun smiled, faintly showing no concern, "Just dealing with some ants, no need to worry." Having said that, Yi Qijun took Tian Can and Shen Xianzhi and boarded a helicopter breaking through the sky. The Lingyi Marquis looked up at Yi Qijun, leaving his expression filled with awe. Nearby, the officers approached. "Lord Marquis, this Mr. Yi is simply like a god. You have truly found the right person this time." The Lingyi Marquis nodded in agreement, then jokingly scolded, "You weren't saying this before." The officer's face flushed red as he smiled awkwardly. "Previously, I was blind and foolish." The Lingyi Marquis laughed heartily and waved his hand. "Let's go to the Quzhou military camp." Quzhou Fengqing, the Yun family's villa. The entrance was decorated brightly, bustling with activity. Today is the 70th birthday of the Yun family's patriarch, Old Master Yun. The Yun family is a prominent family in Quzhou, and Old Master Yun holds considerable prestige in Fengqing. For this birthday banquet, almost all the upper-class figures of Fengqing were invited. The prominent Nye family presents a North Sea Night Pearl. The prominent Wu family presents 3-century-old spirit herbs. At this moment, 2 young girls stepped forward, bowing to Old Master Yun Shui Mo and Danxing present the pine and crane longevity painting, wishing Grandpa a long life like the southern mountain. Instantly, all the guests' attention was drawn. These 2 girls looked identical. They were actually a pair of twins. Someone among the guests exclaimed in shock, "These are the 2 young ladies of the Yun family, Yun Shui Mo and Yun Danxing. With icy skin and jade bones, their natural grace is unparalleled, truly beautiful. I have long heard that the 2 young ladies of the Yun family are the unparalleled beauties of Quzhou. Today they are even more stunning than the rumors, enchanting beyond compare." Suddenly someone in the crowd laughed loudly. "I didn't expect there to be an unexpected surprise today. Old Yun, I have taken a liking to your 2 granddaughters. Tonight, I want them to serve me." The crowd fell silent. The speaker was none other than Linghu Shoucheng, the eldest son of the #1 martial arts family in Quzhou, a figure akin to a prince. Old Yun's expression darkened slightly. Today was his own birthday, yet the other party openly teased his granddaughters in such a setting, showing no respect for him at all. In the crowd, a middle-aged man couldn't bear to see this and stepped forward to advise young Master Linghu, "Today is a joyful day for Old Yun. I hope you can give me face and let my 2 granddaughters go after the banquet. Yes, don't ruin the atmosphere." But as soon as he finished speaking, crack, Linghu Shoucheng stepped forward, directly grabbing the middle-aged man's neck and breaking it. "Who do you think you are to teach me how to do things? The women I, Linghu Shoucheng, set my eyes on have never been unable to obtain." The crowd was dumbfounded. This man was the head of a top family in Quzhou, a postnatal master, and he was killed for a mere sentence. Linghu Shoucheng treats human life as if it were worthless. "Shoucheng bro, share the spoils. You can't keep them all to yourself. I want one of those beauties." At this moment, another young man with short white hair stepped out with a wicked smile. Upon seeing him, the crowd was once again shocked. This person was Jin Muxian, the eldest son of the Jin family, one of the 4 ancient martial families of Taohua Island. It was rumored that the 2 families had a good relationship, and this young Master Jin, like Linghu Shoucheng, enjoyed playing with women. It seemed that Old Yun's 2 granddaughters were doomed today. Old Yun suppressed his emotions and stepped forward, saying, "Young Master Linghu, my Yun family has been friends with the Linghu family for decades. For the sake of this friendship, I hope you can show some mercy and let my 2 granddaughters go." "Friends, you think your Yun family is worthy?" Linghu Shoucheng sneered, saying disdainfully, "Recognize your place. Your Yun family is merely the licking dog of my Linghu family. To be able to set my eyes on your granddaughters is your Yun family's honor. Today I will use your 2 granddaughters to properly entertain young Master Jin. If you dare to obstruct me again, you will die." After saying that, Linghu Shoucheng reached out to grab the twin sisters. Old Yun hurriedly tried to intervene, but with a loud slap, he was sent flying, spitting blood. The crowd fell into silence. Yun Shui Mo and Yun Danxing were filled with despair. They had just turned 18 and had only the strength of a war god. Under Linghu Shoucheng, they could not move at all. Just as they felt helpless and despaired, suddenly a voice filled with hatred roared from outside. "Linghu Shoucheng, I want you to pay for my wife's life." Everyone was startled and turned to look at the door. Yi Qijun entered with Tian Can and Shen Xianzhi. Linghu Shoucheng sneered, "I wondered who it was that turns out to be that stray dog from back then, Tian Can." Upon hearing this name, many people recalled the rumors about Tian Can. Back then the events surrounding Tian Qin were widely known in Quzhou, and many understood why he had appeared here. Instantly those who had just been flattering began to laugh heartily. Tian Qin, isn't he the famous cuckold of all? I remember I even watched the video of his wife being played. How does he still have the face to return to Quzhou? Is he here to seek revenge on young Master Linghu? He should look at his own worth. What a useless thing does he think he is worthy? The mocking laughter only deepened Tian Qin's despair and anger. At this moment Yi Qijun stepped forward and coldly looked at Linghu. Shoucheng, you kneel down now and beg Tian Qin for forgiveness, and I can spare your entire Linghu family, killing only you. Otherwise I will annihilate your entire clan. The hall fell silent for a few seconds. Then a burst of laughter erupted. Jin Mu Yan sneered, is this kid? Brother Shoucheng, hurry up and deal with this lest it ruin our fun. I'm still waiting to enjoy this pair of twins. Others echoed, continuously mocking, treating Yi Qijun as if he were insane. Who dares to say they annihilated the Linghu family? They are one of the prominent families of the Dragon Kingdom, a martial arts family with a legacy of 100 years. Linghu Shoucheng also scoffed, waving his hand, kill them. Instantly more than 10 people jumped out from the hall. These individuals are renowned experts from Quzhou and staunch sycophants of the Linghu family. They were the ones who just mocked Yi Qijun and the others. These people's strength was at least at the God of War level, with several being postnatal grandmasters. Yi Qijun stood with his hands behind his back, showing no intention of fighting, merely saying, a bunch of ants, deal with them. Tian Qin and Shen Xianzhi simultaneously nodded at your command. Boom, boom. The auras of two innate grandmasters erupted in an instant. Although Shen Xianzhi usually appeared like an old man and rarely took action, his strength was already that of an innate grandmaster. How could anyone who followed Yi Qijun be an ordinary person? Tian Qin had also broken through to the innate level with Yi Qijun's help. The two joined forces, and in the blink of an eye they had killed those more than 10 people, sending them sprawling. The other guests were all horrified and retreated. This scene caused Linghu Shoucheng's expression to darken completely. Two innate warriors. Is this the confidence that allows you to come here to seek death? You don't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. Prepare to die. Saying this, Linghu Shoucheng stepped forward and threw a punch at Tian Qin. The peak strength of a martial soul exploded. This punch was like wind and thunder, something that an innate practitioner could not withstand. But in the next moment, Yi Qijun's figure suddenly appeared in front of Tian Qin, casually slapping out. Bang! Linghu Shoucheng was instantly sent flying over 10 meters, crashing against the wall, half of his body embedded in it, unable to pull himself free. It was not until a while later that Linghu Shoucheng's corpse slowly slid down. The huge hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at Linghu Shoucheng's body, their minds blank. The eldest son of the Linghu family, the foremost martial arts family in Quzhou, a peak martial soul master, Linghu Shoucheng, is dead. In the crowd many turned ashen, terrified beyond measure. Linghu Shoucheng was dead. The entire Quzhou was bound to tremble. The sky has fallen. At this moment Tian Qin looked at Linghu Shoucheng's lifeless body, tears streaming down his face, crying out in despair, wife, did you see? Linghu Shoucheng is dead. Your revenge has been avenged. At this time Yi Qijun scanned the surroundings with a cold gaze, finally settling on Jin Mu Yan. Just moments ago Jin Mu Yan had been standing with Linghu Shoucheng, and now she was still holding on to the sisters Yun Shumo and Yun Danqing. Are you from the Linghu family? Yi Qijun asked. Jin Mu Yan was startled and quickly released the two sisters, waving her hands repeatedly. No, 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 I have nothing to do with the Linghu family. I am from the Jin family, one of the 4 great families of Yuezhou. Sir, we have no grievances or grudges. Today's events have nothing to do with me. I will take my leave now. But you just spoke up, didn't you? Yi Qijun replied with a cold smile. Jin Mu Yan's expression changed, and before she could explain, Yi Qijun suddenly appeared in front of her, slapping her across the face. Smack! Jin Mu Yan let out a miserable scream, directly knocked to the ground, her 2 front teeth flying out, her face covered in blood, looking utterly disheveled. Instantly the hall was filled with shock. Having just killed Linghu Shoucheng, and now striking Jin Mu Yan, this person was truly defying the heavens. But Yi Qijun paid no mind, merely saying, you seem to have some sense, get lost. If you come again you will undoubtedly die. Jin Mu Yan's face was filled with intense resentment, but she said nothing, lowering her head to leave swiftly. Not far away Elder Yun showed a deep concern on his face, hurrying forward to say, what is your name, sir? Yi Qijun. Elder Yun nodded, then deeply bowed with clasped hands. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for intervening and saving my 2 granddaughters from peril. I am eternally grateful. However, Mr. Yi may not be aware that both the Jin and Linghu families are incredibly powerful. After Jin Mu Yan leaves, she will surely come back for revenge. I am not an ungrateful person. Today's matter is indeed related to my Yun family. I am willing to stay here and offer my life to appease the wrath of those 2 families. I ask Mr. Yi to leave quickly. I only hope you can take my 2 granddaughters with you, please. After such a huge incident, the Linghu family will surely be furious. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, quickly slipping away, fearing that staying any longer would lead to collateral damage. At this moment, Elder Yun looked at the sisters Yun Shumo and Yun Danqing. You two come here. From now on you will follow Mr. Yi. He is the only one who can protect your lives. The two girls stepped forward, their gazes toward Yi Qijun, filled with admiration. Sister Yun Danqing spoke first. You saved us, but the Yun family is about to fall. We have nothing to repay you with, so we will dedicate ourselves to you. Sister Yun Shumo had a similar character, just not as quick to speak as her younger sister, and then said, that's right. From now on we sisters will be your women. Yi Qijun's mouth twitched unnaturally. Hearing such shocking words from these two girls made it nearly impossible for him to maintain his composure. Tian Can and Shen Xianzhi bowed their heads deeply, desperately holding back their laughter. After a moment, Yi Qijun, with a blank expression, waved his hand. Linghu Shouchong was killed by me, and Jin Mu Yin was slapped by me, but has nothing to do with anyone else. Whatever happens, I will take responsibility. Rest assured, if I do not allow it, the sky will not dare to fall. Elder Yun was momentarily stunned. Mr. Yi, you seem to understand too little about these two families. Especially the Linghu family. Their style of action is extremely overbearing. Even if this matter has nothing to do with my Yun family, as long as it happens in the Yun family, my Yun family will definitely be implicated. Yi Qijun's expression darkened as he coldly laughed. Oh really? I would like to see just how overbearing this Linghu family can be. Outside of Feng City at the Linghu family's village, Jin Mu Yin briefly treated the wounds on his face before arriving at the Linghu family, embellishing the events that transpired at the Yun family's birthday banquet. Linghu Shouchong is dead. Upon hearing this news, the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Bai, was furious and slammed the table. His roar echoed throughout the villa. For 400 years no one has dared to act so recklessly against my Linghu family. Daring to kill my son in public, completely disregarding my Linghu family. If I don't avenge this, my Linghu family's reputation will be in ruins. Everyone in the Linghu family follow me as we strike back and annihilate the Yun family and Yi Qijun. Today I will let the entire Quzhou know just how terrifying the wrath of my Linghu family can be. At the Yun family villa, all the guests had left, leaving the Yun family members trembling with fear. In a corner, a few young members of the Yun family looked furious and were whispering. Has the family head lost his mind? It's just that his two granddaughters were briefly taken advantage of, nothing serious happened, and maybe even the favor of the young master of Linghu could bring benefits to our Yun family. Why stir up such a huge trouble? It's over, it's over. If the Linghu family is enraged, we will all perish. That Yi Qijun is simply a disaster. All the members of the Yun family wore different expressions and kept their distance from the dining area. No one dared to approach. Meanwhile, in the dining room, Elder Yun and the twin sisters were dining with Yi Qijun, creating a stark atmosphere. Master, the Linghu family has a lineage of 400 years and is exceptionally strong. The head Linghu Bai is a formidable martial spirit realm expert whose strength is unfathomable. Master should be cautious. Tianqin could not help but whisper. Yi Qijun smiled lightly, continuing to eat his meal. Just at that moment, boom. Outside the villa, a loud crash echoed. A Yun family disciple rushed into the dining room, panicked, saying, not good. The Linghu family has attacked, and they have smashed the front door. Elder Yun and the others immediately stood up, their expressions grave. Yi Qijun, however, leisurely wiped his mouth, saying, let's go out and see if they have come to bow and apologize. At the entrance of the villa, the Linghu family surrounded the Yun family completely. Upon seeing the Linghu family's formation, all the Yun family members showed despair. Not a single one of these over 100 people was below the war god realm. Among them were more than a dozen innate grandmasters and 4 elders of the martial spirit realm. Leading them was none other than the head of the Linghu family, Linghu, by a martial spirit realm powerhouse. Such a formation was enough to sweep through all the families in Quzhou. Elder Yun's face turned pale, and he let out a bitter laugh, feeling utterly hopeless. The Yun family is finished. At this moment, an innate grandmaster coldly shouted, a good Yun family, a good Yi Qijun. How dare you kill my family's young master? Do you wish to die? Linghu Shouchong caused Tian Can's wife to die, leading to his family's downfall. I took his life in return. Killing him was already a mercy. Do you have any objections? Yi Qijun said calmly. Instantly, the members of the Linghu family were filled with rage. In the eyes of the Linghu family disciples, everyone in this world aside from martial families was like an ant, their lives as insignificant as grass. The innate grandmaster glared at Tian Can, his expression twisted with fury. Tianqin, how dare you still show your face? You should be grateful for having escaped back then. As for your wife, like you, she was merely a lowly being. Her death is no loss. Who gave you the courage to kill young Master Shouchong? Today, all you lowly scum shall accompany young Master Shouchong to the grave. As he spoke, this innate grandmaster charged at Tian Can, his killing intent evident. In his eyes, Tian Can was the cause of Linghu Shouchong's death. However, in the next moment, Yi Qijun's figure appeared before this innate grandmaster, casually raising a hand. Smack! Before the innate Grandmaster could react, he was slapped to the ground by Qijun as if swatting a fly. His bones shattered, and he collapsed into a heap. This scene left the Linghu family in shock and outrage. "You little bastard, you seek death. If I don't flay you alive today, my wrath will never be quenched." A martial spirit realm elder leaped forward, roaring with fury. This elder's aura was terrifying, akin to a hawk as he pounced at Qijun. Bang! Qijun's gaze remained indifferent as he casually raised a hand. That martial spirit realm elder was directly slammed to the ground like a broken sack. His death was even more gruesome than the previous innate Grandmaster. At this moment, the hundreds of members of the Linghu family were all shocked and terrified. Previously, Jin Muyan had only mentioned Qijun's arrogance, but had not elaborated on the strength he displayed when he killed Linghu Shouchong. And now a dignified martial spirit realm expert was actually killed by Qijun with a single slap. A look of disappointment appeared on Qijun's face as he shook his head, saying, "The first family of Chuzhou, is this all you've got? I thought you could surprise me, but seems I overestimated you." Upon hearing this, the members of the Linghu family were all furious. "This thief is extraordinarily powerful. Let's all join forces and kill him," Jin Muyan shouted loudly. Spurred on by him, all the members of the Linghu family charged out, surrounding Qijun. Qijun sneered and directly charged into the crowd. In the blink of an eye, figures were sent flying by Qijun. Anyone who was touched by Qijun ended up flying backward, meeting their demise on the spot. In just a few minutes, over 100 elite members of the Linghu family were utterly defeated. This was not 100 people attacking Qijun, it was Qijun rampaging among them. Linghu Bai saw this scene, his face extremely dark, and finally could not hold back any longer, personally stepping in. "You little beast, this is where it ends for you. You will die today." The martial spirit realm expert made his move akin to thunder striking the ground. Boom. Qijun was surrounded by dozens of experts. As he saw Linghu Bai attacking, he struck out with a palm. The two touched and separated, each retreating 10 meters, equally matched. However, as Qijun retreated, the Linghu family experts he passed by were unfortunate, with over a dozen people crushed to pieces by Qijun. The remaining dozens of Linghu family experts scattered on the verge of collapse, but upon witnessing this scene, hope arose in their hearts. "The family head has made a move. Please kill this thief, family head." Linghu Bai stood proudly and coldly said, "The little bastard has decent strength. You've already stepped into the martial spirit realm, haven't you? Being able to withstand 8 parts of my strength, you can be proud. But next I will use all my power. You won't." Qijun smiled indifferently and scoffed. "Are you proud of being able to withstand 1/10 of my power?" Linghu Bai's face darkened, instantly filled with rage as he exclaimed, "You're so arrogant. Die? Thunder Fist." The members of the Linghu family cheered with joy, their faces filled with anticipation. The Thunder Fist was the Linghu family's top secret technique, passed down for 400 years with immense power. "This move will surely kill Qijun." Qijun raised his arm and said nonchalantly, "The name is quite impressive. It'll give you some face using only 30% of my strength." As soon as his words fell, boom, the two fists and palms met. Linghu Bai's expression changed drastically, feeling that Qijun's palm had increased in power by more than 3 times. An overwhelming force instantly shattered Linghu Bai's fist bones, then traveled up his arm, reducing his entire arm and shoulder to dust. Linghu Bai let out a terrible scream, flying backward, crashing to the ground, blood gushing everywhere. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared in disbelief at this scene. The prominent martial arts family of Chuzhou, with their entire clan mobilized, was actually being single-handedly beaten by Qijun. The worldview of everyone present shattered. Qijun's power was terrifying. Mere chickens and dogs, not worth a single blow. Qijun shook his head in disappointment. Linghu Bai, with a look of terror in his eyes, said, "I never expected that. Even I am no match for you. But although you are strong, my Linghu family still has ancestors who are yet to emerge with divine strength. Let's call it a day. Our past grievances are hereby settled." Qijun's eyes turned cold as he replied, "What qualifications do you have to negotiate terms with me?" In the next moment, Qijun flashed to Linghu Bai's front and smashed Linghu Bai's skull with a single palm. The faces of the Linghu family members changed drastically. The 2 remaining elders were shocked and horrified. With the family head of the martial spirit realm dead, they, being merely in the martial soul realm, could not possibly be Qijun's opponents, and immediately attempted to flee. But as they ran a few steps, they were blocked by Qijun, each receiving a palm, sending them to the afterlife. The Linghu family, which once had over 100 members, was left with only a few innate fighters and a dozen or so warriors. These individuals didn't even dare to escape, their legs giving way as they knelt before Qijun, pleading. Qijun glanced at them indifferently. "I have no interest in killing, but your Linghu family has been too arrogant and domineering, bringing about your own demise. Now if you wish to live, offer spirit stones to buy your lives. 1 spirit stone for 1 life. If not, then all shall die here." Yi Qijun had previously absorbed spirit stones, greatly enhancing his strength, far surpassing the effects of 100 years of elixirs, and was now planning to collect a large number of spirit stones. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Spirit stones were incredibly scarce. Even for their martial arts family, they were a strategic resource, usually in the hands of the family head and elders. These people had no qualifications to even touch spirit stones. But now, with all the family heads and elders dead, their lives hanging by a thread, they had no choice but to prioritize survival. Several innate fighters hurriedly contacted those left behind in the family, urging them to immediately deliver all the spirit stones from the family treasury. 10 minutes later, a helicopter arrived, and the Linghu family members, trembling in fear, handed over the spirit stones. But Yi Qijun felt somewhat disappointed. In the vast Linghu family, there were only 8 spirit stones. 8 spirit stones can only redeem 8 lives. The rest may you be reborn in your next life. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so individuals were utterly terrified, frantically kowtowing and pleading for mercy. Our Linghu family has money, a lot of money. We can give you all the assets of the Linghu family, just please spare our lives. Yi Qijun shook his head indifferently. Money meant nothing to him. He coldly retorted, "If I were to lose to you, would you let me go?" After saying that, Yi Qijun struck out directly, killing the strongest among them on the spot. Out of the 100 experts, only 8 insignificant warriors remained huddled together, trembling in fear. The prominent martial arts family of Quzhou had nearly all its experts wiped out, destined to decline completely. Nearby, some guests who had come to attend the birthday banquet did not leave, but stayed to watch the spectacle. Little did they expect that the final outcome would be so grand. They initially wanted to witness the downfall of the Yun family, but the family that fell in the end was the Linghu family. Immediately, many sharp-minded family heads rushed back, respectfully bowing to Yi Qijun. The Tang family of Quzhou is willing to crown Mr. Yi as the king of Quzhou, serving him as our master, following his lead. The Song family of Quzhou pays respects to the king of Quzhou, willing to serve Mr. Yi as our master. In just a short moment, dozens of family heads appeared, their voices merging into one phrase. We pay respects to the king of Quzhou. Hundreds of clans came to pay homage, and all corners bowed in submission. This scene made everyone from the Yun family feel their blood boil, filled with excitement. Then Yi Qijun approached Elder Yun and said flatly, "You are a person of integrity and good character. Would you be willing to follow me? I can make you the strongest in Quzhou, and the Yun family can become the #1 family in Quzhou." Elder Yun was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. His face flushed, and without a word he knelt down, saying, "Old man pays respects to the master." Yi Qijun smiled in satisfaction, took out 2 spirit stones, extracted the spiritual energy within, and directly infused it into Elder Yun's body. Elder Yun had yet to react when he felt an unprecedented pure power surge in breaking through his strength's bottleneck, like a bamboo shoot after a rain. In just a few breaths, Elder Yun's strength rose from the pinnacle of the innate realm to the martial soul realm. The surrounding crowd was utterly shocked. They watched in astonishment as Elder Yun's aura continuously heightened, his body straightened, and his appearance aged backward by several decades, looking not like a 70-year-old, but a middle-aged man under 50. This really did break through to the martial soul realm. The crowd gasped, all stunned by Yi Qijun. Helping someone break through to the martial soul realm with such ease was simply astonishing. Not far away, Jin Muxian, hidden among the crowd, felt a chill run down her spine, not daring to make a sound, quietly attempting to escape. But in the next moment, Yi Qijun had already appeared in front of Jin Muxian. "Want to leave? I spared you once, but you went to the Linghu family to report. This time, you won't be so lucky." Jin Muxian was terrified and knelt down without hesitation. "Mr. Yi, I know I was wrong, I was blind, and shouldn't have offended you. Please spare my life once more. I am willing to pay for my life." He could see that Yi Qijun was decisive in his actions and did not dare to harbor any delusions. Yi Qijun's expression was emotionless. "How much is your life worth in spirit stones?" Jin Muxian hurriedly said, "My Jin family has plenty of spirit stones. I am willing to offer 10 spirit stones. No, 20 spirit stones. I will pay 20 spirit stones for my life." Yi Qijun nodded slightly and waved his hand. "Tian can tie him up and keep an eye on him. When the Peach Blossom Island conference arrives, take him to the Jin family on Peach Blossom Island in exchange for spirit stones." After Tian Can took Jin Muxian away, Yi Qijun also prepared to leave. At that moment, Yun Shui Mo and Yun Danxing, the sisters, walked over at the same time. Sister Yun Shui Mo blushed and said, "We will go with you." Sister Yun Danxing was even more straightforward. "I can be your secretary, helping you with everything. My sister is good at housework and can take care of your daily needs, serving as your maid. We have already decided that from now on we are your women." Yi Qijun frowned slightly. "There's no need for that. I already have a wife and children, and you don't need to follow me." However, Yun Lao stepped forward and said, "Master, you should take them with you. Today's event will spread throughout Quzhou, and everyone will know they are your women." If you insist on refusing, they won't be able to marry in the future. No one will dare to marry them. Yi Qijun was momentarily speechless and had no words to say. He knew what Yun Lao said was true, in Chuzhou who would dare to covet Yi Qijun's women. With no other choice, Yi Qijun could only say, "If you are willing to follow, then follow me, consider it working for me, and let's not discuss anything else." The Shui Mo Danqing sisters instantly rejoiced and followed Yi Qijun onto the helicopter returning to Yuezhou Hangqing. Hangqing Shen family. As soon as Yi Qijun entered, he was surprised to see that the yard was filled with spirit herbs neatly piled together, with each herb enclosed in a transparent crystal box, totaling several hundred. Matsui Hikari approached and bowed. "Master, all the spirit herbs from the Matsui group are here. In fact, many of them are not even the Matsui group's property, but are stored by some big shots from the Wa Kingdom in our company. After taking these spirit herbs, I will have no place to stand in the Wa Kingdom. I might have to develop in the Dragon Kingdom, so I hope you will take me in." Yi Qijun nodded in satisfaction. Acquiring so many spirit herbs at once indicated that Matsui Hikari had indeed put in significant effort. Just then Shen Wenluan also walked out of the villa. Yi Qijun said, "Father-in-law, this Matsui group is the largest pharmaceutical company in the Wa Kingdom. Now that they want to develop in the Dragon Kingdom, you should incorporate this company into the Shen family's business and let it serve the Dragon Kingdom in the future." Shen Wenluan was overjoyed. He had heard of the Matsui group's reputation. It was not a name earned without. Such a large company was hardly weaker than the Shen family. If they could absorb this company, the Shen family's strength would significantly increase. "Good son-in-law, you are truly capable. My daughter's eyesight is excellent, a discerning eye for talent." Shen Wenluan praised him profusely. Shen Xianzhi also came out, and seeing Yi Qijun return happily ran over, sweetly linking her arm with Yi Qijun's. But soon Shen Xianzhi noticed the Shui Mo Danqing sisters who were closely following Yi Qijun. The sudden appearance of two stunning girls next to Yi Qijun raised Shen Xianzhi's alertness. She asked in surprise, "Qijun, who are these two?" The Shui Mo Danqing sisters slightly bowed and sweetly said in unison, "Shui Mo Danqing, we greet you, sister." Yun Danqing then explained, "Mister, Yi saved our lives, and we decided to follow him to repay the debt of—" "Please rest assured, sister, we won't do anything excessive. Of course, if you agree, we are willing to do anything. We will obey your orders." Although the twins were barely 18, they were exceptionally clever and understood Shen Xianzhi's position in Yi Qijun's heart, so they kept their demeanor very humble. Meanwhile, Yi Qijun explained the whole situation helplessly. Shen Xianzhi had no choice, as the twins seemed to have no option but to follow Yi Qijun. At the very least, they could not stay in Chuzhou. However, having such a pair of stunning twins around Yi Qijun was unacceptable to Shen Xianzhi. Immediately an idea struck her. "It's inconvenient for Qijun to have two girls with him. Why don't you follow me instead? I will take good care of you," Shen Xianzhi said with a smile. Yi Qijun nodded in agreement. At that moment, Tianqin brought in Jin Muyin, and Yi Qijun asked Shen Wenluan to arrange a room in the villa to keep Jin Muyin confined. Afterward, Yi Qijun instructed his men to move the medicinal materials to the kitchen and began to prepare medicine for his daughter Yi Xiaoru. With so many century-old spirit herbs, he wondered if they could fully stimulate Xiaoru's physique. After half an hour of busy work, Yi Qijun fed the first dose of medicine to Xiaoru. After drinking the spirit medicine, Yi Xiaoru's body showed no changes. That mysterious physique had not shown any signs of further stimulation. Yi Qijun instantly understood that Xiaoru had developed a tolerance to the century-old spirit herbs after consuming too many. This level of spirit herbs would no longer have any effect on her. To continue stimulating Xiaoru's physique, he would need to use a stronger method, such as Millennium Spirit Herbs. However, such high-level spirit herbs were extremely rare and hard to come by. After deep thought, Yi Qijun suddenly had an idea. He took out a spirit stone, extracted the spiritual energy from it, and infused it into Yi Xiaoru's body. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy was completely absorbed by Xiaoru, even faster than Yun Lao's absorption of spiritual energy. Yi Xiaoru exclaimed in delight, "Daddy, what is this? It feels so good." Yi Qijun also noticed that Yi Xiaoru's physique had been stimulated again, but it was still a long way from being fully activated. Yi Qijun helplessly took out all the spirit stones he had originally intended to absorb himself, and used them all on Yi Xiaoru. Compared to improving his own strength, Yi Qijun was more concerned about his daughter's health, so he felt no regret. Compared to improving his own strength, Yi Qijun was more concerned about his daughter's health, so he felt no regret, and instead became more eager to collect more spirit stones. As for those century-old spirit herbs, since they had lost their effect on Yi Xiaoru, Yi Qijun simply had them cooked as supplements. Even boiled in plain water, a century-old spirit herb would taste sweet and fragrant, a true delicacy. Moreover, it was a treasure, causing the members of the Shen family to feast heartily at the dining table. Yi Qijun looked around and asked, "Why isn't my uncle home?" Shen Wenluan casually replied, "That kid has been out every day lately, busy chasing after girls. I just called him and he'll be back soon." At that moment outside the estate, Shen Han rushed to open the car door, his face beaming as he said, "Mississippi Park, please come in." A tall and sweet-looking woman gracefully walked into the estate, slightly raising her chin and displaying a hint of pride in her demeanor. This was the woman Shen Han had been pursuing recently, Park Qijun, a rising pop star from the Goryeo Kingdom. She had signed with the Shen family's entertainment company last month and began her development in Longhua. Shen Han fell head over heels for her. However, Park Qijun felt little about Shen Han's fervent pursuit. She was in Longhua to make money and only viewed the Shen family company as a stepping stone, not taking Shen Han seriously at all. In Park Yigun's heart, she envisioned marrying into a true top-tier wealthy family, perhaps even the royal family of the Goryeo Kingdom. The Shen family was merely a family with some influence in Yuezhou, far beneath her standards. She was merely stringing Shen Han along as a backup. However, at that moment, as she stepped into the courtyard, Park Qijun suddenly froze, staring blankly at the piles of herbs stacked in the courtyard. Park Qijun came from a prominent family in the Goryeo Kingdom, with both her parents being powerful figures, so she had certainly seen a lot. Yet she had never encountered a scene where century-old spirit herbs were casually piled up like cabbages in a courtyard. These herbs were worth millions each and were extremely rare. Here there were hundreds of them. Park Qijun was shocked. The strength of the Shen family seemed to differ greatly from what she had understood. Suppressing her astonishment, Park Qijun followed Shen Han into the villa where she saw the Shen family members having dinner. Suddenly her eyes widened when she spotted an elderly man serving soup at the table. Wasn't that Shen Xianzhi, the richest man in Longhua? When she came to Longhua for better development, she had researched the country's situation and could not possibly be mistaken. The dignified richest man in Longhua was actually acting as a servant here. What was going on? Just as Park Qijun was in a daze, Shen Wenluan cheerfully called out, "A guest has arrived. Hey, let's have a simple family meal together. Here, have a bowl of soup." Park Qijun instinctively took the soup bowl, and a strange aroma wafted towards her, leaving her momentarily stunned. This was soup made from century-old spirit herbs. This was just a simple family meal. Park Qijun was internally incredulous, her hands trembling. Looking at the century-old spirit ginseng and Ganoderma mushrooms stewed in the bowl, she felt as if her mind was struck by thunder, totally shattering her worldview. A bowl of soup worth tens of millions was simply outrageous. What kind of family could do this? Hurry up and drink, the soup is getting cold," Shen Han said with concern. At that moment, Park Yigun's gaze towards Shen Han changed dramatically. She previously regarded him as an inconsequential sycophant, but now he was clearly a formidable wolf. Park Yigun's previously aloof image completely vanished, replaced by a warm smile, appearing obedient and adorable. After dinner in the bedroom, Qijun was cuddling Shen Xianzhi, chatting. "In 15 days I will go to Peach Blossom Island to find my mother, and then we can return to Prison God Island to hold our grand wedding. At that time our family will live a peaceful life on Prison God Island." Shen Xianzhi moved, hugged Qijun tightly, her cheeks flushed, and her body warm, twisting restlessly like a nimble water snake entangled with Qijun. Qijun could tell at a glance that this was the result of drinking too much soup at night, causing an overabundance of energy within her. He immediately flipped over, smiling gently. "Are you feeling uncomfortable? Let me help you." Shen Xianzhi's face turned crimson as she pulled Qijun down. The room began to resonate with the rhythm. In the neighboring south corner building, Shen Wenluan rushed out hurriedly with 2 wads of tissue stuffed up his nose. During dinner, the soup was so delicious that Shen Wenluan had several bowls. He didn't expect it to have such potent effects. Shortly after returning to his room, he started to have a nosebleed that just wouldn't stop. In the end, unable to endure it any longer, he hurried over to find Qijun to ask what to do. But as soon as he entered the east corner building, he heard singing from the second-floor bedroom, leaving Shen Wenluan dumbfounded. The young couple was busy with their own matters, and how could he, as the father-in-law, just barge in? After waiting in the living room for a while, Shen Wenluan couldn't sit still. At this moment, he felt as if a fire was burning inside him, and the intense restlessness made it impossible for him to calm down. Remembering that he had waited downstairs for 3 hours last time, Shen Wenluan's heart sank. He couldn't wait that long this time. After hesitating for a moment, Shen Wenluan could only reluctantly pull out his phone and start searching the internet. What to do if you overindulge in supplements? After searching for a long time, Shen Wenluan found it hilarious. No wonder his daughter and Qijun were still restless so late. It seemed this young couple was also venting the effects of the medicine. The problem was Shen Xianzhi's mother passed away early, and Shen Wenluan had been single for many years. Moreover, it was the middle of the night, making it difficult to find anyone for help. Shen Wenluan could only switch to a different search term. After a while, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, glancing upstairs and snorting, "What if I'm single? Should a single man just suffer in silence? If no one can help, I can solve it myself." With that, Shen Wenluan confidently walked out of the villa and dove into a nearby grove. While doing one-handed push-ups with one hand, he was also seeking self-redemption. Both his physical strength and energy were released. That night, many people found it hard to sleep. In a distant land at the headquarters of the Tsangjing Commerce Association in Japan, a middle-aged man knelt before several elders, sweating profusely and looking humble. This middle-aged man was none other than the head of the Tsangjing family, the current president of the Tsangjing Commerce Association, and the brother of Lady Kong Tsangjingzhua. Such a prominent figure was crawling before these 5 elders like a dog. Because these 5 elders were the true behind-the-scenes controllers of the Tsangjing Commerce Association. The 5 elders. A chilling, ancient voice announced that Lady Kong Xiaozi, Xingli, and many others, even numerous masters, had all perished in Longhua. The heroic spirit of the Day Sword Saint and the demon blade, Yao Dao Chuanxue, were not reclaimed either, and the Songjing Jituan along with the spiritual herbs had been transported to Longhua as well. What use are you as chairman? The barrage of accusations left Songjing Zuozhu utterly aghast. He kowtowed, repeatedly begging, I acknowledge my guilt. Please Wuloxing instruct us, I will spare no effort to recover the losses, he pleaded. Another hoarse voice replied coldly that these successive failures of the Tsangjing Shanghui were a national disgrace to Wagua. Unless Yi Qijun is slain, this shame cannot be cleansed. Songjing, dispatch your families, 4 Peak Lingren. Ensure Yi Qijun is killed. At once came the response. The next morning, Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi had only just awakened from their night of tenderness when the door was softly opened. The sisters Shumo and Danxing appeared, one carrying washing utensils and clean clothes, the other bearing breakfast. They moved to the bedside, knelt with graceful poise, and spoke gently. Shumo said, Master, allow me to attend to your washing and dressing. Danxing added, Master, please have your breakfast. Yi Qijun's face flushed with embarrassment. They had slept late together the night before, sharing only a single quilt. Now kneeling so close, 2 newly coming-of-age beauties offered themselves like flowers ready to be plucked. What man could calmly withstand such a sight? Yi Qijun frowned and said, put the things down and leave. Do not do this again, I am not accustomed to being waited upon. Even if tempted, one must keep up appearances. Shen Xianzhi remained under the covers, and Yi Qijun had never harbored erotic designs toward the twin sisters. Disappointed, Shumo and Danxing set down their things and withdrew. After a short while, Yi Qijun accompanied Shen Xianzhi to breakfast, and then went out into the courtyard. Shen Xianzhi stood waiting at the gate, and Yi Qijun casually asked any progress with recruiting Ling Yinho. Shen Xianzhi bowed, and replied, Master, there is no news yet. Meanwhile, in a certain villa room of the Shen, Jin Mayan lay bound in a corner, ropes cutting into him. Yet he was far from submissive. Summoning all his strength, he produced a small blade hidden within a tea seed. Who knew where he had tucked the blade in the first place? In any case, blood had pooled beneath him, and his backside bore several gashes as if his 2 halves had been nearly torn into many pieces. A look of bitter hatred warped Jin Mayan's face. Yi Qijun, if I escape and return to Taohua Dao, I will grind your bones to dust. With a sudden snap, after a night's toil, Jin Mayan finally cut through his bonds. He eased his aching body and slipped quietly from the room, intent on fleeing the place. But at the villa door, he ran straight into Tian Can, who had been standing guard. Tian Can, startled into action, moved without hesitation to seize him. Tian Can had only recently broken through to the Xiantian Grandmaster rank, while Jin Mayan stood at the peak of the Xiantian realm. The moment they clashed, Tian Can fell decisively into the inferior position, forced back again, and again struggling desperately to entangle Jin Mayan. Jin Mayan's expression grew savage as he launched a frenzied assault. After driving Tian Can back with several blows, he prepared to flee. At that instant, Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi appeared not far away. Seeing the scene, Shen Xianzhi immediately joined forces with Tian Can to confront Jin Mayan. Alas, though they fought together, the 2 early Xiantian warriors were no match for a Xiantian peak, and Jin Mayan seemed poised to escape. Yi Qijun's figure materialized before him. With a single casual slap, he stunned Jin Mayan into unconsciousness. As Jin Mayan sank down, his face was the picture of utter despair. A master at the summit of Xiantian should have been able to elude 2 early Xiantian attackers, yet before Yi Qijun, he was reduced to a trembling chick, felled with a casual hand. The gulf in strength was despairing. Tian Can hurried forward, bound Jin Mayan once more, and knelt before. I failed in my watchfulness, I beg the master's forgiveness, he pleaded. Yi Qijun smiled faintly, and said, no matter. In future you may let him escape a few more times. Tian Can cried out in alarm, I acknowledge my crime. Please punish me, master. Yi Qijun waved his hand, and said, this man has talent. He can serve as your sparring partner. Secretly give him chances to break free and fight desperately. Under such trials your strength will improve greatly. You who follow me are far too weak. You must advance quickly. After each battle, consume a few century-old spiritual herbs, so you may soon break through to the Wuhuan realm. Do you understand? Realization dawned on Tian Can and Shen Xianzhi. They knelt gratefully to offer their thanks. Donghai Yulong Shanzhuang. Go and exchange this Hermes bag at once. I detest this color, Pan Jinji ordered Du Guhao imperiously. Du Guhao replied helplessly, it's a limited edition. Hard to obtain, there simply isn't another color available. Before he finished, Pan Jinji cut him off. I don't care. You must get it changed. Aren't you rich? Throw money at them. I refuse to believe money can't buy it. Du Guhao felt a tightness in his chest, and saying nothing took the bag and left. Lately he had come to see the truth. Pan Jinji loved not him, but his money. Recalling what Yi Qijun had once told him, Du Guhao felt a faint regret stir within his heart. Yet he could not bring himself to break up with Pan Jinji. He still hoped to move her someday. Not long after Du Guhao departed, a smartly suited young man appeared at the villa gate. This must be the place, indeed rather luxurious, he said, straightening his suit and walking into the villa. Upon seeing Pan Jinji, a flash of strange feeling passed through his eyes. Jinji baby, long time no see. Startled, Pan Jinji froze. The wineglass in her hand clattered to the floor. Tears streamed down her face as she flung herself into the young man's arms. Cousin Pingyun, I have missed you so, she sobbed. The young man smiled slyly, embraced Pan Jinji, and soothed her in a gentle voice. Jinji, I've made up my mind. No matter what society says, I want to be with you. The young man was Wang Pingyun, Pan Jinji's cousin and the idol of her heart. Yet Wang Pingyun had always been aloof toward Pan Jinji, keeping her at a distance, and he had a reason for his attitude. They were cousins, a forbidden love. Using that as an excuse, Wang Pingyun had long toyed with Pan Jin. Now he had heard that Pan Jinji had become the mistress of Yulong Shanzhuang. He came to see for himself, and upon confirming it, the fire in Wang Pingyun's eyes flared with renewed ardor. Jinji, marry me, Wang Pingyun said passionately. But Pan Jinji suddenly took 2 steps back, shaking her head repeatedly. With a worried expression she said, no, I can't be with you. Du Guhao will not let this go. However, Wang Pingyun had long understood Du Guhao's situation and immediately sneered. What are you afraid of? Right now Yulong Mountain Manor is under your name. As long as you trick Du Guhao into giving you his bank card, he's just a poor fool. At that time we can be together forever. Pan Jinji's eyes lit up, her heart stirred. She had always liked Wang Pingyun. Marrying him would be the best outcome. But Pan Jinji then said, but Du Guhao has Yi Qijun behind him. If I trick Du Guhao like this, Yi Qijun will kill me. Wang Pingyun immediately sneered, looking disdainful. Just because Du Guhao has someone behind him, does that mean I have no one? Jinji, you don't know this, but my current master is Tang Shan, the young master of the Tang family, one of the 4 martial arts families of Peach Blossom Island. Young Master Tang has extraordinary connections and impressive strength. That Yi Qijun is nothing in front of him. Wang Pingyun's confidence infected Pan Jinji, making her ecstatic. Cousin, are you serious? Wang Pingyun smiled proudly. Of course. But let's talk about this later. Jinji, after such a long time apart, did you miss me? As he spoke, Wang Pingyun pulled Pan Jinji into his embrace. Pan Jinji felt weak all over, leaning against Wang Pingyun's chest, her eyes charmingly seductive. I missed you. Missed me? I came to see if what you said was true. With that, Wang Pingyun laughed heartily and picked Pan Jinji up, rushing into the bedroom. Soon strange sounds echoed from the bedroom. Du Guhao returned to Yulong Mountain Manor with a gloomy expression, holding a limited edition Hermes bag that cost him several times more. He had practically worn his lips raw just to get this bag. But as soon as he walked into the villa, Du Guhao suddenly heard a series of enchanting sounds. Du Guhao was momentarily stunned. The sound was too familiar. It was Pan Jinji, whom he had been with day and night, haunting his dreams. His eyes turned red instantly, and he rushed into the bedroom like a madman. What he saw was a bed full of surprises. What are you doing? Du Guhao's furious roar exploded. On the bed, the two were immediately startled and flustered. When he saw Du Guhao, a hint of regret appeared on Wang Pingyun's face. How could this guy be back so soon? He hurriedly pulled on his pants and cursed, damn it, why are you shouting? Du Guhao looked at Pan Jinji, whose body was covered in marks, his eyes blazing with rage. He roared and lunged at Wang Pingyun, landing a punch on his face. The two immediately began to fight. Du Guhao fought with all his might, his strong physique from doing manual labor, giving him an advantage, while Wang Pingyun, being a white-collar worker, was no match for him. In just a moment, Du Guhao had Wang Pingyun pinned down, delivering a flurry of blows. But Pan Jinji, witnessing this scene, grew anxious. Wang Pingyun was her idol. How could he be beaten up by Du Guhao? Bang! Pan Jinji grabbed a vase and smashed it against the back of Du Guhao's head. The vase shattered, and Du Guhao fell to the ground, bloodied, completely dazed by the blow. Wang Pingyun quickly rolled over and got up, kicking Du Guhao several times before finding some rope to tie him up. Damn it, you hit me, are you going to hit again? You dog! Wang Pingyun kicked Du Guhao furiously, while Du Guhao had already regained his composure, looking at Pan Jinji with disappointment. How could she not help him and instead aid that scoundrel? Du Guhao's heart was filled with pain. Pan Jinji looked at Du Guhao, whose head was covered in blood, and hurriedly grabbed Wang Pingyun, her face full of worry. Cousin, we've hit Du Guhao. If Yi Qijun finds out, he will kill. I've seen Yi Qijun kill that guy. Wang Pingyun snorted coldly, unconcerned. Don't worry, Amir, Yi Qijun can be crushed by young Master Tang, like stepping on an ant. After saying that, Wang Pingyun took out his phone and called one of young Master Tang's 3 protectors, the Leopard Protector. Soon the call connected and Wang Pengyun said, Leopard Protector, the Yulong Mountain Manor that the young master has set his sights on has been secured. You can come to take over now. Outside Yulong Mountain Manor, Tiankin stepped out of the car. He had come to Donghai to temporarily handle some matters regarding Jinhai Club, but received a report from his subordinates that something might have happened at Yulong Mountain Manor, so he rushed over. After all, Du Guhao lived at Yulong Mountain Manor, and he was the son of Yi Qijun's master. Tiankin had to personally intervene. As soon as he entered, Tiankin saw Du Guhao bound and covered in footprints with a bruised face, and was immediately shocked. Tiankin hurriedly went forward, untied Du Guhao, and asked, what happened? Du Guhao looked at Pan Jinji and Wang Pengyun, who had just dressed, and walked out of the bedroom with deep anger. This pair of scoundrels, I caught them in the act, and while I was fighting this bastard, this wretched woman actually helped him by smashing a vase at me, and as Du Guhao recounted the events, Tiankin's expression grew colder. This pair of scandalous lovers not only dishonored Du Guhao, but also attempted to seize Yulong Mountain Manor. They were simply audacious. And Du Guhao, how could he fall for such a promiscuous woman? He was utterly pathetic. Tiankin scolded angrily. The master had already told you that Pan Jinji is not a good person, but you didn't believe it. Now look at the mess you're in. Du Guhao felt utterly ashamed. At this moment, he had completely awakened, filled with disappointment, and glared at Pan Jinji. I cared for you, deeply obeyed you, but you are so ungrateful. From now on I sever all ties with you, we are done. Pan Jinji's expression darkened, but she showed no sign of shame. Wang Pengyun coldly scoffed. You should look in the mirror and see your own character. You're just a dog. What demands do you have? Is it just because I slept with your girlfriend? Do you dare to fight me? Do you believe I can kill you as easily as stepping on a dog? Tiankin suddenly stood up coldly, saying, looking for death. Du Guhao is protected by the master. Do you dare to touch him? Slap, slap. With that, Tiankin swiftly appeared before the scandalous couple, delivering a slap to each of them, sending them flying. The two let out a cry of despair as they fell to the ground. Pan Jinji covered her face, her expression filled with panic and fear. Cousin, what do we do? He's a powerful subordinate of Yi Qijun. He will really kill. Wang Pengyun had a resentful and cold expression, saying, don't worry, young Master Tang's people will arrive soon, and then we'll take care of him too. Just as he finished speaking, a cold and arrogant voice came from outside the door. You dare to hit young Master Tang's people. You are the one looking for death. A robust young man walked into the villa, casting a cold glance at Tiankin. Wang Pengyun was overjoyed and rushed over, flattering. Master Bao, you have finally arrived. It is this Tiankin who hinders our acquisition of Yulong Mountain Villa. Master Bao replied with a cold and proud demeanor. There is nothing that our young master cannot obtain. You two get out. From now on, this Yulong Mountain Villa belongs to our young master. Tiankin and Du Guhao both changed their expressions. Tiankin snorted coldly, impudent. This place was gifted to Du Guhao by my master Yi Qijun. Oh, let's see who dares touch it. Master Bao dismissed him with contempt. Yi Qijun. What wild dog is this? I've never heard of him. Tiankin was furious. Insulting my master, you will pay with your life. Tiankin charged directly at Master Bao. Master Bao was not polite either. His innate mid-stage power erupted violently as he fought Tiankin. In terms of realm, Tiankin was only at the initial stage of innate, slightly weaker, but he had made great progress in combat recently. By following Yi Qijun and with the use of spiritual herbs, he was close to breaking through to the mid-stage of innate. Thus, when the two clashed, they were momentarily evenly matched. However, Tiankin knew that behind the opponent was that Tang Xiao. Dragging this out would be detrimental to him. After exchanging dozens of blows, Tiankin swiftly retreated, using the momentum to get next to Du Guhao. Let's go. They'll take you to find our master. He will surely seek justice for you. With that, Tiankin pulled Du Guhao and dashed out of the villa. But at that moment, a young man walked in at the entrance of Yulong Mountain Villa, followed by two burly men. Seeing Master Bao pursuing Tiankin, the two men immediately stepped forward to block Tiankin and Du Guhao. These two were surprisingly also innate grandmasters. The three innate experts surrounded Tiankin. At the villa entrance, Wang Pengyun grinned grimly. Tang Xiao has arrived. Oh, let's see where you can run now. Tiankin's face turned dark as he cast a glance at the young man, feeling a sinking feeling in his heart. That young man was none other than Tang Shan, the young master of one of the four martial families of Peach Blossom Island. At this moment, Tang Shan frowned slightly and asked, what's going on? Wang Pengyun hurriedly approached, respectfully saying, I pay my respects to the young master. Young master, I came here to buy a house for you, but these two, Tiankin and Du Guhao, are completely disregarding you. Especially this Tiankin, he even insulted and mocked the young master. He truly deserves to die. Wang Pengyun's words were complete nonsense, full of loopholes. But Tang Shan's expression turned cold, and with a flash he appeared in front of Tiankin. What are you even to do? As he spoke, Tang Shan slapped Tiankin's chest directly, sending him flying and spitting out a mouthful of blood. A single move severely injured Tiankin. This was the power of the martial soul realm. Tian, filled with anger, forced himself to yell, "You clearly plotted against Dugu Hao, forcibly taking what isn't yours, and yet you dare to harm others. This is outright robbery." Tang Shan sneered, "Whatever I set my sights on I will obtain by any means necessary. Hand over Yulong Mountain Villa, and I can give you a quick death." Tian was both shocked and furious. This Tang Shan clearly was not unable to hear Wang Pingyun's nonsense, but they were simply cut from the same cloth. This Tang Shan was even more ruthless, actually wanting to kill and seize the house. Tian was unwilling, but knew he was not a match for them, and could only angrily proclaim, "My master is the Lord of Yushan Island, Yi Qijun. If you harm me, you better think of the consequences." Tang Shan scoffed, "What nonsense, Yushan Island? Do you think just by uttering some blustering title you can intimidate me?" Tian roared furiously, "Impudent! You ignorant fool, have you never heard of Yushan Island? You must have heard of the king of Quzhou, right?" Tang Shan immediately burst into laughter. "There should be limits to boasting. When the lies are exposed, it won't be pretty. The king of Quzhou? Isn't that the Linghu family? What is Yi Qijun even?" At this point, Tang Shan grew impatient and waved his hand directly. "Get to it. Hurry and kill them. Take over Yulong Mountain Villa." The three innate experts immediately charged at Tian. These three were the three great guardians under Tang Shan. Even the pinnacle of innate would be subdued by their combined strength. Tian knew he was not their match, urgently telling Dugu Hao, "My master ordered me to protect you. I can die, but you cannot. Quick, run." Tian pushed Dugu Hao into the car and shouted frantically, "Go." Then Tian turned to confront the three innate experts, not retreating an inch. Dugu Hao cried out in despair, but still started the car, preparing to escape. However, at that moment Tang Shan came to the front of the car, blocking the way, and slapped the car hood. The car hadn't even picked up speed. With Tang Shan's strength at the martial soul realm, this slap would surely stop the car. Meanwhile, not far away, Tian saw this scene and roared in anger, braving the attacks of the three guardians, and charged over. But he was already too late to act, only able to use his body to block Tang Shan's slap. Bang! Tian was already heavily injured, and under this slap, he spat blood wildly. However, this time Tian did not take a single step back. Even though he was slammed into the ground by Tang Shan, he stubbornly clung to Tang Shan's leg. "Go! Hurry and go!" Amidst the furious roars, Dugu Hao cried out in agony, desperately flooring the accelerator and fleeing for his life. Bang! 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 In a fit of rage, Tang Shan kicked Tian repeatedly, each kick infused with full strength. Tian's breath quickly weakened, and after a few kicks his heart meridian shattered. Yet he still did not let go, weakly gazing at the retreating Dugu Hao, a look of contentment appearing on his pale face. "Master, Tian I have not dishonored my mission." After a low murmur, Tian's breath completely dissipated. The three guardians nearby, along with Pan Jinji and Wang Pingyun, all wore indifferent expressions. Wang Pingyun even had a hint of smugness, laughing. "Jinji, did you see that? This is my master in the East Sea, and even in the entire Yuezhou, those who defy him must die." Pan Jinji, however, still expressed some concern, saying that Yi Qijun is very powerful. "I'm afraid he will seek revenge." At this moment, Tang Shan kicked Tian's corpse away, snorting coldly. Then he ordered, "Long Hu Bao, the three guardians, you stay at Yulong Mountain Villa. If that Yi Qijun dares come, eliminate him. Wang Pingyun, you are responsible for integrating various families and companies in the East Sea. From now on, this East Sea will be the territory of my Tang family." The few of them hurriedly accepted the orders, and seeing the three great experts providing protection, Pan Jinji felt reassured. Tang Shan then boarded a helicopter and departed. In Hang City, at the Shen family's manor, Yi Qijun was playing with his daughter Yi Xiaoru. Strangely, Yi Xiaoru showed no interest in most of the toys that little girls usually loved. Instead, when she ran to the gym and saw the boxing bag standing there, her eyes lit up. "Daddy, I want to hit this." Yi Qijun felt a bit helpless, but still affectionately said, "Okay, Daddy, we'll go get you some gloves." With that, he went to find a pair of small boxing gloves. At that moment, Yi Xiaoru hopped over to the bag empty-handed and threw a punch at it. Bang! The boxing bag, taller than a person, was sent flying by that punch. Boom! Under the massive bag, a base weighing hundreds of kilograms was also sent flying, crashing into a wall several meters away. After a loud explosion, the bag even broke through a wall and flew out of the gym. A little girl who appeared to be only 6 or 7 years old sent hundreds of kilograms of sandbags flying with a single punch, even breaking through a thick wall. This scene was truly astonishing. The servants in the gym were left gaping in disbelief. Even Yi Qijun wore a look of astonishment. He knew that Yi Xiaoru had a special constitution, but he never expected that after absorbing the spirit stone, her strength would become so formidable. Yi Qijun hurried forward, concerned about Zaira's condition, and upon discovering that she was fine, he finally felt at ease. Just then, outside the gym, Dugu Hao rushed in, filled with fury and despair, and upon seeing Yi Qijun, he burst into tears. "Yi Tian is dead." Yi Qijun's pupils shrank. Following this, Dugu Hao recounted the series of events, and upon hearing it, Yi Qijun flew into a rage. Shen Xianzhi, prepare the aircraft, we are going to Yulong Mountain Villa. Yi Qijun shouted angrily. Moments later, he boarded a helicopter with Dugu Hao and Shen Xianzhi, heading towards the East Sea. At Yulong Mountain Villa, Wang Pingyun, Pan Jinji, her parents, and the 3 protectors of Longhu Leopard were enjoying a lavish dinner in the dining room. At that moment, the old butler walked in and quietly asked Pan Jinji, "Madam, how should we handle Tian Can's corpse?" The others instantly wore displeased expressions. Pan Jinji scolded, "Can't you see we're eating? You blind fool, get out." Wang Pingyun waved his hand dismissively and casually said, "Do we really need to be asked about such trivial matters? Throw it to the dogs." The old butler hurriedly bowed and retreated. After leaving the villa, he let out a sigh. He had once worked with Tian Can, and now seeing that Tian Can could not find peace in death with his corpse being fed to dogs, he felt unbearable pity. In the end, the old butler gritted his teeth and quietly arranged for Tian Can's body to be placed respectfully, planning to find an opportunity to cremate the corpse the next day. Meanwhile, in the dining room, Pan Fuqiang was beaming with pride, lavishly praising Wang Pingyun. "Pingyun, you have achieved success now, so just enjoy life with Jinji. Although you are cousins, you have loved each other for so many years, and we support you being together." Wang Mei beside them chimed in repeatedly. They certainly hadn't said this before. They had been the most opposed to Pan Jinji and Wang Pingyun's union. But now seeing Wang Pingyun with Tangshan as his backing, and having become the president of a publicly listed company under the Tang family, their tune had completely changed. In their eyes, Wang Pingyun had become a golden support, and this support was far stronger than Dugu Hao. Dugu Hao was merely a lucky dog who had inherited a fortune. Wang Pingyun was the ideal son-in-law in their eyes. Wang Pingyun also wore a broad smile, looking at Pan Jinji with a gaze filled with desire and affection. "Rest assured, I will treat Jinji well." In the past, he had only played with Pan Jinji, but today he suddenly realized that after not seeing her for years, she had become so captivating. This made Wang Pingyun a bit entranced, unable to extricate himself. Just as he was lost in thought, suddenly outside the villa, a thunderous roar erupted. "Tangshan, Wang Pingyun, Pan Jinji, come out and die." This furious shout made the entire Yulong Mountain Villa tremble, as if it were the wrath of heaven. The 3 protectors of Longhu Leopard's expressions changed drastically as they rushed out, followed closely by Wang Pingyun and the others. Moments later, they arrived outside the villa to see Yi Qijun standing with his hands behind his back, looking coldly. Pan Jinzi's expression changed, and she exclaimed, He is Yi Qijun." The 3 protectors exchanged glances, their expressions heavy. Just from that shout, they could tell that Yi Qijun's strength was at least above the martial spirit realm. They were no match for him. At this moment, Yi Qijun's demeanor was indifferent, but his eyes flickered with intense rage. "Dugu, how are these the ones who killed Tian Can?" Yi Qijun asked. Dugu Hao nodded vigorously, saying, "Exactly. But the real culprit Tangshan is not here. These few are merely accomplices." The 3 protectors felt a heavy weight in their hearts. However, they did not panic. Instead, they remained remarkably calm. Even though Yi Qijun was strong, they believed that as long as they mentioned the Tang family's name, he would back down. Then the dragon protector stepped forward and arrogantly said, "Sir." As he began to speak, a figure flashed before him. Bang! Smack! Yi Qijun had directly appeared in front of him, delivering a resounding slap. The force behind Yi Qijun's slap was filled with rage, producing a sonic boom before it landed on the dragon protector's face. The explosive slap flattened the dragon protector's head, turning it from a gourd shape into a flat shape, killing him instantly. Meanwhile, the tiger and leopard protectors' faces changed drastically. "You dare! My Tang family!" Both of them opened their mouths in unison, wanting to yell in anger. But the next moment, without saying a word, Yi Qijun delivered another slap. Bang! Smack! Smack! The sounds of explosions and 2 consecutive slaps caused these 2 to meet the same fate as the dragon protector. The 3 protectors couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Collectively, they barely managed to say 10 words before Yi Qijun flattened their heads. Seeing this scene, Wang Pingyun was filled with terror. He hurriedly exclaimed, "I am a subordinate of Tangshan, the young master of the Tang family. You cannot touch me." The Tang family is one of the 4 martial arts families of Peach Blossom Island. If you dare to provoke them, you will surely meet a terrible end. Yi Qijun glanced at him expressionlessly. "So you can go down to wait for him in advance." After saying this, he casually struck out a palm, sending Wang Pingyun flying over 10 meters, shattering his bones, and turning him into a puddle of mush. Pan Jinji and her family watched in horror as Wang Pingyun and the others died before their eyes, terrified and collapsing to the ground. Without a word, he killed 4 people. At this moment, in the eyes of Pan Jinji and her family, Yi Qijun appeared as terrifying as a demon. Pan Fuqiang and Wang Mei were bowing their heads repeatedly, tears and snot streaming down their faces, utterly terrified. While bowing, Pan Jinji cried and begged, "Please don't kill us. Tian Can's death has nothing to do with us." It was Wang Pengyun and Tongshan who did it. I was forced. Duga Hao, brother Hao, dear, please help me plead for mercy. Seeing Pan Jinzi's pathetic state, a look of disgust appeared on Yi Qijun's face as he turned to Dugu Hao. He asked indifferently, have you come to your senses now? Dugu Hao's face was grim, and he nodded heavily, pulling out a dagger and silently walking forward. Pan Jinji looked at Dugu Hao in disbelief. You. Dugu Hao's face turned fierce. You wretch. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be so much trouble. How could Tian Can die? You all owe him your lives. With that, Dugu Hao drew the dagger and repeatedly stabbed Pan Jinji to death. After a moment, he straightened up and spat fiercely at the lifeless Pan Jinji. Wretch, didn't you enjoy being stabbed before? Now you're dead from being stabbed. Isn't that satisfying? After cursing, Dugu Hao turned and lunged at Pan Fuqiang and Wang Mei. After a while, Dugu Hao, who had personally killed Pan Jinji and her family, returned to Yi Qijun's side. Though he was trembling all over, his eyes were filled with intense hatred and determination. Yigo, I know I was wrong. Tian Can died trying to save me. I want to learn martial arts to avenge him. Dugu Hao witnessed his woman dyeing his hair and the tragic death of Tian Can, and at this moment his mindset had completely changed. He had lost all hope in Pan Jinji and realized the truth. Without strength, everything he had would be lost. Therefore, at this moment, Dugu Hao desperately wanted to become a master like Yi Qijun to avenge Tian Can. Dugu Hao was the son of Yi Qijun's master, but he had always been aimless, a complete underachiever, which greatly disappointed Yi Qijun. But now Dugu Hao finally had the fighting spirit, and Yi Qijun felt a slight sense of comfort in his heart. Wanting strength is a good thing. I will help you. As for the revenge for Tian Can, I will use the blood of the entire Tang family to honor Tian Can's spirit in the heavens. At that moment, the old butler hurried over. Mr. Yi, I have preserved the body of Mr. Tian Can. Please accept my condolences. The old butler bowed respectfully. Meanwhile, two servants approached carrying a stretcher. Yi Qijun lifted the white cloth and saw Tian Can's bloodied corpse, letting out a long sigh. However, just as he was about to cover the white cloth again, he suddenly discovered that Tian Can still had a faint breath. Yi Qijun hurriedly checked Tian Can's pulse, and after a moment, he was overjoyed. Tian Can is still alive. While saying this, Yi Qijun infused spiritual energy into Tian Can to keep him alive. After a long time, Tian Can's breathing gradually stabilized, and his complexion improved significantly, but he remained unconscious. Yi Qijun released his hand, letting out a silent sigh. The reason Tian Can could survive such severe injuries was that he had been pursued by the Liao family of Quzhou for many years, suffering countless injuries, which had forged his strong resilience, allowing his body to recover quickly. Moreover, Tian Can's physique seemed somewhat special, which was why he had managed to keep his life. However, this time the injury was far too severe, damaging his soul, and he could only live in a vegetative state. To awaken Tian Can, it was essential to find a treasure that could gather the soul. But such treasures were exceedingly rare, and the search would have to be slow. A few days later at the Lin family, Lin Manyu listened gloomily to Lin Chao and Yin Danxiu nagging her about marriage. She felt extremely troubled, and her mind was chaotic. She liked Yi Qijun, but now Yi Qijun was already married, and Lin Manyu did not want to be the third party. Moreover, her parents were constantly pressuring her to marry, leaving Lin Manyu feeling helpless. At that moment, the phone rang. It was Lin Manyu's agent informing her that the company had arranged a mandatory event for her to attend a commercial performance on Taohua Island in 2 days, where she would sing a song. Lin Manyu's eyes lit up. Although it was a company-mandated arrangement, she could also take the opportunity to unwind, so she immediately agreed. Beside her, Yin Danxiu quickly said, "Good daughter, just agree. Events like these are definitely attended by important figures, and you can take the opportunity to meet some outstanding young people. You are not young anymore. You should hurry and get married." Yin Danxiu started nagging again. Lin Manyu hurriedly stood up, saying, "Mom, I need to prepare the songs for my performance, so I can't chat right now." After saying that, she fled in a hurry. 2 days later, the day of the Taohua Island conference had arrived. At Yulong Manor, Yi Qijun, accompanied by Shen Xianzhi, was preparing to board the plane to Taohua Island. At this moment, Dugu Hao hurried over, saying, "Brother Yi, take me with you. You are too weak. You can only watch if you go." Yi Qijun shook his head. Dugu Hao had a serious expression, saying, "Brother Yi, Tian Can's situation is because of me, so I must go to avenge him. To become a strong person, one must witness the world of the strong. Take me with you." Yi Qijun looked deeply at Dugu Hao. From his gaze, Yi Qijun saw an unwavering determination. Yi Qijun was somewhat surprised that Dugu Hao actually had a heart of a strong person. Taking him along to experience the world was fine, so he agreed and brought him and Jin Muyan on board. Taohua Island is not far from the East China Sea. Half an hour later, the helicopter landed on the edge of Taohua Island. Today, Taohua Island was brightly lit and bustling with activity. For decades, Taohua Island had been controlled by the 4 major martial arts families because there was a rare metal vein on the island. The four families take turns being the island master every 10 years, and today is the day to re-elect the island master, which is a rare grand event. Notable figures from all over the Dragon Country have come to participate, as the four families are among the most prestigious in the country. Looking across the entire Dragon Country, they can be considered top-tier forces. Qijun and his companions got off the helicopter and walked toward the island, but just a few steps and they were stopped by a steward accompanied by several bodyguards. The steward politely said to Qijun, "Sir, today is the grand event of Taohua Island. Please show your invitation, or you will not be allowed to enter the island." Qijun raised an eyebrow. What invitation did he have? He pulled Jin Mu Yen from behind him, saying, "With him here, do we still need an invitation?" The steward glanced at Jin Mu Yen. At this moment, Jin Mu Yen had already changed beyond recognition. In recent days, Shen Xianzhi had been doing everything possible to train with Jin Mu Yen to become stronger and to avenge Tian, which meant Jin Mu Yen had to endure a beating every day. After so many days, Jin Mu Yan's head had nearly swollen like a pig's head and his eyes were almost squeezed. The steward didn't recognize him at first, and then disdainfully curled his lips, saying, "No matter who it is, without an invitation no one is allowed to enter." Qijun immediately shot a harsh glare at Jin Mu Yen. Jin Mu Yen trembled in his heart. The reason he had become like this was ultimately because of Qijun. Seeing Qijun's gaze, he shivered in fear. He hurriedly scolded, "Are your eyes blind? You dog! Take a good look at who I am." The steward was shocked and hurriedly looked closely, finally recognizing Jin Mu Yen, causing him to break out in a cold sweat on the spot. "Jin Xiao, you have gained some weight lately. I didn't recognize you. Please forgive me, Jin Xiao. Hurry up and get out of the way, let us in." Jin Mu Yen angrily cursed. The steward quickly made way. Jin Mu Yen led Qijun and the others into the island, thinking coldly in his heart that once he saw his family and successfully escaped, he would make Qijun pay dearly. Taohua Island is vast, and at the center there is a huge luxurious manor covering an area of at least 1,000 square meters. The four major families occupy the four corners of the manor, and today's conference is held in the central hall of the manor. At this time in the manor, a middle-aged man came out with a dozen subordinates. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, Jin Mu Yen immediately shouted, "Uncle, save me." "Mu Yen, what is the meaning of this?" Jin Shengfeng recognized Jin Mayan and immediately surrounded Qijun and the three others with his men. He was the younger brother of the Jin family patriarch and Jin Mayan's paternal uncle. His sudden intervention instantly drew the attention of numerous onlookers who paused mid-stride to watch the unfolding drama. Qijun remained utterly unruffled as he seized Jin Mayan by the collar. "You're of the Jin family, are you not? This man purchased his life from me for 20 spirit stones. Hand them over and I'll release him." At those words, Jin Shengfeng erupted in furious rage. Was someone daring to extort the Jin family? For a century no one had dared commit such an audacious affront. And when he beheld Jin Mayan's face, swollen grotesquely like a pig's head, Jin Shengfeng's murderous intent surged uncontrollably. "How brazen you are, to lay hands upon a member of the Jin family. You shall never leave Peach Blossom Island alive. Release Jin Mayan now, and I may grant you the dignity of an intact corpse. Refuse, and not only will you perish, but your entire bloodline shall be erased from existence." His voice dripped with glacial menace. The assembled guests stared at Qijun as though he were a madman. Among the crowd stood a young man and woman, both struck dumb by the spectacle before them. The young man sneered contemptuously, "Such reckless folly, daring to provoke the Jin family. This man is already as good as dead." Beside him the young woman studied Qijun closely, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "Brother, I beg to differ. I know this man. He is Qijun, Lord of Prison God Island, and possesses extraordinary martial prowess. He has been under my close observation lately. Prison God Island commands considerable renown and numbers, a formidable secular force, but it remains rooted in the mundane world. Within the realm of martial cultivation, strength alone dictates supremacy. Though Prison God Island boasts many followers, its elite cultivators remain weak, utterly incapable of rivaling ancient lineage-rooted martial families. Why waste our Bai family's intelligence resources on him?" These two belong to the Bai family, one of the most exceptional lineages among the 100 schools of thought. Their founding ancestor Bai Shaoxing established the Bai family centuries ago. Since then, the Bai family has meticulously maintained two authoritative rankings, the martial lineage ranking and the martial supremacy ranking. These lists are widely regarded as the most credible in the Jianghu. In terms of intelligence gathering and intimate knowledge of underworld affairs, the Bai family stands unrivaled, earning them the title of historians of the Jianghu. For the Peach Blossom Island Assembly, the Bai family dispatched siblings Bai Zhantong and Bai Yuro to document the event. Bai Yuro, newly initiated into fieldwork, accompanied her elder brother for training. Yet upon hearing her brother's rebuke, Bai Yuro bristled with quiet defiance. She withdrew a tablet from her sleeve, its screen brimming with classified dossiers. and selected one file to show him. Look here. This is the dossier on the annihilation of the Linghu clan in Quzhou just half a month ago. It was Yi Qijun who razed them utterly. He is now the undisputed sovereign of Quzhou. Bai Zhantong recoiled in genuine astonishment and scrutinized the dossier intently. The Linghu clan, after all, ranked among the 100 schools. This Yi Qijun was clearly no ordinary cultivator. I concede, he is formidable. But defeating the Linghu clan does not entitle him to defy the Jin family with impunity. The Linghu clan ranks 99th among the 100 schools, the very bottom tier. Yet each of the 4 great families of Peach Blossom Island stands within the top 80. By comparison, the Linghu clan falls far short in true power. Cease monitoring Yi Qijun. He is already a dead man for having provoked the Jin family. With that, Bai Zhantong tossed the tablet back carelessly and turned toward the manor, dismissing the spectacle altogether. Yet precisely at that moment, Yi Qijun blurred forward, materializing before Jin Changfeng in a single breath, and struck him down with a palm strike so swift and lethal that the man collapsed lifeless. Then turning coldly toward Jin Mayan, "It seems your family has no intention of honoring its word. Very well, those 20 spirit stones will no longer suffice to buy your life. You'll need to pay more." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Jin Mayan broke into icy sweat, paralyzed by terror. The Bai siblings stood frozen, disbelief etched across their faces. Within the heart of Peach Blossom Island, the Jin family's sovereign domain, Yi Qijun had slain Jin Changfeng without hesitation or mercy. This was no mere arrogance. It was the act of a true madman. Inside the central hall of the Peach Blossom Manor, the 4 great families of Peach Blossom Island, the Tang Jin Wu and Zheng clans, had all convened. Hundreds of their disciples attended to the distinguished guests. The vast hall teemed with over 1,000 guests, each a towering figure in Longhua's elite circles. Merely standing within this chamber marked one as a person of immense influence and renown. Upon the central stage, a list celebrities performed one after another, superstars and divas alike. Yet even they served merely as ornamental flourishes for this grand assembly. Among the guests, several watched the performances with predatory intent, scouting talent, selecting stars, and preparing to claim them backstage once their sets ended. At that moment, Lin Manyu ascended the stage draped in a flowing violet gown. Her voice, harmonized with ethereal music, soared like celestial melody. The entire hall fell hushed, captivated, awestruck. Though primarily a model, Lin Manyu had long pursued excellence in film, television, and music, her rigorous training over years yielding vocal mastery rivaling that of reigning divas. Her visage possessed transcendent beauty, rare beyond measure, rendering most female celebrities pale by comparison. Her physique, that of a world-renowned supermodel. As the final note faded, thunderous applause erupted. Yet, just as Lin Manyu descended the stage to depart, she was abruptly intercepted by a young man. None other than Tang Shan, the heir apparent of the Tang family. His gaze raked over Lin Manyu with unabashed hunger, heedless of the assembled dignitaries, his words blunt and imperious. "Lin Manyu, is it? Impressive. I've chosen you. Come here. Your sole duty tonight is to please me. Serve me well, and henceforth you shall be mine." Lin Manyu's brow furrowed instantly. Tang Shan spoke with condescending arrogance, as if she were not a human being but a mere plaything to command. Such disdain stirred profound revulsion within her, yet mindful of the audience, she preserved a veneer of courtesy. "I'm sorry, young Master Tang. I'm not that kind of woman. If you'll excuse me." With that, she turned to leave, only for her words to ignite stunned murmurs across the hall. Especially the actresses from her own agency scoffed openly. Who does she think she is? Is her mouth lined with gold? She's always played aloof. Now she dares reject young Master Tang. What utter impudence! Tang Shan's expression darkened instantly. To be refused so publicly. If he failed to subdue her now, his prestige would shatter irreparably. Without hesitation, Tang Shan strode forward, closing the distance between them. Slap! A stinging blow landed across Lin Manyu's cheek. "I despise resistance from women. Since you scorn my grace, I shall show you no mercy. Today I shall provide the guests with a spectacle, defiling you before every eye in this hall. Let us see how long you cling to your virtue." Lin Manyu covered her face, gazing at the mocking expressions of those around her. Despair welled up in her heart. She was but a frail woman, utterly powerless against Tang Shan's ruthless coercion and the cold, indifferent stares of the influential figures surrounding her. These men did not regard her as human at all. Dazed and hollow-eyed, Lin Manyu staggered backward 2 steps and let out a bitter, hollow laugh. Better to die than fall into Tang Shan's clutches and suffer the same fate as those fallen starlets. Yet, just as Lin Manyu resolved to end her life, a Jin clan member burst violently into the hall. "Clan Master, the outer courtyard is in chaos." His thunderous shout caused Jin Xingwu, father of Jin Mayan and current clan master, to instantly darken his expression. "How dare you bellow like a rabid dog? Shameless disgrace." But the clansman paid no heed, roaring on. "Fourth elder Jin Changfeng has been slain. Young Master Jin Mayan has been abducted by the same perpetrator. The killer stands outside this very hall. 3 terse sentences detonated across the chamber. Stunned silence fell. Everyone froze, disbelieving their ears. Was this some fantastical tale? Could it truly be real? On Peach Blossom Island, Jin Clan's sovereign domain, someone had dared abduct Jin Mayan and execute Jin Shengfeng. It was as if they had stomped upon the Jin clan's very crown and danced upon its skull. Over 100 Jin disciples, including Jin Xingwu himself, erupted in furious wrath. Jin Xingwu roared, "What lowborn wretch dares lay hands upon my kin? Bring him before me." With that, Jin Xingwu led the entire Jin contingent outward, their aura thick with murderous intent. But before they'd taken 2 strides, a Jin disciple, formerly in Jin Shengfeng's retinue, came sprinting in panic toward the hall in trance. Just as he reached the threshold, a boot slammed into his back. He erupted in crimson spray, limbs flailing wildly as he was hurled headlong into the hall. Before the 4 great clans and over 1,000 distinguished guests, the intruder struck without hesitation, slaying a Jin disciple outright. Instantly, the hall's atmosphere ignited. Over 1,000 auras surged forth in unison. More than 70% were martial cultivators of formidable rank, each a renowned master commanding respect across the realm. In this hall, grandmasters were commonplace. Sovereign masters walked freely among them. The combined pressure of 1,000 elite cultivators struck Du Guhao the moment he entered. His face drained of color, his mind reeling. It felt as though colossal mountains crashed down upon his brow, a force no ordinary man could withstand. Even Shen Xianzhi beside him paled visibly, his body trembling on the verge of collapse. Yet in the next breath, Qijun unleashed an overwhelming, heaven-shaking aura. A lone warrior holding the pass. 10,000 foes could not break through. Qijun's glacial gaze swept across the assembly. Every guest instinctively averted their eyes, their auras shrinking in submission. Finally, his gaze settled upon Lin Manyu and lingered upon the stark, livid slap mark blazing across her cheek. A surge of fury ignited within him. In a flash, he stood before her, voice edged with frost. "Who dared harm you?" Lin Manyu stared motionless at Qijun. At the nadir of her despair, he appeared as if descending upon auspicious rainbow clouds, pulling her from the abyss. This was the peerless hero she had always envisioned. Tears flooded her eyes. Sobbing uncontrollably, she collapsed into Qijun's arms, releasing all her pent-up anguish and terror. Qijun gently patted her back, then scanned the hall. "The one responsible. Step forward and meet your death." Tang Shan's expression hardened instantly. To act so brazenly in such company. He strode forward, arrogance dripping from every syllable. "What? I merely fancied a woman, intended to amuse myself. Do you object? On Tang Clan soil you are but..." Bang! Slap! A sonic boom cracked the air, then a thunderous blow struck Tang Shan's skull. His head flattened instantly, crushed into a grotesque pancake-like disc. One strike reduced Tang Shan, the Tang Clan's heir and a peak-level soul realm cultivator, to 2-dimensional ruin. Gasps echoed across the hall. Countless guests recoiled in horror. He'd arrived, struck, and killed, denying Tang Shan even a final coherent word. The incident had exploded beyond containment. Guests scrambled backward, desperate to avoid being splattered by the coming storm of blood. Du Guhao stood frozen, then stammered, "Brother Yi, this man is the one who crippled Tian Can." Qijun scoffed, "Had I known it was him, I'd have made his death far less merciful." Silence swallowed the hall. A single slap had obliterated a soul realm peak cultivator. Qijun's strength must surpass the spirit realm. And yet he defied the 4 great clans and 1,000 dignitaries with utter impunity. His power and his audacity left every soul speechless. Moments later, a broad-shouldered, middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd, his countenance black with fury. None other than Tang Hao, Tang Shan's father and Tang Clan's patriarch. Shock and rage warred within him as he demanded, "Who are you, and why commit murder in broad daylight?" Qijun cast a dismissive glance his way. "He left my subordinate grievously wounded. Death was his due." Then he pointed toward Jin Mayan and withdrew the mysterious cloth scroll left by the unknown sender. "This Jin Mayan fell into my hands. He pledged 40 spirit stones for his life. Where are the Jin elders? Debt must be repaid. And this cloth bears connection to my mother. Once these 2 matters are settled, I shall depart." At that, Jin Mayan dashed toward the Jin contingent and threw himself before Jin Xingwu. Surrounded by his kin, Jin Mayan finally felt safe, and the accumulated trauma erupted. "Father, this Qijun is no mortal man. He seized me." Tears and snot streamed down his face as he recounted his ordeal, voice breaking with raw, unfiltered grief. Finally, he glared at Qijun with venomous hatred. Qijun has no backing, no affiliation with any of the 100 schools of thought. "Father, you must avenge me." That final plea held the greatest weight. The 4 great clans had hesitated precisely because they feared Qijun's hidden lineage. Hearing those words, every face turned grim. One unaffiliated with the 100 schools, yet daring such insolence. Jin Xingwu and Tang Hao erupted in simultaneous volcanic fury. Their sons, one reduced to a mangled wreck by Yi Qijun, the other slain beneath their very eyes. An unforgivable blood feud. Tang Hao bellowed, "Demonic scum, I demand your life for my sons." Jin Xingwu roared in kind, "If we do not slay you, where lies the Jin clan's honor?" At that instant both unleashed their full auras, peak-level spirit realm masters, and charged Yi Qijun as one. Faced with the attacks of two peak martial spirit realm experts, Yi Qijun remained calm, sweeping his palm across with a powerful strike. Boom, boom. Yi Qijun stood still while Jin Xingwu and Tang Hao were both forced back several steps. The two of them joined forces, yet they were completely no match for Yi Qijun. Although they were not injured, continuing the fight would undoubtedly lead to their defeat. Jin Xingwu and Tang Hao's expressions turned extremely grim. In the hall there were still over 1,000 guests watching. If they couldn't even handle a kid without any background, their family's reputation would be utterly ruined. Tang Hao suddenly shouted in anger, "Master Zheng, Master Wu, let's join forces, form a formation, and slay this." The four great families have always stood united in the Jianghu, possessing a unique combined formation. Once the formation is activated, their joint attack would unleash tremendous power. Upon hearing this, the head of the Zheng family immediately leaped into action. The head of the Zheng family is a beautiful middle-aged woman who, despite being famous in the Jianghu for decades, appears to be in her early 30s with a mature and alluring appearance, exuding charm in her every move. This is the head of the Zheng family, Zheng Fangzi. Countless people in the Jianghu have been infatuated with her for years, longing for a glimpse of her grace. At the same time, joining Zheng Fangzi in action was the grand elder of the Tang family, also at the peak of the martial spirit realm. For peak martial spirits in total, the four great families of Peach Blossom Island truly deserve their place among the leading sects. Their terror is unmatched. However, Tang Hao and the others soon turned their attention to the head of the last family, Master Wu Sanqing. Tang Hao, dissatisfied, asked Master Wu, "What do you mean? Why aren't you making a move?" Wu Sanqing hesitated and replied, "Yi Qijun just revealed that item. It must be linked to that person from years ago. My Wu family did not participate in that matter back then, so today my Wu family will not make a move." Tang Hao and the others glared at Wu Sanqing in frustration, displeased with his decision. However, they didn't care too much. Their formation only required 4 peak martial spirits to activate. Moreover, the Wu family is the weakest among the 4 great families, and with Wu Sanqing being indifferent to the world, the Wu family has faced exclusion from the other 3 for many years. It was not surprising that Wu Sanqing wanted to observe the changes. Tang Hao and the others ignored him, quickly forming a formation that surrounded Yi Qijun. Boom. The moment the formation was completed, their combined aura surged, erupting explosively. The 4 peak martial spirits under the influence of the formation were comparable to a martial saint. In the various realms of martial arts, the level of martial saint is undoubtedly a watershed. Only the extraordinary can attain the saint level. True martial saint experts can even briefly fly in the air. While the 4 of them couldn't fly with the aid of the formation, they could fight on par with a martial saint. "You dog thief, die!" Tang Hao roared, angrily charging at Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun also struck out with a punch, engaging in battle with the 4. In the hall, the sounds of battle echoed continuously as the 5 of them clashed violently. After dozens of exchanges, the 2 sides finally separated. Yi Qijun felt a sense of satisfaction. He had finally tested the limits of his strength. At his current initial stage of Golden Core, he could sweep across the martial spirit realm, even fighting to a standstill with a martial saint. Those watching around felt a collective sigh of relief. It seemed that Yi Qijun was about to lose. Although it appeared that Yi Qijun was not at a disadvantage, one must not forget that the 4 great families were filled with experts. Yi Qijun was merely evenly matched with Tang Hao and the others. If the others attacked together, he would undoubtedly be defeated. However, in the next moment, Yi Qijun took out an item revealing a pure white glove. This was a treasure left to him by his master, the Snow Silkworm gloves. As soon as it appeared, spiritual energy enveloped it, causing many martial soul and martial spirit experts in the hall to gasp. Treasures suffused with spiritual energy are extremely rare. After putting on the gloves, Yi Qijun calmly commanded, "Knife come." Shen Xianzhi tore down the long cloth bag he had been carrying on his back, shaking it lightly to toss the item inside to Yi Qijun. Demon Blade Spring Snow manifest. Yi Qijun extended his hand, grabbing the Demon Blade Spring Snow, while simultaneously beckoning at Tang Hao and the others with his empty left hand. "Come again." Tang Hao and the others were shocked. Just moments ago, Yi Qijun was barehanded and fought to a standstill with them. Now, with 2 treasures in hand, his strength had significantly increased. However, before they could react, Yi Qijun was already in front of them. The long blade sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qijun unleashed dozens of strikes like a torrential storm. Tang Hao and the others were unable to retaliate, and were sent flying by the dozens of strikes. By the time everyone reacted, they saw Tang Hao and the others covered in injuries, each of them falling to the ground, continuously spitting blood. Everyone in the hall was horrified. The four peak martial spirits, even combined in a formation, were still no match for Qijun. What kind of monster is this? Tang Hao's face was filled with resentment and anger as he glared at Wu Sanqing, shouting, Wu Sanqing, are you still not making a move? We abide by the agreement that the four great families stand united, but if you continue to stand idly by, don't blame us for joining forces to wipe out your Wu family. Wu Sanqing's heart sank. What a joke. You four peak martial spirits are as fragile as rotten eggs breaking upon contact. If I go up now, wouldn't that be courting death? Wu Sanqing pretended not to hear and remained completely still. Tang Hao was furious, but helpless. Without the Wu family's support, the four of them were not Qijun's opponent at all. The three family heads exchanged glances and finally made up their minds. Jin Xingwu sneered cruelly, saying, Qijun, do you think our three families lack foundation? Today you must die here. As the words fell, Jin Xingwu pulled out a jade pendant, while Tang Shan and Zheng Fangzi also took out different tokens and simultaneously crushed them. The three of them spoke in unison, we request the ancestor to come out. The four great families of Peach Blossom Island have profound foundations. Each family has a martial saint ancestor who is in seclusion and will appear once the family is in crisis. However, over a decade ago, the Wu family's ancestor passed away, which is the fundamental reason why the Wu family has been suppressed by the other three families all these years. In that moment, the heads of the Tang Jin and Zheng families simultaneously summoned their family ancestors to take action. As the tokens shattered, three awe-inspiring auras soared into the sky from the depths of Peach Blossom Island. Martial Saints. Three martial saints. All the guests in the hall fell silent in fear. The next moment, three figures soared into the air, breaking through the atmosphere. If the martial spirit realm represents the strong in the secular world, then the martial saint realm already possesses the ability of brief flight, transcending ordinary beings, representing the truly terrifying existence on Earth. In the crowd, Bai Zhantong said to Bai Yuru beside him, did you see? This is the foundation of the various sects. With martial saints guarding, ordinary Jianghu families and secular forces are nothing but mere chickens and dogs in front of these sects. They are nothing at all. Three figures soared through the sky, each of them possessing greater power than the combined might of the four grand martial spirits. Qijun frowned slightly. He never expected that among these three great families there were such formidable old monsters. If it were just one he could manage, but three together would surely overpower him. How to break this? Just then suddenly, an authoritative voice erupted in everyone's ears. Three old dogs, do you think my disciple has no backing? As the voice fell, a figure appeared like a thunderclap, suddenly materializing in the sky, blocking the path of the three ancestors. The figure was clad in black robes, trailing a black cloak over 10 meters long, fluttering in the air like divine might, overwhelming. The three ancestors paused mid-flight, and then simultaneously charged towards the figure in black. But the next moment, the figure in black raised a hand as if playing whack-a-mole. With a series of loud thuds, each ancestor was swiftly and decisively struck down. The three ancestors let out a wretched scream, blood raining down from the sky. All of them perished. This scene sent chills down the spines of everyone in the distant hall. What is happening? Those were three legendary martial saint-level experts, beings who transcended the ordinary, and they were so effortlessly defeated. Qijun was also taken aback upon seeing the figure in black, exclaiming in surprise, Master. In the distance, the figure in black flicked his cloak and turned to gaze at Qijun. It was indeed Qijun's master, the former island lord of Prison God Island, Du Geheo's father, Du Gubo. Qijun hurriedly said, Master, where have you been all these years? I have missed you. However, Du Gubo showed no intention of approaching. He merely raised a hand, and a light paper flew thousands of meters, landing before Qijun. Qijun took a look and was shocked to find it was a list. Qijun, those on this list are all enemies who harmed your parents back in the day. At that time, your parents didn't want you to take revenge, but I went against their wishes to enlighten you and guide you to investigate the truth. Because the blood of the Yi family flows within you, destined for an extraordinary life. If you wish to know the whole truth, then grow stronger and pry open the mouths of those enemies. Father. Qijun's expression turned serious. He had no impression of his father at all. This was the first time he had heard of him from his master. At that moment, Du Guhao excitedly shouted, You are Yi guest master, then you are my father. Father, come here, I have something to say to you. But as soon as he finished shouting, Du Gubo glanced at him from afar, then vanished into thin air, disappearing into the horizon. Du Guhao stood there dumbfounded. He wore a face full of doubt about life, blinking and asking, Yigu, are you sure I am his biological son? This doesn't seem like something a real father would do, right? Not even a stepfather would be so heartless. Qijun shook his head and replied lightly, Because you are too weak. Just like me, our real fathers don't even want to see us. Du Guhao seemed to ponder deeply. He understood Yi Kaijin's meaning. Both Yi Kaijin's father and Du Gubo seemed to harbor many secrets, and they did not wish for their children to be involved in these secrets, hence staying away. It seemed heartless, but in fact it was a form of protection. However, as a grown man, being treated like a weak child was incredibly unpleasant. Du Guhao suddenly raised his head, looking in the direction Du Gubo had left, and declared solemnly, "Yigu, I want to grow stronger." Yi Qijun ignored him and simply stared at the list in his hand. The list was densely written with countless names, forces, and families. Among them were over 60 from the very. There were also many other forces and figures. If these people were all enemies, then it meant that Yi Kaijin's enemies were nearly half of the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, this also included the three families of Peach Blossom Island: the Tang family, the Jin family, and the Zheng family. Yi Qijun was deeply shaken. Oh, what kind of identity did his parents possess? How could they stand against so many strong figures from half of the Dragon Kingdom? As Yi Qijun pondered, everyone in the hall was filled with trepidation. The four peak martial spirits from the three families had already been severely wounded by Yi Qijun, and the three ancestors were directly killed by Yi Kaijin's master. Now the three families had no power to resist before Yi Qijun. Their fate was entirely in Yi Kaijin's hands, their lives and deaths depended on his whim. No matter how many troops they had, he alone could suppress them all. Just as they were anxious, Yi Qijun put away the list and approached the heads of the three families. He looked down at the three, coldly asking, "What happened 10 years ago?" Tang Shan's expression was filled with resentment, but now the lives of everyone in the Tang family were in Yi Kaijin's hands, so he dared not act recklessly. Tang Shan immediately said, "As long as you let us go, I will tell you." Bang! Yi Qijun kicked Tang Shan away, his bones shattered, dying on the spot. "You have no qualifications to bargain with me." Next, with that, Yi Qijun coldly looked at the other two. Jin Xingwu was drenched in cold sweat, no longer daring to talk nonsense, and quickly spoke the truth. "Back then we only heard rumors that your father was related to a great secret, but we received the news too late, and could not participate in the siege against your father. Afterwards we captured your mother, intending to interrogate her for the truth, but she was rescued by a group of mysterious experts. That's all I know. As for the rest, I truly do not know." What Jin Xingwu said proved that Yi Kaijin's mother was still alive, but left no other clues. "It seems you are of no use either." Bang! Yi Qijun struck again, killing Jin Xingwu. Finally, it was Zheng Fang's turn. Watching Tang Shan and Jin Xingwu die before her eyes, Zheng Fangzi was filled with terror. She knew the same information as Jin Xingwu, and even less. But Zheng Fangzi quickly thought of her own advantage, swiftly restraining her fear, becoming alluring and charming. Although Zheng Fangzi was not young, she was well preserved, her skin radiant and snow-like, her figure graceful and voluptuous, exuding a mature charm. She gently knelt before Yi Qijun, seductively saying, "Mr. Yi, I am willing to serve you as your maid. You can do whatever you want with me. My skills are far superior to those of women in their 20s or 30s. This was where Zheng Fangzi was most confident. 30 years of looks, 60 years of skill accumulation. In this regard, who could rival her after 60 years of experience? Yi Qijun looked at her expressionlessly, then waved his hand. "Anything I want. Then come here." Zheng Fangzi felt a surge of joy crawling closer to Yi Qijun. As long as she could survive and protect the Zheng family, even if it meant displaying her skills in front of 1,000 people, she had no reservations. However, the next moment, Yi Qijun grabbed Zheng Fangzi by the head, a cold smile on his lips. "A woman in her 30s still wants to be my maid. You think you are worthy?" As he spoke, a tremendous suction force completely drained the spiritual energy from Zheng Fang's body. Masters of the martial spirit realm have transformed their internal power from internal energy into spiritual energy, which can be absorbed by Yi Qijun. However, the spiritual energy within men is turbulent, while that within women is much more docile and easier to absorb for one's own use. After draining the spiritual energy from Zheng Fangzi, Yi Kaijin's cultivation increased significantly. He casually tossed aside Zheng Fang's withered corpse and coldly surveyed his surroundings. Wu Sanqing, the head of the Wu family, immediately stepped forward, displaying utmost respect. Since ancient times, the strong have held the highest regard in the martial world. "Mr. Yes, strength is evident to all. My Wu family is willing to serve Mr. Yi as our master for generations to come with unwavering loyalty." At this point, Wu Sanqing knelt before Yi Qijun to demonstrate his submission. Yi Qijun pondered for a moment. Wu Sanqing's strength is quite remarkable, having reached the peak of the martial spirit realm. Now that he has learned some truths about his parents, he is bound to embark on a path of revenge in the future. Faced with the strength of half the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Qijun found it difficult to achieve his revenge goals alone, so he needed to expand his territory and followers. Peach Blossom Island, being so close to the Dragon Kingdom, and like Prison God Island situated on the sea, is perfectly suited to serve as his stronghold. Thinking of this, Yi Qijun nodded and said, "Good. From today onward, the Wu family shall fall under my command." You must swiftly deal with the three major families and gather all the spirit stones they possess. Understood. Wu Sanqing was overjoyed. I shall obey your command. Time rewinds to a few hours earlier. In the deep mountains outside Feng City Chuzhou, a figure soared into the sky, laughing uproariously. I have finally broken through. Half-step Martial Saint Realm, who dares to say that the Linghu family is the tale of the 100 clans, just a gatekeeper? This person was none other than Linghu Qianquan, the patriarch of the Linghu family, who had been in seclusion for 10 years. After laughing for a moment, he flew towards the direction of the Linghu family in Feng City. Moments later, Linghu Qianquan landed in the Linghu family estate. A loud laugh echoed throughout the estate. Children, your ancestor has returned. Come out to greet me. The day of our Linghu family's rise has come. Where's my family? He suddenly realized that within the estate there was not a trace of powerful auras, only a handful of minor characters at the battle god level. A moment later, the remaining few battle gods of the Linghu family emerged tremblingly to greet him and informed him of the family's destruction. Linghu Qianquan was filled with rage. Prepare a helicopter. We are heading to Peach Blossom Island. I will make Yi Qijun suffer 1,000 cuts and grind his bones to dust. Back then, Yi Qijun had kidnapped Jin Muyin, and today is the day of the Peach Blossom Island conference. Yi Qijun is sure to be present at Peach Blossom Island. Soon Linghu Qianquan arrived at Peach Blossom Island, charging straight into the central hall. Now he was a half-step martial saint, while the heads of the four great families on Peach Blossom Island were merely at the peak of the martial spirit realm. His strength was enough to act with impunity here. Upon entering the hall, Linghu Qianquan bellowed, "Where is Yi Qijun? Where is this old ancestor?" Huh? In the vast hall, some guests at the entrance cast puzzled glances at him. Who is this? At that moment, Linghu Qianquan's eyes widened as he gazed in disbelief at the scene in the center of the hall. After all, the Linghu family was one of the 100 clans. Even if they ranked last, Linghu Qianquan still recognized the heads of the four great families on Peach Blossom Island. Yet 3 of the family heads, along with the elder of the Tang family, all 4 peak martial spirits, were kneeling before Yi Qijun, heavily injured and spitting blood. Before he could comprehend, 3 martial saints approached from afar. However, these 3 fierce beings, while breaking through the air, were each struck down one by one. Linghu Qianquan's scalp tingled. He had just broken through to half-step martial saint, while those 3 were true martial saint powerhouses. Yet even such formidable figures were slain by that man in the black robe. The most terrifying part was that the man in black robe was actually Yi Qijun's master. The shocking scenes caused Linghu Qianquan's face to twitch, and he couldn't help but retract his neck. Next came the scene of Yi Qijun slaying the 4 peak martial spirits and subduing the Wu family. Finally, Yi Qijun coldly gazed at Linghu Qianquan at the hall's entrance. "Did you just call for me? Is there something you need?" Linghu Qianquan stepped back in horror, repeatedly waving his hands. Nothing. Just passing by. Yes, I was just passing by. Everyone disperse. What are so many people doing here?" Then he turned around and slipped away, fleeing in a dejected state. It wasn't until he reached the helicopter that Linghu Qianquan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It was too terrifying. Not to mention Yi Qijun's master, who could kill a martial saint with one hand. Just Yi Qijun alone was already frightening enough. The array of the 4 great families of Peach Blossom Island had long been renowned, with 4 peak martial spirits forming the array. It could rival a true martial saint. Yet even so, it was crushed by Yi Qijun. His half-step martial saint strength was utterly insufficient before Yi Qijun. Other guests hurriedly departed, all in a rush. Today's events had truly left them in shock. 3 of the 4 great families of Peach Blossom Island were directly exterminated, with 3 legendary martial saints falling. The destruction of these 3 families was enough to shake the entire Dragon Kingdom's martial world. How could they dare to stay and continue watching the spectacle? Soon the central hall became quiet. Yi Qijun walked out accompanied by Lin Wanyu, Shen Xianzhi, and Dugu Hao, preparing to take a tour around Peach Blossom Island to see if it was suitable for establishing a base. Just as they exited the hall, Wu Sanqing approached with dozens of people carrying a heap of boxes. "Master, here are the items from the treasure vault of the 3 families. The spirit stones you requested are all here, along with their treasured martial arts manuals and various treasures." Bang! Bang! A dozen large boxes opened before Yi Qijun. Among them, one small box contained a complete 200 spirit stones. Yi Qijun was somewhat surprised. After eliminating the Linghu family, he had only gathered 8 spirit stones, yet here there were so many. Upon inquiring, Wu Sanqing explained, "Peach Blossom Island has a rare metal vein. Our 4 families occupied Peach Blossom Island for this vein, and in terms of wealth we are wealthier than other martial families. These spirit stones are not just from the 3 families. All of our Wu family spirit stones are here, presented to you, master." Yi Qijun nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the other boxes. Most of the boxes contained merely silver and gold treasures and some ancient artifacts, but none contained treasures imbued with spiritual energy, causing Yi Qijun to quickly lose interest. The last two boxes contain the martial arts manuals treasured by the three families. These items are the foundation for any martial family. Yi Qijun casually flipped through these manuals, but after a moment, he furrowed his brow slightly. Xingye sword technique, white dragon palm technique. None of the manuals he looked at were worth his attention. In martial arts cultivation, one must first refine the blood and qi within the body into inner energy, and only upon reaching the martial spirit realm can one transform that inner energy into spiritual energy. However, Yi Qijun's cultivation is different from martial arts. From the very beginning, what he has been refining is spiritual energy. In simple terms, ordinary martial arts methods take a detour, while the technique Yi Qijun practices leads directly to the Great Path. Compared to his technique, these martial arts methods are all trash. Just as Yi Qijun was about to stop looking, suddenly the manual in his hands made him exclaim softly. This technique in hand had no name, but its content was quite novel. Yi Qijun could tell at a glance that this technique was extraordinary. It was clearly a remarkable skill that surpassed those ordinary martial arts techniques. After a brief contemplation, Yi Qijun called for Dugu Hao. Do you want to become stronger? Yes. Dugu Hao nodded repeatedly. Prove it to me. Yi Qijun said lightly. Without hesitation, Dugu Hao drew a dagger gripping the blade's edge and made a deep cut. Blood streamed down and Dugu Hao declared resolutely, Brother Yi, I want to become stronger. Regardless of the difficulties and dangers, I am willing to risk it all. Yi Qijun smiled and tossed the nameless technique to him. Your determination is commendable. From now on you shall practice this technique. This technique requires one to first cultivate the mind. As long as one can find their beloved in their heart, they can enhance their mental state. With an elevated mental state, cultivation can be rapidly improved through dual cultivation. Your passionate and sincere nature is the most suitable for this technique. Dugu Hao was overjoyed, and after carefully reading the technique several times, he was filled with excitement. In his understanding, the method to enhance the mental state was essentially to fall in love. To engage in a love that is unforgettable and promises eternal devotion would elevate his mental state. Indeed, it was the perfect technique for him. In Yinjing at the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of War, a round-table meeting was taking place. The first commander sighed, saying, In just half a month, Yi Qijun has already destroyed 4 factions of the 100 schools. If this continues, the martial world is bound to be thrown into chaos again. Bang, bang, bang. The hot-tempered third commander laughed heartily, slamming the table. Well done. It's best to wipe out all the 100 schools. This kid is too much in tune with my temperament. Next time we meet, I must drink with him for 3 days straight. The first commander shot him an annoyed glare. He slaughters martial spirit realm experts as easily as killing chickens. You drinking with him? You might not even last 3 hours. The third commander immediately retorted, In terms of strength, I may not be as good as him, but when it comes to drinking, I bow to no one. Beside them, the sixth commander said quietly, In the world of boasting you claim 8 measures, yet you owe the world 2 measures of boasting. Instantly the other commanders burst into laughter. The third commander, furious, puffed his cheeks, glaring with wide eyes, his fists cracking. You old six, it's been a while since I beat you up, or are you itching for a fight? The third commander's strength exceeded that of the sixth commander by quite a bit. If a fight broke out, the sixth commander would surely not stand a chance. However, the sixth commander remained unfazed, calmly stating, Come on, feel free to hit me. I won't retaliate. Afterward, you can go talk to Yi Qijun about this matter. The third commander was immediately deflated, sitting back down with a gloomy expression. With his fiery temper, if he were to negotiate with Yi Qijun, could it even be called negotiation? He would probably end up flipping the table and fighting within 2 minutes. Moreover, the problem was that he simply couldn't defeat Yi Qijun. The first commander tapped the table and said sternly, Enough with the nonsense. The tone for this matter has been set. Old six, you need to make another trip. The sixth commander had no choice but to agree. On Peach Blossom Island. After showing a few people around, Yi Qijun felt immensely satisfied. Peach Blossom Island is quite large, about 15 kilometers in radius, enough to accommodate over 100,000 people. With some development, it could serve as his base near the Dragon Kingdom. Just as Yi Qijun returned to the central hall, a rumbling sound came from the sky. It was the Ministry of War's helicopter. Moments later, the sixth commander arrived with Xiao Yin and the 3 war gods, approaching Yi Qijun and respectfully cupping their fists. Greetings, Lord of the Underworld. Yi Qijun stood with his hands behind his back and asked indifferently, Sixth commander, you have traveled far. What brings you here? The sixth commander knew that Yi Qijun disliked small talk, so he got straight to the point. I represent the Ministry of War and would like to request Lord of the Underworld to spare the 100 schools from total destruction. Yi Qijun's expression suddenly turned cold. Among the 100 schools, over 60 factions had participated in the siege against his parents. These individuals harbored a deep-seated blood feud with him. Is the Ministry of War trying to plead for his enemies? Yi Qijun said coldly, What if I refuse? The sixth commander gave a wry smile, knowing Yi Qijun was not easy to persuade. You misunderstand, Lord of the Underworld. The Ministry of War is not trying to stop you from seeking revenge. To be honest, if it were possible, the Ministry of War would rather eradicate all the 100 schools. But these 100 schools are families with lineages spanning hundreds of years, deeply rooted in the martial world, with their influence intertwined throughout the Dragon Kingdom. If numerous families were to be eradicated, it could lead to chaos within the Dragon Kingdom, resulting in countless common people losing their homes. Therefore, I implore you, Lord of the Underworld, to consider the well-being of the over 1 billion people of the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Qijun furrowed his brows, gradually deep in thought. To let the Dragon Kingdom fall into turmoil for his personal vendetta affecting so many common people was indeed illogical, but the blood feud for his parents must be avenged. After a moment, Yi Qijun said, "Agreed. I will only kill the principal offenders, not annihilate the families." The sixth commander was overjoyed. He immediately bowed deeply to Yi Qijun at a 90-degree angle. "On behalf of the cabinet and the Ministry of War, I thank you, Lord of the Underworld." Receiving this promise from Yi Qijun was already enough. He dared not ask for more. If he were to anger Yi Qijun, the forces of the Underworld would descend, and the Dragon Kingdom might not withstand it. As for those 100 schools, he could only hope they wouldn't push their luck too far. Saving one would be enough, as long as the martial world situation didn't descend into chaos. After rising, the sixth commander said, "Lord of the Underworld, from today on, Xiao Yin and the three of them will follow you. You are the god of war of the throne. If needed, you can call upon them at any time. They can also contact the Ministry of War through them." Yi Qijun nodded. These three were essentially his communication conduits with the Ministry of War. He casually instructed Shen Xianzhi arrange for the three war gods. Shen Xianzhi quickly complied. Moments later, after the sixth commander departed, Shen Xianzhi approached Xiao Yin and the other two. "War gods, I will arrange for someone to take you to the Jinhai Club. You can have fun there, and I will cover all expenses." Upon hearing the name Jinhai Club, Xiao Yin, Lindong, and Mu Chun exchanged glances, their faces filled with excitement. Having served in the military for many years, they rarely saw women. When they were pinned up, they even had to check the sex of a mosquito before killing it. Xiao Yin quickly asked, "Is this club legitimate?" Shen Xianzhi was momentarily taken aback. He looked at Xiao Yin, whose square face radiated righteousness, and chuckled, "Rest assured, war gods, it is definitely a legitimate club." Xiao Yin immediately displayed disdain, saying, "Who goes to a legitimate place? My cultivation method is special, and I've been quite irritable lately. If your club doesn't provide services in that regard, wouldn't that be suffocating?" Shen Xianzhi was dumbfounded. He never expected these war gods to be like this. In exasperation, Shen Xianzhi forced a smile and said, "Well, although the Jinhai Club doesn't have those services, every attendant in the club is a beauty selected from thousands. You can pursue them freely, and I will cover all expenses in that regard. If I can help the three war gods achieve a romantic relationship, I would willingly spend billions." With a grand gesture, Shen Xianzhi showed his extravagance. Xiao Yin and the others were overjoyed and rushed towards the Jinhai Club. In the Nanyang region, in the country of Malai, in the courtyard of the Zhuang family's villa, Zhuang Baifan, dressed in white, was in tears. A mourning hall had already been erected in the courtyard, but there was no coffin, only 2 memorial tablets. For these tablets bore the names of Zhuang Honyun and Zhuang Xiujie, the 2 brothers. They died in the Long Kingdom, and their remains were nowhere to be found. Zhuang Baifan was burning paper for his 2 sons, crying uncontrollably. After a long time, when the flames extinguished, Zhuang Baifan wiped away his tears, raised his hand, and with red eyes swore fiercely, "Hongyan Xiujie, rest assured. As your father, I swear to kill Yi Qijun and avenge you." Then Zhuang Baifan suddenly stood up. "Steward, prepare the car. Let's go to the Malai branch." Half an hour later, at the Malai branch of the Gugod sect, Zhuang Baifan met the branch leader. Thud. Zhuang Baifan directly knelt in front of the leader, tears streaming down his face. "Respected leader, I beg you to avenge my 2 sons and the 4 elders." Zhuang Baifan cried as he recounted the events. The hall was very dim, and the leader sat in the shadows, making it impossible to see his face. However, after hearing Zhuang Baifan's account, a chilling aura suddenly erupted. The leader's anger flared. "Did Elder Yin Fong and the others also die?" Zhuang Baifan hurriedly responded, "All 4 elders perished at the hands of Yi Qijun." Boom. The leader suddenly stood up, furious. In the hall, a gust of cold wind surged, as if it were a realm of the dead. Daring to kill the 4 elders of the Malai branch, Yi Qijun is too arrogant. If our Gugod sect wants to return to the Long Kingdom, we must kill this person to establish our authority. Zhuang Baifan's heart rejoiced. Now he would be able to avenge his 2 sons. In the next moment, the leader stepped out of the shadows, revealing an extremely hideous face. In the chilling wind, greasy hair writhed like twisted tentacles. The features were contorted and fierce, and the skin on his face bulged with veins slowly writhing. A face like this could scare an entire street of people unconscious if it were to go out. Zhuang Baifan was horrified, kneeling on the ground, afraid to move. This was his first time seeing the leader's appearance. It was said that this leader was sent down from the headquarters of the Gugod sect, and was also the only legitimate Gu master within the Malai branch. However, he never expected that a true Gu master would be so terrifying in appearance. At this moment, the leader coldly said, "Convey my orders. Have the two vice leaders gather all the followers of the Malai branch and accompany me to the Long Kingdom. This time I will sweep through the East Sea with immense power." Although Zhuang Baifan was shocked, he now had nothing left with both sons dead and the Zhuang family extinguished. To seek revenge, he was willing to be a sacrifice to the demon. Thus, upon hearing that the leader was going to lead the entire branch, Zhuang Baifan was overjoyed. Your subordinate awaits the leader's successful arrival and triumphant return. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Peach Blossom Island, Yi Qijun questioned Lin Manyu, "Why did you come to Peach Blossom Island?" Lin Manyu replied bitterly, "This is a mandatory event arranged by the company. I didn't expect it to be like this." After a brief explanation, a displeased look appeared on Yi Qijun's face. He coldly said, "Your company is clearly just selling artists." He didn't care about others, but the company dared to set their sights on Lin Manyu, which was simply reckless. If necessary, he wouldn't mind making this company disappear overnight. At this moment, Lin Manyu also smiled bitterly in resignation. "There's nothing I can do. I signed a 5-year contract with them, and there are still 2 years left until it expires. I can only follow the company's arrangements. After these 2 years, I plan to terminate the contract and go solo." Even so, Yi Qijun was still somewhat uneasy and said, "If this situation arises again, contact me immediately, and I will help you solve it." Lin Manyu felt warmth in her heart, her eyes smiling like crescent moons. She gazed at Yi Qijun and asked with a smile, "You really care about me?" Yi Qijun was speechless, but didn't engage with that comment, casually saying, "After all, we are friends." Lin Manyu continued to smile. She didn't believe Yi Qijun considered her just a friend. She now understood that Yi Qijun said this merely to avoid hurting Shen Xianzhi. In reality, she held a significant place in Yi Qijun's heart. After chatting for a while, Lin Manyu left Peach Blossom Island. Yi Qijun had someone send her back to the East Sea, but Lin Manyu did not go home. Instead, she headed to the company, directly barging into her manager Sister Li's office. She wanted to ask Sister Li face-to-face why she was pushing her into a fire pit. However, Lin Manyu didn't expect that upon meeting Sister Li would scoff coldly and say sarcastically, "Lin, the supermodel, are you still bold enough to come back?" Lin Manyu frowned, immediately confused, and asked, "What do you mean?" Sister Li sneered, "What do I mean? If it weren't for you, how would we not receive the final payment for this event? Just because of your arrogance, dozens of stars in the company were toyed with, resulting in a loss of 2 billion. How will you account for this money? Will you compensate for it?" Moments later, Lin Manyu finally understood. Before she returned, the company contacted the Tang family for the final payment, but found that the phone could not be reached at all. After calling a female star who had gone to Peach Blossom Island to inquire, she learned that this event had fallen through. Moreover, it was related to Lin Manyu. Though the detailed process of the incident was unclear, the company was now completely furious. This involved dozens of stars and a large-scale event worth 2 billion. And just like that, it fell through. But after understanding, Lin Manyu became even angrier. "Why should I compensate? You guys engage in such despicable acts, and do you still have a reason?" As soon as Lin Manyu's voice fell, an unhappy voice came from the doorway. "What good are you yourself? How dare you speak of others?" Lin Manyu's expression changed as she turned her head to look. A woman with a pure appearance and a slender figure walked in. It was none other than Zheng Shuang, the rising star of Dashing Entertainment Company. Previously, Lin Manyu was the top actress at Dashing, but she maintained her integrity, repeatedly refusing the company's arranged social engagements and firmly opposed accompanying those influential figures, causing dissatisfaction among the company's higher-ups. Thus, in the past 2 years, Dashing supported Zheng Shuang, replacing Lin Manyu as the top actress. Now, although Lin Manyu was still a world supermodel, she had been nearly hidden by the company and hadn't received any offers for several months. If this continues, it won't be long before she falls from a top-tier model to an insignificant one. And all of this was due to Zheng Shuang's emergence. Therefore, upon seeing Zheng Shuang, Lin Manyu's expression also darkened, and she angrily questioned, "What is?" Zheng Shuang also wore a cold expression. For this recent Peach Blossom Island event, it was specifically requested by young Master Tang for Lin Manyu to attend, hence Zheng Shuang was left without this opportunity and was feeling displeased. Such a chance to curry favor with young Master Tang was wasted by Lin Manyu. Zheng Shuang directly mocked, "Did you not hear what I said? I advise you not to speak so harshly. We earn money with our own abilities. How is that shameful? The entertainment industry has always been like this. Do you really think you are a pure lotus able to emerge from the mud untainted?" Lin Manyu immediately retorted angrily, "If you are willing to sell your body, that is your business, but do not expect me to sink to your level." Sister Li, who had been listening, could not endure it any longer. The one thing the company despised most was Lin Manyu's integrity, which had cost them too much profit. Sister Li immediately scolded, "Then you might as well get out of the entertainment industry. Do you think you are the sun with the earth revolving around you? This time young Master Tang specifically requested you to appear. That was a favor. You are being ungrateful. Offending young Master Tang, do you still want to survive in the entertainment industry? Dream on, there is no place for you here. Sister Li was also aware of the Tang family's influence and presence. Even the wealthiest families dared not provoke. Having offended young Master Tang, she didn't know how he would deal with dashing, so she had to shift all the blame onto Lin Manyu, allowing young Master Tang to vent his anger on her. However, upon hearing Sister Li's words, Lin Manyu suddenly let out a disdainful laugh. Young Master Tang. That young Master Tang you mentioned along with everyone from the Tang family now has their bodies cold. If you think so highly of him, you can go dance on his grave in a few days. What? Young Master Tang is dead. The Tang family is gone. This news hit Sister Li and Zheng Shuang like a bolt from the blue, leaving them stunned. That is one of the 4 great families of Peach Blossom Island. Just a stomp could shake the entire Yuezhou. How could they possibly be gone? The two stood there in disbelief, unable to utter a word. Lin Manyu, however, continued to sneer, puffed out her chest, pushed Zheng Shuang aside, and strode away. Did you think that by currying favor with the Tang family, you could rise to prominence? Sorry. In front of the man I love, the Tang family is just trash. At the Shun Manor in Hang City, Yi Qijun stepped off the helicopter and walked into the manor. But the next moment his gaze sharpened. The independent gym in the manor was now a complete wreck with huge holes in the walls resembling a honeycomb. This scene looked like a fierce battle had taken place here. Yi Qijun immediately became anxious. Could it be that enemies were attacking? Just as he was about to search for Shen Xianzhi and Xiaoru, suddenly, he heard Shen Xianzhi's helpless voice from not far away. Xiaoru, slow down, don't fall. Yi Qijun turned around, and a shadow darted into his arms like lightning. It was none other than his daughter Yi Xiaoru. Yi Qijun quickly reached out to embrace her, his face filled with surprise. Xiaoru had become so fast. Then Yi Qijun smiled and indulgently pinched Yi Xiaoru's nose, asking, Xiaoru, have you been naughty again? Why did you make your mother chase after you? Yi Xiaoru looked aggrieved and replied, Xiaoru didn't. I accidentally knocked down the gym. It wasn't on purpose. I was afraid mommy would hit me, so I was hiding from her. Yi Qijun was astonished and asked, Xiaoru, did you knock down the gym? How did you do that? Yi Xiaoru thought for a moment, jumped out of Yi Qijun's embrace, and punched the wall of the manor beside her. Boom. The wall was immediately punched through by her fist, bricks flying everywhere. Then Yi Xiaoru innocently turned to Yi Qijun and said, just like that. Yi Qijun's pupils constricted. This strength, along with the speed Xiaoru had just displayed, was clearly comparable to that of a martial artist. It should be known that an ordinary person, even if they trained their body from a young age, would only have a rare chance of becoming a martial artist before turning 20. Yet Yi Xiaoru was still under 10 years old. Although her kabuki syndrome had been cured, her body was still developing, appearing to look like a 5 or 6-year-old child. At such a young age, being comparable to a martial artist and not having practiced seriously was quite abnormal. Yi Qijun hurriedly checked Yi Xiaoru's pulse, carefully examining her physical condition. After a moment, he discovered that since she absorbed the spirit stones last time, Xiaoru's mysterious constitution had been slowly awakening, which was why she could accomplish such incredible feats. However, the speed of this constitution's awakening was not fast. After a brief contemplation, Yi Qijun took out the spirit stones he had obtained this time and began to channel the spiritual energy into Yi Xiaoru. After a whole half hour, Yi Xiaoru had absorbed the spiritual energy of 20 spirit stones, finally falling into a deep sleep with satisfaction. Beside her, Shen Xianzhi asked with a worried expression, Qijun, with Xiaoru's current performance, she is already different from normal children. Is there a problem? Yi Qijun shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, this is a good thing. Once Xiaoru's constitution is fully awakened, she will undoubtedly be a rare genius with the potential to cultivate my techniques. Although Shen Xianzhi did not understand matters of cultivation, she knew that Yi Qijun's strength was formidable, which reassured her. Just then Shun Han hurriedly ran out of the villa, rushing toward the manor's exit. Yi Qijun asked in surprise, Elder brother, where are you in such a hurry? Shen Han did not stop his footsteps, hurriedly saying, I'm going to meet Director Chen to help Yi-kun secure a role in his new movie. After Shen Han left, Shen Xianzhi expressed her concern, saying, that Pu Yi-chun is after all from the pickled vegetable country. Will my brother really be happy with her? Yi Qijun chuckled in response. Shen Xianzhi always worried about family matters. However, this was also one of her strengths, her emphasis on emotions. Yi Qijun advised, such matters are like drinking water, one knows best whether it is hot or cold. My brother is an adult and should be allowed to make his own choices. Let's not interfere. Shen Xianzhi still felt a bit uneasy, saying, I'm just afraid that Pu Yi-chun will let him down. Yi Qijun smiled lightly and replied, if someone wants to deceive those around me, they must be prepared to face the consequences of my wrath. With Yi Qijun backing Shen Han, Shen Xianzhi felt much more at ease. Seeing Xiaoru sleeping soundly, Shen Xianzhi softly said, Qijun, my best friend, is getting married next month. Will you accompany me to shop for a gift? Yi Qijuan noticed the anticipation mixed with timidity in Shen Xianzhi's eyes, as if afraid of being rejected, and his heart ached with deep remorse. He had been away overseas for a decade, and since returning, he had been busy with his own matters, hardly ever accompanying Shen Xianzhi to shop. He owed her far too much. Yi Qijuan gently embraced Shen Xianzhi, saying softly, "Accompanying my woman shopping is only natural. There's no need to be so cautious. However long you want to shop today, I will be with you for that long." Shen Xianzhi was deeply moved and kissed Yi Qijuan on the cheek, then handed Xiao Ru to the nanny and excitedly pulled Yi Qijuan out the door. Shen Xianzhi's best friend is named Su Yixue, whose family is also a top-tier family in Yuezhou, not inferior to the previous Shen family. Therefore, the wedding gift cannot be shabby. The two went straight to the largest shopping mall in Hangzhou, specifically browsing luxury goods stores. After 10 years, this was Yi Qijuan's first time accompanying Shen Xianzhi shopping. She smiled joyfully throughout, and Yi Qijuan bought her quite a few things. However, they just couldn't find a satisfactory wedding gift. These so-called luxury items, while often priced in the hundreds of thousands, simply lacked the right class. Shen Xianzhi and Su Yixue had been best friends for over a decade, and certainly couldn't give something so cheap. As they continued shopping, Shen Xianzhi began to feel a bit troubled. Yi Qijuan thought for a moment and suggested, "If you want to give a valuable gift, consider buying a supercar. At least that would be worth several million." Shen Xianzhi shook her head, saying, "Yixue doesn't like cars, so let's skip that. I was originally planning to buy her a piece of jewelry, but there's nothing suitable. The most expensive items in the jewelry store are only a few million, which is too cheap. After all, the Shen family is a top-tier family, and a few million in jewelry really isn't impressive." Yi Qijuan smiled lightly and said, "Let me think of a way." Yi Qijuan took out his phone and called Shen Xianzhi, inquiring about where to buy valuable jewelry. Shen Xianzhi knew that Yi Qijuan was accompanying Shen Xianzhi shopping and thought he was buying for her. Shen Xianzhi is the main lady of the Shen family, and ordinary jewelry simply wouldn't match her status. Even those so-called signature pieces from jewelry stores would only be worth a few million. After thinking for a moment, Shen Xianzhi said, "Master, there will be an underground auction in Fengqing Chuzhou in 7 days where a rare necklace named Blood of Lucifer will be auction valued at least in the hundreds of millions. What do you think about this?" Actually, according to Shen Xianzhi's idea, a piece of jewelry worth several million would suffice. But to Yi Qijuan, the difference between several million and several hundred million was negligible. "That works," Shen Xianzhi quickly replied. "Master, because this is an underground auction, the organizers have a special requirement. They only accept transactions in gold and cash." Yi Qijuan understood and casually said, "Then help me contact the bank and prepare 10 billion cash. We must secure this necklace. As for the excess, let it be stored in the Shen family and used as pocket money in daily life." Shen Xianzhi immediately took the order. Starfire Media Company. Shen Han excitedly held the contract and entered Pu Yichun's dressing room. "Yichun, I've secured a role for you in this drama. Take a look." Pu Yichun glanced and immediately asked in dissatisfaction, "Why is it only a supporting female role? I'm a top-tier actress from the pickled vegetable country. How could I possibly play a supporting role? I don't want this role. Ooh, I only want to play the leading female role." Shen Han's smile instantly froze. Director Chun is a top director in the Dragon Country, and his supporting female role is harder to get than the leading role in an ordinary production. But Shen Han couldn't disregard Pu Yichun's words and hurriedly smiled, saying, "All right, I'll go talk to Director Chun and see if we can get you the leading female role." However, after stepping out, Shen Han wore a bitter expression. His Starfire company was only a second-tier entertainment company in the industry. How could he possibly have the clout to ask Director Chun for a leading female role? But at this point, he could only grit his teeth and call Director Chun. "Director Chun, it's me, Xiao Shun. About Yichun, could you let her take the leading female role in this production? Rest assured, I guarantee her acting skills are absolutely top-notch." On the other end of the line, Director Chen's displeased voice came through. "This is absolutely impossible. The choice for the leading female role has already been decided. I only gave the supporting role to Pu Yichun because she is a top actress from the pickled vegetable country. If you don't want it, I'll give it to someone else." After saying that, Director Chen hung up the phone without the slightest courtesy. He is the top director in the country. How could a small second-tier company dare to make demands of him? Shen Han couldn't help but smile bitterly. He felt helpless. The position of Director Chun was not something the Shen family could pressure. He had cooperated with many entertainment companies under the prominent families in the country, and it seemed he lacked enough influence. After pondering for a long time, Shen Han suddenly had a flash of inspiration and hurried back to the Shen family, coincidentally running into Yi Qijuan and Shen Xianzhi returning from shopping. He quickly explained the situation to Yi Qijuan, pleading, "Qijuan, you must help me with this. It concerns my lifelong happiness. Just consider it a favor from your brother-in-law. Asking for a leading female role, that's just a trivial matter." Although Yi Qijuan felt a bit speechless, he still decided to help since Shen Han was his brother-in-law. Yi Qijuan directly called for Shen Xianzhi and after explaining the situation asked, "Is this something you can handle?" If not, let's invest 10 billion into that Director Chen's production. If we have to throw money at it, we'll get a leading female role. Shen Xianzhi quickly bowed, saying, Master, don't worry, it's just a role, no need for investment. I can make a phone call. After saying that, Shen Xianzhi stepped aside to make a call. Before he even returned, Shen Han received a call from This time Director Chen's tone had completely changed. There was no longer a hint of rudeness, and he even sounded somewhat accommodating, readily agreeing to the leading female role. Shen Han was utterly dumbfounded. The problem that had troubled him and left him at a loss was resolved in less than 3 minutes by Shun Kangshan's single phone call. How could there be such a vast difference between people? A few days later, at a top-level Korean cuisine hotel in Hangzhou, Qijun and Shen Xianzhi arrived at the hotel entrance where Shen Han and Park Qijun were waiting to greet them. Today, Park Qijun hosted a banquet to express her gratitude to Qijun for helping her secure the leading role. As soon as they met, Park Qijun enthusiastically took Shen Xianzhi's hand, repeatedly praising her beauty. Meanwhile, Shen Han leaned towards Qijun, chuckling, Brother-in-law, what do you think? Qijun is quite considerate, isn't she? This time she took the initiative to invite you all for dinner to show her appreciation. Although it was just a meal, it indicated that Park Qijun understood etiquette well, and Shen Han's face was filled with pride. Qijun casually asked, do you really like her? Shen Han firmly replied without hesitation, she is my one and only choice in this life. From the first moment he laid eyes on Park Qijun, Shen Han was completely captivated by her, secretly vowing to marry no one but her. Seeing Shen Han like this, Qijun couldn't help but smile. The current Shen Han was almost a mirror image of the former Dugu Hao. However, although both were infatuated, their objects of affection were different. Dugu Hao had once fawned over Pan Jinji, who was sharp-tongued, selfish, and short-sighted. In contrast, Shen Han, as the eldest young master of the Shen family, was fawning over Park Qijun, a genuine goddess. Being a top-tier female star in Korea, Park Qijun's looks and temperament were nothing short of exceptional. In this world, there are two major representatives of normal human aesthetics. One is the coal tycoons of Longhua, and the other is the chaebols of Korea. Never doubt the vision of the chaebols of Korea. To become a top female star in Korea, one must possess impeccable physical attributes. Furthermore, Park Qijun's behavior was quite commendable. At least she seemed to understand etiquette to Qijun. Thus, Qijun did not oppose, but instead smiled and asked, do you need me to investigate her a bit? If everything checks out, then you can consider marriage. With Qijun backing Shen Han, there was no need for him to marry into other families. If Shen Han could marry the woman he loved, it would be a great story. However, Shen Han shook his head repeatedly, saying, no need, I know her. She has a great reputation in Korea, has never been involved in scandals, nor has she dated anyone. She's a very clean girl. Qijun didn't mind if such matters were best left for Shen Han to decide himself. While chatting, they entered. Park Qijun spared no expense for this meal. Although Korea does not have many distinctive high-end dishes, this banquet cost over $1 million per person. At the beginning, Park Qijun politely expressed her gratitude to Qijun, and then they casually chatted. Shenzong, your entertainment company has been lukewarm. Have you thought about ramping up development? In the middle of the conversation, Park Qijun casually asked. Shen Han awkwardly chuckled and shook his head, saying, not enough funds. Xingho Company is just one of the subsidiaries of the Shen family. We can't mobilize too much capital. But don't worry, you are our company's top diva. We will never let your resources be lacking. Park Qijun smiled and raised her glass, saying, then thank you, Shenzong. In the private room, with just a few people, the conversation was casual. Park Qijun seemed to be just casually asking about the company's development. However, at this moment, Qijun casually smiled and said, if funds are insufficient, I can invest in you. Shen Han was taken aback, then instantly overjoyed. If Qijun was willing to help, Xingho Company might quickly become the top entertainment company in Longhua. Shen Han hurriedly asked, Qijun, how much can you invest? Qijun casually replied, let's start with 10 billion. If it develops well, funds won't be an issue. With that one sentence, both Shen Han and Park Qijun were utterly shocked. This was 10 billion, not just $100. Such an astronomical figure seemed so effortlessly spoken by Qijun. Shen Han even felt a bit panicked. He suddenly felt uncertain and weakly asked, isn't that a bit too much? What if it loses money? Although the Shen family is a leading family in Yuzhou with assets in the hundreds of billions, that is all fixed assets or the market value of subsidiary companies. To bring out 10 billion in cash would be like selling the family's last possessions. If it were to lose money, Shen Han would be heartbroken. However, Park Qijun's eyes lit up and she hurriedly said, don't worry, it won't lose. I have many connections in the entertainment circle of Korea. We can find artists from Longhua to send to Korea for development. It will definitely make money. Shen Han thought carefully and became increasingly cheerful. The entertainment industry in Korea was thriving, and if artists from Longhua could develop in Korea, making money was guaranteed. Now Shen Han felt more confident. Great. Let's do it this way. Then he looked at Park Qijun with increasingly This was simply his virtuous partner. The next day, Qijun received a phone call from the bank president himself. Mr. Ye the 10 billion cash you requested is ready. Due to the large amount, please come to collect it. The bank president spoke with extreme respect. However, Yi Qijun was busy absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones obtained from Teowato, so he had Shen Xianzhi go in his stead. When Shen Xianzhi arrived at the bank, she counted the amount. A full 10 billion cash was an enormous figure, enough to fill an entire large truck weighing over 100 tons. When Shen Xianzhi returned to the bank hall, she waited for the bank personnel to load the money into the truck. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted. Several fierce-looking men rushed into the bank, shooting to shatter the surveillance cameras. Over 100 bank employees and customers screamed in terror, creating chaos. Shen Xianzhi's face turned pale instantly. They encountered bank robbers. Shut up. Everyone crouch down, don't move. After a series of gunshots, the leading robber bellowed, instantly silencing the bank. Everyone hurriedly crouched down, not daring to raise their heads, fearing that if they angered the robbers, the next bullet might hit them. Meanwhile, a bank employee quietly pressed the hidden alarm button while crouching. But the next moment, a chilling laugh came from above him. What are you doing? The employee looked up in fear, seeing the robber boss before him, and quickly tried to explain. Aye. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, the robber boss shot him in the head. The strong smell of blood immediately filled the air as the employee's body fell into a pool of blood. Robbing a bank is an experience that most people will never encounter in their lifetime. Furthermore, a living person was just killed, instilling immense fear in everyone's hearts. In a corner, several hostages crouched there, trembling with fear. Bang! Bang! After several gunshots rang out, those hostages fell into a pool of blood. The leader of the robbers killed while cursing, "I told you not to move, why are you shaking?" The other hostages watched in horror, desperately suppressing their fear, terrified that their trembling would be noticed. A deep sense of despair enveloped everyone's hearts. These robbers were nothing but ruthless criminals, killing without a blink, far too savage. At that moment, outside the bank, the sound of police sirens blared. Inspection vehicles stopped outside and hundreds of inspectors quickly surrounded the bank, setting up a blockade. "Listen up, robbers inside, put down your weapons." A negotiation expert stood on the roof of a car, shouting through a megaphone. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a robber stationed at the entrance raised his gun and shot the negotiation expert dead on the spot. The 6 robbers laughed heartily without a care. The robber at the entrance disdainfully spat outside, "Pah! A bunch of nobodies dare to block our path. Seeking death." Inside and outside the bank, chaos ensued, leaving everyone in shock. Over 100 inspectors hurriedly hid behind their vehicles, not daring to expose themselves. These robbers, who dared to kill even the negotiation experts from the Jingan Bureau, had no intention of negotiating and completely disregarded the inspectors. The inspection team leader's face was filled with rage. These guys were too arrogant. Just as he was about to give the order for a strong assault, the vice captain suddenly gasped. "Captain, these people seem to be from this class-wanted criminal group of Long Country, the Blackwater Bandits." The vice captain showed the wanted information on his phone to the captain. It really was the Blackwater Bandits. The anger on the inspection team leader's face instantly vanished, replaced by a pallor. Cold sweat poured from his forehead, his eyes filled with shock and fear. Its class-wanted group. He had heard of the Blackwater Bandits. This group was notorious. Although not numerous, each member was a master above the innate level, far beyond what these ordinary inspectors could handle. The inspection team leader hurriedly commanded, "Immediately call for support from the Uezhou military, we must buy time." The vice captain understood the seriousness of the situation. Faced with the Blackwater Bandits, even if all the inspectors from Hang City were to come, it would be of no use. They could only request the experts from the Uezhou military to intervene. Meanwhile, in the bank lobby, the robber leader walked straight up to the bank manager, who was crouching on the ground like an ostrich, and kicked him. "Look up." The bank manager quickly lifted his head, his face full of pleading. The robber leader asked expressionlessly, "Who is Shen Xianzhi?" The bank manager was taken aback and instinctively glanced at Shen Xianzhi. Although Shen Xianzhi was also frightened, she managed to maintain some calm, but her heart sank at this moment. Bang! Without a second thought, the robber leader shot the bank manager dead. Then he approached Shen Xianzhi. Shen Xianzhi felt a chill. These robbers were nothing short of murderers devoid of reason. The robber leader directly aimed his gun at Shen Xianzhi's forehead, coldly asking, "Where's the money? Hand over that 10 billion, or I will kill you right now." Shen Xianzhi fell into complete despair. She finally realized in terror that these robbers were not ordinary bank robbers, but had come specifically for the 10 billion cash. But she had no way out. Given the ruthless demeanor of these robbers, if she dared to say no, she would die immediately. Shen Xianzhi trembled and said, the money is in the vault, it hasn't been moved out yet." The robber leader grinned wickedly, his finger ready to pull the trigger. Not cooperating. That means certain death. Cooperating. That also means he can kill at will. But at that moment, another fat robber with a big head approached. The fat robber stared at Shen Xianzhi, his face full of lewd smiles. "Big brother, just wait a moment, I want to have a little fun." The robber leader immediately laughed and scolded, You brainless idiot. Then hurry up, I'll give you 5. The fat robber chuckled and proudly said, no need, big brother, 3 minutes is enough. Are you proud of that? The robber leader cursed and walked away. Meanwhile, outside the bank, not far from the blockade, Qijun, who received the news and rushed over, walked towards the blockade with a cold expression exuding a murderous aura. Several inspectors guarding the blockade hurriedly stopped him. Sir, there has been a robbery at the bank. This area is already blocked. You cannot enter. There were already quite a few onlookers around, but no one dared to approach the blockade. If a shootout occurred, their heads wouldn't withstand even a stray bullet. Qijun looked at the bank and coldly asked, have the people been rescued? The inspector was taken aback and instinctively explained, not yet, we are trying to find a way, we believe we will soon. Qijun snorted. He had no time to wait for these inspectors to figure things out. Qijun bluntly interrupted, by the time you think of a way, the hostages will be long gone. Shen Xianzhi is in the bank right now, or her life is in danger at any moment. Qijun was frantic. He no longer had time to find connections to enter the blockade and directly stepped forward. Several inspectors immediately tensed up, aiming their guns at Qijun. This guy is going to force his way through the blockade. Sir, I will reiterate, you cannot enter the blockade. Qijun coldly glanced at them and said, I hate it when someone points a gun at my head. Get lost. The leading inspector was instantly furious and shouted, if you take another step, we will shoot. Qijun smiled coldly, saying, I bet you have no bullets in your guns. With that, he continued walking forward. The inspectors became anxious. A robbery of this magnitude could not afford any accidents. In the next moment, several inspectors fired their guns simultaneously. Click, click. Several inspectors were stunned. Their guns didn't go off. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the magazines had been removed from their guns without them noticing. Then Qijun sneered and directly tossed out several magazines before stepping into the blockade. At this moment, the inspection team leader heard footsteps behind him, turned to look, and immediately exploded with rage. Who let you in? This is dangerous. Get out quickly. Who let him in? Hurry up and take him out. Several inspectors outside the blockade came to their senses and hurried over. But Qijun directly threw a document into the inspection team leader's hands. The inspection team leader glanced at it and was immediately taken aback. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of all the inspectors, the inspection team leader suddenly stood up straight and respectfully saluted. I salute you, war god of the throne. The war god of the throne. This is different from the level of a martial arts war god. A war god with a unique title is a powerful figure from the war god pavilion of the Ministry of War who has been officially recognized by them. Although they are all called war gods, the title of war god from the Ministry of War signifies that war god level strength is merely the minimum standard. Many titled war gods are experts above the war god level. Moreover, titled war gods are highly esteemed and directly subordinate to the Ministry of War, making them exceedingly rare. Among the hundreds of inspectors present, no one had ever witnessed a titled war god in person. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Qijun. At this moment, Qijun was not in the mood for pleasantries with the inspection team leader. He directly snatched the megaphone from the leader's hands and coldly shouted towards the bank. Listen up, robbers inside. You have 3 seconds to release my wife Shen Xianzhi, or else you will all die. Inside the bank, the fat robber was about to pounce on Shen Xianzhi, but just then Qijun's voice suddenly rang out. Shen Xianzhi's heart was filled with both despair and joy. However, the faces of the robbers darkened. They didn't even regard the hundreds of inspectors outside, and those inspectors would never dare to threaten them. They didn't expect another reckless fool to come and threaten them. The robber leader let out a sinister laugh, another self-important fool who is actually courting death. Similarly thinking were the inspection team leader outside the bank. Hearing Qijun's words, the inspection team leader was instantly horrified. He quickly tried to stop him. War god, do not provoke them. These people are from the Blackwater Band, all of them are experts. Several war gods from the Ministry of War have previously teamed up to besiege them only to end up dead at their hands. You alone cannot fight 4 hands, we should wait for reinforcements. At this moment, the inspection team leader was filled with regret, thinking he should never have allowed Qijun the opportunity to speak. If Qijun were to die at the hands of the Blackwater Band, the inspection team leader would surely lose his job. However, Qijun coldly snorted, just a bunch of ants, what reinforcements are we waiting for? With that, Qijun directly tossed the megaphone aside, dashed forward, and charged into the bank. Inside and outside the bank, whether it was hostages, robbers, or inspectors, none had reacted yet. When Qijun appeared at the bank's entrance, kicked the door down, and rushed inside. There were a total of 6 members of the Blackwater Band. 1 was guarding the entrance, 3 were watching the hostages. The robber leader was sitting at the counter, while the fat robber was in front of Shen Xianzhi. With one kick, Qijun broke the door and sent the robber at the entrance flying, shattering his bones, and he fell silent, killed by that single kick. Then Qijun approached Shen Xianzhi and casually twisted off the limbs of the fat robber. It was only at this moment that the robber leader began to react. However, before he could make a move, Qijun moved like lightning, swiftly breaking the arms and legs of the robber leader and the other 3 robbers, tossing them into the center of the hall. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. In the blink of an eye, 6 robbers lay dead or incapacitated, piled together. The hall was silent, with all hostages frozen in shock. Just moments ago, the robbers who had held their lives in their hands, ruthlessly killing like it was nothing, now lay on the ground, like mere chicks, moaning and unable to move. Finally, Shen Xianzhi came to her senses, realizing she was safe, and instantly threw herself into Yi Qijun's embrace, crying uncontrollably. Other hostages then rushed out of the bank, vanishing in the blink of an eye, where the inspectors outside gathered to protect and comfort them. At this moment, Qijun looked at Shen Xianzhi in his arms, crying like a pear blossom, still trembling, slightly, clearly frightened, and felt a pang of heartache. Then he was filled with rage. He coldly glared at the incapacitated robbers, his eyes filled with murderous intent. These robbers had blood on their hands, and countless lives had been taken by them. They deserved to die 1,000 deaths. However, the laws of Long Country had abolished the death penalty years ago. If these guys were caught and tried, they would only face a few hundred years in prison, which was essentially life imprisonment. Yet Qijun did not wish to let them live. Such people were not worthy of surviving. Qijun directly called Shen Xianzhi and coldly looked at the robbers, saying, "You want 10 billion, right? They'll give it to you, but let's see if you have the life to take it." Shen Xianzhi was also furiously angry. A few innate and postnatal thieves thought they could escape Long Country's manhunt and take down a titled war god of the Ministry of War, acting with impunity. Daring to lay hands on the lady of the house, they were simply asking for death. Shen Xianzhi immediately commanded his men to bring out the entire 10 billion in cash from the treasury. 1 billion cash is just over 1 cubic meter, while 10 billion cash could even fill a room of several dozen square meters. Clattering sounds filled the air. Countless stacks of cash poured down from the truck, burying the members of the Black Water Band alive. In just a short moment, under 10 billion in cash. Qijun coldly scanned the scene, instructed Shen Xianzhi to wrap things up, and then directly picked up Shen Xianzhi and left the bank. An hour later at the Shen Manor, Qijun had finally managed to lull Shen Xianzhi to sleep, but even in her dreams her face still bore traces of tears and a hint of terror, holding onto Yi Qijun's hand tightly. Qijun gently wiped away the tears on Shen Xianzhi's face. Judging by her appearance, she had been severely frightened this time. She probably would not be able to attend the auction in 2 days, so he would have to go alone. In a villa room at the Shen Manor. "Ha ha ha, I finally understand," Du Hao exclaimed excitedly. He had locked himself in the room for several days, studying the unnamed technique that Qijun had given him. This technique was indeed a remarkable one that even Qijun found impressive, being very profound. However, after figuring it out, Du Hao realized that the most important aspect of this technique was actually to find one's true love. In simple terms, it is to have a deeply unforgettable romance, elevate one's mindset, and then cultivate together with one's lover to rapidly enhance strength. Indeed, it was the most suitable technique for Du Hao. Full of excitement, Du Hao muttered to himself, "Unnamed technique sounds too low. I should give it a name. What should it be called? Guide to love? No. How about this godly technique for picking up girls? Ha, as long as I find one true love, I can cultivate and become stronger. If I find 100, wouldn't my speed of becoming strong increase by 100 times? Woohoo, let's take off." After a moment of excitement, Du Hao suddenly found himself in a dilemma. He had just ended a relationship. For Pan Jinji, he had not paid attention to the women around him for years, focusing entirely on her, leaving him with not even a familiar woman by his side now. This was troublesome. He had no target even if he wanted to date. Du Hao scratched his head anxiously. After the incident with Pan Jinji, he had seen Du Bo, but was unable to meet his biological father due to being too weak. Thus, Du Hao was extremely eager to become stronger. After thinking for a long time, Du Hao had a flash of inspiration and quickly pulled out his phone to download a local online dating app. This is where my journey as the great Emperor Du begins. After tinkering for quite a while, Du Hao finally figured out how to use this social app. With a grand gesture, he invested 100,000 yuan and instantly became the most distinguished member. Refreshing the app, he found that all the recommended friends were beautiful women. After browsing for a long time, Du Hao painstakingly chose the one he liked the most. This bowtie's online name was Fu Ming, and her profile picture was a fitness photo showcasing an extremely alluring figure and good looks, instantly stirring Du Hao's heart. After chatting for a while, Du Hao became increasingly excited and eagerly continued the conversation on his phone. The other party seemed to be a cheerful girl with a humorous and witty way of speaking. After half an hour of chatting, an image of a cheerful, optimistic, and proactive beauty surfaced in Du Hao. As they chatted, somehow they ended up discussing the housing prices in Hangzhou. "Fu Ming, I need to rent a place, but the rent is too expensive for one person to bear. Would you like to share a rental with me?" Du Hao immediately became excited. The implication was too obvious. Without hesitation, he generously sent a red envelope of 5,000 yuan to her. Indeed, it was sending a red envelope. Because to Duga Hao this was the opportunity to show off. Fu Ming fell silent for 2 minutes before sending another message. You're so generous, but living alone is still too lonely, and it's not safe for a girl to live alone. Dugu Hao was even more excited, his face flushed with exhilaration. A beauty alone in Hangzhou was indeed not very safe, and this statement instantly ignited Dugu Hao's protective instincts. Then I'll rent the apartment right across from you to keep you company. Dugu Hao typed furiously. This completely left Fu Ming dumbfounded. He was simply a titanium alloy straight man. Wasn't this hint too obvious? No, it was so obvious it was like saying it directly. Fu Ming fell silent for another 2 minutes, then stopped hinting, and said directly, what I need is a bed partner, not just a neighbor. Dugu Hao spat out a mouthful of water, coughing violently, his eyes turning red. He finally understood. Then Dugu Hao became incredibly excited. He didn't even know what to type in response. Fu Ming's photo was far more attractive than Pan Jinji, and she was so proactive towards him, it was a huge surprise. If he had known his charm was this great, why bother with Pan Jinji? Why not go for the stunning beauty directly? In that moment, an unprecedented confidence surged from the depths of Dugu Hao's heart. Moments later, with trembling hands, Dugu Hao sent a message, I would be willing to be your bed partner. Fu Ming, do you mind if my photo looks a bit different from the real me? Dugu Hao was taken aback, but after thinking carefully, if the photo looked this good, how bad could she be in real life? Dugu Hao, not at all. Fu Ming, then do you mind if I prefer to take the initiative in such matters? Dugu Hao's face immediately turned red, and he unconsciously adjusted his sitting posture to make himself more comfortable before replying. Not at all. If you take the initiative, I'll just be passive. Fu Ming, do you mind if I don't like balloons? Dugu Hao's breathing became rapid, feeling like his nose was about to bleed. He frantically sent message after message in response. Not at all. Not at all. Fu Ming, one last question. Dugu Hao nervously stared at the phone screen. At that moment, it was the last moment before his happiness arrived, the last darkness before dawn. Fu Ming, last question, do you mind that I am a man? Boom. Dugu Hao slowly opened his mouth, completely bewildered. In the next second, a photo popped up. It was a photo of a muscular man with a full beard. Any director from the Three Kingdoms era would surely be thrilled to see this photo, as they wouldn't have to worry about casting for Zhang Fei. Dugu Hao was also very excited, rolling his eyes and fainting on the spot. At the Northgate Primary School in Hangzhou Class 4, students were playing and laughing during recess. Only Yi Xiaoru sat quietly at her desk, completely absorbed in her book. However, the book she was reading was from the... Now Yi Xiaoru had an extraordinary memory and comprehension ability, and in just a month, she had jumped from kindergarten to the 4th grade, and she had already started self-studying 5th grade knowledge. At that moment, a chubby boy much taller than the other kids in the class walked over. What book are you reading? Let me take a look. Saying this, the chubby boy snatched the textbook right out of Yi Xiaoru's hands. Yi Xiaoru stood up to grab it back, but although her intelligence had fully recovered, she had only just recovered from Kabuki syndrome a little over a month ago, and her body was developing rapidly, but hadn't caught up to her peers. So although Yi Xiaoru was already 10 years old, she looked like she was only 6 or 7. Moreover, this chubby boy was already tall and robust, towering nearly 2 heads above Yi Xiaoru. As the chubby boy raised his hand, Yi Xiaoru couldn't reach it. He laughed loudly. Everyone come and see little bean sprout is reading a 5th grade book. Curious classmates gathered around. The chubby boy placed a hand on Yi Xiaoru's head and mocked, little bean sprout, you look like a bean sprout. You must be very poor and have no food at home. My dad said that I am this tall because my family is rich. I eat well, develop quickly, and am smarter than... You're so small, you must be an idiot. Can you even understand 5th grade books? Yi Xiaoru stubbornly replied, I can understand. Give me back my book. The chubby boy sneered, no way. You're so dumb, how could you possibly understand things that the teacher hasn't taught you? You're shame. Watch me tear your book, let's see how you can pretend. After saying this, the chubby boy attempted to tear Yi Xiaoru's textbook. Yi Xiaoru immediately panicked, jumped up, and grabbed the textbook, starting to struggle with the chubby boy. The chubby boy got angry and kicked Yi Xiaoru while shouting, let go of me. If you don't let go, we'll get them to hit you. In the classroom, several classmates who were playing with the chubby boy rushed up, wanting to hit Yi Xiaoru. Yi Xiaoru immediately panicked and yanked hard, sending the chubby boy flying. The classroom fell silent, all the children were stunned. At that moment, Teacher Yu happened to walk into the classroom and was shocked to see this scene. Teacher Yu knew that this chubby boy was the young master of the Wang family, a top-tier family in Yuzhou. If anything happened, the school would not be able to bear the responsibility. Teacher Yu hurriedly approached to check on the chubby boy's injuries, while frantically taking out her phone to contact his Shen family manor. Hello, may I ask if you are Yi Xiaoru's guardian? Please come to the school immediately, your child has caused trouble. On the phone, the teacher hastily said a sentence before hanging up. Yi Qijun immediately frowned. He felt some confusion as Xiaoru was usually very well-behaved and obedient. What kind of trouble could she have caused? Without time to think further, Yi Qijun hurriedly took Shen Xianzhi to the school. At the school playground. Damn it, how dare you touch my son? You're asking for death. Everyone go on. If you injure him, I'll take the responsibility. On the edge of the playground, a young man with a potbelly shouted angrily with red eyes. This person was none other than Wang Teng, the young master of the top family, in Yuezhou, the Wang family. He received the teacher's call before Yi Qijun, and since he was not far from the school, rushed over immediately. At that moment, a dozen bodyguards from the Wang family, under Wang Teng's orders, were chasing Yi Xiaoru around the playground, trying to catch her and beat her up. At this time, Yi Xiaoru was like a frightened rabbit darting around to evade the dozen bodyguards chasing her small face filled with terror and paleness. However, her speed was incredibly fast. Those dozen adults were unable to catch her for the time being. Wang Teng immediately cursed, "Damn it, a bunch of useless trash. You can't even catch a little beast, you two go after her." Behind Wang Teng, two bodyguards with martial artist strength rushed out immediately. Meanwhile, the anxious teacher Yu was startled and desperately pleaded, "Young Master Wang, she's just a child. There's no need for martial artists to take action. Someone could get hurt. Please let her go." Wang Teng, filled with rage, slapped teacher Yu across the face. Then pointing at teacher Yu, he cursed, "Get lost. My son was beaten at your school, and you have the nerve to plead for her. We'll settle this later." At the same time, two martial artists joined the chase, and soon the dozen bodyguards surrounded Yi Xiaoru, forcing her into a corner. Yi Xiaoru retreated in panic, her face full of terror. "Little beast, are you still running?" One martial artist sneered, reaching for Yi Xiaoru. The fierce looks of those bodyguards terrified Yi Xiaoru, causing her to wail loudly. She waved her arms helplessly, crying out, "Don't catch me! Don't catch me! You're all bad uncles." Wah! Crack! Crack! In the next moment, two martial artist bodyguards were sent flying. Their hands reaching for Yi Xiaoru were twisted and broken. The sounds just now were clearly the sounds of bones breaking. By the edge of the playground, Wang Teng and teacher, you could see clearly that it was Yi's Zyrus random flailing that sent both martial artists flying. The two martial artists looked utterly pained and horrified. How could this little beast have such strength? A moment later, Wang Teng was seething with rage. With so many bodyguards under him, they couldn't even catch a child, and were injured by her. Wang Teng's face was utterly humiliated. Wang Teng shouted angrily, "Wang Jin, what are you waiting for? Go after her. I must kill this little bastard today." The only remaining bodyguard, Wang Jin, was a martial general-level expert. Though Wang Jin was surprised by the strength Yi Xiaoru displayed in knocking away two martial artists, he was not afraid. That strength was at most that of a martial artist far inferior to his own. Wang Jin steadied himself and charged forward like a whirlwind. In front of a martial general expert, Yi Xiaoru had no chance of escaping. In an instant, Wang Jin reached out to grab her hair. However, at that moment, a cold voice suddenly erupted. "If you dare to touch a single hair on my daughter, I'll wipe out your entire Wang family." This voice was filled with killing intent, as if a knife had stabbed through the air, causing Wang Jin to stop, instantly staring in shock towards the school gate. Yi Qijun walked over slowly, his expression icy cold. Wang Teng saw Yi Qijun and immediately became furious, saying, "You are this little bastard's father." "Just in time. Have your little bastard cowed out to my son 100 times, or I will flay her skin off today." Yi Qijun glanced at Yi Xiaoru, who was crying and gasping for breath, terrified and helpless, and a surge of anger rose within him. Slap! Without saying another word, Yi Qijun slapped Wang Teng hard across the face. Wang Teng let out a scream, and was directly sent flying, losing several teeth, and spitting blood, wailing endlessly. The martial general-level expert Wang Jin was shocked and furious, shouting, "You dare to hit my young master? Do you know who he is? You're dead meat." Bang! Yi Qijun casually struck, pinning Wang Jin against the wall, coldly saying, "Is it about status? Then I'll give you this opportunity. Use all your connections. Bring everyone you can find. They'll be waiting right here to see how impressive you can be." Wang Teng lay on the ground, covering his face, shouting in anger, "Hurry, call my dad. Get my dad here now." With his mouth full of missing teeth, his words were slurred. After shouting several times, his subordinates finally understood and hurriedly called the head of the Wang family. Yi Qijun snorted coldly and walked directly over to Yi Xiaoru, asking with concern what had happened. At this moment, teacher Yu rushed over nervously, urgently advising, "Yi Zyrus, guardian, you should run. That's the young master Wang Teng of the top family in Yuezhou. He's not someone an ordinary person can offend." However, Yi Qijun completely ignored this and said lightly, "No worries, the Wang family is not that formidable." Then he began to comfort Yi Xiaoru, calming her fears. Soon outside the school gate, several cars came to a stop. Wang Qingquan, the head of the Wang family, rushed out of the car, followed by dozens of skilled bodyguards storming into the school. At this moment, Wang Qingquan's face was filled with rage. The call he had just received informed him that Wang Teng had been severely beaten. How could the dignified Wang family be bullied to such an extent? Wang Qingquan shouted angrily, "Everyone rush in and save my son. Anyone who dares to resist." The dozens of bodyguards Wang Qingquan brought were not ordinary guards. All were experts above the martial artist level, among whom there were even several battle gods. With a single command from Wang Qingquan, the dozens of experts charged toward the playground with great momentum. The next moment Wang Chunkuan saw Wang Tung, whose face was covered in blood, and whose head was swollen like a pig's head, and his anger soared. Then Wang Chunkuan glared at Yi Qijun with killing intent, locking eyes for a second. Then in front of everyone Wang Chunkuan suddenly knelt down before Yi Qijun. In just a second Wang Chunkuan's expression changed from anger to fear. Wang Tung, Wang Jin, teacher Yu, and the dozens of eager bodyguards who were ready to kill Yi Qijun were all dumbfounded. The head of the Wang family, a top figure in Yuezhou, knelt down upon seeing Yi Qijun. This scene shattered everyone's perceptions. Only Wang Chunkuan remained pale, filled with terror, because Wang Chunkuan had attended the Taohua Island conference. On Taohua Island, he had witnessed Yi Qijun annihilate the three major families of Taohua Island. Compared to the so-called top family, the Wang family was nothing. He never expected that his son would provoke such a powerful figure. This was practically dragging the entire Wang family to blow up in the toilet, seeking death. Wang Chunkuan wailed inwardly, "My son Wang Tung really is in deep trouble. Mr. Yi, my son was blind to your stature and dared offend you. Please spare his life. I beg you." Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Wang Chunkuan prostrated himself before Yi Qijun, kowtowing frantically, his humility reduced to that of an insignificant ant. In the secular world of Yuezhou, the Wang family ranked firmly among the top 10 in power. Only a handful of aristocratic clans stood above them. Yet even when confronting those elite clans, Wang Chunkuan had never stooped to such abject subservience. After a moment of stunned silence, Wang Tung snapped back to reality and stammered, "Father, why are you kowtowing to him? Did you mistake him for someone else? It was him who struck me. Avenge me, kill him now." Wang Tung assumed his father had either misidentified Yi Qijun or lost his wits with age. But Wang Chunkuan's face twisted instantly into sheer terror. He leapt up and delivered a brutal kick to Wang Tung's chest. Then came a torrent of furious blows, punches, kicks, and savage curses. "I'll kill you, you ruinous, ill-fated wretch. Do you wish to obliterate the entire Wang family? How dare you provoke Master Yi, a man beyond your reckoning? I should have dashed you against the wall the moment you were born." Cradling his head, Wang Tung shrieked and rolled across the floor, utterly dazed by his father's onslaught. "I should have dashed you against the wall the moment you were born." Cradling his head, Wang Tung shrieked and rolled across the floor, utterly dazed. After several long minutes, Yi Qijun coldly interjected, voice edged with impatience, "Enough." Instantly Wang Chunkuan ceased his assault and dropped to his knees once more before Yi Qijun, trembling as he awaited judgment. Yi Qijun cast a faint, indifferent glance at Wang Tung. Though reckless, the youth had harmed no one, not even Xiao Ru, and seeing him battered so severely, Yi Qijun's ire had subsided. Moreover, Wang Chunkuan's deference was sincere. Yi Qijun saw no reason to waste time on such petty figures. With a casual wave of his hand, he declared, "Your lives are spared. Leave now. Should you dare repeat this folly, your fate will be far less merciful." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Wang Chunkuan bowed deeply several times before hastily summoning his men, lifting the dazed Wang Tung, and fleeing the scene in utter disarray. Minutes later, they returned to their vehicles and headed back toward the Wang residence. Inside the car, Wang Tung's cries of agony soon gave way to a visage twisted with venomous, near-maniacal hatred. Most of his injuries had been inflicted by his own father, but Wang Chunkuan was his father, and filial loyalty forbade resentment toward him. Instead, every ounce of fury burned solely for Yi Qijun. Had it not been for Yi Qijun, his father would never have laid such brutal hands upon him. In all his life, Wang Tung had never endured punishment so severe. To Wang Tung, Yi Qijun must simply possess extraordinary strength, so formidable that Wang Chunkuan's entourage stood no chance against him, compelling his father to submit temporarily. This was no novelty, yielding when outmatched, then exacting vengeance later. This was precisely the doctrine Wang Chunkuan himself had instilled in him. Wang Tung assumed this instance followed the same pattern. Clenching his teeth, he snarled, "Father, I will kill Yi Qijun. I will kill him, no matter the cost. If our clan's masters lack the strength, we'll hire assassins. Do you truly believe that with the Wang family's might a single man could possibly survive our wrath?" But Wang Chunkuan's face paled instantly at those words, and without hesitation he struck Wang Tung across the face with a thunderous slap. "Master Yi, sparing your life is already boundless mercy. Dare you harbor thoughts of retaliation, and I shall slay you myself, before Master Yi lifts a finger." Wang Tung was utterly stunned. Clutching his burning cheek, he whispered in disbelief, "Father, I am your own flesh and blood. How dare you?" Wang Chunkuan roared, consumed by despair and fury. "Better to discard you and raise a new heir than watch you drag our entire lineage to annihilation. Fool, can't you see the truth before you?" Wang Tung seethed inwardly. Yi Qijun was barely more than 20, a mere youth. Even if gifted with power or influence, what did that truly mean? Yuezhou was their domain. Even a celestial dragon refrained from crushing local serpents. Defiantly, Wang Tung retorted, "Who is this fellow anyway? The Wang family stands atop Yuezhou's elite. Must we tremble before him like cowards? At worst, we strike from the shadows. Wang Chenkuan cut him off with a roar. You know nothing. You've heard of the 4 great clans of Taohua Island, haven't you? 3 of them have already been eradicated by Master Yi himself. To crush our family would be no harder for him than crushing an ant beneath his thumb. At last, profound shock and raw terror flooded Wang Teng's face. As heir to the Wang family, he well understood the 4 clans' stature. Each could annihilate the Wangs with effortless ease. Yet 3 of them had fallen to Yi Qijun. Such a figure lay far beyond the Wang family's capacity to oppose. For the first time, the arrogant, untouchable heir of Yuezhou knew true fear. Shen manner. Yi Qijun carefully regulated Yi Xiaoru's qi flow and soothed her shaken spirit. Her unique constitution enabled rapid recovery, and within moments, she drifted into deep, peaceful sleep. By her bedside, Yi Qijun fell into quiet contemplation. He found it impossible to entrust Xiaoru's safety to an ordinary school. Moreover, as her rare constitution gradually awakened, she risked unintentionally harming classmates. Though Wang Teng's son had deserved his fate, injuring the innocent would be unforgivable. And soon Yi Qijun would pursue vengeance against his parents' killers, the 100 schools, and keeping his family in Hangqing posed grave danger. Relocation was inevitable. Yet children needed peer interaction. This dilemma left Yi Qijun unsettled with no immediate solution. 2 days later, Yi Qijun prepared to board a flight to Chuzhou for an auction. Just then Shen Xianzhi hurried forward and bowed respectfully. Master Lord Lingyin sends word. He encountered resistance while absorbing Lord Pingnan's forces and cannot leave to welcome you in Chuzhou. He humbly begs your forgiveness. It matters not. Tell him should any obstacle prove insurmountable, he is to report it immediately. With that, Yi Qijun ascended the helicopter. Shen Xianzhi bowed low. Understood. I convey Lord Lingyin's deepest gratitude and bid you safe passage, master. Moments later, several helicopters laden with cash streaked toward Chuzhou at breakneck speed. Hours later, in Fengqing Chuzhou at the Yunshao Hotel, the vast auction hall brimmed with guests, most wearing masks. This was an underground auction, unregulated and discreet. So attendees guarded their identities with grace. Among these guests, martial masters abounded. Grandmasters were commonplace. Even semi-mortal sovereigns exuded palpable aura. Even the ostensibly ordinary attendees carried the unmistakable gravitas of sovereign authority. None were to be underestimated. These were luminaries gathered from across Long Kingdom. For this auction bore extraordinary prestige. When proceedings commenced, Yi Qijun was astonished to discover its host was none other than a rising megastar, a newly crowned queen of Long Kingdom's entertainment industry. Each successive lot grew rarer and more valuable. Every item sold for sums exceeding 100 million. The atmosphere of the auction was vibrant with one antique and artwork after another, all rare treasures to behold. The host, known as the Diva, showcased exceptional control of the scene, igniting the passion of many guests participating in the bidding. However, Yi Qijun showed no interest in these antiques and artworks, remaining inactive until 2 hours later. Dear guests, next we have the final 5 highlight auction items of this event. Each of these items is a unique treasure, one of a kind in the world. The first highlight item, the blood of Lucifer. This is a treasure that has been missing for 300 years and was once owned by the royal families of several countries in the Western Alliance. The diva excitedly introduced the origin of the blood of Lucifer. The guests present had all heard of its reputation and turned their eager gazes towards the display stage. Finally, the diva brought down the gavel with a rush. Blood of Lucifer, starting bid 100 million. Bidding begin. As soon as the words were spoken, several voices quickly rang out. 130 million. 150 million. 200 million. In just a few seconds, the price soared to 200 million. Moreover, more guests were eager to join in, having yet to place their bids. But at that moment, a calm voice suppressed the entire room. 1 billion. Wow. Hundreds of people in the auction hall turned in astonishment to look at Yi Qijun, who raised his bidding card. Yi Qijun had no intention of competitively bidding step by step with them. He directly raised the price to 1 billion. Instantly, many guests interested in the blood of Lucifer revealed their unwillingness. The price of 1 billion had already exceeded the capacity of most guests, and although the blood of Lucifer was rare normally, it would have been capped at 1 billion in an auction. Furthermore, seeing Yi Qijun raise the price to such a level made everyone realize he was determined to acquire it, and continuing to compete was meaningless. After a moment, the diva's 3 calls, and the gavel fell, and Yi Qijun successfully acquired the blood of Lucifer. The final price of 1 billion had already set the highest transaction record of the night among dozens of auction items. However, what followed was an eye-opening experience for many guests. 1 billion was just the beginning. The second highlight item, an ancient bronze artifact, sold for 15 billion. The third highlight item was a manor, sold for 25 billion. These 5 highlight auction items were increased. However, Yi Qijun was not interested in these items. He had come today solely for the blood of Lucifer. At this moment, several organizers respectfully approached Yi Qijun with a tray. "Sir, this is the blood of Lucifer you bid on, please check it." Yi Qijun picked up the necklace and examined it carefully. It was a rare red diamond the size of an egg, crystal clear, and stunningly beautiful, worth a fortune. However, just as Yi Qijun held the necklace, his pupils suddenly constricted. In that moment, he distinctly felt an unprecedented ominous aura, as if a malicious intent lurked in the shadows. Yet, just as Yi Qijun became vigilant, that ominous aura vanished instantaneously. Yi Qijun looked at the blood of Lucifer in his hand with confusion, but after examining it closely, he found nothing unusual, not even a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation. It was merely an ordinary diamond. The ominous aura he felt earlier was likely not from this item. There were many experts in the hall, even a few half-step martial saints. Perhaps it was related to them. Yi Qijun dismissed the thought, put away the blood of Lucifer, and lost interest in the subsequent auction, directly getting up to head outside. This is our final auction item for tonight, the 5 Phoenix copper medal. It is also the treasure of this entire auction because it is a spiritual artifact. On the auction stage, the diva passionately introduced it. Yi Qijun's footsteps suddenly halted. The 5 Phoenix copper medal. It was an ancient metal token intricately carved with patterns of 5 phoenixes vividly lifelike. Yi Qijun noticed it because this 5 Phoenix copper medal was identical to the token his master Dugu Bo had left for Dugu Hao, the 5 dragon copper medal. In size, material, and color there were no differences at all. The only difference was the patterns. One had dragons, the other had phoenixes. These two tokens must be connected. Yi Qijun's expression turned serious as he sat back down, intrigued by the 5 Phoenix medal. This item might relate to his master. He had to obtain it. At this moment the crowd was in an uproar. A spiritual artifact. Just these 2 words were enough to make many experts in attendance restless. Even the few half-step martial saints stood up, their eyes blazing with nearly frantic enthusiasm. It is known that experts above the martial spirit realm can manipulate spiritual energy, and spiritual artifacts can enhance the power of that energy, effectively boosting an expert's strength significantly. There were many martial families present. If a peak martial spirit expert in their family possessed a spiritual artifact, they could even contend with a half-step martial saint. At this moment, seeing the crowd's reaction, the diva also wore a sweet smile and loudly announced, "Starting bid 3 billion. Bidding begin." As soon as she finished speaking, a voice immediately followed. 100 billion. Instantly the entire room was in an uproar. Those guests lacking the understanding of spiritual artifacts were completely bewildered. This item was worth so much. Yi Qijun also frowned slightly. He was determined to acquire the 5 Phoenix copper medal, but he only brought 100 billion in cash this time, which he had already deposited into the auction organizer's temporary public account before entering the hall. After purchasing the blood of Lucifer, he had only 90 billion left, which was insufficient to acquire the 5 Phoenix copper medal. Yi Qijun did not hesitate and directly called Shen Xianzhi. "Order the prison god island to immediately airlift 100 tons of gold nearby, the faster the better." He then hung up the phone and focused on the auction's progress. The person who just called 100 billion was likely trying to imitate Yi Qijun, instantly raising the price to shock, but he never anticipated that his words would be followed by someone calling out an even higher price. In just a short moment, over a dozen people called out prices, all of whom were experts above the martial spirit realm, showing no concern for his 100 billion bid. In less than 10 minutes the price had already approached 20 billion. Only then did the bidding speed slow down. At first, everyone called out their bids, almost without hesitation, each one following another. However, once the price exceeded 20 billion, it took several minutes, even over 10 minutes, for someone to stand up and bid again. The auctioneer was not in a hurry and did not drop the hammer. After a full 2 hours, the price had reached 28 billion. At this point, the masters of the martial spirit realm had all given up, leaving only the last 3 half-step martial saints to continue raising the price. However, each of their bids was an increase of 1 billion, clearly indicating that the price was nearing the limit. At that moment, Yi Qijun received a message from Shen Xianzhi. "Master, 100 tons of gold priced at 40 billion has been deposited into the organizer's temporary account." Yi Qijun smiled and stood up casually, saying 32 billion. Instantly, the entire venue erupted in shock and uproar. Over 30 billion was an astronomical figure for many present. Even ordinary martial arts families found it difficult to come up with such a large sum. After all, while these families had substantial assets, most of it was fixed assets, and over 30 billion required. Moreover, the competition was among 3 half-step martial saints, yet Yi Qijun dared to intervene. Did he not fear for his life? Indeed, the 3 half-step martial saints were furious. Typically, the price of a spiritual weapon ranged between 20 billion and 30 billion, but Yi Qijun had raised it so much that it surpassed their expectations. One of the black-clad half-step martial saints shouted angrily, "Nonsense. Kid, do you really have that much money? Bidding recklessly could cost you your life." This was an underground auction, of violating the rules meant death. But at that moment the goddess auctioneer suddenly smiled and said, "This gentleman's temporary account is well funded, please rest assured." The black-clad man's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He had thought he could secure the spiritual weapon for under 30 billion, but unexpectedly Qijun had made an appearance. His available funds were no longer sufficient, forcing him to reluctantly give up and sit down. The other two half-step martial saints also looked very grim. They had only prepared around 32 billion, and even if they could still compete, they would surely be outbid by Qijun. One of them sighed and said, "It seems this 5 Phoenix copper medal is not destined for me." After saying this, he sat down, signaling his surrender. Only one person remained, his expression cold, staring intently at Qijun. In the next moment, he removed the mask from his face, looking at Qijun with a gloomy gaze, and spoke coldly. "Kid, such a treasure requires not just the ability to obtain it, but also the ability to use it. My Huangfu family is determined to acquire this treasure. I advise you to think carefully before speaking. I bid 1 billion. Boom. Hundreds of guests were stunned. The Huangfu family. Upon hearing this name, and seeing the appearance of this half-step martial saint, many in the crowd immediately recognized his identity. He was none other than Huangfu Yongyuan, the third ancestor of the Huangfu family. This Huangfu family was ranked 75th among martial arts families, one of the esteemed schools. All three ancestors of the Huangfu family were half-step martial saints. Especially the patriarch of the Huangfu family, rumored to have possibly broken through to a true martial saint, though this had never been confirmed. With Huangfu Yongyuan's appearance, it was likely that no one dared to compete with him. As the crowd whispered among themselves, Huangfu Yongyuan looked down at everyone with a sneer. "What treasure my Huangfu family desires, who dares to contend for it?" He then looked at the goddess auctioneer on the stage and said coolly, "Will you not drop the hammer?" The goddess was also trembling. Although this request was against the rules, everyone had already acknowledged that once Huangfu Yongyuan revealed his identity, the outcome of this auction was decided. The goddess hurried to drop the hammer. But at that moment, Qijun casually said 35 billion. Instantly, the entire venue fell into silence. Everyone stared at Qijun in disbelief. This kid was so young, yet he dared to challenge Huangfu Yongyuan. Had he gone insane? Huangfu Yongyuan was even more enraged. He had already revealed his true face, yet this person still dared to bid against him. The killing intent of Huangfu Yongyuan was palpable, as he said coldly, "Kid, do you want to die?" Qijun replied indifferently, "This is an auction. If you don't have money, just shut up." The Huangfu family was one of the esteemed schools on the list given to him by his master Dugabo. In other words, he and the Huangfu family already had a grudge. Qijun would naturally not give face to the Huangfu family, especially since this mere half-step martial saint had no qualification to demand respect from him. However, Qijun's tone completely enraged Huangfu Yongyuan. Huangfu Yongyuan shouted angrily, "This is an underground auction. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to kill you?" At that moment, the killing intent of the half-step martial saint swept across the venue, causing everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. Qijun, expressionless, asked, "Do you want to rob me?" The crowd looked at Qijun, revealing expressions of pity. Qijun's performance made them think he was scared. After all, this was an underground auction, and there were no guarantees. If they truly angered a master like Huangfu Yongyuan, it was possible for him to attack and forcibly seize the treasure, and the organizers wouldn't be able to intervene. Had they known this, why insist on clashing Hedon with Huangfu Yongyuan? As expected, Huangfu Yongyuan sneered and leaped forward, lunging at Qijun. "Kid, it's too late to regret now. Since he couldn't outbid him, he would kill his competitor." Huangfu Yongyuan struck fiercely, and the guests near Qijun scattered in terror, causing chaos in the venue. Among the crowd, one person's face flashed with eager anticipation. It was Linghu Qianquan. He had been hiding in the crowd, not bidding during the previous rounds. Now the Linghu family had been wiped out, leaving only a few members behind who couldn't muster hundreds of billions. Linghu Qianquan had intended to give up on contesting for this spiritual weapon, but the current turn of events was exactly what he wished for. As long as chaos ensued, with his strength as a half-step martial saint, he could take advantage of the confusion to reap the rewards. Once Huangfu Yongyuan and Qijun started fighting, he would dash directly onto the auction stage, snatch the 5 Phoenix medal, and flee, as the other half-step martial saints wouldn't be able to react in time. With his plan in mind, Linghu Qianquan watched Huangfu Yongyuan pounce on Qijun, ready to make his move. But in the next moment, bang! Qijun snorted coldly, raising his hand in a single strike, crushing Huangfu Yongyuan's arm, and then directly smashed Huangfu Yongyuan's skull. In the moment before chaos erupted, the venue became eerily quiet. Had there been a fierce battle between the two masters, the entire venue would have certainly descended into chaos. But the problem was that the intense battle everyone had anticipated did not happen. It was over before it even began. A dignified half-step martial saint was effortlessly killed by a single palm strike from Qijun. Not even a second had he been able to withstand. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at Huangfu Yongyuan's corpse, utterly shocked and speechless. In the crowd, Linghu Qianquan broke out in a cold sweat, frozen in place, and too terrified to move. He realized that had he acted a moment ago, he would now have drawn Yi Qijun's attention. Huangfu Yongyuan was an established half-step martial saint stronger than him, yet Yi Qijun had killed him with a single palm. Would he himself likewise be undone by a single strike? Linghu Qianquan remained shaken and full of lingering fear. The other guests were likewise petrified. At that moment Yi Qijun looked coldly toward the stage and asked, "Where do you think you are going?" Only then did everyone notice that during the earlier commotion the auction organizers had tucked away the woofing token and were preparing to slip away. They had not expected the chaos to subside so quickly. Several of the organizers' martial soul and martial spirit experts had not even had time to flee the stage. Yi Qijun's expression turned icy as he strode toward the auction dais. The organizers' leader shouted, "Run!" Immediately several experts dashed for the rear exit. The hundreds of guests in the hall were thrown into panic. Because of the organizers' special stipulations, everyone had prepared vast amounts of gold and cash and deposited them into a temporary communal account provided by the hosts before the auction began. Now it was clear they intended to abscond with the funds. Would all their money vanish? At that instant Yi Qijun flashed forward and appeared on the auction stage. The so-called martial soul and even martial spirit masters were no match for Yi Qijun. In moments he felled them one by one with a single palm strike, each killing them on the spot. Yi Qijun retrieved the woofing token from the leader, pocketed it, and coldly called Shen Xianzhi. In the next instant Shen Xianzhi led men in through the back door. Yi Qijun said lightly, "The organizers have breached their trust, eliminate them." Shen Xianzhi respectfully complied and departed with several subordinates. Moments later he returned to the stage with bloodied hands and reported, "Master, they are all dead, and the gold and cash have been recovered. However, I have uncovered something about the organizers' origins," Shen Xianzhi added. Yi Qijun asked in surprise, "You know them?" Shen Xianzhi replied, "I have heard of them. These people were a notorious money-laundering gang from Ximing with a large reputation. Behind them appeared to be an ancient family of Ximing." Yi Qijun understood that the so-called organizers were no good from the start. Unconcerned, he said, "Ignore them. We have retrieved what we came for. Let's go." Having said that, he departed with Shen Xianzhi and the others. Only after Yi Qijun left did the hundreds of guests finally breathe and rush to the vaults to reclaim their funds, plunging the venue into utter chaos. Soon Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi stepped out of the hotel. At that moment Shen Xianzhi received a call, and his face changed drastically. "Master, my subordinate who was secretly protecting the Shen family manor reports that 4 mysterious experts broke into the estate and have taken the entire Shen family hostage, including the matriarch and the young master." A surge of overwhelming aura erupted. Yi Qijun exploded in rage, his fierce presence pressed down on everyone, leaving them breathless. "Return to Hangxing at once," he roared, then barreled into the helicopter with Shen Xianzhi and the others following. The chopper shot into the sky like an arrow. Yi Qijun burned with anxiety and murderous intent. "Whoever dares to touch my family will pay with blood." Hangxing Shen family manor. In the villa's parlor the Shen clan were gathered and bound together. Shockingly, only 4 people had carried out the force struck with ruthless efficiency, and after breaching the manor they killed more than a dozen bodyguards. The so-called masters employed by the Shen family were powerless against them. Old Master Shen's face darkened. They had bound the entire clan, yet made no demands. Clearly they were not ordinary kidnappers. "Who are you, and what grievance do you bear against the Shen family?" Old Master Shen asked gravely. The 4 gave no reply, their faces impassive. Those 4 were Peak Lingren, sent by Wulaoxing on behalf of its Songjing Shanghui, killers bred to the pinnacle. They were Wulaoxing's trained assassins, killing machines who spoke little and only carried out orders. As Old Master Shen prepared to press further, one of them drew a blade and laid it at Shen's throat, speaking coldly in the Wugwa tongue, "Be quiet." Old Master Shen froze, his face paling. It was the Wugwa language for silence. These 4 were from Wugwa. Old Master Shen could not understand it. The Shen family had no ties to Wugwa, so why were they targeted? The clan could not fathom it either. They curled together in fear, too terrified to make a sound. Shen Xianzhi kept her head bowed, using her body to shield Xiao Ru and remaining silent, so as not to provoke them. Fear nevertheless showed on her face. Having just endured a bank robbery, Shen Xianzhi was already shaken. Encountering this left her like a bird startled by an arrow. As bewilderment and fear gripped the room, a venomous laugh sounded. "Don't be so rough," it said. "Though they will soon die, they are after all my family." Instantly the Shen family stared in disbelief toward the villa entrance. Shen Rulong strolled in slowly, his face full of triumph. Shen Xianzhi cried in disbelief, "Uncle, how could you?" The Shen family were stunned. With Shen Rulong here and that expression, they all understood what had occurred. Old Master Shen's face turned ashen as he cursed, "You unfilial wretch, what do you intend?" Shen Rulong's features darkened as he said coldly, "What do I intend? I intend to kill you all," he answered. Old Master Shen exploded with rage. "Monster, have you no humanity? Why would you do this? We are your own kin," they cried. Shen Rulong burst into hysterical laughter. "Why do you ask me why? Have you forgotten how my wife Lu Lei and my two sons Shen Xian and Shen Xiao died? The Shen family grew. Shen Rulong glared, his eyes brimming with hatred and madness. He seized Shen Xianzhi by the hair and dragged her from the crowd. It's all because of her, he spat. If that wretch had not brought that monster Yi Qijun back, my wife and children would not have died. My wife and my youngest son died before my eyes. My eldest son Shen Xian, I did not even see his body, he continued. How could I not avenge so deep a blood debt? The Shen family. Kin. Huh. You are all spineless opportunists, cold-blooded beasts, he snarled. Old man, are you fit? Your daughter-in-law and two grandsons were killed by an outsider, and you did not avenge them. Instead, you planned to marry my niece. Damn. Who here lacks humanity? With each roar and accusation from Shen Rulong, the Shen family grew pallid. They could see that Shen Rulong had completely lost his mind. Old Master Shen stared at his eldest son with disappointment in his eyes. Lu Lei, Shen Xian, Shen Xiao. Everyone in the Shen family knew why they had died. Could Shen Rulong really be unaware? But hatred and obsession had driven Shen Rulong completely mad. He even colluded with Japanese ninjas, offering all his family as hostages to the four pinnacle spirit ninjas just to kill Yi Qijun for revenge. At this moment, Shen Rulong could not hear a single word. Old Master Shen sat helplessly on the ground, his face full of sorrow. Shen Rulong, however, began to laugh smugly. What? Nothing to say? Then you can all go die? When you reach the underworld, kneel and repent before my wife and son. Saying this, Shen Rulong drew his knife and advanced towards the Shen family. However, at this moment, Shen Xianzhi suddenly stood up. Although her whole body trembled, she persisted in persuading Uncle, stop. You know very well why Aunt died. Aunt actually poisoned Grandpa for the position of head of the Shen family, and even sent people to kill us. Second cousin Shen Xiao did not regard the Shen family as his own. He was willing to destroy the Shen family, just to take revenge for Aunt. As for eldest cousin Shen Xian, he colluded with foreign forces, hired overseas assassins to assassinate Qijun, implicating the innocent. How could any of these actions not deserve death? Uncle, why are you still obsessed with them? Shen Xianzhi's questioning made Shen Rulong's eyes turn red. He stared madly at Shen Xianzhi, unable to comprehend what she was saying. In Shen Rulong's heart, the one he hated most was Yi Qijun, followed by Shen Xianzhi. Shut up. Go die. Shen Rulong roared and charged directly at Shen Xianzhi. At that moment, a cold voice resonated from outside the villa. Obsessed and unrepentant. Unforgivable. Whoosh. Following a sound of something breaking through the air, Shen Rulong's legs were shattered by two stones, and he fell to the ground. Yi Qijun's face was as cold as ice as he slowly walked in. The four pinnacle spirit ninjas immediately became vigilant, rushing to the side of the Shen family, using Shen Xianzhi and the others as hostages, coldly staring at Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun, however, paid no attention to the four of them, instead looking indifferently at Shen Rulong. Is this the kind of underhanded means you use for revenge? Colluding with the Japanese, do you even deserve to be a citizen of Longhua? Shen Rulong with his broken legs lay on the ground, pale-faced, but at that moment he was completely insane, grinning and saying, as long as I can kill you, I am willing to do anything. Last time I informed the Heishui bandit group about that 10 billion cash, but unexpectedly they turned out to be a bunch of useless trash, failing to kill you and Shen Xianzhi. This time, with the four pinnacle spirit ninjas taking action and the entire Shen family as hostages, I want to see how you can survive. Yi Qijun's eyes suddenly turned cold. Unexpectedly, the last bank case was also Shen Rulong's scheme behind the scenes. Yi Qijun coldly shook his head. At that time, your wife and two sons sought their own deaths. They deserved what they got. Since you care so much about them, even colluding with Japanese ninjas to betray your family, I will send you to me. With that, Yi Qijun raised his hand and struck down directly, shattering Shen Rulong's bones, sending him on his way. Shen Rulong had already gone mad. Living had no meaning anymore. It was better to send him to reunite with his wife and son to prevent him from harming others. No one expected Yi Qijun to be so decisive. In the next moment, the four pinnacle spirit ninjas were instantly furious. Shen Rulong was their partner. Although his life or death did not matter, killing him in front of them was equivalent to declaring war. Baka. One of the pinnacle spirit ninjas roared unhesitatingly, raising his knife to strike Shen Xianzhi. However, in the next moment, Yi Qijun flashed and appeared before him, kicking the pinnacle spirit ninja away. Caught off guard, this formidable pinnacle spirit ninja was unexpectedly kicked to death by Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun then coldly looked at the other three. Speak human words. I can't understand dog barks. The other three were furious. In their eyes, Yi Qijun's sudden attack caught that pinnacle spirit ninja off guard. He did not expect the three companions to be present, and thus could not stop Yi Qijun, leading to his death. Seeing their companion die at Yi Qijun's hands, the three were completely enraged and rushed towards Yi Qijun. Before the great Japanese ninjas, the despicable Longhua martial arts are nothing but a joke. Even if you are half a step into the martial saint realm, you will die today. The leading pinnacle spirit ninja shouted angrily, pulling out a scroll from his pocket, tearing it open, and throwing it into the air. The scroll was covered with densely packed symbols and patterns extremely complex. At the same time, the person swiftly moved his hands, his fingers, almost leaving shadows. Yi Kaijin's expression remained indifferent. He did not immediately interrupt. He had long heard that Japan had ninjutsu, and this person's hand movements should be the hand seals for ninjutsu. As for the scroll, it was because the person's strength was insufficient. Japanese ninjutsu could only be performed by oneself after reaching the martial saint level. Below that, it had to rely on props or scrolls. 2 seconds later, this pinnacle spirit ninja had already completed over 100 seals, and then shouted angrily, "Water release water dragon bullet technique." In an instant, the scroll in midair vibrated with spiritual energy, condensing water vapor, and instantly formed a 3-meter-long water dragon with a diameter of several centimeters. Then the water dragon lunged toward Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun furrowed his brow, grabbed the water dragon's head, and squeezed it hard, causing the water dragon to immediately dissipate into droplets. He looked at the opponent with displeasure and said, "Is this a water dragon? I think it should be renamed water bug technique." The 3 pinnacle spirit ninjas were shocked. Although the water dragon's size was similar to that of a python, it was extremely fast, and its body was incredibly tough. A typical martial spirit realm expert would be flustered when facing this water dragon. But in front of Yi Qijun, it was effortlessly captured and crushed. Like a dead snake, it did not even have the attack together. The 3 no longer hesitated, each taking out a scroll and unleashing their ninjutsu. Water release water dragon bullet technique. Fire release great fireball technique. Wind release wind blade technique. The 3 shouted in unison, sending a water dragon, a fireball the size of a basketball, and a dozen wind blades towards Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun, however, merely smiled lightly. So this is what they call ninjutsu. Against other martial spirit realm experts, it might be sufficient, but against him, it was terribly inadequate. Yi Qijun disdainfully raised his hand, crushing the water dragon, swatting away the fireball, and then with a wave of his sleeve, dispersing the wind blades. All show and no substance, Yi Qijun said casually. The expressions of the 3 peak spiritual ninjas changed dramatically. As ninjas trained by the 5 elders, they had faced the masters of the Dragon Kingdom multiple times, and their ninjutsu had always proven effective against the martial spirits of the Dragon Kingdom. Although the invocation of their ninjutsu required a longer preparation time, as long as the opponent did not interrupt them during this period, they would certainly be able to deal a heavy blow to their adversary. Unexpectedly, when they teamed up, the 3 could even kill a peak martial spirit in an instant. Yet in the hands of Yi Qijun, their ninjutsu attacks were easily extinguished, as if they were mere toys. Upon hearing Yi Kaijin's words, the 3 became furious. They angrily discarded their scrolls and drew out their long knives, charging towards Yi Qijun. The moment they charged forward, their figures vanished from the sight of the Shen family. The ninjas from the Wa Kingdom, aside from their ninjutsu, were most skilled in assassination techniques. In a direct confrontation, they could use ninjutsu, and against enemies unfamiliar with such techniques, they could catch them off guard. If their ninjutsu were ineffective, they could also use evasion techniques to conceal their forms and assassinate their foes. This ability to conceal their forms, even in direct confrontation, was virtually impossible to guard against. Yet at this moment, Yi Kaijin's expression suddenly turned cold. At the same time, when the figures of the 3 reappeared, they had already arrived in front of Shen Xianzhi and Yi Xiaoru. The 3 had not come to attack Yi Qijun, but aimed to kill Shen Xianzhi and Yi Xiaoru. With the blade's edge so close, Shen Xianzhi quickly covered Yi Xiaoru's eyes with her hand, shielding her with her body. However, at that very moment, bang! Among the 3 peak spiritual ninjas, 2 had hands appearing on their heads, their fingers piercing through their skulls, as if they were about to tear their skulls apart. As for the last one, he was kicked away by Yi Qijun, his bones shattered, and he died on the spot. The remaining 2 peak spiritual ninjas finally showed a deep fear in their eyes. Yi Qijun held the heads of the 2 and coldly remarked, "Are you so eager to die?" He had originally wanted to see what other skills the ninjas possessed, but now these 3 had dared to lay hands on Shen Xianzhi and Yi Xiaoru. This had completely touched Yi Kaijin's sore spot. Crack! Crack! Yi Qijun twisted the heads of both with a casual motion, snapping their necks simultaneously. Then he threw their corpses outside. Moments later, Yi Qijun rescued everyone from the Shen family. Yi Xiaoru had been held in Shen Xianzhi's arms for protection, so she was not too frightened, but Shen Xianzhi was already like a startled bird. Yi Qijun quickly embraced Shen Xianzhi, softly comforting her for a long time until she gradually calmed down. Looking at Shen Xianzhi's appearance, Yi Qijun felt a pang of heartache. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qijun said, "Xianzhi, this Shen family manor is too unsafe. You should go stay on Peach Blossom Island. I plan to turn it into my base in the Dragon Kingdom, and once you go there, you will be responsible for the construction of the base." Shen Xianzhi was taken aback and quickly asked, "What about Xiaoru?" "Don't worry. There will be a school built in the base, and the subordinates within the base also have families, so the children can attend classes there. I will invite the best teachers." Shen Xianzhi finally felt reassured and nodded in agreement. However, the members of the Shen family exchanged glances, some hesitating. After a moment, everyone expressed their opinions. Old Master Shen sighed, saying, "We are already at an advanced age. It's hard to leave our homeland, so we won't go. Just make sure to visit us often." Shen Wenluan and Shen Han also shook their heads, indicating that they still needed to manage the family business, and going to Peach Blossom Island would complicate many matters. Yi Qijun did not push them. In the future, he would seek revenge for his parents' murder, and the enemies he had to face would only grow stronger. However, those enemies would primarily target him through Shen Xianzhi and Yi Xiaoru, and the others remaining would not face too much danger. At worst, he would leave more people to secretly protect the Shen family. After settling this matter, Yi Qijun prepared to take Shen Xianzhi to Peach Blossom Island for a look. In the East Sea at the Golden Sea Club, amidst the vibrant nightlife, Xiao Yan, Lin Dong, and Mu Chen stood stiffly, their faces blank as they watched dozens of beautiful women dancing in front of them. Having just completed their previous task, they arrived at the Golden Sea Club. After years of executing missions, they had never encountered such a scene. At that moment, the three were like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, unsure of where to place their hands and feet. After a while, they gradually relaxed. This mission is truly exhilarating. Being with the Lord of the Underworld is such a joy. Mu Chen's face flushed with excitement. Xiao Yan, however, wore a serious expression and said, "We should occasionally relax at night, but don't forget to train during the day to enhance our strength." Lin Dong and Mu Chen nodded repeatedly, of course. Seeing that they reached a consensus, Xiao Yan's serious demeanor disappeared, replaced by a grin. "Great. Then let's keep the party going with music and dancing." Instantly, the large private room continued with music, and dozens of beautiful women began to dance once more. On Peach Blossom Island, Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi stood atop the highest peak overlooking the entire Peach Blossom Island. Shen Xianzhi was examining a design blueprint. However, the more she looked, the more furrowed her brows became, and she finally asked softly, "Qijun, are you planning to build a military base on Peach Blossom Island?" Yi Qijun replied with a faint smile, "Don't worry, this has been approved by the Ministry of Defense. From now on, Peach Blossom Island will be my private territory in the Dragon Kingdom." Shen Xianzhi, however, let out a bitter laugh and said somewhat dejectedly, "There are too many military facilities on this blueprint. I know nothing about this area. We'd better find a professional to handle it. I'm afraid I won't do it well." Yi Qijun shook his head, gently wrapping his arm around Shen Xianzhi's shoulders, encouraging her, "It's okay. There are many military experts on the Underworld God Island who can assist you. All you need to do is supervise." Yet Shen Xianzhi still felt uneasy. Building such a large island to military standards, if any mistakes occurred, it could result in losses of tens or even hundreds of billions. "Why does it have to be me? You could find professionals." Shen Xianzhi asked in confusion. Yi Qijun smiled gently, "Because this will be our home in the future. You are the lady of this place, so of course it has to be you." Shen Xianzhi immediately felt warmth in her heart, and her mindset changed completely. "I will go to the island for an on-site inspection," Shen Xianzhi said eagerly before leaving. Just then, Yi Qijun's phone rang twice. Yi Qijun casually glanced at his phone and saw that it was a photo sent by Lin Manyu. In the picture, Lin Manyu was clearly well-dressed, with her striking features making her look extraordinarily beautiful. However, she seemed a bit nervous. Just as Yi Qijun was puzzled, Lin Manyu sent another message. "I'm auditioning for Director Chen's film and feeling a bit nervous. Can you encourage me?" Yi Qijun was momentarily taken aback. "Director Chen? Isn't that the film where Park Yi-jun secured the lead female role?" After some thought, Yi Qijun replied, "I believe in you. You will definitely land the role you want." Lin Manyu almost immediately replied, "Then I'll take your good wishes." Yi Qijun chuckled and then called Shen Xianzhi, saying, "Lin Manyu is auditioning for Director Chen's film. He'll leave this to you." Shen Xianzhi quickly responded, "Don't worry, master, I've got this." Donghaizame building. On the top floor, hundreds of actors nervously waited in the corridor. Auditions for Director Chen's new film had nearly every actor in the industry scrambling for a role. Lin Manyu had also dressed up carefully for this audition. With her beauty, she stood out even among the many handsome men and beautiful women in the film industry. However, today Lin Manyu was extremely nervous. This was because Dashing Entertainment had already decided to sideline her, leaving her without any resources for quite some time. Lin Manyu had to sign up herself to audition for the film, and this was her first time acting. In reality, she was no different from any newcomer, which made her incredibly anxious. However, with Yi Qijun's encouragement, Lin Manyu's emotions had settled down. Just as it was about to be her turn, a familiar voice of surprise suddenly came from beside her. "Lin Manyu, what are you doing here?" Lin Manyu turned her head to see her agent sister Li and the newly promoted queen of Dashing Company Zheng Shuang. During this time, Lin Manyu had been constantly sidelined by these two. Lin Manyu replied coldly, "I have no schedules lately, so I thought I'd give it a try." Sister Li's face darkened as she asked, "Which role are you auditioning for?" "The third female lead." Lin Manyu replied with a smile. Sister Li and Zheng Shuang's expressions instantly changed. They had come to have Zheng Shuang audition for the third female lead role. With Dashing Company's influence in the entertainment industry, they couldn't directly secure roles in Director Chen's film without going through the audition. Then Zheng Shuang sneered and disdainfully said, "You, a newcomer who has never acted before, want to compete with me for a role? If your family doesn't have a mirror, drink some water and look at yourself after peeing. Do you really think you're worthy to compete with me?" In front of so many people, being insulted so harshly by Zheng Shuang made Lin Manyu's face darken immediately. "Who gets the role is up to Director Chen. Oh, why shouldn't I compete?" Lin Manyu said coldly. Agent Sisterly frowned and said unhappily, "The company intends for Sister Shuang to secure this third female role. Don't make a fuss here. Hurry back to the company and stay quietly." Lin Manyu felt a surge of anger in her heart. It was bad enough that the company was sidelining her and not giving her resources. They even didn't allow her to fight for opportunities. Lin Manyu said defiantly, "If you want the role, then compete based on acting skills. Haven't you always said that Zheng Shuang is better than me? Then what are you afraid of?" Her words struck a nerve with Zheng Shuang instantly, making her explode with anger. Zheng Shuang angrily shouted, "Am I afraid of you? What a joke. I've acted for 10 years, so why would I fear a newcomer like you?" Lin Manyu smiled coldly. "Not afraid? Then why such a big reaction?" But just then a voice called from the room. "Lin Manyu, come in." Lin Manyu smiled as it was her turn to audition. At that moment, Lin Manyu's aura suddenly changed. She radiated confidence, appearing like a queen. Standing tall, she was half a head taller than Zheng Shuang, looking down at Zheng Shuang and Sisterly with a faint smile. "I hope you won't be defeated by this newcomer. Although you have a thick-skinned, losing face on such a large scale won't feel good, right?" After saying this, she smiled charmingly and turned to walk into the room. After such a commotion, Lin Manyu's last bit of nervousness dissipated. After all, she was a world supermodel and had seen much larger scenes. Once she calmed down, her state was excellent. Soon Lin Manyu and Zheng Shuang both finished their auditions. At this moment, inside the room, Director Chen frowned, looking at the two resumes in front of him. They were the resumes of Lin Manyu and Zheng Shuang. In terms of their recent performances, Lin Manyu completely overshadowed Zheng Shuang. Whether in acting or appearance, they were not comparable. If scoring, Lin Manyu could score 90 points, while Zheng Shuang could only barely reach 60 points. However, Lin Manyu was a newcomer in the film industry, while Zheng Shuang had been in the industry for 10 years. Just as Director Chen was hesitating, the assistant director spoke up, saying, "Director Chen, Zheng Shuang has acted for many years and has rich experience. It was just a poor performance in this instance. Her true level should be decent." Also, Zheng Shuang is a highly promoted star of Dashing Company, bringing in a lot of traffic and box office potential. As for Lin Manyu, I've heard that Dashing Company plans to sideline her. Upon hearing this, Director Chen immediately stopped hesitating. He was making a commercial film where everything was judged by box office performance. The assistant director's last statement moved Director Chen completely. Director Chen immediately said, "Then let's go with Zheng." Just as he was halfway through, suddenly Director Chen's phone rang. As soon as he answered, his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly walked to the side with an extremely respectful tone. "Hello, Mr. Shen. Please give your orders." "Got it, understood." After just 3 sentences, Director Chen hung up the phone, returned to his seat, and directly crumpled Zheng Shuang's resume into a ball and threw it into the trash can. "It's decided. We will use Lin Manyu," Director Chen stated decisively. The assistant director looked completely baffled and asked, "Director, what do you mean?" Director Chen confidently replied, "Even if it's a commercial film, poor acting is unacceptable. Reputation can also bring box office sales." Moments later, everyone in the corridor heard the announcement. Lin Manyu had secured the third female lead. Zheng Shuang and Sister Li were so furious that their faces turned pale, and they turned to leave, unable to stay any longer. Meanwhile, Lin Manyu excitedly clenched her fists and quickly took out her phone to send a message to Qijun. When Lin Manyu sent a message to Qijun, she resembled a little girl, completely different from the queen-like image she had just displayed. "Thank you for your encouragement. Oh, I really got the role." Qijun replied, "Congratulations." Lin Manyu thought for a moment and tentatively asked, "The opening ceremony is in 2 days. Can you come to the set to visit? This is my first time acting. Having you there would make me feel more at ease." 2 minutes later, Qijun replied. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Zimi building, Zheng Shuang and Sister Li wore extremely grim expressions. They had originally believed that the role of the third female lead was theirs for the taking, yet it was snatched away by Lin Manyu. Sister Li directly dialed the phone of Zheng Jingwei, the boss of Dashing Company, embellishing the recent events as she reported to him. Zheng Jingwei immediately sneered, saying, "Rest assured, does she really think she can escape from my grasp? The connections I have in this circle are beyond her imagination. Even Lu Wei, the assistant director in Director Chen's team, is my friend. Dealing with Lin Manyu will be a piece." Sister Li's eyes brightened immediately, and she hurriedly suggested, "It's perfect timing. The opening ceremony is in 2 days. Hu Dedi as the investor will definitely be present. We can have assistant director Lu pressure Lin Manyu to accompany Hu Dedi." If she dares to resist the company, she wouldn't dare to defy Assistant Director Liu, and who daddy would she? Zhang Jingwei burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Great. Let's do it. I'll go talk to Liu Wei right away." 2 days later, Director Chen's new film crew would start shooting. After the opening ceremony concluded, Director Chen introduced a plump, balding, middle-aged man to everyone, saying, "This is our film's second major investor, Mr. Hudeti. Let's give him a warm welcome." Amidst the enthusiastic applause, Hudeti smiled at the actors, his small eyes gleaming with a lecherous glint. His gaze had not once shifted to the male actors, fixated instead on the female performers. However, everyone was accustomed to this Mr. who was considered a big shot in the entertainment industry, having invested in many films and dramas, though his reputation was rather poor. Everyone knew that he had a penchant for using his power to coerce female actors. Such characters were not uncommon in the entertainment circle. Instead of being shocked, 2 young actresses' eyes sparkled as they inadvertently gravitated toward him, and soon both girls were nestled in Mr. Hu's embrace. The others were unfazed, as such occurrences were too common in the entertainment industry. Director Chen paid no mind to it either. In such matters, both parties had their own desires. He couldn't really criticize the 2 young actresses. His only focus was on filming, disregarding everything else. After arranging matters for the crew, Director Chen called Assistant Director Liu Wei to handle the shooting for the day, as he had some matters to attend to, and then he left the set. At that moment, Mr. Hu, while embracing the 2 beautiful young actresses, kept his gaze fixed on the other 2, who were the first and third female leads, Pu Yijun and Lin Manyu. Once Director Chen left, Liu Wei hurried over, wearing a smile full of flattery. "Mr. Who, are you interested in them?" Unfortunately, Pu Yijun is a top star from the pickled vegetable nation and might have a chaebol background, making her difficult to approach. Mr. Hu immediately averted his gaze in disappointment. Although he was lecherous, he also understood that not every woman was within his reach. But then Liu Wei smiled and said, "However, Lin Manyu is from Dashing Company and has been shelved by them. If you're interested, I can help introduce you." Mr. Hu's eyes lit up with excitement. In terms of looks and figure, Lin Manyu far surpassed Pu Yijun. Seeing Mr. Hu's eager expression, Liu Wei chuckled and summoned Lin Manyu. "Assistant Director Liu, what's going on?" Lin Manyu asked in confusion as she approached. Liu Wei replied nonchalantly, "Lin Manyu, there's a great opportunity waiting for you. You want to develop in the film industry, right? This Mr. Hu is a big shot in the industry. As long as you accompany him well, it would be hard not to gain fame." Lin Manyu's expression immediately darkened. She was not one of those self-degrading young actresses. Without a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Sorry, I'm not interested." After saying this, Lin Manyu turned to leave. Liu Wei's face instantly turned cold, and he snorted, "If you dare to leave, then you can forget about filming this movie." Lin Manyu frowned and coldly asked, "What do you mean?" Liu Wei sneered smugly, saying, "Don't you want to leave? Fine. Just roll out of the crew and you won't have to come back." Lin Manyu was filled with anger, questioning, "My role was determined by Director Chen. On what grounds do you make me leave?" Liu Wei disdainfully curled his lip. He had seen many so-called pure actresses among the newcomers in the entertainment industry who wasn't like that. But in the end, they either withdrew from the industry or succumbed. Liu Wei coldly laughed, saying, "Whether Director Chen uses you or not is just a matter of my word. With so many people watching at the set, do you really think Director Chen would cast a diva?" Lin Manyu was taken aback and retorted, "When did I act like a diva?" At this moment, many crew members approached, voicing their opinions. "I saw it, Lin Manyu was acting like a diva. I saw it too, she's a world supermodel, so it's normal to act like a diva." These people were actually echoing Liu Wei in unison, confirming that Lin Manyu was acting like a diva. Lin Manyu looked at them in disbelief. This was clearly turning truth into falsehood and black into white. At this moment, Liu Wei wore a smug expression, saying, "With so many people witnessing this, do you still want to deny it?" Lin Manyu felt a surge of anger within her, yet also helpless. It was hard to argue against the majority. Even if it escalated to Director Chen, he probably wouldn't believe her. However, Lin Manyu was not one to yield, and angrily declared, "I'll just withdraw from the crew." Yet Liu Wei coldly replied, "Do you think withdrawing from the crew will solve anything? If you withdraw today, the whole world will know tomorrow about your diva behavior on set." Lin Manyu's heart sank instantly. This would completely ruin her path in the film industry. Liu Wei had used this trick to force countless actresses to eventually submit, otherwise they could only withdraw from the entertainment circle. Filled with rage, but unable to vent it, surrendering was impossible for her, otherwise she wouldn't have been shelved by Dashing Company for maintaining her integrity. But just as Lin Manyu was about to leave, Hudeti suddenly stood up and approached her. Slap. Without saying a word, Hudeti swung his hand and slapped Lin Manyu's face, causing her to stagger. With an impatient expression, Hudeti said, "Why waste so many words with her? I'll ask you one last time, are you coming to the hotel with me today?" Lin Manyu covered her face, filled with sorrow and indignation, yet she firmly replied, "I absolutely will not." Her words were cut off. Slap. Another slap. Hudeti coldly asked, "Are you going or not?" "You?" Slap. Before Lin Manyu could say anything further, the third slap landed, directly knocking her to the ground. The 3 consecutive slaps left Lin Manyu utterly dazed and at a loss for words. Huda Emperor laughed proudly and looked at Lu Wei, boasting, "Do you see? When dealing with such fierce women, no amount of talk is useful. A few slaps will stun her, and that will solve the problem." Lu Wei quickly gave a thumbs up and said admiringly, as expected, "President who has experience." President who laughed heartily and grabbed Lin Manyu, intending to leave. However, at that moment Lin Manyu came to her senses and began to struggle violently. President Hu's face immediately turned ferocious as he slapped Lin Manyu several more times across the face. Then he shouted to Lu Wei, "Don't just stand there, lend a hand." Lu Wei hurried over, and together with Huda Emperor, they dragged Lin Manyu towards the car. As a weak woman, Lin Manyu was utterly powerless to break free, and no matter how she struggled, she was still dragged step by step towards the car. Despair filled her face. But just then a chilling voice suddenly rang out. "Let her go, otherwise you will die." This furious shout startled everyone on set. Huda Emperor and Lu Wei were both startled, then turned angrily to look outside the set. Yi Qijun, radiating killing intent, was coldly approaching them. Huda Emperor immediately cursed angrily. "Where are the bodyguards? Throw him out for me." At once a dozen of Huda Emperor's bodyguards stepped forward and charged at Yi Qijun. At that moment Yi Qijun's face was icy, his eyes blazing with anger, and with a casual slap, he sent all those bodyguards flying. They were all seriously injured and spat out blood. Lu Wei's expression changed drastically as he shouted angrily, "Which wild dog dares to meddle? Do you know who he is? Do you know who I am? Get lost right now." Just then outside the set, Director Chun came sprinting back. He had heard that Yi Qijun was coming and rushed back without attending to business, but upon his return, he overheard Lu Wei's words. Director Chun was instantly furious, his steps unceasing as he charged directly in front of Lu Wei and slapped him hard across the face. While hitting, Director Chun scolded angrily, "You arrogant brat, who allowed you to speak to Mr. You like that? Have I been too lenient with you?" Before Director Chun, Lu Wei dared not resist, and could only hold his head and scream, utterly stunned by the... However, Huda Emperor's face became extremely ugly, angrily asking, "Director Chen, are you planning to disrespect me as well?" Director Chen's anger flared, and without thinking he turned to Huda Emperor and shouted angrily, "What face do you have? Just because you invested a few million you think you're a big shot? You dare to ask for face in front of Mr. Yi? Do you even deserve it?" Normally Director Chun was polite, but when he got angry his insults were vicious. Even when actors performed unsatisfactorily during filming, Director Chun would scold them mercilessly, let alone when he was enraged. He was very clear that no matter how powerful Huda Emperor was, he was only significant within the entertainment circle. But Yi Qijun, he was the master of the richest man in the Dragon Country. The entire entertainment industry combined could not provoke such a big shot, let alone a mere Huda Emperor. Moreover, Yi Qijun had invested a full 1 billion in this film. Huda Emperor was merely the second largest investor. Yi Qijun was the largest. He certainly knew which side he should be on. But this round of scolding thoroughly enraged Huda Emperor. Huda Emperor exploded with rage, shouting, "You filthy director, dare to speak to me like this? Let me tell you, I have decided to play with this woman today. And this little bastard, don't even think about leaving here standing. Behind me is Pei Xiao from the Pei family. In this entertainment circle, what I say goes." Hearing the name Pei Xiao from the Pei family, Director Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. He only knew that Huda Emperor had invested in many films, but had never heard that he was backed by such a powerful figure. The Pei family is one of the 100 schools, ranked 80th among martial arts families with immense power. In the secular world, the Pei family controls half of the entertainment industry, and many big shots in the industry actually work for the Pei family. With a word from Pei Xiao, even a top director like him could be finished. But at that moment Yi Qijun had already approached the group. His expression was cold, and indifferently he said, "You say you have the final say in the entertainment circle, but I have the final say over your life. I say you should die." With those words, Yi Qijun slapped Huda Emperor and Lu Wei across the face in quick succession. This time he acted out of anger, directly sending both men flying. Their heads were swollen from the slaps. One word determined their fate. Director Chun and everyone in the crew were momentarily stunned, filled with terror. Then Yi Qijun coldly looked at the few bodyguards struggling to get up not far away. "Take them away, don't dirty the set." The bodyguards were terrified. With their boss killed by Yi Qijun, they dared not utter a word, and hurriedly carried away the 2 corpses, fleeing in panic. Yi Qijun ignored them and helped Lin Manyu up, softly comforting her with a few words. Lin Manyu gradually calmed down. At that moment Director Chun finally came to his senses and approached Yi Qijun with a worried expression. Director Chun said anxiously, "Mr. Yi, the Pei family is one of the 100 schools. Their power is unfathomable. You killed Pei Xiao's man, you might be in big trouble." Yi Qijun, however, smiled coldly, completely unperturbed. The Pei family was also among the enemies on the list given to him by Dugobo, Yi Qijuan would have to eliminate them sooner or later. He casually replied, if the Pei family dares to come knocking, it will save me the trouble of finding them. Alright, let's not talk about this. Today is supposed to be the start of filming, and I have yet to visit the set. It's just right for me to see how movies are made. Director Chen quickly suppressed his unease, calling for the crew to start preparing for the shoot. However, soon after, Yi Qijuan frowned and said coldly, those who just criticized Lin Manyu get out. Director Chen did not dare to refute and immediately ordered that all those people be kicked out of the crew. After all, such people could easily be replaced by bringing a few from other crews. Soon filming began, with Director Chen wisely focusing mainly on Lin Manyu's scenes. In a manner of the Pei family in Su City Yu province, Hu De Emperor's bodyguards reported the events on set and the news of Hu De Emperor's death. Bang! Pei Yuanqing, the eldest son of the Pei family, was furious, smashing his phone and leaping to his feet. Even when hitting a dog, you must look at the owner. To dare kill my man, you have no respect for the Pei family. On set, Yi Qijuan watched Lin Manyu perform with keen interest. He had originally intended only to observe whether this newcomer to the film industry would embarrass herself. Yet to his surprise, even Director Chen praised her acting skills effusively. Miss Lin's talent is truly exceptional, and her appearance is equally flawless. For my next film, the lead heroine is decided none other than Miss Lin herself. Director Chen beamed with excitement. Yi Qijuan merely smiled faintly and casually remarked, when you begin filming your next project, contact Xingho Media. They'll invest another 1 billion yuan for you. At that moment, a dozen helicopters descended upon the set. Within moments, over 100 martial masters surrounded the entire location, their aura thick with lethal intent. Crew members recoiled in terror, huddling together instinctively. Yi Qijuan's expression hardened, his gaze swept coldly toward the perimeter of the set. Then several imposing masters strode forward in unison, escorting Pei Yuanqing into the center of the set. Pei Yuanqing's frigid eyes swept across the crowd. Director Chen and the others fell instantly silent, breathless with dread. Who killed my subordinate? Pei Yuanqing demanded with a contemptuous snort. No one dared utter a word. A security guard trembled as he stepped forward and stammered, who are you people? Crack. In the blink of an eye, one of Pei Yuanqing's masters vanished from his side, reappearing before the guard and twisting his neck with brutal efficiency. Pei Yuanqing didn't even glance at the fallen man. Calmly he declared, no one admits it. Then kill them all. Panic erupted. Over 100 crew members screamed, sobbing uncontrollably. Yet in that instant, Yi Qijuan stepped forward, calm, resolute, placing himself squarely between the terrified crew and danger. With hands clasped behind his back, he said coolly, you've interrupted my viewing of this scene. Pei Yuanqing burst into laughter, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Then with a cruel grin he sneered, daring to posture before me. As for posturing, I've never bowed to anyone. You wish to watch filming? Rip out his eyes and hang them at the film city. Let him watch until he's sated. And that wretched woman who seduced Xiaohu, strip her bare and display her publicly. At Pei Yuanqing's command, over a dozen of the surrounding martial masters surged forward. Though merely martial generals, they were invincible against ordinary mortals. The crew shuddered violently. Several young women collapsed into hysterical tears. But then, Yi Qijuan arched a brow and exhaled a single icy snort. Martial generals. To him, they were no more than ants. The dozen martial generals who charged forward were struck mid-stride, each spewing blood, eyes bleeding, ears streaming crimson, hearts shattered by sheer sonic force. They collapsed lifeless. Pei Yuanqing's face twisted in furious disbelief. Dare you resist? You seek death, he roared. From behind him, two elite masters stepped forth, cold, relentless, as they advanced toward Yi Qijuan. With every step they took, their aura intensified, until after just a few paces the overwhelming pressure of two martial spirit realm cultivators exploded outward like thunder. Outside the set, a bodyguard of Hu De rushed to Pei Yuanqing's side and pointed directly at Yi Qijuan. Young Master Pei, this man murdered President Hu. That woman over there is Lin Manyu. Pei Yuanqing cast a dismissive glance, then suddenly froze, his gaze locking onto Lin Manyu with sharp predatory fascination. So Xiaohu died for her. Huh, perhaps it was worth it after all. Never imagined today would bring such an unexpected prize. You too, cripple that brat. The rest, bring that woman to me. Today I shall demonstrate the 108 positions I've perfected through years of rigorous practice. Among the crew, Director Chen wore a bitter, hollow expression. He'd heard rumors about young Master Pei's depravity, but never imagined such grotesque cruelty. To humiliate Lin Manyu publicly. It seemed certain now, Yi Qijuan and Lin Manyu would not survive this day. A heavy sigh rose in Chen's chest, anxiety gnawed at him. Would he too be drawn into the slaughter? By now the two martial spirit realm masters had already closed in on Yi Qijuan, blurring like lightning. Meanwhile, the 100 martial generals swarmed the crew, converging relentlessly upon Lin Manyu. In that split second, fury ignited in Yi Qijuan's eyes, and he struck. Two sharp, thunderous slaps echoed across the set. The two martial spirit realm masters were hurled backward, sculling shattered faces flattened by sheer force. Their deaths mirrored those of Hu Di and Lu Wei, both slain by the same devastating blow. Without pause, Yi Qijun plunged into the ranks of martial generals, cutting through them like a tiger among sheep. Chaos, carnage, and collapse. Not a single soul breached Lin Manyu's vicinity. Within moments, only a dozen generals remained, terrified, scrambling backward to cower behind Pei Yuanqing. All others lay dead at Yi Qijun's feet. The vast set sprawled with corpses. And there, before Pei Yuanqing himself, stood Yi Qijun, his gaze glacial, unblinking. Pei Yuanqing's face contorted in stunned disbelief. He had never imagined Yi Qijun's power could be so to slay martial spirit realm masters as effortlessly as crushing chickens. Such strength was unheard of outside the most revered schools of the 100 schools of thought. Trembling with shock and rage, Pei Yuanqing demanded, "Who are you?" If this man belonged to a famed martial lineage, perhaps retreat was still possible. Yet Yi Qijun replied, voice flat and final, "Yi Qijun." That single name struck Pei Yuanqing like a physical blow. His face drained of color. Who in the 100 schools did not know Yi Qijun? The man who had annihilated 4 legendary schools without mercy. The Pei clan was formidable, but ranked no higher than the 3 great families of Peach Blossom Island. Their slight numerical advantage in martial spirit realm masters meant nothing against Yi Qijun. Provoking him would mean annihilation. Even the Pei clan could not shield him. True fear seized him. Bowing deeply, he forced a brittle smile. "I had no idea. You are Master Yi. My deepest apologies. Please spare me. I swear the Pei clan will reward you beyond measure." Yi Qijun's face remained impassive. "Too late," he stated, tone devoid of inflection. Pei Yuanqing's pupils contracted violently, horror flooding his eyes. Legends spoke of Yi Qijun's ruthless decisiveness, but even surrender was denied him. He tried to plead, kneel, beg, grovel, anything to preserve his life. But before another syllable escaped his lips, Yi Qijun raised his palm and struck Pei Yuanqing square in the chest, shattering every bone in his body. Pei Yuanqing flew backward, collapsing into a shapeless, broken heap upon the ground. Yi Qijun turned his icy gaze upon the last few surviving martial generals. "Clean up this filth. Then return to the Pei clan and deliver my message. If they seek vengeance, let them come. I await their arrival and their demise." Soon the few martial generals cleaned up all the corpses thoroughly and fled in a disheveled manner. The set was left in perfect order, as if no one had ever died here. However, the crew was now filled with fear and trepidation, not daring to even breathe. Because Yi Qijun had not yet left. At this moment, even Director Chun held immense respect for Yi Qijun. At this time, Shen Xianzhi hurriedly walked in from outside the set, and respectfully said, "Master, the old servant has found out that the assistant director Lu Wei is acquainted with the boss of the Desheng company, where Miss Lin works, Zhong Jingwei. However, the old servant does not yet have evidence to confirm whether this matter is related to Zhong Jingwei." Lin Manyu felt a sinking sensation in her heart, vaguely suspecting something. If this matter was indeed instigated by Zhong Jingwei, it would be too chilling. Although Lin Manyu had always refused the company's request for her to accompany those big shots in the entertainment circle, leading to a gradual fallout. But no matter how one looked at it, Lin Manyu was a world supermodel, having earned a significant amount of money for the company over the years. It was unexpected that Zhong Jingwei could be so malicious. Yi Qijun's eyes also turned cold, but since there was no evidence, he naturally would not indiscriminately kill the innocent. Then he looked at Lin Manyu and said, "You should no longer stay with that company. Terminate the contract. You can go to Shunhan's Xingho Media, and there will surely be no more such incidents." However, Lin Manyu hesitated. If she forcibly terminated her contract with the company, there would be a sky-high penalty of 100 million. She was afraid she would have to go bankrupt to be able to pay it. Moreover, even if she terminated the contract, she did not want to go to Xingho Media. After all, that was Shunhan's company, and Shunhan was the brother of Shen Xianzhi. Thinking of this, Lin Manyu said, "Then I will go back and terminate the contract, but let's forget about going to Xingho." Yi Qijun immediately understood Lin Manyu's concerns, but he did not persuade her. Instead, he comforted her for a moment before leaving the set. After leaving the set, Yi Qijun instructed Shen Xianzhi, "You go and establish an entertainment company. You know how to do it without me explaining, right?" Shen Xianzhi hurriedly accepted the order respectfully. He of course understood Yi Qijun's intention. This entertainment company was to wholeheartedly promote Lin Manyu. After discussing this matter, Yi Qijun's phone rang, and surprisingly, it was an incoming call from Elder Yun of the Yun family in Chuzhou. Yi Qijun picked up somewhat astonished. On the phone, Elder Yun respectfully said, "Master, I have something to report to you. It seems that Lingyin Marquis. Today I visited Lingyin Marquis and found that his complexion was bad, and he seemed quite weak. After inquiring, I learned that half a month ago a group of experts broke into the Pingnan Marquis residence, and I suspect it might be related to this matter." Yi Qijun's brow furrowed immediately. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qijun called Lingyin Marquis. However, unexpectedly Lingyin Marquis said he was fine, just recently busy with consolidating the Quzhou army, and was simply a bit fatigued. Upon hearing Lingyin Marquis' explanation, Yi Qijun felt somewhat suspicious. Although Lingyin Marquis was not very strong, he was still a congenital grandmaster, and in just half a month fatigue should not have affected his physical state. At this moment in Quzhou, in the former Pingnan Marquis residence, Lingyin Marquis hung up the phone with a bitter. The attendant beside him worriedly said, "Marquis, the half-month period agreed upon with those people has arrived, and they will come again today. Why don't you inform Mr. Yi about this matter?" Lingyin Marquis shook his head helplessly and asked bitterly, "Do you know the background of those people?" The attendant replied, "I do not know." Lingyin Marquis sighed, "Have you heard of the 100 schools of thought? They are among the top 100 martial arts families on the martial arts family ranking, and are one of the strongest martial forces in the martial world. Those people are precisely from the 100 schools of thought." After hearing Lingyin Marquis' words, the attendant, however, was unconvinced and said, "Is the 100 schools of thought really that strong? The Linghu family in Quzhou also claims to be one of the 100 schools of thought, yet they were annihilated by Mr. Yi." Lingyin Marquis smiled bitterly and said, "What do you know? The Linghu family is ranked 99th on the list, trailing far behind the 100 schools of thought. The master is naturally not afraid. But those people's families are very strong. They are even stronger than the 4 great families of Taohua Island, the overlord of Yuezhou." A look of shock suddenly appeared on the attendant's face. He had followed Lingyin Marquis for many years, always in Yuezhou, and he certainly knew the strength of the 4 great families of Taohua Island. Yet those people from half a month ago came from forces even stronger than the Taohua Island families. The attendant immediately frowned and said, "What should we do? Marquis, why don't we return to Yuezhou? We can give up the power of Pingnan Marquis." However, just as the attendant finished speaking, a cold, mocking voice suddenly came from outside the Marquis residence. "You think you can come and go as you please? Once you killed the Pingnan Marquis, you had no choice. You either obediently obey and become a puppet of the Chang family, or you die." Accompanied by this voice, a dozen experts directly stormed into the Marquis residence. Lingyin Marquis' pupils immediately contracted. Each of these dozen people was far stronger than Lingyin Marquis. The lowest was at the martial soul realm. Among them, there were even 4 at the martial spirit realm, and there was even one who was a half-step martial saint. These people were all experts from the Chang family. The Chang family is ranked 70th on the martial arts family list. Although they are only a few places higher than the 4 great families of Taohua Island, their strength is clearly more formidable. The Chang family not only has a martial saint stationed, but also several half-step martial saints. This one before him is one of them, named Chang Xiang. Not to mention other experts from the Chang family. Just this Chang Xiang alone left Lingyin Marquis utterly powerless to resist. At this moment, Chang Xiang looked at Lingyin Marquis with a smile that was not quite a smile, and asked, "How does the taste of the night's soul poison feel?" Lingyin Marquis' expression changed, but then he coldly sneered, "The dignified 100 schools of thought only knows how to use such underhanded means as poison." The attendant beside him was taken aback, then suddenly horrified. "Marquis, you've been poisoned." Chang Xiang immediately burst into laughter. He pointed at Lingyin Marquis and laughed, "Don't be fooled by your Marquis bravado now. Oh, in a few days, he won't even be able to open his mouth. The night soul poison is an ancient poison, and every night, he will suffer the pain of bone erosion and soul gnawing. Moreover, the pain will escalate every day. Lingyin Marquis, judging by your complexion, you should be nearing your limit, right? In at most 3 days you will die from the pain." The attendant was furious and shouted, "You dare to poison the Marquis? Don't you fear the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of War coming after you and destroying your Chang family?" Chang Xiang's expression suddenly turned cold. Without saying a word, he struck out with his palm, instantly killing the attendant. Lingyin Marquis' eyes widened with rage bloodshot. This attendant was a brother who had followed him for many years. Lingyin Marquis clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could fight to the death with Chang Xiang and the others. However, at this moment, Chang Xiang coldly laughed and said, "Do you really think the Ministry of War would fall out with us over a Lingyin Marquis? Let me tell you the truth, the 8 kings and 20 marquises of the Dragon Kingdom are merely dogs of our 100 schools of thought." Chang Xiang coldly looked at Lingyin Ho and said, "The Dragon Kingdom's cabinet and military department offer these titles just to placate the various schools of thought. And the Pingnan Marquis is just a servant of my Chang family. If you eliminate the Pingnan Marquis, you will naturally have to replace him and act as our watchdog. Do you understand?" Ling Yinhao's face turned ashen as he asked with difficulty, "How come I know nothing about this?" Chang Xiang suddenly burst into laughter. He loved seeing the other party's worldview shattered. Although Ling Yinho was already a person of high authority, he could not help but be shocked upon learning such secrets. This sense of superiority brought a smug smile to Chang Xiang's face as he disdainfully glanced at Ling Yinho. "Because you are too weak." Moreover, during that time there were 4 major families from Taohua Island in Yuzhou, and it was impossible to support just one puppet. However, now that you dare to reach out to Quzhou and even killed the Pingnan Marquis, my Chong family will certainly not let you off easily. Now make your choice, be a living dog or a dead person. Chong Xiang looked down at Ling Yinho, relishing the feeling of having the life of someone he deemed a self-important figure in his grasp. After eliminating the Pingnan Marquis, as long as Ling Yinho enlisted the Quzhou army, he could control 2 states, which in the eyes of ordinary people would certainly make him a top figure. But such a prominent figure could only be a dog in front of the various schools of thought. Chong Xiang enjoyed this feeling. However, he did not expect that Ling Yinho would suddenly snicker after a moment of shock. If you have the guts, kill me. If I were afraid of death, I wouldn't be your grandfather. Ling Yinho had been tortured by poison for half a month, suffering terribly every night. But at this moment, although his face was pale, his expression was extremely fierce. Chong Xiang immediately flew into a rage. A dog dared to bare its teeth at him. Chong Xiang's expression darkened. Since you are seeking death, then I shall send you on your way. There are plenty of people willing to be dogs for my Chong family. You are not indispensable. With that, Chong Xiang approached Ling Yinho and threw a punch at his head. This punch, filled with murderous intent, was certain to kill Ling Yinho, given the difference in strength between a congenital grandmaster and a half-step martial saint. Ling Yinho chuckled fearlessly. He was not afraid of death, but in his heart he was already in despair. However, at that moment a figure suddenly appeared in front of Ling Yinho. Then with a kick he sent Chong Xiang, the half-step martial saint, flying. At the same time a chilling voice echoed, "How dare your Chong family lay a hand on my people?" Ling Yinho was instantly stunned, staring wide-eyed at the familiar figure in front of him. "Master, is that you?" Ling Yinho could hardly believe it. At the moment of his impending death, Yi Qijun unexpectedly appeared. Yi Qijun's face was cold, exuding a murderous aura. The Chong family was not on the list that Du Gu Bo provided to Yi Qijun, which meant that the Chong family had not participated in the siege against Yi Qijun's parents back then. Yi Qijun and the Chong family therefore had no feud. But now that the Chong family dared to poison Ling Yinho and even sought to kill him, Yi Qijun would naturally not hold back. If it needs to be killed, then it shall be done. At this moment Chong Xiang had landed and spat out a mouthful of blood as his face changed dramatically. He looked at Yi Qijun both astonished and enraged and shouted, "Who are you? To be able to kick me, a half-step martial saint, away like that? Although it was unexpected, your strength should not be weak." Yi Qijun's expression turned cold as he coldly replied, "Dead men do not need to know so much." Chong Xiang was furious. Even if the other party was also a half-step martial saint, they had no right to be so arrogant. He had brought over a dozen martial soul and martial spirit experts from the Chong family. Chong Xiang roared, "Everyone attack together, and buy me 3 minutes. After saying this, he sat down cross-legged on the ground. He had just been kicked by Yi Qijun, causing his internal energy to become chaotic and sustaining some injuries, so he needed some time to recover. With a dozen experts from the Chong family joining forces, it would be easy to last 3 minutes against a half-step martial saint. After Chong Xiang's command, a dozen or so people rushed towards Yi Qijun. Chong Xiang confidently closed his eyes, preparing to recover his energy and heal. However, just as he had barely closed his eyes, Yi Qijun's icy voice sounded right in front of him. "I don't have the patience to wait for you for 3 minutes. Hand over the antidote or die." Chong Xiang was startled and opened his eyes in shock, only to see Yi Qijun standing right in front of him. "Where are the experts from my Chong family?" Chong Xiang was filled with confusion as he looked behind Yi Qijun. However, he only saw a ground covered in corpses. All of the Chong family's dozen martial soul experts, along with 4 martial spirit experts, had all been smashed to pieces, lying on the ground like broken sacks. They were all dead. Chong Xiang's eyes bulged with rage. These were all experts cultivated by the Chong family over many years, and they were descendants connected by blood to Chong Xiang. Chong Xiang leaped up in shock, roaring in fury, "You dare to kill my Chong family members. You are seeking death." Yi Qijun's gaze turned icy, not going to hand over the antidote. Chong Xiang's face twitched with anger as he sneered, "Want to save Ling Yinho? Don't even think about it. The poison he has, no one in the Dragon Kingdom can cure without the antidote. If you dare to touch me, be prepared to die alongside him. My Chong family will definitely." Before he could finish, Yi Qijun flashed and arrived in front of Chong Xiang, casually slapping him away. Chong Xiang's eyes widened in horror, disbelief written all over his face, and the next moment, he met his untimely death. Previously, although Yi Qijun had kicked him away, Chong Xiang had only sustained minor injuries, so he thought Yi Qijun's strength was at most that of a half-step martial saint. But he did not know that Yi Qijun had rushed over in a hurry, and that kick at such a critical moment was merely a hasty move, not indicative of Yi Qijun's true strength. Ling Yinho, watching this scene, was also at a loss. That was a full-fledged half-step martial saint. How could he be killed by Yi Qijun with a single slap? However, the next moment Ling Yinho's face changed drastically. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Master, the Chong family is one of the various schools of thought ranking far above the Linghu family with unfathomable strength. If you kill this person, the Chong family will not let it go easily. Yi Qijun snorted coldly, casually retorting, a mere Chong family, I don't even take them seriously. At that moment Shen Xianzhi, who had just walked into the Marquis' residence, smiled, and said, Ling Yin-ho, when you encounter trouble, you should immediately inform the master. Don't mention the Chong family, even the 4 major families of Taohua Island have already been wiped out by the master. How can the Chong family, no matter how strong, compare to the combined strength of those 3 families? Ling Yin-ho was thoroughly stunned. The news of the 3 major families of Taohua Island being destroyed only circulated in the martial arts community, and Ling Yin-ho had been busy enlisting the Quzhou army during this time, so he had not heard it. But he, as the Marquis stationed in Yuzhou, certainly knew how powerful those families from Taohua Island were. The master actually destroyed 3 such families. This completely shattered Ling Yin-ho's worldview. While Ling Yin-ho was still in shock, Yi Qijun said calmly, sit down, I will cure your poison. Ling Yin-ho regained his senses and hurriedly sat down. Yi Qijun walked behind him, placing one hand on Ling Yin-ho's head, channeling spiritual energy. However, after a moment, Yi Qijun slightly frowned. The night soul poison is quite troublesome. Indeed, as Chong Xiang said, without an antidote, death is certain. Given Ling Yin-ho's innate grandmaster strength, enduring for half a month is already the limit, and he could die at any moment. Yi Qijun thought for a moment, then took out 2 spirit stones, channeling their spiritual energy into Ling. He obtained 200 spirit stones from the 4 major families of Taohua Island. Except for a portion used on Yisharu, and others, most were absorbed by Yi Qijun, leaving only a few now. However, using 2 of them to save Ling Yin-ho's life is still worth it. Moments later, Ling Yin-ho trembled, and his aura suddenly erupted, miraculously breaking through to the martial soul realm. With his strength enhanced, he could naturally endure longer, temporarily delaying the onset of the poison. Then Yi Qijun said lightly, you 2 follow me to the Chong family to get the antidote. In the southwest of Longhua and Shuzhou, within a vast manor, the current head of the Huangfu family, Huangfu Jie, knelt before an old man with white hair, weeping bitterly. Second ancestor, the 3rd ancestor, has died in Shuzhou. You must avenge him. This white-haired elder is indeed the 2nd ancestor of the Huangfu family, Huangfu Yongming. The 3 ancestors of the Huangfu family were brothers, each stronger than the last. Hearing the news of 3rd ancestor Huangfu Yangyuan's death, Huangfu Yongming instantly exploded with rage, his hair standing on end. Who killed my 3rd brother? His roar was like thunder, startling Huangfu Jie into shivering. But then he hurriedly said, I don't know. The auction house has also been destroyed by the other party, and we cannot currently identify the murderer. Huangfu Yongming gritted his teeth and said furiously, continue investigating. This grudge must be avenged. Huangfu Jie nodded hastily and cautiously asked, should we notify the grand ancestor? The one who could kill the 3rd ancestor cannot be underestimated. They must be above half-step martial saint. No worries. My elder brother will soon break through. After this time, his strength will be firmly established in the martial saint realm, and killing the murderer will be easy. First identify the murderer, and when my elder brother breaks through, we shall definitely kill this person. In Shuzhou, in the Chong family's manor, the head of the Chong family, Chong Hui, laughed heartily, feeling accomplished and radiant among dozens of clan members. Congratulations to the head for expanding our Chong family's territory. Previously, our Chong family's only dog was the Pingnan Ho of Quzhou, but now as long as we subdue Ling Yin-ho, it will be equivalent to holding both Quzhou and Yuezhou in our hands, and our Chong family's strength will surely advance further. This is all thanks to the head. Flattered by the crowd, Chong Hui became even more elated. However, at that moment, a deafening roar suddenly interrupted the praises from outside. Chong Hui frowned slightly and asked, what noise is that outside? The crowd hurriedly went out to look and were startled to find a helicopter hovering above the Chong family. Just as Chong Hui and the others were puzzled, a figure descended from the helicopter. They were all startled and quickly stepped back, becoming alert to evade that figure. But in the next moment, that figure spun twice in midair and crashed directly to the ground, like a broken sack bouncing twice. This scene left the Chong family members confused. Chong Hui frowned and said, what happened? Let's go take a look. Several young members of the Chong family hurriedly approached and cautiously turned the body on the ground over. In the next moment, several of them were instantly horrified. 5th elder. It's the 5th elder. The Chong family members were in an uproar and rushed forward. Chong Hui approached and saw that it was indeed the Chong family's 5th elder, Chong Xiang, and was immediately shocked and furious. The 5th elder, Chong Xiang, was a half-step martial saint, yet had died inexplicably. Moreover, the body was thrown into their Chong family's manor. Chong Hui suddenly looked up and roared in anger, who dares to kill my Chong family's 5th elder? Give me your life. With that, Chong Hui soared into the sky, directly flying towards the helicopter. This head of the Chong family is also a half-step martial saint and could fly for a short time. However, just as Chong Hui was about to reach beneath the helicopter, Yi Qijun's figure appeared at the door, glancing coldly at the incoming Chong Hui, followed by a cold smile as he leaped down. Boom. In midair, Chang Hui had no time to dodge and was directly stomped on the head by Yi Qijun. Then Yi Qijun stepped on Chang Hu's head, landing smoothly on the ground. Boom. Chang Hu's head was stomped into the ground by Yi Qijun, shattering the thick blue bricks in the yard, and his brain burst. Afterward, Yi Qijun looked up and surveyed the Chang family members, coldly asking, "Where is the head of the Chang family?" A deathly silence ensued. The dozens of clan members were dumbfounded upon hearing Yi Qijun's words. "You just stomped our head's head into the ground right in front of us, and you're asking where he is." In the next moment, the Chang family members snapped back to reality and erupted in furious anger. Especially some of the hot-blooded young members of the Chang family, who shouted angrily, "You dare to kill our Chang family head. We will not rest until one of us is dead." Yi Qijun was taken aback, then frowned as he glanced at the corpse beneath his feet. It turned out he had just killed the head of the Chang family. Yi Qijun felt somewhat helpless and said lightly, "Hand over the antidote for the night soul poison, or today I will annihilate the Chang family." Among the Chang family crowd, everyone was burning with rage, but since Yi Qijun had just killed the half-step martial saint level head Chang Hui's strength must be exceptionally formidable. For ordinary Chang family members to confront him would be tantamount to seeking death. In the next moment, several of the strongest experts from the crowd stepped forward. There were indeed 4 peak martial spirits and 4 initial martial spirits. A total of 8 martial spirits. One of them said coldly, "We will join forces to block this person. You all hurry and invite the elders." Then the 8 of them rushed towards Yi Qijun. The other Chang family members also reacted, turning to flee towards the back mountain of the manor. Enemies above half-step martial saint must be dealt with by several elders from the family. At this moment, Yi Qijun's face turned cold. Since the Chang family dared to act against him, they should not blame him for leaving them with a profound lesson. 8 martial spirits. If it had been before Yi Qijun went to Taohua Island with his initial golden core strength, he might have had to exert some effort and take a while to subdue them. But after Taohua Island, Yi Qijun had absorbed the spiritual energy from over 100 spirit stones, and his current strength was already infinitely close to the peak of the golden core. A mere few martial spirits posed no threat to him at all. In just a short moment, Yi Qijun dispatched each of the 8 martial spirits, sending them to meet their head and the 5th elder. However, just as Yi Qijun executed his final palm strike, killing the last peak martial spirit, a thunderous roar came from the direction of the back mountain of the manor. "Rodent, stop!" Yi Qijun heard the roar, yet his expression remained calm as he gazed toward the back mountain of the manor. In the next moment, 4 figures soared into the air from the back mountain, charging towards Yi Qijun. Leading the charge was a true martial saint. The 3 behind were all half-step martial saints. The Chang family truly deserved its rank as the 70th family on the martial arts clan list. Although they ranked only a few places higher than the 3 major families of Peach Blossom Island, their strength far surpassed those families. Among the 4 major families of Peach Blossom Island, besides the deceased ancestor of the Wu family, the 3 families that Yi Qijun had annihilated also had martial saints, but only 1 martial saint each. In contrast, the Chang family not only had martial saints, but also several half-step martial saints. Moments later, the martial saint of the Chang family, who was also the family's grand elder Chang Ziqing, landed before Yi Qijun. His rage ignited upon witnessing the carnage in the courtyard. The family head Chang Hui, the 5th elder Chang Xiang, and nearly all the warriors of the family had perished at Yi Qijun's hands. Chang Ziqing's eyes widened in fury as he nearly screamed, "You audacious little beast! If we do not kill you today, I swear I will not be a human." The other 3 martial saints landed one after another, all filled with rage. One of them charged directly at Yi Qijun, saying, "Grand Elder, let me test this person's strength and see where he gets the audacity to kill members of the Chang family." This person was the 4th elder of the Chang family. As his words fell, the 4th elder had already reached Yi Qijun. Yet Yi Qijun merely smiled coldly and raised his hand to strike. The 4th elder, suspended in midair, was instantly slapped down by Yi Qijun, crashing violently to the ground, his bones shattered by the force of the blow. Then Yi Qijun turned to the grand elder Chang Ziqing, stating calmly, "Hand over the antidote, and your Chang family may preserve its bloodline. If not, the Chang family will be eradicated." Chang Ziqing and the others were utterly enraged. Right before them, Yi Qijun dared to take lethal action. Chang Ziqing shouted in anger, "This person is also a martial saint. Let's all strike together and kill him." Following this, Chang Ziqing along with the 2nd and 3rd elders attacked in unison to besiege Yi Qijun. Meanwhile, the Chang family members who had run to report also returned. However, when they witnessed the battle in the courtyard, they were all shocked. Yi Qijun was single-handedly fighting against 3 top experts, forcing them to retreat repeatedly. It must be noted that among the 3 members of the Chang family, 1 was a martial saint, and 2 were half-step martial saints assisting from the side. With such a lineup, even facing a pinnacle martial saint should not be this desperate. After just a few exchanges, the 2nd and 3rd elders had already coughed up blood and were sent flying. Though they were not dead, they were severely injured and incapable of continuing the fight. Only Chang Ziqing remained struggling under Yi Qijuan's relentless assault. At this moment Chang Ziqing's face was filled with horror. He, a dignified martial saint, found himself utterly incapable of contending with Yi Qijuan. Chang Ziqing felt that he might not last even 30 exchanges before meeting his end. This strength was already comparable to the peak of a martial saint. However, at this moment Yi Qijuan casually struck, sending Chang Ziqing back, allowing him to catch his breath, as he anxiously looked at Yi Qijuan. Yi Qijuan, however, seemed deep in thought. Through the recent exchanges, he had already gauged his current strength. After absorbing over 100 spirit stones, Yi Qijuan was no longer at the initial stage of the Golden Core, but was instead nearing the peak of the Golden Core. Ordinary martial saints were simply no match for him unless multiple martial saints joined forces or a half-step martial venerable intervened to contend with him. Now that the probing was complete, he saw no need to hold back. Yi Qijuan approached Chang Ziqing once more and struck down with a palm. Instantly terror filled Chang Ziqing's face. The power of this palm far exceeded the previous one. Had Yi Qijuan unleashed this palm from the beginning, Chang Ziqing would have been utterly unable to withstand it. This was already at the level of a half-step martial venerable strength. Chang Ziqing's face turned ashen, laughter escaping his lips filled with despair. Just then the severely injured second and third elders lunged forward simultaneously, shielding Chang Ziqing. The second elder roared, "Big brother, hurry and flee. We will seek revenge another day." Chang Ziqing was instantly filled with immense sorrow. His two younger brothers were sacrificing their lives to buy him time to escape. Though filled with grief and indignation, Chang Ziqing was resolute, immediately taking to the air and fleeing in a panic. In that moment of flight, Chang Ziqing saw that both of his brothers had already been struck down by Yi Qijuan's palm, without even a chance to struggle or resist. Second brother, third brother. As Chang Ziqing flew away, he cried out in anguish. However, at that moment on the helicopter that had been hovering above Ling Yinho wore an expression of excitement. "My master is truly formidable. Even a martial saint cannot match him." Looking at the retreating Chang Ziqing, Ling Yinho laughed heartily. "You think you can run after putting on such an act? Open fire and bring him down." In the next moment the machine guns on the helicopter began firing a rain of bullets, sweeping toward Chang Ziqing. Chang Ziqing roared in anger, channeling all his spiritual energy to raise a shield behind him, managing to block all the bullets. Chang Ziqing glanced back at Ling Yinho, shouting in fury, "A mere ant dares to be so audacious. When this Holy One returns, I will make you into mincemeat." Although Ling Yinho had already broken through to the martial soul realm, he was indeed no different from an ant before a martial saint. But those words infuriated Ling Yinho, who retorted, "Do you dare to be arrogant?" Saying this, Ling Yinho kicked open a large box in the cabin, pulling out an RPG, shouldering it, and aiming a rocket at Chang Ziqing. Then Ling Yinho laughed loudly, "Old man, your Chang family poisoned me, and ill returned the favor with a big present. No need to thank me." For the past half-month, Ling Yinho had been tormented by the night-devouring soul powder, and this grudge had finally been avenged. The rocket flew out, directly targeting Chang Ziqing. Chang Ziqing's expression was filled with horror. In midair, he could not unleash much strength, and with his injuries, he simply could not withstand the rocket. Boom. In the next moment, the shield behind Chang Ziqing was instantly penetrated by the rocket. Then it exploded right on him. 2 seconds later, a disheveled figure fell from the thick smoke, crashing to the ground. It was none other than Chang Ziqing, covered in soot. After hitting the ground, Chang Ziqing coughed violently, spitting out blood as he struggled to rise. But in the next moment, all his movements froze. For Yi Qijuan was now standing right in front of him. Chang Ziqing's gaze became utterly despairing, his face ashen. Yi Qijuan looked at this dignified martial saint now in such a wretched state, and shook his head. "For the sake of an antidote, you have buried the entire Chang family. You truly have spirit," Yi Qijuan said casually. Chang Ziqing, however, was completely stunned, asking blankly, "What is this antidote you speak of?" Yi Qijuan frowned slightly, but was too lazy to explain. At that moment, Lingyin Marquis and Shen Xianzhi arrived, escorting several members of the Chang family. Upon seeing Yi Qijuan, the group was immediately horrified. Their legs buckled, and they fell to their knees with a thud. Chang Ziqing quickly shouted, "What exactly is the antidote he mentioned? Why has our Chang family provoked such a formidable enemy?" The members of the Chang family began to weep and wail. After a moment, Chang Ziqing finally understood the situation and was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Controlling a marquis was merely a way for some families among the various schools to enhance their worldly power, making it easier to amass wealth and seek treasures. Even without controlling Lingyin Marquis, the impact on the Chang family wouldn't be significant. At worst, they could manage their worldly enterprises in other ways. To control one Lingyin Marquis, they ended up sacrificing the entire Chang family. What a tremendous loss. Chang Ziqing's face turned ashen as he cursed Chang Hui, "You wretched scoundrel. Letting you be the head of the family was a grave mistake on our part. The members of the Chong family were left dumbfounded. One of them weakly whispered, "Elder Chonghui, is your own son?" Chong Ziqing was instantly shocked, his heart strained to the breaking point, and he died from blood spitting. He was already severely injured, and such a massive shock led to his sudden demise. Then Yi Qijun coldly glanced at the other members of the Chong family and asked, "Where is the antidote?" All the members of the Chong family were in utter shock. All the martial spirits, half-step martial saints, and even the martial saint ancestor Chong Ziqing had perished at the hands of Yi Qijun. The once mighty Chong family had only small fry left beneath the martial spirit realm, and before Yi Qijun, they had no chance to resist. Their lives and deaths were entirely in his hands. Among the crowd, an elderly man with white hair trembled as he stepped forward, suppressing his fear. He pulled out a medicine bottle and a piece of parchment, kneeling on the ground with both hands raised above his head. "This is the antidote to the night-devouring powder along with its formula. Our Chong family is willing to offer all our wealth and treasures to you. Please spare the lives of my family." After he spoke, all the members of the Chong family knelt down, prostrating themselves on the ground. Yi Qijun waved his hand, drawing the two items toward him. After inspecting them, he confirmed their authenticity and tossed them to Lingyin Marquis. Then Yi Qijun looked at the members of the Chong family. Although the Chong family was one of the various schools, they were not on Yi Qijun's list for revenge. Moreover, given his agreement with the Ministry of War, he would only kill the principal offenders and not annihilate their family. Besides, the strongest among the Chong family was merely at the martial soul level, posing no threat to Yi Qijun. Thus, the murderous intent within Yi Qijun gradually dissipated as he said lightly, "Take me to your family's treasury." The elderly man was overjoyed and quickly got up to lead the way. Moments later, Yi Qijun entered the Chong family's treasury. In the past, only the head of the family and a few elders were allowed inside, and what was hidden there was not gold and silver, but treasures related to cultivation. This was the true foundation of a martial arts family. Yi Qijun first collected more than 30 spirit stones stored by the Chong family, then looked through the martial arts classics, but found them to be of little use. However, there were still many other treasures in the treasury. After looking around, Yi Qijun actually discovered two incomplete spiritual weapons. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy of these two weapons had already dissipated, just like the demon blade Xuan. The demon blade Xuan Xue was also an incomplete spiritual weapon. The Wokaku Songjing Trading Company had sought to retrieve it for restoration, but it unexpectedly fell into Yi Qijun's hands. After Yi Qijun absorbed its spiritual energy, the enhancement to his combat power was not significant, and he found it rather unwieldy to use. However, in this treasury, Yi Qijun discovered an ancient and elegant sword. Though this sword was not a spiritual weapon, its unique material allowed spiritual energy to be infused, giving it power comparable to the demon blade Xuan Xue. Moreover, the style and feel of the sword were so suitable for Yi Qijun that he couldn't help but cherish it. Upon closer inspection, Yi Qijun recognized that this sword, although not a spiritual weapon, was the sword embryo he had seen in an ancient tome before. A sword embryo is essentially a semi-finished spiritual weapon. With further forging and nurturing with spiritual energy, it can become a genuine spiritual weapon. Compared to those spirit stones, this sword embryo was Yi Qijun's greatest harvest from this trip. He stored the sword and exited the treasury, casting a glance at the members of the Chong family kneeling at the entrance, and said indifferently, "You all take care of yourselves." After saying that, he boarded a helicopter with Lingyin Marquis and the others, leaving the Chong family behind. The Chong family members, having survived a disaster, burst into tears. The once thriving Chong family after this battle saw their high-level experts completely wiped out, their strength severely diminished, and they would certainly fall from the ranks of the various schools. The white-haired elder sighed, and then spoke loudly, "Members of the Chong family, listen up. Immediately sell off all family properties and retreat into the deep mountains of the southeast. From now on, the Chong family will isolate themselves for 50 years. Meanwhile, in Yuezhu at the Pei family's estate, in the hall, Director Chun and several crew members were kneeling on the ground, trembling and afraid to raise their heads. Standing before them was none other than the head of the Pei family, Pei Qian. Director Chun felt a surge of dread. He had heard some rumors about Pei Qian. In the martial world, Pei Qian had quite a reputation. He was one of the rare, strongest figures among the various schools, who also served as the head of his family. Generally, in martial arts families, the strongest experts spend the majority of their time and energy on martial arts cultivation, leaving little room to manage the complex affairs of the family. But Pei Qian was different. He was both the head of the Pei family and their ancestor, a martial saint expert. At this moment, Pei Qian approached a female makeup artist. Pei Qian had a gentle smile on his face, appearing refined and cultured as he gently pinched the female makeup artist's chin and lifted her face. Then he asked with a smile, "Miss, could you tell me who killed my son?" Pei Qian's tone was gentle, resembling that of a kind elder, revealing no hint of anger. However, the female makeup artist was terrified and cried out repeatedly, "Please spare me. I beg you, spare me." In the face of such a being as Pei Qian, their lives were as insignificant as ants, and naturally they were filled with fear. Pei Qian smiled, and nodded, his tone still calm and gentle. "All right, miss, I promise to do so next time." Crack. The next moment, Pei Qian swiftly snapped the female makeup artist's neck. The others were horrified at this scene. At this point, Pei Qian had already approached another crew member, smiling as he asked, "Can you tell me?" The crew member was so frightened that he nearly wet his pants. The corpse of the recently deceased female makeup artist lay right beside him. The crew member cried out in terror, "I don't know, I really don't know. I only know his surname is Yi. Director Chen. Director Chen knows. Only Director Chen knows him." Director Chen's heart froze, his scalp prickled with dread. He shot a furious glare at the assistant director, cursing inwardly with savage intensity, "You wretched fool. Useless, treacherous, and utterly disastrous. Have I ever wronged you? Then why betray me so shamelessly?" Director Chen longed to lunge forward and strangle that despicable man on the spot. Yet in the next breath, Pei Qian smiled warmly and said, "Excellent. Thank you sincerely for your cooperation." A sharp crack echoed, the sound of bones snapping. Pei Qian struck again, silencing the assistant director forever. Then he stepped calmly toward Director Chen, who broke into icy sweat, paralyzed by sheer terror. "Those who cooperate, and those who resist, shall both perish." This Pei Qian wears a gentle smile while slaughtering without blinking. He is no man. He is a demon. With that, Pei Qian asked, his voice soft and courteous, "Respected Director Chen, may we now proceed?" From beginning to end, Pei Qian had maintained that same serene, benevolent expression, but juxtaposed against the two lifeless bodies beside him, it became an instrument of pure suffocating dread. Director Chen had only heard rumors about Pei Qian before. This was their first encounter, and what he witnessed defied imagination. A man who killed with chilling ease, all while smiling, as if sharing tea. Whether he spoke or remained silent, death awaited him. Hope seemed extinguished, until in that abyss of despair, inspiration struck. "Master Pei, this man is named Yi Qijun. He serves Shen Xianzhi, the wealthiest tycoon in Longhua. Though elusive, I can personally arrange contact with him." His voice trembled, yet his intent was clear. He sought to underscore his irreplaceable utility, to convince Pei Qian that only he could bridge the gap to Yi Qijun and thus perhaps earn a reprieve. Though fear gripped him, Director Chen's mind remained razor-sharp. He knew deep down that survival was unlikely, even if he complied. His sole gamble lay in summoning Yi Qijun, hoping the latter would slay Pei Qian instead. He resolved then and there that when contacting Yi Qijun, he would issue a dire warning, urging full preparation. Whether Yi Qijun could even match Pei Qian mattered less than his own desperation. He had no choice but to stake everything on this one throw. Yet Director Chen did not anticipate Pei Qian's subtle shift in expression upon hearing the name Yi Qijun. "Yi Qijun?" Pei Qian asked, visibly startled. "Is this the same Yi Qijun who eradicated the 3 great clans of Peach Blossom Island?" Director Chen stared back, bewildered. He knew of the Pei clan only through its entertainment conglomerate, a worldly enterprise, not the hidden martial world. As an ordinary man, he knew nothing of the sects and clans that ruled the shadowed realms of martial cultivation. Pei Qian offered no further inquiry. Instead, he summoned his subordinates. "Investigate immediately." During the Peach Blossom Island incident, was Shen Xianzhi present alongside Yi Qijun? Pei Qian commanded, his tone quiet but absolute. This was the swiftest way to confirm whether the two Yi Qijuns were one and the same. His customary smile had vanished, replaced by a brooding stillness. Eyes distant, thoughts veiled in cold. If the man who murdered his son truly was that Yi Qijun, the one who had annihilated 3 clans boasting 3 martial saints, then vengeance demanded far more than brute force. The 3 great clans of Peach Blossom Island each possessed a martial saint, yet all fell. Though Pei Qian himself had attained that exalted rank, he knew with grim certainty he stood no chance against such a foe. Meanwhile, deep within the forests of Peach Blossom Island, Yi Qijun swept his sword forward in a single fluid motion. A howling gust erupted, born of spiritual energy, coalescing into invisible sword chi. Branches shattered, leaves spiraled violently into the air. The blade in his hand was the unrefined sword core he had claimed from the Chong family. After testing it, Yi Qijun found it perfectly balanced, though lacking in raw power. The swiftest path to amplifying its might was clear, forging it into a true spirit weapon. He gestured lightly, and from afar Wu Sanqing, patriarch of the Wu clan, and the Yun sisters approached swiftly. "Prepare a forge," Yi Qijun instructed. "I shall refine this sword core into a spirit weapon." Wu Sanqing bowed deeply and hurried away to obey. Yun Shimo and Yun Danqing exchanged astonished glances. Yun Danqing gasped, "Isn't this just like the artifact forging described in Xinxia dramas? Truly real?" Yi Qijun chuckled softly. "Nothing so mystical. It's merely infusing superior materials into the core, strengthening its essence through precise metallurgical fusion." The sisters chorused in unison, "May we watch?" Yi Qijun waved dismissively. "If you wish to observe, then by all means, watch." Moments later, Wu Sanqing returned. "Master, the forge is ready, in the island's industrial workshop." Peach Blossom Island already housed iron's melting furnaces. A simple cleaning rendered them serviceable. Yet Yi Qijun did not proceed directly. Instead, he handed the demonic blade Spring Snow to Wu Sanxing, instructing him to melt it down. Among all materials at his disposal, none surpassed the quality of Spring Snow, a genuine spirit weapon. Infusing its essence into the sword core would elevate the final artifact to unprecedented refinement. Yun Shimo asked curiously, shall we not attend? Yi Qijun smiled. Spring Snow is a spirit weapon. Melting it demands at least a full day and night. Only afterward does true forging begin. Do you intend to stand vigil the entire time? Yun Danqing bounced with excitement. Then master, please summon us tomorrow. The following day, Yi Qijun led the Yun sisters into the workshop. Spring Snow had indeed liquefied into shimmering molten metal. After meticulous preparation, Yi Qijun began pouring the searing iron onto the sword core, when suddenly his pupils contracted sharply. His original plan had been to let the molten metal encase the core cool slightly, then hammer it, driving Spring Snow's essence deep into the structure through rhythmic forging. But instead, the molten metal flowed into the core as if absorbed, vanishing seamlessly. The Yun sisters watched eyes wide with wonder. It resembled the core devouring the liquid metal whole, a spectacle beyond rational explanation. In mere moments, the forging concluded. The sword core now radiated subdued spiritual energy, its form unchanged yet subtly denser, heavier, and infinitely more responsive in Yi Qijun's grip. It had become a true spirit weapon. A flicker of genuine astonishment crossed Yi Qijun's face. So the girl's playful words had proven prophetic after all. This was undeniably artifact forging. At that thought, he glanced instinctively at the two women beside him, only for his expression to freeze instantly. The forge had burned continuously for over a day, heat radiating fiercely. Yi Qijun, impervious, felt nothing, but the sisters, their cultivation still modest, were drenched in sweat. Their thin garments clung tightly to their forms, revealing every graceful contour with startling clarity. After all, the Yun sisters of Chu Prefecture were famed across the land as peerless beauties. Identical in appearance, each feature mirroring the other, they possessed an uncanny symmetry that magnified their allure. Though barely of age, their figures were already exquisitely mature, radiant, potent, irresistible. Now brimming with awe, they drew near Yi Qijun, each seizing one of his arms, their voices overlapping with eager delight. Yin Shimo exclaimed, Master, you claimed this wasn't artifact forging, but this surpasses even that. Yun Danqing's eyes sparkled with starlit wonder. Master, are you an immortal? Can you fly? Will you teach us? They remained blissfully unaware that their soaked clothes clung to them like second skin, transparent, revealing utterly unself-conscious. The moment their arms locked around his, even Yi Qijun's legendary composure faltered. His breath hitched, his body stiffened, a primal tremor rippling through his very core. In this world, there are probably very few men who can resist such temptation. It's too hot here, let's talk outside. You wait here for a moment. With that, Yi Qijun hurriedly left the workshop. The two sisters looked at each other, bewildered and confused. A moment later, Yi Qijun returned to the workshop holding two sets of women's clothing which he handed to them. He glanced to the side without averting his gaze and said, change into these clothes before going out. Yun Shimo and Yun Danqing exchanged glances only, then realizing that their own clothes were completely soaked. Both women instantly blushed, but soon a trace of excitement emerged in their eyes. They finally understood that Yi Qijun's nervousness just now was because of this. The two women were connected in thought. A mere exchange of glances conveyed their understanding of each other's intention. In their hearts, everything they had belonged to Yi Qijun. Seeing their master in such a rare state of embarrassment, a sly glint flashed in both their eyes. Then without hesitation, the two women began to change their clothes. Yi Qijun's expression instantly stiffened, but fortunately, he was quick enough to slip out of the workshop. A trace of disappointment crossed the faces of the two women. Just then, Shen Xianzhi holding blueprints happened to pass by the workshop. Upon seeing Yi Qijun, Shen Xianzhi asked in surprise, Qijun, what are you doing here? Yi Qijun shook the sword mold in his hand and smiled. I came to forge a weapon. I was just about to look for you to discuss something. I've surveyed the entire Peach Blossom Island and the blueprints are ready. We can start preparing to construct the base. However, we are currently short on manpower. I need to go back and establish a construction company to assemble some teams to carry out the work. Yi Qijun nodded, saying, that's fine. I haven't visited my aunt for a while. I'll accompany you back. The two chatted as they left the workshop. Moments later, the Yun sisters walked out of the workshop, seeing that Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi had already left. Both let out a sigh of relief. Yun Shimo lightly stuck out her small tongue, feeling a bit guilty, and said, fortunately, we weren't caught by the mistress. Meanwhile, Yun Danqing suddenly asked, Sister, do you think the master can really refine weapons? He must be an immortal, right? Can the mistress handle it? Yun Shuemo's face instantly turned red, and she poked Yun Danqing's forehead with her finger, saying, what are you thinking about? However, after saying that, Yun Shimo also fell into deep thought. After a moment, Yun Shumo softly said, "We can find an opportunity to ask the mistress later. If she can't handle it alone as her maids, we must share the burden for her." Yun Danqing immediately covered her mouth and giggled, saying, "Sister, you're so bad. I like it." After that, both of them blushed, their minds drifting off to who knows where. The next morning, Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi arrived at Yulong Mountain Villa. As soon as they entered, they heard Dug, "Shally, don't you like having pancakes for breakfast? I can bring you milk and bread in the future. Whatever you want to eat, he'll bring it to you." "What? Your boyfriend won't allow it. You have a boyfriend now. Then ask your boyfriend what he likes to eat, and I can bring it for him too." Shally. Hello. These few sentences immediately made Yi Qijun frown slightly at the door. Shen Xianzhi and Shen Xianzhi were both left stunned. These few sentences held too much information. After the ordeal with the dating app, last time Dugu Hao had returned, Yi Qijun came this time to see how Dugu Hao's training was progressing and whether he had found his true love. Unexpectedly, he arrived just in time to overhear this conversation. Yi Qijun felt a bit worried as Dugu Hao had just recently experienced a breakup and was hit with successive blows. If he couldn't handle it psychologically, it could lead to problems. "Dugu Hao," Yi Qijun called out. Only then did Dugu Hao realize Yi Qijun and the others were there and hurried over. Yi Qijun looked at Dugu Hao but found nothing amiss with his expression. Then Yi Qijun asked, "How has your training been lately?" Dugu Hao's face unexpectedly showed a hint of pride as he confidently said, "Don't worry, brother Yi. I am now dating over 100 girls. Soon I will achieve a breakthrough in my heart, and my cultivation will surely skyrocket." This brief statement left Yi Qijun and the others stunned. Shen Xianzhi beside him was even more shocked, asking, "You are dating over 100 girls?" This was truly hard to believe. Even the breeding boars in the farm wouldn't be this busy. Yet Dugu Hao nodded naturally, saying, "Yes, you don't believe me. Look." Saying that, Dugu Hao took out his phone and showed Shen Xianzhi the chat records. After looking for a moment, Shen Kangshan's face was filled with black lines, utterly speechless. "What you are doing is not dating at all. You are clearly being a simp," Shen Xianzhi said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi were also very curious, and after careful inquiry finally understood. It turned out that after returning to Donghai, Dugu Hao met over 100 girls in various ways, and every day, he sent messages on the chat app, saying good morning, good night, and reminders to drink hot water, sending them hundreds of times. In Dugu Hao's words, it's about casting a wide net to catch fish. He would surely find his true love. After hearing Dugu Hao's explanation, Yi Qijun and the others couldn't help but laugh. Yi Qijun suppressed his laughter and earnestly advised, "Dugu Hao, you must understand that being a simp won't lead you to true love." However, Dugu Hao shook his head, repeatedly disagreeing as he said, "Brother Yi, I am not a simp, I am genuinely in love with them." Shen Xianzhi quickly stepped forward, laughing as he explained to Dugu Hao, "Come look at these messages you sent. And what you just said on the phone, isn't this being a simp?" After explaining for a long time, Dugu Hao finally realized his simp behavior. Finally, Shen Xianzhi advised, "Kid, being a simp has no future." Dugu Hao remained silent for a long time, but then said defiantly, "No, you guys are wrong. Being a simp for one person makes you a simp, but if I am for so many, how can that be called being a simp? Please call me Wolf Warrior." At this moment, Yi Qijun and the others could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. In truth, Dugu Hao was merely putting on a brave front. He had already realized something was amiss and felt quite confused. Dugu Hao even seriously doubted whether he really could not find a woman. However, although Yi Qijun was laughing, he also felt some confusion, for he noticed that Dugu Hao, although still an ordinary person, seemed to have significantly elevated his state of mind. Unfortunately, despite this enhancement, he lacked a partner to cultivate with and raise his cultivation. It seemed that he would have to take things slow. At the Xia family's villa in Donghai, Xia Yingxiao walked into her home only to be surprised by the unusual silence. There was not a single person in the living room. She had just returned home after staying at the Qin family in Hangqing for a few days. "Where is everyone? I didn't hear they were going out today." As Xia Yingxiao pondered, Su Qin emerged from the kitchen holding a bowl. However, it was as if she didn't see Xia Yingxiao at all, silently walking upstairs. Xia Yingxiao hurriedly called out, "Aunt Su, where are my dad and grandma? Did they go out?" Only then did Su Qin stop, looking expressionlessly at Xia Yingxiao. After a few seconds of silence, Su Qin finally spoke, "No, they are feeling a bit unwell and are resting in their rooms." After saying that, Su Qin went upstairs on her own and entered the bedroom. Xia Yingxiao was filled with confusion. Su Qin's tone just now was somewhat strange, not like normal speech, almost robotic with no fluctuations at all. Moreover, the house was clearly occupied, yet not a sound could be heard. Filled with suspicion, Xia Yingxiao followed her upstairs and reached the door of the bedroom, peering inside. In the bedroom, Su Qin approached the bed where Su Wenkai lay and said, "Wenkai, take your medicine." After speaking, Su Qin did not help Su Wenkai sit up, but instead directly poured a bowl of medicine into his mouth. Su Wenkai remained motionless, seemingly unresponsive. Xia Yingxiao, standing outside the door, was even more puzzled and pushed the door open to walk in. Just as she was about to ask, Xie Yingxia's expression changed drastically. She saw that Su Wenkai on the bed had completely fallen into a coma, his face pale and purple, breathing weakly on the verge of death. Xianxia was instantly shocked and rushed to the bedside, anxiously asking, "Dad, what happened to you? And Su, what is going on?" Su Qin, however, showed no change in expression, remaining impassive. She continued in her emotionless tone, "Your dad has been poisoned." Xianxia was alarmed. She immediately panicked, repeatedly asking, "Poisoned? What kind of poison? How could my dad be poisoned? Why isn't he in the hospital?" After a moment of silence, Su Qin replied, "It's a goo poison." Xianxia was taken aback. "What is goo poison?" Su Qin coldly replied, "The goo poison I used is this thing." After saying that, she handed the bowl of medicine in. Xianxia took a glance and jumped up in terror. The bowl contained nothing but small brown insects wriggling. This was what she just made Su Wenkai drink. Xianxia screamed in fright, fearfully glancing at Su Qin before immediately stumbling and running out. As she rushed downstairs, Xianxia discovered that the doors to the two neighboring bedrooms were also open, revealing that both Elder Su and Su Wenlong were lying silently in their beds. Behind her, Su Qin's footsteps approached, slow, yet steadily closing in. Xianxia screamed in terror and hurriedly ran down the stairs, rushing outside. However, just as she reached the villa's entrance, Xianxia was startled again. At the door stood a man in a black robe, skin stretched tightly over bones resembling a skeleton. The man was malevolently smiling at Xianxia, and with that smile the air in the entire villa seemed to grow. Xianxia was taken aback. At that moment the man sinisterly chuckled, "Another fine female corpse. Don't ruin them, I want these two women. With their beauty, they would make excellent corpses." Xianxia suddenly realized that the man was speaking to someone behind her. She fearfully turned to look. In the living room, 3 other figures in black robes had appeared without her noticing. Along with the skeleton man at the entrance, there were now 4 strangers in her home. Only one was sitting on the sofa while the other 3 stood. At that moment, Su Qin walked down the stairs, showing no sign of surprise on her face. Xianxia, terrified, asked, "Aunt Su, who are they? How did they get into our house?" Su Qin did not answer, merely expressionless and stiffly moving to stand beside one of the short, stout men in black robes, remaining silent. At this time, the seated black-robed man slowly raised his head and grinned at Xianxia. Upon seeing his face, Xianxia felt a chilling dread. The man's skin had raised lines that were continuously writhing, as if countless long insects were squirming beneath. "Don't be nervous, let me introduce myself. I am the president of the Malai branch of the Nanyang Gu God sect. My name is Maha, and I am a Gu master. These 3 are all vice presidents of my Malai branch. We are here for only one purpose, to kill Qijun. Can you tell me where he is?" Maha grinned, and though his tone was calm, paired with his terrifying appearance, it filled Xianxia with suffocating fear. Just as Maha finished speaking, a long blackish-brown worm broke through his skin, its body twisting and writhing in the air, measuring over 10 centimeters in length. It resembled a tentacle. Yet this worm emerged from Maha's skin without a single drop of blood flowing. This scene resembled the horrifying monsters from the Cthulhu mythos, making one's sanity plummet. Yet Maha raised his hand with great ease, grasping the worm, and then yanked it forcefully, ripping it off his face. In the next moment, Maha shockingly stuffed the 20-centimeter-long worm into his mouth and chewed it with delight. This scene utterly shattered Xie Yingxia's psychological defenses. Xianxia trembled all over and then vomited. This sight was not only terrifying, but also extreme. Xie Yingxia's eyes were filled with boundless fear, wishing she could faint and wake up to find it was all just. Seeing Xianxia so frightened that she almost lost her soul, Maha shook his head in disappointment. Then he coldly said, "It seems we can only wait for Qijun to come. The formation has been set up, right?" Nearby, a bald black-robed man coldly smiled. "Rest assured, President, it has been arranged. With my formation in place, as long as Qijun arrives, he is bound to die. I am not like Ma Baohua and Yin Fong, those half-baked practitioners." Outside the door, Qijun brought Shen Xianzhi and a few others to the Su family. However, at the entrance of the villa, Qijun suddenly stopped, frowning slightly. Shen Xianzhi asked in confusion, "Qijun, what's wrong? Why aren't we going in?" Qijun carefully observed the surroundings of the villa and slowly said, "I feel something is off around this villa." As soon as he finished speaking, a thick black smoke surged wildly from the windows and doors of the villa, quickly enveloping a radius of over 100 meters. Under the cover of the black smoke, Qijun and the others soon could no longer see the villa. Qijun's expression hardened, pulling Shen Xianzhi back a bit, and then spoke in a deep voice, "Stay outside, and don't get close." Afterward, Qijun stepped forward, entering the black smoke, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from sight. Behind Qijun, Shen Xianzhi and Dugu Hao also looked serious, following him into the smoke. Watching all 3 vanish into the black smoke, Shen Xianzhi's face filled with worry and anxiety, yet she dared not approach, only able to wait. Inside the black smoke, Shen Xianzhi and Dugu Hao walked side by side, cautiously observing their surroundings. However, after a short while the two suddenly realized that the Yi Qijun ahead had vanished without a trace, even the sound of his footsteps was gone. With furrowed brows the two continued to advance cautiously, but after walking several hundred steps, they still had not reached the villa. Logically, with only 100 meters of distance, they should have arrived at the front door of the villa by now, yet there was not. The visibility in the black smoke was extremely low, only allowing them to see about 2 meters around. Just as the two were puzzled, suddenly a sound of footsteps came. In the next moment, a stiff figure suddenly lunged towards Shen Xianzhi. Shen Xianzhi's expression changed slightly, evading the attack and engaging in battle. But after a few exchanges, Shen Xianzhi's expression turned horrified. "This isn't a living person, oh, it's a corpse," Shen Xianzhi exclaimed. Although the corpse had a beautiful appearance, and its skin bore no signs of decay, its stiff movements, blank gaze, and cold skin temperature were enough to prove this point. Most importantly, this female corpse possessed the strength of a congenital grandmaster. A corpse that could run, jump, and fight, and looked beautiful, yet had such strength. Such a thing was unheard of by Shen Xianzhi and Du Guhao. Fortunately, dealing with this female corpse was not troublesome. Although the corpse was also a congenital grandmaster, its movements were somewhat stiff, making it no match for Shen Xianzhi. Moments later, Shen Xianzhi dispersed the internal energy within the female corpse, nearly incapacitating it. However, at that moment, another female corpse lunged out from the black smoke, and its strength was surprisingly at the martial soul realm. Shen Xianzhi's complexion changed dramatically, and he hurriedly dodged. Meanwhile, Du Guhao was anxious but unable to help. He was still an ordinary person, only able to stare in shock as Shen Xianzhi was chased and attacked by the martial soul realm female corpse, disappearing into the black smoke moments later. Only Du Guhao and the congenital female corpse remained at the spot. Just as Du Guhao was at a loss, the congenital female corpse suddenly charged at him. Du Guhao was instantly startled, instinctively falling to the ground and rolling to avoid the attack from the female. While rolling on the ground to evade, Du Guhao shouted loudly, "Beautiful lady, I have no grudge against you. I don't even know you, how can we talk this out?" But the female corpse showed no reaction, persistently trying to attack him. Although the congenital female corpse had been nearly incapacitated by Shen Xianzhi and was hardly different from an ordinary person, its aggression was extremely strong, looking as if it would not rest until Du Guhao was dead. However, Du Guhao was unarmed and could not kill the corpse. After all, this thing didn't even need to breathe. If it came to a fight, it could very well be Du Guhao who ended up dead. Du Guhao, furious and frustrated, cursed, "Even if you're beautiful, stop chasing after me. I haven't provoked you. If you keep this up, I won't be polite anymore." He had been feeling very stifled today, and all his pent-up grievances and anger had nowhere to vent. He was now cursing incessantly in his heart. "Damn, I've worked hard for over half a month and still can't get a girl, yet I'm going to be killed by you. If I'm going to die, I want to enjoy it first." In a fit of rage, Du Guhao ignored the fact that this was a female corpse and jumped up to pounce on her. The corpse was knocked to the ground as Du Guhao pinned her down. In that moment, overwhelmed by anger, Du Guhao gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn. I probably have no hope of getting a girlfriend now. I've never met a woman who truly cared for me. They're all just fish to raise. I don't believe it. Is surely a female corpse can't raise fish. Damn it, since I'm going to die anyway, I'll go all out." After shouting, Du Guhao grabbed the female corpse's clothing and ripped it fiercely. Yi Qijun's gaze was cold as he surveyed his surroundings, deep in thought. Soon he figured it out and smiled coldly. "So it's a trick based on the ancient legends maze. But do you think this will stop my progress?" As he spoke, Yi Qijun suddenly drew his sword, swinging it out. Clang! The sound of the sword echoed, and the sword wind howled. A fierce gust of sword wind directly blew open a path through the black smoke, leading straight to the villa's entrance. At the villa's entrance, the four black-clad figures were stunned at this sight. The bald black-clad man widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "How is this possible? This maze was constructed with the power of the Buddhist treasure by this poor monk, capable of trapping even a half-step martial saint. How could he break through it?" The next moment, the skeletal-looking black-clad man's expression changed dramatically as he looked deep into the black smoke. Then he erupted in a flurry of curses. "What the hell? What's going on? Evil monk, what did you let into this? What is he doing to my precious?" This skeletal corpse handler is one of the 3 vice presidents of the Malai branch of the Gu God sect, most skilled in controlling corpses. He has a peculiar obsession. The corpses he controls are all beautiful female corpses, each possessing at least the strength of a master, known as the Corpse King. However, at this moment, the Corpse King wore an expression of utter shock. The female corpses controlled by him each have a vital point which he had placed in the most hidden part of the corpses to ensure safety. Yet, even someone as perverse as the Corpse King could not have imagined that someone would be so twisted as to break the vital point of a female corpse. At this moment, the bald man in a black robe was inexplicably cursed at, "How would I know? Maybe your corpse has betrayed you." As soon as the words left his mouth, President Maha coldly said, "Stop talking nonsense. The main character has already arrived." With that, he took the lead and walked out of the villa, arriving at the entrance to confront Yi Qijun from a distance. The three vice presidents followed behind the president. Behind them, Su Qin followed expressionlessly, holding Su Yingsha by the hair, dragging her out as well. Su Yingsha struggled desperately, but Su Qin was extraordinarily strong at that moment, leaving Su Yingsha unable to break free. Brother Qijun, Aunt Su has gone mad. She has poisoned my grandmother, my dad, and my second uncle. They're all about to die. You must save them. Su Yingsha shouted hoarsely. Yi Qijun, seeing Su Qin's expressionless demeanor like that of a puppet along with the disheveled and miserable Su Yingsha, felt his expression instantly turn cold. Maha carefully scrutinized Yi Qijun and suddenly laughed. Mr. Yi Qijun, I have finally met you. I am the president of the Malai branch of the Gu God sect. My name is Maha, and I am a Gu master. These three are my subordinates: the corpse king, the evil monk, and the witch ghost. Maha pointed successively at the skeletal man in a black robe, the bald man in a black robe, and the short stout man in a black robe. Then the short stout man, the witch ghost, let out a sinister chuckle filled with pride. Are you surprised by Aunt Su Qin's strange condition? That is the ability of my voodoo techniques. She is now my puppet. The witch ghost seemed to be showing off his skills. Among these people, the witch ghost was the most flamboyant, while the others were extremely grim. At this moment, the witch ghost felt that merely showing off wasn't enough, so he swaggered directly towards Yi Qijun, coming right in front of him. He arrogantly laughed. Seeing us, why don't you kneel? Yi Qijun's face grew cold as he asked. Do you? The witch ghost immediately burst into wild laughter. They had already learned that Yi Qijun valued his family greatly, especially Su Qin, who was one of his soft spots. Moreover, even relying solely on their strength, the four of them working together, each with increasingly bizarre methods, could easily run rampant. With all the members of the Su family as hostages in the witch ghost's mind, Yi Qijun had no choice but to surrender. The witch ghost laughed recklessly. Do you dare to make a move against us? You can try. If you kill me, your Aunt Su Qin will undoubtedly die too. She has already been completely controlled by my voodoo techniques, becoming my puppet. If you want her to live, then obediently kneel and accept your death. At the entrance of the Villa, Maha and the three others also grinned coldly, watching Yi Qijun with great interest. Su Yingsha, however, was completely in despair. She knew that Yi Qijun would never disregard Su Qin's life. However, at that moment, Yi Qijun did not hesitate at all and swung his long sword directly. Swish! With one strike, he severed the witch ghost's head. The head fell to the ground, but the witch ghost's body stood still, already completely silent. The head rolled a few meters away to the feet of Maha and the others. The witch ghost's face still bore the same proud and arrogant expression, but there was a hint of shock and horror in his gaze. Su Qin closed her eyes and fainted. Maha and the others were utterly stunned. Even Su Yingsha did not expect Yi Qijun to act so decisively, cutting off the witch ghost's head without a word. Everyone was taken aback. Maha widened his eyes and asked, he is a voodoo master and has already controlled your aunt. Aren't you afraid that your aunt will die too? Yi Qijun coldly smiled disdainfully, saying, just a few rats. Do you think you can harm my aunt in front of me? You still fall short. Maha and the corpse king both turned grim. Meanwhile, the evil monk was utterly furious. Though the evil monk was a monk, he had long fallen into the evil path, becoming extremely irritable. Hearing Yi Qijun's words, the evil monk immediately roared, and in the next moment the dense black smoke surrounding the villa surged. The black smoke, controlled by the evil monk, quickly gathered together, forming a single entity, dozens of meters long and nearly 2 meters in diameter, swaying in midair like a giant dragon. Within the black smoke, Shen Xianzhi and Dugu Hao and others emerged just not far from the villa. The evil monk pointed at Yi Qijun, and in an instant the dragon-like black smoke came crashing down towards him. Behold my great demon dragon, the evil monk shouted angrily. The thick black smoke column, as if substantial, howled down with a fierce wind. But Yi Qijun merely scoffed. It's just a smoke column, lacking a head and tail, and you dare to call it a dragon. With that, he raised his hand and swung his sword, sending a gust of sword wind that directly sliced the black smoke dragon in half. With one sword, he severed the dragon. But this was not the end. Severing the dragon was merely a casual act for Yi Qijun. After slicing the dragon, the sword wind reached the evil monk, smashing him in half as well. In front of Yi Qijun, although their methods were bizarre, they were utterly vulnerable. With the witch ghost and the evil monk dead in succession, Maha was thoroughly enraged. These were his capable subordinates, the backbone of the Malai branch. To have two of them butchered like cabbages right in front of him ignited Maha's fury. Bastard, I will make you watch as your aunt's family suffers from 1,000 insect bites, dying in agony, and you will suffer 100 times worse than them. With a roar, Maha stretched out his arms, palms facing Yi Qijun, then suddenly shouted, Gu Dragon Whirl. With two light sounds, Maha's palm skin ruptured and countless tiny black insects surged out from his palm. In the blink of an eye, the black insects swarmed like a dark cloud, overwhelming everything, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. Who knows how Maha has so many insects within him, as if his body were made entirely of insects, merely covered by a layer of human skin. Go! Maha grinned, wickedly pointing at Yi Qijun. Instantly, countless insects surged towards Yi Qijun. Hundreds of thousands of ugly, repulsive black insects surged out from the body of a living person. This scene was an overwhelming shock for Suingxia. Suingxia was so frightened that she fainted. This was far more terrifying and nauseating than any horror movie. Even Yi Qijun couldn't help but frown slightly. Seeing Yi Qijun's expression, Maha suddenly burst into wild laughter. Yi Qijun, I admit you are strong. Your strength is already comparable to that of a martial saint. But unfortunately, to deal with you, I borrowed 1,000,000 insect soldiers from the 7th elder of my Gu God sect, enough to slay a martial saint. Next, your flesh and bones will become the food for these treasures. Not even a scrap of bone will remain. Ma's face was filled with confidence. But the next moment, Yi Qijun said calmly, is this the Gu technique of the Gu masters recorded in ancient texts? Looking at it was indeed disgusting. You might as well die. He had frowned not out of difficulty, but purely because he was repulsed by Maha. As he spoke, Yi Qijun's figure flashed directly, bypassing the swarm of black insects that lunged at him, arriving in front of Maha, and with a flick of his sword, pierced through Ma's heart. Then the sword was pulled out, and on the tip, there was a golden fist-sized fat insect impaled. After writhing a few times, the golden insect completely died, and behind Yi Qijun, the vast swarm of 1,000,000 insects fell dead one after another. At this moment, Maha had collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Yi Qijun, his breath faint. Maha trembled as he asked, how could you possibly find the location of the Gu Mother? For the Gu Masters, the Gu Mother was equivalent to their lifeblood. But the location of the Gu Mother was within the Gu Master's body, and it was well hidden. Ma's Gu Mother was hidden in his heart. Yet even so, it was unexpectedly discovered by Yi Qijun with a single sword. However, in response to Ma's question, Yi Qijun merely smiled disdainfully and did not answer. After a moment, Maha unwillingly acted like a fool. Actually, it was simple for Yi Qijun to discover the Gu Mother, as he could see at a glance the most concentrated area of spiritual energy on Ma's body, hence locating the Gu Mother's position. However, no one else could see the distribution of spiritual energy like he could. Meanwhile, the Corpse King stared blankly at Ma, dying so easily at Yi Qijun's hands, utterly horrified. But before he could speak, Yi Qijun casually swung his sword and killed the Corpse King. Although the four from the Mirai branch had increasingly bizarre methods, their true strength was merely at the peak of martial spirit, and Maha was only half a step into martial saint. In the face of Yi Qijun's absolute power, there was simply no possibility of resistance. As the Corpse King fell, the female corpse, who was entangled with Shen Xianzhi not far away, ceased all movements and collapsed to the ground. Shen Xianzhi immediately breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground. If he had delayed any longer, he might have perished at the hands of this martial soul realm female corpse. At this moment, Shen Xianzhi was already heavily injured, sitting on the ground and gasping for breath, looking towards the distant Dugu Hao. Before he was chased away by the female corpse, he had basically incapacitated that innate realm female corpse, so Dugu Hao should be safe now. However, after taking a glance, Shen Xianzhi was utterly dumbfounded. At this moment, Dugu Hao was also panting heavily, but he had not suffered any injuries. Instead, he was in a flustered state, hastily putting on his pants. Seeing Dugu Hao's situation, Shen Xianzhi immediately understood what had happened, and he was shocked to the point where his eyes nearly fell out. Shen Xianzhi trembled as he asked Dugu Hao, what did you do to that female corpse? Dugu Hao's face instantly stiffened, wearing an expression of utter humiliation. But now he could no longer hide it, and Dugu Hao angrily retorted, did you not see it all? Hearing Dugu Hao's admission, even Yi Qijun looked a bit stunned. Shen Xianzhi couldn't believe his ears as he exclaimed, you actually managed to go that far. This was simply insane. Even the well-informed Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi could not imagine. Dugu Hao was thoroughly enraged and shouted at Shen Xianzhi, at least I wasn't beaten to a pulp. Shen Xianzhi's old face flushed. Then he too became somewhat indignant, retorting, what was it like with the corpse? Not quite the same experience as with a normal person, right? Dugu Hao immediately cursed, how would I know? I've never experienced anything normal. Initially, Dugu Hao only had thoughts of Pan Jinji, but even though they lived together at Yulong Mountain Villa, Pan Jinji had always found excuses to prevent Dugu Hao from getting close. Later on, Dugu Hao evolved from a sycophant into a battle wolf. Until today, he was still a virgin. Shen Xianzhi burst into laughter uncontrollably. Dugu Hao's face turned a deep shade of iron blue, almost wishing he could just crash his head against a wall. But just then, Yi Qijun suddenly asked in surprise, how did your cultivation suddenly increase so much? Shen Xianzhi was taken aback, carefully observing Dugu Hao, and he immediately stopped laughing, staring in astonishment. Because at that moment, Dugu Hao had clearly reached the postnatal master realm. It should be known that just moments ago, Dugu Hao was merely an ordinary person who was not even a martial artist. In just a short time, he had soared to the postnatal master realm. It was faster than riding a rocket. Dugu Hao scratched his head in confusion and said, I don't know, I just Activated my charming technique a moment ago, and my strength increased. Yi Qijun pondered for a moment and understood. This technique required finding one's true love to enhance one's heart realm. Once the heart realm was elevated, strength could be rapidly increased through dual cultivation. Yi Qijun pondered for a moment and understood. This technique required finding one's true love to enhance one's heart realm. Once the heart realm was elevated, strength could be rapidly increased through dual cultivation. Setback. Moreover, the female corpse had no emotions, but possessed genuine innate realm cultivation. Hence, she could rapidly enhance Dugu Hao's strength. If it had been a woman with no emotional connection to Dugu Hao, such an effect would have been impossible. Furthermore, Dugu Hao did not need to worry about whether the other party would be harmed. He directly drained the female corpse dry, breaking through to the postnatal realm. After the explanation, Shen Xianzhi laughed uncontrollably, once more patting Dugu Hao's shoulder and saying, "Brother, your path of cultivation in the future will be long and arduous." Dugu Hao, on the other hand, looked thoroughly frustrated. He couldn't charm any women, or would he have to specifically look for female corpses in the future? But now that the corpse handler was dead, where would he find female corpses? Moreover, he didn't want to do such things again. The female corpse had no emotions or reactions, and he had already worn himself out. Meanwhile, Yi Qijun did not ridicule Dugu Hao. Instead, he felt that although this matter was absurd, it was also a kind of opportunity for Dugu Hao. After all, this was not something Dugu Hao did willingly. He was forced into it, not intentionally desecrating the dead. Subsequently, Yi Qijun quickly walked over to his aunt Su Qin to check on her condition. Yi Qijun infused a stream of spiritual energy into Su Qin. Moments later, he discovered that a black spiritual energy was entwined around Su Qin's heart meridian and brain, which was precisely what had allowed others to control her. This is actually a method of utilizing spiritual energy, plunging Su Qin into a deep coma and enabling remote control of her body rather than controlling her thoughts. Clearly, the so-called cursing technique used by the opponent had not yet reached the level of truly controlling a person's heart. They could only manipulate a puppet in this manner. Yi Qijun recognized the opponent's tactics, which is why he decisively eliminated the witch. Soon he dispelled the two strands of black spiritual energy, and Su Qin awakened. Afterward, Yi Qijun revived Su Yingxiao. As soon as Su Yingxiao woke up, she looked around in terror, realizing that the enemies were all dead. Her tense emotions relaxed instantly, and she threw herself into Yi Qijun's arms, bursting into tears. However, after crying for a while, Su Yingxiao quickly raised her head and pleaded, "Brother Qijun, please save my father and the others, they are about to die." With Su Yingxia's explanation, Yi Qijun and the others finally understood what had happened earlier. Su Qin beside them suddenly grew anxious, her face filled with guilt and regret. She never expected that she had been controlled to curse the Su family. At that moment, Yi Qijun comforted her, saying, "Auntie, don't worry, I will save them." Then they went upstairs, where Yi Qijun forced the curse insects out of the bodies of Elder Su and Su Wenkai. For Yi Qijun, this was nothing. A single stream of spiritual energy was enough to resolve it. However, the Su family members were all extremely weak, their vitality greatly depleted. Once everyone had awakened, Yi Qijun called Shen Xianzhi. At that moment, Shen Xianzhi was hiding far away in a villa. Upon receiving the call, she hurried to the villa. Seeing Shen Xianzhi, Yi Qijun said, "Xianzhi, please have the Shen family send some century-old spiritual herbs over to help them recover their bodies." Shen Xianzhi quickly agreed. At that moment, the Su family members also understood what had happened, and their gazes toward Yi Qijun were filled with gratitude. Elder Su even smiled broadly and said, "Qijun, thanks to you, otherwise our Su family would have faced extermination." Not long ago, the Su family had held resentment towards Yi Qijun for killing Sanjing Xiui. However, later on they heard about the incident involving the four-peaked spiritual ninjas invading the Shen family and realized that Sanjing Merchant Association had been treacherous all along. Afterward, the Su family asked someone to investigate in Japan and learned that Sanjing's zealous display of humility before them was merely an act. If it weren't for Yi Qijun eliminating Sanjing Xiui, the Su family would have been sold out and counted money for others. Therefore, the Su family members no longer held any grievances against Yi Qijun, replaced instead by immense gratitude. At that moment, Shen Xianzhi and Dugu Hao approached Yi Qijun. "Master, we discovered this on that evil monk." Yi Qijun took a look and found a golden bead shimmering like amber and crystal clear. Surprise flashed across Yi Qijun's face. This was actually a relic from an ancient high monk. No wonder that evil monk, despite his mediocre cultivation, could set up such a sinister formation. It turned out he was relying on the power of this relic. This relic contained tremendous spiritual power, incredibly pure. However, the evil monk did not understand how to use it. He actually extracted the spiritual power to confuse the perceptions of those trapped in the formation, which was simply wasteful. It was precisely for this reason that Shen Xianzhi and Dugu Hao had gone astray and had not approached the villa, instead circling in place. Looking at this relic, Yi Qijun then thought of Tian Can. The reason Tian Can had not awakened until now was due to the severe injuries sustained back then nearly leading to death. Although he was saved, his spiritual essence had been damaged, leaving him in a vegetative state and unable to awaken. However, now that he had obtained this relic, he could awaken Tian Can and perhaps even enhance his strength. After putting away the relic, Shen Xianzhi was asking Su Qin, "Annie, do you know which family in Donghai is developing in the construction industry?" Without hesitation, Su Qin replied, "The largest construction company in Donghai is of course the Yu family from the former three clans of Zhenhai. Even in the entire Yuezhou, the Yu family's construction company is among the top, having collaborations with many real estate companies. This is not a secret in Donghai. Many people know that this construction company is one of the pillar industries of the Yu family." However, upon hearing this, Shen Xianzhi cast a somewhat troubled glance at Yi Qijun. She knew about the conflict between Yi Qijun and the three clans of Zhenhai and was unsure whether to collaborate with the Yu family. After all, this was a significant matter related to the construction of the Taohua Island base, not an ordinary construction project. But Yi Qijun immediately saw through Shen Xianzhi's concerns and smiled, saying, "No problem, I'll take you to the Yu family for a visit." A few hours later, at the entrance of the Yu family villa, Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi got out of the car and walked toward the villa. A few months ago, the Yu family was still one of the three clans of Zhenhai dominating Donghai, with countless individuals eager to curry favor with them. The entrance of the Yu family villa was bustling with visitors. However, now, although the Yu family was still a first-class family, their power had greatly diminished, and their reputation had faded. The entrance appeared somewhat desolate. The two security guards at the entrance glanced over casually when they saw someone approaching, but the next moment their expressions changed drastically. Thud! Thud! The two security guards almost simultaneously knelt on the ground, prostrating themselves, as if they were lying flat, not daring to lift their heads or move. They had witnessed Yi Qijun sweeping through the three clans of Zhenhai, dominating all of Donghai. Let alone such small fry as themselves. Even the three clans of Zhenhai had only the qualification to crawl in front of Yi Qijun. As for blocking, reporting, don't joke, they were already lucky not to wet themselves in fear. Yi Qijun did not even glance at them and walked straight inside. Inside the villa, the Yu family members were having a meal. Hearing the sound of the door opening, they looked over in confusion. The next moment, Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi appeared before them. After speaking, Yi Qijun gave a wink to Shen Xianzhi, signaling her to step forward and talk. After all, the subsequent construction of Taohua Island was to be managed by Shen Xianzhi. Shen Xianzhi was not nervous at all and confidently introduced the construction project of the Taohua Island base. The expressions of Elder Yu and others grew increasingly shocked as they listened. This was clearly an endeavor to build a genuine military base. It is worth noting that Taohua Island is the territory of Long Nation, and the military department of Long Nation actually permitted Yi Qijun to construct such a base on Taohua Island. What does this signify? It essentially means that Taohua Island has been completely handed over to Yi Qijun, becoming his private territory. Such a thing was unimaginable even for the Yu family, who were once part of the three clans of Zhenhai. This illustrates just how terrifying Yi Qijun's influence is. Soon after, once Shen Xianzhi finished her introduction, she asked Elder Yue, "What do you think?" Elder Yu quickly expressed his stance. "Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, please rest assured the Yu family will spare no effort to fortify Taohua Island." Yi Qijun smiled, faintly satisfied, and said, "Once this cooperation is completed, perhaps the reputation of the three clans of Zhenhai will rise to prominence once more. I'd like to congratulate Elder Yu in advance." Yi Qijun's words instantly filled the Yu family with ecstatic joy. Such a monumental project, if completed, would surely allow the Yu family to rise again, even surpassing their former peak. Moreover, they would also gain Yi Qijun's recognition. Even if they could not fully align themselves with Yi Qijun, at least it would thaw any previous animosities. During this time, although Yi Qijun had not done anything against the Yu family, he loomed over the three clans of Zhenhai like a mountain. Due to past conflicts, the Yu family had been rather isolated, as no one dared to easily befriend them. But now all of that was behind them. After a while, Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi left the Yu family. Once the two departed, the members of the Yu family could no longer contain their cheers. However, at that moment, Elder Yu's expression suddenly darkened. After a brief cheer, the members of the Yu family noticed Elder Yu's countenance and fell silent, puzzled. Elder Yue, however, said nothing, offered no explanation, and went straight back to his study. No one knew what was on Elder Yu's mind. In the southwest of Long Nation, at the Shui family in Suzhou, the Shui family villa was situated atop a mountain, grand and imposing. Outside the villa, Linghu Qianquan wore a complex expression and soon approached the entrance, cupping his fists to the guards. "Excuse me, could you please announce that I, Linghu Qianquan, have come to visit an old friend?" The guards were momentarily taken aback, looking at each other as if in thought. After a moment, one of them suddenly changed his expression dramatically. "You are Linghu Qianquan, as mentioned by Mei Zhu." Linghu Qianquan felt warmth in his heart and sighed. "I never thought that after 20 years a Mei is still waiting for me. Quick, take me to see a Mei. I want to rekindle our past." Ling Hu Qianquan with an urgent expression was about to, but the next moment the guards pulled out their whistles and blew them with all their might. The sharp whistle echoed throughout the entire villa. Ling Hu Qianquan has arrived. Ling Hu Qianquan was left bewildered by this scene. What was happening? Inside the villa, after a moment of silence, suddenly shadows burst forth from each room, and the once quiet villa erupted into chaos in an instant. Hundreds of Shui family masters rushed toward the entrance of the villa. Ling Hu Qianquan's face showed a look of realization. He then chuckled and waved his hands repeatedly, saying there's no need for such a grand welcome. Mei and I are old friends. Old acquaintances, so there's no need for so many people to greet me, and Mei would feel embarrassed. Just as he said this, Ling Hu Qianquan suddenly noticed that the hundreds of Shui family masters had drawn their weapons, each radiating a killing intent. Ling Hu Qianquan was taken aback. This was not a welcoming gesture, it felt more like they were going to kill him. Just as Ling Hu Qianquan was puzzled, someone in the crowd of the Shui family yelled angrily, "Kill Ling Hu Qianquan, avenge Mei Zhu. Avenge the Shui family." Instantly hundreds of people were fervent, their cries shaking the heavens. Ling Hu Qianquan's face turned pale in an instant. They really intended to kill him. Without a moment to think about why, Ling Hu Qianquan quickly turned to flee. Among these Shui family masters, there were surprisingly 7 half-step martial saints, and nearly 100 in the martial spirit realm. Ling Hu Qianquan himself was only a half-step martial saint. If surrounded, he would certainly meet a tragic end. He nearly sprinted for his life with hundreds of Shui family masters chasing after him. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I am Ling Hu Qianquan. I am Su Mice Man. You can't kill me. Among the Shui family members, the 7 half-step martial saints were the fastest, leading the charge. Old scoundrel. You were heartless back then, causing Mei Zhu to weep for 20 years, turning Mei Zhu and our Shui family into a laughingstock among the 100 schools. How could this possibly be a misunderstanding? Today you must die. The other half-step martial saints shouted angrily as well. Although they had not yet caught up to Ling Hu Qianquan, attacks were already being launched toward him from a distance. Ling Hu Qianquan jumped around being hit and crying out, but he dared not stop, only able to run wildly through the mountains. After running for a while, Ling Hu Qianquan was already bruised and battered, covered in injuries. His speed gradually slowed, and he could see that he was about to be caught by the Shui family members. At that moment, a figure appeared in midair. It was a stooped old woman with a wrinkled, dry face, her gaze dark as she looked down at Ling Hu Qianquan. Ling Hu Qianquan was taken aback, staring closely at the old woman, and the next moment his face lit up with joy. He immediately braved the attacks, flying up into the air to stand before the old woman, weeping with joy. May I finally see you? This old woman with skin like withered tree bark was the only ancestor of the Shui family, a martial saint expert, Shui Sume. The Shui family masters below, including the 7 half-saints, were all descendants of Shui Sume. At this moment, however, Shui Sume's gaze toward Ling Hu Qianquan was filled with icy resentment and boundless hatred. You still have the face to appear before me. Go die. Shui Sume shouted sharply, striking out with her palm. Ling Hu Qianquan was alarmed and shouted as he dodged back. Then I was closing the gates of life and death, striving to break through to the martial saint realm, to be worthy of you, and to silence the idle gossip in the martial world. Back in the day, the affair between Ling Hu Qianquan and Shui Sume stirred quite a commotion in the martial world. These martial families have legacies spanning hundreds of years, each possessing a family tree. According to the genealogies of the Ling Hu and Shui family, Shui Sume is of the same generation as Ling Hu Qianquan's grandfather. Moreover, Shui Sume is nearly 20 years older than Ling Hu Qianquan, which made their affair a laughingstock in the martial world at the time. However, Shui Sume did not look like this back then. Although she was over 50, she maintained her appearance exceptionally well, resembling a woman in her early 30s, full of charm. Thus, at first, Ling Hu Qianquan paid little heed to the rumors. But 20 years ago, as Shui Sume gradually aged and lost her beauty, he began to regret his earlier indifference. Afterward, he used the excuse of seclusion for 20 years, avoiding the world, to escape Shui Sume. Yet now, with the Ling Hu family embroiled in deep-seated enmity and unable to seek revenge, he found himself seeking out Shui Sume. Ling Hu Qianquan was not foolish enough to reveal the truth, so he concocted this excuse to evade, while also offering an explanation. As expected, upon hearing Ling Hu Qianquan's rationale, Shui Sume's strikes gradually lost their intensity. Ling Hu Qianquan felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed that although Shui Sume harbored hatred towards him, it was also a case of love turning to hate, indicating that she still held feelings for him. With a firm resolve, Ling Hu Qianquan stopped dodging, spreading his arms wide and closing his eyes. If you truly wish to kill me, then go ahead. Dying at your hands is far better than dying at the hands of my enemies. Regardless, even if I don't die today, I won't live long. Boom. Shui Sume's bony fist suddenly halted just before Ling Hu Qianquan's nose, the fierce wind from her punch causing the wrinkles on his face to ripple. Shui Sume asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" Ling Hu Qianquan, with a sorrowful expression, opened his eyes and gazed deeply at Shui Sume. Don't you know? The Linghu family has been exterminated. Now in this world aside from you, I am utterly alone. Shui Sumei's complexion changed drastically. She had not been keeping up with the affairs of the martial world recently, and was completely unaware of the demise of the Linghu family. Shui Sumei, disregarding her anger towards Linghu, Xianquan hurriedly rushed in front of him, the concern on her face no longer concealable. Xianquan, what on earth happened? She asked anxiously. Below, all the members of the Shui family were left dumb. In Donghai at the office of Dashing Entertainment. In the chairman's office, the boss Zhong Jingwei said with a smile, Xiao Shuang, I found a new drama for you, and it's a major production. Do you want to know how much your salary is? In front of Zhong Jingwei stood Zheng Shuang and her manager Li Jia. Zheng Shuang, not bothering to hide her excitement, immediately acted coy. Brother Zhong, please don't keep me in suspense. I want to know. Zhong Jingwei, greatly pleased, laughed heartily. 1.6 billion. Instantly both Zheng Shuang and Li Jia were stunned. They even doubted whether they had misheard. A salary of 1.6 billion was an unprecedented astronomical figure. In the entertainment industry, over 90% of films don't even reach this level of total investment. Zhong Jingwei proudly declared the filming will take about 2.5 months, which means you'll earn over 2 million a day. Zheng Shuang was momentarily stunned before she finally reacted, filled with excitement. Ignoring Li Jia standing beside her, she directly threw herself into Zhong Jingwei's arms. With sultry eyes, she asked in a voice dripping with sweetness, Brother Zhong, you're too good to me. How can I thank you? Meanwhile, Li Jia looked on enviously, her eyes reddening. If only she were 20 years younger and a few times more beautiful, she would want to leap forward. Over 1 billion. This was simply money she could never earn in a lifetime. However, Li Jia quickly lowered her head, pretending not to see. Of course, it wasn't her first time witnessing such a scene. At that moment, Zhong Jingwei chuckled, if you want to repay me, it's not that difficult. I remember there's a line in your new song, if it weren't for love, who would willingly bow down? Then she lowered her head. Li Jia froze at a loss for what to do. Were they both so eager? I shouldn't be here, I should be under the car. Luckily, then she lowered her head. Li Jia froze at a loss for what to do. Were they both so eager? I shouldn't be here, I should be under the car. Luckily, at that moment, Li Jia's phone rang. She hurriedly answered it, and then stood up to walk outside. But just as she reached the door, she suddenly froze. Zhong Jingwei, somewhat displeased, wondered why this old woman was lingering around at such a time. Does she want to learn something? But even if you learn, it won't be of any use. Zhong Jingwei asked with dissatisfaction, why aren't you leaving? Li Jia abruptly panicked, boss, something's wrong. Lin Man Yu called and said she wants to terminate her contract with. Zhong Jingwei's expression changed, immediately darkening as he asked, her breach of contract fee is 1 billion. Can she come up with that much money? Li Jia quickly replied. Lin Man Yu said that even if she has to go bankrupt, she still wants to terminate the contract. Zhong Jingwei was instantly enraged. Bastard. That damn bitch. Does she think Dashing Entertainment is a place she can come and go as she pleases? He shouted angrily. Zheng Shuang was startled, quickly raising her head, and sweetly said, Brother Zhong, don't be angry. But the next moment, Zhong Jingwei shouted, be more careful with your head. With that, Zhong Jingwei grabbed Zheng Shuang's hair and forcefully pushed her down. In the office, angry shouts and retching sounds faintly echoed, causing passing employees to keep their distance, not daring to approach. 2 hours later, Lin Man Yu walked into the chairman's office and saw Zheng Shuang and Li Jia standing. However, Lin Man Yu noticed that Zheng Shuang's appearance seemed a bit odd. At this moment, having decided to sever ties with the company, Lin Man Yu felt no reservations. After examining Zheng Shuang, she casually remarked, Zheng Shuang, did you just get lip injections? They look quite plump. Lin Man Yu's intention was to mock Zheng Shuang for undergoing plastic surgery. But in Zheng Shuang's ears, that was not how it sounded. Her lips were swollen, not artificially enhanced. Zheng Shuang was instantly infuriated. The weight of this mockery was at least 10 times stronger than Lin Man Yu's original intent. Even Zhong Jingwei's expression stiffened. Lin Man Yu, mind your words. Lin Man Yu was somewhat bewildered. She had only made a subtle jab in the entertainment industry where plastic surgery was common. It hardly counted as ridicule, lacking any real impact. Why did Zhong Jingwei react so strongly? Lin Man Yu said calmly, Boss, Zhong, do you not want me to say anything at all? No problem, terminate the contract and I guarantee I will never utter another word to you. Zheng Shuang, being a woman, felt her face flush with embarrassment. With an angry huff, she hurriedly left the. Zhong Jingwei, thick-skinned, changed the subject, saying, even if we are to terminate the contract, we need to calculate the accounts for these past few months. Just wait at home. Lin Man Yu smiled faintly. You'd better hurry, as I don't wish to stay in this company for another day. After saying this, Lin Man Yu left. Zhong Jingwei banged on the table in anger, roaring furiously. After a while, he finally calmed down. Sisterly asked cautiously, Boss, why not just let her terminate the contract and leave? Why drag it out for a few more days? Zhong Jingwei responded angrily, want to leave? It's not that easy. If she goes to another company, she'll become a formidable opponent for us. Sisterly was taken aback. Indeed, Lin Man Yu was a world supermodel. If she went to another company, she would surely become a rival for Dashing Company. Sisterly quickly asked, so boss, what do you plan to do? Zhong Jingwei replied with a sinister smile, isn't it simple to ruin a woman? Spread the word in those big shot circles, 50 million auction Lin Manya's first night. I believe many big shots will be interested. The next day Lin Manyu couldn't help but call Yi Qijun, I am about to terminate my contract with Dashing Company. After the termination I can finally do what I want. Yi Qijun laughed, good, I will support you. After you terminate the contract, I will give you a gift to celebrate. What? You'll know when the time comes. At that moment Lin Manyu frowned slightly. Qijun, I have a call coming in from my agent. Let me take this. After hanging up Lin Manyu answered Sister Li's call. Is there something you need? Lin Manyu asked coldly. Sister Li said there's an event tonight, and you need to attend. Lin Manyu refused without a second thought and not going. Not going is a breach of contract. Don't forget you're still an artist of the company. Lin Manyu's heart sank. She understood Sister Li's intention. This was to squeeze out her last value. But if she didn't go, she'd have to pay $1 billion in breach of contract fees and couldn't terminate the contract. Reluctantly Lin Manyu had to agree. That night at the event venue, after singing 2 songs, she prepared to leave. At that moment several investors from the entertainment industry surrounded her. Miss Lin, don't rush to leave. Come, let's have a drink together. I've been wanting to have a good talk with you. Seeing these 3 men, Lin Manyu's expression slightly changed. These 3 were major investors in the entertainment industry. Many film and television works were produced by them, making them upper-class figures in the industry. However, these individuals had a bad reputation in the circle with countless rumors of unspoken rules. She quickly refused. Sorry, I feel a bit unwell, so I must excuse myself. After saying this, she was about to leave. Having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, Lin Manyu knew how to handle such situations, and as long as she firmly held her bottom line and abstained from alcohol, she could easily decline. However, at that moment Sister Li suddenly ran over. Gentlemen, you know Manyu never drinks alcohol, it's really embarrassing. How about this, can we substitute with beverages? Lin Manyu was somewhat astonished. Many times in the past, if it weren't for Lin Manyu holding her ground, she would have already been pushed into the hands of these bosses. Unexpectedly, she seemed to have changed her ways today. Was she trying to salvage her impression in the company and not want to terminate the contract? Lin Manyu sneered internally, a dog can't change its ways. Just because she changed today doesn't mean it will continue. She had already made up her mind to terminate the contract. After downing the drink in one gulp, she bid farewell and left. But just as Lin Manyu stepped out of the event hall, a gust of evening wind hit her, making her feel dizzy and disoriented. She immediately realized her drink had been drugged. Lin Manyu hurriedly took out her phone, wanting to contact Yi Qijun. But the next moment the phone she had just taken out was snatched away. It was that boss Wang from earlier. Lin Manyu tried to reclaim her phone, but her strength seemed to have been drained and her legs went weak, causing her to nearly fall. At that moment another figure appeared beside Lin Manyu, supporting her. It was Boss Zhang from earlier. The last one. Boss Li also approached Lin Manyu, staring at her with a glint of desire in his eyes. Boss Li chuckled, looks like Miss Lin is very tired. Let's take her to rest and relax. The 3 bosses laughed as they shoved Lin Manyu into a car heading towards the booked hotel. A moment later Lin Manyu was supported on either side by 2 bosses arriving at the door of a hotel room. Outside, Zhong Jingwei leaned against the door watching the group with a dark smile on his face. At this moment Lin Manyu felt utterly powerless. She couldn't even shout, yet she remained conscious. Upon seeing Zhong Jingwei, she immediately understood that the company had sold her out. Lin Manyu glared at Zhong Jingwei with fiery eyes. Zhong Jingwei, however, grinned smugly. Oh, isn't this our Lin, the supermodel? Did you think of yourself as a chaste woman? Who would have thought you'd play so wild? Are you planning a scene akin to the 3 heroes battling Lu Bu? The 3 bosses, instead of being angered, were excited and burst into laughter. Boss Li even gave Zhong Jingwei a thumbs up. Boss Zhong, you really know how to have fun. I've never had such an exhilarating... The other 2 bosses nodded in agreement. Zhong Jingwei laughed heartily, handing over a few items. You gentlemen are too kind. Here, gentlemen, put these on. The cameras are already set up inside. We just need to see your performance. What Zhong Jingwei handed over were clearly 3 black hoods that only revealed the eyes. Lin Manyu was filled with terror, yet she felt powerless to struggle. Let me go. What do you want from me? Let me explain it to you. I contacted the interested bosses in the circle and quoted 50 million. I didn't expect these 3 bosses to be so generous, so I had a brilliant idea to have them co-invest 100 million to experience something thrilling. Moreover, I've prepared a grand gift for you. Cameras have already been set up in the room, and tomorrow this classic scene of the 3 heroes battling Lu Bu will spread across the internet. Aren't you planning to terminate your contract with my company? Then you shouldn't be in the entertainment circle anymore. Ha! Seeing his smug face, Lin Manyu was filled with grief and anger. Zhong Jingwei, may you never find peace. But just as Lin Manyu's words fell, Zheng Shuang and Sister Li approached her from behind. Zheng Shuang leaned directly against Zhong Jingwei. Just be content. 100 million for one time, even diamond-studded ones aren't as expensive as you. This might be the highest price in the circle. 3 bosses, isn't this a case of price gouging? Zheng Shuang's words immediately sparked laughter among the crowd. Looking at the evil faces of these people, Lin Manyu was completely despaired. It turned out that all of this was a scheme against her. Despite her vigilance, she never expected to fall into their trap in the end. Now that she was in their hands, there was no escape. If she still had strength at this moment, Lin Manyu would rather die than submit. After laughing, Zhong Jingwei waved his hand and said, "Alright, I won't disturb the enjoyment of the three bosses any longer. Go and quickly. I also want to accompany Xiao Shuang for some fun." Saying this, Zhong Jingwei took a last deep look at Lin Manyu, his gaze filled with burning desire. Since the day Lin Manyu joined the company, he had been coveting her. However, Lin Manyu had always avoided him, so Zhong Jingwei wanted her to accompany the big shots in the circle, dragging her down with him. Only in this way could he possibly experience the taste of this stunning beauty. At this moment, scenes of what would happen in the room began to appear in Zhong Jingwei's mind. He was filled with a surge of anger and was about to drag Zhong Shuang to the downstairs room. But at that moment, the door suddenly opened from the inside. Everyone was momentarily stunned, especially Zhong Jingwei. The cameras in the room were personally set up by him, and he had been waiting outside the door. How could there possibly be someone else in the room? However, at this moment, a figure indeed stepped out of the room. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Manyu could no longer hold back tears streaming down her face as she felt a weight lift from her heart. Because this person was Yi Qijun. Although she didn't know how Yi Qijun appeared here, it was clear that he had just been in the room and had come to save her. At this moment, Yi Qijun's face was as cold as ice. Ever since he learned the true nature of the company Lin Manyu was in, he had sent people to monitor it in secret. As soon as he heard about Zhong Jingwei offering 50 million in the wealthy circle, Shen Xianzhi informed Yi Qijun right away. However, he didn't expect Zhong Jingwei to act so quickly. The news just came out during the day, and he took action that night. Upon receiving the news, Yi Qijun rushed over. With his strength, it was not surprising for him to appear in the room silently, though just now he had clearly heard everything these people said. At this moment, Boss Li asked in confusion, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Boss Li looked bewildered and quickly glanced at the door number. "That's right, it's room 404. Maybe you should go to the gates of hell." Yi Qijun coldly snorted. With that, he swung his hand and delivered a slap filled with rage directly to Boss Li's face. Bang! Slap! This slap carried Yi Qijun's fury and murderous intent, creating a sonic boom, and it flattened Boss Li's head. Boss Li fell to the ground dead without a sound. The others were all stunned. He died. Boss Li actually just died like that. Zhong Jingwei immediately shouted, "How dare you kill someone in broad daylight? Do you know who you've killed? You won't leave here alive today. Someone call for help." After a loud shout, a dozen bodyguards rushed in from the stairway. Zhong Jingwei and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then Zhong Jingwei angrily pointed at Yi Qijun and began to curse. "Bastard, how dare you ruin my good plans? Kill him for me, make him pay for Boss Li." Boss Zhang and Boss Wang, who were also frightened, yelled angrily for the bodyguards to kill Yi Qijun. The dozen bodyguards rushed up in response. But soon, just like Boss Li, they were one by one knocked out by Yi Qijun. Their deaths were all identical, as if they had been produced on an assembly line. In a short time, all the bodyguards were wiped out. Zhong Jingwei, Zheng Shuang's sisterly Boss Zhang, and Boss Wang were all horrified. Boss Zhang panicked and shouted, "Do you know who I am? I am the owner of Huiyue Film and Television Company. If you dare to touch me, the Jinggan Bureau will definitely execute you." Yi Qijun's expression remained unchanged as he swung his hand and knocked out Boss Zhang's head. Boss Zhang, supporting Lin Manyu, fell dead, causing Lin Manyu to nearly collapse to the ground. However, Yi Qijun quickly held her, letting her lean against his chest. Then Yi Qijun took out his phone, dialed a number, and coldly said, "Director, Zhao, come and deal with the bodies." His tone was as if he were instructing a servant. However, the title Yi Qijun used startled the remaining Boss Wang. "Director Zhao. There is only one Director Zhao in the entire Donghai, and that is the director of the Jinggan Bureau, Zhao Gang." Boss Wang widened his eyes in shock, looking at Yi Qijun in terror. Who exactly are you? How can you kill people so recklessly? Is there no law?" "Law? You still remember the law? Ridiculous." After saying that, Yi Qijun mercilessly delivered the same slap that killed Boss Wang. He couldn't be bothered to reason with such scum. Whether in terms of status or character, the other party was unworthy. Want to talk about the law? Go to hell and talk to Yama. At this moment, the remaining Zhong Jingwei and the others were already terrified and collapsed to the ground. The three famous investors in the entertainment circle had been individually slapped to death by Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun paid no attention to what they said. He was simply a demon who killed without mercy. Just as the three were filled with terror, a dozen inspectors rushed up the building, with Zhao Gang at the forefront stumbling as he ran over. "Director Zhao, help me. I am Zhong Jingwei from Dashing Corporation. Please save me." Zhong Jingwei cried out, seeing Zhao Gang. Zhong Jingwei had just heard the phone call from Yi Qijun. Although he knew that Zhao Gang might not be able to deal with Yi Qijun, Zhao Gang represented the Jinggan Bureau. Killing in front of the head of the Jinggan Bureau was tantamount to provoking the Dragon Kingdom. Although his own fate might be dire, at least he could preserve his life. However, after rushing over, Zhao Gang unhesitatingly kicked Zhong Jingwei aside, then knelt on one knee before Yi Qijun with a thud. With a whoosh, all the inspectors from the Jinggan Bureau made the same move. The subordinate pays respects to you, my lord. Zhao Gang was drenched in sweat, unsure if it was from running or from nerves. Yi Qijun said indifferently, wait aside, after saying that he took a few steps forward and stood in front of Zhong Jingwei. At this moment, Zhong Jingwei and the other two were already slumped on the ground, unable to believe what was happening. Are you the owner of Lin Manyu Company? Yi Qijun looked down at the three and asked coldly. Zhong Jingwei hurriedly nodded in terror. Yi Qijun smiled coldly and casually threw out a card. There's 100 million here, where's the contract with Lin Manyu? Zhong Jingwei was shocked and did not dare to touch the card, frantically asking Sister Li, where's the contract? Quickly bring out the contract. Sister Li trembled all over as she took the contract out from her bag. She brought this contract fearing that Lin Manyu wouldn't even drink that cup of beverage in order to force Lin Manyu to comply. Yi Qijun took the contract without even looking at it. With a ripping sound, he tore it to shreds on the spot. Zhong Jingwei was immediately terrified and wanted to retreat. But Yi Qijun had already kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. One kick to kill. Sister Li screamed and jumped up wanting to escape, but was slapped by Yi Qijun, crashing against the wall and sliding down slowly. Only Zheng Shuang remained, her face pale with fear, desperately squeezing her long jade-like legs together to avoid wetting herself. Don't kill me. I can accompany you, I can be your slave, you can do whatever you want with me. Please don't kill me. On the brink of death, Zheng Shuang began to scream desperately. After saying that, she took off her outer garment. Zhao Gang and the others hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to look around, because underneath she was actually wearing a black and white bunny girl outfit. The seductive nature of that outfit. To put it simply, if paparazzi caught her just with one photograph, Zheng Shuang could make it to the trending list for 7 days. This outfit was originally chosen by Zhong Jingwei, intended for her to indulge later. Although Zheng Shuang's appearance and figure couldn't compare to Lin Manyu's, she was still a top-tier celebrity in the Dragon Kingdom, with a slender figure and a beautiful face full of allure. Yet faced with such a scene, Yi Qijun merely sneered. You think you're worthy? With that, he slapped Zheng Shuang, making her follow the fate of the others. Afterward, Yi Qijun picked up the limp Lin Manyu in his arms and left directly. Zhao Gang hurriedly bowed and said, I bid you farewell, my lord. As he spoke, he glanced at Zheng Shuang, who was still refusing to close her eyes, and gave a bitter smile. The goddess, who was unattainable in the eyes of countless people, had not even qualified to be a plaything in front of a person like Yi Qijun. After Yi Qijun left, Zhao Gang finally breathed a sigh of relief, his face still in shock. These few dogs, how dare they provoke this great man? Are they out of their minds? Who is that great man? A confused subordinate asked. Zhao Gang kicked him, saying, get lost. If it's not something you should know, don't ask around, hurry up and clean this place up. The subordinate quickly smiled apologetically and asked with some concern, Director, the other few can be dealt with whether by concealing or finding a reason, but Zheng Shuang is a top-tier celebrity. Her sudden death will be hard to explain to the public. Zhao Gang sneered. Isn't there recording equipment in this room? And these few bosses are here, throw them on the bed and take some photos. Just say that one of the bosses was targeted by enemies and the others got caught in the crossfire. The subordinates exchanged glances, all smiling bitterly. If such photos were leaked, the reputations of these bosses and Zheng Shuang would be completely ruined. It would be like kicking a dead body. However, they did not dare to question and all began to busy themselves. After Yi Qijun forced the medicinal effects out of Lin Manyu, he sent her to the Lin family. Qijun, I owe you this time, otherwise I fear. In the car, Lin Manyu was still lingering in fear. Yi Qijun smiled lightly and comforted her. It's all in the past. By the way, I mentioned that I would send you a surprise after you terminate the contract. After saying that, he handed her a contract. Lin Manyu was stunned. What is this? This is the newly established entertainment company by Shen Xianzhi. You can rest assured it will never be like before, Yi Qijun said with a smile. Lin Manyu felt warmth in her heart looking at Yi Qijun with sparkling eyes, 1,000 words condensed into a simple few words. Qijun, thank you. Hang City Shen's manner. The relic was placed on the forehead of Tian Can and the golden light gradually dimmed. Finally, when the light of the relic completely faded, Tian Can opened his eyes. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from Tian Can. Both Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi at the bedside showed expressions of joy. Good boy, you've gained from misfortune. You actually broke through to the martial spirit realm before me. Shen Xianzhi laughed. Tian Can was also excited, but then his expression changed, and he forced a bitter smile. Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi also noticed the problem with Tian Can's body. His aura had indeed broken through to the martial spirit realm, but the internal energy within him had completely dissipated. Tian Can jumped off the bed and knelt before Yi Qijun. Thank you for saving my life, master. But I have become a useless person, unworthy to stay by your side. Tian Can feels unworthy of your great kindness. Tian Can's voice trembled as he prostrated on the ground. Yi Qijun took him and helped him eliminate the assassins chasing him for years, and even helped him increase his strength, ultimately nearly annihilating the entire Linghu family for his revenge. This kindness was akin to a rebirth for Tian Can. Originally, he wanted to repay Yi Qijun with his meager abilities. But now he had become a useless person. Although his physical strength had reached the martial spirit realm, without internal energy, he had no power to fight back against a true martial spirit realm master. Tian Can was dispirited with a hint of a death wish gleaming in his eyes. But at that moment Yi Qijun said faintly, "Whether you're a useless person or not, I alone will decide." Tian Can was immediately stunned. In the next moment, Yi Qijun grabbed Tian Can's wrist, carefully sensing, and after a moment a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Your internal energy has not disappeared." Even Tian Can himself was unaware of the existence of the inner energy within him. Was Yi Qijun trying to comfort him with such words? But soon after, Yi Qijun began to explain. It turned out that Tian Can's inner energy had not vanished, rather it had been scattered and integrated into his flesh during the time he sustained severe injuries. The spiritual energy that used to gather in his meridians and dantian now resided within Tian Can's muscles, bones, and skin. He couldn't actively mobilize it, and naturally he could not feel it. Tian Can let out a wry smile. How was that any different from it disappearing? Yet Yi Qijun did not offer much consolation and directly handed a document to Shen Xianzhi, instructing him to print it out. This is one of the ultimate arts of the prison god island called Buddha's Wrath Golden Body. This technique specializes in refining the physical body precisely to disperse the inner energy and integrate it into the flesh. Ordinary people require at least 10 years of cultivation, enduring countless brushes with death to achieve this step. Unexpectedly, by a stroke of fortune, you have accomplished it in one go. This technique is divided into 3 levels: Fierce Glare, Vajra Bodhisattva Manifestation, and Buddha's Golden Body. Once successfully cultivated, the physical body becomes nearly invincible. The enemy's attacks will instead trigger the inner energy within the body, counterattacking automatically. Wounding the enemy 1,001 may not suffer loss, but wounding oneself 800 will ensure the enemy suffers 1,000. As Yi Qijun explained, Tian Can flipped through the document, growing more excited with each glance. This technique was the most suitable for Tian Can's current cultivation, perfectly aligning with his condition. Moreover, this Buddha's Wrath Golden Body was far superior to the technique he had originally practiced. They were on entirely different levels. Tian Can felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Confidently, he believed that with this technique his strength would surely soar. Plop! He knelt before Yi Qijun, repeatedly bowing his head in gratitude. Tian Can, thank you, master. In Sioux City at the Pei family, subordinates were reporting the results of their investigation to Pei Qian. However, the Pei family could only investigate the destruction of the Linghu family and the 3 major families of Taohua Island. As for the Chang family incident, there were no witnesses, so it could not be uncovered. When Yi Qijun annihilated the Linghu family, the only half-saint Linghu Qinquan had not yet emerged from seclusion. During the Taohua Island incident, Yi Qijun did not confront any half-saints. The saints of the 3 major families were dealt with by his master. So it was merely a half-step martial saint, yet he had the audacity to kill my son. This person shall be slain by me. Crack! Pei Qian crushed the porcelain cup in his hand, his face wearing a gentle smile, yet his eyes were chillingly cold. Master Yi Qijun's strength is not to be feared, but that master behind him, who can annihilate 3 martial saints, is too terrifying. If we kill Yi Qijun, and that master comes seeking revenge, I'm afraid our Pei family will face great disaster. A nearby subordinate quickly advised. Pei Qian sneered. Rest assured, I will find the right opportunity to kill him quietly, without a soul knowing. Even if that master comes, what can he do to me? In Hang City at the Tiannan Grand Hotel. Today was the wedding day of Su Yixue, the eldest daughter of the Top Flow family in Yu Prefecture, and Ding Xiu, the eldest son of the Ding family. The union of the 2 families drew many prominent figures in Yu Prefecture. Yi Qijun returned to Hang City for 2 reasons: to awaken Tian Can and to accompany Shen Xianzhi to attend this wedding. In the makeup room, Su Yixue held Shen Xianzhi's hand, tears of joy streaming down her face. Xianzhi, you've suffered over the years, but now it's all good. I'm getting married, and you finally get to meet this guy. As Su Yixue spoke, she shot Yi Qijun a glare. Yi Qijun could only smile helplessly. He had heard that many women's friends often dislike each other's men, and it seemed that was indeed the case. However, Yi Qijun understood that Su Yixue genuinely cared for Shen Xianzhi, which was why she had no fondness for her friend's boyfriend, who had been absent for 10 years. Thus, he naturally wouldn't hold a grudge against Su Yixue's attitude. Shen Xianzhi was also moved. Su Yixue was her best friend, and now that she had found her own happiness hearing that she and the groom Ding Xiu had fallen in love freely rather than being forced into a marriage made Shen Xianzhi happy for her. What a pity that you can't be my bridesmaid. You are the one I wish could accompany me into the hall of marriage. Su Yixue sighed. According to the customs in Yu Prefecture, women who had already married and had children could not be bridesmaids. Shen Xianzhi didn't mind and smiled, saying, "As long as you can be happy." After chatting for a bit, the time was almost up. In an hour the wedding would officially begin, and Su Yikshu's nervousness was clearly growing. "Shall we go meet the groom?" Shen Xianzhi teased. Su Yishue's eyes brightened. Only the groom could help ease her tension. Without hesitation, she lifted the hem of her wedding dress and walked outside with Shen Xianzhi following her with a smile. The groom's makeup room was downstairs, but when they reached the door, Yi Qijun's expression slightly changed. Just as Su Yishue was about to raise her hand to knock, she heard faint, alluring sounds coming from the room. Su Yishue's actions instantly froze, her face filled with disbelief. Beside her, Shen Xianzhi's face turned pale, and she hurriedly said this. The person in that room might not be Ding Xiao. Su Yikshu's expression gradually darkened. The tension, excitement, and happiness between her brows vanished, replaced by an overwhelming silence. She slowly shook her head and said, "No, it is definitely him. I can recognize his voice." Then the three of them fell into complete silence. Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Just when they thought Su Yishue would burst through the door unexpectedly, she took a deep breath, her expression returned to normal, and she smiled slightly at Shen Xianzhi. "Xianzhi, come with me to the monitoring room." With that, Su Yishue grabbed Shen Xianzhi and headed toward the monitoring room. Shen Xianzhi's face was filled with worry. She could tell that although Su Yishue had calmed down, her complexion was deathly pale, and even the joints of her hands were turning white from the force. This calmness resembled a volcano hidden beneath the sea, containing rage capable of destroying everything at any moment. On her wedding day, with less than an hour until the ceremony, the groom was with someone else. Any woman faced with such a situation could not truly remain calm. Shen Xianzhi wanted to persuade her, but Yi Qijun gently shook his head, signaling her not to speak. At such a time as a friend, the best thing to do was not to offer advice, but to firmly stand by her side, supporting her in whatever she wanted to do. As for the consequences, as long as Yi Qijun was there, even if the heavens were torn apart, he could smooth it over. Moments later, in the monitoring room, watching the fierce struggle of the two people on the screen and the scattered clothes in the makeup room, Su Yikshu's expression gradually turned completely dark. Her gaze was like a black hole that seemed to devour everything as the scene before her thrust her into the abyss. Because the man in the footage was indeed the one she was about to marry, Ding Xiao. And the woman who was entangled with Ding Xiao was her bridesmaid, one of her best friends. He ran. Haha. Ding Xiao, one of Yuez's 4 young masters, and he ran from the Hangqing beauty list. Both have very attractive figures. If this were exposed, it would surely set the entire web ablaze. Ha. Suddenly, Su Yishue raised her pale wrist to cover her brow and lowered her head in a soft laugh. But the laugh that escaped her was chilling and uncanny. Yi Qijun, standing at the door, shook his head slightly. Such a devastating blow had utterly shattered Su Yikshu's composure and might well alter her temperament forever. Shen Xianzhi wore a worried expression and moved to reason with her. Yet in that instant, Su Yishue smoothed every trace of feeling from her face and smiled brilliantly at Shen Xianzhi. "Xianzhi, the ceremony is about to begin. Oh, accompany me to the hall." Shen Xianzhi froze. After all this, the wedding is still going to proceed. She hurriedly urged, "Xiao Shui, don't go through with this marriage. Call it off." "No, I will marry. I have one grand performance I want you to witness." Su Yishue giggled playfully. Shen Xianzhi was at a loss, but hearing the resolve in Su Yikshu's voice, she realized there was no persuading her and fell in step at her side. The union between the Ding and Su families was a major event across Yuezhou. The great hall was packed with guests, thousands of influential figures from every corner of the region. The appointed hour has arrived. The hall dimmed, leaving a single beam of light focused on the groom, Ding Xiao, standing at the doorway. He strode forward with a smiling, courteous air, triumphant as spring. The master of ceremonies followed the ritual step by step until the bride slowly walked to the center of the stage and stood before Ding Xiao. Ding Xiao noticed Su Yikshu's icy, detached expression, unlike anything before, but assumed she was merely nervous. He smiled gently and murmured, "Xiao Shui, don't be anxious. You are the most beautiful woman here today." Su Yishue regarded him with icy eyes, a bitter sneer hidden within. "The most beautiful? Then why did you toy with that wretched?" He ran. After a moment, the host announced with a smile, "Next, let us invite the bride and groom to make their remarks. Let us learn the tale of their love." Both the Ding and Su houses belonged to Yuez's upper echelon. Such marriages between great families were usually arranged by parents. There was seldom a love story to tell. But Ding Xiao and Su Yishue had fallen in love of their own accord, a rarity in such alliances. Hence this additional segment. The guests watched with keen interest and applauded. Ding Xiao took the microphone and expounded at length on their courtship, earning rounds of approval from the audience. After more than 10 minutes, he finished and handed the microphone to Su Yishue. Su Yishue offered the crowd a faint smile and spoke a single line, "We loved for 3 years. Among those years and up to this day, there is one image that has seared itself into my memory, An image I will never forget. Now I would like to share that image with everyone. Please watch. With those words, she stepped back a few paces and pointed to the giant screen behind her. Everyone leaned forward to see the screen. Even Ding Xiao smiled. Xiao Shui, I didn't expect you to prepare a surprise. How thoughtful of you, he murmured. Su Yixu's gaze was cold. Yes, a very great surprise. At that moment, the large screen flickered to life with crystal-clear surveillance footage. As the premier hotel and haunching their surveillance equipment was of the highest grade, the image was razor-sharp, and the audio unmistakably clear. What unfolded on the screen brought the vast hall to instantaneous silence. 1,000 pairs of eyes, widened mouths fell open. The guests stared at the screen in stupefaction, many dropping their jaws in stunned disbelief. Is that young Master Ding? And that woman, the bridesmaid? My heavens, this is explosive. A thunder of shock rippled through the hall, nearly lifting the roof. On stage, the groom Ding Xiao and the bridesmaid, he ran, froze in shock. Below, dozens from the Ding and Su families sprang to their feet, faces contorted with fury. The Su family raged. Their groom had been intimate with another before the wedding. It was an unforgivable disgrace. The Ding family seethed because Su Yixue had exposed the footage and shamed them publicly. Amid the chaos, Su Yixue lifted the microphone and with a light laugh asked, my dear betrothed young Master Ding, I'm truly astonished. You certainly know how to play the field. Many guests could not suppress their laughter. Ding Xiao's face went ashen. His stare at Su Yixue grew increasingly savage. He had never been so utterly humiliated in his life. To be disgraced before all of Yuezhi's elite, his reputation trodden into the mud. The blow was unbearable. A fury unlike any before surged through him. Slap. Ding Xiao struck Su Yixue across the face with brutal force. The hall fell deathly silent. Su Yixue's father exploded in rage, roaring, Ding Xiao, what do you think you are doing? Without pausing, Ding Xiao spat, old dog, shut your mouth. Who dares answer me in this place? Speak another word, and I'll throw your whole family into the sea to feed the fish. In that moment, Ding Xiao had lost every shred of reason. The Ding household made no move to restrain him. Each face grew darker still. The family's honor had been utterly ruined today. They would become Yuezhi's laughingstock. They had to assert dominance to crush rumors with thunderous measures. Su Yixue touched her burning cheek and sneered with contempt, is that all you can do? Enraged into a vicious grin, Ding Xiao seized Su Yixue by the throat, his face a mask of fury. You will see what I can do. You staged this for me. Don't want to marry anymore, is that it? Fine. Then do not be my wife. Be my slave. I will make you the lowest, most wretched slave in all, and your Su family. It will be wiped out. Ding Xiao laughed wildly, brazen and ferocious. Shen Xianzhi could not bear it and lunged forward to pull Su Yixue away. After committing such a shameful deed, and yet you behaved so arrogantly. I am embarrassed for you. Shen Xianzhi cried. Ding Xiao shameless suddenly seized Shen Xianzhi by the hair. He sneered, who would have thought there'd be such a great beauty among you? Want to be my slave as well? Very well. I will let you savor what belongs to me. And laughed wickedly. Shen Xianzhi screamed in pain. In the next instant, Yi Qijun's figure was on the stage. He seized Ding Xiao's wrist and crushed it with a vice-like grip. It hurts to death. Ding Xiao howled as the bones of his wrist were crushed. Bang! Yi Qijun followed with a kick that sent Ding Xiao flying. Then Yi Qijun asked gently, does it hurt? Shen Xianzhi shook her head and, eyes blazing with anger, told him, Qijun, do not let him off easily. Her 2-decade friendship with Su Yixue left Shen Xianzhi furious beyond measure at Ding Xiao's conduct. Yi Qijun nodded, rest assured. At that moment, Ding Xiao leapt up enraged and roaring, damn you for daring to touch me. If I don't kill the two of you, then I won't even bear the name Ding. Ding Clan's patriarch stepped forward, his face dark with fury. So you wish to play the hero? Affairs of the Ding Clan are none of your concern. Trash like you have no right to interfere. Today I shall take your lives to remind all who dare oppose the Ding Clan, they shall meet a wretched, ignoble. A hush fell over the banquet hall. Guests froze in stunned silence. Among Yuezhi's elite aristocratic families, few dared provoke the Ding Clan. In that moment, its authority truly cowed the entire assembly. Yet, just then Yi Qijun spoke calmly. Since you no longer wish to bear the surname Ding, then the Ding Clan need no longer exist. Ding Xiao and the patriarch exchanged mocking, derisive laughter. How bold your words sound. Very well. I'll grant you the chance to prove yourself. Tell me what makes you think a single sentence from your mouth could annihilate my clan. Ding Xiao sneered cruelly. But before his final syllable faded, an urgent ring pierced the air. The patriarch blinked in surprise, answered, and instantly recoiled at a shriek of sheer terror erupting from the receiver. Patriarch, disaster. All our shipments have been seized nationwide. Multiple government departments stormed our headquarters and sealed the company outright. Even our bank accounts have been frozen. Moreover, every partner, especially overseas firms, has terminated cooperation with us. And numerous clan members have already been detained for investigation. Each sentence struck like lightning, cleaving the sky. With a sharp crack, the patriarch's phone slipped from his numb fingers and shattered on the marble floor, his body rigid, breathless, utterly paralyzed. Chaos erupted across the hall. Moments after Yi Qijun declared the Ding clan's dissolution, calamity descended upon it like divine retribution. Even Shen Xianzhi stared in disbelief. The Ding clan was one of Yuezhou's most venerable dynasties. Its collapse had been terrifyingly swift. Yi Qijun, however, showed no surprise. He had informed Shen Xianzhi before the wedding began. What the patriarch now learned was merely the inevitable conclusion. Yet this conclusion left every Ding clansman, including Ding Xiao, shattered with dread. With but a single utterance, Yi Qijun had consigned the Ding clan to irreversible ruin and stripped Ding Xiao of everything he held dear. At that moment, Yi Qijun approached Ding Xiao. Scum like you have ruined countless women. Death would be too merciful a fate for you. You're Qijun. Keep it for yourself. His voice was glacial. With a flick of his wrist, a razor-sharp surge of qi lanced forth. Ahawk! Ding Xiao screamed, a shrill, soul-rending cry, before collapsing unconscious. His most vital organ had been severed entirely. Every man in the hall flinched violently, instinctively clenching their legs, chilled to the marrow. Yi Qijun waved again. A gust of force sent the gory, pulsating mass hurtling through the air, landing squarely on a waiter's tray 10 meters away. Take it to the kitchen. Prepare 2 exquisite dishes for young Master Ding. Trembling uncontrollably, the waiter dared not refuse and hurried off with the tray. Within 5 minutes, he returned bearing 2 steaming plates. Yi Qijun kicked Ding Xiao awake and said coldly, choose, 1 die, or 2 eat them. Ding Xiao's face turned ashen with pain. At the sight of the dishes before him, he vomited a torrent of blood. The waiter stammered, voice trembling, These are Qijun sashimi, and tomato stir-fried Qijun. Please, young Master Ding, enjoy your meal. Many guests stood dumbstruck, clamping hands over mouths to stifle hysterical laughter. Ding Xiao scanned the room in utter despair. Under the shadow of death, he choked down both dishes, nose-pinched, tears streaming. Finally, he collapsed before Yi Qijun, begging, I've eaten them all. Please spare me. Yi Qijun smiled faintly. I shall not kill you. Miss Su, you are the wrong party. This man is yours to deal with. Ding Xiao erupted in frantic relief. Though he'd lost his manhood, survival itself was victory enough. He scrambled towards Su Yishua, bowing his head repeatedly. Xiao Shui, I was wrong. Truly, I know my sins. For 3 years we loved. Please let me go as easily as releasing a passing fart. Su Yishua gazed upon the man before her. Not a trace of pity crossed her features, only a radiant, chilling smile. Had betrayal alone been the crime, exposing his treachery in video form would have sufficed as retribution. But his subsequent arrogance, and those vile, contemptible words, laid bare the grotesque depravity of his soul. Such a monster deserved no mercy. Death would be too kind. She knelt, gently patted his cheek, and laughed. A melody of blossoms and thorns. Darling, mistakes demand consequences, don't they? Giggle, giggle. She retrieved an iron rod, planted a foot upon his chest, and drove it deep into the wound between his thighs. Giggle, giggle. Young Master Ding, you love thrusting, don't you? Let me indulge you, until you're utterly spent. Her silvery laughter and his agonized shrieks echoed through the hall like a macabre duet. All present watched Su Yishua's smiling face, and shuddered inwardly. That spectacle whispered a universal truth: better to face hell's sovereign than a woman scorned. After more than 10 minutes, she kicked aside his corpse with disdain. Pathetic, so fragile, so easily broken. Then she discarded the bloodied rod, lifted her skirt, and gave a graceful, ironic bow to the stunned guests. My apologies for disrupting your feast, but no matter. Though the wedding banquet is cancelled, the funeral banquet may proceed. After all, both are banquets. What's the difference? Waiters, serve the courses. Eat heartily, drink deeply, and celebrate the flawless finale of today's grand drama. Her voice was soft, yet her once pristine white wedding gown now bloomed crimson, like plum blossoms piercing snow. Exquisitely fierce, breathtakingly lethal. Guests stared at this peerless beauty, speechless. Yi Qijun sighed wryly. A woman who had embraced darkness was indeed terrifying. Shen Xianzhi rushed forward, delegating aftermath management to Su's family, then guided Su Yishua out of the hall. Back in the dressing room, she offered gentle words of comfort. Su Yishua smiled serenely. Xianzhi, don't worry, I'm truly unharmed. I've simply seen men for what. Should any man ever harm you, come to me. I'll stand by you without fail. As she spoke, her gaze flickered, almost imperceptibly, toward Yi Qijun's legs standing at the doorway. Yi Qijun sighed bitterly. She seemed composed, yet beneath the calm madness simmered. This perhaps was the legendary darkened Yandere, a soul consumed by vengeance and devotion alike. In Shuzhou Shui, Sui Mei nestled tenderly against Linghu Qianquan's chest. Qianquan, do you know how desperately I've longed for you? Her voice trembled with sorrow. Linghu Qianquan stroked her wrinkled, sagging cheeks, tracing each deep furrow, and sighed deeply. I secluded myself in the mountains for years, striving to break through into the martial saint realm. Yet when I emerged, my entire Linghu clan had been eradicated. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. Shui Suimei hastened to soothe him. After learning the full account, her fury ignited like wildfire. Qingquan, fear nothing. I swear vengeance. Together we shall ensure that wretched thief Yi Qijun suffers a fate beyond burial. No grave, no rest, no mercy. Without hesitation, Shui Suimei seized Linghu Qingquan's hand, strode from the chamber, and soared skyward, racing toward Yuezhou. In the East Sea, the Su family's banquet was held to express gratitude to Yi Qijun for saving the lives of everyone in the Su family. Aunt Su Qin felt somewhat downcast as she had been controlled during the incident and nearly caused the demise of the entire Su family, which weighed heavily on her heart. And why don't you come with me to Peach Blossom Island later? It has already been given to me by the military department of Long Country. It is my private territory, and the scenery is quite pleasant. Yi Qijun comforted her. Su Qin and the members of the Su family looked at Yi Qijun in shock. They certainly knew about Peach Blossom Island, which had always been a forbidden zone in Yuezhou, said to be controlled by a mysterious force completely inaccessible to ordinary people. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Yi Qijun's private territory, and it was even given to him by the military department of Long Country. What kind of power must one possess to have such authority? Uncle Su Wenlong exclaimed in shock. Peach Blossom Island. Private territory. So, you truly are the island master. Only then did everyone recall that when Yi Qijun had just returned to the country, he had claimed to be the island master, but no one believed him at the time. They thought he was boasting. Now they realized that Yi Qijun had not spoken a single falsehood back then. The richest man in Long Country, Shen Xianzhi, was his servant. Peach Blossom Island was his private territory. The three war gods showed utmost respect to Yi Qijun. It was all true. The Su family members were filled with awe. Yi Qijun, however, felt somewhat helpless. Peach Blossom Island was merely one of his territories. His true standing overseas was as the lord of the prison god island. Yet he was too lazy to explain the difference between the two identities of island master. After Su Qin agreed, the Su family members also wanted to join, so Yi Qijun decided to bring everyone along to Yulong Villa. There a fleet of helicopters was parked ready to take them directly to Peach Blossom Island. On the way, Yi Qijun was softly comforting Aunt Su Qin. Suddenly, in front of the first car, a figure appeared in the middle of the road. It was a person in white, their expression cold, standing unflinchingly against the oncoming vehicles. The first car couldn't avoid it and crashed straight into the figure. Boom. The person in white actually punched down on the hood of the first car. The sedan, traveling at 80 kilometers per hour, was astonishingly stopped by this person's punch. The hood was crushed and the entire car rolled away. The subsequent vehicles hurriedly stopped, thus avoiding a chain collision. In the second car, Yi Qijun's gaze turned cold, and he calmly said, "Aunt, there's no need to be afraid, it's just a petty thief." Meanwhile, Shen Xianzhi, who was acting as the driver, had already exited the car, while Tian Ken, who was in the first car, jumped out of the overturned vehicle and pulled out the injured old lady Su and Su Wenlong. Shen Xianzhi and Tian Ken exchanged glances, then charged towards the person in white together. However, the person merely sneered and effortlessly knocked Tian Ken, a martial spirit realm expert, aside, then easily grabbed Shen Xianzhi by the neck. The two were completely no match for the person in white. The figure shouted, "I am Pei Qian, here to avenge my Yi Qijun. Come out and die," he declared. "As a dignified martial saint, I disdain to deal with these small fry, but if you wish to be a coward, I will kill everyone here." He was none other than the head of the Pei family, Pei Qian. In the next moment, Yi Qijun calmly stepped out of the car. Pei Qian looked him over and sneered, "You are Yi Qijun. A mere child, a half-step martial saint, dares to kill my son. Who gave you the audacity?" Yi Qijun replied coolly, "Let him go, and I can put you out of your misery, allowing you to reunite with your son." What a small amount of skill and an inflated ego. "You little brat, do you know the difference between a half-step martial saint and a martial saint?" Pei Qian scoffed, "I need only 3 moves to kill you." As his words fell, Yi Qijun's eyes turned cold, and in a flash he appeared before Pei Qian, striking out with a palm. Pei Qian's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly threw Shen Xianzhi aside, attempting to block, but was sent back a dozen steps by Yi Qijun's palm, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yi Qijun furrowed his brow in confusion. "You are a martial saint. Is there such a weak martial saint?" That previous palm, Yi Qijun had only used 30% of his strength to save Shen Xianzhi, yet he did not expect Pei Qian to barely withstand it. Pei Qian, who had hurriedly attacked, had not used his full strength. Hearing Yi Qijun's words, he was instantly filled with rage as they struck right at his sore spot. Although he was a martial saint among the various schools, he bore a title, the weakest martial saint. When the Pei family's power waned to maintain their position among the various schools, Pei Qian forcibly increased his strength, thus reaching the martial saint realm. Though he was certainly stronger than a half-step martial saint, he still fell short compared to other martial saints. However, in Pei Qian's eyes, Yi Qijun was merely a half-step martial saint, and dared to mock him so, it was akin to courting death. Pei Qian roared and charged again, executing his full strength to prove his prowess as a martial saint. But Yi Qijun merely slapped out casually like a mountain pressing down. Crack! With a single slap, Pei Qian's arm was broken. Had he not instinctively retracted his neck, this blow would have crushed his skull. The fury on Pei Qian's face instantly vanished, replaced by horror. He had gone all out, yet could not even withstand Yi Qijun's palm, and nearly got killed. Pei Qian dared not continue fighting. He quickly retreated, fleeing for his life. However, even though he was exerting all his strength, he was still effortlessly pursued by Yi Qijun, who struck down once more. I didn't quite catch that. Do you want to kill me in 3 moves? Or are you committing suicide in 3 moves? Yi Qijun asked calmly. Pei Qian was filled with horror, nearly in despair. Just as he was about to die under Yi Qijun's hand, 2 overwhelming auras burst forth from the sky. Yi Qijun, I am here to take your life, avenging Qijun. An old and unpleasant voice suddenly echoed. Yi Qijun looked coldly as 2 figures charged forward from different directions. The first was Xue Sume attacking Yi Qijun. The latter was Linghu Qianquan, who intervened to rescue Pei Qian. Yi Qijun furrowed his brow and repelled Xue Sume with a palm, feeling somewhat impatient. Xue Sume retreated to stand beside Linghu Qianquan and Pei Qian, saying in a deep voice, "This kid is tough to deal with, Qianquan, let's go together." Linghu Qianquan did not hesitate. He certainly knew Yi Qijun's strength was formidable, but with both Xue Sume and Pei Qian, he felt bolstered. The 3 no longer spoke and simultaneously attacked Yi Qijun. However, the next moment, a rather eye-watering scene unfolded. Linghu Qianquan and Xue Sume were closely pressed together. Linghu Qianquan was behind, his legs wrapped around Xue Sume's waist. Xue Sume's hunched figure turned red in embarrassment, and she even let out a soft "hmm." Beside them, Pei Qian's face twitched uncontrollably. How old were these 2? Was there really no one they cared about on this planet? Even Yi Qijun across from them felt a bit of visual discomfort. This was the first time in history that Yi Qijun was made to feel somewhat unwilling to fight due to another's action. The partnership between Linghu Qianquan and Xue Sume, though somewhat distasteful, exhibited an extraordinary strength equivalent to that of 2 martial saints joining forces. With the addition of the weakest martial saint, Pei Qian, assisting them, the trio's combat power was already very close to the 3 martial saint ancestors of the 3 major families from Peach Blossom Island. However, while Yi Qijun had just broken through to the Golden Core stage at that time, he was now nearing the peak of the Golden Core, a far cry from his former self. Facing the 3 of them, Yi Qijun struck calmly, unleashing a series of 18 palm strikes. The first 9 strikes forced the 3 to retreat, repeatedly scrambling to defend themselves. The latter 9 strikes sent blood gushing from Linghu Qianquan and Pei Qian. The 3 hurriedly retreated, all in shock. Were the 3 martial saints no match for Yi Qijun? Such strength was already comparable to that of peak martial saints. Xue Sume looked at the bloodied Linghu Qianquan. They hadn't seen each other in 20 years. Just days after their reunion, her Qijun was beaten to such a state, igniting a surge of anger in her heart. Yi Qijun, I must kill you today. After a furious roar, Xue Sume prepared to charge again. Linghu Qianquan's face changed dramatically. Don't. If you keep fighting, I don't know if he'll survive, but I will definitely be killed. Xue Sume growled in anger, gritting her teeth fiercely, a cracking sound coming from her mouth. Her face stiffened, and with a spit she ejected a set of dentures, her cheeks hollowing out as she shouted angrily at Pei Qian. You useless waste, you've completely disgraced the martial saints. Pei Qian, I admit I am the weakest martial saint and have hindered you, but your Qijun isn't stronger than me, right? Subsequently, Xue Sume grabbed the arms of Linghu Qianquan and Pei Qian and soared into the sky. Let's go. Although Xue Sume had not yet reached the peak of martial saints, her flying speed was even a bit faster than peak martial saints, and in the blink of an eye she flew far away. Even Yi Qijun couldn't catch up. Yi Qijun frowned slightly, feeling displeased. He had come to the Su family for a banquet without bringing any weapons, otherwise none of these 3 would have escaped. Moreover, his aunt Su Qin was still in the car, and he was worried about her safety, so he did not pursue them. Returning to the car, he comforted Su Qin for a few moments, then treated the injuries of old lady Su Wanlong and the others, leading everyone to Yulong Mountain Villa. Meanwhile, the 3 of Xue Sume had escaped from the East China Sea and finally stopped. Once they landed, Linghu Qianquan cried out in grief and anger. Heaven, you are blind. The blood feud of over 100 members of my Linghu family now has no hope of revenge. Whoa. Xue Sume, full of concern, gently comforted him in a hoarse voice. Qijun, don't be too sad. Although your family is all gone, you still have me. I will always be with you. If you fear your bloodline will be cut off, I can still bear children for you. Upon hearing this, Linghu Qianquan cried even harder. Pei Qian, sitting next to them, was twitching uncontrollably. This old hag had too many points to ridicule, and Pei Qian didn't know how to respond. With all her family dead, what use was she? Furthermore, you want to give birth. Just the thought that this old crone like a withered tree bark actually wanted to have children sent shivers down Pei Qian's spine. Give birth. What the hell? Pei Qian cursed wildly in his heart, but dared not voice it, only clearing his throat awkwardly. Linghu brother, don't give up. Though Yi Qijun is strong, we still have ways. There are more than just the three of us who want to kill him. We can contact other families among the 100 schools and collectively kill this man. Let's go find other families. Linghu Qianquan instantly stopped crying, stood up with red eyes and shouted. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Cangjing Chamber of Commerce in Japan, over a dozen high-ranking members trembled as they knelt on the ground facing the true master behind the Cangjing Chamber of Commerce, the Five Old Stars. The Cangjing Chamber of Commerce's plans have repeatedly failed at the hands of Yi Qijun, and the Four Peak spiritual ninjas have also perished under him. This debt must be repaid. An elderly voice echoed. At this moment, a subordinate outside softly said, My lord, there is a visitor outside with a message. Speak. The Eastern Azure Dragon Waterborne Wood. Swish. The Five Old Stars stood up in unison and said in unison, Let him in. They then drove all the high-ranking members of the Cangjing Chamber of Commerce out. Moments later, a young man approached the Five Old Stars and slightly bowed, saying, Dragon Lord's envoy, greetings to the Five Masters. The Five Old Stars exchanged glances, and one of the elders stepped forward. The Dragon Lord sent you here. What is the matter? The elder asked. The young man replied lightly, The Dragon Lord instructed me to inform you five that Yi Qijun is the master of the Abyss God Island with formidable strength and ties to the Dragon Nation. However, now there is a divine opportunity to kill him. This person currently occupies Peach Blossom Island, which has become Yi Qijun's private territory. You five masters should understand, right? The young man only spoke halfway, but the Five Old Stars were overjoyed. If they dispatched experts to the Dragon Nation to kill Yi Qijun, the number couldn't be too large, and their strength couldn't be too high, otherwise it could easily trigger a national war. But since Peach Blossom Island is Yi Qijun's private territory, Japan could dispatch a large army to encircle it, and the Dragon Nation wouldn't be able to intervene casually. The elder immediately ordered, Come, summon the Iga Koga Hyuga Saratobi, the 5 major ninja clans. Gather all ninjas to form a ninja coalition to flatten Peach Blossom Island. After we destroy Peach Blossom Island, we will then head to capture Abyss God Island. My Japan's strength will surely soar. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Gu God sect, a subordinate knelt and reported, Sect Master, the head of the Malai national Zhuang family Zhuang Zifen seeks an audience. In the shadows, a sinister figure spoke. What is it? Outside the hall, Zhuang Zifen cried out in sorrow. I beseech the Sect Master to avenge the Zhuang family and send experts to the Dragon Nation to kill Yi Qijun. The Sect Master, somewhat displeased, replied, Such a trivial matter, why not find Maha from the Malai branch? Do you know you are overstepping your bounds? Zhuang Zifen hurriedly explained, Sect Master, the Malai branch has already been wiped out. President Maha, the 3 vice presidents, and the 4 elders all perished at the hands of Yi Qijun. My subordinates. We really have no way out. The Sect Master was furious and shouted, Such audacity to annihilate my Gu God sect branch. What kind of background does this person have? Sect Master, I have a letter here from a big shot in the Dragon Nation. Please review it. Zhuang Zifen bowed. After reading the letter, the Sect Master was elated. Ha, good. Truly heaven's assistance. If we kill Yi Qijun and occupy Peach Blossom Island with the Dragon Lords inside, help my Nanyang will be able to infiltrate the Dragon Nation. Issue a decree, mobilize the Gu God sect's army, and prepare to head to Peach Blossom Island. The Sect Master laughed heartily. Meanwhile, the Huangfu family's great ancestor Huangfu Yongsheng emerged from seclusion and immediately learned that the 3rd ancestor Huangfu Yongyuan had died at the hands of Yi Qijun. Great ancestor Huangfu Yongsheng was furious. 2nd ancestor Huangfu Yongming said, Eldest brother, don't underestimate Yi Qijun. The 3 major families of Peach Blossom Island were annihilated by Yi Qijun and his disciple back then. Recently, Pei Qian from the Pei family also fell to Yi Qijun. Now Pei Qian is trying to contact other families to form an alliance to kill Yi Qijun. What should my Huangfu family do? Huangfu Yongsheng arrogantly scoffed. To kill a Yi Qijun, do we need an alliance? That Pei Qian is a waste. Just the weakest martial samurai could wipe him out with one hand. Master, the Huangfu family has sent a battle challenge. Huangfu Yongsheng wishes to duel you. Shen Xianzhi said respectfully. The Huangfu family. Quite audacious. Bring me the battle challenge, let me take a look. Yi Qijun's expression remained calm, showing no surprise. The Huangfu family was also on his list of enemies, and he had previously killed the 3rd ancestor of the Huangfu family at the auction. It was unexpected that the Huangfu family would actually issue a battle challenge. Such confidence. The battle challenge was very formal, crafted on red paper with golden characters, costly, with only the words battle challenge prominently displayed on the cover. Upon opening it, there was only one sentence inside. Little brat, do you dare to fight me unknown? Yi Qijun chuckled coldly, replying on the challenge, Yulong Villa, they'll be waiting for you to come to your death. 3 days later outside Yulong Villa, dozens of experts from the Huangfu family, led by the great ancestor Huangfu Yongsheng and the second ancestor Huangfu Yongming, burst into the villa. "You bold little brat, come out and die," Huangfu Yongsheng thundered. At the entrance of the villa, Shen Xianzhi, Kan and Dugu Hao looked coldly at these people, their faces filled with disdain. They knew that Huangfu Yongsheng was a martial saint-level expert, but so what? They had witnessed the three martial saints working together, all fleeing in panic from Qijun. Dugu Hao sneered, "Never seen someone so eager to seek death. Do you have a connection with the King of Hell?" The members of the Huangfu family were furious, wishing they could strike Dugu Hao down. But Huangfu Yongsheng waved his hand, "Calm down. Once I slay Qijun, let's see if he can still laugh." Dugu Hao mocked, "The last time I saw someone so arrogant as to challenge my brother Yi was during the last time. I forgot the specifics, but he must be long dead. By the way, what was your name again? Don't let me forget you when you're dead." Huangfu Yongsheng's eyes also filled with anger. Truly, Dugu Hao's words were too sharp. "Qijun, do you dare to accept the challenge? If so, come out and fight. Don't let these little minions obstruct my view, trying to disturb my mindset. Such rodent-like tactics." "Humph." Huangfu Yongsheng's voice echoed like thunder. The next moment, Qijun's calm voice responded, "A few words can disturb your mindset. Is this what a martial saint is like?" With that, Qijun stepped out of the villa. "Finally come out. I thought you would. Are you ready to die now?" Huangfu Yongsheng sneered. Qijun's expression remained indifferent. "I am not yet ready, but it doesn't matter, there's no need. I see you are quite well prepared, bringing your entire family along. Are you ready to arrange your own funeral?" Huangfu Yongsheng's forehead bulged with veins from anger. Although Qijun disliked verbal sparring, he wouldn't suddenly attack before the duel had officially begun, so he could only retort with a few words. "Less talk, tough words are useless. Well, see the truth in action. Come on, today we fight to the death." Huangfu Yongsheng roared, charging at Qijun. Qijun smiled coldly, "Just as I wish." The next moment their figures clashed, engaging in combat. After exchanging more than a dozen blows, both retreated to regroup. Huangfu Yongsheng was slightly taken aback, but still laughed arrogantly. "No wonder you could defeat Pei Qian. Your strength is indeed impressive. But this is where it ends. I am now at the peak of martial saint. Do you think I am that useless Pei Qian?" Nearby, Dugu Hao and the others' expressions darkened slightly. The peak of martial saint. Huangfu Yongsheng had actually broken through. If he were just an ordinary martial saint, Qijun could easily defeat him. After all, even the three martial saints together were no match for Qijun. But at the peak of martial saint, he could also achieve this level. The three of them began to worry. Just then, Qijun and Huangfu Yongsheng shouted simultaneously, "Sword come! Knife come!" Shen Xianzhi and Huangfu Yongming simultaneously threw their weapons. Huangfu Yongsheng's weapon was a long, narrow miao knife, glinting with a cold light. This knife is called Winter Willow, one of the top 10 spiritual weapons of the Dragon Kingdom. 300 years ago, it killed a martial venerable. Today I will use this knife to kill you. Huangfu Yongsheng pointed the knife at Qijun. In Qijun's hand, a long sword was drawn. It was simple and ancient. He lightly flicked his finger on. This sword was originally a sword embryo forged into a spiritual weapon by my own hands. I have slain a few rodents with it before. Today, I will use your blood to dedicate to the sword. This sword has no name. I will name it after killing you." With that, both rushed forward, a sword and a knife clashing. Each collision echoed with a sharp clang. In just a short moment, they had exchanged dozens of blows, yet neither side gained the upper hand. At this moment, Qijun suddenly asked Huangfu Yongsheng, 10 years ago you participated in the pursuit of my mother Su Tingxue. Is that true?" Huangfu Yongsheng's expression changed, and the next moment, he burst into laughter. "So you are that little bastard. Want to know about your parents? Don't dream. With your strength, you are far from it. Su Tingxue. Tisk, I remember your mother was a rare beauty in this world. What a pity. If I had captured her back then, I would be your stepfather now." "Huh?" Huangfu Yongsheng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Even when he learned that his third brother had died at Qijun's hands, he had not felt such intense killing intent. His words were filled with humiliation. Qijun was furious. A surge of unprecedented rage flooded his heart, and unknowingly, Qijun's eyes turned blood red, filled with murderous aura. "You deserve to die." After a roar, Qijun no longer defended, but focused solely on killing, aiming for fatal strikes. After unleashing dozens of sword strikes, Huangfu Yongsheng was forced to retreat repeatedly, his face changing wildly. Each of Qijun's strikes grew more powerful than the last. Snap! After dozens of strikes, a faint cracking sound emerged from within Qijun's body, and the next moment his aura surged. Among the 6 seals in his body, the third seal was unexpectedly cracked by the intense killing intent. His strength instantaneously broke through to the peak of golden core. With another strike, the power was already several times greater than before. Clang! One strike directly severed Huangfu Yongsheng's famed knife Winter Willow. Huangfu Yongsheng's expression changed drastically, filled with horror. Qijun had actually broken through in battle. Moreover, this breakthrough left him utterly powerless to resist. The next moment the blade swept across Huangfu Yangsheng's neck, and all his movements halted instantly. Huangfu Yangsheng's eyes were filled with disbelief. Marshal. Before he could finish, he fell silent, his head rolling to the ground. The dozens of members of the Huangfu family stared in shock at this scene. Their great ancestor had actually died at Yi Qijun's hands. He was a peak martial saint. Yi Qijun sheathed his sword, his expression already calm. This sword has killed you to forge its edge. With your life it assists me in breaking through to the peak of golden core, creating my first sword technique. Our grievances are settled, and I will leave some bloodline for your Huangfu family. This sword technique is named 7 Kills. This sword is named ZY. It matches well with my name, not bad. Big brother. Huangfu Yongming howled with unbearable grief and fury, then surged straight at Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun, I demand you pay for the lives of my brother and third uncle. Huangfu Yongming's eyes were deranged as he charged, heedless of all else. Even members of the Huangfu clan could not stop him in time. Yet his strength fell far short of Huangfu Yangsheng's. He was only half a step from the martial saint. Yi Qijun did not draw his sword. With a casual palm strike, he sent Huangfu Yongming flying. The blow shattered the younger man's bones. He died on the spot. Despair washed over the Huangfu clan. 3 venerable ancestors had fallen at Yi Qijun's hands. Among the survivors, the strongest, cultivated only to the Wuling realm, none could contend with Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun regarded them coldly and asked, about the events 10 years ago. Does anyone among you truly know the truth? Why did the 100 sects besiege my parents back then? Dozens of Huangfu clan members fell silent. It was not that they refused to speak, they simply did not know. They had heard rumors of that day, but only Huangfu Yongsheng had ever known the real story. Seeing that no one could answer, Yi Qijun shook his head in disappointment. In a flash he stepped into the heart of the clan's throng. With a single movement, calamity struck. Thud after thud rang out, as every Wuling realm expert of the Huangfu clan was sent tumbling. They were not slain, but Yi Qijun had utterly crippled their cultivations. I promised I would spare the Huangfu bloodline, and I will not break my word. But this mercy is given only once. Make no mistake of it. The dozens of Huangfu clan members stood trembling with fear. Before Yi Qijun, they had no strength to resist. They could only accept their punishment. To live was already. After a while, several ruined Wuling experts struggled to their feet. They prostrated themselves before Yi Qijun, then escorted the rest of the Huangfu clan away in a panicked retreat. After that battle, all of the Huangfu clan's strength above the Wuling realm had been annihilated. The family would inevitably decline and be expelled from the 100 sects. I will retreat into seclusion for several days. Unless it is urgent, do not disturb me. With that instruction, Yi Qijun returned to the manor. The third seal within him had loosened. He had used the chance to break through to the pinnacle of the golden core. That third seal had not yet fully opened. Yi Qijun intended to use the seclusion to see if he could pry it wide. Far to the east at the Jinhai Club, the battle god, Xiao Yan suddenly frowned. He waved his hand. The music stopped, and the dancing women were dismissed. Xiao Yan stared at his phone with a grave expression. Moments later he rose abruptly, his face ashen. Well, what's wrong? The ancestral talisman battle god Lin Dong asked. Xiao Yan's mood darkened. This is bad. Look at this. I must contact the Ministry of War immediately. He then rang up the 6th Marshal. The Wugwa 5 Elder Stars and the Nanyang Gusen sect have already launched forces against Taohua Island. The ministry must decide at once. Xiao Yan's tone was urgent. On the other end, the 6th Marshal was stunned. Xiao Yan, you 3 must go to Taohua Island at once and inform Yi Qijun. I will immediately call for reinforcements. He hung up in haste. Xiao Yan's expression grew solemn as he looked at Lin Dong and Mu Chun. You 2 have been lounging here long enough. Your bones aren't too soft, are they, eh? Lin Dong grinned. Just another battle. Mu Chun added tightly. Or just another death. Xiao Yan laughed heartily. Good. We've had our fun. A man's debts must be repaid. To battle. The 3 laughed to the sky and strode out. At the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of War, the 6th Marshal hung up and paced anxiously. The 1st Marshal asked, what has happened? The 6th Marshal quickly reported the situation. The 1st Marshal stopped the 6th from mobilizing troops. We cannot dispatch soldiers, he said in a deep voice. The 6th Marshal was baffled. The 1st Marshal explained, Taohua Island is already Yi Qijun's private domain. If the ministry sends forces and fights Wugwa and Nanyang there, it will drag the nation into war. Jianghu matters must be settled by Jianghu means. Old 6 contact the 100 sects and have them assist Taohua Island. The 6th Marshal hastened to comply. In Suqing inside the Pei family study, Pei, Qian Shuesume, and Linghu Qingquan sat before a screen. More than 20 faces had joined the video conference. They had summoned the 100 sects, but only these 20-odd families responded. Even the strongest among them, the Shui family, ranked only 65th and lacked enormous sway. Still it was enough. Pei Qian spoke with righteous fury. What are you waiting for? Yi Qijun has already slaughtered several of the 100 sects. We must eliminate him, or else what becomes of the honor of the 100 sects? He spoke at length, but the 20 family heads on the screen showed little enthusiasm. Some were openly impatient. One man sneered. He's only a martial saint, a petty clown. Only low-ranked families like yours would worry. Pei Qian and his two companions' faces darkened. The speaker was the Huang family patriarch. The Huang family ranked 53rd, and the man himself already stood at the pinnacle of martial saint. No one there dared to challenge him. At that moment, Ling Hu Qianquan said suddenly, "The Huangfu family requests to join the call." He connected the Huangfu clan to the meeting. The next instant, Huangfu Jie, the head of the Huangfu family, appeared on screen with a face consumed by grief. Hardly had he joined when Huangfu Jie wept openly. "Sirs, my great ancestor, Huangfu Yongsheng, has been slain by Yi Qijun. He had reached the martial saint pinnacle. I beg you, avenge the Huangfu family." Huangfu Jie bowed so low he could not rise. Those present were shocked. Huangfu Yongsheng had indeed been in seclusion. His breaking through to the martial saint pinnacle was not unexpected. They had not imagined, however, that even someone at the martial saint pinnacle could be killed by Yi Qijun. If it were only an ordinary martial saint, the families present would not have been overly alarmed. After all, many attending clans had martial saints guarding them. But if Yi Qijun could slay a martial saint pinnacle, he threatened the safety of every family. Pei Qian said in a grave tone, "Do not forget, Yi Qijun is the descendant of that man. If we let him be, one day we will all die by his hand." Those words finally struck a nerve among the 20 family heads. "Form an alliance." "I agree to the alliance." Seconded. In moments, the 20-odd families pledged to unite. Even the powerful Huang family joined. Pei Qian and the others breathed easier. Shui Sume then said, "Reply to the ministry, tell them we also intend to kill Yi Qijun, and ask them not to intervene." The 100 sects had been sent word by the ministry and were wavering over whether to send aid to Taohua Island. Now, having decided to ally and eliminate Yi Qijun, there was no further hesitation. But Pei Qian suddenly interjected, "No. Tell the ministry that we will support Taohua Island." Everyone was puzzled. Since they were to form an alliance to eliminate Yi Qijun, why would they still send support to him? At this moment, they should send someone to fan the flames, helping the Wokaku and Nanyang to kill Yi Qijun. However, Pei Qian then explained, "This matter involves Wokaku and Nanyang. The Ministry of War will not sit idly by. If we do not provide support, or if we choose to oppose Yi Qijun, the ministry will only intervene to save him. Why not agree to them? The ministry won't make any other preparations, but when the battle starts we can withdraw our people and let Yi Qijun face the strong enemies alone. Perhaps this will end his life." Only then did everyone realize, and they found nothing wrong with it. They had done such things to deceive the Ministry of War more than once. If this goes smoothly, they wouldn't even need to lift a finger and could just watch Yi Qijun meet his demise. Everyone agreed. However, Shui Sume coldly snorted and arrogantly said, "When did it become your place, you worthless one, to give us orders? Do you think we do not understand this principle?" Pei Qian's face turned red immediately, a flash of anger crossing his eyes, but he dared not retaliate. This old hag's mind was abnormal. If he argued back, it might tear their alliance apart. To maintain the alliance, Pei Qian could only endure. Taohua Island. Shen Xianzhi, Shen Xianzhi, Kandugu Hao, and the remaining head of the Wu family, Wu Sanqing, among the 4 major families of Taohua Island, were all shocked after hearing the situation explained by the 3 war gods. The joint army of the 5 ninja clans from Wokaku and the main force of the Gu God sect from Nanyang were numerous and powerful. But what about Taohua Island? Currently, there were only a few hundred disciples from the Wu family and several thousand ordinary construction workers, the latter of whom could not be considered combat strength and could only retreat. Such a force could not possibly withstand the pressure of a large army. However, Xiao Yan then smiled and said, "Everyone need not worry too much or panic. The Ministry of War has already contacted the various families and many have agreed to intervene. With the foundation of these families, dealing with these enemies should not be a problem." Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. However, Shen Xianzhi frowned slightly, her expression showing some concern. As Yi Qijun's confidant, she naturally knew of the enmity between Yi Qijun and the various families. Would they really send reinforcements? At this moment, with Yi Qijun absent, Shen Xianzhi knew she had to step up, otherwise how could she still qualify to be Yi Qijun's woman? "Everyone, may I have a word?" Shen Xianzhi said softly. Shen Xianzhi and the others were taken aback, then hurriedly stood up. "Mistress, you honor us with your words. What orders do you have?" "This old servant will obey." Shen Xianzhi. Everyone echoed the sentiment. Shen Xianzhi took a deep breath and nodded, saying, "All right. With the 7th Army absent, I will issue orders in his stead. If there are any objections, feel free to speak up." Shen Xianzhi. "This old servant is here." Shen Xianzhi knelt on one knee and responded loudly. "You are responsible for contacting all reinforcements and mobilizing every available force to support Taohua Island. We cannot place all our hopes on the various families." This old servant obeys. "Tianqin, you will immediately head to Donghai Yulong Mountain Villa and await the 7th Army's return." This servant obeys. "Dugahao, You will work with the head of the Wu family to lead the Wu family disciples in setting up defenses and traps on Taohua Island. Your younger brother obeys. Sister-in-law, do not worry. As Shen Xianzhi issued command after command, her tone was not overly harsh, yet it carried a sense of strategic command reminiscent of an ancient general commanding from the front poised for victory. The following morning, all possible preparations had been made, and Shen Xianzhi led everyone to the eastern shore of Taohua Island. Now on Taohua Island, all unrelated personnel had been evacuated, leaving only 800 disciples of the Wu family standing ready. In the distance, the sound of ship whistles echoed. Everyone immediately became tense. In the next moment, black dots appeared on the eastern horizon, rapidly approaching. Moments later, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Those black dots were dozens of large cargo ships filled with people cutting through the waves. Above the fleet, hundreds of helicopters filled the sky like a dense flock of birds, overwhelming in number. The army was closing in. As the enemy drew closer, the hearts of everyone on Taohua Island grew colder. Shen Xianzhi and the others only knew that the 5 old stars of Wokaku and the Gu God sect from Nanyang were coming, but they did not know the exact numbers. Even the 3 war gods did not expect such a massive force from these 2 factions. They had originally thought that the enemy would only number in the thousands, at most 10,000. But now, seeing the number of people on those dozens of cargo ships, it was roughly estimated to be at least tens of thousands, possibly even over 100,000. And over here on Taohua Island, there were only 800 from the Wu family. With such a huge disparity, it was not just a matter of resistance, it was akin to moths flying into the flame. 800 against 100,000. That was a legend from history. The 800 disciples of the Wu family were not carrying nuclear warheads. They simply could not defend Taohua Island, let alone win. In an instant, despair crossed everyone's faces. After a long while, the dense enemy forces landed on Taohua Island, forming ranks along the shore, vast and boundless. Shen Xianzhi bitterly said, roughly estimated the enemy army is about 150,000. Upon hearing this number, everyone could only smile wryly. With such a vast gap, a single charge from the enemy could lead to their complete annihilation. At this moment, from the hundreds of helicopters, figures jumped down like dumplings, numbering in the thousands, each one a master above the war god level. Wu Sanqing, the head of the Wu family, was at the peak of martial spirit. After careful observation, he felt utterly powerless. Not to mention the enemy's numbers, just those masters made Wu Sanqing feel completely hopeless. From the 5 old stars of Wokaku, only one Fengying came, while the Gu God sect sent a vice leader known as the Corpse Emperor. Both were peak martial saints with years of reputation. In addition, the heads of the 5 ninja clans from Wokaku and the 5 golden corpses controlled by the Corpse Emperor were all at the martial saint level. As for the martial spirits and martial souls below the martial saint level, there were countless experts. Where are our reinforcements? A Wu family disciple murmured. At that moment, Shen Xianzhi's phone rang. It was Tian calling. Reporting to the mistress, the master has not yet emerged, and I have received news that all ships and planes in Donghai City have already left the East Sea. Even if the master emerges, he will not be able to reach Taohua Island. Tian's tone was heavy and anxious on the phone. Shen Xianzhi and the others were instantly dumbfounded. At the brink of war, Qijun, their pillar of strength, was absent, causing despair to swell in everyone's hearts. How could they fight this battle? At the shore, hundreds of war god-level experts emerged, scattering in front of the 150 allied forces from Hua Kingdom and Nanyang, sweeping away all the landmines and traps laid along the shore. Dugu Hao led the Wu family's disciples to set these up, originally intending to delay the enemy's advance and inflict some damage. But now it all became futile. Under the nimble skills of the war god-level experts, even if the landmines and traps were triggered, they easily evaded them. The 150 allied forces followed closely behind these hundreds of war god-level experts, pressing closer towards Shen Xianzhi and the others. As the last piece of the landmine array was cleared, a figure soared into the air from the enemy camp. It was Fengying from the 5 Elders' Stars. Fengying's voice thundered, echoing across Peach Blossom Island. Advance. We do not accept surrender. Kill everyone on Peach Blossom Island. Leave no one alive. Kill, kill, kill. The cries of the 150 allied forces shook the heavens. The 800 disciples of the Wu family turned pale, their bodies swaying unsteadily. Shen Xianzhi and the others also changed their expressions suddenly. They do not accept surrender. Given the enormous disparity in strength between the two sides, they were undoubtedly doomed. Fengying's words plunged everyone into despair. The faces of the Wu family members were ashen, their weapons drooping in their hands, their eyes gradually becoming dull, completely losing the motivation to struggle or resist. Shen Xianzhi, keenly observant, immediately noticed this scene, and a hint of worry appeared on her face. In the next moment, Shen Xianzhi took a deep breath and quickly calmed her emotions. Then she suddenly drew her longsword. Shen Xianzhi was just an ordinary woman incapable of harming even a chicken. She held the sword merely to maintain appearances so as not to look out of place on the battlefield and affect her side's morale. But now, although Shen Xianzhi remained fragile, her action of drawing the long sword and pointing it at the 150 enemy troops was more resolute than anyone else's. Everyone, the path ahead is a dead end, and the way back is cut off. I know that just relying on us we cannot win or survive, because facing us are 15000 wolves. But we still have a glimmer of hope. It all depends on whether we can hold out until reinforcements arrive. Apart from that, we have no other choice. Ladies and gentlemen, are you willing to fight them to the ground, waiting for hope to arrive? Shen Xianzhi, Hao Wu Sanqing, and several hundred disciples of the Wu family stared blankly at Shen Xianzhi. Gradually, low growls emerged from the crowd, growing louder. Damn it, since it's going to be death anyway, let's fight. Let's do it. Killing one is breaking even, killing two is a profit. Bro, your lines are too cliché. Then what do you want me to say that's not cliché? Haha. The sound of swords being drawn rang out suddenly, followed by, as warriors we do not fear a fight. In the midst of laughter, the hundreds of Wu family disciples seemed to gradually forget life and death, and a series of almost mad laughs erupted. Haha, good. As warriors we do not fear a fight. The 800 disciples of the Wu family, although their strengths varied, all held a warrior's heart. They all understood that there was no escape. They would fight to the end, leaving their lives to fate. A series of roars erupted, and the morale of the hundreds on Peach Blossom Island soared. On the opposite side, many in the allied forces showed astonishment. With such a huge gap in strength, those people didn't kneel down to wait for death, but instead thought of fighting. The vice leader of the Gu God sect, Corpse Emperor, snorted coldly, soaring into the air, pointing towards the small hill where Shen Xianzhi and the others were located. Charge! Kill them all. Leave that woman to me. I want to turn her body into a golden corpse, making Yi Qi's army suffer unbearable pain, avenging my disciple, the Corpse King. With the Corpse Emperor's command, the army surged forward like a tide. The footsteps of 150 charging troops nearly shook the entire Peach Blossom Island. Yet the hundreds of Wu family members, though pale, wore frenzied and grim smiles on their faces, not a single, because there was nowhere to retreat. Kill. Boom. In the instant the two armies clashed, it was as if a thunderclap had exploded. The sounds of weapons clashing, cries of battle, and screams filled the air. Chaos and grandeur, this is war. The hundreds of Wu family members stood like a stubborn stone in a raging tide, quickly surrounded by the boundless army, yet remained unyielding. Although at every moment someone was injured, someone fell, someone died, they huddled together, vowing to fight to the death against the relentless assaults. And Shen Xianzhi was quietly protected at the very center by everyone. Because she ignited everyone's fighting spirit, though she was just an ordinary person, she seemed to have become the hope in everyone's hearts. As long as Shen Xianzhi was there, they could continue to fight. However, with 800 facing the charge of 150 troops, they could not hold on for long. In fact, as soon as they clashed, nearly 20% of the Wu family disciples had already fallen. But just as Shen Xianzhi and the others fell into despair, a series of booming sounds came from above. In the sky, dozens of warplanes flew in, landing at the airstrip deep within Peach Blossom Island. In the next moment, hundreds of figures rushed out of the warplanes, charging towards the battlefield. The leader ran forward with great strides, shouting angrily, "Do not panic, my lady. O Lingyin Marquis has come to rescue you." In the encircled, Shen Xianzhi and the others heard this loud shout. Their faces instantly showed joy. The Lingyin Marquis controlled Yu Prefecture and Shu Prefecture, commanding over hundreds of thousands of troops. But in the next moment, the Lingyin Marquis' voice filled with grief and anger came, "My lady, forgive me. The Yu Prefecture army and Shu Prefecture army cannot be mobilized to come to the battle. I have only brought 700 personal guards, but please rest assured I will fight to the end." Shen Xianzhi and the others' expressions dimmed once again. However, this was also within their expectations. Yesterday, the three great war gods had explained that the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of War could not intervene, or it might trigger a national war. And the two armies under the Lingyin Marquis still belonged to the Ministry of War. Although it was a pity that they could not see the army coming to their aid, the Lingyin Marquis' few hundred men could still hold on longer if they could join forces. Now everyone was aware the longer they held out, the greater the hope of reinforcements arriving. However, just then a figure blocked the way of the advancing Lingyin Marquis. Lingyin Marquis, halt. Shu Prefecture Marquis, are you going to stop me? The Lingyin Marquis recognized the other party and shouted angrily. The Shu Prefecture Marquis crossed his arms and said coldly, "Exactly. You are a Marquis of the Dragon Kingdom and cannot participate in the battle. Withdraw from the battlefield, or I will take you away." The Lingyin Marquis was furious. He came in a personal capacity. Even if the 10 great generals of the Ministry of War knew, they would only turn a blind eye. The Shu Prefecture Marquis' attitude was clearly to let Shen Xianzhi and the others die. "Get out of the way." The Lingyin Marquis shouted angrily and charged forward. But in the next moment, after a few exchanges, the Lingyin Marquis was punched back by the Shu Prefecture Marquis, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Among the 8 kings and 20 marquises of the Dragon Kingdom, the Lingyin Marquis was the weakest. Although he had now broken through to the martial soul realm, he was still merely mid-tier. Meanwhile, the Shu Prefecture Marquis ranked among the top 3 of the 20 marquises. Will you retreat, or not? The Shu Prefecture Marquis said indifferently. The Lingyin Marquis wiped the blood from his mouth ferociously and sneered, "I'd rather die than retreat." Outside the East Sea, Tian frantically ran towards the Yulong Villa, dialing Qijun's number repeatedly, but no one answered. All modes of transportation to and from the East Sea were halted, forcing Tian to run to Yulong Villa. He did not stop for a moment on this journey of dozens of kilometers. Finally, he could see Yulong Villa ahead. "Damn it, let me find out who blocked the East Sea, and I will strip your skin off to make shoes." Tian gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, cursing in anger. Moments later, he burst into Yulong Villa. Then he shouted, "Master, the army from Peach Blossom Island is approaching, please come out quickly." Inside the villa there was dead silence, and Qijun's closed-door room was utterly quiet. Just as Tian was about to break down the door and rush in, a powerful aura suddenly awakened. Boom! The door exploded into pieces. Qijun appeared before Tian. Tian was overjoyed and fell to his knees, saying, "Master, you have finally come out. Have you broken through?" Qijun shook his head. The third seal within him had loosened, and he had thought this closed-door meditation would allow him to break it, but for some reason, he had been unable to make a breakthrough. Tian's expression froze, showing hesitation. Qijun had not yet reached the martial sovereign level, and going to Peach Blossom Island now was too dangerous. Based on Tian's understanding of martial arts, anyone below martial sovereign would never survive under the siege of 150,000 troops. As for whether someone above martial sovereign could survive, Tian was unsure, which is why he held on to a glimmer of hope. But now that hope was gone, "What did you just say about Peach Blossom Island?" Qijun asked calmly. Tian sighed inwardly, not daring to hide anything, and could only tell the truth. Qijun's pupils constricted, filled with rage. Shen Xianzhi, Hao Shen Sangshan, and many others were all on Peach Blossom Island if it fell. "Prepare a helicopter, immediately head to Peach Blossom Island." Qijun shouted loudly and rushed towards the helipad. Tian hurriedly said, "Master, all helicopter pilots are unreachable, and other means of transport cannot reach Peach Blossom Island either. The East Sea is now completely blocked." Qijun stopped in his tracks, his face filled with intense, murderous intent. He immediately realized that someone was scheming behind the scenes. But at this moment, the people on Peach Blossom Island were in imminent danger, and he had no time to uncover the culprit. He had to find a way to get to Peach Blossom Island immediately. Qijun took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Seconds later, he raised his arm, his 2 fingers pointing like a sword, standing upright in front of his chest. In the next moment, he opened his eyes wide. Once the thought is out, no mountain can obstruct. On the battlefield of Peach Blossom Island, Lingyin was covered in blood, battered and bruised, barely managing to stand on one knee. Opposite him stood Xu Zhouhou, hands clasped behind his back with an air of indifference. "If this continues, you will die," Xu Zhouhou said coldly. Lingyin wiped his face, but the bloodstains could not be cleaned off, so he simply stopped trying and grinned savagely. "What do you care if I live or die?" Lingyin chuckled. Xu Zhouhou frowned. Lingyin strength was only at the early stage of the martial soul, while Xu Zhouhou had already reached the martial spirit realm. The gap in power was too great, and Lingyin couldn't even injure him. Yet knowing the disparity in strength, Lingyin continued to charge forward again and again, not retreating a single step despite his injuries. "I don't know whether to commend your courage or to say you're courting death, but it's useless, you and they will all die here," Xu Zhouhou said coldly. Lingyin remained silent, staggeringly approaching, his steps unsteady. "If you have the guts, just kill me. Stop dragging this out like a coward," Lingyin yelled angrily as he charged forward. Xu Zhouhou shook his head but did not strike again. Instead, he quickly retreated. At the same time, he said, "I was ordered to stop you. Now that you are half incapacitated, my mission is complete. As for killing you, as a noble of Long Kingdom, you cannot die by my hand. But it doesn't matter. Next year on this day, I will visit your grave and see how tall the grass is growing on it." Xu Zhouhou scoffed mockingly and retreated into the crowd, leaving with a flourish. He had already severely injured Lingyin, and on such a battlefield, even if Lingyin were at his peak, survival was not guaranteed. As for now, death was inevitable. Though Xu Zhouhou left, he was replaced by countless coalition forces blocking Lingyin and his hundreds of loyal guards. Lingyin let out a bitter laugh and coughed up blood. Yet in the next moment, he still raised his arm, pointing towards the direction of Shen Xianzhi and the others, who were completely surrounded 1,000 meters away like an isolated island in the sea. "Lingyin guards, follow me into battle," Lingyin shouted loudly. His subordinates hurriedly advised, "My lord, you are too heavily injured. Let us go instead, you." Lingyin waved his hand to interrupt him, laughing heartily as he charged forward. If heaven wants me dead, then let me die on the path of charge. Ling Yinho led the charge, rushing into the coalition forces with hundreds of loyal guards bravely following, risking everything to advance. At the very center of the battlefield was the small hill defended by Shen Xianzhi and others, which was also the highest point of the battlefield. Shen Xianzhi looked at the Ling Yinho's loyal guards charging desperately from 1,000 meters away, her nose tinged with bitterness, desperately holding back tears. She could see that Ling Yinho and his loyal guards were doing their utmost. Yet this short distance of 1,000 meters felt like an insurmountable chasm. If Ling Yinho were still at his peak, he might have acted as a spearhead, cutting a bloody path to meet up with their side. If they could unite, they could hold out for a while longer. After all, they were outnumbered, and the enemies they faced were not that many. But now there was no longer any possibility of uniting. Ling Yinho's loyal guards were already heavily surrounded. The glimmer of hope that had just risen was extinguished once more. Just when Shen Xianzhi was on the brink of despair, suddenly a dense barrage of gunfire, like a tempest, came from the other side of the battlefield. Shen Xianzhi and the others hurriedly looked over. At the edge of the battlefield, 100-man armed team, fully armed, charged into the fray. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. In this great battle, neither the coalition forces from the South Sea nor those from Peach Blossom Island had used firearms. Only some landmines were set up along the coast of Peach Blossom Island. Because everyone understood that once firearms were used, the situation would escalate, potentially even triggering a national war. Matters of the Jianghu should be settled with Jianghu methods. And this 100-man team, though mostly composed of ordinary people, immediately tore a gap at the edge of the battlefield with their firearms. In midair, Feng Ying's expression suddenly darkened as he bellowed, "Who dares to break the rules? Do you wish to be exterminated?" Violating the rules and using firearms would surely lead to accountability, as the Hua country and Nanyang would pressurize the Dragon Nation's military department after this battle. Even if these people were to survive, their families would be completely annihilated because of it. It can be said that from the moment they appeared, their fate was sealed regardless of the outcome of this battle. However, just as Feng Ying's words fell, a hearty, aged laughter echoed. The Yun family of Quzhou is here to join the battle. Among the 100-member team, an elderly man with hair as white as snow strode forth, shouting to the heavens. It was none other than the head of the Yun family, Old Master Yun. On the mountaintop beside Shen Xianzhi, Yun Shumo and Yun Danqing, the sisters were immediately alarmed upon hearing this voice. The two sisters possessed remarkable talents. Although they had just come of age, their strength had already reached the level of a war god, guarding Shen Xianzhi closely, never leaving her side. But at this moment, seeing Old Master Yun leading over 100 family members onto the battlefield, the two sisters were overwhelmed with anxiety and began to cry. Those 100 people represented the entire Yun family, every single member armed and ready for battle. Yet they were merely ordinary people. Even with guns in hand, a mere 100 individuals could not hope to survive on this battlefield. There would be no need to wait for post-battle accountability. Perhaps before this battle was even over, the Yun family would face extermination. Yun Shumo shouted hoarsely, "Grandfather, what are you doing here? Hurry back, hurry back." Yun Danqing was already in tears. In the distance, Old Master Yun laughed heartily, as if he were in the family garden rather than a battlefield. His voice, though aged, was still strong and resonant. "My dear granddaughters, my old life and the entire Yun family have been preserved by Mr. Yi. Do you still remember what I taught you? Loyalty and righteousness repay kindness." The sisters cried out in anguish, their hearts breaking. But upon hearing Old Master Yun's words, they still spoke up. Yes. The sisters' throats choked, but they managed to shout this phrase out loud. Old Master Yun laughed heartily. "Ha! Good. Good granddaughters. I never intended to return alive today," he continued. "What were those two brats in the sky saying just now? Rules, was it? Huh. You think you can talk about rules with a bunch of corpses? Are you out of your minds?" As the 100 members of the Yun family shouted and crazily opened fire, they all erupted into wild laughter. In the next moment, Old Master Yun leapt up and crashed into the ranks of the allied forces. "Listen up, everyone," he declared. "I am Yun Hongzhang, head of the Yun family of Quzhou, here to face death. Who will go with me?" His aged voice echoed through the skies. Behind him, 100 members of the Yun family followed, emptying magazine after magazine, while those with less strength wielded their empty guns like clubs, charging into the crowd. Yun Bin of the Yun family Quzhou here to face death. Yun Zhengqing of the Yun family Quzhou here to face death. Don't cry, girls, your father is coming. With each furious shout, figures surged into the ranks of the allied forces, fighting with all their might. On the small hill, the sisters Shumo and Danqing cried until their tears ran dry, their voices hoarse, their eyes bloodshot, as they brandished their long swords, ruthlessly slashing at every enemy in sight. Unfortunately, they still had no hope of turning the tide. 800 disciples of the Wu family, 700 personal guards of the Lingyin Marquis, and 100 members of the Yun family totaled less than 2,000. Now they had already lost nearly half. The remaining members were all injured. Outside the battlefield, deep within Peach Blossom Island in the central hall, of the four great families on the roof. The three war gods gazed at the scene on the battlefield, their faces grim. Each of them clenched their fists tightly, struggling to endure. Over 1,000 people against an army of 150,000, a hundredfold disparity. Every participant from Peach Blossom Island was going to their death. As war gods of the Dragon Nation's military department, Xiao Yin and the others still had their blood boiling, witnessing such a tragic scene. They wished they could join those brave souls and face death together. Mu Qin's brows furrowed as he growled in a low voice. Are we just going to watch? Xiao Yin remained expressionless, his tone as calm as still water. We are affiliated with the Dragon Nation's military department. Once we engage in battle, it will trigger a national war. Mu Qin glared angrily, repeating his words. So we just watch. Xiao Yin stood motionless, his expression stiff as a puppet. Given our identities, if we intervene in this battle, without reason, we will become criminals. Mu Qin was furious. Identity. Reason. Damn it. Suddenly Lin Dong, who had been silent all along, asked, how many days have we been at the Jinhai Club? Mu Qin exploded with rage. What the hell, at a time like this you're still thinking about the club? To his surprise, Xiao Yin earnestly calculated and said, over a month. Lin Dong pondered thoughtfully. The Jinhai Club is the top club in the East Sea. We are enjoying the best services there. How much does it cost per day? Xiao Yin shook his head. I'm not sure, but it must be at least tens of thousands, right? Then let's round it off, calculating it as 1 million a day. Over a month, that's over 30 million. I certainly don't have the money. Big brother, third brother, how much do you have on hand? Lin Dong inquired. I just bought a house in Yinjing, and I have 2 million in external debt. Xiao Yin replied. Mu Qin was left dumbfounded by what he heard. What are these two doing? Is this really the time for such nonsense? Moreover, who rounds off to turn tens of thousands into 1 million? You, as the second titled war god of the Dragon Nation's military department, who taught you elementary school math. Just as Mu Qin was bewildered, Lin Dong let out a long sigh. Sigh as a titled war god, but squandering millions at a club, what face do we have to continue being war gods? Moreover, this debt we are probably unable to repay. Mu Qin was stunned for a moment, suddenly feeling something was off. In the next moment he finally reacted and exclaimed in joy, ah yes. This titled war god has no face to continue. It's better to abdicate and let others take over. Besides, we owe Yi Qijun over 30 million. We must repay our debts. Now our identity and reasons are aligned. Identity high. Reason solid. Big brother, second brother, both high and solid. Mu Qin beamed, giving the two a thumbs up. Xiao Yin and Lin Dong exchanged disdainful glances, then spoke in unison. You're just a little brother. Mu Qin chuckled awkwardly, not arguing back. He had indeed been blinded by anger just now. Then the three of them leapt down from the rooftop simultaneously, shortly arriving at the edge of the battlefield, ready to charge into the fray. However, just then a young man in black suddenly appeared, blocking the three war gods' path. The young man coldly said, What do you three intend to do? The military department's personnel are not allowed to participate in battles. Do you wish to defy orders? The three furrowed their brows. They immediately noticed that on the black-clad young man's chest a Ninastery pagoda was embroidered with golden thread, with a golden dragon coiling around it. They recognized this emblem. It was the symbol of the Dragon Nation's Dragon Guardians. At the highest level of the Dragon Nation's court is the cabinet, which has 6 ministries under it, and the military department is one of those 6. The Dragon Guardians are directly subordinate to the cabinet, responsible for protecting its existence. This young man was actually one of the 8 leaders of the Dragon Guardians, second only to the Dragon Lord codenamed Pixiu. Mu Qin frowned and asked, What are you blocking us for? The War God Pavilion is not under your Dragon Guard's jurisdiction. The Pixiu coldly replied, Are you three trying to incite a national war? Step back. Mu Qin said with a smug smile. The three of us have squandered excessively at the clubhouse, owing Yi Qijun over 30 million. We no longer qualify to be called war gods, and our participation in the battle is merely to repay our debts. It's a personal matter and has nothing to do with you. The corners of Pixius' mouth twitched. Do you really think anyone will believe such absurd reasoning? Then let's discuss its credibility after we finish fighting. Now get out of the way. Mu Qin chuckled. Stubborn. No matter what you say, you will not advance another step. Pixiu coldly snorted. Mu Qin scoffed, taking a step forward without hesitation. If we are going to fight, then let's fight. There's too much chatter. Pixius' eyes burned with rage as he shouted, Are you trying to provoke the Dragon Guard? With just the 3 of you, you cannot bear this responsibility. Suddenly Xiao Yin laughed heartily, his tone bold. If we lack even this bit of courage, what right do we have to hold the title of War God? This is the last time I say it, step aside. Xiao Yan's entire being surged with momentum, ready to strike at any moment. Pixiu frowned, and then mockingly laughed. What's the point? Today Yi Qijun will surely die, and Taohua Island will be annihilated. Are the 3 of you really going to fend off an army of 150,000? Xiao Yan's expression darkened as he leaped into the air. What does it matter to you? Since you won't let us pass, then He threw a punch aimed at Pixia's head, simultaneously roaring, "Get back to being your lucky charm." Lin Dong and Mu Chen followed closely behind, and the three of them struck out at Pixiu simultaneously. The battlefield situation changed rapidly, and they had no time to waste arguing with Pixiu here. Seeing this, Pixiu was furious and charged forward. "Three juniors dare to be so reckless. If you don't receive a proper lesson, you will truly believe that your war god pavilion can replace the dragon guard." The four engaged instantly, with Pixiu facing off against the three war gods, surprisingly matching them in strength. Pixia's strength was on a higher level than the three war gods, easily handling their combined assault. For a short time, they could not drive him back. Xiao Yan and the others were instantly alarmed. The 8 leaders of the Dragon Guard were indeed not something they could easily contend with, but at this moment they were unable to enter the battlefield, and could not help. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Shen Xianzhi and the Wu family disciples were in one area, Lingyin Marquis in another, and the Yun family in a third. All three were already in dire straits, everyone battered and bruised on the verge of collapse, and could fall at any moment. Xiao Yan was anxious, constantly trying to break through Pixia's blockade, but he could not succeed. Just then he suddenly saw a group of figures on a small hill in the distance outside the battlefield. At a glance he recognized that those people were actually experts from different families among the 100 schools of thought. Xiao Yan's heart suddenly brightened, and he sighed in relief. The people from the 100 schools of thought have arrived. But the next moment he realized that those people did not seem to have just arrived. They had been here for a long time, but had not taken any action, showing no intention of joining the battle. Xiao Yan was suddenly anxious and shouted, "Since the 100 schools of thought are here, why are you not making a move? Why are there only a dozen of you? Didn't you say that the 100 schools of thought would send reinforcements?" This shout echoed across the entire battlefield, and everyone finally noticed the group of over a dozen people on the distant hill. On the battlefield, Shen Xianzhi and the others who were struggling to hold on were filled with confusion and doubt. They had been persevering, waiting for the reinforcements from the 100 schools of thought. Only when those reinforcements arrived could they survive and drive back the allied forces. But now only a dozen people from the 100 schools of thought had arrived, and they showed no intention of taking action. What was going on? Moments later, one person stepped out from the crowd of the 100 schools of thought and mocked coldly. "There's no need to wait for reinforcements any longer. Oh, just wait to die? We are merely here to watch the show." This statement stunned everyone on the battlefield, including Fun Ying and the Corpse Emperor among the allied forces. The reason the 15,000 allied forces from the Nanyang Woku had not completely annihilated those more than 1,000 people was that they feared the reinforcements from the 100 schools of thought. If the experts were to emerge at the same time as the reinforcements from the 100 schools of thought suddenly appeared, catching the allied forces off guard, they would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. Hence, Fun Ying and the Corpse Emperor had been holding back, planning to slowly wear down the people of Taohua Island. But now the people from the 100 schools of thought had arrived, yet claimed they did not want to participate in the battle. What was going on? At this moment the man cupped his fists towards Fun Ying and the Corpse Emperor in midair. "Gentlemen, there will be no reinforcements for Taohua Island. The people sent by the 100 schools of thought have already returned. It was just a show of force. As for the Ministry of War, even if they react now and send people over, it will be too late. On behalf of the 100 schools of thought, I have only one request. After you two slay Yi Qijun, we want to take his body." This person's voice spread across the battlefield, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in the hearts of all those on Taohua Island. Meanwhile, Fun Ying and the others laughed heartily, completely at ease. "Good. As long as the 100 schools of thought do not take action, you can dispose of Yi Qijun's body as you wish." Fun Ying waved his hand. "Thank you." The man also began to laugh. In just a few words, the Lingyin Marquis, the Wu family, and the Yun family members fell into total despair. Now there were truly no reinforcements. Even their resistance began to weaken, no longer as fierce and determined. But just then Shen Xianzhi suddenly raised her phone high and shouted with all her might, "Everyone, don't give up. Yi Qijun has already broken through, and he will arrive soon. Just hold on a little longer, just a little longer." Shen Songshan Dugu Hao Wu family patriarch Wu Sanqing elder Yun Hongzhang. Everyone felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps if Yi Qijun could arrive, there would be a way to drive back the allied forces. However, they did not notice the flash of guilt that crossed Shen Xianzhi's face. After the battle began, there was no signal at this battlefield. She could not possibly know that Yi Qijun had already broken through. She was only trying to maintain morale, because once morale collapsed, it would be a total rout. However, just as Shen Xianzhi finished speaking, and hope rose again, a hoarse and vengeful voice suddenly. "So what if Yi Qijun has broken through? He will not make it. By the time he arrives, all he will see are corpses all over the ground." At sea, a large ship approached, and an elderly man stood at the bow. Upon seeing this person, Shen Xianzhi's complexion changed dramatically. This was Yulao, the patriarch of the Yu family, one of the 3 clans of Zhenhai in the East China Sea. How could he be here? What did his previous statement mean? Shen Xianzhi gradually understood, her face turning. It turned out that the three clans of Zhenhai had sealed off the East China Sea, diverting all transportation means to ensure that Yi Qijun could not reach the battlefield. Shen Xianzhi looked at Elder Yu and the others who boarded the island with a mix of sorrow and anger, questioning loudly. You family, what do you want to do? Elder Yu sneered. Of course it's for revenge. Revenge. Shen Xianzhi was taken aback. The grievances between the Qi army and your three families of Zhenhai have long been resolved. You were even given a chance to return to the peak. How can you speak of grievances when you show no gratitude? Elder Yu laughed wildly, his aged face filled with resentment and coldness. Nonsense. Yi Qi army killed my Yu family's ancestor, causing great damage to our family's strength. That is the grievance. As for returning to the peak, what use is that? Without Yi Qi army, my Zhenhai three families would be the kings of the East China Sea, wielding great power. As long as Yi Qi army is alive, no matter how strong my Zhenhai three families become, we still have a father on our necks. Tell me, should I kill him? Should I destroy Peach Blossom Island? Elder Yu's words left Shen Xianzhi and the others in disbelief. In the end, there was only one true reason: insatiable greed. Because of his greed, Shen Xianzhi and the others' last glimmer of hope was severed. Now it was a true deadlock with no way out. At that moment, the Corpse Emperor smirked, his eyes filled with greed as he gazed at Shen Xianzhi. Beside him were five stunning beauties, each tall and extraordinarily beautiful, yet their eyes were dull and lifeless. Most importantly, the skin of these five beauties was all golden, unlike that of normal humans. They were not alive, but five golden corpses controlled by the Corpse Emperor. The lineage of the Corpse Emperor originated from the corpse collectors of the Dragon Kingdom, controlling corpses that are divided into three levels: copper corpses, silver corpses, and golden corpses. Copper corpses are below the martial soul realm, with skin not much different from when they were alive, except appearing slightly pale. Silver corpses are of the martial spirit realm, with skin of pure silver, while golden corpses are of the martial saint realm, with golden skin. These five golden corpses are equivalent to five martial saints. The strength of a corpse depends partly on its power in life, and partly on the continuous refining after it becomes a corpse, using various herbs or spirit stones to enhance its body gradually. The Corpse Emperor had his eyes set on Shen Xianzhi's body the moment he saw her. Although Shen Xianzhi was just an ordinary person, and after becoming a corpse only reached the lowest level of copper corpse with no strength at all, the Corpse Emperor could see at a glance that her body was most suitable for subsequent refining and enhancement. With the same resources invested, the strength enhancement of Shen Xianzhi's body would surely be much greater than that of other corpses. At this moment, with no more concerns, the Corpse Emperor could not contain his excitement, chuckling. Feng, we can now discuss the distribution of the loot. Peach Blossom Island will be split evenly between us as previously agreed, but how do we distribute the other items? Peach Blossom Island is of great significance for the Wakuni and Nanyang, serving as a forward base for their invasion of the Dragon Kingdom, so it was agreed upon early on. However, the distribution of other loot on Peach Blossom Island had not been settled. Feng smiled and asked, what do you want? The Corpse Emperor pointed at Shen Xianzhi and the others without hesitation. I want Shen Xianzhi and those twins. You can kill them, but you cannot harm their bodies. Additionally, my Gu God sect wants all the corpses and flesh from this battle to feed the Gu Master's army. The Corpse Emperor wore a broad smile, but his words were shocking. He wanted the bodies of Shen Xianzhi and the others to transform them into corpses, and the other corpses and flesh were to be used as feed. The Gu Masters of the Gu God sect are numerous, and their strength comes from the fed Gu worms. The stronger the Gu worms, the stronger the Gu Masters. In this battle on Peach Blossom Island, most people were martial artists, and feeding the corpses of so many martial artists to the Gu worms would surely allow many Gu Masters to break through. Okay. However, after the deaths of Shen Xianzhi, the head of the Wu family, Wu Sanqing, the head of the Yun family, Yun Hongzhong Lingyin Marquis, and the three war gods, I want their skins peeled off. Feng Ying said calmly. The Corpse Emperor understood his intention for wanting the skins of these people, as each of them had respective industries and were of notable status. The ninjas of Wakuni can create human skin masks. Feng Ying wanted to replace these individuals, gaining control over the energies they held, thereby infiltrating the Dragon Kingdom from all aspects. For example, taking control of the Qinglong group, held by Shen Xianzhi, which is the largest conglomerate in the Dragon Kingdom, and Shen Xianzhi himself is the wealthiest man in the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, Lingyin Marquis governs both Yuezhou and Chuzhou. However, the Corpse Emperor had no means to create human skin masks. But then he said, having your people replace them is fine, but I want half of their wealth and martial resources. Okay, after we kill Yi Qi army, we will join forces to take down the prison god island, splitting the wealth, but I want the island itself. Feng Ying replied. The two of them exchanged suggestions, considering Yi Qi army and everyone on Peach Blossom Island as their spoils, dividing them wantonly. The people of Peach Blossom Island, still struggling desperately, were filled with sorrow and anger. Feng Ying and the Corpse Emperor did not regard them as humans at all. Moments later the two had finished distributing all the loot. But just then an aged, sinister laugh echoed. "You two fools don't dream. Even if I die I won't let you get a single hair." Feng Ying and the Corpse Emperor coldly turned to look at the enraged old man of the Yun family, Yun Hongzhang. He ripped apart his blood-soaked clothes, causing the countless allied forces around him to be startled, many retreating in panic. Because Yun Hongzhang was covered with dozens of grenades tightly bound to him. The next moment the heavily injured Lingyin Marquis, though weak, still shouted, "Haha, old Yun, your equipment is a bit outdated, watch me." Lingyin Marquis and hundreds of personal guards tore off their clothes, revealing that each of them was bound with a pile of remote-controlled high-explosive C4 bombs. It was likely that those personal guards who had just died in battle also had these items, and the controller was in the hands of Lingyin Marquis. Once these things detonated, the battlefield traversed by the personal guards would be blown to pieces. Shen Xianzhi and the others on the mountaintop watched this scene in shock. These guys truly came with the mindset of dying together. Unfortunately, Shen Xianzhi and the others were not prepared with such items. If they were to truly die in battle, their bodies would likely fall into the hands of the enemy. But at that moment, Dugu Hao in the crowd suddenly grinned. "Head of the Wu family, let them see the treasures we left behind." Wu Sanxing laughed heartily, kicking open a large box placed in the center of the crowd, revealing over 100 high-explosive landmines that remained after they had set up the minefield. "I didn't expect these things to not kill the enemy, but instead to be used against ourselves. Nonetheless, this is good. These things are enough to flatten this small hill." Dugu Hao tossed the two high-explosive grenades in his hand, causing people to gasp in fear, worried he might accidentally detonate them. In midair, Feng Ying and the Corpse Emperor's expressions instantly darkened. These guys had all prepared for mutual destruction. Was this Peach Blossom Island or the Taliban? Wind Shadow's face was filled with anger as he declared, "A group of fools facing death, can't you calm down? I initially wanted to let you live a few more minutes, but now die for me, you bastards." With that, Wind Shadow waved his hand, and behind him the leader of the Saratobi clan, a powerful warrior of the martial Saint Realm Saratobi, Kinran, immediately flew towards Lingyin Ho. Meanwhile, the Corpse King wore a dark expression, controlling a stunning golden corpse behind him, flying toward. The means for mutual destruction at these two places were incredibly powerful. Once detonated, the allied forces would surely suffer heavy losses, and only a martial saint could resolve it. "Quick battle, quick decision, leave no one alive." Wind Shadow shouted fiercely. Saratobi Kinran grinned maliciously high. In the next moment, Saratobi Kinran landed in front of Lingyin Ho, tossing a shuriken that instantly severed the arm holding the controller. Lingyin Ho, severely injured and weakened, simply couldn't avoid it. But that controller was their last resort for mutual destruction, and it couldn't be lost. He roared, reaching for the controller with his other hand. In front of the martial Saint Realm, Saratobi Kinran, not dodging or defending was akin to seeking death. Yet at this moment, Lingyin Ho no longer cared about life and death. As long as he could touch the controller, it would immediately detonate, killing that scoundrel. Taking a martial saint down with him would be worth it. Saratobi Kinran snorted coldly, "A half-baked piece of trash, thinking you can create trouble." With that, he swiftly formed several hand seals. Ninjutsu body flicker technique. His figure instantly appeared next to the throne controller, grabbing it and crushing it in his hand. The body flicker technique is an advanced ninjutsu that allows for short-range dashes. Lingyin Ho simply couldn't snatch back the controller in time, his eyes wide open with rage. Without the controller, the C4 explosives were effectively useless and could not be detonated. He had lost his chance for mutual destruction. Want to erase the evidence? You need the ability to do so. But your actions have angered me, so next I will peel your face off while you are still alive. Saratobi Kinran sneered, then charged at Lingyin Ho. Lingyin Ho let out a wretched laugh. "Brothers, I'm going ahead." His face was filled with despair. After his battle with the Shuzhou Ho, he was already heavily injured and in a half-disabled state. Facing a martial Saint Realm expert, he was undoubtedly doomed. However, in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lingyin Ho, blocking Saratobi Kinran's punch with his chest. It was a captain of Lingyin Ho's personal guard, and at this moment his chest had been pierced by a fist, his pupils gradually fading. "Oh, yeah, we'll go ahead." Saratobi Kinran kicked the corpse aside, coldly laughing, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Then he threw another punch at Lingyin Ho, but another figure lunged forward, sacrificing himself to protect Lingyin Ho. "Xiao Wu." Lingyin Ho howled in anguish, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. He desperately tried to rush forward, but was firmly held back by several personal guards, dragged away. More personal guards then rushed forward, one after another, using their lives and flesh to form a wall, attempting to block the path of the martial Saint Realm Saratobi Kinran. Saratobi Kinran's face was filled with anger as he ruthlessly slaughtered personal guards one after another. These weak, battered guards were like sheep to the slaughter under his hand. "Bastard, you deserve to die. You deserve it." Lingyin Ho roared in blood, nearly going insane. But no matter how furious he was, he couldn't injure Saratobi Kinran. He could only watch in despair as one after another his brothers in arms fell at Saratobi Kenran's hands. Puff! Ling Yinho spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. It was clearly blood from his heart. In the next second, he fainted, his breath weak. Meanwhile, those personal guards continued to fight desperately, protecting the unconscious Ling Yinho, even if this protection could only buy him a few more seconds of life. Meanwhile, on the small hill, a golden corpse crashed into the crowd of the Peach Blossom Island, its golden hand grabbing hold of Dugu Hao's wrist. Crack! The golden corpse directly broke Dugu Hao's arm, then casually grabbed 2 hand grenades and threw them into the battlefield. Dugu Hao shouted in anger with all his might, while the others were filled with despair. The self-destruct method they prepared was high-explosive landmines, which are very safe and can only be detonated in a chain reaction before being properly deployed. Those 2 grenades were the only means of detonation. Now they were just like Ling Yinho's side, having lost all means of mutual destruction. Once they died in battle, their corpses would become the Corpse King's puppets or food for the worms. Dugu Hao was filled with extreme rage, crazily charging at the forehead of the golden corpse. Bang! His head was bloodied, but the golden corpse didn't even suffer a scratch. In terms of physical strength, this golden corpse was even a bit stronger than a true martial saint, as tough as fine steel. With that collision, Dugu Hao's head nearly shattered, and he fell into a daze, collapsing to the ground barely alive. The golden corpse's hollow eyes glanced at him and lifted its foot to stomp on his head. Bang! Just as the golden corpse was about to crush Dugu Hao's head, a figure rushed over, crashing into the golden corpse and pushing it back several steps. It was Wu Sanqing. Hey, are you dead? If not, hurry up and get up. This is a battlefield. If you lay here any longer, you'll be crushed. Wu Sanqing stared intently at the golden corpse while calling out to the unconscious Dugu Hao. Dugu Hao gradually regained consciousness, trying hard several times, but still unable to get up. Old Wu, you can't defeat this dead woman. Run. Dugu Hao said with a bitter smile. Wu Sanqing grinned. No, if I run, you will die immediately. I will hold her off for a while. You hold on for a while longer. And by the way, who are you calling old Wu? You little brat who hasn't even grown hair yet. My son is older than you by over 10 years. Call me Grandpa Wu. Dugu Hao was taken aback. When the 4 major families of Peach Blossom Island were destroyed, only the Wu family remained, choosing to follow Yi Qi's army. But all along, Dugu Hao felt that the Wu family's sense of belonging to Yi Qi's army was not high. You could have chosen to leave early. Why stay on Peach Blossom Island to die? Dugu Hao finally asked this question. Wu Sanqing said without hesitation, I know that, master of Mr. Yi. He is the benefactor of my Wu family. If it weren't for him helping me reach the peak of martial spirit 5 years ago, the Wu family would have long been swallowed by the other 3 major families. I, Wu Sanqing, am not someone who forgets kindness. Although I don't know that senior expert, since Mr. Yi is his disciple, then my Wu family can serve Mr. Yi to the death. Dugu Hao's mouth fell open, stunned. In the next moment, he burst into loud laughter, then began to cough violently. Then he asked, what did you just say? You wanted me to call you what? Wu Sanqing glanced at him. Call me Grandpa. Dugu Hao chuckled. No, you have to call me brother. Because that senior expert you mentioned, Yi Guest Master, is my biological father. Wu Sanqing's expression instantly stiffened as he glanced at the 20-something Dugu Hao, then he touched his own graying hair. Damn! Wu Sanqing cursed angrily. At that moment, the golden corpse stepped towards them. Wu Sanqing's heart tightened. There was no time to hesitate, and he pressed his thumb hard against his chest. 8 gates of Duanjia, Death Gate. Open! With a furious shout, Wu Sanqing's aura surged dramatically, instantly breaking through the limits of the martial spirit realm to reach the martial saint realm. His skin turned blood red, countless capillaries burst, and blood seeped continuously from beneath his skin. Within him, the sound of blood flowing intensified, speeding up several times. Dugu Hao's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Old Wu, what are you doing? Wu Sanqing did not turn around and calmly replied, this is the secret technique of my Wu family, passed down for hundreds of years, called the 8 gates of Duanjia, the very foundation of my Wu family. Otherwise, why do you think that among the 4 great families of Taohua Island, only my Wu family lacks a martial saint? Why could the other 3 families still tolerate us? Dugu Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. A glimmer of hope rose in everyone's eyes. With Wu Sanqing's martial saint combat power, perhaps they still had a chance. At that moment, Feng Ying's expression darkened. 8 gates of Duanjia. The Wu family dares to steal the secret technique of my Japanese ninja family. Wu Sanqing scoffed dismissively. Nonsense. This secret technique originally comes from my Wu family. It is you who stole it from the Japanese ninja family. But you only learn the surface. Your technique's effectiveness diminishes as one's strength increases. Even at the peak of the martial spirit realm, you can't reach half a step into martial saint. In contrast, my Wu family's orthodox technique can elevate one to martial saint combat power. Can't you tell which is real and which is fake? Feng Ying's pupils constricted. However, Feng Ying then sneered. If I destroy your Wu family, this secret technique will naturally fall into my hands. Besides, with you opening the death gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, how long can you last? As the effect of the secret technique, Xianzhi will undoubtedly die. Wu Sanqing was unperturbed. He had already prepared himself for death in this battle today. But Dugu Hao was filled with immense grief and anger. This secret technique, pushed to the extreme, costs one's life. Dugu Hao's eyes widened in fury, his eyelids splitting, blood flowing. Old Wu, you bastard, you bastard. Dugu Hao cursed hoarsely, unsure of what to say. In the next moment, the golden corpse lunged at Wu Sanqing. With a roar, he charged at the golden corpse, disregarding death, taking a punch from the golden corpse at the cost of heavy injuries to break both arms of the corpse. After the 8 gates of Duanjia Death Gate is activated, it can only last for a moment before death is inevitable. Wu Sanqing had no time to engage with the golden corpse. All he could do was exchange his life for the corpses in this fleeting moment. However, in the next moment, behind Feng Ying, the leader of the Hugo family, and a martial saint-level expert, Hugo Wuma, struck like lightning, aiming a palm at the top of Wu Sanqing's head. Faced with 2 martial saints, Wu Sanqing simply had no energy to deal with Hugo Wuma, and there wasn't even time to kill the golden corpse. From a distance, Feng Ying remarked indifferently, "A martial saint lasting 3 minutes thinks he can turn the tide." The absolute disparity in strength renders all struggles futile. The appearance of Hugo Wuma would soon seal the fate of this battle. Wu Sanqing would be the first to die, and the others were also on the verge of extinction. The Wu family's 800 descendants had lost over half in battle, leaving only a little over 100 still capable of fighting. The Lingyin Marquis' 700 personal guards had only over 200 still alive. The Yun family had 100 members, all out of ammunition, with over 20 severely injured. Old Master Yun held the pin of a grenade ready to pull it out. "It's over. 7th Army, remember me." Shen Xianzhi gazed at the scenes of despair on the battlefield, slowly closing her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Zheng. A faint sound like the buzzing of a mosquito echoed. Though the sound was soft, it was heard by over 10,000 people on the battlefield. The sound continued interminably, as if everyone was experiencing tinnitus, but it grew louder. In an instant, the sound became deafening. On the battlefield, some recognized the direction of the sound and looked up. Feng Ying, the Corpse King, Shen Xianzhi, Dugu Hao. Everyone gazed blankly towards the vast dark clouds in the western sky of Taohua Island. The sound was coming from those dark clouds. Is the sky about to change? Shen Xianzhi murmured softly, as if uttering her last words. In the next moment, the pitch-black clouds suddenly tore open, a large hole revealing the azure sky. At the center of the hole, a small black dot was coming from the west, slanting down towards Taohua Island. In the next instant, everyone saw clearly. It was a person stepping on a long sword, breaking through the clouds. Qijun. A sword came from the west, breaking through the sea of clouds. All of this happened in an instant. From the moment the mosquito-like sound began to when Qijun appeared, merely seconds had passed. By the time everyone reacted, Qijun was already hovering above the mountain peak. Below, Hugo Wuma's palm was only a foot away from Wu Sanqing's head. In the next moment, Qijun leaped from the long sword, plummeting straight down like a cannonball. Boom! Like a meteor falling, dust and smoke erupted. Moments later, as the dust settled, everyone saw Qijun standing in front of Wu Sanqing, and beneath his feet, Hugo Wuma's head had already been turned to mush. A dignified martial saint was crushed to death by Qijun's casual kick upon his arrival. At this moment, Qijun slowly raised his head, flames of unprecedented rage flickering in his eyes with murderous intent that could shake the heavens. Without uttering a single word, he kicked Hugo Wuma's corpse away, then stepped forward to the golden corpse, gripping its neck tightly. Behind him, Wu Sanqing looked at Qijun's back, letting out a bitter laugh as the tension that had held him taut finally relaxed, collapsing straight to the ground, his breath instantly becoming as fragile as a candle in the wind, faint and flickering. Dugu Hao was heartbroken, his eyes flickering with deep-seated hatred. Wu Sanqing acted for him, for everyone on Taohua Island, risking the use of secret techniques, burning his own life to buy a little time until Qijun arrived. Even though before today Dugu Hao and Wu Sanqing had barely exchanged words, at this moment he had regarded Wu Sanqing as a comrade who shared life and death. "Brother Yi, leave this golden corpse to me. I want to avenge my brother Wu," Dugu Hao shouted fiercely. Qijun without hesitation held the golden corpse's neck with one hand, while the other hand snapped off the corpse's limbs and tossed them aside. Then Qijun pointed his fingers like a sword towards the Lingyin Marquis' side. "Sword kill." With a soft shout, the ZY sword shot through the air, crossing 1,000 meters to decapitate Sarutobi Ken. Only then did Qijun cast his gaze towards Feng Ying, the Corpse King, and the others in the distance. "You all must die." Feng Ying and the Corpse Emperor were furious. They had assumed that Qijun would not arrive, as even the martial saints could only fly for a short duration. To reach Taohua Island from the east sea, one would have to cross dozens of kilometers of ocean. Even a peak martial saint could not fly that distance in one breath, and it would take around 20 minutes even if they could. Just moments before they faced despair, Shen Xianzhi had blustered that Qijun had already exited his seclusion. It had been less than 10 minutes since then. No one expected Qijun to actually arrive. Arriving so quickly and striking so fiercely. They had lost 3 martial saints, and even the 2 of them had not been able to provide aid. Feng Ying roared Qijun. Since you dare to come to your death, we shall oblige. Today this Taohua Island will be your burial ground. Attack. First eliminate the others, then surround and kill Qijun. The corpse emperor followed up with a fierce shout. The allied forces of 150,000 erupted in a thunderous battle cry. On the small hill at Lingyin House position and at the Yun family. In these 3 battlefields, Qijun's subordinates faced another wave of siege. They could no longer hold on, and in a few minutes they would be completely annihilated. But at that moment Qijun reached out, summoning the Zy sword, which flew into his hand. Then he pointed the sword's tip at Feng Ying and the corpse emperor among other martial saints in the distance. You all wait, they'll kill you later. With that, Qijun aimed his sword at the crowd of Yun family members. More than 100 members of the Yun family, aside from a few, like Old Master Yun, were just ordinary people. Although they were armed, once their ammunition ran out, they would quickly suffer casualties. Now only a dozen remained, and even Old Yun was covered in wounds on the verge of collapsing. Once a thought emerges, mountains cannot obstruct. Qijun struck out with his sword. The distance of several hundred meters meant that no one on the battlefield could break through in a short time, as there were thousands of allied forces blocking the way. Even if they lined up to have their necks chopped, it would take some time. Not far away, several martial spirit realm experts smiled coldly. Want to save them? It's too late. The few of them acted simultaneously. They knew they could not defeat Qijun, but their goal was not to overcome him, nor to completely stop him. They only needed to hinder him slightly. Just a moment, and the remaining dozen members of the Yun family would perish. But the next moment, a dazzling sword light rose. Where the sword's edge points, those who block me shall die. Qijun charged into the allied forces, where the sword light flickered and heads rolled. In the blink of an eye, those martial spirit realm experts, still dozens of meters away, were astonished to find that Qijun had already reached them. Hinder him. Don't be absurd, they didn't even have a chance to react. A streak of sword light swept past. They couldn't even see how Qijun had struck. They only felt Qijun rush past them with his long sword, and then their heads dropped to the ground. In an instant, a bloody path, over 100 meters long, appeared on the battlefield. Hundreds of allied troops, each a warrior from the Wokaku or Nanyang, varied in strength, but among them were not lacking those at the postnatal innate and even martial spirit realms. But now they all became corpses in this 100-meter long and 5-meter wide bloody path. Feng Ying and the others' pupils constricted upon witnessing this scene. Before they could regain their senses, Qijun had already crossed hundreds of meters, arriving before Old Yun and the others, sweeping his sword horizontally and clearing the enemies within a radius of several meters. Follow me, Qijun said calmly. Then, without pausing, he charged back into the crowd, this time heading straight for Lingyin House side. Feng Ying, the corpse emperor, a few other martial saints, and the vast majority of martial spirit realm experts were watching from the shore, not intervening. No one on this battlefield could stop Qijun. Moments later, Qijun reached the front of Lingyin House personal guard, then led them back to the small hill. Shen Xianzhi and over 1,000 others had suffered nearly 2/3 casualties, losing nearly 1,000 men. Yet in less than 3 minutes after Qijun acted, they successfully gathered everyone together. Then Qijun said, "Follow me, I will lead you out." As he spoke, he turned and charged into the enemy forces like a hot knife through butter. Behind him, the Wu family, personal guards, Yun family, and the remaining hundreds of people along with Shen Xianzhi and others supported each other and followed behind Qijun, breaking through the encirclement. A few minutes later, Qijun led these hundreds of people, piercing through the layers of siege from the 150,000 strong army, bringing them to the edge of the woods deep in Taohua Island. From afar, watching Qijun cutting through the army as if in an uninhabited realm, Feng Ying and the others were already dumbfounded. Even he and the corpse emperor, both peak martial saints, felt a shiver in their hearts. Not to mention the allied forces, who were stunned by Qijun's onslaught. The 150,000 strong army was boundless. Even when they just surrounded the people of Taohua Island, only a small portion had actually engaged, while most were still waiting in line at the periphery. At this moment, many people didn't even know where Qijun was. The scene became chaotic. Half-step martial respect. His strength has already reached the level of half-step martial respect. The corpse emperor exclaimed in shock. Feng Ying's expression turned extremely grim, and after a moment, he gritted his teeth and roared angrily, "What are we afraid of? We have the numbers, we can exhaust him to death." Everyone listen. All the people of Taohua Island are at the edge of the western woods. Allied forces obey orders, attack. Upon receiving the command, the chaotic allied forces regained their order, turning en masse toward the western woods and charging forward. At this time, Shen Xianzhi and the others could no longer run. They had persisted this long, but they were out of energy, unable to even reach the woods. Yi Qijun stopped his steps, then without a word approached Shen Xianzhi and the others. Without time for more words, he directly took out the remaining dozen spirit stones on him, and infused their spiritual energy into the 10 or so most seriously injured individuals. Including Ling Yinho, who was on the verge of having his heart meridian shattered, Dugu Hao, whose head had a large hole, and Wu Sanxing, who had used secret techniques and was nearly certain to die. With every injury, he saw the fury and killing intent, and Yi Qijun's eyes grew stronger. Moments later, Yi Qijun lifted his long sword again and walked to the forefront of everyone. All the people of Taohua Island were behind him. In front of him was the overwhelming 150,000 allied forces. He would guard the hundreds behind him with his own strength. Clang! Yi Qijun slashed with his sword, cutting a deep gash in the ground, then pointed the sword at the 150,000 allied forces. Today none of you shall cross this line. You speak so boldly. Do you really think you can slay 150000 troops alone? Feng Ying scoffed coldly. At the edge of the battlefield, the three great war gods took advantage of the recent chaos to shake off the dragon protectors, the Pishio, and had now withdrawn to the side of Yi Qi's army. However, their strength was inferior to that of the Pishio, and they were already severely injured and unable to continue fighting. The Pishio approached slowly from a distance. Human strength has its limits. How long can you hold out alone? I never expected that you could still fly here after I sealed off the East Sea, but it's fine. Since you've come prepared to die. On the other side, Elder, you said coldly. On a slanted hill in the distance, dozens of experts from various schools were also making their way to the battlefield. We were worried that if you didn't come, we wouldn't get your corpse. I didn't expect you to come here to deliver yourself to death. Truly, heaven is aiding us. The leader laughed heartily. These people represented different forces, all of whom wanted Yi Qi's army to perish. Yi Qi scanned the crowd and said indifferently, do you really think you can determine my life or death? In the distance, the corpse emperor laughed maniacally. I see no problem. Today, even if a martial sovereign, no, a martial emperor descends, they cannot save you. Kill for me. With a roar, the feet of the 1500 troops suddenly accelerated, charging towards Yi Qi's army. Yi Qi smiled coldly, showing no fear in his eyes, wielding a long sword and charging out fiercely. One man charging against 1500 troops. In an instant of a few hundred meters, as Yi Qi entered the crowd, the sword light flickered and flesh and blood flew everywhere. With just one person and one sword, no one could approach within 3 meters of him. In just one encounter, dozens fell under Yi Qi's sword, including several war god level experts who charged him too quickly. Next, Yi Qi seemed to turn into a grinding wheel, crushing countless lives. Clang! Suddenly, after he decapitated over a dozen allied troops with one sword, he was intercepted midway. It was 3 peak martial spirits working together, blocking Yi Qi's sword just as its power was about to. Their purpose was not to fight Yi Qi. After blocking him for a moment, the 3 retreated simultaneously. He is not a god. Oh, we can stop him. Kill! The 3 shouted simultaneously, their voices echoing across the battlefield. Yi Qi plunged into the crowd, and no one could stop him for even a moment, slaughtering the allied troops, as if slicing vegetables. After all, his current strength was already comparable to that of a half-step martial sovereign. If experts like Feng Ying and the Corpse Emperor did not intervene, there was simply no one on the battlefield who could match Yi Qi. Thus, these 3 peak martial spirits were only there to block Yi Qi for a moment. Otherwise, if he continued his slaughter, he would break the morale of the allied forces. And now they had succeeded, truly blocking Yi Qi for an instant, which instantly rallied the spirits of countless allied troops around them. But the next moment, Yi Qi's face was expressionless. Without a word, he swung his sword, eliminating the nearby allied troops, then raised his other hand, fiercely grasping towards the direction where the 3 peak martial spirits had fled. On his hand was a pure white glove, a treasure left to him by his master, the snow silkworm gloves. With this grasp, a tremendous suction force erupted from his palm, and with the enhancement of the snow silkworm gloves to the spiritual energy, even the 3 peak martial spirits found their steps halted, almost being drawn back. By the time the 3 regained their senses, Yi Qi had already arrived before them, and with his left hand wearing the snow silkworm gloves, he struck out with the palm. Bang! After a muffled explosion, the 3 martial spirits were crushed by an incomparably violent force. Countless blood and flesh along with shattered bones surged back like a rain of bullets, immediately turning dozens into sieves. Then Yi Qi turned and charged back into the crowd. In just a few minutes, the number of allied troops who died at Yi Qi's hands had reached thousands. Among them, there were also several hundred experts above the war god level. A purple weeping sword in Yi Qi's hand was like a 40-meter-long cleaver, cutting from south to north, from east to west, and no one could stop him. But just as Feng Ying and others had said, human strength has its limits. Every sword Yi Qi swung could slay dozens of allied troops. Yet each of his strikes consumed a vast amount of spiritual energy. But he had no choice but to do so. If he did not kill quickly and ruthlessly enough, the allied troops would cross that line and attack Shen Xianzhi and the others. Yi Qi's expression was cold, but the power of his strikes was gradually weakening. The rapid consumption of spiritual energy made his meridians ache faintly. In the distance, the corpse emperor said his strength is already diminishing. Can we strike now? Feng shook his head. It's still early. After all, he is a half-step martial sovereign. If we act now, how many top experts will we lose? The corpse emperor pondered and agreed. Ordinary martial artists, even innate grandmasters, were nothing to them, and losing some was not a concern. However, if martial spirits, or even martial saints, were to perish, that would be a significant loss. Then let's not hold back any longer, show your true skills. The corpse emperor said lightly. Feng Ying nodded with a cold, sinister smile. Qijun sect, listen to my command. Swallowing heaven insect, see, unleash. Ninja alliance, listen to my command. 5 elements ninja formation, activate. The two shouted in unison. On the battlefield, countless allied troops moved swiftly, forming teams of over from every 1,000-person team of the Qijun sect. Large swathes of black shadows flew out. Those shadows were countless insect spirits that had drilled out from the skin of these people. Just like the president of the Marley branch Maha, these people also harbored countless insect spirits within them. Although their strength was inferior to Maha, and they controlled far fewer insects, there were simply too many of them. Though the Qijun sect had many inheritances, such as the corpse emperor's corpse control lineage, the reason it was called the Qijun sect was precisely because it had the most insect masters. The Qijun sect's 700 troops, though they had lost some, still had over 600 left, of which more than half were insect masters. In a mere moment, the black-brown insect spirits had already covered the sky, numbering in the billions. The majority of the sky over the battlefield was obscured by countless insect spirits, truly forming a devouring momentum. On the other side, the Ninja Alliance was not willing to fall behind. Every team in the Ninja Alliance gathered ninjas from various systems. In front of Yi Qi stood a team of 1,000 ninjas. Earth release, earth wall. The 100 or so earth release ninjas in the front shouted in unison, tossing out scrolls, and then stamping their feet hard, shattering the ground, before controlling the soil and stones to quickly build a tumter-high earthen wall for defense. Water release, water dragon bullet. Fire release, dragon flame bullet. Behind the earthen wall, hundreds of scrolls flew into the air, and numerous water dragons of various sizes shot out, colliding with countless fireballs that appeared from the other side. As water and fire clashed, vast clouds of steam rose rapidly, spreading across hundreds of meters, obscuring vision. Following that, hundreds of people shouted in unison. Would release, ghost vine whip. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking air came as countless thorn-filled vines shot through the thick mist, unexpectedly wrapping around Yi Qi. Hundreds of vines entangled Yi Qi tightly. This was the combined effort of hundreds of people trying to... The final step was the true killing move. This was the 5 elements ninja formation. Using earth escape for defense to prevent Yi Qijun from directly infiltrating the 1,000-person team and disrupting their coordination. Using the conflicting powers of water escape and fire escape to create a thick fog obscuring visibility and providing cover for the subsequent would escape, achieving a surprise control effect. Otherwise, with the speed of Yi Qijun, those would escape ninjas would be unable to control him. In the end, it was Golden Escape Heavenly Demon Shuriken. Amidst the fog, hundreds of Golden Escape ninjas simultaneously threw out scrolls and shurikens, and under the control of the scrolls, thousands of shurikens combined in midair, forming a giant shuriken with a diameter of 3 meters. Then this giant shuriken spun, rapidly slashing towards Yi Qijun. Combining the strength of 1,000 people, they created such a lethal situation. From a distance on the battlefield, Feng Ying watched this scene and laughed with satisfaction. The 5 elements ninja formation of my ninja alliance is immensely powerful, striking down strong enemies unexpectedly. It seems you won't be needed, Gu Shindao. The corpse emperor beside him smirked, but acknowledged that the coordination of the ninja alliance's tactics was indeed impressive. However, at that moment, a loud metallic clanging sound rang out. Clang. Feng Ying frowned slightly. Just then a cold voice emerged from the thick fog. Not a bad weapon. As the words fell, a fierce wind erupted from the center of the fog, dispersing large amounts. Everyone was astonished to see that the giant shuriken was actually caught in Yi Qijun's hands, who then used it as a fan, waving it a few times and clearing all the fog. That 3-meter-long giant shuriken was like a toy in Yi Qijun's hands. Feng Ying's pupils constricted. How is this possible? The heavenly demon shuriken spins, and even if he blocks it with a sword, he would still be injured. That glove. Many experts finally realized that the snow silkworm glove was also a spiritual tool. Just now, Yi Qijun had used this glove to directly catch the giant shuriken. At this moment, Yi Qijun smiled coldly. This thing will kill quickly. With that, Yi Qijun directly threw the giant shuriken out. The massive shuriken spun, rapidly flying out at several times the previous speed, and instantly shattered the earthen wall. Behind the earthen wall, every face in the 1,000-person team was filled with intense horror. Hundreds of would-escape ninjas were unable to control Yi Qijun, the dense vines on him seemed non-existent, posing no hindrance to his movements. Moreover, this giant shuriken, which was difficult for several adults to lift, was effortlessly hurled by Qijun. In the blink of an eye, the giant shuriken pierced through the entire 1,000-person team, leaving all ninjas bisected in its wake. A single throw of the giant shuriken carved out a bloody corridor hundreds of meters long, cutting hundreds of people in half. Then Qijun's spiritual energy surged, breaking hundreds of vines. His figure had already plunged back into the crowd. The 1,000 ninja team was instantly shattered by Qijun. From afar, Feng Ying's expression turned extremely grim, ordering all ninja teams to abandon cooperative tactics and attack with full force. He realized that although the tactical cooperation of the 1,000 ninja team was exquisite, their power was far from enough to pose a threat to Qijun. Meanwhile, the Corpse Emperor also ordered the Goo Masters to launch an attack, with countless Goo insects pouring in like a tide chasing after Qijun's figure. As long as the Goo insects could catch up to Qijun with their overwhelming numbers, they could exhaust him to death. But the problem was that the Goo insects simply couldn't keep up with Qijun. On the battlefield, Qijun charged forward, his speed reaching its peak, and wherever he went, bodies piled up, blood flowed like rivers. In no time, Qijun was drenched in blood, his entire body soaked with the blood of countless fallen. In the midst of this frenzied slaughter, countless lives fell at his hands, and no one noticed that a frenzied crimson hue gradually surged in Qijun's eyes, slowly obscuring his reason and plunging him deeper into a blood-soaked madness. Though the power of Qijun's strikes gradually weakened, his speed grew faster, with sword lights shifting from silver to blood red, countless blood-red sword lights merging into a continuous wave. From a distance, Feng Ying and the others watched this scene with grim faces. The losses were too great. Over 10,000 had already died at Qijun's hands, and if he continued this way, it would take tens of thousands more lives to wear him down. Is a half-step martial sovereign this terrifying? Seeing Qijun's power diminish significantly, Feng Ying could no longer contain himself. It's about time, let's attack. Feng Ying charged forward, followed closely by 3 clan leaders of the ninja clan. The Corpse Emperor and others also did not hesitate and attacked simultaneously. 2 peak martial saints, 7 martial saints, and over 100 martial spirits. With such a formation, even surrounding a peak half-step martial sovereign would be no problem. Qijun, your death is imminent. A strong killing intent flickered in Feng Ying's eyes as he threw out a dozen shurikens, which flew toward Qijun at odd angles. At the same time, over 100 experts also launched their attacks, surrounding Qijun. The Corpse Emperor's body radiated golden light, as if he himself had become a golden corpse, and he punched towards Qijun. For golden corpses sealed off the area around Qijun, and 5 men attacked simultaneously. The 3 clan leaders of the ninja clan also began to use their most powerful ninjutsu against Qijun. As for the over 100 martial spirits, they were responsible for providing support around, creating trouble for Qijun. Qijun's charge finally came to a halt as he engaged with these experts. Although the number of these top experts was far fewer than that of the alliance, every one of them posed a threat to Qijun. A martial saint ninja clan leader's ninja knife pierced into Qijun's shoulder, blood gut. Yet Qijun seemed oblivious, his movements uninterrupted as he grabbed the opponent's wrist and charged forward, colliding his shoulder into the opponent's chest, sending him flying with a shattered ribcage. At this moment, Feng Ying and the others finally noticed that Qijun's gaze was dramatically different from before. That expression no longer held the coldness, but was filled with a frenzied bloodlust. In this instant, Qijun seemed to feel no pain and had no fluctuation of emotion, only a mad, killing intent, as if he had fallen into a demonic path. Feng Ying was overjoyed. He has lost his sanity. Take this opportunity, kill. Suddenly, everyone's attacks became more ruthless. In just a short moment, several wounds appeared on Qijun, and his injuries grew heavier. Comparable to the strength of a half-step martial sovereign after extensive consumption, Qijun was no longer a match for the combined efforts of over 100 experts. This battle has become a certain defeat. Beyond the battlefield, behind the sword scar on the ground. Because Qijun directly charged into the enemy ranks, provoking a fierce fight from a distance, with an army of 150, this sword scar truly had no enemies crossing it. The people of Peach Blossom Island watched anxiously as Qijun was besieged by over 100 masters. Shen Xianzhi was in tears. She had never seen Qijun get hurt, yet at this moment, she clearly saw blades striking him, yet could not see any wounds. For Qijun was already drenched in blood. Even if a few more wounds appeared, they would be indistinguishable. Indeed, how could one person possibly win? Outside Peach Blossom Island on a small boat drifting away, the Marquis of Shuzhou sneered and departed. It's almost over. Prepare to collect the corpses, but don't let them damage Qijun's body too much. On a distant hill, several members of the 100 schools descended, heading towards the battlefield. The guardian dragon Wei Pai looked at this scene and said, "What the Dragon Master said is indeed correct. only power can truly command the world. This battle's outcome is already decided. At that moment, everyone felt this sentiment rise in their hearts. Yi Qijun was undoubtedly doomed. But only Yi Qijun himself was completely unaware. Where am I? Yi Kaijin's heart felt lost, his consciousness seemingly sinking into a chaotic void, unable to sense his own body. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Qijun suddenly heard a faint sound like porcelain shattering. Crack, crack. The sound grew louder and more frequent. In the next moment, Yi Kaijin's consciousness seemed to see an incredibly brilliant light, within which was an enormous... The wheel was divided into 6 differently colored sections. Among them, the 2 areas shining in white and red were the brightest, dazzlingly brilliant. The golden, azure, and purple lights were the dimmest, almost invisible. Meanwhile, the last black light was gradually becoming more intense. Finally, the black light erupted completely, becoming as dense as the white and red lights, like an unfathomable abyss that devoured all. Boom. As if breaking some kind of shackles, Yi Kaijin's consciousness suddenly became immensely clear, instantly regaining control of his body. On the battlefield, as Yi Kaijin's awareness returned, the bloodthirsty madness in his gaze dissipated entirely, and an unprecedented power surged forth from his body. The third seal within him had broken. A look of realization flickered in Yi Kaijin's eyes. He had never known what the 6 seals in his body represented, nor understood why the third seal had shattered, yet remained unbroken. It turned out that these 6 seals represented the 6 realms of reincarnation. Heaven realm, hungry ghost realm, beast realm, hell realm, Azura realm, and human realm. The first 2 seals were the Azura realm and the human realm. As long as one lived in the mundane world and was not reclusive, there would be no obstacles to breaking through the human realm seal. Having spent 10 years on the island of the prison god decisively killing, he had long possessed the heart of an Azura, making the breakthrough to the Azura realm a natural progression. Both seals were broken smoothly, but the third seal, the hell realm, had yet to fully open. It was only at this moment, amidst the bloodshed and madness as he slaughtered through the battlefield, that he finally shattered the hell realm seal. His strength instantly broke through the peak of the golden core stage, entering the nascent soul stage. It's over. Suddenly a furious shout echoed in Yi Kaijin's ears. He focused his gaze and saw the ninja blade in Feng Ying's hand was now only inches away from his neck. If Yi Qijun were still at the peak of the golden core stage, he would surely not be able to evade this strike. But at this moment, Yi Kaijin's expression was calm, his arm like a phantom instantly appearing before the blade, firmly grasping the blade's body. Creak. The blade and the snow silkworm gloves produced a screeching sound of friction, finally coming to a sudden stop, tightly held by Yi Qijun. Feng Ying's pupils contracted sharply, and an expression of intense shock welled up in his gaze. Impossible, he exclaimed, exerting all his strength, yet he could not reclaim the ninja blade from Yi Kaijin's. Just moments ago, he had been completely confident in that strike, but Yi Kaijin's reaction was far too quick, at least 10 times faster than before. Wasn't he already at the end of his strength? Feng Ying was filled with confusion. In the next second, Yi Qijun kicked out, moving so swiftly that Feng Ying had no time to react, and he was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. After that, Yi Qijun turned and swung his sword towards the corpse emperor. The corpse emperor was horrified, retreating in a panic. Swish! A foot-long wound was cut across the corpse emperor's chest all the way to his abdomen. Had he been just a moment slower, that sword would have cleaved him in half. Even though he managed to avoid some of it, he was still gutted, severely injured on the spot. With 2 moves, 2 peak martial saints were severely injured. The 7 nearby martial saints were utterly astonished, and just as they prepared to retreat, Yi Qijun had already charged at them with his sword. The martial saints who had just been able to contend with Yi Qijun were now, like lambs to the slaughter, unable to escape. They had no strength left to fight back. Martial venerable. Feng Ying cried out in shock upon seeing this scene. Only then did everyone react. In the midst of despair and certain death, Yi Qijun had unexpectedly broken through in battle, his strength comparable to a true martial venerable. The corpse emperor clutched his wound to prevent his intestines from spilling out, cursing furiously. Damn it. In an instant, the situation changed drastically. Within moments, 3 martial saint ninjas had their heads severed, and 4 golden corpses had their limbs broken by Yi Qijun. Over 100 martial spirits were also slaughtered by Yi Qijun, leaving them in disarray as one sword strike took down a group. Though Feng Ying and the corpse emperor could still fight, they no longer dared to approach. The 2 of them fled in a panic, shouting loudly, "Kill him! Kill him!" Countless allied forces, though terrified, did not dare disobey orders and could only harden their resolve to charge once more. Having barely escaped Yi Kaijin's vicinity, Feng Ying shouted urgently, "Pai Xiao, act quickly!" Outside the battlefield, Pai Xiao's expression was extremely grim, the veins on his forehead bulging. Hearing Feng Ying's furious shout, Pai Xiao no longer hesitated, taking out his walkie-talkie and shouting, "Let him come, quickly!" As the words fell, a loud explosion echoed from outside Peach Blossom Island, as if something had crashed into the sea. Then a tumultuous wave surged on the sea akin to a speedboat racing across the waves, but the current scene was 100 times more thunderous. In just a moment, everyone could see that it was a person running wildly on the sea. His legs blurred into shadows, running faster than a martial saint could fly by several times. In the blink of an eye, this person reached the shore, then deeply bent his knees and leapt up with tremendous force. The ground where he had just stood shattered, creating a massive crater. With that leap, he soared several dozen meters high, crossing hundreds of meters in distance, landing in the center of the battlefield before Qijun. Qijun's pupils contracted. This person's actions had been accomplished purely through physical strength, without any fluctuation of internal energy or spiritual energy in his body. Such a powerful physical body could even rival a martial venerable solely through raw strength. Blonde hair, blue eyes, nearly 2 meters tall, with white skin. Who are you? Qijun coldly asked upon seeing the other's appearance. His face was expressionless, his eyes devoid of emotion like a pool of stagnant water. After speaking, he immediately struck out, launching a powerful punch at Qijun. Qijun snorted coldly and met the attack head-on. Boom. The two fists collided, producing a deafening explosion that sent a shockwave, knocking down several weaker coalition members around them. Martial sovereign strength. This Zero indeed possessed martial sovereign strength, achieving it solely through his physical body. How is this possible? Qijun's eyes flashed with confusion. A normal person could not have such a body. Even Qijun himself had to cultivate spiritual energy to reach the nascent soul stage to match a martial sovereign. This Zero is abnormal. Qijun's expression grew serious, no longer holding back. He swung his sword. Zero dodged, swiftly moving with incredible agility, perhaps even faster than a true martial sovereign. But Qijun continued to strike with sword after sword, an unending barrage that only grew faster. Sizzle. After a flurry of strikes, Zero could not dodge in time and was slashed in the chest. But Zero's body was simply too powerful. The same strike that would have split the corpse sovereign open like cutting tofu met Zero, and Qijun felt a distinct resistance. Most importantly, from the wound on Zero's chest, hardly any blood flowed. The 20-centimeter-long gash only dripped a few drops of blood. Then Zero pressed down on his chest, putting the severed flesh back together. In the next moment, the wound began to heal at a visible speed. In just a few seconds, that grotesque wound completely healed, leaving not even a scar behind. Qijun's pupils constricted. Such a powerful body is already abnormal, and this astonishing self-healing ability is something no normal human could possess. In the distance, the corpse sovereign watched this scene with a sinister laugh. Qijun didn't expect this, did you? He is your strongest opponent today. Any injury he sustains can be quickly healed, and regardless of stamina or combat power, he will not weaken. But what about you? Both of you are martial sovereigns. He is an indestructible cockroach, while you will only grow weaker. Zero, along with 150,000 troops, will wear you down. Qijun appeared indifferent on the battlefield. There was no opportunity to investigate what Zero truly was. Killing the enemy comes first. Is that so? Qijun smiled coldly. In the next moment, his speed exploded, instantly appearing before Zero, even faster than Zero's full burst. The sword light swept past. Zero dodged with all his might, yet one of his arms was cut off at the shoulder. Then a flash of purple light seemed to pass through Qijun's eyes. Soul-snatching technique. This method Qijun had used several times before, but the previous soul-snatching techniques were merely more direct forms of hypnosis. Now, having broken through to the nascent soul realm, he could truly showcase this ancient technique's splendor again with the soul-snatching technique. On Zero's originally stiff face, pain finally surfaced. All actions paused for a moment, with the remaining hand pressing against his head, suffering from a splitting headache. However, this phenomenon lasted only an instant before Zero returned to normal. The body and spirit are quite good. Oh, what on earth are you? Qijun asked casually. But he did not stop his attack, swinging his sword again, severing Zero's other arm. He initially thought Zero had cultivated some special technique, sacrificing internal energy and spiritual energy, abandoning spirit and mindset, focusing solely on the physical body. Some peculiar techniques indeed have similar effects. But unexpectedly, Zero's spiritual power was not weak. Under the soul-snatching technique, he only suffered for a brief moment. If it had been Wind Shadow or the corpse sovereign, this would have directly driven them insane, turning them into vegetables. Meanwhile, Qijun also noticed that the two severed arms of Zero lay on the ground, still moving, fingers bending continuously, trying to grasp something. Qijun couldn't help but exclaim, such strong vitality. This Zero exuded strangeness unlike any expert Qijun had encountered before, and didn't even seem human. However, at this moment, Zero had lost both arms. Although the wounds on his shoulders continued to heal rapidly, he could no longer grow new arms. Qijun sneered and struck again with his sword, directly severing Zero's legs. Then he looked toward the distant corpse sovereign, indestructible. What use is that? The corpse sovereign was dumbfounded. That was zero. Their ultimate trump card comparable to a martial sovereign capable of wearing down even a true martial sovereign to death. But he never expected that Qijun's strength was not comparable to a martial sovereign, but stronger than an ordinary martial sovereign. Although Zero was not yet dead, he had been severed of all 4 limbs, completely incapacitated. Qijun scoffed disdainfully. I want to see what exactly you are. After saying that, he approached to take a close look, but just at that moment Zero's face suddenly contorted in extreme agony. Bang! In the next instant Zero's head exploded into fragments. Inside his head a bomb had been implanted. Qijun suddenly turned to see not far away one of the 8 leaders of the Dragon Guardian Pishio had somehow appeared on the battlefield, holding a controller. He was the one who detonated the bomb inside Zero's head. Qijun's gaze turned cold, seeking death. Pishio was startled and hurriedly discarded the controller, turning to flee. But before he could take 2 steps, Qijun had already appeared before him. You can't kill me. If you do, you will be against the Dragon Guardian, against the cabinet, against the Dragon Kingdom. Pishio shouted in panic. He had just seen with his own eyes that even the peak Marshal Saint Wind Shadow and the Corpse Sovereign were no match for Qijun. In a single exchange, Zero was also defeated by Qijun. With such strength, he knew he could never be a match for him. But Qijun paid no heed to his threats, cutting off Pixia's head with a single strike, then tossing it toward the edge of the forest outside the battlefield. Shen Xianzhi, keep this head. After this battle, I will take it to ask the Dragon Lord of the Dragon Guardian what he intends to do. Then Qijun turned to the distant Wind Shadow and the Corpse Sovereign, pointing his sword at them. Next, it's your turn. Qijun said coldly. Wind Shadow's face changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted, kill. All troops attack. Corpse Sovereign, send your men to eliminate the others on Peach Blossom Island. Qijun, even if you break through, what difference does it make? Can you kill all 150,000 of them? Even if you are a deity capable of killing them all, by the time you finish everyone behind, you will have to accompany us to the grave. By the edge of the forest, the people on Peach Blossom Island changed their expressions in shock as a division of the Goo God Sect's army numbering in the thousands rushed towards them. In the center of the battlefield, Qijun stood holding his sword, his entire body drenched in blood with a mountain of corpses at his feet. Upon hearing these words, a chill suddenly filled his eyes. However, Qijun did not take action, but instead let out a disdainful cold laugh. The order of the prison god has been issued. Kill them all, leave not a single one alive. I will use these 150000 lives to build a grand hall of corpses. His voice echoed across the entire Peach Blossom Island. Woo woo woo. Boom boom boom. From afar the sound of steam whistles could be heard. Following closely, the continuous sound of cannon fire erupted. At the shore of Peach Blossom Island, dozens of transport ships carrying the coalition forces were instantly sunk by countless cannonballs, their explosions shaking the heavens. The 1500 strong army, including Feng Ying and the Corpse Emperor, looked on in terror towards the sea. In the distance, over 100 black warships appeared, slicing through the waves as they approached. Flags flew on all warships, each displaying a single character. Zhen. On the decks of the warships, countless figures in black stood waiting to land on the island, numbering in the tens of thousands. Boom boom boom. The roar of warplanes in the sky was deafening. 30 warplanes formed a complete formation as they flew over Peach Blossom Island, and hundreds of paratroopers leaped down, opening their parachutes at an altitude of 100 meters, descending towards the ground. This was just the first formation, followed by the second and the third. A total of 50 flying formations with 1500 warplanes and tens of thousands of paratroopers descending. Tens of thousands of parachutes embroidered with the character foam blotted out the sun. These paratroopers opened their parachutes only when they were about 100 meters from the ground, and then shredded the canopy just a few meters above the ground, leaping directly to the earth. Each of the tens of thousands of paratroopers possessed strength above that of martial masters. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Peach Blossom Island, the westernmost point farthest from the battlefield, dozens of fireworks shot into the sky, exploding and illuminating the air with the characters Ming. Then from the forest where the people of Peach Blossom Island were backed against, a dense sound of footsteps emerged, and moments later figures rushed out from the trees. Dozens, hundreds, thousands. All were clad in black and masked, silent, and holding daggers like an army emerging from the underworld. They surged past the people of Peach Blossom Island towards the battlefield. The people of Peach Blossom Island, including Shen Xianzhi and the coalition forces led by Feng Ying, all stood agape, stunned by the unfolding scenes. From all directions above and below, the entire battlefield was completely surrounded. Feng Ying and the Corpse Emperor's faces changed dramatically. How dare the Dragon Kingdom's military department take action? Are you trying to incite a national war? Feng Ying roared in near madness. The 3 war gods among the people of Peach Blossom Island were also taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Where did these people come from? How come I didn't know that the military department had these forces? Where did they come from? Mu Chun asked weakly. As a war god of the military department, it was embarrassing not to recognize the origins of his own army. Xiao Yin and Lin Dong fell silent for a moment before awkwardly shaking their heads. We don't know either. At that moment a cold voice suddenly rang out from the sea. The prison guards have arrived late, please forgive us. Immediately after, a figure leaped down from the sky without opening a parachute, but flew down while shouting, the Fengshan guards serve the prison gods, order we pay our respects to the prison god. From behind the island another figure soared into the air. The Yuming guards strictly obey the prison god's order, kill for me. These three voices echoed in everyone's ears, and then 700 prison guards on the sea, 300 Fengshan guards in the sky, and 200 black-clad Yuming guards shouted in unison. Kill! 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 The voices of 120 people almost merged into one, shaking the heavens and earth. Just when the people of Peach Blossom Island were confused, Shen Xianzhi suddenly joyfully shouted. It's the 12 guards of the prison god. These are the 3 major guards on standby near the Dragon Kingdom from the 12 guards of the prison god. Wounded and battered Shen Xianzhi was so excited he nearly jumped up. He realized that Qijun had contacted the 3 major guards while coming from the East China Sea, and the timing was just perfect. Feng Ying in the distance stood frozen, his face filled with shock. Prison god. Is this the army of Prison God Island? This time, both Feng Ying and the Corpse Emperor could no longer remain calm, their expressions completely panicked. Though many of the 3 major guards of Prison God Island were ordinary people, they were well trained and exuded an astonishing aura. The sight of 120 people shouting in unison was incredibly shocking. If they were in a panic, how could their tens of thousands of coalition forces be any better? They completely lost their morale, falling into chaos. The situation had completely reversed. Although the coalition forces of Wa Kingdom and Nanyang were numerous, they had lost their spirit and were already somewhat disorganized. They could follow orders in favorable conditions, but once they faced defeat, they immediately fell apart, like a mountain collapsing. The prison guards, Fengshan guards, and Yuming guards surrounded them from 3 sides, their movements calculated almost like 3 gigantic meat grinders, mercilessly slaughtering the coalition forces. Meanwhile, Qijun charged into the depths of the enemy forces directly, making his way to the front of Feng Ying and the Corpse Emperor. The 2 men were unable to escape as their speed was even slower than that of Qijun's advance, and they found themselves cornered at the edge of Peach Blossom Island. Despair filled their faces. They wanted to make a final stand, but had no time to act. Qijun severed Feng Ying's head and hacked off the limbs of the Corpse Emperor. The remaining dozens of martial spirits did not escape either, all perishing under Qijun's sword. Elder Yu from the 3 clans of the East China Sea sat on the shore, his face blank and filled with despair. He had thought this time would allow him to completely annihilate Qijun, but now his hopes were dashed, and Elder Yu's body trembled violently. Qijun coldly glanced at him. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Since you wish to die, I will fulfill your wish. With that, Elder Yu met his end. Then Qijun grasped the head of the Corpse Emperor, dragging his limbless body towards the edge of the battlefield, where the scholars and families were already surrounded by hundreds of Yuming guards. A dozen experts from the scholars and families huddled together, struggling to defend themselves, their expressions fearful. Upon seeing Qijun approach, the leading martial spirit shouted urgently, Qijun, you cannot kill us. We come from the scholars and families representing the alliance of over 20 clans. If you dare to kill us, you will surely die too. Before he could finish, Qijun struck him down with a single sword, then plunged into the crowd, swiftly killing every last one of the scholars and families. In this battle, Shen Xianzhi and others faced life-threatening crises multiple times. Had it not been for his timely arrival and his prior mobilization of the 3 major guards with the prison gods, the people of Peach Blossom Island would have likely perished long ago. Out of over 1,000 people, only a few hundred remained, suffering more than half of their losses. This blood feud must be repaid with blood. Everyone who came to Peach Blossom Island today, he would not spare a single one. Afterward, he would go to each of the forces behind these people, killing them one by one to uproot them. Next would come the slaughter of the tens of thousands of coalition forces, but that would take much longer. After several hours, when only a sliver of the setting sun remained in the sky, this great battle finally came to an end. The combined forces of 800 ninjas from Wa Kingdom and 700 from the Gu God sect, totaling 1500 coalition forces, were completely annihilated. At the west shore of Peach Blossom Island, where the battlefield lay, the corpses piled high and blood flowed like rivers. The blood seeped into the sea, staining the coastal waters red. Half of the land on Peach Blossom Island was soaked in blood. Stepping down would yield nothing but blood-red mud. In the aftermath, he would hunt down the forces behind these individuals, eliminating them one by one to eradicate the roots. Only after several hours, when the last glow of the setting sun remained on the horizon, did this great battle finally come to an end. The 80,000 ninja alliance from the Yamato Nation and the 70,000 troops from the southern Gu God sect, a total of 150,000 combined forces, were completely annihilated. On the western shore of Peach Blossom Island where the battlefield was located, corpses piled high, and rivers of blood flowed. The blood flowed into the sea, staining the waters along the coast red. Half of the land of Peach Blossom Island was soaked in blood. Stepping down, one would find only blood-colored mud. The last remnants of the setting sun illuminated the battlefield as mournful winds howled, mingling the scent of blood with the salty sea, lingering for a long time. Indeed, the setting sun glowed like blood, resembling mountains of piled corpses. In the Ministry of War, the 10 generals were silent, their faces bearing expressions of anxious worry. Several hours prior, they had received news that the various sects and families who had vowed to aid Peach Blossom Island had actually turned back halfway. This was clearly a show of compliance on the surface while acting against it in secret. This left the Ministry of War caught off guard without even time to search for other reinforcements, anxiously awaiting the outcome of the battle on Peach Blossom Island. Yet the generals clearly understood that this battle would have no other outcome. Peach Blossom Island was doomed to defeat. They were already contemplating how to explain to the god of Hell Island if the Yi Qi army perished. After this battle, how would they hold accountable those sects and families for their duplicity? If the Yamato nation and the southern regions intended to use Peach Blossom Island as a base to invade the Dragon Kingdom, how should they respond? Each of these questions was enough to make the general's head spin. Ringing. At that moment, the red emergency phone on the table rang, and the first general immediately pressed the speaker button. Report. The Battle of Peach Blossom Island has concluded. The Southern Yamato coalition has suffered a great defeat. Feng Ying is dead. The corpse emperor has been deposed. The entire army of 150,000 has been annihilated. A single sentence rendered the meeting room instantly silent. After waiting for a long time without a response, the person on the phone cautiously asked, "General, are you listening?" The first general took a deep breath, rubbing his stiff face. Rather than questioning the other party for such foolish words, he decisively said, "Immediately send over the battle report." Moments later, a summary of the battle at Peach Blossom Island appeared before the 10 generals. Although it was not overly detailed, it provided a general outline. For a long time, the 10 generals remained speechless. "Are you all mute? Speak up, what should we do now?" Finally, the first general asked blandly. The few remained silent. The first general felt helpless. When you need them, everyone turns mute. Let's set the tone first. The Ministry of War promised to assist Peach Blossom Island in seeking reinforcements, but ultimately failed to do so, leading to significant losses for Peach Blossom Island. Although there was a final victory, this matter must be addressed. We must go appease the god of hell. This is the most urgent matter. Who will go? The first general asked, and everyone turned to look at the sixth general. Previously, the sixth general had been the one to contact the Yi Qi army. But the sixth general shook his head directly, saying, "I will not go. It was previously agreed that the last time would be the last time. It is time to change people now. Meeting the Yi Qi army requires maintaining a respectful attitude, especially this time, as it is essentially an apology from the Ministry of War to the Yi Qi army, and one must lower their stance. No one wants to undertake such a task." The first general was helpless. He indeed promised the sixth that they would change personnel last time. So he looked at the others. The second general chuckled awkwardly. "Bro, you know me. I can't bow my head or it would easily lead to a deadlock." The third general raised his hands. "Bro, you know me. If I go, the Dragon Kingdom and God of Hell Island would likely go to war tomorrow." The fourth general said, "Bro, you know me. While I am skilled in words, I am also known as a brawler." The fifth general chimed in, "Bro, you are." One by one, the generals provided ample reasons. Veins on the first general's forehead bulged slightly. "I can tell that each of you has your own unique skills. So who do you suggest we send?" The first general questioned. The generals exchanged glances, ultimately looking at the sixth general. The sixth general wore a helpless expression. He realized that dealing with the Yi Qi army was something he could not avoid. It was not entirely their fault. Historically, there has never been a weak-willed minister of war. He himself was merely calm enough, having slightly mellowed out. "I can go, but I want someone to accompany me." The sixth general cast a fierce glance at the crowd, wanting to drag someone down with him. The first general nodded directly. "Old three, didn't you say you wanted to meet Yi Qi army last time? You could." The third general instantly perked up. Although he had never met the Yi Qi army over the past few months, the actions taken by the Yi Qi army had proven the decisiveness of the Lord of Hell Island, aligning perfectly with his temperament, and he had already considered the Yi Qi army as a confidant in his heart. Had he not known his own temper was explosive and could cause trouble, he would have already volunteered for this task. "Third brother can go along, but I have a request." The sixth general's expression changed slightly, and he quickly said. The third general rubbed his hands, eagerly. "Speak. Once we arrive, you must not speak." "You dare?" The third general immediately became furious. But the first general decisively stated, "It's settled then." On Peach Blossom Island, night gradually fell as the three great teams cleaned the battlefield and counted the losses. Yi Qi army stood atop the mountain, his expression cold. In the distance, the roar of helicopters could be heard. Moments later, two generals arrived not far behind Yi Qi army. Yi Chi army did not turn around. His tone was indifferent. Sixth General, you have come here, for what purpose? The sixth general quickly replied, Lord of Hell, I represent the Ministry of War to express my apologies. In this battle of Peach Blossom Island, the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of War could not send troops for rescue, lest it provoke a national war. Originally promised reinforcements did not arrive. I believe you already know the reasons. But regardless of the reasons, the Ministry of War cannot escape responsibility. I hope the Lord of Hell can forgive this, and that it does not affect the relationship between both parties. The sixth general's posture was very low, and his tone was respectful. The third general secretly thought to himself, indeed, only old Six could bend and stretch. If it were me with my explosive temper, I would definitely not be able to do this. Yi Chi army remained silent for a long time, finally saying, You two come over and take a look. The two generals approached with confusion and looked down the mountain. Their pupils constricted as a flash of shock crossed their gazes. The Battle of Peach Blossom Island had just ended, and the Ministry of War's reports were not detailed, so they only knew that Yi Chi army had won, but the specifics of the battle were unclear. At this moment, looking at the brutal battlefield below, where even the night could not conceal the bloodshed and the mountains of corpses, both of their hearts trembled violently. This battle was indeed so bloody. You two guess how many people died on this battlefield. Among those who fell, how many were from Peach Blossom Island? How should we repay the lives of these people? And who should repay them? The two great commanders fell into silence. They were the commanders of the military department and had witnessed many brutal battlefields, that much is true. However, they would never become cold-blooded and heartless. Rather, they would feel more profoundly and compassionately for the souls lost on the battlefield than ordinary people. As the ancient saying goes, those who are merciful should not command armies, but in truth, only the most benevolent and compassionate individuals can effectively lead troops. If one truly regards human life as worthless, they do not deserve to hold the position of a commander in the military department. After a long while, the third commander's face flushed red, filled with anger. Such a brutal battlefield was ultimately instigated by the Wokaku and the Nanyang. Yet having previously agreed upon it, the third commander could only endure and remain silent. At this moment, the sixth commander sighed and said, Your Excellency, the god of the underworld, what do you intend to do? What I want is quite simple, blood for blood. Yi Qijun replied coldly. He gazed at the battlefield below his voice, but the sixth commander could sense that beneath this calmness lay a volcano ready to erupt, capable of annihilating everything. The sixth commander felt a chill in his heart and cautiously asked, Whose lives do you wish to claim? While the military department of the Dragon Country bears some responsibility for this matter, it was also deceived, so I will not direct my wrath at you. However, today during the battle, I will not spare any of those behind the individuals who appeared on Teotihuacan. The sixth commander's pupils constricted as he hastily asked, What about the various schools and families? I did indeed promise before that for the stability of the Dragon Country, for the sake of over 1 billion citizens, and to maintain order in the martial world and peace in the imperial court, I would only kill the principal offenders and spare their families in my quest for vengeance. But now I have changed my mind. The various schools and families dominate the martial world and stand in opposition to the imperial court, openly defying the commands of the military department and mocking it at will. Such actions are no different from those of rebels and traitors. These martial overlords are in my view the cancers of the Dragon Country. Since they dare to do such things, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I will not spare any of the various schools and families related to today's battle. The murderous intent in Yi Kaijin's eyes was palpable and chilling. The sixth commander fell silent for a moment before finally sighing. They had long anticipated that someone like Yi Qijun with such a character would never swallow his anger, so they had already foreseen this outcome. Very well. Since Your Excellency, the god of the underworld, has made up his mind, the military department of the Dragon Country will naturally not obstruct you. However, if Your Excellency intends to annihilate their families, I implore you to do it thoroughly. Root them out completely to prevent leaving any remnants that could disrupt the martial world and cause chaos. A fierce look also flashed in the sixth commander's eyes. The military department had long wanted to eliminate or subdue the various schools and families, for although they were martial forces, they acted like feudal lords, truly a cancer. Since Yi Qijun had already made up his mind to take action, and the military department could not stop him, they might as well watch the outcome unfold. Yi Qijun slightly nodded and said, Rest assured, those families involved in this matter will not leave a single dog alive. The sixth commander then left feeling relieved. As he departed, the third commander, who had held back a remark throughout, finally could no longer restrain himself. What a god of the underworld. This strength, this temperament, I like it. Next time there's an opportunity, I must have a few drinks with you and spar a bit. The third commander laughed heartily before departing. The sixth commander's face darkened, and once in the helicopter, he coldly asked, Weren't you told not to speak? The third commander chuckled awkwardly. Old Six, you know how I am. I just couldn't hold it in. The sixth commander rolled his eyes, speechless. After the two commanders left, Shen Xianzhi approached. Master, the battle losses have been tallied. Yi Kaijin's expression darkened. Speak. Yes. In this battle we annihilated over 15300 enemies, including 1 martial venerable, 2 peak martial saints, 10 martial saints, and 143 martial spirits. Our losses are as follows: 807 members of the Wu family, 503, killed, the rest severely injured. The Lingyin Marquis' personal guard suffered 720 members, with 605 killed, and the rest severely injured. The Yun family had 110 members with 97 killed, leaving only 13 severely injured. Before the master arrived, including the matriarch, there were a total of over 1600 members remaining. 443 remain. Hearing these numbers, Yi Qijun's expression grew increasingly grave and icy. Over 70% of the people from Teotihuacan sacrificed their lives. The Wu family, the Yun family, the Lingyin Marquis' personal guard, many of whom Yi Qijun was not familiar with but had seen before. And now they were all dead. However, this was only a small part of the battle losses. The 3 major guards of the god of the underworld suffered losses during the final stage of the subsequent extermination of the coalition forces as the enemy, driven to desperation, fought back fiercely. The Jinyu guard lost 1300 men. The Fengshan guard lost over 500. The Yuming guard lost over 100. In total, over 200 were sacrificed, thousands were severely injured, and countless lightly injured. After Shen Xianzhi finished reporting, a look of sorrow also crossed his face. Whether it was the 160 from Teotihuacan or the 3 major guards of the god of the underworld, they were all Yi Qijun's subordinates, and after this battle the number of dead exceeded 200. Although they annihilated 1500 coalition forces, which could be deemed a shocking victory, these sacrifices were all their brothers. The 2 on the mountaintop remained silent for a long time. Yi Qijun's gaze was complex, filled with anger, hatred, killing, intense sorrow, and pity. After a long while, Yi Qijun finally spoke. "Send the order. Honorably bury all the fallen, record each name, and enter the Hall of Heroes on the god of the Underworld Island. Treat the families of the fallen well. The god of the Underworld Island will take responsibility for their latter lives. Inform the Shen family to gather all remaining centennial spirit herbs and additionally procure a large quantity of medicinal materials. I will personally refine medicine to treat the severely injured from this battle. Find the contact information of the Medicine King and invite him over. As for the enemy corpses, burn all 15000 of them for me. Turn their ashes into bricks. I have said before that I want to build a grand hall of bones for the fallen heroes." Yi Qijun issued command after command, and Shen Xianzhi knelt to receive the orders. This old servant Shen Xianzhi, on behalf of the 200 heroes and the 100 soldiers on the island, thanks you, master. After Shen Xianzhi left, Yi Qijun met with the leaders of the 3 major guards of the god of the underworld. These 3 leaders were among the strongest on the god of the underworld island, second only to Yi Qijun, and had all reached the peak of the martial soul realm. In this battle, these 3 also made significant contributions. Yi Qijun infused them with spiritual energy, elevating their powers to the martial spirit realm, and then appointed them to lead the 3 major guards to defend Teotihuacan. With these 3 major guards in place, should similar incidents arise in the future, Teotihuacan will be able to hold out until the reinforcements from the god of the underworld island arrive. Then Yi Qijun arrived at the villa where the Yun family was temporarily residing. The members of the Yun family were recuperating, being cared for by servants. In the bedroom, the sisters, Shui Mo and Dan Xing, had red eyes, tending to Elder Yun. Seeing Yi Qijun enter, Elder Yun hurriedly tried to rise, but was gently pressed down by Yi Qijun. "Elder Yun, there is no need for formalities. In this great battle the Yun family fought bravely. Their contributions are undeniable." Upon hearing this, Elder Yun quickly said, "Mr. Yi, you flatter me. I feel ashamed. The Yun family has only a little over 100 members, and in such a shocking battle our strength is indeed meager." Yi Qijun shook his head and said sternly, "Elder Yun, you are mistaken. The 100 members of the Yun family all gallantly faced death. Elder Yun, at 70 years of age, still bravely led the charge. Such loyalty is indeed a great merit. With merit there must be rewards. These are the supreme arts of the prison god island, far surpassing ordinary martial arts. Moreover, the construction of Peach Blossom Island will be entrusted to the Yun family from now on. If the Yun family has any further needs, do not hesitate to speak up." Elder Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with ecstatic joy. "No need, no need. This is enough. Thank you, Mr. Yi. The Yun family is a secular family. While there are some martial artists in the family, they are still not a martial sect. The martial arts in the family are rather ordinary. However, the supreme arts of Prison God Island are far stronger than many techniques from various schools. These 3 supreme arts are sufficient for the Yun family to enter the ranks of martial sects in the future, even placing them among the forefront of various schools. Additionally, the project for constructing Peach Blossom Island, according to Yi Qijun's plan, is a massive endeavor costing billions, enough to elevate the Yun family to the pinnacle of the secular world. These two rewards made Elder Yun feel that although half of the family's members had died in battle, it was worth it. The day of the Yun family's rise had finally come. Elder Yun was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He even wanted to bow to Yi Qijun to express his gratitude, but being gravely injured, he could not rise. Shui Mo and Danxing quickly bowed to Mr. Yi. Elder Yun urged. The sisters Shui Mo and Danxing hurriedly softened their demeanor and were about to kneel before Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun waved his hand, a surge of energy supporting the two women, then sighed, "You all take heart." Shui Mo and Danxing's faces were streaked with tears, their eyes, still red, nearly dried from crying. Because their father Yun Jingxing had died in battle, the two sisters felt a pang in their noses and were about to cry again, but their emotions had clearly calmed down considerably, and they held back their tears. In the next moment, the two sisters resolutely knelt down. Yun Shui Mo softly said, "Mr. Yi, we sisters have a request. Speak. We want to increase our strength. We do not want to feel helpless like today, only able to watch and regret our inability to turn the tide." Shui Mo and Danxing spoke in unison. Yi Qijun looked at them deeply and then said, "All right. I will keep an eye out for suitable techniques for you. Once I select the techniques, increasing your strength will not be a problem." The two sisters were overwhelmed with gratitude, wanting to bow, but were stopped by Yi Qijun. "Rest well." After saying this, Yi Qijun left the villa. Just outside, Shen Xianzhi approached with the Medicine King. Thud. Upon seeing Yi Qijun, the Medicine King directly knelt down. Named Disciple Medicine King, paying respects to Master. The Medicine King was filled with excitement. Years ago, he had learned the rejuvenation needle technique from Yi Qijun and later saw him again while treating the elder of the Qin family in the East Sea. However, at that time, Yi Qijun did not acknowledge him as a disciple, so the Medicine King regarded himself as a Yi Qijun nodded and said, "Do you really wish to be my disciple?" The Medicine King repeatedly bowed, saying, "Please, Master, accept me as your disciple." "Good. Your medical ethics and character are quite decent. You have practiced medicine for many years, saving countless lives. I can give you an opportunity. As long as you stay on Peach Blossom Island to practice medicine, I can teach you ancient medical techniques and alchemical methods. Do you agree?" Yi Qijun said calmly. Staying on Peach Blossom Island would mean acting as a private doctor there, responsible for the island's medical affairs. Once the Peach Blossom Island base is established, there will inevitably be a hospital, and the Medicine King would essentially be the head of that hospital. In fact, given the Medicine King's status as one of the 4 great masters of the Dragon Kingdom, this was somewhat a demotion. However, the Medicine King was instantly overjoyed, saying, without hesitation, "Disciple is willing. Follow me. I happen to need to refine medicine for the severely injured on the island, and you can learn alongside me." Yi Qijun said. For the next 2 days, he stayed on the island refining medicine, using the century-old spiritual herbs stored by the Shen family, along with various medicinal materials, to save nearly all critically injured lives. During these 2 days, the Medicine King eagerly absorbed the knowledge of alchemy. His talent was indeed remarkable. In just 2 days, he could refine some basic medicinal materials. After Yi Qijun healed the most severely injured group, he entrusted the treatment of the others to the Medicine King. There were tens of thousands of seriously injured people on the island, so the Medicine King, naturally, could not handle it all alone. However, the Medicine King was well known throughout the Dragon Kingdom. In these 2 days, he had summoned hundreds of doctors based on his reputation, and now the medical team on Peach Blossom Island had surpassed that of many large cities. After handling many post-battle matters late at night, Shen Xianzhi leaned against Yi Qijun's embrace. In her eyes, there was still a hint of lingering fear and deep-seated hatred. "Qijun, how do you plan to deal with the various forces involved in this battle?" She was not usually assertive, but on the day of the great battle, she displayed an extraordinarily strong side, commanding with certainty. However, afterwards, Shen Xianzhi suffered a significant blow. Although she did not witness the slaughter at the end of the battle, she had witnessed the most brutal stages firsthand. Watching comrades fall one by one beside her, willingly sacrificing themselves to protect her, the softer-hearted individuals would only harbor deeper hatred for the enemy. Towards the forces behind this battle, Shen Xianzhi's hatred ran deep. Yi Qijun's gaze turned cold as he softly said, "Of course I will seek them out one by one." "And then what?" Shen Xianzhi asked. "Once I find them, there will be no then for them." Yi Qijun's tone was filled with murderous intent. The next morning, Yi Qijun instructed Shen Xianzhi to bring him the head of the guardian dragons Paishio. He had said he would bring the head to hold the Dragon Lord accountable. If this matter was related to the Dragon Lord, then he too must die. The 2 marshals from the Ministry of War had already come to find him and knew that Paishio had died on Peach Blossom Island. Since they had not mentioned this matter, it implied their acceptance of Yi Qijun's impending vengeance. Outside the city of Yinjing, within a heavily guarded camp, the banner of the Guardian Dragon was flying. Deep within the camp in the Dragon Lord's palace, the Dragon Lord looked coldly at the battle report. As he saw the words on the first page stating, "The coalition army was defeated, the entire army was annihilated, and Paishio was killed," he flew into a rage and directly tore the report to shreds. Pai Xiu's involvement in this matter had caused suspicion towards the Dragon Lord from the Ministry of War, which was why he had received this battle report 2 days later. Bang! The Dragon Lord slammed his fist on the marble table, shattering the surface. The subordinate presenting the battle report was so frightened that he knelt on the ground trembling. Waste! A group of worthless fools. With 150,000 allied forces and over a dozen martial saints, how could they fail to eliminate Yi Qijun? What a waste of the enormous cost I spent to invite him here. Is this what compares to a martial sovereign? These idiots. Not only did they fail to deal with Yi Qijun, but they also couldn't even wipe out those from Peach Blossom Island. Were they in a dream? The Dragon Lord unleashed a furious tirade, cursing everyone involved in the allied forces. Only after a moment did he gradually regain his composure. His subordinates secretly breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously reported, Dragon Lord Yi Qijun is coming. The Dragon Lord snorted angrily, if he dares to come, well, kill him. Prepare the artillery. When Yi Qijun arrives at the gate, let 100 cannons fire in unison. Even if he is a martial saint, he will die amidst the gunfire. If this were to happen, it would be catastrophic. This place is less than 100 kilometers from the center of Yanjing. Using artillery without permission is a serious taboo. But at this moment the Dragon Lord was in a fit of rage, and his subordinate did not dare to advise him. However, with a quick thought, he whispered, Dragon Lord Yi Qijun has become a martial sovereign. The Dragon Lord had just torn up the battle report without finishing it, so he was unaware of this news. Otherwise, he wouldn't be thinking of using artillery to directly obliterate Yi Qijun. This was not the Dragon Lord's character. It was merely an impulsive thought born out of rage. If only he could calm down, he could be dissuaded from this decision. As expected, the Dragon Lord fell silent instantly. After a considerable pause, he spoke in a deep voice, I will go bathe and change, you prepare. His subordinate was taken aback. The Dragon Lord had not yet dismissed this idea, but he could not advise further and could only helplessly say, as you command. I will notify Commander Baxiang immediately. He was about to step out when suddenly bang. The Dragon Lord kicked him out with a swift leg. I told you to prepare. I want to meet this descendant of the Yi Clan. The Dragon Lord roared. The subordinate spat blood, hurriedly bowed several times and retreated in a disheveled manner. Boom. A helicopter flew to the outside of the Dragon Guard camp, and Yi Qijun jumped down from the helicopter, holding the head of a Pishio standing at the entrance of the camp. Inside the camp, countless Dragon Guards were startled, and the guards at the gate quickly raised their weapons in alert. However, Yi Qijun completely ignored everyone, raising his hand to throw the head into the camp, directly hanging it on the central flagpole. The head had been specially processed, looking lifelike. Countless people in the camp were shocked upon seeing it. This is the head of the Pishio commander. A wave of gasps erupted within the camp. The next moment, an enraged roar rang out, who dares to kill my Dragon Guard commander? You will pay for the pixiest life. A chilling voice followed. Then 7 figures rushed out from the camp, the other 7 commanders of the Dragon Guard. One of them shouted, all Dragon Guards heed my command. Prepare to crush this man. Instantly, the vast Dragon Guard camp was filled with a sense of foreboding. Each division prepared to assemble, ready for battle at any moment. Yi Qijun showed no fear, and instead coldly snorted, a bunch of worthless dogs. Even a martial saint, or even a half-step martial sovereign, could easily be surrounded and killed by an army. If 100 cannons fired simultaneously, they would be directly obliterated. Even if they flew away in time, they would still be pursued by military helicopters, as martial saints are not particularly fast in flight. But a martial sovereign is different. A martial sovereign can effortlessly weave through the throngs of soldiers and take the head of a general. If a martial sovereign wanted to escape, helicopters would be unable to catch up, only fighter jets could do so. Therefore, Yi Qijun was not afraid of battle. If a fight broke out, he could easily kill the Dragon Lord and the 7 commanders before leaving calmly. But just then a loud voice suddenly rang out, everyone stand down. Return to the camp. 7 commanders, come greet our esteemed guest. Instantly, the entire Dragon Guard camp fell silent, and several commanders exchanged incredulous glances. This was the voice of the Dragon Lord. Moments later, the Dragon Lord walked out from the camp, laughing heartily. How come you didn't notify me in advance of the arrival of Lord Hell God? I would have prepared to welcome you. I was a bit rushed and my subordinates were impolite, causing Lord Hell God to be offended. He approached Yi Qijun with cupped fists, wearing a face of polite enthusiasm. Yi Qijun raised an eyebrow. The attitude of the Dragon Lord of the Dragon Guard was quite interesting. He gazed deeply at the other party, then with a cold expression and no emotion, said, welcome. Perhaps I am the last person you wish to see. The Dragon Lord looked greatly shocked. What do you mean, Lord Hell God? In the battle at Peach Blossom Island, your subordinate Commander Pishio appeared there to obstruct the 3 war gods' rescue opposing us at Peach Blossom Island. Don't tell me you were unaware of this matter. Yi Qijun questioned coldly, his eyes flickering with killing intent. The Dragon Lord's face turned red with indignation. That bastard. After all these years of nurturing him, he dares to do such things in secret. He deserves to die. Lord Helgod, to be honest, I only just learned of this matter and was considering going to Peach Blossom Island to explain it to you in person. I didn't expect you to have already arrived. This was due to my inadequate management, and I bear responsibility for the oversight. Don't worry, I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Come here, the Dragon Lord commanded. Suddenly hundreds of personal guards holding boxes walked out from the camp, standing before the two men in unison. Yi Qijun's eyes flashed with confusion. Open them, the Dragon Lord bellowed. Whoosh. All the boxes opened simultaneously. Yi Qijun's pupils constricted. Inside these hundreds of boxes were nothing but heads. What does this mean? Yi Qijun asked coldly. The Dragon Lord bowed solemnly to Yi Qijun before explaining. Lord Helgod, there are a total of 375 heads here, all belonging to the Pishio 9 clans. He dared to conspire against you, Lord Helgod. Although he did not succeed, this is still a grave crime of extermination. This is my apology to you. Yi Qijun's eyes flashed with a deep color, as if he was contemplating something. Is this matter truly unrelated to you? Yi Qijun asked calmly, seemingly having calmed down. The Dragon Lord raised his palm and proclaimed loudly, I swear this matter has absolutely nothing to do with me. I have no enmity with Lord Helgod, and I have no reason to be your enemy. The Dragon Lord's face was filled with sincerity, and his tone was earnest, showing no sign of deceit. But Yi Qijun immediately asked, then, why did the Pishio oppose me? The Dragon Lord explained without hesitation. After learning about the Pishio, I had someone investigate, and the Pishio has distant ties to the Tang family of Peach Blossom Island. They must be seeking revenge. Every posture, every explanation was flawlessly seamless, leaving no room to pick even the smallest fault. Even Yi Qijun could not ascertain whether this affair was truly connected to Long Zhu, for the other's account withstood scrutiny. Probing Pixius' background would have been effortless for Yi Qijun. Without concrete evidence, to kill Long Zhu would be wanton slaughter. A moment later, Yi Qijun fixed Long Zhu with a long gaze and said quietly, mind your own affairs and control your subordinates. With that, he swept his sleeves and departed. Soon after, Long Zhu returned to his residence. Once the door was closed, the fury etched on his face could no longer be concealed and erupted with wild abandon. He vented for a full half-hour, nearly reducing half the mansion to ruins. At last, Long Zhu slumped amid the wreckage and howled in grief. His trusted subordinate stood behind with bowed head, drenched in cold sweat, not daring to make a sound. After an extended sob, Long Zhu choked out, Brother, may you journey well. I've sent your family down to accompany you. You will not be alone there. Every year on your memorial, I will burn paper for you properly. Ooh, I will never forget you. My good brother, my Pishio brother, sob. On the helicopter, Yi Qijun closed his eyes to rest. Investigate this Long Zhu. This man is not simple. Yi Qijun suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. Beside him, Shen Xianzhi hastened to answer respectfully. A cold glint flashed through Yi Qijun's gaze. This Long Zhu was a formidable, ruthless hegemon. Pishio was one of the 8 commanders of the Dragon Guard, one of Long Zhu's most trusted subordinates. Yet he could without hesitation shift all blame onto Pishio, decisively annihilate his 9 clans, and in short order conjure a seamless pretext to cover the lie. And he did so without the slightest fear of losing people's hearts. This implies 2 things. First, Long Zhu's ruthlessness and cruelty far exceed ordinary imagination. Second, Long Zhu exerts extraordinarily tight control over his subordinates. Such a man must be treated with caution. Still, Yi Qijun had never truly believed Long Zhu's words. He simply lacked the evidence to execute him. On Taohua Island, Dugu Hao arrived to visit Wu Sanqing, both of his arms encased in plaster. His arms had been crushed by a Jin Shi. Comminuted fractures do not mend easily. Even with treatment, he could move, but not fight. He would need time to recuperate. Why have you come, you brat? Wu Sanqing rolled his eyes the moment he saw him. At present, Wu Sanqing least wished to see because of the awkwardness. On the battlefield, urgency had left no room for embarrassment, but now the war was up. The thought that this boy's father was the great benefactor of the Wu family. Yet he at his age had to be regarded as the boy's peer, while he had even joked about wanting to be the man's grandfather, filled him with mortification. Wu Sanqing felt that if his legs still worked, he would be so embarrassed he could dig a 3-room apartment out of the ground. Unfortunately, after employing the secret art 8-gate escape array and being struck down by 2 martial saints together, Wu Sanqing suffered the gravest injuries of all. Even now, both his legs were numb. You saved my life, of course I had to come see you. How are you, old Wu? Still no feeling in your legs? Dugu Hao asked with heartfelt concern. Wu Sanqing felt a warmth in his chest, yet kept a cold expression, and said disdainfully, look what I'm sitting on. A wheelchair, obviously. No matter, I once broke my leg climbing a tree as a child, and sat in a wheelchair too. We're wheelchair mates. I'm telling you, it's nothing to get up and take a couple of steps, and you'll be fine soon. Come, I'll support you. Just 2 steps. Dugu Hao urged eagerly as he tried to haul Wu Sanqing up. Veins bulging on his forehead, Wu Sanqing gripped the wheelchair's armrests, as if he wished he could throttle Dugu Hao. Can you get lost? Wu Sanqing snapped. Though easygoing by nature, years among martial families had refined his speech. Even his curses sounded genteel. Dugu Hao frowned. I'm doing this for your own good. Though my surname isn't Liu, how can you bite the hand that saved you? Fine. Since you saved my life, I won't hold it against you. By the way, when will this injury heal? Wu Sanqing opened his mouth, but still could not utter a harsher rebuke. After this battle, all who remained on Taohua Island had become comrades bound by life and death. He really could not bring himself to dredge up ancestral curses against Dugu Hao. After a moment of silence, Wu Sanqing sighed. The wounds will mend sooner. In a few days I should be able to stand and take a couple of steps. But some things I fear will never come back. His gaze dimmed. What things, eh? Dugu Hao asked, puzzled. Wu Sanqing gave a bitter smile and said nothing. Then Dugu Hao suddenly realized, his face changing as he examined Wu Sanqing's injuries more closely. The more he looked, the grimmer Dugu Hao's expression became. Now himself a later-stage grandmaster, though no physician, his careful inspection revealed the true extent of Wu Sanqing's condition. The wounds were not fatal. Since Qijun had intervened, life was not at stake, but Wu Sanqing's entire martial strength had been stripped away. After executing that secret art, he had been doomed, though rescued, his meridians lay utterly severed. Even with Qijun's spiritual energy and every medicinal remedy, the channels could not be reconnected. Wu Sanqing, once the illustrious peak of martial spirit, and the Wu family patriarch who had once faced 2 martial saints alone, had been rendered useless. Dugu Hao instantly seethed with rage. Having become a martial artist, Dugu Hao understood better than anyone how crucial strength was. Even a novice felt it keenly. How much more so a veteran like Wu Sanqing, who had trained for decades. And now to save him, and by a moment, Wu Sanqing had been willing to sacrifice his life and abandon the very prowess he had once taken pride in. Not once had Dugu Hao seen regret on his face. The more he realized that, the more unbearable it became. Smack! Smack! Dugu Hao brought his palm down hard across his own face 3 times. It's my fault. It's my fault. Wu Sanqing was stunned. What on earth are you doing? I'm telling you, even for a martial artist, the face is the most fragile thing. If you ruin it, don't try to extort me. Dugu Hao had no appetite left for banter. His eyes bloodshot, he sprang to his feet, his gaze aflame with violent hatred. Old Wu, rest assured, I'll avenge you. I will make sure Huang wish he were dead and make him pay 100-fold. With that, Dugu Hao dashed out. Suddenly, Wu Sanqing called expressionlessly, Dugu Hao. Wait a moment, lean in. I've something to tell you. Dugu Hao eyes reddened, leaned closer to listen. Then Wu Sanqing suddenly roared with all his might, berating him in a coarse outburst. Curse you. If you call me old man one more time, do you believe I'll stuff your head into a latrine? Wu Sanqing grabbed Dugu Hao and screamed at the top of his lungs. Dugu Hao jumped back at once and rubbed his ear. Fine, I won't say it. Why are you yelling? Can't you speak calmly? Forget it. I'm not going to quibble with an injured man. Having said that, Dugu Hao, still angry but unconcerned, charged off. The fury vanished from Wu Sanqing's face in an instant, and he let out a soft laugh. I never imagined that in my old age I'd gain so many brothers. It feels rather pleasant. He chuckled, shook his head, and buoyed by the mood, began to sing off key. I was once of Wulong Gang, a carefree soul. No, that isn't right. I dreamed of roaming the world with my sword. Ahem. I've forgotten the words. By the way, how does that boy plan to avenge me? Wu Sanqing couldn't help but feel curious, pushing the wheelchair to follow along. In the dungeon, the corpse emperor looked at the furious Dugu Hao and laughed with delight. You look like you want to devour me, but I've already become like this. Death is rather a release for me. What can you do? Now the corpse emperor had become a mere human stick, his limbs severed by Qijun, simply bandaged to stop the bleeding. With his peak martial saint strength, such injuries wouldn't kill him. He was merely suffering in agony. As for the physical torment, the corpse emperor dismissed it entirely. Even if Dugu Hao were to mutilate him slowly, the corpse emperor would not care. This was because his lineage of corpse control required him to refine his own body using the same methods he used on corpses. Otherwise, his weak physical form would be a fatal weakness. Thus, when the corpse emperor unleashed his power to its peak, his skin transformed into a pure golden hue akin to a golden corpse. This method was initially meant for insensate corpses, disregarding the impact of pain, focusing solely on effectiveness. Having gone through this, the corpse emperor was utterly unafraid of pain. He was certain that Dugu Hao had no way to deal with him other than killing him. Dugu Hao looked at his smug expression and suddenly asked, I heard that your lineage of corpse control cultivates perverse obsessions, treating walking corpses as the most precious treasures, even regarding them as life itself. And so what? Scoffed the corpse emperor. Dugu Hao's expression immediately became complex, filled with hesitation. After a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Last time was an accident, I was forced, but this time, for the sake of avenging my brother, to strengthen my power and not be a waste in future battles, I will show you what true cruelty is. Dugu Hao's roar echoed in the dungeon. However, the corpse emperor merely curled his lip, displaying disdain. What can a mere postnatal realm do to me? Kill me. That would actually please me. You can only rage impotently. Wait, what are you doing? Stop it. No, please don't. The first half of his sentence was filled with contempt and arrogance, completely disregarding Dugu Hao. But the latter half suddenly turned into a heart-wrenching scream. Accompanied by his wailing, Dugu Hao approached a golden corpse with broken limbs locked in the corner and tore its clothing apart. This wasn't Dugu Hao's first time doing such a thing, although it hurt due to the dryness. He was quite familiar with the process and quickly got into the groove. 15 minutes later, he switched to the second golden corpse. The corpse emperor's screams did not cease for a moment, growing increasingly heartrending, filled with unbearable agony. For the corpse emperor, he was not afraid of pain or torment. Having already become a useless person, he feared nothing, not even death. But what he feared most was seeing his most cherished treasure being treated this way right before his eyes. The corpse emperor couldn't even imagine that there could be such a deranged individual in this world. Even someone like the corpse emperor, who was obsessed with walking corpses, had never thought of treating his golden corpses in such a manner, yet Dugu Hao had directly taken action. This was simply the most extreme, inhumane humiliation and torment for the walking corpses and the entire lineage of corpse control. The corpse emperor instantly fell into madness, feeling that living was worse than dying. After a long time, the corpse emperor's expression became vacant, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. Clearly Dugu Hao had not touched a single finger on him, yet the corpse emperor seemed to have been utterly broken. With a zip, Dugu Hao pulled up his zipper and returned in front of the corpse emperor, grinning as he said, "As expected, you corpse control folks have deeper feelings for your walking corpses than for your wives." His grin was not one of triumph, but of pain. Walking corpses exhibited no emotions or reactions. Hence the process was dry. Dugu Hao even doubted that he might soon be ground down to a mere fire poker. But seeing the corpse emperor's despairing look, he felt quite satisfied. Kill me. Kill me. Just kill me. Suddenly the corpse emperor twisted his body wildly and began to scream frantically. Dugu Hao let out a cold laugh with no trace of pity in his eyes. Because of the corpse emperor, because of his golden corpses, he had lost far too many brothers. Don't give up the hope of living. I'm the kind of person who loves to do good deeds, so I will perform this fixed act for you every day. How about that? You not only get to live, but also have a show to watch every day. How blissful. As for me, although it hurts like hell, seeing your desperate expression is still quite enjoyable. This is called my suffering your happiness. As Dugu Hao spoke, he inwardly cursed himself for being so perverse. Although dealing with enemies required the most vicious methods to vent frustration, being this twisted made even Dugu Hao feel uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the corpse emperor was utterly devastated, looking at Dugu Hao with eyes filled with fear. He had never feared anyone this much, not even the leader of the Gu God sect, or Qijun, who had reduced him to a human stick. Demon. You are a demon. Just kill me, I beg you to kill me. The corpse emperor completely broke down, weeping uncontrollably. He wanted to commit suicide. However, he had not only been utterly crippled, but also poisoned, weakened to the point that he couldn't even bite his tongue to end his life, being reduced to mere speech. He could only plead with Dugu Hao to kill him. But as soon as Dugu Hao thought of those brothers who had died in battle, and Wu Sanqing, who had his meridians severed, he directly ignored the corpse emperor's pleas and turned to leave. But just then the corpse emperor shouted, "Kill me. As long as you kill me, I will exchange a tremendous secret with you. I only asked for death." The corpse emperor suddenly screamed madly. "What secret? Tell me," Dugu Hao casually asked. "The tomb of the martial emperor." "A great secret related to the legacy of the martial emperor," said the corpse emperor. Dugu Hao was taken aback. The martial emperor was the pinnacle of martial arts he knew. Above the martial sovereign was the martial emperor. Even the current Qijun had not reached such a level. He immediately stopped in his tracks to listen to what the corpse emperor had to say. The reason the Gu God sect infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom is that they learned of a martial emperor's tomb in the Dragon Kingdom, which hides the legacy of the martial emperor. After a moment, Dugu Hao's expression became serious as he hurriedly ran out. This was a major matter that had to be reported to Qijun. However, not far from the dungeon entrance, Wu Sanqing's expression was extremely complex. He truly did not expect that Dugu Hao's so-called revenge would take such a form. Damn, a corpse. Usually one could not see that Dugu Hao was so twisted. And to make the corpse emperor suffer this was probably the best method, one that ordinary people could never execute. For the sake of revenge, Dugu Hao was willing to degrade himself to the level of a perverted demon. Dugu Hao, truly a brave warrior. After a long time, Wu Sanqing gritted his teeth and sincerely marveled. He had finally persuaded himself. Dugu Hao left the dungeon to find Qijun and coincidentally encountered him just as he returned. He had come back to Peach Blossom Island to bring along Ling Yin-ho, who had nearly recovered from his injuries, to Shuzhou for revenge. In the battle that day, Ling Yin-ho was defeated by Shuzhou Ho, who was also a marquis, suffering severe injuries and causing significant losses to Ling Yin-ho's personal guard. Now he intended to take Ling Yin-ho and kill Shuzhou Ho. However, Dugu Hao brought up the matter of the Emperor Wu's tomb, prompting Qijun to head to the dungeon to hear what this corpse emperor had to say. Moments later in the dungeon, the corpse emperor revealed everything he knew about the Emperor Wu's tomb. You don't know whether the Emperor Wu's tomb is real or not, you don't know where it is, and you don't know what exactly is inside. In the end, this isn't much of a secret, it's just a gimmick. Yi Qijun coldly replied after listening. The corpse emperor was immediately shocked. Only the leader of the corpse god sect knew the detailed information about the Emperor Wu's tomb. He only knew some superficial details and could not explain it clearly. The corpse emperor hurriedly shouted, "Our corpse god sect has been investigating the Emperor Wu's tomb for decades, and there is absolutely no falsehood. I reveal this secret only to seek a quick death, so I beg you to kill me." Upon hearing this, Yi Qijun did not hesitate and swiftly struck, killing the corpse emperor. A peak martial saint, the deputy leader of the corpse god sect, a figure who stood above thousands in Nanyang, died just like that in the dark dungeon. Yi Qijun was actually not interested in what the corpse emperor said about the Emperor Wu's tomb. His strength had already reached the martial sovereign level, and he was fully confident in breaking through to martial emperor. Why would he need a tomb? As for the corpse emperor, seeing his desperate and fearful expression, it was evident he had endured enough torment. With vengeance fulfilled and debts cleared upon death, Yi Qijun ended his life on the spot. However, Yi Qijun then looked at Dugu Hao with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "What is going on with your strength?" Yi Qijun had noticed Dugu Hao's strength earlier. He had already reached the martial soul realm. To think that just this morning he was still at the postnatal level, and now he had jumped 2 major realms. Such a rapid increase in strength might not necessarily be a good thing, so Yi Qijun had to inquire further. However, Dugu Hao's face immediately turned extremely awkward. He glanced nervously at the 5 golden corpses in the corner. With the corpse emperor dead, those golden corpses had also completely turned into corpses, though their skin remained golden and their clothes were already tattered. Seeing this scene, both Yi Qijun and Ling Yinho immediately understood what had happened, their expressions turning strange. Ling Yinho exclaimed, You took them. These are corpses. Moreover, their skin color is just like gold. How could you even bring yourself to do that?" The last time outside the Su family villa in the East Sea, only Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi knew about that incident, and they hadn't told anyone else. Thus at this moment, Ling Yinho was practically trembling with fear. Looking at Dugu Hao, he felt a chill run down his spine. This brother is fierce. He actually dares to consort with corpses, making him the #1 in the Dragon Kingdom in terms of this cultivation method. Dugu Hao wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Such matters were better kept to a minimum, yet unexpectedly more people were finding out. Dugu Hao could only grit his teeth and feign nonchalance as he said, "What's wrong with golden skin? After all, aren't we all the same yellow-skinned people?" Huh. Ling Yinho nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Is this what counts as yellow-skinned? Alright, golden yellow is also yellow. However, this, Ling Yinho didn't even know how to retort in his heart. Continuing to argue would delve too deep into specifics, such as the actual methods of dealing with walking corpses, which fell into the category of content not permitted in web literature, so Ling Yinho decided to refrain. Dugu Hao blushed and stammered, You mustn't tell anyone about this. I didn't want this, it was all for the sake of avenging my brothers. And old Wu, I know you're out there, you mustn't speak either." Dugu Hao, now a skilled fighter, had long sensed Wu Sanqing outside. Ling Yinho and Wu Sanqing both agreed. However, Yi Qijun gave Dugu Hao a deep look. Then he said calmly, "Dugu Hao, you must control your heart. What happened last time in the East Sea was unavoidable, but this time it was intentional. If this continues, you might fall into the path of demonic cultivation." Dugu Hao was horrified. What he had done with the walking corpses was something that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to think of. Even if each of those corpses was stunningly beautiful, they were still corpses. Moreover, their skin was pure gold. Dugu Hao's actions, not to mention others, even he himself, found it hard, but if he became accustomed to this, as Yi Qijun said, he would truly fall into the path of demonic cultivation. Dugu Hao immediately became alert, and resolved that unless absolutely necessary, he would never do such a thing again. "Don't worry, Yigu, I actually still prefer normal women, it's just that unfortunately, I never had the opportunity. You all must absolutely keep this a secret for me. I still want to find a proper girlfriend in the future," Dugu Hao said somewhat regretfully. The others couldn't help but think to themselves that a simp would be lucky to have a chance. Yi Qijun and Ling Yinho both nodded. Wu Sanqing then solemnly patted his chest, saying, "Don't worry, you might not know, but my nickname in the martial world back in the day was tight-lipped as a bottle." Dugu Hao finally felt reassured. Afterwards, Yi Qijun took Ling Yinho and prepared to set off for Shuzhou. Shuzhou is located in the southwest of the Dragon Kingdom. The Shuzhou army is stationed at the southwestern border, boasting formidable combat strength, and Shuzhou ranks among the top 3 of the 20 marquises in the Dragon Kingdom. Warning: ahead is the forbidden area of the Shuzhou army. Please leave immediately, or we will take coercive measures. A grand voice echoed from the loudspeaker, resounding throughout the entire mountain range. The Shuzhou army camp is nestled among towering mountains, and at this moment a helicopter slowly hovered in midair. Yi Qijun's figure appeared at the cabin door, looking down at the massive Shuzhou camp, his gaze filled with coldness. Shuzhou Ho, come out and die. Yi Qijun coldly spoke, his voice directly overpowering the repeated warnings. Instantly, the entire Shuzhou army camp was thrown into an uproar. Countless gun barrels, cannon muzzles, and various heavy and light weapons, all aimed at the direction of the helicopter. Hundreds of thousands of Shuzhou soldiers were fully prepared for battle. Outside the Shuzhou army camp, claiming for Shuzhou Ho to come out and die was a provocation to the entire Shuzhou army, even challenging the Dragon Kingdom. The Shuzhou soldiers who were unaware of the truth were filled with rage, ready to shoot down Yi Qijun from the helicopter at any moment. However, the next moment, Yi Qijun leaped directly from dozens of meters in the air, landing on the ground, and then walked towards the Shuzhou camp. In the camp, anyone with knowledge changed their expressions upon witnessing this scene. The ability to fall from dozens of meters without a scratch indicated strength at least above that of martial spirit, akin to their Lord Marquis. He might even be stronger. Against such a formidable enemy, ordinary firearms would have little effect unless they were to cover him from a distance and kill him outright. And now Yi Qijun had arrived at the gate of the camp. Within the Shuzhou army, the generals immediately gathered their elite fighters. Form ranks, prepare to engage. With the sound of commands echoing, the entire Shuzhou military camp sprang into action. The Shuzhou army stationed at the border was well trained and considered elite. To deal with martial arts experts, there were naturally countermeasures. The ordinary soldiers quickly retreated, clearing the area and increasing the distance to avoid being overwhelmed by Yi Qijun. All the warriors in the army rushed forward to face Yi Qijun. From martial masters to warriors, and even to the war gods and grandmasters, as well as over a dozen leaders at the martial soul stage, they all stepped forward and instantly formed a formation. Though it was not a formation, it was orderly and unified, demonstrating a high degree of coordination. However, this did not catch Yi Qijun's eye. He glanced indifferently at the army formation composed of thousands of soldiers before him. With strict discipline and an imposing aura, it was hard to doubt that this army of thousands, even if more than 80% perished in battle, would not collapse. In contrast, during the battle on Taohua Island, the coalition forces of Japan and Nanyang, numbering 1500, began to rout after losing more than 30%. This illustrates the difference between the elite and a rabble. Such an elite force is the cornerstone of the Dragon Kingdom, a vital national asset. Yi Qijun could easily slaughter these people, and even the hundreds of thousands of troops in Shuzhou would not be able to stop him. Yet he did not wish to kill these men. The Marquis of Shuzhou and the other nobles among the 28 princes had already fallen under the control of various factions acting like lackeys, and they were indeed the cancers of the Dragon Kingdom, deserving of death. However, these soldiers were still loyal to the Dragon Kingdom. Loyal individuals should not die. Yi Qijun looked towards the central mansion of the Shuzhou military camp and spoke coldly. Marquis of Shuzhou, will you just watch as your subordinates march to their deaths? As soon as he finished speaking, a commanding shout came from the opposing army formation. Impudence! How dare you insult the Marquis? Kill! With a swift command, thousands of warriors surged forward without hesitation. Within the Marquis mansion, a voice exclaimed, wait. But he was a moment too late. Several leaders along with the thousands of warriors understood that Yi Qijun was at least a formidable opponent on par with the Marquis of Shuzhou, if not stronger. If the Marquis of Shuzhou were to face Yi Qijun alone, it could lead to an unexpected outcome. As subordinates, they naturally had to take the lead, not allowing their commander to take risks. Thus, several leaders directly charged forward. By the time the Marquis spoke, they had already reached Yi Qijun and engaged in battle. Once the battle commenced and chaos ensued, even if the Marquis issued orders, they could not stop and could only kill Yi Qijun or face annihilation themselves. The leaders had calculated well in their hearts. But in the next moment, Yi Qijun's gaze turned cold as he waved his hand. Bang! 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 After a series of sounds, several leaders flew backwards, spitting blood. In a single strike, all the leaders were repelled and injured, their internal energy sealed, rendering them incapable of fighting back. The innate and acquired warriors following behind met the same fate. In just a short moment, hundreds of experts fell before Yi Qijun. Shock and horror filled everyone's eyes. Even the Marquis of Shuzhou was no match for this army of thousands. After all, he was merely at the martial spirit stage, while those leaders had already reached the martial soul stage, just one realm apart. Moreover, they were well trained and willing to sacrifice themselves. These thousands could even temporarily hold up a martial saint at the initial stage. Yet in front of Yi Qijun, they were like children, easily defeated, unable to fight back, not a single one able to touch Yi Qijun. At this moment, the Marquis of Shuzhou's furious voice rang out. Everyone fall back. Yi Qijun, they are not involved in this matter, do not kill them. At the same time, the Marquis of Shuzhou burst out from his mansion, standing in front of the camp gate, blocking the army formation that wanted to continue charging forward. Reluctantly, the thousands of warriors could only retreat. Yi Qijun also calmly withdrew his hand. You should know they cannot stop me. Not even 200,000 Shuzhou troops can halt me. Yi Qijun stated lightly. The Marquis of Shuzhou had an extremely complex expression, lightly nodding. He had witnessed the previous scene. To this day, the Marquis of Shuzhou had not received the Taohua Island battle report. Although he had personally participated, he had left midway after injuring Ling Yinho, and thus he was unaware of the subsequent events. However, he had the backing of various factions, and had witnessed the strength of half-step martial sovereigns, yet compared to Yi Qijun, there was still a vast gap. This indicated that Yi Qijun had already broken through to martial sovereign. Such a being could take the head of a general amidst a sea of soldiers as easily as reaching into a bag. If the distance were far enough, perhaps they could use the devastating weapons within the Shuzhou army to attempt to bombard. But in the current situation, let alone 200,000, even 2 million troops, could not stop Yi Qijun from killing him and then leisurely escaping. After all, there were no true experts stationed within the Shuzhou army. Yet he did not show fear, instead coldly stating, "You want to kill me? Then come at me." Yi Qijun shook his head and waved his hand. Behind him, Ling Yinho stepped forward. The Marquis of Shuzhou instantly understood anger rising on his face. He then sneered, "You don't expect Ling Yinho to intervene, do you? His strength is still far from sufficient. Are you not afraid he will die at my hands?" Yi Qijun coldly smiled, not saying a word as he placed his palm on Ling Yinho's shoulder. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into Ling Yinho's body instantly, raising his aura to its peak, and then it continued to rise. In just a short moment, his strength reached the peak of the martial soul stage, yet it was still climbing. Boom. Martial spirit. Ling Yinho's strength had actually ascended to the martial spirit stage in an instant. The Marquis of Shuz, his pupils constricted, his eyes filled with disbelief. Is this the means of a martial sovereign? The Marquis' tone was filled with uncertainty. He had never heard of any realm being able to be elevated in such a manner. If every martial sovereign could do this, wouldn't it mean that the top families among the various factions, those with martial sovereigns at the helm, could produce experts in bulk? This is simply unbelievable. On that day, you severely injured Ling Yinho, and as a result, 700 personal guards were left without an expert in charge, suffering heavy losses. Today I bring him to avenge this debt. You two will fight to the death. Once Ling Yinho's strength was raised to the martial spirit stage, Yi Qijun withdrew his hand and said lightly. The Marquis of Shuzhou asked in astonishment, "Are you truly not going to intervene?" Yi Qijun nodded. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. Although you have raised his strength to the martial spirit stage, such a forced enhancement makes his foundation unstable. He may not even be able to control his own power. As a fellow martial spirit, I don't think I will lose to him." The Marquis of Shuzhou snorted coldly. Yi Qijun smiled indifferently. "If you can defeat him, I will spare his life and let you live as well. Now let the battle begin." Blocked by a formidable martial sovereign, the Marquis of Shuzhou knew he had no choice left. However, he was confident that defeating Ling Yin Marquis would not be difficult. The Marquis of Shuzhou let out a cold laugh. "I hope you keep your promise." He then turned to Ling Yin Marquis, disdainfully beckoning with his finger, challenging, "Come on. He'll give you 3 moves." Ling Yin Marquis' expression was icy as he charged forward without a word. Although the Marquis of Shuzhou did not personally kill his brothers, if he had not intervened during the battle on Peach Blossom Island, Ling Yin Marquis would have been able to maintain his strength and fight alongside the brothers of the Imperial Guard. The number of dead would have been significantly less. In other words, many of those brothers indirectly died at the hands of the Marquis of Shuzhou. Ling Yin Marquis' eyes were filled with hatred as he launched a punch. He actually knew that his strength had been forcibly enhanced. Although an unprecedented powerful force surged within him, giving him a feeling of invincibility, as if he could crush the world with a single punch. But this was merely an illusion caused by his recent breakthrough and unstable foundation. Thus, Ling Yin Marquis had no thoughts of underestimating his opponent. He unleashed his full power from the very beginning. Boom. The punch unleashed a deafening roar, its momentum terrifying. The Marquis of Shuz, his face changed dramatically. Even Ling Yin Marquis, who threw the punch, was momentarily stunned. Ling Yin Marquis had seen the strikes of martial spirit realm experts more than once, but he felt that the punch he threw was stronger than any he had ever witnessed from martial spirit realm practitioners. Bang! The Marquis of Shuzhou raised his arms to block the punch, but he was still sent flying by the force. Ling Yin Marquis stared blankly at his own fist. Am I really this powerful? The Marquis of Shuzhou was filled with shock. The power of this punch was too overwhelming. Although it hadn't reached the peak of martial spirit realm, it was still far stronger than an ordinary martial spirit. How could a newly advanced martial spirit realm practitioner whose strength was forcibly increased be this strong? Not far away, Yi Qijun smiled coldly at this scene. Indeed, the force gained through coercive enhancement is inherently unstable. But it also depends on who helped Ling Yin Marquis enhance his strength. Other martial arts masters could only convert their inner energy into spiritual energy after reaching the martial spirit realm. Their control over spiritual energy far inferior to Yi Qijun's. That is why Yi Qijun could enhance strength using spiritual energy, while other martial arts masters injecting spiritual energy into a person would be tantamount to killing them. Moreover, the spiritual energy Yi Qijun provided to Lingyin Marquis was far purer than that of martial spirit realm experts naturally wielding much greater power. At this moment, the Marquis of Shu's his face flushed, suppressing the urge to spit out blood, his expression growing increasingly grave. He didn't understand, yet he was deeply shaken. Lingyin Marquis indeed possessed the strength to defeat him. The only advantage he could rely on was the opponent's unstable realm and lack of familiarity with the application of martial spirit realm power. Lingyin Marquis took a deep breath, regained his composure, and let out a cold laugh. Still pretending? Didn't you say you'd let me have 3 moves? Come again. With that, Lingyin Marquis charged forward once more. The Marquis of Shuzhou hurriedly defended himself. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. When the first 3 moves were exchanged, the thousands of Shuzhou martial practitioners watching remained calm. As the Marquis of Shuzhou had stated, he would let Lingyin Marquis have 3 moves, so even when he was forced to retreat, the Shuzhou army did not panic. However, after the 3rd move, the thousands of Shuzhou soldiers sensed something was off. 3 moves have passed. No, 30 moves have gone by. Why hasn't the Marquis counterattacked? A commanding officer growled in frustration. Someone nearby, looking terrified, said, "Are we to say that there's a possibility that the Marquis cannot counterattack?" Suddenly the air became silent. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Marquis be suppressed? Many commanders began to shout angrily. Yet at this moment the Marquis of Shuzhou was filled with bitterness. He was no match for Lingyin Marquis. Even though he wanted to use his extensive experience to defeat his opponent that required engagement, but as soon as he came into contact with Lingyin Marquis, he would be shaken back by Lingyin Marquis' spiritual energy. It was utterly unsolvable. This was a pure suppression of power. Bang! Finally, after dozens of moves, Lingyin Marquis smashed a punch into the chest of the Marquis of Shuzhou, sending him flying. The Marquis of Shuzhou fell to the ground violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning haggard. He had lost. A complex expression surfaced in his eyes as he looked at Yi Qijun and Lingyin Marquis, feeling utterly despondent. Just a few months ago, Lingyin Marquis was at the bottom of the 20 marquises in the 8 kings of the Dragon Kingdom, with the weakest power background and status, and even his strength was the weakest only at the innate level. Other marquises were dogs of the various schools, but Lingyin Marquis was not. It was not due to his luck, but because the various schools looked down upon him. Yet in just a few months, Lingyin Marquis' strength skyrocketed, transforming from innate to martial spirit realm in the blink of an eye. It took him a full 20 years to advance from innate to martial spirit realm. In an instant, the Marquis of Shuzhou was engulfed in a wave of melancholy feeling, as if his heart had turned to ash. Lingyin Marquis had found the right person to follow, and his strength and status skyrocketed, as if propelled by a rocket. And what about him? He had been a dog for the various schools for decades, where even the offspring of the various schools could order him around, as his life and death were held in others' hands. The Marquis of Shuzhou smiled bitterly, spitting out a mouthful of blood, staggering to his feet, and looking at Yi Qijun. "I've been a dog for decades, unable to stand upright like a person who I've lived long enough. Back in the day, who wasn't a passionate youth. However, you should be careful. After I die, the other marquises will definitely fight you to the end, even inciting armies from various states against you. Yi Qijun, after I die, I hope you can treat my subordinates well. What I've done has nothing to do with them. They are the loyal soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. You don't have to keep them, you can let them retire and go home, but please don't kill them. I beg you." With that, the Marquis of Shuzhou knelt down. He knelt not to beg for mercy, but to seek a way for his brothers to survive. In his earlier years, the Marquis of Shuzhou, like Lingyin Marquis, had made significant contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, harboring ideals of defending the homeland and sacrificing himself for it. Yet later he was controlled by the various schools, sitting on the Marquis' seat, becoming a puppet supported by the various schools. Recalling the past, the Marquis of Shuzhou bowed his head to the ground, tears streaming down his face, filled with regret. Yi Qijun looked at the kneeling Marquis of Shuzhou and nodded. This matter indeed had nothing to do with the Shuzhou army, and he naturally wouldn't indiscriminately kill the innocent. I can agree. Hearing the response, the Marquis of Shuzhou smiled, stood up, tidied his clothes, and solemnly removed his Marquis crown, placing it on the ground. I hope that in the future this Marquis crown will be worn by the Marquis of the Dragon Kingdom, not the Marquis of the various schools. Gentlemen, take care. With that, the Marquis of Shuzhou struck his palm against his forehead, directly destroying his own brain, with spiritual energy instantly silencing him. However, although he was dead, he did not fall. He stood firmly, unyielding. Witnessing this scene, the hatred in Lingyin House eyes gradually faded, replaced by a surge of compassion. The revenge for his brothers had been repaid with the life of the Shuzhou Ho. The hatred was resolved. Yet seeing him die in such a manner, and hearing his final words, filled Lingyin House heart with sorrow. The various schools of thought were indeed the cancers of Long Country. The 8 kings and 20 marquis were nothing but puppets fostered by them to oppose the long country court. Division of power. Such actions clearly indicated a group of treacherous ministers. However, those kings and marquises who among them had not once achieved great merit to sit in such positions. Had it not been for the control and poisoning by the various schools of thought, how would they have become this way? These kings and marquises, though detestable, also had their pitiable aspects. While they deserved death, what was even more culpable were the various schools of thought behind them. Yi Qijun shared a similar thought, his gaze growing colder. In Suzhou at the Shui family's study, Pei Qian, Linghu Qingquan, and Shui Sumei, along with over 20 others on the screen, wore extremely grim expressions. Everyone, just now Yi Qijun has arrived in Suzhou and killed the Suzhou Ho. Shui Sumei exclaimed angrily. The Suzhou Ho was precisely under the control of the Shui family. Pei Qian sighed, saying, "The situation is already very clear. Yi Qijun is settling scores. He is going from one force involved in the Taohua Island battle to another. Sooner or later it will be our turn. Although we have over 20 various schools of thought in this alliance, no single family can contend with him. I suggest that instead of waiting for him to eliminate us one by one, we should take the initiative and gather the experts from our 20 families to wipe out Yi Qijun in one fell swoop." Pei Qian's words resonated deeply with everyone. "I agree. We must quickly kill this child." Second, moments later, including the 3 families represented by Pei Qian, a total of 22 various schools of thought approved the proposal to send out experts from their families to kill Yi Qijun. Inside the Suzhou house residence. The Suzhou Ho is dead. The Suzhou army is leaderless. You should take this opportunity to stay here and recruit the forces under the Suzhou Ho. Yi Qijun ordered calmly. Ling Yin Ho hurriedly knelt, saying, "I obey." "Thank you, master." Outside the Ho residence, the leaders of the Suzhou army were waiting. Although the Suzhou Ho was forced to death by Yi Qijun and Ling Yin Ho, the true reason for the Suzhou house despair was that he had been controlled by the various schools of thought for decades and had lost all will to live. Moreover, before his death, the Suzhou Ho did not wish for them to continue opposing Yi Qijun. Instead, he hoped they could live well. Thus, their faces bore little hatred, only deep sorrow. Moments later, Yi Qijun and Ling Yin Ho emerged. Glancing at the leaders, Yi Qijun calmly stated, "The power of the Suzhou army will be transferred to Ling Yin Ho from today onwards. Do you have any objections?" After a moment of silence, the leaders all shook their heads. "None." Yi Qijun nodded in satisfaction and added, "This place is now yours." He patted Ling Yin Ho on the shoulder and then boarded the helicopter, preparing to return to Taohua Island. Ling Yin Ho respectfully watched Yi Qijun leave, then turned to the leaders. "Everyone, I know the death of the Suzhou Ho has dealt a significant blow to you, but please do not forget that the Suzhou army is still the Suzhou army. Had it not been for the control of the various schools of thought, the Suzhou Ho would have been a loyal and righteous person. I hope everyone does not follow his path and learns from this lesson." Ling Yin Ho advised for a bit before preparing to arrange the recruitment. Just then, a leader with a complex expression seemed to be struggling with something and finally could not help but stand up. "Ho Yi." The greatest regret of the Suzhou Ho in life was being controlled by the various schools of thought, being a dog for them. And though you are not submitting to the various schools of thought, you have recognized Yi Qijun as your master. How is that different from other kings and marquises? This person questioned loudly. Everyone looked over. Ling Yin Ho smiled lightly and shook his head, saying, "This is different." "What is the difference? Aren't you all just being someone's dog?" This person pressed on. "Because Mr. Yi commands through virtue and authority, whereas the various schools of thought use one's life and family to coerce. How can that be considered the same?" Ling Yin Ho answered without hesitation. Only then did everyone understand, no longer harboring doubts. On the plane, Shen Xianzhi called Yi Qijun, stating that there was a major discovery to report in person, requesting Yi Qijun to return to Taohua Island as soon as possible. "Drive faster, head back to Taohua Island at full speed," Yi Qijun said calmly. The driver quickly complied, accelerating. Just then, sharp sounds of projectiles slicing through the air came from a distance. Yi Qijun's expression slightly changed. Hundreds of meters away, several rockets were shooting towards him. With his strength, these rockets would naturally not harm him, but there was still a pilot in the plane. The distance was too close. Even if he acted, he couldn't save the pilot when the plane exploded. Thus, in the next moment, Yi Qijun instantly broke through the cabin door and met the rockets in midair. Clang! Boom! 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 With the sound of a sword ringing, several beams of sword light flickered and precisely cut all the rockets apart. Amid the explosions, Yi Qijun's cold voice resounded. "You leave first, or I will catch up." The pilot, still in shock, hurriedly complied, piloting the helicopter away unsteadily. Yi Qijun stood in midair, holding the ZY sword, coldly gazing into the distance. A large number of figures approached from all directions. Over 20 were flying in the sky, while more than 100 were on the ground. The ones flying in the air were all martial saints. The ones running on the ground were all martial spirits. Yi Qijun's gaze turned icy. These people were here to ambush him. Seeing the leading figures, Yi Qijun instantly recognized their identities. He did not know the others, but he had seen Pei Qian and the other two. They were people from the various schools of thought. Just the sheer number surprised Yi Qijun. There were a full 24 martial saints, among which only Linghu Qinquan was half a step away from being a martial saint, but with Shui Sumei's assistance, he was essentially equal to a martial saint. Moreover, there were over 100 peak martial spirits. Thousands of meters away, there was a group of people below the martial spirit realm, each holding an RPG rocket launcher numbering over 100. Moments later, the 24 martial saints in the sky and the hundreds of peak martial spirits surrounded Yi Qijun. Bring him down, Pei Qian shouted angrily. Suddenly, hundreds of rockets were launched from a distance, and at the same time, the 24 martial saints also attacked, firing at Yi Qijun from afar. Yi Qijun smiled faintly. He could easily fend off these attacks, but he was curious to see what these people were up. Before the attacks could reach him, Yi Qijun simply descended, landing right in the center of the encirclement of the hundreds of peak martial spirits. Pei Qian and the others rejoiced. They had meticulously planned for this ambush. The first step of the plan was to force Yi Qijun to land. They did not expect the first step to go so smoothly, easily achieved. As long as Yi Qijun landed, their plan would proceed smoothly. Pei Qian sneered. Yi Qijun, today in this net of heaven and earth, can you still escape? Prepare to die. The alliance of the 100 schools of thought was indeed well prepared. Each person surrounding Yi Qijun was at least at the peak of the martial spirit realm. The weaker ones kept their distance. They knew that Yi Qijun had already broken through to the martial venerable realm. In the presence of such experts, although the peak martial spirits and even martial saints could be dealt with in one strike, at least they wouldn't be slaughtered en masse in just one sweep. Thus, the strategy of the 100 schools of thought was to use the peak martial spirits as cannon fodder, while all the martial saints were responsible for the assault. With 24 martial saints attacking in unison, how long can you hold out? Even if you are a martial venerable, you will die here today to pay for my son's life, Pei Qian said with a venomous grin. Yi Qijun glanced at them and asked indifferently, are you the alliance mentioned by those people on Peach Blossom Island? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned furious. The dozen or so people on Peach Blossom Island were indeed the representatives sent by various families in this alliance, but they all perished on Peach Blossom Island. Pei Qian snorted coldly. That's right. 22 members of the 100 schools of thought have joined forces against you, Yi Qijun. Even if you die, it would be something to be proud of. Yi Qijun nodded and asked, since you have gathered together, I happen to have a few questions to ask. On Peach Blossom Island, those people said they wanted my corpse. Why? What is so special about my corpse? Also, 10 years ago, many families among you participated in the siege and pursuit of my mother, right? I want to know the whole truth of what happened back then. Many people's expressions changed. However, a hint of confusion flashed in the eyes of Linghu Qinquan and Shui Sumei. This alliance was organized by the two of them along with Pei Qian with the sole purpose of killing Yi Qijun. Linghu Qinquan wanted to kill Yi Qijun because the Linghu family was annihilated by him. As for Shui Sumei, it was due to love. Therefore, they had no knowledge of the events from 10 years ago, nor did they know about the desire for a corpse. Shui Sumei immediately glared at Pei Qian. It was definitely this guy who kept things from them, as everyone present knew, only keeping it from the two of them. However, Shui Sumei did not directly question him. With the great enemy before them, killing Yi Qijun was of utmost priority. This matter could wait until later. Yi Qijun, you are on the brink of death. Knowing so much is of no use. It's better to be a fool, Pei Qian said with a cold smile. Yi Qijun's eyes turned icy as he raised his sword and pointed at the many martial saints. If you don't speak, you will die. Everyone burst into wild laughter. With over 20 members of the 100 schools of thought, all their experts had come out. Such a formation was enough to kill a martial venerable. If Yi Qijun were still in the air, he might have had a chance to break through the encirclement, but now he had fallen into a trap and was doomed. Pei Qian grinned malevolently. The sight of you now is exactly like your mother back then. Unyielding. But unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, stubbornness is of no use. Your mother ended up so tragically because of her stubbornness. She was cut down with over 100 blades. It was only because you were fortunate that no one cared about you back then, allowing you to survive for 10 years. If you were a smart person, you should continue to be a turtle hiding its head, living like a dog overseas. However, since you dare to return and challenge the authority of the 100 schools of thought, be prepared to die. Yi Qijun's gaze turned completely frigid. Back then, his mother was besieged by the 100 schools of thought and was cut down with over 100 blades. Such a deep-seated blood feud as a son, how could he not seek revenge? It seems you don't wish to speak, then let's all go to hell, Yi Qijun said coldly. In the next moment, a purple light suddenly flashed in his eyes as he surveyed his surroundings. Soul capture technique. After reaching the nascent soul realm, Yi Qijun's soul capture technique was no longer a mere hypnosis. It truly displayed the splendor of an ancient miraculous art. In an instant under Yi Kaijin's gaze, the hundreds of peak martial spirits around him had their minds explode with a thunderous sound. The next moment, all the martial spirits rolled their eyes back and collapsed to the ground unconscious. Even the 24 martial saints in midair felt as though their heads had been smashed by a heavy hammer, suffering from a splitting headache. Although these martial saints quickly returned to normal, seeing the hundreds of peak martial spirits sprawled on the ground, their faces changed drastically. Their plan was to let Yi Qijun land first, then use these peak martial spirits as cannon fodder. Although the martial venerable was strong, killing peak martial spirits was like slaughtering chickens, yet every chicken killed required a strike, making it hard to kill multiple peak martial spirits in one blow. Thus the lives of over 100 peak martial spirits could block over 100 of Yi Kaijin's attacks. As for those below the peak martial spirit level, they were ineffective against him, as with his strength Yi Qijun could clear a large area with a single strike. During this process of over 100 strikes, the 24 martial saints could attack without restraint. Working together, they could kill Yi Qijun in less than 30 strikes. This was supposed to be a flawless plan, requiring the loss of only a few dozen peak martial spirits to ensure the death of a martial venerable. But they never expected that with Yi Kaijin's soul capture technique, all over 100 peak martial spirits would fall unconscious. The cannon fodder was gone. Pei Qian's pupils contracted suddenly, and in the next moment, he roared angrily, "Attack! Kill!" This roar was both a command and an attempt to wake the cannon fodder. But unfortunately, those struck by Yi Kaijin's soul capture technique wouldn't wake up for 2 or 3 days at all. In the next moment, a flash of sword light appeared in front of Pei Qian. Pei Qian's face changed drastically, instinctively bending his body and retracting his neck. This was an extremely awkward motion, and hardly any martial saints would perform such a disgraceful act. However, Pei Qian was known as the weakest martial saint. Every time he sparred with other experts, he ended up in a very awkward position. This action, though ungraceful, was something he was very accustomed to. Then another flash of sword light appeared in front of another martial saint. That martial saint raised his weapon to block without a second thought, but his speed was too slow. Before he could lift his weapon, his head was already severed. Pei Qian broke out in a cold sweat. In front of Yi Qijun, even the martial saint experts were easily dealt with in one strike. If he hadn't reacted quickly and used the least dignified yet most effective way to evade, he would have been dead by now. Because of his weakness, he had grown used to being awkward, and that inadvertently saved his life. Without a word, Pei Qian turned and fled, darting away like lightning. What is there to fight? Without cannon fodder, the encirclement plan had already failed by more than half. Moreover, Yi Kaijin's strength was too terrifying. One sword strike to kill a martial saint. Even though they knew that over 20 of them working together could resist, Yi Qijun, who among the martial saints was not fearful upon witnessing this scene. As Pei Qian fled, several others immediately followed suit. "Don't you dare follow me, scatter and run!" Pei Qian shouted angrily. Then he grabbed the sleeve of Shui Sume, who was closest to him. "Take me with you." Meanwhile, the remaining dozen people at the scene instinctively began to attack instead of fleeing. In the next moment, Yi Qijun charged into the crowd, beginning to unleash a slaughter. The battle between more than a dozen martial saints and a martial master directly affected the hundreds of comatose peak martial spirits on the ground, all of whom perished silently in their dreams. As for those more than a dozen martial saints, one glance led to another being struck down. The few who fled turned back to witness this scene, their scalps numbed in terror. In fact, if the 24 martial saints had joined forces and supported each other, there would have been a chance to confront Yi Qijun. Even if some would die, victory was still possible. However, this so-called alliance was merely a pile of loose sand. Just after the battle commenced, all the cannon fodder was annihilated, and then another martial saint was instantly killed, which utterly frightened Pei Qian and the others. Though the remaining dozen or so did not flee, they felt guilty. When Yi Qijun plunged into the crowd, slaughtering several, like cutting vegetables, they all hastily retreated. The 24 martial saints and over 100 peak martial spirits were easily crushed by Yi Qijun alone. The dozen martial saints scattered in flight, but their speed was too slow. Yi Qijun caught up one by one and effortlessly beheaded them. However, Shui Sume's speed erupted once more, although it could not match Yi Kaijin's. They had run early and were far ahead. As for the remaining martial saints, they were almost entirely slaughtered by Yi Qijun, with only 2 managing to escape. Looking at the few who had become nothing more than distant black dots, Yi Qijun sheathed his sword and coldly spoke. "You families, I will visit each one of you and wash your necks clean. Oh, wait for death." Afterward, he pursued the direction in which the helicopter had just departed. After a desperate escape of over 10 minutes, Shui Sume finally stopped, panting, her face still pale with shock. Over 20 masters from the various schools and families, all top-tier experts, were unable to kill Yi Qijun. The power he had just unleashed was terrifying. Unless over 20 martial saints worked together unafraid of death, they could only fight with their backs against the wall. A pile of loose sand, no matter how many there were, couldn't match Yi Kaijin's might. The three felt lingering fear and fell silent for a moment before calming down. Suddenly Xue Sume coldly looked at Pei Qian and asked, what is the matter with the corpses? And what about the truth from 10 years ago? How much have you concealed from us? Pei Qian's expression suddenly changed. This is an old matter from back, then it concerns neither your Xue family nor the Linghu family. It's not important. Pei Qian stammered. Clang. Xue Sume directly drew her soft sword, pointing it at Pei Qian's nose. You don't wish to speak, do you? Then you shall never speak again. A hint of murderous intent glinted in Xue Sume's eyes. Her temperament was already violent, and Pei Qian's actions behind their backs had completely enraged Xue Sume. If it were just a trivial matter, she wouldn't care, but this involved a major incident from 10 years ago. Both the Xue family and the Linghu family were part of the various schools. Although they hadn't participated in the incident 10 years ago, they knew that a major event had occurred in the martial world, where dozens of families had united for a great secret. Afterward, Xue Sume had heard that had that plan succeeded, these participating families would have completely surpassed. Unfortunately, it ultimately failed. However, those families that took part had not given up, or it seemed they had been plotting something for the past decade. Xue Sume had missed the opportunity 10 years ago and couldn't participate. Now she was seizing this chance to uncover the truth. Pei Qian's expression turned ugly as he stared at the sword tip that was nearly poking into his nostrils, feeling helpless. He claimed to be the weakest martial saint, and was certainly no match for Xue Sume. If a fight broke out, he would die here, so he could only tell the truth. However, Pei Qian glanced at Linghu Qinquan and sneered, what are you still doing here? A mere half-step martial saint is not even qualified to know such secrets. Linghu Qinquan immediately exploded with rage. But as a half-step martial saint, he certainly couldn't defeat Pei Qian. However, he had his allies. Ame, are you just going to stand by and let him insult me? Linghu Qinquan shouted in anger. Despite his inferior strength to Xue Sume, and being over 20 years younger, he was still the one in charge. This old guy was quite male chauvinistic, and Xue Sume, being an old-fashioned woman, believed that women should be subservient to men. Thus Xue Sume had always obeyed Linghu Qianquan's commands. Seeing him furious, she immediately stepped forward. You, a mere weakest martial saint, dare speak to my man in such a manner? With that, Xue Sume was about to make a move. Pei Qian was nearly infuriated to the point of smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. Was he not even allowed to speak a few words to a half-step martial saint? Even if he was the weakest martial saint, he was still far stronger than a half-step martial saint. The three had formed a closed loop of disdain for one another. Linghu Qinquan stood high above Xue Sume, who looked down on Pei Qian, while Pei Qian despised Linghu Qinquan, creating a cycle of conflict. After a few exchanges, the three finally calmed down, and Pei Qian began to explain. Regarding the events of 10 years ago, only the few top-ranking families among the various schools know the deepest secrets. We families only know that the legendary Great Secret seems to be related to bloodlines. Initially, in order to uncover the secret, the various schools united to kill Yi Qijun's mother Su Tingxue. So we speculated that since Yi Qijun is Su Tingxue's son, perhaps his bloodline would also be valuable. Thus we sought Yi Qijun's corpse. After Pei Qian explained, both Xue Sume and Linghu Qinquan fell into deep thought. They knew that Pei Qian was certainly concealing some crucial information, however pressing further would only lead to a complete fallout. Knowing this much was already sufficient. It was rumored that as long as the Great Secret was unraveled, the benefits would be enormous, whether for personal strength or family power, both could advance by leaps and bounds. And Yi Qijun's bloodline was the key. Instantly the desire to kill Yi Qijun grew increasingly urgent for Linghu Qinquan and Xue Sume. However, recalling the scene where Yi Qijun had swept through their enemies with invincible force, both felt a chill in their hearts. Knowing all this is useless now, Yi Qijun's strength is simply beyond what we can contend with. He is too formidable. Linghu Qinquan said dejectedly. Xue Sume also felt disheartened. However, Pei Qian's eyes flickered as he coldly smiled. That may not be the case. I have previously stated that we are not the only ones wanting to kill Yi Qijun. The 22 families of our alliance are merely the lower-ranking ones. If the top-ranking families take action, even Yi Qijun would have to die. The problem now is that if we wait for those families to act with our current strength, we have no right to partake in the spoils. Only then did the two regain some fighting spirit. Pei Qian's meaning was clear. The three needed to continue their alliance and enhance their strength. Only in this way could they qualify to participate and share in the benefits after those higher-ranking families took action. After pondering for a moment, Xue Sume said the Xue family possesses a certain secret method, but it requires meeting specific conditions. At this point her face suddenly turned crimson, shyly glancing at Linghu Qinquan. Pei Qian hurriedly asked, what are the conditions? Pregnancy. As long as the women of the Xue family become pregnant, they can rapidly enhance their strength. After 10 months of gestation, my strength can reach the martial master realm, or even the peak of the martial master. Then what are you training for? You should just focus on getting pregnant. It would serve both to continue the lineage and enhance your power. Pei Qian retorted with a hint of annoyance. He certainly knew that the Shui family's techniques would have limitations. It was impossible for mere pregnancy to enhance one's strength, as that would be utterly against the natural order. However, he simply could not stand the sight of that old hag's bashful demeanor and wanted to find an opportunity to mock her. Shui Sume, oblivious to Pei Qian's sarcasm, shook her head seriously. Of course that won't do. Only the first pregnancy counts, and I Shui Sume am as pure as ice. How could I casually find any man to conceive with except for my beloved Qijun? Pei Qian's face turned pale, and he summoned all the strength of a martial saint to suppress his urge to vomit. Qijun quickly caught up with the helicopter and returned to Taohua Island. This assassination attempt by the 100 Schools Alliance had ignited a surge of killing intent within him. Once he handled the matters that Shen Xianzhi had mentioned, he would immediately head to those families, annihilating them one by one, without leaving a single survivor. As soon as he got off the plane, Shen Xianzhi hurriedly approached him with respect. "What is it?" Qijun asked. While leading the way, Shen Xianzhi said, "Master, we have discovered that after number 0 was killed in battle on that day, the remnants of its body had not undergone any preservation treatment, yet after all these days it surprisingly remains active. The old servant has already had someone conduct a preliminary examination and research revealing that number 0's genes differ from those of normal humans. Human cells have 23 pairs of chromosomes, but number 0 has 46 pairs. After reviewing the research report, the biological experts on Prison God Island found that there were many special genes within number 0's DNA that did not belong to humans." Qijun's eyes narrowed slightly. He understood that number 0 was extraordinary. Its powerful physique and formidable regenerative ability did not resemble anything human, and even if there were genetic mutations, they should not be so extreme. Yet he had not expected number 0 to be this extraordinary. This represented a colossal change in genetics. Strictly speaking, number 0 could no longer be considered human, yet it still maintained a human form and intellect. Is it possible to research why number 0 is like this? Or can we determine what it truly is? Qijun inquired. Shen Xianzhi shook his head, saying, "Not for now. The biological experts on Prison God Island have heard this news and requested us to send number 0's remains for in-depth research. But they mentioned that with their current level, they probably won't be able to comprehend it in a short time. Currently, all we know is that number 0's body has an extremely strong compatibility with anyone, meaning any of its organs can skip the matching process and be transplanted into anyone." Shen Xianzhi's answer was as expected. Prison God Island had its own research team, and in certain areas their scientific achievements even surpassed the rest of the world. However, in biological research, they could only be considered average, and the obvious secrets contained within number 0 were not something they could easily comprehend. Upon arriving at the temporary laboratory on Taohua Island, Qijun once again saw the severed limbs of number 0 that had been properly preserved. Strangely, the limbs occasionally twitched in the solution. Such vitality was unheard of even by Qijun. After reviewing the research report, he ultimately decided to airlift a portion of number 0's tissue back to Prison God Island for those biologists to study. However, he kept one of the arms for himself. His intention was not for research, but rather because of something Shen Xianzhi. Number 0's limbs and organs can be transplanted into anyone. This arm was prepared for Tian Can. Number 0's strength resided entirely in its physical form. The robustness of its body far exceeded that of a martial sovereign, and with its strong vitality, if the transplant was successful, Tian Can would be able to recover fully and might even possess a powerful arm surpassing the martial sovereign level. Of course, a normal arm transplant would also work, but it would affect Tian Can's strength and could even become a weakness. However, this arm was different. It would not only avoid being a weakness, but could potentially become Tian Can's trump card. Qijun instructed Shen Xianzhi to bring Tian Can and prepared an operating room. Qijun personally wielded the scalpel for this surgery, with the Medicine King assisting, ensuring the operation's high standards. Qijun aimed to not only restore Tian Can's physical form, but also ensure that this arm would perfectly integrate with him, thus not merely connecting flesh and bone, but also linking nerves, blood vessels, and even meridians. After several hours, Qijun finally completed the surgery, and Tian Can gradually began to awaken from the effects of the anesthesia. Thump, thump. Tian Can's heartbeat became strong again, and blood flowed into the new arm. Tian Can suddenly clenched his fist with the new arm, the muscles in his arm bulging, proving that he could perfectly utilize the new arm, even though the surgical incision had not completely healed yet. But at that moment, Tian Can suddenly screamed in pain. Veins bulged on his forehead, cold sweat pouring down as he pressed his other hand tightly against the new arm. Number 0's appearance leaned more towards that of a Caucasian, and its arm had white skin. However, at this moment the white arm was bulging with blue veins, and the blood vessels became significantly more pronounced, with the speed of blood flow suddenly increasing several times. Simultaneously, the stitches on the shoulder that had just been sewn up began to snap due to the excessive force. Yet no blood flowed from the wound, for it was healing at a visibly rapid pace, fully mending within moments. However, Yi Kaijin's expression changed slightly. He noticed that the skin on Tian Can's shoulder was gradually turning. Moreover, the speed of this transformation was accelerating, and the area turning white was expanding. Tian Can's expression grew increasingly, pained, nearly losing his sanity as his whole body convulsed in agony. Yi Kaijin's pupils contracted sharply as he rushed forward to check on Tian Can's condition. Moments later, Yi Qijun realized this was the new arm cells assimilating into Tian Can's body. And this arm came from number 0, whose physical prowess was comparable to that of a martial sovereign. The strength of its cells was far too high for Tian Can, who only possessed the strength of a martial spirit, to endure the assimilation. If this continued, ultimately Tian Can would be fully assimilated and become a non-human like number 0. Although he might become immensely powerful, Yi Qijun did not wish to witness such a scene. Who knows what side effects would arise from becoming a creature like number 0. Moreover, judging by Tian Can's condition, he might not even survive until the assimilation was complete and could die from the pain during the process. Yi Qijun did not hesitate and immediately acted, grabbing Tian Can's other arm and infusing it with qi. Once the overwhelming spiritual energy flowed and it promptly suppressed the cells of the new arm, temporarily halting the assimilation. Then Yi Qijun solemnly asked, "You now have two choices: remove this arm, or I can help seal its power." Tian Can immediately understood the meaning of Yi Qijun. By removing his arm, he would return to his previous state without any impact. But if he kept the arm, he could complete his physical form and possess a powerful trump card. However, the risk was extremely high. If he ultimately could not control the arm, it might lead to his death. Yet, thinking of the battle at Peach Blossom Island, Tian Can made up his mind. In that battle, Tian Can went to the East Sea to inform Yi Qijun and did not have time to return to participate, because he was too weak. If he had the same strength as Yi Qijun, a martial sovereign, he could have flown back directly and even helped Yi Qijun reverse the situation. Strength. Strength. Tian Can suddenly raised his head, his expression pained, yet his gaze extremely resolute. "Please seal me, master." Yi Qijun nodded in satisfaction. Being weak is not a fear, as Yi Qijun has ways to gradually enhance the strength of his subordinates. What is to be feared is lacking a strong heart. Sealing an arm sounds mystical, but it merely suppresses the arm's power with force. Yi Qijun recalled the sealing wheel of reincarnation he had seen in his consciousness. On that wheel there were countless mysterious runes. When Yi Kaijin's consciousness first encountered the six-path seal, he sensed that those runes had sealing effects. He immediately pointed his fingers like a sword and began to carve on the white arm. A marvelous scene unfolded. The white arm possessed powerful self-healing abilities, and logically, even if runes were carved, they would quickly heal and disappear. However, as runes appeared, although the arm healed rapidly, scabbed and shed, the runes remained. In Yi Kaijin's memory, there were 6 sealing paths, but he could only clearly remember the runes of the first 3 seals. The runes of the latter 3 were somewhat blurred. But that was enough. Half an hour later, the white arm was densely covered with runes. Although still white, it appeared as if countless watermarks had been stamped on it. Each rune carried sealing power supported by the spiritual energy Yi Qijun input, gradually sealing the arm's inherent strength. This was merely a simplified version of the 6-path seal within Yi Kaijin's body. The sealing effect was only 1%, but it was sufficient for sealing an arm. Once the sealing was complete, Yi Qijun retracted his spiritual energy, but the phenomenon of assimilation did not continue, indicating that the sealing had succeeded. Tian Can looked in wonder at his new arm, clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within it. Though strong, it was already within his control. The white arm had also changed, appearing as if covered with countless scars matching his skin tone, yet it was not ugly, but rather carried a hint of mystery. At this moment, Yi Qijun said lightly, "The seals on your arm correspond to the martial spirit, martial saint, and martial sovereign 3 realms. Once you break through to the corresponding realm, you can break the seal yourself." Then Yi Qijun handed 3 spirit stones to Tian Can, allowing him to absorb them and quickly break through to the martial spirit realm, initially mastering the power of the arm. Tian Can was overjoyed, directly kneeling before Yi Qijun and bowing several times. "Tian Can, thank you for your great grace, master." Tian Can's eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Since the day his wife was killed by a young master of the Linghu family, and he lost his arm, Tian Can had been a cripple, becoming the laughingstock of the entire martial world. Now, having avenged his great enmity and restored his physical form, all of this was thanks to Yi Kaijin's grace. At that moment, the pharmacist and Shen Xianzhi, who were assisting in the operation, both smiled and began to congratulate Tian Can. "Since you have restored your arm, then you can no longer be called Tian Can. It would be better to change to a different name. By the way, what was your original name?" Shen Xianzhi asked curiously. Tian Can laughed awkwardly. "My original name is Tian Can." Yi Qijun and the others were taken aback. No wonder this guy was given the nickname Tian Can. Even if he returned to his original name, it seemed to have no difference from Tian Can. At this moment, Tian Can respectfully said, Master the Tian Can from back, then, is already dead. From now on I shall be Tian Can under your command. Yi Qijun nodded. Since that was the case, he would continue to call him Tian Can. After all, although Tian Can was no longer a cripple, everyone had grown accustomed to this name. Having just acquired his new arm, Tian Can still needed time to adapt and absorb the spirit stones to enhance his strength, so he simply stayed in the operating room to enter seclusion. Yi Qijun left the room, not lingering at Peach Blossom Island, and instructed Shen Xianzhi to keep an eye on it. He then took a helicopter to Yuzhou Su City to the Pei family. The various families must be dealt with quickly, otherwise who knows what trouble they would cause. At Su City, the Pei family estate, the members of the Pei family gathered with worried expressions. Yesterday, the family head, Pei Qian, mobilized all the experts in the family, and until now there had been no news. The Pei family was somewhat uneasy. It was said that the family head mobilized experts just to kill one person. Did something unexpected happen? Do you think other families among the various schools want to harm the family head? Otherwise, just to kill someone they should have finished and returned by now. A Pei family disciple expressed his concerns. Everyone was anxiously worried. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the estate, Yi Qijun approached. Two Pei family disciples guarding the entrance lazily glanced at him. These two Pei family disciples held a low position in the Pei family, so they did not know what Yi Qijun looked like and did not recognize him at all. Get lost. Get lost. Haven't you heard that the Pei family is not receiving guests these days? If you want to visit, come back in a few days. We have no mood to deal with you now. The Pei family disciple spoke impatiently. As one of the various families, the Pei family frequently received visits from many secular families in Sioux City. However, now that all the experts of the Pei family were out, leaving only a few strong ones to guard the family, the two battle-hardened Pei family disciples had no mood to be polite to the visitors. These secular families all wanted to cling to the Pei family's reputation, and in the eyes of the Pei family disciples, those so-called top families and wealthy clans were no different from beggars. Yi Qijun maintained a neutral expression and continued to walk towards the entrance. The two Pei family disciples' faces changed at the same time, and they stood up, blocking the entrance. Are you deaf? Hurry up and get lost. If you dare take another step forward, both you and your family will be annihilated. The Pei family disciple shouted coldly. Yi Qijun replied coldly, this is the Pei family of the various schools, right? Yes. What do you want? Don't tell me you intend to force your way into the Pei family. Tired of living? The Pei family disciple sneered. The two crossed their arms, their expressions full of mockery and disdain. Then Yi Qijun shook his head and said, I am here to destroy the Pei family. His tone was calm, as if merely stating an irrefutable fact, yet it instantly darkened the faces of the two Pei clan youths. Annihilate the Pei clan. Though the Pei clan ranked only 80th on the Martial Dao family list, its inclusion among the top 100 placed it among the 100 schools of thought, the most elite martial families in Longhua. For decades no one had dared utter such audacious blasphemy. No one had dared speak of erasing the Pei clan. Fury blazed within them both. Whoever you are, anyone who dares cause chaos at the Pei residence shall die. One roared, and lunged, instantly, claws outstretched toward Yi Qijun. The other stood nearby, face twisted with regret. The opportunity had been snatched away. Yet in the next breath, Yi Qijun flicked his hand aside, as though swatting a fly. Crack! Thud! The Pei youth, who possessed the strength of a war god, crumpled like straw. His arms snapped clean, his skull flattened by a single palm strike, his body flung outward like a sack of rags. The second Pei youth broke into icy sweat. To slay a war god-level cultivator as effortlessly as crushing an ant, such power must surpass the martial spirit realm. Intruder! A shrill, terrified cry exploded across the entire Pei estate. Yi Qijun made no move to silence it. Only after the warning echoed did he raise his hand once more. Vile wretch, cease at once. A thunderous bellow erupted from within the estate, seeking to halt Yi Qijun's slaughter. Yi Qijun glanced coolly toward the dozens of Pei clansmen surging forth from the estate. Yet his hands never paused. He struck down the war god-level youth without hesitation. Moments later, the Pei clansmen gathered at the gates, staring upon two corpses, and erupted in fury. At their forefront stood the two martial spirit realm elders left guarding the estate. One elder bellowed furiously, "You insolent whelp! How dare you slay our Pei kin? Do you seek death?" All around him, Pei faces burned with outrage. They had been fretting over their clan's elite warriors. Now someone dared storm their gates. Perfect chance to... A Pei clansman roared, "Uncle Gio, no need for words. Kill him. Let him pay with his life for ours. Then unearth his identity and exterminate his 9 clans." And he charged headlong at Yi Qijun. This man had already attained the martial soul realm. Yet in the next instant, Yi Qijun reached out, casually seized his throat, and though the man thrashed wildly, he could not break free. Crack! Yi Qijun twisted his neck with contemptuous ease, tossed the corpse aside, and declared coldly, "Today the Pei clan is extinguished." Horror swept across the Pei ranks. A martial soul realm expert, utterly powerless in Yi Qijuan's grasp, slain as effortlessly as a chicken. The two martial spirit realm elders paled, dread twisting their features. Such strength far surpassed the martial spirit realm, perhaps even hovered at the threshold of the martial saint realm. Hesitating, they dared not strike. Yet one elder snarled venomously, "Wretched vermin. You think your paltry might grant you license to act with impunity? Even if we fall before you once Lord Pei returns, you'll perish, even with 9 lives. Other Pei clansmen staggered backward, putting distance between themselves and Yi Qijuan, then shouted in unison, "Monster! Dare you wait for Lord Pei's return? Then let us see how boldly you stand then." Their furious taunts drew only a frosty smile from Yi Qijuan. These Pei clansmen truly wielded the fiercest words to deliver the weakest threats. Yet if summoning Pei Qian would lure him into a trap, so much the better. Yi Qijuan ceased his advance and declared icily, "Then call Pei Qian back. Give him 1 hour. If he fails to arrive within that hour, I will erase every last soul of the Pei clan." Their faces contorted with despair. Against a half-martial saint, none could stop him, unless Pei Qian returned. The two martial spirit realm elders exchanged glances, and immediately dialed Pei Qian. At that very moment, Pei Qian sat conferring with Linghu Qianquan and Xue Sumei over how best to eliminate Yi Qijuan. His phone rang. Frowning, Pei Qian answered, voice edged with irritation, "Did I not say? Disturb me only for matters of utmost urgency. Lord, forgive us. An enemy has breached the Pei estate, declaring he will annihilate our entire clan," the elder stammered. Pei Qian roared, "Such petty scum. Dispatch them yourselves. Why trouble me? Lord, we cannot prevail against him." Pei Qian stiffened. If even 2 martial spirit realm elders were overmatched, then this foe must be at least martial spirit realm peak, or perhaps even a half-martial saint. Such masters were exceedingly rare. A chilling suspicion seized Pei Qian. He demanded gravely, "Who is this man? What is his name?" The elder hesitated, then turned to Yi Qijuan. "What is your name?" "Yi Qijuan," came the quiet reply. On the other end of the line, Pei Qian heard Yi Qijuan's voice and recoiled violently, terror flashing across. Yi Qijuan had come straight to his home. Cold sweat drenched Pei Qian. He nearly dropped the call. But reason held him fast. To hang up, or worse ignore it, would mean the annihilation of his entire lineage. Pei Qian forced himself to steady his breath and ground out, teeth clenched, "Yi Qijuan, what precisely do you intend?" Before Yi Qijuan, every Pei clansman, including the elder holding the phone, stood frozen in disbelief. Only now, hearing that name, did they grasp the true magnitude of their peril. This was the adversary whom even Lord Pei Qian could not defeat alone, requiring alliances with other clans and mobilizing every martial spirit realm warrior the Pei clan possessed, yet still failing to kill. Instantly, their earlier bluster dissolved into raw, unvarnished terror. Even if Lord Pei Qian returned, could he possibly stand against such a foe? Yi Qijuan spoke coldly, "I shall wait here, 1 hour. Should you fail to appear, the Pei clan..." With that, he snapped his fingers. A bolt of chi shattered the phone. Then, arms folded behind his back, he closed his eyes and waited. Around him, the Pei clansmen stood paralyzed, silent as tombstones. At the other end of the line, Pei Qian's face contorted with rage. Slam! He hurled the phone to the floor, roaring, "Yi Qijuan, you beast! Blood feuds spare the innocent. Yet you, Lord of Prison Island, strike at my family. Shameless, unforgivable." Pei Qian raged, veins bulging. But Linghu Qianquan murmured softly beside him, "Was it not we who first struck at Yi Qijuan's loved ones? And have not all our clans sent elite warriors against him? None among us stands blameless." Pei Qian seethed, his fury boiling over. "Which side are you on?" he bellowed. "Silence. If you care nothing for your own clan's ruin, my Pei bloodline still hangs in the balance. Speak another word of mockery, and I swear." He has always looked down on Linghu Qianquan, partly due to his strength and partly because of Linghu Qianquan's character. In the martial world, Linghu Qianquan's reputation is also not very good. He is over 20 years older than Xue Sumei, and being with her is no different from being a kept man relying on. If Linghu Qianquan were like Xue Sumei, a martial saint, there wouldn't be so much gossip. But back then he was merely at the peak of martial spirit, and it took him 20 years of seclusion to break through to half-step martial saint with average talent and strength. Thus Pei Qian looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. But the next moment Xue Sumei coldly questioned, "So what?" Pei Qian was so angry he almost jumped, but dared not retort, only despising Linghu Qianquan even more in his heart. "If it weren't for Xue Sumei backing you, would a half-step martial saint dare to speak to me like this? And Xue Sumei, she is just an old witch. Other women might be love-struck, but when they get older it's acceptable. Who has seen love-struck women in their 70s or 80s? Pei Qian was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. If he fell out with these two, the Pei family would be completely doomed. "Helpless Pei Qian," said old man. "I'm angry." Xue Sumei scoffed disdainfully. Pei Qian's old face turned red, and he hurriedly said, "The situation is urgent. We can't have internal strife anymore. Please, both of you, come back to the Pei family with me, and save my Pei family. Shuesume frowned and said no. Even if the three of us join forces, we won't be enough to fill the gaps left by Qijun. Going to the Pei family now would be akin to seeking death. Pei Qian was immediately anxious. He of course knew that the three of them were no match for Qijun, but what else could— Suddenly an idea struck him: let's contact other families in the alliance. Although many masters from various families have already moved out to intercept Qijun, that is only the surface. There must be masters still in seclusion within each family, especially among the strongest families. There must be martial saints, and not just one. A moment later the three found a nearby room and began to contact other families in the alliance. It only took half an hour to reach Sioux City from here. They still had time. Soon the video conference connected, and the faces of representatives from each family appeared on the screen, their expressions grim. They had all received the news of the failed interception and knew that the masters sent by their families had almost all been wiped out. Pei Qian, do you still dare to contact us? If it weren't for your proposal to intercept, how could our family's masters have died? You three must give us an explanation. A family head appeared and immediately scolded him. The other family heads also roared in anger. Pei Qian, feeling anxious and furious, coldly snorted, I have no mood to argue with you all right now. Qijun is now at the Pei family. If I don't arrive within an hour, he will wipe out the entire Pei family. The crowd immediately fell silent, their expressions varied. After a moment someone sneered, then may the Pei family seek their own fortune. I fear another seat at the table will soon be vacant. Pei Qian angrily said, everyone, I contacted you not to hear your mockery. The Pei family is in great danger. I asked each of you to lend a hand. I know that there are still masters in seclusion in your families. Before he could finish, someone interrupted directly. The masters in seclusion in our family are the foundation of our clan. If we lose them at the hands of Qijun, we cannot bear such losses. Qijun's strength has already reached the martial sovereign realm, which is beyond what our families can handle. I think it's best for everyone to disperse, for our Chu family has decided to withdraw from the alliance. After this person finished speaking, others began to speak up as well. Yes, Qijun is too strong. I think we should forget it. It seems we are fated to miss out on that great secret from 10 years ago. Farewell, everyone. With that, the crowd was about to exit the video conference. But at this moment Pei Qian coldly snorted, do you think that by withdrawing from the alliance you can preserve yourselves? Don't dream. The crowd frowned. Pei family head, what do you mean? Pei Qian coldly smiled and said, Qijun has already proclaimed that he will seek out every family in the alliance. My Pei family is merely the first. Once my Pei family is wiped out, do you think your families will escape? You can hide from the first day of the month, but not from the 15th. After my Pei family, it will be your turn. If you don't help, then just wait to die. The faces of the crowd turned completely ugly. They understood that Pei Qian's words were not without reason, and if they did not help the Pei family now, when Qijun came to them, no one would help them. After a moment, one person spoke up, my Feng family still has a martial saint who has been in seclusion for several years. I can invite him to kill Qijun. Following that, someone said, my Wei family also has a martial saint who has been in seclusion for over a decade. I wonder how strong he is now. Several families stood up to express their hidden masters, and other families also voiced their intentions to help. Soon over 20 families reached a consensus, revealing their trump cards to kill Qijun. They had no way out now. But after hanging up the video call, Pei Qian still felt a bit uneasy. Although they had gathered some masters again, and they were all trump cards from various families with a stronger average strength and a plan in place. But he still felt uncertain. After thinking for a moment, Pei Qian made a phone call. The call connected and Pei Qian's attitude became respectful immediately. Sir, my Pei family is in great trouble. I ask your family to intervene. Pei Qian briefly explained the situation, and the other party immediately became interested. Qijun. Haha, I didn't expect this bloodline to have descendants alive. Very well, I will contact my family immediately and send someone to take a look. Pei Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the other party intervening, he finally felt truly confident. Shuesume beside him asked, who did you contact? Pei Qian glanced at her and said arrogantly, no need to ask. You'll know in due time. Shuesume said nothing more. Pei Qian, however, felt secretly pleased, finally having the upper hand over this old woman. No, I would not be outdone by this old hag. Only Ling Hu Qianquan has such heavy tastes. At the Pei family in Sioux City. An hour quickly passed, and Qijun opened his eyes, his gaze icy. The time has come, you should be on your way. The Pei family members were shocked. Two martial spirits quickly said, our ancestor hasn't returned yet. Qijun directly struck out with a palm, saying, even if he returns you will still die. It's the same whether it's early or late. The two were horrified, wanting to resist. But facing Qijun's casual palm, they felt as if the sky had fallen, unable to resist at all. The two instantly fell into despair. At that moment an angry shout came. Qijun, stop. I have returned. Qijun turned a deaf ear and continued with his palm. Bang, bang. The two martial spirits were instantly crushed, dying on the spot. In the distance, Pei Qian flew over rapidly, shouting in anguish and anger, "Yi Qijun, you broke your promise. I have returned. Oh, why do you still want to kill my Pei family members?" Yi Qijun coldly replied, "When did I ever say that I would spare the Pei family once you returned? Waiting for you to return is merely to catch them all at once. I said that today I will annihilate the entire Pei family. No one here will survive." Pei Qian's expression was filled with fury and resentment, wishing he could swallow Yi Qijun alive. The Pei family had only a few martial spirits, and the others had been taken out by him to ambush Yi Qijun, only to be killed by him. After these two martial spirits were dead, Pei Qian would be the only martial spirit left in the entire Pei family. Pei Qian was furious, but did not dare to make a move. Behind him were Linghu Qianquan and Xue Sume, along with 3 elders, all at the peak of martial saints. These 3 were the trump card experts from several other families in the alliance who had rushed over. As for other experts, they were still on their way. With 3 peak martial saints plus Pei Qian and the other 3 martial saints, this lineup would surely not be Yi Qijun's opponent. If a real fight broke out, they would all perish here. Pei Qian's thoughts raced, and he immediately realized that he must delay for time until the other experts arrived. Then he would have the strength to contend with Yi Qijun. Taking a deep breath to calm down, Pei Qian solemnly questioned Yi Qijun, "As the lord of the prison god island, why do you involve the innocent? My Pei family members have never dealt with you, yet you want to kill them. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" Pei Qian directly accused Yi Qijun, trying to force him to relent, hoping to protect his family first, and then figure out a way to deal with Yi Qijun. However, Yi Qijun merely sneered in disdain at his questioning. "When I wanted to discuss reason with you, you insisted on taking action. Now that I've struck first, do you want to talk reason? It's too late. You families won, and all shall perish," Yi Qijun said coldly. He had previously promised the Ministry of War to only kill the principal offenders and not to exterminate entire families or involve the innocent. But these myriad clans had become the cancer of the entire dragon country, secretly plotting against Yi Qijun, nearly leading to the annihilation of everyone on Taohua Island. For such deeds, Yi Qijun would never show mercy again. He would definitely eradicate these families. Pei Qian's expression stiffened, his heart filled with dread. He had not expected that after enraging Yi Qijun, the latter would be so decisive in his killings. The reason he had wanted to label Yi Qijun was in hopes that a gentleman could be deceived by reason, standing on the moral high ground, to coerce him, prompting him to abandon the extermination. But Yi Qijun was no gentleman. He was a king who in a fit of rage could cause thousands of corpses to float in the water. Pei Qian, helpless, could only say coldly, "If you dare to kill us, you will surely regret it. I have already contacted the various families in the alliance. Atop experts are on their way to Taohua Island. As soon as you take action, they will infiltrate and assassinate important figures on Taohua Island. If you kill us, then everyone around you will die." Pei Qian's tone was extremely venomous. This was his plan. On one hand, he gathered experts attempting to eliminate Yi Qijun. If that failed, he would use this method to force Yi Qijun to hesitate and not dare to act. On Taohua Island, apart from Yi Qijun, there wasn't even a martial saint. As long as he let the experts infiltrate, Shen Xianzhi and the others would surely die. This was one of Pei Qian's biggest trump cards. However, the next moment, Yi Qijun showed no sign of tension, instead letting out a cold laugh. "If that's really the case, then you should worry about the experts going to Taohua Island. He will die there. Besides, you want to delay. No need to strain your mind. Oh, I can wait for your helpers to arrive, and then I will catch them all in one net," Yi Qijun said disdainfully. Pei Qian's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that Yi Qijun had a backup plan on Taohua Island? However, after thinking it through, he couldn't come up with any other experts under Yi Qijun's command. If there really were, they should have appeared in the battle on Taohua Island that day. Could it be that he was just bluffing? A figure emerged from the water, revealing only a pair of eyes, looking at the heavily guarded army at the edge of Taohua Island. The 3 major guards of Prison God Island had fortified Taohua Island as if it were a steel barrel. However, this figure did not regard the 3 major guards at all. With a swift movement, he silently emerged from the water, transforming into a phantom, darting into the woods at the island's edge, instantly disappearing. The guards of the 3 major divisions did not notice his presence at all. Moments later, this person infiltrated the center of Taohua Island, arriving outside the central garden. Along the way, no one had discovered him, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. The 3 major guards on the island, nearly 100,000 troops, if surrounded, even a half-step martial sovereign would be exhausted. And he was only at the peak of martial saints, naturally not daring to confront 100,000 troops heathen. This person was Feng Zijin, an expert from the Alliance of the 100 Schools. He had been in closed-door cultivation for several years, but had not broken through yet. He was already at the peak of martial saints back then, with formidable strength. In an unknown fight, the strongest on this island was only at the martial spirit level, simply not his match. Having infiltrated this far, Feng Zijin had already realized that there were no experts on the island. As long as he acted quickly, avoiding being surrounded by the 100,000 troops, after killing everyone in the central garden, he could directly escape. For near the central garden, there weren't even any powerful guards, only hundreds of female warriors hiding in the shadows on alert. After all, this place was already considered the residence of the female relatives, Shen Xianzhi and the Yun sisters, all resided in the garden. Of course, Shen Xianzhi was also here, just in a different villa. Understanding the situation, Feng Zijin smiled confidently and directly leaped into the air, looking down at the garden. Everyone on Taohua Island come out and die. With a single roar, the entire Taohua Island was stirred up. At the island's edge, the 100,000 troops were furious. They were so vigilant, yet they allowed the enemy to slip in right under their noses. Countless troops rushed towards this side in a frenzy, but it was already too late. The mobilization of 100,000 men was exceedingly complex, and the distance from the shore to the garden was not short. By the time they arrived, everyone on the garden side would have long been dead. However, at this moment within the garden, figures rushed out cautiously, looking up at the air where Feng Zijin was. Shen Xianzhi, Dugu, how the leaders of the three major guards and many experts all stood out. Peak Martial Saint. Shen Xianzhi's face changed. The experts on the island varied in strength, but there was not a single martial saint. The strongest was the leader of the three major guards, but he had only just been promoted to the martial spirit level by Qijun. Shen Xianzhi furrowed her brows, her expression worried. With a peak martial saint infiltrating Taohua Island, had no power to resist. Helpless Shen Xianzhi could only shout, "Everyone attack together, protect the mistress, and stop this person." Immediately, all the experts on the island made their move, charging towards Feng Zijin. The three leaders were all at the martial spirit level, while Dugu Hao and a few from the Wu family were at the martial soul level, along with Shen Xianzhi and other innate grandmasters. Dozens of experts launched their attacks simultaneously, intending to work together to stop Feng Zijin. But Feng Zijin merely sneered disdainfully and dove down directly. Boom, boom, boom. Every palm he struck echoed loudly, sending figures flying. Even the three major leaders could only withstand 2 or 3 strikes before being sent flying, heavily injured. In just a short moment, dozens of experts had all fallen. Feng Zijin stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the masses with disdain. A mere group of old, weak, sick, and disabled dares to stop me. Who gave you the courage? Shen Xianzhi and the others were seething with anger, yet powerless to act. Their opponent was far too strong, not inferior to the Feng Ying and the Corpse Emperor of the past. During the battle at Peach Blossom Island, the only reason they managed to hold on for a while was that the enemies above the martial spirit realm did not participate. Later, when the martial Saint Golden Corpse made its move, Peach Blossom Island was immediately defeated. If it weren't for Wu Sanxing using the secret technique 8 Gates of Duanjia and Yi Qi's army arriving in time, the people of Peach Blossom Island would have been completely annihilated. Faced with experts above the martial Saint realm, Peach Blossom Island had no power to resist. Feng Zijin coldly gazed at the people of Peach Blossom Island, a growing killing intent in his eyes. "A bunch of ants, I shall send you on your way. Rest assured, you will soon see Yi Qi's army below, and opposing the various schools will surely lead to your demise." With that, Feng Zijin was about to strike down the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, from a nearby villa, a series of booming sounds erupted. It was the sound of a heartbeat. An incredibly strong and powerful heartbeat. Feng Zijin's pupils constricted as he looked coldly in that direction. In the next moment, a figure crashed through the villa's roof and leaped out. At the same time, a loud shout rang out, "Stop. If you want to kill them, you must first pass my test." As the words fell, this figure crashed down to the ground, blocking everyone. It was none other than Tian Can. At that moment, Tian Can's aura was several times stronger than before, his presence imposing. However, Feng Zijin merely scoffed disdainfully, saying, "A mere martial spirit realm dares to stop me. Be a coward, and perhaps you might survive, but since you've stepped forward, you shall die as well." In the realm of martial arts, the martial spirit realm was indeed considered a master, but before the peak martial Saint Feng Zijin, it was still insufficient. Suddenly, Shen Xianzhi roared, "Tian Can, run. That person is at the peak of martial saint. You are no match for him. Flee." Since death was inevitable, there was no need to lose another life. Every survivor counted. They had already attempted to stop the opponent, yet so many of them were easily defeated. Among them were 3 leaders, all of whom were also in the martial spirit realm. Tian Can alone could not possibly contend with the opponent. They could no longer escape, but Tian Can still had the strength to potentially flee. Tian Can turned his head and saw the severely injured Shen Xianzhi and others, instantly filled with fury. "What do you take me for? I couldn't participate in the battle at Peach Blossom Island, and I have always regretted it. If I must die today, let us die together." Tian Can roared with rage, and the next moment charged at the opponent, throwing a powerful punch. Feng Zijin smirked disdainfully, placing one hand behind his back and casually swatting towards Tian Can. He could tell that Tian Can's strength had just recently broken through. Even his aura was somewhat unstable. Compared to himself, a seasoned peak martial saint, there was a significant disparity. This casual palm strike was enough to severely injure him. Behind Tian Can, the people lying on the ground wore expressions of grief and anger. Dugu Hao cursed angrily, "Fool. Isn't this asking for death? It's utterly foolish." Wang Defa. Bang. A powerful heartbeat erupted from Tian Can's body, and the next moment the muscles in his arm bulged suddenly, instantly increasing in size several times. Crack. The explosive muscles instantly tore through Tian Can's sleeve, revealing his white arm. On his arm, intricate and mysterious runes covered it densely, with 1/3 of the runes glowing faintly in blood-red light. Tian Can's strength had already broken through to the martial spirit realm, and the first seal naturally unlocked. Dugu Hao stared blankly and muttered, "Qilin. Qilin arm." Boom. Just as he finished speaking, Tian Can's fist collided with Feng Zijin's palm. An unprecedented force exploded from his white arm, crashing against Feng Zijin's hand like a tsunami. Feng Zijin's face changed, drastically filled with horror, as he was directly sent flying. No longer did he possess the calm demeanor from just a moment ago. Facing Tian Can of the martial spirit realm, Feng Zijin had not taken him seriously, using less than 70% of his strength, but he never expected that the power unleashed by Tian Can's punch was actually comparable to that of a martial venerable. The dignified peak martial saint was sent flying by a single punch from Tian Can, spitting out a mouthful of blood midair, severely wounded. Everyone stared in astonishment. Tian Can. How strong? Tian Can was also somewhat dumbfounded, staring blankly at his own arm. Only after a moment did he react, a hint of understanding appearing in his eyes. Feng Zijin coughed up another mouthful of blood, astonished and enraged. What kind of arm is this? Why is the power so strong? He stared fixedly at Tian Can's arm, vaguely sensing that the punch just now did not seem to be Tian Can's own strength, but rather erupted from the runes on that arm. A mere martial spirit realm could unleash power comparable to that of a martial venerable. This arm is a treasure. Yet Tian Can shook his head solemnly and said, "This is not the power of the arm. It is the power of my master." The crowd was baffled. Only Tian Can understood that this was the power left to him by Yi Qi. Tian Can had just broken through to the martial spirit realm, unlocking the seal, while the power maintaining the seal had not dissipated but remained within the runes which he had unleashed with his own strength. This power was equivalent to Yi Qi personally making a move. Although it was not at full strength, it was already comparable to a martial venerable. One punch unleashed, and the opponent was merely at the peak of martial saint, still underestimating him, hence the severe injury. Feng Zijin was furious, yet he also realized that although Tian Can's punch was terrifying, how could a martial spirit realm expert repeatedly use such power? However, at that moment the sounds of countless armies shouting and killing came from 1,000 meters behind Feng Zijin. Feng Zijin panicked. He could not be surrounded by the army. He had to find a way to break through. He was already severely injured. Although he still had the strength to fight, it was impossible to break through directly. In an instant, Feng Zijin surged forward, charging towards Shen Xianzhi and the others. He intended to take hostages to force them to let him leave Peach Blossom Island. On Shen Xianzhi's side, only the Yun sisters were at the God of War level, plus the useless Wu Sanxing, making it easy to capture. But the next moment Tian Can roared in anger and rushed over, blocking Feng Zijin. Feng Zijin snorted angrily, looking for death. Even though he had just been severely injured by Tian Can in terms of true strength, even if Feng Zijin was wounded, he was not someone a martial spirit realm could contend with. This time Feng Zijin did not underestimate him. He unleashed all his strength. The severely injured Feng Zijin could only exert less than 30% of his power, but that was still equivalent to a half-step martial saint level. Although Tian Can had broken through, he was merely at the early martial spirit stage. Even with that powerful white arm, he could at most match a peak martial spirit, making him no match for Feng Zijin. After a dozen exchanges, crack, Feng Zijin directly broke Tian Can's white arm, and then he sneered, "A mere martial spirit realm dares to injure me. You rely solely on that arm to show off. Now that the arm is broken, you are nothing but a waste. Let go, you dog." Upon seeing this scene, Dugu Hao roared in anger. The others also shouted angrily, and even Shen Xianzhi's expression darkened. At this moment, the three major teams of the Prison God Island had arrived nearby, and among them a few slightly stronger experts had already surrounded them, quickly numbering in the thousands. Some people protected Shen Xianzhi and the others, while more surrounded Feng Zijin completely. Feng Zijin's expression was equally grim, with a hint of retreat in his gaze. Surrounded by the three major teams, even with his peak martial saint power, he couldn't escape. Just then Tian Can, who was caught by Feng Zijin, let out a cruel laugh and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Dugu Hao, who the hell are you cursing?" Tian Can's tone and expression showed no fear. Dugu Hao outside the encirclement was momentarily stunned, then realized that his earlier shout seemed to have some ambiguity. Tian Can's words sparked a flicker of inspiration in Feng Zijin's mind. Although he hadn't captured Shen Xianzhi and the others, seizing Tian Can might serve as a hostage. Everyone clear out. Let me leave Taohua Island, or I will snap this waste's neck right now. Feng Zijin sneered, exerting force to make Tian Can's neck crack ominously. Shen Xianzhi and the others were immediately startled. However, the countless members of the three major teams did not retreat. They were waiting for orders. At this moment, Qijun was not on Taohua Island, and only one person could command the three major teams. Shen Xianzhi. Apart from her, no one else's orders would work, not even Shen Kangshan's commands would be heeded. As for the leaders of the three major teams, they all looked towards Shen Xianzhi. Tian Can was directly under Yi Kaijin's command. Although they were the leaders of the three major teams, they would not overstep their bounds to make decisions. For a moment, everyone was watching Shen Xianzhi. Shen Xianzhi's delicate face turned slightly pale, but she did not panic. Mistress, we cannot let him go, or I will die with regrets. Suddenly, the nearly suffocated Tian Can managed to squeeze out an angry roar. Feng Zijin's eyes flashed with a fierce glint as he applied even more pressure. Shut up. If you say another word, I will kill you. Feng Zijin said coldly. Tian Can laughed savagely, speaking as if he were prepared for death. If you dare kill me. What nonsense are you talking about? Feng Zijin's forehead was bulging with veins. As a peak martial saint expert, being so ridiculed by a mere martial spirit realm individual made him want to crush the opponent on the spot. But Tian Can was already his last card. Shen Xianzhi, if you abandon Tian Can, do you want the subordinates of Yi Qijun to turn against you? Feng Zijin said venomously. Shen Xianzhi's expression slightly changed. However, just as she was about to issue the order to release him, a sound of flesh being torn echoed out. Everyone surrounding Feng Zijin froze, including Shen Xianzhi and the others, all looking at Feng Zijin with disbelief. Feng Zijin's cold and sinister expression stiffened as he slowly looked down at his chest. There an arm had pierced directly through his torso. Following the arm, Feng Zijin's eyes widened in disbelief. You? How is this possible? His eyes were filled with intense despair and unwillingness. Because the fist that punched through his chest was indeed Tian Can. Tian Can, who had his arm broken and was being choked by him, had almost no power to resist. And that arm was actually Tian Can's white arm covered in runes. Feng Zijin's entire focus had been on the experts from the three major teams nearby, completely ignoring the Tian Can in his grasp. After all, he had broken Tian Can's arm and was choking his life. But unexpectedly, it was Tian Can, whom he had neglected, who took his life with a single punch. Caught off guard, Feng Zijin's mind was a mess. I clearly broke your arm. Tian Can chuckled, teasing. Tian Can's products are just this durable. Feng Zijin unwillingly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes dimming rapidly. His chest had been pierced, he would die quickly. Tian Can retracted his fist and kicked Feng Zijin's corpse away, admiringly stroking his white arm. This arm is too strong. Indeed, his arm had been broken by Feng Zijin, but the recovery ability of this arm was something that ordinary people could hardly imagine, let alone a broken bone. Even if the arm were directly severed, as long as it was placed on the shoulder's wound, it would heal quickly. Around them, everyone finally came back to their senses. The peak martial saint expert Feng Zijin had just been killed by Tian Can with a single punch. In Sioux City Pei family. After waiting for half an hour, Yi Kaijin's face showed some impatience. Why hasn't your helper arrived yet? Pei Qian and the others were filled with anger. They indeed wanted to delay time, but being looked down upon by Yi Qijun made them all seethe with rage. Don't get too cocky. When they arrive, they'll ensure you have no place to bury yourself. Pei Qian snorted coldly. Yi Qijun said indifferently. I've waited a long time, I don't want to wait any longer. Let's kill you lot for practice first. As soon as he spoke, Yi Qijun stepped forward. But just then a furious roar echoed from afar. Yi Qijun, are you so eager to die? He'll fulfill your wish right now. Figures flew in like lightning from the distant sky. Seeing these people, Pei Qian and the others were overjoyed, their eyes filled with killing intent as they looked at Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun, however, looked with great interest at the five who had just arrived. The two at the forefront were actually half-step martial venerates. 3 more peak martial saints followed behind. Along with Pei Qian and others, there were a total of 2 half-step martial venerates, 6 peak martial saints, 2 ordinary martial saints, and the half-step martial venerate Linghu Qinquan as a drag. Although there weren't many people, only 11, their average strength far exceeded the previous ambush. In the next moment, all the experts surrounded Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun glanced at these experts and nodded in satisfaction. It seems my half hour of waiting was not in vain. Since you all have come, I'll take you all down at once to avoid the hassle of wiping you out one by one. Yi Qijun said with a light smile. Everyone's expression changed. Especially the 2 half-step martial venerates at the forefront, their expressions darkened. You speak boastfully. If this were 10 years ago, our lineup might not have been able to defeat you, but now. Even the martial venerates must die here. One person snorted coldly. 10 years ago, during the time, the Bai family, as the historical official of the Jianghu, ranked the martial arts family. The 22 families organized by Pei Qian, although ranked differently, shared a commonality: their strength had all improved over the past decade. 10 years ago, these families combined had only 3 peak martial saints, though there were many ordinary martial saints. But now 2 of those peak martial saints had broken through to the half-step martial venerate realm. The other individuals had also significantly improved their strength, allowing them to present such a lineup. At this moment, Pei Qian sneered coldly. 2 half-step martial venerates joining forces can easily hold you off. The others will be responsible for the siege. Even if you are a martial venerate, you definitely won't last more than a few dozen moves. I don't believe that we can't kill you today. Qijun glanced at the several experts before him and suddenly smiled faintly. Is this the confidence you bring to face me? Qijun's tone was dismissive. Pei Qian and the others immediately wore expressions of rage. The weakest among them was a half-step martial saint, and they had never been looked down upon like this before. Shui Sume, with her fiery temper, was the first to roar, arrogant. Today we will ensure you die here. Pei Qian was also filled with rage, venomously stating, after you die we will go to Taohua Island and eliminate everyone associated with you. Qijun's gaze instantly turned cold, ready to act. However, at that moment his phone suddenly rang. He frowned slightly and pulled out his phone to take a look. It was a call from Shen Xianzhi. Seeing Qijun actually take the call, everyone immediately planned to take advantage of the situation. But Pei Qian suddenly waved his hand, signaling everyone to hold on. Once he finishes this call, he will surely lose his composure, and then... Pei Qian chuckled sinisterly. Everyone instantly understood. The plan had been jointly settled, and they all knew Feng Zijin had gone to Taohua Island. As a peak martial saint infiltrating Taohua Island to deal with Shen Xianzhi and others who barely had any martial spirit realm experts was a piece of cake. This call must be the bad news from Taohua Island delivered to Qijun. With all his companions dead, such a blow would be enough to make Qijun lose his composure. In a battle between experts, if one side's emotions are unstable, their combat power could be reduced by over 30%. Hence, everyone wasn't in a rush, coldly watching Qijun take the call. Moments later, Qijun expressionlessly hung up the phone, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. As expected, if these people could not deal with him, they would go after Taohua Island. So when Qijun sealed Tian Can's arm, he left a portion of his power within the 3 seals. As long as Tian Can broke through to the martial spirit realm, he would be able to unleash an attack equal to Qijun's strength, enough to severely injure a peak martial saint. Combined with Tian Can's white arm, his combat power would be equivalent to a peak martial spirit, along with the cooperation of several other martial spirit realm experts and the 3 major guard teams with an army of 100,000. Even a peak martial saint would meet their end. However, Qijun did not expect Tian Can to break through just a bit too late, preventing him from coordinating with the other martial spirit realm experts. Fortunately, the opponent underestimated him and ultimately perished at Tian Can's hands. As for the future, once the Taohua Island base is initially established, let alone a peak martial saint, even a martial venerable would be unable to approach Shen Xianzhi and the others. Just as Qijun was pondering these matters, Pei Qian and the others across from him suddenly burst into triumphant laughter. Qijun, you must have found out right. On Taohua Island have all those around you died. This is the fate of opposing us. Do you regret it? Do you blame yourself? Are you furious? Unfortunately, it's all useless. Ha ha. Everyone laughed with delight. Each of these experts had lost several strong members of their families at Qijun's hands, and seeing him in such despair was immensely satisfying. But Qijun suddenly smirked dismissively, casually tossing his phone away. You should look at it yourselves. Pei Qian instinctively caught the phone, his smile freezing on his face, looking somewhat dumbfounded. The others were confused. What was happening? Shouldn't Qijun be filled with grief and despair at this? Yet they saw none of the pain on Qijun's face. Didn't he value those around him highly? Was it all a lie? Just as everyone was puzzled, Pei Qian saw that the phone displayed a video. After hesitating, he clicked to play it. This video was actually taken by a surveillance camera at a certain location on Taohua Island. The entire battle process was almost fully recorded. As expected, Feng Zijin, with his peak martial saint strength, indeed swept through the people of Taohua Island. But soon Tian Can appeared, severely injuring Feng Zijin with a single punch. Ultimately, he unexpectedly struck, killing Feng Zijin on the spot. The video ended here. However, Pei Qian did not make any movement. He stood frozen, utterly dazed. Beside him, Shui Sume snatched the phone, watched it again, and blankly handed it to Linghu Qinkuan next to her. Thus, everyone took turns watching the video on a single phone. After everyone finished watching, they all had the same reaction, lingering in a daze for a long time. After a moment, a half-step martial venerable suddenly roared with an extremely grim expression. This is impossible. This video is fake. Yes, it must be fake. I can make as many of these videos as I want. Qijun, you can't trick us with this. Pei Qian shouted angrily. frog in a well. Yi Qijun, however, only smiled coldly at their reactions. The half-step martial venerable snorted angrily and questioned, "What do you still want to deceive us? Even if it were a video, this one is too fake. With just the power you left behind, can you severely injure a peak martial saint with a single punch? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe it." To their doubts, Yi Qijun was too lazy to argue. He merely scoffed dismissively, "Don't believe it? Then you can try." "Let's try then." The half-step martial venerable yelled in rage, charging directly at Yi Qijun without a second thought. The others were stunned, and their expressions changed drastically. Especially Pei Qian, whose pupils shrank sharply, shouted urgently, "Don't be impulsive." This was not the method they had agreed upon to deal with Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun's strength was already sufficient to slay a martial venerable. To deal with him, they needed 2 half-step martial venerables to team up to barely block him, while the others were responsible for support. But now this half-step martial venerable had rushed in alone. Everyone panicked and hurriedly wanted to rush up to help. But it was already too late. Yi Qijun smiled coldly and faced the charging half-step martial venerable, slapping out a palm. Bang! The fist and palm collided, and the expression of the half-step martial venerable changed drastically. Crack! His arm was instantly shattered by Yi Qijun's palm. A look of terror instantly appeared on the half-step martial venerable's face. Yi Qijun's strength was indeed this formidable. This half-step martial venerable was not a fool. His apparent impulsiveness was simply due to disbelief in Pei Qian's and the others' descriptions of Yi Qijun's power, wanting to test it out. But he never expected that testing it would lead to his demise. The moment his arm was broken, he wanted to retreat. But how could Yi Qijun give him that chance? The next palm followed closely, arriving so quickly that even the half-step martial venerable couldn't react. This illustrated the significance of cooperation between 2 half-step martial venerables. If one person couldn't react, the other could help block. But now with only 1 half-step martial venerable, he couldn't possibly withstand Yi Qijun's second palm. Smack! The second palm struck directly on his head. It was like smashing a watermelon juice, splattering everywhere. The half-step martial venerable was killed by 2 slaps. Creak! In front of Yi Qijun, 10 masters abruptly came to a halt, their shoes leaving deep marks on the ground before they finally stopped. They looked at Yi Qijun with faces full of fear and shock, their hair standing on end. Even the remaining half-step martial venerable was drenched in cold sweat. Yi Qijun smiled coldly, beckoning to the 10 with a finger. "You think you can hold me off with 2 half-step martial venerables? Nice thought, come on, give it another try." Yi Qijun scoffed disdainfully. Pei Qian and the others were struck with terror. One of the 2 half-step martial venerables was already dead, and their battle plan had collapsed before it even began. How can they fight now? With only 1 half-step martial venerable left, he would be easily killed by Yi Qijun's 2 slaps, and the others would meet the same fate. In an instant, the expressions of the crowd reflected their desire to retreat. Yi Qijun's face gradually turned icy, and the murderous intent in his eyes erupted completely. "In the battle at Peach Blossom Island, over 20,000 of my men died. Today the lives of these over 20,000 men will be repaid with your lives as interest." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qijun flashed forward directly into the crowd. The first target was the half-step martial venerable. Crack! With a single palm, he shattered the half-step martial venerable's arm, and with a second palm, he sent him flying. The remaining peak martial saints were no match for Yi Qijun, and in the blink of an eye, they were being slaughtered one after another. In just a few moves, 2 peak martial saints had already died, and the others were all heavily injured. In Yi Qijun's hands, this so-called luxurious lineup was no more than sheep awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless. However, just as Yi Qijun prepared to kill everyone in one fell swoop, a voice suddenly came from afar. "Yi Qijun, please spare my subordinates, and let me say a word, will you?" Yi Qijun coldly glanced towards the distance. In midair, a dozen figures descended. All of them were half-step martial saints or above, and among them several were martial saints. At the forefront stood an old man and a young man, both peak martial saints. Yi Qijun asked indifferently, "Are you also part of this so-called alliance of the 100 schools?" The young man at the front had bright red hair draped in a black cloak and cupped his fists towards Yi Qijun. "Mr. Yi, I have long admired your name. We are not part of their alliance, but there are some words we wish to convey to you." The young man's expression was calm, exuding the aura of a person in power. Seeing these people, the heavily injured Pei Qian's eyes brightened, and he let out a small sigh of relief. They had finally arrived. "Since you are not part of it, let me deal with them first," Yi Qijun said indifferently. The red-haired young man's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, "Yi Qijun, can you spare them for my sake?" Yi Qijun's eyes turned cold as he glanced at the red-haired young man. "Your face." The young man smiled calmly. The old man beside him stepped forward with arrogance, saying, "My young master is the heir of the Tang family, Tang Yuza." Pei Qian and the others were stunned, their eyes filled with shock. The Tang family, Tang Yuza. This name made the faces of the heavily injured masters flush with excitement. The Tang family is among the strongest families in the Alliance of the Hundred Schools. The so-called Alliance of the Hundred Schools that Pei Qian had gathered consists of only 22 families, and the strongest among them barely ranks around 50 on the martial family ranking. Meanwhile, the Tang family ranks 25th on the martial family ranking. Although they have not made it into the top 20, the strength of the Tang family is beyond doubt. Those ranked among the top 30 on the martial family ranking have extremely strong foundations. Even if they do not have a martial venerable in charge, they certainly possess trump cards capable of matching or even killing a martial venerable. Take the Tang family, for example. 10 years ago, the reason the Tang family could rank 25th on the martial family ranking was due to their 7 elders North Dipper formation. The 7 elders of the Tang family were all peak martial saints 10 years ago, and among them the first and second elders were even half-step martial venerables. Though it seems similar to the lineup Pei Qian and the others had prepared today, the Tang family's 7 elders North Dipper formation had truly killed martial venerables. When the 7 elders joined forces to form the formation, they once killed a martial venerable in a battle against a notorious figure in the martial world. Many genuine martial venerables have said that an ordinary early-stage martial venerable would find it hard to survive when caught in the 7 elders North Dipper formation. This is the Tang family's confidence. With the Tang family stepping in, they might not have to die, and their family could also be preserved. However, hearing the name Tang family, Yi Qijun's eyes turned icy. The Tang family is also one of the families on his list of enemies. Yi Qijun coldly glanced at Tang Yuze and the others. You are not qualified to ask for favors from me. With that, he was about to strike down Pei Qian and the others. Tang Yuze's expression changed slightly, his eyes turning cold. As the heir of the Tang family, he had never been spoken to like this before. He immediately snorted coldly, his attitude becoming haughty. I think you'd better sell me this favor, otherwise the consequences are beyond your tolerance. Don't think that the Alliance of the 100 Schools is made up of those inferior characters you have dealt with. The strength of the top-ranked Alliance of the 100 Schools is beyond your imagination. Even martial venerables we have killed more than 1 or 2. Just give me this favor, and as long as you do not kill them, the Alliance of the 100 Schools will not target you. Just cooperate with us, and provide a sample of your blood for our research. What do you think? Quite a deal, right? Tang Yuze said with a faint smile, his gaze filled with certainty. For hundreds of years, the martial world has been dominated by the Alliance of the 100 Schools. Even if there are scattered cultivators in the martial world, even those renowned heroes of the Dragon Kingdom must keep their tails between their legs in front of the Alliance of the 100 Schools. Perhaps in front of a martial venerable, those families ranked lower can be easily exterminated, but what about those? Don't talk about ordinary martial venerables. If you truly anger the strongest among the top-ranked Alliance of the 100 Schools, even peak martial venerables would have to die. Tang Yuze did not believe that Yi Qijun dared to completely anger all the Alliance of the 100 Schools. Eradicating 22 families from the Alliance of the 100 Schools had already crossed all their bottom lines. Beside Tang Yuze, the old man also sneered arrogantly, stating, I advise you to listen to my young master, otherwise you probably won't live past 3 days. Upon hearing the words of these two, Yi Qijun merely smiled coldly. I was just thinking that I must annihilate these 22 families, but what about the others? Should I wipe them out, or just kill the ringleaders? However, you have made my decision for me, Yi Qijun said indifferently. In the next moment, he instantly appeared in front of Tang Yuze and struck him with a furious palm across the face. You really want to study my bloodline, don't you? Wasn't that the reason for dealing with my parents back then? Yi Qijun roared like thunder crashing down. Bang! This slap directly flattened Tang Yuze's head, not even allowing him to utter a sound before he fell dead on the spot. Beside Tang Yuze, the old man was taken aback. You dare? The old man's eyes nearly popped out, utterly incredulous. How could anyone dare to directly attack the young master of the Tang family? Are they seeking death? Just as the old man was in shock, Yi Qijun coldly glanced over. In 3 days, whether I am still alive is something you won't witness. With that, Yi Qijun struck out with his palm, directly killing the still dazed old man. These two fellows performed even worse than Pei Qian and the others. That Tang Yuze was clearly just a flowery pillow with no real strength. Let alone actual combat, they probably rarely even sparred. As for that old man, his temperament was too poor. When Yi Qijun acted, he was still in a daze. The two peak martial saints died even more easily than those in the martial spirit realm. Pei Qian and the others, as well as those behind Tang Yuze, all had drastically changed expressions. At this moment, Yi Qijun looked coldly at them. Knowing I am here, yet not hiding away, you actually dare to. Since the Tang family seeks death, you will meet the same fate as them, extermination. With that, Yi Qijun charged into the crowd, unleashing a bloody massacre. The dozen or so experts from the Tang family, along with the already heavily injured Pei Qian and others, stood no chance against Yi Qijun. In just a few minutes, all the experts were killed by Yi Qijun. Without experts above martial venerable, no one could stop him. Pei Qian and the others couldn't even catch a glimpse of Yi Qijun's figure. However, when the killing was almost done, Yi Qijun discovered that Pei Qian, Linghu Qianquan, and Xue Sumei had actually fled. Moreover, this time Linghu Qianquan and Xue Sumei had joined forces to utilize secret techniques, almost burning their blood, allowing them to escape at an extremely fast speed comparable to martial venerable experts in a short time. But Yi Qijun didn't pay much attention. In his eyes, these three were nothing more than complete clowns not worth worrying about. They may have escaped, but the Pei family was still here. Yi Qijun coldly gazed at the terrified experts of the Pei family. The Pei family shall be exterminated today. Half an hour later, Yi Qijun walked out of the Pei family estate. All martial arts experts of the Pei family were dead. However, the Pei family was indeed weak. There was nothing of value found, and only a few spirit stones were taken by Yi Qijun. Just as Yi Qijun was about to leave, he suddenly let out a soft gasp and looked toward a corpse at the entrance. That corpse was none other than the young master of the Tang family, Tang Yujie. Yi Qijun keenly sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy from that corpse. Yi Qijun reached out and pulled Tang Yujie's corpse closer, and in the next moment his gaze focused on Tang Yujie's wrist. Boom! Yi Qijun's pupils constricted sharply as an unprecedented aura erupted violently. Yi Qijun rarely lost control of his emotions, but at this moment even he could not suppress his own aura. For on Tang Yujie's wrist was a bracelet simple in design, yet extremely familiar. He hurriedly took it off and examined it carefully. Indeed, it was the one. Dragon Eye Jade Bracelet. If not observed closely, it seemed like an ordinary and very common jade bracelet. Moreover, this piece of jade was somewhat murky and mottled, making it appear worthless. But in fact, that so-called mottling upon closer inspection clearly resembled an eye. Furthermore, holding it in his hand, he could distinctly feel that this was no ordinary bracelet, it was clearly a spiritual weapon. The most precious part was in fact that dragon eye. However, if the dragon eye were to be excavated, it would lose all its effectiveness. It is said that many years ago there was a piece of jade with two dragon eyes. One of the dragon eyes was attempted to be excavated by someone, but ultimately, it lost its function, resulting in the creation of this dragon eye jade bracelet. However, this bracelet's spiritual energy was concealed, making it difficult to detect the fluctuations of spiritual energy, which even nearly led Yi Qijun to overlook it. The reason Yi Qijun was so excited was that this bracelet had once been a piece of jewelry worn by his mother. When Yi Qijun was young, he was unaware of the existence of martial artists, so he did not know that this bracelet was a spiritual weapon. It was only after becoming a disciple that he recalled this bracelet was a spiritual weapon. But now how could his mother's bracelet be on Tang Yujie's wrist? Yi Qijun regretted not keeping Tang Yujie and the others to ask them about the origin of this bracelet. After carefully storing the bracelet, Yi Qijun's gaze suddenly turned sharp. His original plan was to eliminate the 22 families one by one. But now his mother's matter was more important. He needed to head to the Tang family immediately to uncover all the clues regarding his mother. I can feel it. Next time we won't escape. Yi Qijun will not give us another chance to flee. He will kill us first. Xue Sumei gasped heavily. To escape, she and Linghu Qianquan nearly risked their lives. But in reality, with Yi Qijun's current martial venerable strength, catching up to them was effortless. It was just that he was killing at his leisure, targeting whoever was closest first, and since the three of them were the first to flee, they merely escaped by chance. What do we do now? The alliance is completely finished. The Pei family is also gone. Are we just waiting to die? Linghu Qianquan asked irritably. Pei Qian's face was ashen, filled with grief and indignation. He had almost seen his family being exterminated by Yi Qijun, unable to save them, almost in unbearable pain. Revenge. We must have revenge. Even if I have to fall into darkness, I will have my revenge. Pei Qian's eyes turned bloodshot as if he were going mad. Linghu Qianquan and Xue Sumei exchanged glances, both sighed, unsure how to console him. After a moment, Pei Qian suddenly looked at the two of them and began to roar in a low voice. Our strength is too weak. We must quickly enhance our power, otherwise we won't even have the qualification to take revenge. Xue Sumei, didn't you say your family has secret methods? At this moment, why bother with so much? Hurry and use the secret method to break through. Xue Sumei's face flushed red, shyly glancing at Linghu Qianquan. Linghu Qianquan was dumbfounded. Secret method? It couldn't be that one, right? Damn, you should be persuading me, not Xue Sumei. I'm the one with reservations. Linghu Qianquan looked at Xue Sumei's flushed face and her gently caressing her abdomen. A chill ran down his spine. Wait. Both of us are of such an age, Pei Qian, don't make such a joke. Linghu Qianquan hurriedly waved his hands to refuse. But Xue Sumei hurriedly said, Kunkin, we are all martial artists. Although we may look old, our physical functions are not inferior to the young. We can give it a try. Don't you want to have a child with me? Xue Sumei's eyebrows stood on end. Linghu Qianquan was startled, hurriedly chuckling. How could that be? If you want it, then let's just try. Qizhou. The Tang family is not located in the city, but rather on a mountain outside Yangshan in Qizhou. At this moment in the main hall of the Tang family villa, two elderly men are chatting merrily. Second brother Tang, take a look. Is this what you were looking for? An elder with white hair and brows said with a smile. The second elder of the Tang family examined a piece of red stone in his hand, nodding excitedly in admiration. That's right. This is it. Brother Zhuge, I must thank you again. Oh, without you we could never have found this fire essence stone. Haha. So about the agreed reward. No problem, no problem. I've already sent someone to fetch it. The second elder of the Tang family replied cheerfully. At this moment, the head of the Tang family hurried in, carrying a box and placing it in front of the elder with white hair. Mister, by here are the 10 spirit stones you requested. Please count them. The head of the family said respectfully. This elder with white hair and brows is one of the ancestors of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Bai. Although the Zhuge family ranks only 38th among the 100 schools of thought and is far less powerful than the Tang family, the Zhuge family is quite special. Not only the Tang family, but even those top 10 prestigious families must treat the Zhuge family with respect. The Zhuge family is one of the 6 divination families among the 100 schools of thought, a lineage passed down from Zhuge Wuhou thousands of years ago. The family's unique technique, the Wuhou Qimen, can bring good fortune and avert disasters, which is why the Zhuge family has endured for thousands of years. Zhuge Bai is not the strongest in the Zhuge family, but his divination skills are exceptional. He is treated as an honored guest in any of the 100 schools of thought. This time the Tang family specifically invited him to divine the whereabouts of the fire essence stone. After putting away the spirit stone, Zhuge Bai smiled and said, Second brother Tang, it has been several years since your elder brother last appeared, hasn't it? Has he broken through to the martial sovereign realm? The second elder of Tang shook his head and replied, I'm not sure. My elder brother has been in closed-door training. After you divined his lifespan years ago, he learned that he only had a few years left to live, so he went into seclusion. If he doesn't come out in another 2 years, he might. The second elder sighed, his face filled with worry. The 7 elders of the Tang family formed the North Dipper Formation, with the eldest Tang being the core. If he dies, the strength of the Tang family will plummet. Zhuge Bai did not say much more. 7 years ago, he divined for the eldest of the Tang family, and the hexagram indicated that he only had 7 years left to live. After all, he had already lived over 100 years. Thus, to extend his life, he must break through to the martial sovereign realm. This year is the 7th year. It is uncertain whether the eldest Tang can survive this tribulation. Zhuge Bai sighed. Old friends from those days are leaving one by one. Just as he was feeling sentimental, a young man from the Tang family suddenly rushed and drenched in sweat. Master, second ancestor, senior Zhuge, something terrible has happened. The young master is dead. Boom. The second elder of Tang's aura erupted instantly as he stood up furious. Tang Yuze, the eldest young master of the Tang family, was the most talented junior in the family, already at the peak of martial saint at a young age, with the potential to break through to martial sovereign in the future. But now he has actually died. Speak. How did he die? The second elder of Tang shouted angrily. The young man from the Tang family hurriedly explained. Yi Qijun, the descendant of that person. What audacity to kill my nephew. The second elder of Tang. At that moment, a thunderous explosion rang out from outside. Bang. The entire Tang family villa erupted in chaos. All the members of the Tang family rushed out. At this moment, the main gate of the Tang family villa had been shattered, and Yi Qijun entered holding the head of Tang. In an instant, over 100 elite members of the Tang family appeared at the entrance, surrounding Yi Qijun. Upon seeing the head in Yi Qijun's hand, the expressions of all the Tang family members changed dramatically. Who dares to lay such a heavy hand on our young master, you scoundrel? An angry shout erupted from the crowd as a half-step martial saint charged forward in fury. Slap. In the next moment, Yi Qijun casually struck, shattering the bones of that half-step martial saint. A wave of shock swept through the elite members of the Tang family. He broke into the Tang family and committed murder in public. A half-step martial saint killed with a single slap. Who is this person? Just as everyone was on high alert, a furious roar came from the main hall. Yi Qijun, you dare come to your death. As the words fell, the second elder of Tang shot out like lightning. Yi Qijun glanced at him indifferently and casually threw Tang Yuze's head over. The second elder of Tang hurriedly caught it, instantly filled with extreme sorrow and rage. Yuze, my dear nephew, you died so tragically. The second elder of Tang shouted, his murderous intent surging. The Tang family's ranking of 25th among the 100 schools of thought relies on the efficacy of the 7 elders' North Dipper Formation, capable of slaying martial sovereigns. But now, with the eldest Tang's lifespan nearing its end, no one knows if he can break through and survive. If the eldest Tang dies, the Tang family's ranking will drop by more than 10 places instantly. Moreover, the North Dipper Formation can only be executed by 7 brothers born from the same mother, and the entire Tang family cannot muster a second North Dipper Formation. Currently, the only one in the Tang family with the best chance to break through to the martial sovereign realm is Tang Yuze. Only if he becomes a martial sovereign can the Tang family continue to grow strong. But now this only hope has been killed by Yi Qijun. The second elder of Tang stared at Yi Qijun with blood-red eyes. Yi Qijun, you will pay the most painful price for your actions. My nephew's life is worth 1,000 times more than you little bastard. You and everyone you know will accompany him to the grave. The second elder of Tang seemed to go mad. Yi Qijun's eyes turned cold. If you dare threaten my people again, it won't just be Tang Yuza who dies, but your entire Tang clan. What a bold claim. The Tang family has nearly 1,000 years of heritage. This is the first time I've heard someone say they would annihilate the Tang clan. Little friend, are you dreaming? At this moment, Zhuge Bai also walked out from the main hall. Hearing Yi Qijun's words, he couldn't help but sneer. Yi Qijun glanced at him indifferently without acknowledging him and took out a dragon-eye jade bracelet. I will ask only once, how did you obtain this item? Answer me, and I can kill only the martial artists of the Tang family, sparing the ordinary people. Yi Qijun asked coldly. The second elder of Tang laughed in rage, his face twisted with fury. You killed the future hope of my Tang family, and you still want to ask us questions? Take your questions and go die. As he spoke, the second elder of Tang took out a jade pendant and crushed it fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, several powerful auras soared into the sky from the deepest part of the Tang family villa, and in the next moment several figures flashed to the side of the second elder of Tang. It was none other than several other elders from the Tang family. Except for the eldest Tang, the second through seventh elders, a total of 6 experts at the peak of martial saint gathered here. 2 quasi-grand martial lords, 4 peak martial saints, and 3 more martial saints among the Tang clan's younger generation. This alone was staggering. Should one further count Tang Yujie and the elderly man, both peak martial saints, the Tang clans might become truly unfathomable. Moreover, the eldest Tang brother, long since a quasi-grand martial lord, had yet to appear. Tang Air, his murderous intent boiling over, snarled with grim ferocity. 10 years ago, our 7 elders' Big Dipper formation alone could slay a grand martial lord. A decade has passed. We are stronger now. Today you shall fall beneath our blades. Beside him, Zhuge Bai let out a light chuckle, watching the spectacle unfold with detached amusement. TSK, I haven't witnessed the 7 elders' Big Dipper formation in 10 years. But brother Tang Air, without your elder brother present, can it even be deployed? Zhuge Bai asked curiously. Though seething with rage, Tang Air refrained from lashing out at Zhuge Bai. He replied coldly, rest assured, brother Zhuge. To eliminate a mere junior, we need no Big Dipper formation. The Tang clan's strength today surpasses even that of 10 years past, even without the formation. Then I shall watch with bated breath. Zhuge Bai laughed heartily. Tang Air sneered, raised his hand, and 3 young martial saints from the Tang clan surged forward toward Yi Qijun. After all, Yi Qijun had slain both Tang Yujie and the elder. His strength was undeniably formidable, perhaps even that of a quasi-grand martial lord. Sending 3 martial saints first was meant as reconnaissance. Yet none anticipated that those 3 martial saints were not even worthy of testing Yi Qijun's mettle. With a chilling smile, Yi Qijun raised his hand and struck. Boom. His palm descended like thunder and lightning, shattering a martial saint's skull into crimson mist. The other 2 recoiled in terror, but before they could retreat, Yi Qijun advanced 1 step and struck twice more. All 3 martial saints, denied even the chance to mount a true offense, were crushed where they stood. Every soul in the Tang clan froze in horror. A grand martial lord. Only a grand martial lord could possess such power. Tang Yujie, the Tang clan's eldest son, hailed as their greatest prodigy in centuries, had reached peak martial saint by his 30s, an achievement unparalleled across the 100 schools of thought. Yet Yi Qijun had already ascended to grand martial lord. At this revelation, even Tang Air's face, though he boasted defiantly that the Tang clans might now exceeded even its former glory, even without the Big Dipper formation. Such words were mere bravado. 10 years ago, the 7 elders had all been peak martial saints. Together their formation could kill a grand martial lord. Now, though Tang Air and the 5 others had each broken through to greater heights, without the formation they could only contend with, but never slay, a grand martial lord. Silence fell upon the entire Tang manor. Beside them, Zhuge Bai's pupils contracted sharply as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Qijun, astonishment flashing across his eyes. At the instant Yi Qijun struck, Zhuge Bai sensed an ineffable aura, one imperceptible to ordinary cultivators, yet unmistakable to a master diviner like himself. Zhuge Bai drew a sharp breath, his expression flickering between disbelief and dread. Was his perception flawed? Without hesitation, he produced 4 ancient palm-sized tortoise shells and 2 divination cups. The Zhuge clan's Wuhou mystic art employed tortoise shells and divination cups in tandem for unparalleled. Zhuge Bai channeled spiritual energy, his palm blazing crimson, as he gripped one shell while casting the 2 cups onto the ground thrice. Crack! Fine fissures spiderwebbed across the shell, aligning with the cup's oracle pattern. Zhuge Bai snapped his head up, his face stricken with terror as he stared at the Tang clan. An unsolvable death tribulation. The Tang clan had already fallen into an inescapable doom. Wordlessly, Zhuge Bai immediately performed a second divination. Whether the Tang clan perished held little consequence for him. He sought only the auspices of his own journey. Moments later, the omen emerged: great misfortune. Still unsatisfied, Zhuge Bai cast again, this time asking where lies the source of this misfortune. The answer: death, tribulation. Zhuge Bai's face blanched, his hands trembled as he seized the last intact tortoise shell for a final reading. This time he asked, who brings this death, tribulation? Bang! Instead of fracturing with its customary patterns, the shell exploded cleanly in two. The divination cup stood upright on the ground, unnaturally, eerily vertical. Zhuge Bai's eyes bulged wide. Then in one fluid motion, he leapt upright, gazing at Yi Qijun with raw terror, sweat drenching his robes. As the Zhuge clan's foremost diviner, Zhuge Bai understood the portent instantly. The first reading had already sealed the Tang clan's fate. An unsolvable death, tribulation. No immortal or sage could intervene. Yet the subsequent 3 readings defied all precedent. Divination was akin to questioning heaven itself, especially when probing one's own destiny. Excessive clarity invited calamity. Yet Zhuge Bai's 3 successive inquiries had revealed a truth so terrifying it chilled his marrow. Yi Qijun must never be made an enemy. That profound arcane aura he'd sensed upon Yi Qijun. It was indeed the legendary Dragon Qi. Legends spoke of Zhuge Wuhou, the founding ancestor of the Zhuge clan, who had abandoned seclusion only after sensing the Dragon Qi emanating from Liu Bei, and thus chose to serve him. History bore witness, though Liu Bei never unified the realm, he did reign as emperor for 3 years. One who must never be opposed. One bearing the Dragon Qi. Heaven itself refused to yield any omen. Zhuge Bai's molars tingled with dread. Then without pause he stepped forward. Thud! At the very moment tension peaked between the Tang clan and Yi Qijun, swords drawn, battle imminent. Zhuge Bai dropped to his knees before Yi Qijun in full view of all. This humble servant Zhuge Bai pays homage to Master Yi. He bowed deeply, striking his forehead upon the ground. Instantly, every onlooker stood frozen. They had seen Zhuge Bai divining, but none understood his revelations. One moment he was casting omens, the next he prostrated himself before Yi Qijun. What sorcery was this famed white-browed sage performing? Tang heir roared incensed, "Brother Zhuge, what in the world are you doing?" Zhuge Bai ignored him entirely. Mere cries from doomed men held no weight. Lifting his head, he spoke earnestly. "Master Yi, this humble servant hails from the Zhuge clan. Please accept this modest token of goodwill." He produced 10 spirit stones, freshly acquired, still warm in his palm, and offered them with both hands. Yi Qijun arched a brow, glancing at Zhuge Bai with faint surprise. "Step aside for now. I shall deal with the Tang clan first," Yi Qijun said coolly. Zhuge Bai hastened to the periphery. Though enraged, the Tang clan knew better than to provoke Zhuge Bai while facing a far graver threat. Tang heir snorted contemptuously, seized the massive saber handed to him by a clansman, and pointed it straight at Yi Qijun. "Wretched fool who flaunts his own head for sale, die." The 6 elders of the Tang family all drew their weapons, surrounding Yi Qijun. Despite their hunched appearances, each wielded increasingly formidable weapons. Tang Lao heir wielded only a horse-cutting broadsword with a blade length of 1 meter and a handle of 1.2 meters. A sword over 2 meters long would make anyone tremble at its overwhelming presence. Yet among the weapons used by the 7 elders of the Tang family, this horse-cutting broadsword was the most delicate. Tang Lao San and Tang Lao Si wielded 2 identical giant guillotines, their blades as large as doors, leaving one to question whether these guillotines were meant for beheading or slapping. Tang Lao Wu wielded a Fong Tian Hua Ji nearly 3 meters long and weighing several hundred kilograms. Tang Lao Lu held 2 long-handled giant axes known in ancient times as a yue, resembling the apparatus used for beheading. As for the last Tang Lao Chi, he held 2 massive Lei Guwang golden hammers. Among the Tang family's 7 elders, the lower the rank, the more extravagant the weapon, each nearly obscuring their frail figures. Yi Qijun raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Even he felt astonished by the sight of these 6 old men wielding giant heavy weapons. At this moment, the leading Tang Lao heir had already swung his sword down with a roar. "Little thief, behold my blade." With a clang, Yi Qijun unsheathed his ziwei sword, blocking the strike. Surprisingly, Tang Lao heir was not sent flying by Yi Qijun's sword. Although Tang Lao heir was a half-step martial sovereign, he was still significantly weaker than Yi Qijun. In a full-force clash, even another half-step martial sovereign might not maintain their grip on their weapon and would at least be forced back several meters. Yet Tang Lao heir's face reddened with anger, and he did not step back at all. Yi Qijun's gaze sharpened slightly. What immense strength! Tang Lao heir's strength exceeded that of an ordinary half-step martial sovereign by several times, already comparable to that of a true martial sovereign. Innate divine strength. Interesting, Yi Qijun said lightly. Then he thrust his long sword upward again, a fierce and tremendous force erupting instantly. Boom! With a deafening clash of weapons, Tang Lao air was sent flying. The expressions of the Tang elders all changed drastically. The seven brothers possessed extraordinary talents, all endowed with innate divine strength, with few rivals of the same level. Tang Lao Air was a half-step martial sovereign. Although he was certainly no match for a martial sovereign, his strength alone was already comparable to one, albeit with much weaker overall strength. Tang Lao Air was a half-step martial sovereign. Although he was certainly no match for a martial sovereign, his strength alone was already comparable. The group exchanged glances and charged forward in unison. If a unknown fight was futile, then they would engage in a joint assault. The first to attack were Tang Lao San and Tang Lao Si with their giant guillotines. Yi Qijun felt as if the sunlight above his head was blocked, as if the sky had darkened. These two were indeed using guillotines to slap him. Yi Qijun frowned slightly, thrusting his long sword precisely between the points of the two guillotines. The now spirit weapon, the Ziwei sword, was still slightly bent by the impact from the massive guillotines. The strength of these two was even greater than that of Tang Lao Air. Just after blocking these two blades, the follow-up attack came from Tang Lao was Fang Tian Hua Ji, sweeping towards Yi Qijun's legs, aiming to sever them. Yi Qijun snorted coldly and stomped down. Boom. This stomp directly pinned the Fang Tian Hua Ji to the ground. Tang Lao Wu was furious, his face flushed. He exerted all his might, but could not pull his weapon from beneath Yi Qijun's foot. At that moment of stalemate, Tang Lao Chi leaped up, bringing down his two Lei Gu One golden hammers with great force, directly striking down on the two giant guillotines. The hammerheads of these two giant hammers were larger than a bucket of water, and combined with Tang Lao Chi's strength, it was almost like Mount Tai crashing down. Creak! The Ziwei sword was instantly bent, the blade cracking ominously. Yet Yi Qijun's arm did not move in the slightest, and his expression remained calm. The expressions of the others changed drastically. The combined strength of them was such that even a martial sovereign couldn't withstand it. They could very likely be crushed to death. In a contest of strength, even a martial sovereign could not endure their combined might. They could only defeat them through speed and other strengths. Yet Yi Qijun managed to withstand the attack of four with sheer force. This strength had already far surpassed that of an ordinary martial sovereign. Not far away, Tang Lao Air shouted angrily, "Lao Lu, cut him down." Tang Lao Lu immediately rushed forward, swinging his two long-handled giant axes toward the center like a giant pair of scissors. At this moment, Yi Qijun stood with the Fang Tian Hua Ji beneath his feet, two giant guillotines, and two massive hammers above, bearing the combined force of four individuals endowed with innate divine strength, effectively immobilized. The oncoming axes were the true lethal strike. The six elders of the Tang family, unable to exert the seven elders' North Dipper formation, had after decades of collaboration become strikingly in sync. Even now, Tang Lao Air had circled around to Yi Qijun's back, swinging the horse-cutting broadsword toward him, blocking any chance of retreat. In the case of other martial sovereigns, this would be a guaranteed death trap. But at that moment, Yi Qijun smiled coldly. "It has been a long time since anyone has forced me to use my full strength. You all are not bad." With that, Yi Qijun kicked the Fang Tian Hua Ji beneath him, which Tang Lao Wu could not grasp, watching helplessly as it collided with the right giant axe. At the same time, Yi Qijun extended his left hand, grabbing the left giant axe. Clang! The axe blade struck his palm, sending a shower of sparks flying. Tang Lao Liu's expression changed dramatically. How is that possible? Although these two axes appeared heavy and more like weapons for smashing, they were exceptionally sharp. How could one block them with their palm? But the next moment he noticed that Yi Qijun's left hand was wearing a snow-white glove, incredibly resilient. It turned out to be a spirit tool glove, no wonder. Just as he realized this, Tang Lao Lu felt an unprecedented force emanating from the axe. Before he could react, his axe along with his entire body was thrown up. Yi Qijun held onto the axe blade, tossing Tang Lao Lu into the air, crashing towards the approaching Tang Lao Air. Simultaneously, Yi Qijun's long sword surged with power. An overwhelming flow of spiritual energy surged into the Ziwei sword, and the previously bent sword instantly straightened. The two guillotines and the two giant hammers pressing down on the Ziwei sword were directly sent flying. In almost an instant, all six were knocked back. Yi Qijun's sudden surge of strength had completely crushed the six elders of the Tang family endowed with innate divine strength. The next moment, Yi Qijun sheathed his sword, raised his palm, and tightened the snow silkworm gloves. "You performed well, now it's my turn." The moment the words fell, Yi Qijun had already appeared in front of Tang Lao, striking out with the palm. Tang Lao's pupils constricted, a look of horror flashing in his eyes. So fast. Since Yi Qijun possesses such speed, why did he not dodge when facing their six-person joint attack? With his speed, they should not be able to catch him at all. There was no time to think further. Tang Lao raised the giant axe in his hand, attempting to block the palm with the blade. Yi Qijun's palm struck the blade, and after a loud crash, the giant axe was slammed into Tang Lao's chest, countless fine cracks appearing on the steel blade. Tang Lauer's sternum was directly shattered, over a dozen ribs broken, and he was sent flying. He was severely injured on the spot. Yi Qijun chuckled disdainfully, turning to face Tang Lao San, and Tang Lao Si delivering another swift and decisive palm strike. The two were horrified. Having just witnessed Tang Lauer being sent flying with a single palm, they understood that relying on just one person could not withstand Yi Qijun's attack. Without a word, the two simultaneously raised their massive guillotine blades, stacking them together, hoping to block Yi Qijun's strike. But in the next moment, an unprecedented immense force surged in, bending both guillotine blades with a palm strike, and the two were sent flying, as well, blood spraying wildly. Then Tang Lao Wu and Tang Lao Lu were also sent flying by Yi Qijun's same palm strike. However, at this moment, the last of the group, Tang Lao Chi, had regained his senses. Seeing that his 5 brothers were severely injured, Tang Lao Chi was enraged and swung 2 giant hammers towards Yi Qijun with a crazed expression. Since they couldn't block, they would simply force him back. Yi Qijun snorted coldly, no longer using his palm, but instead he clenched his fist and met the giant hammers. Boom! The 2 giant hammers, as large as buckets, were sent flying, and Tang Lao Chi could not even grasp the hammer handles. In the next moment, Yi Qijun's fist was already smashing towards Tang Lao Chi's head. If this punch landed, Tang Lao Chi's head would undoubtedly be crushed, and there would probably not even be a sizable fragment of bone left. However, just at that moment, a furious shout came from the depths of the Tang family estate. "You scoundrel, how dare you!" A figure appeared behind Tang Lao Chi like a phantom, meeting Yi Qijun's punch. Bang! The 2 fists collided, and both stepped back 3 paces. It was a draw. The newcomer was undeniably an extremely gaunt old man, his eyes sharp and filled with murderous intent. Martial Sovereign Realm. The eldest of the 7 elders of the Tang family had broken through to the Martial Sovereign Realm. The previously despairing 6 elders of the Tang family were instantly overjoyed. "Eldest brother, you broke through." Tang Lao Chi, having survived a calamity, asked. Tang Lao nodded, his expression extremely grim as he inquired, "What is going on? Who is this person?" Tang Lao Chi hurriedly explained. Not far away, Zhuge Bai was shocked to see that Tang Lao he had successfully broken through, murmuring to himself in disbelief. "This can't be right. I clearly calculated that he only had 7 years left to live, and he would die this year. How could he break through?" Zhuge Bai was confused. A person's lifespan has limits. Even a martial saint cannot live beyond 200 years. Moreover, almost all martial saints have accumulated hidden injuries from countless battles, which naturally shorten their lifespan. For Tang Lao to live past 100 years is already considered longevity. Zhuge Bai had predicted that he had only 7 years left unless he could break through to the Martial Sovereign Realm, prolonging his lifespan. But Zhuge Bai actually knew that what he calculated was Tang Lao's death date. Logically, he should not have been able to. Suddenly, Zhuge Bai thought of something, shock flooding his face as he looked at Yi Qijun. Could it be that Tang Lao's death was not due to the exhaustion of his lifespan, but rather? At this moment, Yi Qijun said lightly, "It seems the 7 elders of the Tang family have gathered, and I am also eager to witness what this so-called 7 elders Big Dipper formation is all about." Yi Qijun's gaze turned icy. On the list his master had given him, there was a note about the Tang family. 10 years ago, the 7 elders Big Dipper formation of the Tang family was comparable to the Martial Sovereign Realm, and had participated in the siege against his father, even blocking his father's escape when he was severely injured, worsening his father's injuries. Now Yi Qijun faced the 7 elders Big Dipper formation again, and this time the Tang family's 7 elders were even stronger, with Tang Lao having broken through to the Martial Sovereign Realm. Yet Yi Qijun showed no fear, but rather an increase in murderous intent. Clang! The ZY sword was drawn, its blade pointed directly at the Tang family's 7 elders. "Come, let me see what qualifications you 7 have to ambush my father." As he spoke, Yi Qijun brandished his sword and charged straight at Tang Lao. Tang Lao snorted coldly, but did not immediately engage. Instead, he retreated a few steps. Since Yi Qijun could defeat the combined might of the 6 elders of the Tang family, it indicated that his strength was far beyond that of an ordinary martial sovereign. Thus Tang Lao chose not to recklessly challenge him alone, instead joining forces with the other 6 elders, and in the blink of an eye the 7 elders Big Dipper formation reappeared in the world. Boom! An unprecedented aura erupted from Tang Lao, surpassing that of an ordinary martial sovereign. It was even comparable to the peak of the Martial Sovereign Realm. This is the true power of the Tang family's 7 elders Big Dipper formation. "Kid, if you dare to kill my Tang family members, then die here." The elder declared, "Today, as I emerge from seclusion, I will celebrate with your head as a martial sovereign." Tang Lao laughed heartily, drawing the Tang knife from his back. This Tang knife, although larger than a regular Tang knife, appeared quite delicate compared to the other 6 elders of the Tang family. Yet despite its delicate appearance, its power was even greater. With a single slash, it even produced a sonic boom. This strike could definitely face off against a peak-level martial sovereign. An ordinary early martial sovereign would likely be directly slain by this blow. Zhuge Bai held his breath, utterly shocked. The Tang family's 7 elders' Big Dipper formation truly lived up to its reputation. Back then, 7 peak martial saints could battle a martial sovereign. Now even slaying a mid-level martial sovereign would be easy. But on Yi Kaijin's face there was only a dismissive smile as he casually swung the ZY sword directly striking against Tang Laoyi's blade. Clang! Tang Laoyi's strike was deflected aside, misdirected. But then his Tang knife transformed into countless blade shadows, and in the blink of an eye dozens hundreds of strikes came nearly overwhelming Yi Qijun. Clang! 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 The sounds of weapons clashing filled the air, and the hundreds of Tang family experts watching nearby covered their ears in pain, hurriedly retreating. Just the sound alone was unbearable for those at the martial spirit realm. After a moment, there had already been over 100 strikes. The two finally separated temporarily, Yi Qijun retreating 10 steps, while the 7 elders of the Tang family stepped back in unison. Tang Laoyi grinned sinisterly, his murderous intent laid bare. Your strength is impressive, but unfortunately you still must die. Although he could not injure Yi Qijun in their recent exchange, he had gained the upper hand, and if they continued, Yi Qijun would surely be defeated. You speak so arrogantly. You little brat who hasn't even grown fur yet are far inferior to your father. Tang Laoda sneered and charged forward again with his blade. Yi Kaijin's eyes turned cold, and the purple weeping sword instantly shimmered with overwhelming spiritual energy, meeting Tang Laoda's blade heat-in. Do you even deserve to mention my father? Clang! This time the sound of their clash was several times louder than before. Even Tang Laoda, a half-step martial venerable, felt a buzzing in his mind, and a look of pain appeared on his face. At that moment Tang Laoda's Tang knife had already broken, and he was sent flying. His expression was one of utter shock as he shouted in disbelief, "This is impossible." Yi Qijun sneered, and instantly caught up with Tang Laoda, slashing 3 times. Clang! Clang! Thud! In the first 2 strikes Tang Laoda could still hold part of his Tang knife to block, but after those 2 strikes only the handle remained in his hand. As the third sword came down, Tang Laoda gasped, and quickly shrank his neck, barely avoiding having his head chopped off. However, after that sword strike, a large patch of skin was directly sliced off the top of Tang Laoda's head, leaving it shining like a mirror, making him look just like a turtle. The other elders of the Tang family rushed forward to rescue him, risking their lives to save Tang Laoda. At this moment, the 7 elders of the Tang family looked at Yi Qijun with eyes full of shock. Yi Kaijin's sword strikes had more than doubled in power compared to before. Have you been hiding your strength all along? Tang Laoda gritted his teeth and asked. Yi Qijun coldly laughed, not bothering to explain. Why would he need to hide his strength and feign weakness against these old fools? He had merely displayed his self-created purple weeping sword technique. During the battle on Peach Blossom Island, Yi Qijun had created the first strike of the purple weeping sword called Break Army. He had just never used it before, because no one was worth it. As for the earlier battles with the 7 elders of the Tang family, he hadn't used any sword techniques, merely fighting casually. Now that he was serious, Tang Laoda was simply no match for him. This was the difference between a basic attack and a skill. Tang Laoda took a deep breath and shouted, "Big Dipper ensnaring formation." With this command, the 7 elders quickly changed their positions, surrounding Yi Qijun in the center. Tang Laoda received another Tang knife tossed by his clan members. Then the 7 elders simultaneously charged at Yi Qijun, but none of them engaged him more than twice. They retreated after each touch, refusing to linger in battle. This was the most powerful form of the 7 elders' Big Dipper formation, ensnaring formation. In this formation they attacked in a wheel-like manner, and with 7 people interweaving back and forth, they could easily confuse an enemy trapped within the formation. Yet Yi Kaijin's disdainful expression grew increasingly pronounced. With the strength of the 7 elders of the Tang family, if it were a true Big Dipper formation, it might indeed pose a significant challenge for Yi Qijun. However, the haphazard formation they created was full of flaws and utterly ineffective in Yi Kaijin's eyes. "Are you done playing?" Yi Qijun said coldly. The next moment, the purple weeping sword suddenly thrust out. Clang! Thud! The sword point pierced through Tang Laosan's massive guillotine, impaling his chest. Tang Laosan didn't even have time to retreat before Yi Qijun lifted him into the air with the sword. "Jumping around, are you annoying?" Yi Kaijin's voice was icy as the spiritual energy on the purple weeping sword erupted. Bang! Tang Laosan's face turned pale with terror, his skin turning bright red all over, and in the next moment, he exploded into pieces. A peak martial saint was unexpectedly blown apart by Yi Kaijin's spiritual energy. The remaining 6 elders of the Tang family were enraged, completely going insane. "Yi Qijun, you bastard, die!" Tang Laosi roared madly, unleashing his half-step martial venerable power, charging directly in front of Yi Qijun, bringing his guillotine down upon him. But Yi Kaijin's long sword moved like lightning, sweeping through. With one strike, he severed Tang Laosis' arms and neck, cutting him into 4 pieces. The 7 elders of the Tang family, being biological brothers, were united in heart and soul. At this moment, seeing Tang Laosan and Tang Laosi fall in succession, the remaining 5 were filled with despair and fury. Yet at this moment, the 7 elders' Big Dipper formation had been completely shattered by Yi Qijun, and they had no hope of turning the tide. In the next moment, Yi Qijun charged into the midst of the others, and every sword strike brought a wave of blood. In a short while, only Tang Laodao remained among the 7 elders of the Tang family. The rest had all perished beneath Yi Qijun's sword. Even Tang Laodao was heavily wounded at this point, with blood holes in his shoulder and abdomen. If it weren't for his martial venerable strength, he would have been blown up by Yi Qijun's spiritual energy. Not far away, over 100 members of the Tang family wore faces of despair. Zhuge Bai sighed. Indeed, fate does not err. 7 years is 7 years. Even if strength breaks through, death is still inevitable. However, his gaze toward Yi Qijun was filled with even more fear. Yi Qijun's power was no ordinary martial venerable. Even peak martial venerables might not be his match. The Tang family's 7 elders' Big Dipper formation was supposed to be capable of fighting above their level. Yet it was dismantled by Yi Qijun as easily as chopping vegetables, with all 7 elders defeated. At this moment, Yi Qijun approached Tang Laodao, and with a flash of his sword light, he severed Tang Laodao's tendons, rendering him completely incapacitated. 10 years ago, why did the Tang family participate in the siege against my parents? I want to know all the truths of that year. And how did you obtain this dragon eye jade bracelet? Yi Qijun's eyes flickered with icy, murderous intent. The truth of that year and his mother's whereabouts were what he wanted to know most. Especially since his mother's personal belongings were in the hands of the Tang family. What had happened to her? However, upon hearing these 2 questions, Tang Laodao was momentarily stunned. You killed your way to the Tang family just to find out these things? Tang Laodao's tone was incredulous. Yi Qijun coldly nodded. Tang Laodao's face turned completely pale with grief and anger. You are a madman. If you want to know the answers, why don't you just ask? Yi Qijun sneered. If I ask, will you tell me? Tang Laodao was instantly stunned, and a look of realization flashed in his eyes. He let out a bitter laugh. Yes, the schools of thought. Too arrogant. But Yi Qijun, don't get too complacent. My Tang family is only ranked 25th among the schools of thought. There were many others besides us who besieged your parents back then. The only reason you are still alive and well is that those truly powerful families have not targeted you yet. Once they make their move. Tang Laodao didn't finish his sentence, but Yi Qijun coldly interrupted. So what? Tang Laodao let out a bitter laugh, silently shook his head, and after a moment said, as for the events of 10 years ago, the true secrets are known only to the strongest families. We only know that it was a grand opportunity. As for your mother, I don't know much. After we besieged your father, the 7 of us were heavily injured and retreated to the family to enter seclusion. Only the current family head knows what happened afterward. Suddenly Tang Laodao paused and looked towards the Tang family members not far away. What about Tang He? The hundreds of Tang family members looked at each other in confusion, and no one spoke. Tang He, the head of the Tang family, was currently nowhere to be found. Moments later, over 100 members of the Tang family were kneeling before Yi Qijun, with Tang Laodao already on the brink of death. Yi Qijun's expression was icy cold. Tang, he has escaped. The members of the Tang family trembled in fear, not daring to raise their heads. The matter of how the Dragon Eye jade bracelet ended up in the hands of the Tang family's eldest son Tang Yuza was related to the whereabouts of Yi Qijun's mother, but now the only one who knew the truth, the head of the Tang family, Tang, he had actually fled. A flicker of anger flashed in Yi Qijun's eyes, and murderous intent surged. However, at that moment Tang Laodao used his last breath to say, Tang, he has connections with the Wokaku. His mother is from the Canjing Commerce Guild, and he may have already escaped. Tang Laodao's voice trailed off, and he fell silent. Yi Qijun's heart sank. If Tang he had escaped to Wokaku, then he would have no choice but to go there himself, just in time to settle the grudges with the 5 old stars of the Canjing Commerce Guild. With a cold glance at the Tang family members, Yi Qijun suddenly made his move, directly crippling the abilities of all the martial artists of the Tang family. In the vast Tang family, there were over 100 martial artists with dozens above the martial spirit realm, yet now they had all been rendered powerless. The Tang family was utterly destroyed. Then Yi Qijun searched for the spirit stones and other items of the Tang family and prepared to leave. But at that moment Zhuge Bai hurriedly approached. I am Zhuge Bai from the Zhuge family. Greetings to you, Mr. Yi. Yi Qijun glanced at him indifferently. Zhuge family. Descendants of the martial marquis. Exactly. What is it? Yi Qijun asked. Zhuge Bai hurriedly said earnestly. The Zhuge family has a legacy from the martial marquis, passed down for thousands of years. Please accept this, Mr. Yi. Zhuge Bai took out a book and presented it with both hands. Yi Qijun's pupils constricted. Martial Marquis Hidden Gate. It was indeed the Zhuge family's secret, the foundation that had lasted for thousands of years, the technique of the Martial Marquis Hidden Gate. Yi Qijun looked at Zhuge Bai with great interest. You wish to give me this? Zhuge Bai said solemnly. The martial marquis had a legacy stating that if a descendant encounters someone with the aura of the 9 dragons, they may present the martial marquis hidden gate. If the other party is willing, the Zhuge family will serve them for 100 years. I observe that Mr. Yi truly possesses the aura of the true dragon. I Zhuge Bai presumptuously represent the Zhuge family willing to serve Mr. Yi as our master. With that, Zhuge Bai knelt on one knee. Yi Qijun was somewhat surprised. The Zhuge family, which had been passed down for thousands of years, actually wanted to serve him. He took the martial marquis hidden gate, but instead of flipping through it, he pondered and asked, "True dragon aura?" Zhuge Bai nodded. Among the 100 schools of thought, there are 6 major divination families, each excelling in their own way. Although our Zhuge family is not highly ranked, we are the best at assisting the true dragon and can observe the true dragon aura with utmost accuracy, never making a mistake. Yi Qijun finally understood. If it were any other martial arts family, they would never bow down so easily. But the Zhuge family was different. The martial marquis from thousands of years ago had assisted the true dragon, and had once said that he could serve kings and nobles, but not emperors or sovereigns. The Zhuge family's choice to submit to Yi Qijun did indeed have its reasons. With that in mind, Yi Qijun nodded and said, "In that case, wait for my orders. If the Zhuge family is willing, you may also go to Peach Blossom Island to stay temporarily." Zhuge Bai was overjoyed, quickly bowing, "Thank you, my lord." As for the martial marquis hidden gate, Yi Qijun contemplated for a moment before taking it, preparing to give it to Shen Xianzhi. Previously, when Zhuge Bai asked the heavens about the 4 hexagrams, Yi Qijun had also seen that the martial marquis hidden gate indeed possessed miraculous qualities. And Shen Xianzhi had been following Yi Qijun for many years. Although his strength had steadily increased, he had never had a suitable ultimate skill, and was gradually being left behind by Tian Can and Du Guhao. The technique of the martial marquis hidden gate was just the ultimate skill, most suitable for Shen Xianzhi. As Yi Qijun's close servant, Shen Xianzhi managed the various trivial matters of the prison god island, and for so many years he had never made a single mistake. In terms of strategy and calculation, he was far superior to ordinary people. If he practiced the martial marquis hidden gate, it should yield remarkable results. As for Zhuge Bai, he still needed to return to his family to discuss whether to relocate the entire family to Peach Blossom Island. Subsequently, Yi Qijun left the Tang family and headed towards Shuzhou, setting his sights on the Shui family. In Wokaku at the Cangjing Commerce Guild, currently only 4 of the 5 old stars remained, with Feng Ying dead. The remaining 4, Hua Ying, Shui Ying, Lei Ying, and Tu Ying, all had extremely grim expressions. After a long silence, Hua Ying said coldly, "Yi Qijun has already broken through to the martial venerable realm. In the battle at Peach Blossom Island, our side suffered heavy losses, with nearly all major ninja families wiped out. With our current strength, we are afraid we won't be able to deal with this person." Lei Ying's face was filled with anger as he slammed his fist on the table, growling, "Are we just going to let this go? Even if we don't go looking for him, he might come looking for us. Since we have already made deadly enemies, we must eliminate the root of the problem." Tu Ying shook his head and said, "With normal means we can no longer kill Yi Qijun. Let the Ninja Blade Nineman group take action." Instantly, all of them were filled with trepidation. Hui Ying's face was filled with concern. "Isn't that too ruthless? The Ninja Blade Nineman group has lost their humanity and only knows how to kill. Once released, they will surely unleash a massacre. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom's military department will certainly not sit idly by and will intervene. These 9 half-step martial venerables are our last trump card. What if they get trapped in the Dragon Kingdom?" Shui Ying and Lei Ying nodded in agreement. The Ninja Blade Nineman group was always the foundation that the 5 old stars relied on to intimidate foreign enemies, but they had never been used because their existence was too special. None of the 3 were in favor of using the Ninja Blade Nineman group, and Tu Ying had no choice but to relent. But just then a voice came from the shadows. "We will resolve this issue, so there is no need for you all to worry." The 4 were startled and turned to look into from the shadows. A young man slowly emerged, expressionless, and said, "The Dragon Lord has already devised a plan to lure Yi Qijun to a deserted area. At that time, there will be no panic among the people, and the Dragon Kingdom's military department will naturally not receive any news. Even if they want to come to the rescue, it will be too late." This young man was actually the messenger of the Dragon Lord of the Dragon Guardian. The 4 exchanged glances and then asked, "Please elaborate on the plan." After the young man explained, the 4 of them were filled with bright eyes. Lei Ying sneered, "The Dragon Lord is indeed ruthless. It seems he is even more heartless than us. But I like it. Let's finalize it. Send out the Ninja Blade Nineman group to eliminate Yi Qijun." On the helicopter heading to the Shui family in Shuzhou, Yi Qijun was resting with his eyes closed. Just as the helicopter reached the Shui family's territory and was preparing to land, suddenly his phone rang. Yi Qijun answered the call, and before he could speak, a cold and resonant voice came from the other end. "Lord Prison God, I am one of the 8 kings of the Dragon Kingdom, King Wuong." "What is it?" Yi Qijun asked indifferently. Please, Lord Prison God, leave Shuzhou, and spare the Shui family. Do not unleash a massacre. Yi Qijun sneered. On what grounds? Wu Angwang's tone turned grave as he spoke with indignation. The Shui clan wields immense power in Shu province. Nearly half its economic lifeline rests in their hands. Should every Shui perish, chaos will engulf Shu province. Rogue cultivators across the martial world will seize this opportunity to sow disorder. Massacre and devastation will follow. Who shall bear responsibility for that? Your Excellency Yushin, I urge you to reconsider most carefully. Yi Qijun's eyes hardened, his voice turning glacial. Have you come here to plead for mercy? Wu Onglong replied, I am a royal duke in theft by the imperial cabinet. I cannot stand idly by while innocents perish. Thus I have come to counsel your Excellency Yushin. Then why did you not urge these clans to mount a rescue mission to Peach Blossom Island? Yi Qijun cut him off coldly. Wu Onglong answered matter-of-factly, the 100 schools of thought are beyond my authority to sway. The 100 schools of thought in Long Kingdom operate almost entirely independent of the imperial cabinet. Among them circulates a maxim, martial affairs belong to the martial world, and must be settled therein. These ancient lineages, some tracing their origins back hundreds, even thousands of years, have sunk deep roots in a secular society commanding vast entrenched influence. Even the imperial court would find it exceedingly difficult to move against them. Wu Onglong saw nothing wrong in uttering those words, yet a flicker of fury ignited in Yi Qijun's. The imperial court refrains from confronting the 100 schools not out of reverence, but out of apprehension. To the court, the countless commoners are effectively hostages held in the hands of those very schools. Yet such a tactic may work against the throne, not against me. Yi Qijun sneered sharply, you dare not, do you? As a hound of the 100 schools, you naturally fear rebuking your masters. They could end your life at a whim. Is that not so? With those words, he stripped away Wu Onglong's final veil of pretense. Wu Onglong erupted in fury. Though originally elevated by the 100 schools, he now held supreme authority within Long Kingdom, and for many years no one had dared address him thus. How dare you? Yi Qijun, you think your title as Yushin grants you license to speak to me like this? Wu Onglong thundered. Yi Qijun's voice remained icy. Do you doubt I could take your life just as easily? Murderous intent already shimmered in his gaze, though Wu Onglong, blind to it, raged all the more. Yi Qijun, you will regret this. The 100 schools are beyond your reach. Do you truly believe what you've seen is their full unvarnished strength? Do you doubt that, without their intervention, I could drive you from Long Kingdom within 3 days like a rabid dog banished, just as I did 10 years ago? Wu Onglong roared in fury. Yi Qijun scoffed coldly. Wait then. Within 3 days after I eradicate these 22 clans, I shall come for your head. Wu Onglong bellowed. You. But the line went dead, the call severed by Yi Qijun. His eyes now burned with dense, unrelenting killing intent. A disdainful snort escaped his lips. A mere cur dares bark before me. To annihilate these clans, even the Ministry of War has yielded. Yet this petty duke dares obstruct me, dares threaten me. Death awaits him. Since he has grown weary of being a dog, let him become a corpse instead. In the next instant, Yi Qijun gazed down upon the Shui family manor beneath the helicopter. He rose abruptly, leapt clear of the aircraft, and plummeted downward. At once elite Shui guards spotted him, the shrill wail of alarms piercing the manor's stillness. Over 100 Shui martial artists surged forth, surrounding Yi Qijun. Yet upon seeing him, the senior Wuling realm masters at their forefront paled violently. Why, Yi Qijun? What brings you here? Demanded an elderly Wuling master. Yi Qijun regarded him coolly, brows furrowing slightly. The Shui clan ranked 65th on the martial lineage rankings, not sustained solely by Wu Saint Shui Sume, but bolstered also by several quasi-Wu saints and numerous peak Wuling masters. Yet now, though numbers swelled, the strongest among those who rushed forth were merely early-stage Wuling masters, a grotesque mismatch against the Shui clan's true might. Where are your elders? Why do only these insignificant rats remain? Yi Qijun asked, voice calm, dispassionate. The Shui clan erupted in outrage. Though Wuling masters rank outside the apex tier within the 100 schools, they reign as undisputed sovereigns in the mundane world. Even Shu province's marquis, third among Long Kingdom's 20 marquises, is but a Wuling master. To be so openly scorned ignited their fury. Yet none dared retort before Yi Qijun, for he was the one who slaughtered every expert of the 22 clan alliance, reducing even peak Wu saints to chickens awaiting slaughter. The elderly Wuling master exhaled, sharply suppressing his rage. Yi Qijun, what is your purpose at the Shui manor? He demanded, voice taut with defiance. What Shui Sume did bears no relation to our clan. If you seek retribution, find her, not us. She was long cast out, her name erased from our ancestral register. Thus spoke the most defiant words, delivered with the utmost timidity. Yi Qijun scoffed, utterly dismissive. Do you take me for a fool? The elder's face froze. The 100 schools have always stood aloof, even before the imperial court, never stooping to such abject explanations. They assumed explanation alone would compel belief. But Yi Qijun was different. Authority, status. To him such arrogance was a malady bred over centuries, indulged and never challenged. Such infantile prevarications might suffice for the imperial court, to preserve Shu province's stability to avoid provoking other schools' retaliation. Perhaps they would swallow the lie however bitter. But Yi Qijun felt only contempt. So you refuse to die quietly. Do you truly imagine your elders can evade this calamity? Foolish delusion, he sneered. The Shui clan seethed, yet Yi Qijun wasted no further breath. He plunged into their ranks. He had not come to debate, he had come to exterminate. With their elders absent, and only a handful of weaklings remaining, resistance before Yi Qijun was non-existent. He had not come to debate, he had come to exterminate. With their elders absent, and only a handful of weaklings remaining, resistance before Yi Qijun was. The entire manor was reduced to ash and roaring flames. From the inferno strode Yi Qijun, phone in hand, dialing Shen Xianzhi. Do you know where the Shui elders have gone? Shen Xianzhi hastened to reply. My lord, this servant has investigated. The past few days all 22 clans have been relocating their heirs and concealing them. Tracing them proves exceedingly difficult. If 2 more days pass they may vanish entirely. My lord, shall we deploy the Tiangang division? Yi Qijun laughed coldly. Think they can flee? Foolish delusion. Grant you full authority, activate Tiangang. Within 24 hours I demand their exact whereabouts. The experts of the 22 families along with the important direct descendants have already been relocated. However, other members of these families remain. The various factions are vast and powerful, making relocation no easy feat. Now that they know where to hide, Yi Qijun naturally will not give them another chance. After leaving the Shui family, Yi Qijun boarded a helicopter and arrived at another family in Shuzhou, entering, without a word, directly killing his way in. Among these families, all experts above the peak of martial spirits have already been relocated in advance, while the remaining individuals are no match for Yi Qijun. Within just one day, Yi Qijun traversed 6 of the 13 states, in Longwa, annihilating all experts above the martial soul realm from the 22 families. Meanwhile, the 3 major guard teams from Peach Blossom Island dispatched 1,000 elite troops, all at the battle god level and above, led by the 3 commanders following behind Yi Qijun and sweeping through the various families. The experts above the martial soul realm from these families were slaughtered by Yi Qijun, leaving the remaining small fry easily dispatched by the 3 commanders of the martial spirit realm. One day later, all members of the 22 families became captives of Peach Blossom Island, sent back to the island and sentenced to 30 years of hard labor. Thus, these 22 families were utterly destroyed, completely severing their roots in the secular world. Upon learning of the news, the Ministry of War of Longwa immediately sent people to stabilize the situation in these 6 states, preventing turmoil in the secular world. At this moment, deep within a mountain in Shuzhou, this place is rarely visited by people, originally a primitive jungle, but has now been transformed into a massive villa. All the relocated members of the 22 families have gathered here. This is a closely guarded secret of these families, and even those remaining outside do not know they are hidden here. The villa is isolated from the world, and it's nearly impossible to find this place from the outside. However, there are still a few experts within the villa who go out to gather news. At this moment, many half-step martial sage-level experts from various families have gathered together, each with a grim expression. They have already learned of the destruction of the Shui family, but are unaware of the situation of the other families, currently waiting for news from those who went outside the mountain. After a long silence, suddenly a figure rushed into the hall with an expression of extreme pain and rage. All the clan members outside are finished. Yi Qijun killed all the experts of the families in a single day, and a guard team from Peach Blossom Island captured all our clan members, imprisoning them on Peach Blossom Island. Upon hearing this, the experts from the various families were filled with rage. Although those outside were not strong, they were still their clansmen. The crowd roared in anger, each filled with immense sorrow. After a while, they gradually quieted down. An elderly half-step martial sage hoarsely said, "Contact the head of the Pei family. Those 3 are the only martial sages left among our families. We should let them decide on this matter." Exactly. We must find a way to rescue our people from Peach Blossom Island. It would be best to find a way to kill Yi Qijun and eliminate future troubles. Immediately someone echoed in agreement. However, the expert from the Shui family stood up and said the 3 of them have already gone into seclusion to improve their strength. We can't reach them. Moreover, dealing with Yi Qijun is not that easy. The 3 martial sages can't accomplish it. The crowd instantly fell silent. Indeed, all the experts from the 22 families have been completely wiped out by Yi Qijun. With the remaining strength we have, it's impossible to deal with him. Just as everyone was in a dilemma, the expert from the Shui family revealed a vicious and cruel expression. "Everyone, we cannot kill Yi Qijun. His strength is too great. But we must take our revenge. Even if we can't kill Yi Qijun, we must eliminate those around him and destroy Peach Blossom Island to vent our anger." The crowd was taken aback, but fell silent. destroying Peach Blossom Island. With an army of 100,000 stationed on Peach Blossom Island, how could it be so easily destroyed? Moreover, who would go? They dare not leave this hideout, for once they do, Yi Qijun could find them and kill them. Just as everyone hesitated, the expert from the Shui family coldly said, "I have a plan that can destroy Peach Blossom Island without us having to act personally." The crowd immediately became interested and began to inquire. The expert from the Shui family said with a sinister smile, "Currently, the military base on Peach Blossom Island has not been completed. Although there are 100,000 troops stationed, they have no defense against certain heavy weapons. I propose we purchase nuclear warheads from overseas forces and directly blow up Peach Blossom Island to take our revenge." The hall was immediately in an uproar. However, soon everyone became excited. As of now, their clansmen have not yet been transported to Peach Blossom Island. It is filled with Yi Qijun's people. If they could truly blow up the entire Peach Blossom Island, it would indeed be the best way to take revenge. However, just as everyone became excited and wished to express their support, a loud explosion was heard from outside. At the same time, Yi Qijun's cold voice echoed throughout the villa. "Do you think hiding here means you can rest easy? Come out and die." Within the entire villa, hundreds of members from various families rushed out, seeing Yi Qijun descending from the sky. All of them wore expressions of horror. Dozens of experts above the peak of martial spirits looked at each other, their expressions gradually turning pale. The expert from the Shui family exclaimed in disbelief, "Yi Qijun, how could you possibly find this place?" Behind Yi Qijun, Shen Xianzhi also landed, sneering. "A bunch of self-righteous fools. Do you think you can play hide and seek in front of our prison god island? Why don't you dig a hole and bury yourselves, just boldly running into the deep mountains, thinking our prison god island satellites are blind?" Everyone looked terrified. Satellites. Yi Qijun could actually use satellites to track them. What they did not know was that prison god island is known as the #1 country overseas. Although it is just an island, it is not inferior to any of the world's powerful nations in every aspect. The Tiangang series satellites of Prison God Island are the most precise near-Earth satellites in the world. Even ants on the ground can be clearly captured, let alone such a large villa. In an instant, everyone from various factions was filled with despair. They all knew that they could not possibly be Yi Qijun's opponents, which is why they had fled to the deep mountains. But they never expected that even this would lead Yi Qijun to kill his way to them. Yi Qijun, too lazy to waste words, directly drew the ZY sword and charged into the crowd. If the clan members of these families who remained outside had some offenses not deserving of death, then those hiding here are all targets Yi Qijun must kill. In the blink of an eye, the villa echoed with screams of fear and despair. Moments later, the entire villa was like a dead zone. The Zizabai alliance, organized by Pei Qian, consisting of 22 families, was thus completely annihilated. Aside from Pei Qian, Linghu Qianquan, and Shui Sume, no one else survived. After completely exterminating the remaining experts of 22 families, Yi Qijun was preparing to leave. At this moment, Shen Xianzhi reported, "Master, the Tianluo guard from Yushan Island has sent 2 messages. Firstly, someone is contacting sellers in the western underground world intending to purchase a small nuclear warhead to sink Taohua Island. Secondly, the Tianluo guard has found the approximate location of your mother's last appearance, which was at the southwestern border of the Dragon Kingdom. However, the southwestern border stretches for thousands of kilometers, and further investigation is needed to pinpoint the exact location. Among the 12 guards of Yushan Island, the Tianluo guard and the Diwan guard hold the strongest intelligence capabilities, and even the Tiangang satellite system of Yushan Island is under their control." Upon returning to the country, Yi Qijun had instructed the Tianluo guard to investigate his mother's whereabouts, and now they finally had some leads. He nodded slightly and said, "Order the Tianluo guard to intensify their investigation. We must find out the exact location of my mother's last appearance." Shen Xianzhi quickly accepted the order and then asked, "What about the nuclear warhead situation? Taohua Island has not yet established a military base. Although there are experts, it cannot defend against long-range missiles. If attacked by a nuclear bomb, Taohua Island could truly be sunk." Yi Qijun, however, smiled coldly and said, "Just keep an eye on it. A small nuclear warhead is not so easy to acquire. Once a successful transaction occurs, it will create a stir throughout the underground world. It cannot possibly go unnoticed. Moreover, by the time they manage to acquire it, the Taohua Island base might already be constructed, and the small nuclear warhead would be unable to approach Taohua Island at all." Shen Xianzhi finally breathed a sigh of relief and left the villa with Yi Qijun. Soon the two boarded a helicopter and flew out of the deep mountains, preparing to return to Taohua Island. However, after a moment, Yi Qijun frowned slightly. After observing for a while, he suddenly said in a deep voice, "Those towns and villages below seem a bit off." Shen Xianzhi was startled and quickly instructed the pilot to land outside a small town below. Half an hour later, both Yi Qijun and Shen Xianzhi stood in the town with extremely grim expressions. This small town, which housed over 10,000 residents, was now completely devoid of any human presence. Everyone in the town had vanished. "Master, I have already checked, there are no signs of large-scale battles in the town. It's as if these residents have disappeared into thin air, Shen Xianzhi said with some irritation. Qijun's gaze became slightly serious. This town was not an isolated case. Along the way spanning hundreds of kilometers, many of the towns and villages below were similarly affected. This area is close to the deep mountains, and for hundreds of kilometers nearby there are towns and villages with the nearest prefecture-level city also several hundred kilometers away. Even if it's just these towns and villages, there are likely to be several 100,000 people. Where did all these people go? Just as Qijun was pondering, a series of rumbling sounds came from outside the town. Moments later, a large number of troops from Suzhou entered the town and became very tense upon seeing Qijun and Shen Xianzhi. But soon a commander from Suzhou recognized Qijun, and he was suddenly alarmed, quickly notifying Ling Yinhou. In just over 10 minutes, Ling Yinhou arrived before Qijun. At this moment, Ling Yinhou's expression was extremely grave. After greeting Qijun, he hurriedly explained the situation. It turned out that in the vicinity, 11 towns and dozens of villages covering an area of over 700 kilometers had all seen their populations vanish. The number of people exceeded 2,000. These individuals had all disappeared recently, but the exact time of their disappearance is still unknown, as even the Suzhou troops did not discover it at the first moment. This place is located on the edge of the southeastern mountains, which is already sparsely populated, and all these people have disappeared silently with no one reporting anything. The Suzhou army was able to receive the news only because outsiders came to visit and discovered this strange situation, reporting it to the local Jinggan office, which led to the Suzhou army's discovery. After listening to Ling Yinhou's report, Qijun frowned slightly, a rare look of confusion appearing in his eye. The disappearance of these people was too strange. An entire 2,000 civilians going missing could potentially shake the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the world. And this area is under the jurisdiction of Suzhou, now also considered under Ling Yinhou's purview, which must be investigated thoroughly. Qijun then said Shen Xianzhi mobilize the Diwan Guard and let them cooperate with Ling Yinhou for the investigation. If necessary, the Tian Gang can be deployed. We must find the whereabouts of these civilians. Shen Xianzhi and Ling Yinhou quickly accepted their orders. Currently, the 1,000 troops from Suzhou had completely sealed off the area. Staying here would not be too effective for Qijun, so he left the two behind and returned to Taohua Island alone. A few hours later, Taohua Island had already turned into a large construction site with over 20,000 workers busy working, recruited from several construction companies in the East China Sea and Hongqing, as well as the Yushan Island engineering team responsible for military facilities. However, the manor at the innermost part of Taohua Island had been temporarily preserved, where Shen Xianzhi and others were residing. After visiting them, Qijun planned to head to the East China Sea. Although the Tianluo Guard of Yushan Island had already discovered some clues regarding his mother's whereabouts, he could not afford to relax. Following the lead of the Longyan Jade bracelet might yield further discoveries. The only person aware of this matter, the head of the Tang family Tang, he had now fled to Japan and sought refuge with the Songjing Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, Qijun must make a trip to Japan. However, before leaving the Dragon Kingdom, Qijun had to bring his aunt's family to Taohua Island, otherwise his aunt Su Qin remaining in the East China Sea would undoubtedly be in danger. In the East China Sea Yulong Villa, Qijun and Tian Can descended from the helicopter preparing to visit the Su family. At this moment, Lin Manyu called, wanting to meet Qijun. Half an hour later, outside East China University at the Datai Cafe. Do you remember this place? Lin Manyu asked softly, eyes downcast, stirring her coffee. Qijun smiled and said, of course, this was a favorite dating spot for many young couples during our school days. Back when I attended university, I often came here with Shen Xianzhi. At that time, Datai Cafe was the best and most delightful cafe near East China University, and its prices were quite reasonable. But now, 10 years later, Datai Cafe appeared somewhat old and shabby, with far fewer young couples, and business wasn't as good as it used to be. At this moment, Lin Manyu took a sip of coffee and suddenly looked up with a radiant smile. Do you still remember the first time we came here? Qijun was taken aback for a moment, and then shook his head, saying, I don't remember. Lin Manyu's eyes dimmed for an instant, but her smile remained radiant. Actually, this is my second time at Datai Cafe, Lin Manyu said. Don't you like the taste of the coffee here? Qijun casually asked. Lin Manyu gently shook her head, gazing intently at Qijun. No, I really like it. This coffee is my favorite in the past 10 years without exception. But the person who accompanied me here 10 years ago has never been by my side, so over these 10 years I have passed by here countless times, but avoided it. Qijun remained silent for a long time. He had indeed once been infatuated with Lin Manyu, but ultimately ended up with Shen Xianzhi. Now, 10 years later, faced with Lin Manyu, Qijun could only bury his feelings deep within his heart, unable to express a single trace. Lin Manyu was unconcerned, smiling faintly as she said, I must thank you for the gift you prepared for me, or else I wouldn't have had the chance to become a singer. I have been preparing for a global concert tour recently. Will you have time to come and see it? The gift Yi Qijun gave to Lin Manyu was the entertainment company he established solely for her. In the entire company, while there were many artists, they were mere supports. Lin Manyu was the absolute queen, the core of the company. With this company, Lin Manyu could advance into the film and music industry without any obstacles, and the music scene was her first stop. However, in response to her invitation, Yi Qijun fell silent for a moment. At that moment, Lin Manyu softly said, "I still remember the scene on the stage of Donghai University where you accompanied me on the piano. It was that day that I fell in love with you. Even after 10 years, my feelings have never changed. Yi Qijun, do you know why I became a world supermodel? It's because I never believed you were dead. I have been searching for you, looking for you overseas for 10 years. Lin Manyu's eyes began to glisten with tears, and her voice quivered slightly. In Yi Qijun's heart, it felt as though a heavy hammer had struck him fiercely. For a full 10 years, Lin Manyu had been searching for him. His heart ached sharply, but his expression revealed nothing. Instead, he suddenly interjected, "I'm afraid I won't have time to attend your concert, but you can come to my wedding with Xianzhi." Yi Qijun said flatly. Lin Manyu's declaration was abruptly halted. She stared blankly at Yi Qijun, and a deep sadness gradually surfaced in her eyes. 10 years had passed. She had never given up on her feelings for Yi Qijun, even though she had never received anything in return, nor had Yi Qijun ever responded. Even if she didn't know if there was a future, she continued to hold on. And even though she knew Yi Qijun had a child with Shen Xianzhi upon his return to the country, she still mustered the last glimmer of hope and bravely confessed to Yi Qijun several times. Because she felt that as long as Yi Qijun was not married, there was still a chance. But now the last glimmer of hope in her heart was slowly extinguishing. Lin Manyu's gaze completely dimmed, her face pale, carrying a hint of a tragic smile, as she gradually lowered her head, not wanting Yi Qijun to see her expression. "Are you getting married?" Lin Manyu exerted all her strength to keep her voice calm. Yi Qijun felt a pang in his heart, but still nodded gently. "I promised Xianzhi that once I find my mother, I will bring her back to Yushan Island to hold the wedding. Now that I have found clues about my mother, it should be soon. Yushan Island is already preparing for the wedding, and if nothing goes wrong, it should be in the next few months." Lin Manyu stood there frozen, and after a long moment, she finally raised her head with a forced smile. "Congratulations. I wish you happiness. But my concert schedule is very tight and will last for a year, so I probably won't be able to attend. I'm sorry." Lin Manyu's heart felt like it was being ripped apart in that instant. Yet she continued to persist in pretending to be unaffected. Yi Qijun sighed internally, took a deep breath, and softly said, "The one who should apologize is me. If there is a next life, I will compensate you for a lifetime." At this point, Yi Qijun forced a bitter smile. He had never made such ethereal promises, knowing they were useless and impossible to fulfill. But this time, apart from these words, he didn't know how else to speak to Lin Manyu. In life, there are always unsatisfactory matters. Perhaps he and Lin Manyu were destined to be fated, but not to be together. Lin Manyu smiled and stood up, saying, "Then it's settled. In the next life, you must be with me, whether in illusion or reality. I look forward to it. Goodbye." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Manyu could no longer hold back, quickly turning and leaving. In the cafe, Yi Qijun sat for a long time, drinking his coffee in one gulp, as if drinking down the past 10 years of morning and evening. Outside the cafe, at the corner of the street, Lin Manyu leaned weakly against the wall, collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Yet the word fate is ineffable. Even someone with Yi Qijun's cultivation cannot see through the future. Donghai Su family. As soon as Yi Qijun entered, he saw several people from the Su family with worried expressions. Grandma Su and his aunt Su Qin were silently shedding tears, while Su Wenkai and the others were extremely anxious. "What's going on?" Yi Qijun asked in astonishment. When they saw him come, everyone in the Su family almost stood up at once. Su Wenkai rushed to Yi Qijun's side, grasping his arm with an anxious expression. "Qijun, please help us finding Xia. Only you can find her. Oh, we really have no way." Yi Qijun's pupils constricted, and his expression instantly turned cold. "Su Yingxia is missing." Everyone nodded in unison. Yi Qijun knew that his aunt's family staying in Donghai could be dangerous. He had come this time to take them to Taohua Island, but he did not expect for something to happen so soon. Now, with the support of the Qinglong group under Shen Xianzhi, the Su family had become a second-rate family in Donghai. Who would dare to casually kidnap Su Yingxia? Yi Qijun did not hesitate and immediately called the director of the Donghai Security Bureau, Zhao Gang. Within a few minutes, the Donghai Security Bureau mobilized fully, directly sealing off all entrances and exits of Donghai. In addition, the Lingyin Marquis also received the news and immediately issued remote orders for the military in Yuzhou to rush to Donghai and assist the Security Bureau in sealing off the entire Donghai. In just half an hour, the vast Donghai was completely sealed off by land, sea, and air. Thousands of soldiers from Yuzhou quickly poured into Donghai, beginning a thorough search. At the same time in Yuzhou, Chuzhou, and Shuzhou, dozens of cities, all the top detectives from the Security Bureau flew to Donghai at the fastest speed to assist in investigating Su Yingxia's whereabouts. In an instant, the entire Donghai, even the southeastern 3 provinces, were in a complete uproar. It was as if Su Yingxia had evaporated from the world, disappearing without a trace. For 2 whole days, Donghai was turned upside down, nearly digging 3 feet into the ground, yet not even a hint could be found. In the Su family villa, after hearing the report from the commander of the Yuzhou army, Yi Qijun's expression gradually darkened. It was now certain that Su Yingxia was no longer in Donghai. Everyone in the Su family felt utterly hopeless after hearing this. Even Yi Qijun could not find Su Yingxia. Doesn't that mean she really couldn't be found? Beyond the East Sea, on the vast ocean, a cruise ship slowly sailed towards the beautiful country. However, in the cargo hold of the lowest level of this cruise ship, there was a massive steel cage containing over 100 delicate and beautiful girls. The faces of these girls were all pale, filled with deep fear and confusion. Su Yingxia was among this group. She looked at the sturdy steel cage and the dozens of heavily armed men patrolling outside, her eyes filled with, like the other girls, she had no idea how she had been bound here, as she only remembered seemingly falling asleep and waking up inside the cage. Her heart sank. Oh, she had already been awake for several hours on this sailing ship, and it was very likely that the vessel... Her heart sank. Oh, she had already been awake for several hours on this sailing ship, and it was very likely that the vessel had already set sail. Su Yingxia panicked. She was just an ordinary girl, and facing such a situation made it incredibly difficult. However, this was not the first time she had experienced something similar. Last time, the president of the Malai branch, Maha, and others had taken her and everyone from the Su family hostage to threaten Yi Qijun. So soon enough, she managed to force herself to calm down. Su Yingxia glanced around. With these weak girls, it was impossible to escape from this steel cage, let alone deal with those fully armed bandits. Therefore, she could only think of a way to contact the outside. But Su Yingxia searched everywhere on her body and found no phone. It seemed that their phones had been confiscated as soon as they were brought onto the ship. Su Yingxia quickly whispered to the girls beside her. These girls were all very beautiful, their looks not inferior to Su Yingxia's, but at this moment they had all fallen into fear and completely lost their minds. Soon Su Yingxia confirmed 4 things. First, these girls were all carefully selected. After all, Su Yingxia was one of the 12 beauties of the East Sea, and her appearance was outstanding in the entire Donghai city. Second, there was no commonality among these girls in terms of background. Many were from ordinary families, indicating that the kidnappers were not seeking ransom. Third, all electronic devices on the girls had already been confiscated, not only phones, but even watches, leaving them without any means to contact the outside world. Fourth, long before Su Yingxia woke up, this ship had already been sailing for at least a day and a night, and many of the girls had been kidnapped for more than a day, most of them within the borders of Yuzhou. This was all the information Su Yingxia could gather. Yet this information left her feeling increasingly desperate, for she had already understood the intentions of these kidnappers. This was clearly a massive trafficking ring targeting young and beautiful girls. For them, falling into the hands of these traffickers could be even more unbearable than death. Su Yingxia was thoroughly panicked, but suddenly she remembered something on her body. She quickly felt around her chest, and her eyes lit up. In the next moment, she pulled out a jade pendant from her bosom. Although the traffickers had searched her body, their attention had been focused on various electronic devices, and they had not taken this jade pendant. And now this jade pendant might save her life, because this pendant was a gift from Yi Qijun. After Maha and others had kidnapped the Su family, Yi Qijun had given each member of the Su family an identical jade pendant as a precaution. According to Yi Qijun, there was a trace of his spiritual energy in this pendant, as well as a miniature locator device. As long as the pendant was shattered, Yi Qijun would be able to sense it and then locate her via satellite. Upon thinking of this, Su Yingxia's heart surged with hope as she clutched the jade pendant tightly, as if grasping a lifeline. However, she glanced at the patrolling traffickers outside and felt a wave of fear. She couldn't shatter the pendant here, as that would surely attract the traffickers' attention. Su Yingxia quickly and cautiously moved to the corner of the cage, finally feeling relieved. Here, even if she shattered the pendant, the guards should not hear it. But just as Su Yingxia lifted her arm, she was suddenly grabbed by someone. In fear, she turned her head only to find a guard standing behind her, without her noticing. The guard looked at the jade pendant, and Su Yingxia's hand snatched it away, and then grinned maliciously. "I knew you were awake," and looking around, it turns out there was something fishy. "What is this?" the guard asked coldly. Su Yingxia stared blankly at the pendant in the guard's hand, her heart plummeting into despair. This last hope was gone. In Donghai at the Yulong Villa, to prevent his aunt and others from encountering danger again, Yi Qijun had temporarily brought everyone from the Su family here. In the living room, everyone from the Su family looked worried and anxious. Suddenly Tianqin rushed in hurriedly. "Master, I have uncovered some information that may be related to Miss Su's disappearance." "Speak," Yi Qijun said calmly. "Yes. I found that 3 days ago a cruise ship left the East Seaport. This cruise ship belongs to an overseas company and travels between Donghai City and the beautiful country every 6 months. At first this seemed normal, and I did not find anything amiss, but during my investigation I discovered that every time this cruise ship arrives in Donghai the number of missing persons cases in the city increases significantly. Tian Can quickly recounted his findings. However, he had only just discovered this and had not yet conducted an in-depth investigation. After hearing this, Qijun immediately called Zhao Gang to investigate the cruise ship at once. Zhao Gang promptly mobilized the forces of the Jinggan Bureau, and soon a response came. Indeed, as Tian Can had inferred, the Jinggan Bureau reviewed records from the past 20 years and found that this cruise ship arrived in Donghai twice a year. Moreover, every time this cruise ship docked at the Donghai port, the number of local missing persons cases would increase. Most importantly, this was not just the case in Donghai, it was the same in over a dozen cities across Uizhou. Furthermore, analysis showed that nearly all the additional cases involved young and beautiful girls. In the past 20 years, there could have been thousands of girls victimized. Useless. Are you the head of the Jinggan Bureau in Donghai, just sitting around doing nothing? For 20 years, thousands have suffered, and you only discovered it now. Yi Kaijin's gaze turned icy as he scolded. Zhao Gang, who had personally come to report to Qijun, felt his knees go weak, and he knelt on the ground trembling. However, Qijun did not punish him. The urgent task was still to find Su Yingxia. After snorting coldly, Qijun contacted the prison god island utilizing the Tiangang satellite system to search for the cruise ship. But 10 minutes later, the Tianluo guard reported back that they could not find it. This cruise ship had apparently employed the most advanced stealth technology, making it undetectable by satellites and radar. In the cargo hold of the cruise ship, 2 guards dragged Su Yingxiao out and forced her to kneel before the captain of the guard. The captain toyed with a jade pendant in his hand, sizing up Su Yingxia, a wicked smile appearing on his face. The higher-ups have said that we are not allowed to act against the girls here easily. What a pity, faced with so many stunning beauties we can only look, but not touch. My brothers must be bursting with frustration. However, the higher-ups also mentioned that if anyone attempts to escape, we can set an example and teach them a lesson disposing of them, as we please to warn others. My brothers have been eagerly waiting for someone to dare to try escaping, but unfortunately, over the years there haven't been many bold girls. You should be the 5th. Beauty, do you want to know the fate of the previous 4? The captain's eyes were filled with a sinister gleam, as if he wanted to devour Su Yingxiao with his gaze. Su Yingxiao immediately trembled slightly, her face filled with terror and dread. The captain seemed to revel in seeing Su Yingxia's frail appearance, bursting into loud laughter. Those few have all been ruined. Ha ha, this sea voyage will last for a full half-month. In the remaining days we can thoroughly train you to become the most obedient, most docile, and most alluring slave in the world. Hearing this, Su Yingxia almost despaired completely and pleaded desperately, please let me go, I can give you money, my family is very wealthy, whatever amount you want, please. The captain's eyes lit up. He indeed liked beautiful women, but he loved money even more. With money, how many beautiful women couldn't? The higher-ups had said that anyone who dared to escape could be dealt with as they wished, whether trained to death or used to extort money. But there was one rule: they must end up dead. However, the captain did not show it on his face and suddenly broke into a laugh. It seems you are a wealthy girl. That jade pendant you have should be worth something, right? A greedy look appeared in his eyes. But Su Yingxia hurriedly shook her head. No, it's not worth anything. The captain's expression turned cold, and he said fiercely, if your family is so wealthy, why would you carry around a worthless jade pendant? Are you trying to deceive me? At that moment, another guard glanced at the jade pendant and chuckled. Boss, this thing really isn't worth much. It's muddled and unattractive. I doubt anyone would want it, even at a flea market. The captain immediately flew into a rage. He had thought he had stumbled upon a treasure. If Su Yingxia was indeed a wealthy girl, then even without extorting money from her, this jade pendant should be a treasure. But to his surprise, it turned out to be worthless. Damn it, are you trying to mess with me? You carry around a piece of junk and still dare to say you have money. Hang her up for a good lesson, the captain yelled angrily. Su Yingxia was terrified and wanted to explain, but smack. The captain furiously smashed the jade pendant to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Su Yingxia was momentarily stunned. The purpose of that jade pendant was to be smashed unexpectedly before she could break it herself. The captain had already done so. A glimmer of hope flashed in Su Yingxia's eyes as she tightly shut her mouth, refraining from explaining, and simply began to plead desperately. However, soon the 2 guards directly tied a rope around her mouth, then bound her completely and hung her upside down. Below, a large bucket of cold water was placed. Splash! The captain released the rope, causing Su Yingxia to plunge headfirst into the water, pulling her back up only after half a minute. At this moment, Su Yingxia's mouth was bound, making it impossible to close. With her head down, she felt dizzy and suffocated, repeatedly dunked into the water, her face turning pale from choking, and after several times, she nearly fainted. Yet this was merely the beginning. These guards did not allow Su Yingxia to suffer too much physical pain, because in their eyes she was their plaything for the next several days, and they couldn't ruin her right away. However, they had countless torturous methods, each one a form of cruel punishment. Within just 2 hours, Su Yingxia had endured so much torment that she was on the verge of losing her mind. In the cargo hold, over 100 girls looked on in horror as Su Yingxia was tortured to the brink of death, all huddled together in despair. Meanwhile, dozens of guards took turns torturing Su Yingxia. This was a common method used by their organization: first torment the women to the point of mental collapse, then proceed to the next step of training. After a series of training, any chaste woman could only end up in 2 ways. Either become an utterly obedient, thoughtless slave, or simply die. The cargo hold was filled with the sounds of the guards' laughter. But this was the lowest level of the cargo hold, so they did not hear the sounds of roaring and screaming that filled the deck. Qijun wielded his sword alone, cutting a bloody path. Upon sensing the shattering of the jade pendant, he ordered the Tianluo guards to locate the position of the cruise ship and flew over directly. With his current strength at the martial sovereign level, even if the cruise ship had traveled over 1,000 kilometers, it was merely a 2-hour journey by sword. On the deck of the cruise ship, there were dozens of crew members, but these people were all deserving of death. Qijun's expression was icy, and he showed no mercy, turning the deck into a river of blood in mere moments. In the next moment, a sharp alarm sounded throughout the entire cruise ship, and more crew members and thugs rushed. Even the dozens of guards in the lower cargo hold hurried back to their posts, preparing for battle. The captain looked displeased and furrowed his brow. An enemy attack. How could there be an enemy attack on the ship? How boring. Throw her back, and we'll continue once the alarm is lifted. Just then a powerful aura surged up. The captain was utterly astonished. Why has old Lu shown himself? Is it really that serious? Other guards also looked surprised. This old Lu was the master stationed on the ship at the pinnacle of martial saint level. Though these guards were also martial artists, compared to old Lu, they were like fireflies to the bright moon. However, old Lu rarely showed himself, and it was unexpected that he would take action now. Just as these guards were bewildered, the recently erupted aura suddenly vanished. What's going on? Has the enemy been dealt with? The captain felt a bit anxious, a vague sense of unease creeping in. But just then a loud explosion echoed as the cargo hold door suddenly blew apart. Qijun stepped in, his voice ice cold. Will you struggle before you die, or will you kneel down and wait? The dozens of guards were shocked and dismayed. The captain roared, "Who are you? Dare you to barge in here? Do you seek death? Once Master Lu Ziming arrives, you won't be able to escape." He was acutely aware that there were nearly 1,000 crew members aboard this cruise ship. The intruders could kill their way down from the deck to the cargo hold, indicating that their strength was formidable, far beyond what he and his few dozen guards could contend with. Thus, he immediately threatened the intruders with the presence of a peak martial saint, hoping to intimidate them into retreating. But the next moment, Qijun smiled coldly and casually tossed a corpse in front of the captain and the others. Is this corpse the Master Lu Ziming you mentioned? The head of the corpse was crushed, leaving only half a face. The captain scrutinized it closely and recognized that this was indeed the peak martial saint aboard, the very Lu Ziming. The captain's face changed drastically, nearly choking with fear. That was a peak martial saint. Qijun's gaze turned icy as he looked at the iron cage behind them, where Su Yingxia hung upside down in a corner, tortured to the point of being unrecognizable and completely devoid of sanity. Boom. Qijun's fury surged, and in an instant he appeared before the captain, grabbing him by the head and forcing him to kneel, breaking his legs and shattering his knees, making him scream in agony. These girls were all kidnapped by you, right? You are no longer worthy of being human, Qijun said coldly, filled with rage. The captain was terrified to the extreme. He was also a master of the martial soul realm, but in front of Qijun, he felt like a clay doll, utterly powerless to resist. As for the dozens of guards, they rushed toward the door, desperate to flee. Qijun scoffed disdainfully. Clang. The Ziwei sword was drawn, but instead of directly killing these people, he lowered the sword's tip, and a beam of sword light swept across, severing the feet of several guards. In an instant, blood flowed like a river in the cargo hold, and the dozens of guards rolled on the ground, wailing in agony. Immediately after, Qijun raised his hand and swung the sword, severing the lock of the iron cage, and the iron door slowly opened. Come out, the enemies on the ship have been dealt with, you're free, Qijun said nonchalantly. He then let Su Yingxia down. At that moment, she was nearly unconscious, her mind in a haze, her demeanor becoming somewhat dazed. Qijun's anger surged as he infused her with spiritual energy to stabilize her. After a moment, Su Yingxia's breathing gradually steadied, and she fell asleep, her expression still filled with deep terror and despair. Qijun glanced at the guards and snorted coldly. Tie them all up and take them away, leave no one alone. Kill them all, Qijun said coldly. In the next moment, over 100 spectral guards rushed in from outside the cargo hold, dragging the guards away. Several female masters among the spectral guards entered the iron cage to comfort the terrified girls. At this point, the entire cruise ship had been completely controlled with over 1,000 spectral guards subduing everyone. However, at this moment, nearly 1,000 crew members aboard had already been killed by Yi Qijun alone. Shortly after, Yi Qijun carried Su Yingxia to the deck. The fewer than 300 remaining crew members were kneeling on the ground with their feet, all severed, their faces pale and filled with terror. Seeing Yi Qijun, these people trembled all over. On this cruise ship, apart from the girls, there was not a single innocent person. All those girls had been captured by these crew members. Yi Qijun approached them, his gaze icy, and placed the Ziwei sword directly on the head of the guard captain. Tell me, who is the master behind a cruise ship? What do you intend to do by abducting these girls? The guard captain's legs were shattered, but he was still forced to kneel on the ground, his face contorting in pain. Hearing Yi Qijun's question, the guard captain was shocked. You don't know who we are. Yi Qijun looked at him expressionlessly. If you don't speak, you die. However, the captain's eyes revealed a twisted malice as he sneered, you're finished. You don't even know who we are and dare to attack us. You're seeking death. Before he could finish, Yi Qijun impatiently swung his sword down. Whoosh. The Ziwei sword sliced through with the ease of cutting tofu, and the guard captain's threatening voice abruptly ceased. His face was filled with shock, unable to believe what had just happened as he blinked in disbelief. Suddenly, a red line appeared on his face and body. The next moment, he was cleanly split into two halves. The hundreds of captives nearby stared in horror at this scene, filled with terror. This method of death was too brutal. But Yi Qijun's expression remained icy as he approached another person again, placing the sword on his head. Speak. If you kill us, you won't fare any better. Whoosh. Another person was cleaved in two. By the time the third person was faced, he had completely soiled his pants, kneeling on the ground and banging his head in panic. I'll talk. I'll talk. We are subordinates of the Liu family. This ship also belongs to the Liu family. The Liu family ordered us to raid beautiful young girls across Yu Prefecture and send them to the beautiful nation where someone will receive and train. No, I mean train these girls to become. He stammered in explanation, and Yi Qijun's gaze grew colder. In short, this was a slave ship. However, the slaves they kidnapped and sold were all young, beautiful girls. After being sent to the beautiful nation, they were subjected to brutal training in a secret base, completely transformed into obedient female slaves. Afterwards, these female slaves would be sold all over the world. Just this one slave ship alone abducts nearly 1,000 girls each year in Longwo's Prefecture, as well as in the beautiful nation and the Western Alliance. For 20 years, it had never stopped. As for how many slave ships the Liu family controlled and how many girls had been kidnapped, even these crew members did not know. Hell is empty and demons walk the earth. And this Liu family is actually the 21st ranked family among the 100 families of Longwo, the Yanzhou Liu family. The Liu family's strength exceeds that of the Tang family, and naturally their power is greater as well. Over the years, relying on the slave trade, the Liu family has amassed immense wealth and resources in the martial world, stronger than they were when they were ranked back then. The Liu family has true martial lords stationed within. The stronger the Liu family grows, the more deserving they are to be destroyed, because their power is built upon the torment and suffering of countless girls on the broken families of many. Moreover, this Liu family is also on Yi Qijun's list of enemies. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Yi Qijun snorted coldly. In an instant, hundreds of spectral guards surged forward, and in the blink of an eye, the hundreds of human traffickers on the deck became mere corpses. Boom. In the sky, hundreds of helicopters flew towards the East Sea. Below, the cruise ship had already turned into a massive fireball, slowly sinking into the sea. The more than 100 girls on the cruise ship would be sent back to the East Sea Jingan Bureau. After calming their emotions, they would be sent home. As for Su Yingxia, she was taken back to Yulong Villa by Yi Qijun. A few hours later, the Su family saw Su Yingxia finally return, and they were overwhelmed with joy and tears. However, Su Yingxia's condition was not good, as she had been tortured for nearly 2 hours. Although her reputation remained intact, her spirit was on the verge of collapse. Even when she regained consciousness, her eyes were still vacant and dazed. Fortunately, Yi Qijun had already broken through to the nascent soul stage and was able to use some divine soul power. After nurturing her for several hours, Su Yingxia finally made a complete recovery. This was also the first time Yi Qijun used divine soul power. The divine soul power in the early nascent soul stage was not particularly strong. He could only transform it into a divine soul attack through the soul seizing technique. Once he reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, his divine soul power would become so formidable that even a martial master could not withstand it. After this incident, the Su family members were also scared and did not dare to stay in the East Sea. They preferred to abandon the Su family's business and instead went to Taohua Island to take refuge. After settling the Su family the next day, Yi Qijun left Taohua Island and headed for Yanzhou. Among the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom, Yanzhou is located in the north, with the cold state of Hanzhou to the northeast. The core of the Dragon Kingdom, Yinjing, is located right in the center of Yinzhou. However, Yinjing is directly governed by the cabinet and the 6 ministries not under the jurisdiction of Yinzhou. Even so, Yinzhou is one of the most powerful states in the Dragon Kingdom, home to many prominent families among the various schools of thought. On the plain, Qijun coldly looked at the Lu family's manor below. The next moment, he leaped down, landing directly in the middle of the manor, and with a sweep of the Zy sword, he turned the main residence into ruins. However, Qijun's brows furrowed slightly. Despite the commotion, the manor was eerily silent. The Lu family had completely vanished without a trace. The Lu family was indeed cunning. Knowing that the cruise ship had been destroyed, they had directly scattered and fled. The vast Lu family manor was empty. Qijun snorted coldly. Escape? Do you think you can? He then called Shen Xianzhi, mobilizing the 2 elite teams from the prison god island to investigate the whereabouts of the Lu family. Just half an hour later, the leader of the Heavenly Net Guard sent the investigation results to Qijun. After reading it, the killing intent in Qijun's eyes boiled over. It turned out that the Lu family was not the ultimate puppet master behind the trafficking of women. Behind the Lu family, there was a secret underground organization, the Bliss Palace. The Bliss Palace was not a force of the Dragon Kingdom, but an underground force from the Western Alliance, extremely mysterious and the largest and most elite human trafficking organization in the world. The Bliss Palace trafficked stunning beauties or women of extremely special status. As long as the price was right, they even dared to target princesses and consorts from the Western Alliance's royal family. Over the past few decades, many noble women from the Western Alliance, and even from around the world, have fallen into the hands of the Bliss Palace. Among them were not only princesses and consorts, but also global superstars and young ladies from ancient families. They used all kinds of methods to kidnap these women and traffic them to powerful figures around the world for entertainment. The Lu family served as the spokesperson for the Bliss Palace in the Dragon Kingdom, essentially a branch of the Bliss Palace existing in the form of a family, becoming one of the various schools of thought. In addition to human trafficking, the Lu family was also involved in other shady businesses notorious for their evil. Now the Lu family had dispersed and left Yinzhou, planning to regroup within Qizhou and retreat into the deep mountains to avoid the storm. Unfortunately, the Lu family did not know who was out to get them. Under the satellite surveillance of Prison God Island, they were essentially attempting to sneak away right under Qijun's nose. How could Qijun give them this opportunity? Half an hour later, Qijun soared through the clouds on his sword, coldly observing the members of the Lu family gathering below. Soon hundreds of Lu family members gathered together, heading towards the deep mountains of Qizhou. But at that moment, a sword cry that echoed through the clouds suddenly erupted from the sky. Clang! Hundreds of Lu family members looked up, bewildered. The next moment, a beam of sword light fell from the heavens like divine punishment, striking towards the Lu family's convoy. Who dares to be so reckless? A furious shout came from the convoy, followed by a dozen figures soaring into the air. The leading figure was an old man with gray hair and a sinister expression. The Lu family's ancestor, a martial master, Lu Yuanqing. Behind him were several martial saints from the Lu family, including 6 peak martial saints and 3 half-step martial masters. Such strength exceeded that of the Tang family. If the Tang family did not have the 7 elders North Dipper formation, their power would not even match half of the Lu family's. Back then, Tang Laoda had just broken through, while Lu Yuanqing was a seasoned martial master. The difference in strength was significant. With such a lineup, even a peak martial master might not be able to deal with the Lu family. But the next moment, Lu Yuanqing's soft sword clashed with the beam of sword light. Poof! Lu Yuanqing spat out a mouthful of blood and was directly severed by the sword light, leaving a wound nearly 30 centimeters long in his chest, almost disemboweling him. Lu Yuanqing was horrified, falling to the ground in shock as he looked up. In the sky, Qijun held the Zy sword, piercing through the blockade of a dozen Lu family experts, and charged straight at him. When dealing with a scoundrel family like the Lu family, Qijun showed no hint of hesitation or mercy. He struck with lethal intent. The previous beam of sword light was precisely his first move of the Zy sword technique, breaking army. With a single strike, he injured Lu Yuanqing. You are Qijun. You have some nerve. Since you've come today, don't think of leaving. You'll leave your corpse behind. Lu Yuanqing shouted angrily, wielding his soft sword to meet Qijun again. Qijun smiled coldly and charged forward with his sword. Come to die, I'll fulfill you. As he spoke, Qijun unleashed another breaking army strike. Lu Yuanqing sneered, his soft sword swirling defensively. Your sword technique is indeed powerful, comparable to that of a peak martial master. But your aura is merely in the early martial master stage. With such a strong sword technique, how many strikes can you unleash? Once your spiritual energy is depleted, you'll be like fish on the chopping board waiting to die. Lu Yuanqing laughed sinisterly, and indeed he managed to block Qijun's breaking army sword technique. Although he was slightly more injured, he could definitely withstand several more strikes. Such a powerful sword technique would undoubtedly consume a lot of spiritual energy. A martial master in the early stage could be considered extremely powerful if he could deliver 3 to 5 strikes. He was not afraid of exhaustion. Exhausting Yi Qijun to death, even if he was heavily injured himself, would be worth it. Once I kill you, your bloodline will be well utilized by me. Ha! Lu Yuansheng laughed arrogantly. But at this moment a hint of mockery appeared on Yi Qijun's face. How many strikes can I unleash? You should count carefully. Lu Yuansheng scoffed disdainfully, stubborn as a dead duck. Fine, I'll count for you. Once I'm done counting, it will be your death sentence. With that, Lu Yuansheng charged at Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun coldly smiled, drawing his sword to unleash the breaking army style. The third sword. Lu Yuansheng, along with more than a dozen experts above the martial saint rank, faced him heated. The experts of the Lu family all attacked to weaken the power of the breaking army swordsmanship. In the end, Lu Yuansheng had to defend with all his might. After the third sword, he felt a dull pain in his chest, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. The might of the breaking army sword was enough to rival that of a peak martial venerable. Even with all the experts of the Lu family joining forces, Lu Yuansheng's injuries worsened. However, continuing to sustain such injuries, Lu Yuansheng could still endure at least a dozen swords. The sword technique of a beginner martial venerable wielding the might of a peak martial venerable could only unleash 5 swords at most before exhausting all their spiritual energy. Thus, the heavier Lu Yuansheng's injuries became, the more ferocious his expression turned, filled with an overwhelming killing intent. Little brat, you're really something. Come again. Lu Yuansheng roared with a sinister laugh. The next moment, the fourth sword descended. Clang. Lu Yuansheng blocked again. But before he could insult again, the fifth sword followed swiftly. Lu Yuansheng's pupils constricted as he called out while countering, "Prepare to surround and kill. This should be his last." The sixth sword struck. Lu Yuansheng's half-sentence got lodged in his throat. He widened his eyes in disbelief, and his mouth twitched violently. The boy who's not even fully grown has such thick spiritual energy in him. But I can predict that even if you risk your life, you won't be able to unleash the seventh sword. The seventh sword slashed down. Lu Yuansheng's breath nearly stopped. His face felt hot as if he had received several slaps. However, he soon regained his composure and coldly laughed. You won't be able to unleash the eighth sword. Fortunately, he changed his words quickly otherwise. The eighth sword arrived. Throughout the confrontation, Yi Qijun's expression remained unchanged, and he unleashed one sword after another, his aura not diminishing in the slightest. His gaze held a hint of faint mockery. Meanwhile, Lu Yuansheng across from him was gritting his teeth, filled with disbelief on his face. This powerful sword technique Lu Yuansheng used even with decades of accumulated spiritual energy. As a seasoned martial venerable, he could at most unleash 8 swords. If it weren't for the dozen or so experts from the Lu family helping to weaken these last few swords, relying solely on himself, he might have been incapacitated after receiving the 8th sword. As for Yi Qijun, not only did he achieve the martial venerable realm at a young age, but how could his spiritual energy be so robust? There was no time to think further, for at that moment Yi Qijun had once again drawn his sword. The 9th sword struck. Lu Yuansheng's face twisted in agony as he unleashed his strongest power with a furious shout. Form the array. Prepare to grind him down. The experts of the Lu family were momentarily stunned. Forming an array. With the ancestor personally intervening alongside a dozen martial saints assisting, they were facing only Yi Qijun, yet they still needed to form an array. Even though Yi Qijun had just displayed his strength, the Lu family members didn't take it seriously. What if they injured the ancestor? That would simply be a moment of negligence on the ancestor's part. With the Lu family exerting their full strength, they could contend even against a true peak martial venerable. If they formed an array, they might even grind down someone at the peak martial venerable level. To deal with Yi Qijun, did they really need to form an array? Did that not imply that Yi Qijun was already comparable to a peak martial venerable? They were overestimating him. But with the ancestor's orders given, no one dared to hesitate, rapidly forming the array. During the formation, Yi Qijun unleashed the 10th sword. Poof! This time with no Lu family expert to weaken the breaking army sword style, Lu Yuansheng had to withstand it forcefully, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, after the 10th sword, Yi Qijun was already surrounded by the dozen or so martial saints of the Lu family. Lu Yuansheng finally breathed a sigh of relief, entering the array with a grim expression and starting to smile coldly. You're stronger than I expected. I can't fathom how you could unleash 10 swords with such a technique. Lu Yuansheng asked. Yi Qijun glanced disdainfully at the formation formed by the dozen or so experts of the Lu family, sneering contemptuously. This formation was far inferior compared to the 7 elder Big Dipper formation of the Tang family. In Yi Qijun's eyes, the 7 elder Big Dipper formation was merely a variant of the Big Dipper formation altered by the Tang family into a poor imitation, a disgrace to something good. However, the power of the 7 elder Big Dipper formation was still considerable. If the authentic Big Dipper formation was steel, then the Seven Elder Big Dipper formation was merely a wooden stick. And the so-called formation of the Liu family was nothing more than a grass rope. This can even be called a formation. Are you insulting the term formation? Yi Qijun coldly laughed. The members of the Liu family were all infuriated. Lu Yuansheng coldly snorted, "This is more than enough to deal with you. When you die in this formation, let's see if you can still be so stubborn." With that, Lu Yuansheng swung his sword. More than a dozen Liu family experts also launched their attacks, but they did so in sequence, not simultaneously. In that moment, it seemed as though a vast array of sword lights enveloped Yi Qijun, but if observed closely, one could find that these sword lights were actually sequential and continuous. And each sword light came from angles that were extremely difficult to evade. This formation did not enhance the power of the person at the formation's center like the Seven Elder Big Dipper formation, but instead connected everyone's attacks through positioning and timing, continuously attacking like a war of attrition. With Lu Yuansheng's attacks included, even a peak martial venerable would have to tread carefully, caught in an endless cycle of attacks, unable to retaliate. At that moment, within the array, in the blink of an eye, dozens of clashing sounds of metal erupted. Lu Yuansheng laughed heartily, slashing sword after sword, his face filled with a wild, killing intent. Die, die, die. But at that moment, an incredibly brilliant sword light suddenly appeared. Breaking Army, the 11th sword, the 12th sword, the 13th sword. 3 consecutive Breaking Army swords almost without any pause, as if Yi Qijun had only swung once, yet 3 sword lights exploded simultaneously. Within the formation, the continuous sword lights instantly dissipated. Yi Qijun's 3 swords directly annihilated dozens of sword lights, disrupting the rhythm of the Liu family's members. Lu Yuansheng hurriedly swung his sword to block the last sword, once again spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. "You want to use speed to counter speed, huh? It'll fulfill your wish." Yi Qijun sneered, his entire being bursting forth with spiritual energy. The 14th, the 19th sword. 6 consecutive swords without any pause, all were the Breaking Army sword style. Poof, poof, poof. A series of sounds like flesh tearing echoed, shattering the Liu family's formation completely. The dozen or so experts above the martial saint rank from the Liu family were all struck with blood gushing out, screaming as they fell. In midair, only Lu Yuansheng and 3 half-step martial venerables remained surrounding Yi Qijun, each of the 3 half-step martial venerables bearing deep wounds visible to the bone, their faces pale and on the verge of collapse. The tables had turned in an instant. Yi Qijun's sudden outburst turned the tide of the battle. The dozen or so martial saints of the Liu family, even those at the peak of martial saints, were gravely injured and on the brink of death. The remaining 4, including Lu Yuansheng, were left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Yi Qijun's expression remained unchanged, still calm and exuding a powerful aura. Lu Yuansheng could hardly believe it and exclaimed, "How is this possible? Are you at the peak of martial sovereign? Otherwise, how could you unleash 19 sword strikes comparable to that level?" Everyone in the Liu family was also bewildered. They couldn't comprehend it. Clearly, Yi Qijun's aura indicated he was only at the early stage of martial sovereign. How could he achieve this? At this moment, Yi Qijun couldn't be bothered to explain and merely let out a cold laugh. Martial sovereign. That is simply a realm of martial arts. Yi Qijun's realm is at the early stage of nascent soul. Though his aura seemed similar to that of an early-stage martial sovereign, the actual power was vastly different. The spiritual energy within an early-stage martial sovereign requires gradual accumulation to grow stronger. In battle, while the combat power of a martial sovereign is not weak, they cannot recover during the fight. Once their spiritual energy is exhausted, they require a long time to recuperate. But Yi Qijun was different. The spiritual energy within him flowed ceaselessly even during battle. In terms of absorption efficiency, Yi Qijun could far surpass these martial sovereign experts. 19 sword strikes. That is far from Yi Qijun's limit. As long as he wished, he could unleash 100 strikes, even 1,000. However, Yi Qijun disdainfully refrained from explaining and simply raised his sword, its blade pointed directly at Lu Yuansheng and the others. "Today not a single member of the Liu family shall survive," Yi Qijun declared coldly. In the next moment, he charged forward with his sword drawn. Lu Yuansheng was taken aback and hurriedly tried to defend himself. But after a few sword strikes, the 3 semi-martial sovereigns beside him were severely injured and fell on the brink of death. In the air, only Lu Yuansheng remained desperately holding on, but his injuries were worsening. Each of Yi Qijun's strikes drew forth torrents of blood from Lu Yuansheng. Below, all the members of the Liu family stared in shock as they witnessed their ancestor being driven to flee like a rat. The prestigious Liu family, ranked 21st among the prominent families, was about to be defeated by a single individual. This scene utterly shattered the Liu family's so-called faith and broke their self-righteous pride. "Why, Yi Qijun, regarding your parents' affair, our Liu family merely participated. Oh, we did not harm them. At most, we were bystanders." Why are you pursuing us so relentlessly? In the air, Lu Yuansheng howled in despair. But Yi Kaijin's expression turned icy. How many years has the Lu family's relationship with the Bliss Palace persisted? How many girls have been plundered overseas, leading to their families being destroyed? The lives of all 9 clans of the Lu family combined are not enough to compensate. Do I need a reason to kill you wretches? Yi Qijun replied coldly. Lu Yuansheng's pupils constricted. How do you know about the Bliss Palace? Yi Qijun sneered disdainfully, replying as he continued to strike. Thud. Lu Yuansheng's arm was severed, blood gushing forth, despair evident on his face. No, no, you can't kill me. If you do, the Bliss Palace will not spare you. You have no idea how powerful the Bliss Palace is. No, no, you can't kill me. If you do, the Bliss Palace will not spare you. You have no idea how powerful the Bliss Palace is. Those women are just ordinary people. Their lives are worth less than one martial saint. You should understand. Let me go and I can offer you benefits, even a share of 30% of the profits from the slave trade. Lu Yuansheng roared frantically, dodging left and right. But Yi Kaijin's expression grew colder, his killing intent intensifying. In Lu Yuansheng's and many others' eyes, the lives of ordinary people truly seemed like that of ants. Thud. Yi Qijun struck again, severing Lu Yuansheng's other arm. Ants. It seems that lives mean nothing to you. You are no longer worthy of being called human. You are worse than mere animals. If you wish to be treated like one, then I shall grant you that. Die like the beast you are. With that, Yi Qijun swept his sword horizontally, severing Lu Yuansheng's legs. Lu Yuansheng fell to the ground with a despairing scream, and all the members of the Lu family were engulfed in hopelessness. But at that moment, a martial saint expert forced his way to Lu Yuansheng's side. Give me the medicine. I must. Lu Yuansheng screamed frantically. The martial saint expert hurriedly pulled out a medicine vial from Lu Yuansheng's arms and smashed it. Then he attempted to shove the lone dark blue pill into Lu Yuansheng's mouth. But at that moment, a flash of sword light swept by. Thud. The martial saint expert's head and arm were severed by Yi Qijun. The dark blue pill fell into Yi Kaijin's hand. He glanced coldly at Lu Yuansheng, sniffed the pill, and his eyes suddenly sharpened. No wonder Lu Yuansheng, with his limbs severed, still wanted to consume this pill for a desperate gamble. This pill contained extremely violent power capable of instantly restoring Lu Yuansheng's spiritual energy to its peak state and would soon explode. In short, once this pill was consumed, Lu Yuansheng could become a human bomb, exploding directly. Moreover, its power would rival that of a peak martial sovereign's self-detonation. Unfortunately, this pill fell into Yi Kaijin's hands, and he would not have the opportunity to use it. Lu Yuansheng's roar abruptly stopped as he stared blankly at the pill in Yi Kaijin's hand, utterly despaired. You think you can use your life to protect the Lu family? Don't dream. I told you today, I will take the lives of the entire Lu family. Yi Qijun sneered. Then he did not immediately kill Lu Yuansheng, but instead, in front of him, charged directly into the crowd of Lu family members. The sword light flickered, blood splattered everywhere. Among the hundreds of members of the Lu family, there were many martial spirit experts, yet under Yi Kaijin's sword they were like cutting vegetables. In the wilderness of Yanzhi's border, the screams soared into the sky, but after a moment the cries weakened. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Yuansheng was left alive in the entire. At this moment, Lu Yuansheng's eyes were nearly bloodshot, as if he were going insane. Yi Qijun approached coldly with his sword drawn. Just then Yi Kaijin's phone rang. It was a message from an unknown number. Release Lu Yuansheng, otherwise the Bliss Palace will kill you as soon as you step out of Long Kingdom. Yi Kaijin's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand to strike directly, severing Lu Yuansheng's head. Moments later, another message arrived. You are seeking death. Yi Qijun let out a disdainful laugh and dialed the number directly. The call connected, but the other side remained silent, only breathing heavily in rage. Yi Qijun spoke coldly. You coward hiding in the shadows, do you dare to threaten me? You don't need to find me, I will come for you. I will surely annihilate every one of you from the abyss to the underworld. Click, click. A grinding, teeth-clenching sound echoed from the other end of the line. Fury boy, Tianqian, issue the orders. From the hovering helicopter above, Tianqian leapt down and knelt before Yi Qijun. Yi Qijun's gaze turned glacial. Issue the prison god edict. Command all forces under the prison god island to locate the blissful hall. Issue the throne war god edict. Summon every titled war god from the Longhua military ministry. Command Marquis Lingyin to mobilize the armies of Yuezhou, Chuzhou, and Shuzhou. Eradicate every remnant of the Lei Clan within Longhua, down to the last man. Tiansan's eyes widened in shock. He immediately bowed low in reverence. Understood, my lord. In an instant, edicts surged forth, shaking Longhua, shaking the world itself. Yi Qijun sneered into the phone. This is merely the first step. Next I shall drag each and every one of you, rats scurrying in the sewers, into the light. The blood debt you owe me, I shall collect it stroke by stroke. Blissful hall, wash your necks. Your reckoning awaits. Snap. The moment the words left his lips, Yi Qijun crushed the phone in his fist. On a remote island in the west, a roar of uncontainable fury erupted. Meanwhile, Tiancan had already dispatched the 3 edicts in succession. The Prison God Edict commanded the entire Prison God Island network, worldwide, to hunt for traces of the blissful hall. Marquis Lingyi's tri-provincial armies surged forth almost in their entirety. Hundreds of thousands of troops sweeping across Yuezhou Chuzhou and Shuzhou, scouring earth and stone, until within a single day every vestige of the Lei Clan was annihilated. Upon receiving Yi Qijun's Throne War God Edict, and learning the full gravity of the matter, the 10 Grand Marshals of the military ministry did not hesitate for an instant. The 3rd Marshal was immediately ordered to lead the entire War God Pavilion, dozens of titled War Gods, into action. In moments, War God Guards of the pavilion appeared across all 13 provinces of Longhua, investigating Lei Clan influence with ruthless efficiency. Wherever evidence surfaced, lightning strikes followed. Ranked 21st among the 100 schools of thought, the Lei Clan wielded immense secular power, its tendrils stretching across the entirety of Longhua. Within a mere day, every overt Lei Clan stronghold within Longhua was uprooted, utterly destroyed. But this was only the beginning. What Yi Qijun truly sought were the Lei Clan's hidden sins, buried, festering, and unspeakable. One day later, on the outskirts of Qingwu City, in Wuzhou, a small manor stood silent, until dozens of vehicles tore through the horizon, encircling it completely. The 3rd Marshal of the military ministry stepped forth, flanked by dozens of titled War Gods from the War God Pavilion, ready to storm the manor. Outwardly, the estate belonged to a wealthy Qingwu City tycoon, but in truth it served as a den of corruption for the Lei Clan, housing illegal gambling dens and underground fighting rings. Whether one sought evidence of vice, gambling, drugs, or prostitution, this manor was certain to yield trophies. It was without question Qingwu City's most notorious den of decadence. Before now, the tycoon's facade, and the Lei Clan's vast influence, had shielded it from scrutiny. Now, however, before the 3rd Marshal stood a dozen War God Guards holding the tycoon and several Lei Clan remnants, kneeling, trembling, exposed. The 3rd Marshal snorted coldly, raised his hand, and commanded, "Storm the gates. I wish to see precisely what filth the Lei Clan has brewed here." Dozens of titled War Gods roared their assent and charged forward. At that very moment, a helicopter pierced the sky. Then a figure leapt from midair, landing squarely before the manor gate. The 3rd Marshal's pupils contracted sharply. Fury darkened his face. "Wu Wang, what do you think you're doing?" he bellowed. The newcomer was none other than Wu Wang, one of the 8 princes and 20 marquises of Longhua. Wu Wang's expression was grim, his voice icy. "Marshal 3rd, perhaps I should ask what you intend to do. Wuzhou falls under my jurisdiction. If action is to be taken, it is I who must take it. Why does the War God Pavilion of the military ministry overstep its bounds? Moreover, the Lei Clan is one of the 100 schools of thought. Should the military ministry strike against them, chaos will erupt across the Jianghu, and none of us wish to witness rivers of blood staining the land." As a prince, Wu Wang governed Wuzhou with supreme authority, his rank eclipsing even that of marquises. Even Marquis Lingyi, who currently commanded 3 provinces, paled beside him in stature. Yet the 3rd Marshal's eyes blazed. He strode forward without hesitation and slapped Wu Wang across the face with a thunderous crack. Silence fell like a shroud. Over the manor, over the grounds, over the dozens of titled War Gods themselves, whose faces twitched involuntarily. Wu Wang clutched his cheek in disbelief, still too stunned to react. I was struck. Right here, in front of everyone. Slapped like a commoner. You, I am a prince." Wu Wang sputtered in outrage, but before he could finish, crack, the 3rd Marshal struck again, without pause, without mercy. Then, consumed by wrath, he unleashed a torrent of curses. "Dare you threaten me? When I slaughtered men, your father was still playing with marbles. The Lei Clan committed atrocities that enraged heaven and outraged humanity, yet you dare question my justice. You are but a cur, barking out of turn. Step aside. Let your master speak to me, if he dares. Let us see which of the 100 schools dares raise its voice over the Lei Clan's fate, because whoever speaks, I shall silence them forever." His roar shook the manor like celestial thunder. Even the dozens of titled War Gods instinctively recoiled. Such intimidation, such political maneuvering, might sway other Grand Marshals of the military ministry. But against the 3rd Marshal, had he lost his mind? Did he truly not know the 3rd Marshal was the most volatile of the 10 Grand Marshals? If provoked beyond endurance, the 3rd Marshal might well execute Wu Wang on the spot. After all, in terms of battlefield merit, he stood unquestionably first among the 10. Were it not for his explosive temperament and the grave errors it had caused, he would long since have been named Supreme Marshal of the Longhua military ministry. To slay a prince might seem unthinkable, except when the hand wielding the blade belonged to the 3rd Marshal. No one would find it surprising. Wu Wang stood humiliated, face twisted in anguish and indignation. Yet memory of the third marshal's legendary temper flashed in his mind, and seeing murderous intent flare in those eyes, he snapped his mouth shut, stepping aside without another word. The third marshal scoffed, then strode past Wu Wang into the manor, stopping just long enough to jab a finger hard into his chest, a warning etched in every line of his body. That gesture, sharp, contemptuous, unyielding, spoke louder than words. "You'd better watch yourself, or I'll break you like kindling." With a command from the third commander, dozens of titled war gods stormed into the manor. Moments later, hundreds of people in the manor had their limbs broken and were thrown onto an empty ground. This manor was indeed a den of filth for the Liu family, and these culprits were guilty of numerous crimes. The third commander could hardly be bothered to interrogate them directly, ordering the war gods to behead all these hundreds of people. In no time, blood flowed like a river within the manor. Wuong was so furious, he was almost smoking from his 7 orifices, but he dared not say anything further and could only leave in a huff. Just as the third commander was preparing to leave, Yi Qijun walked in from outside the manor. The third commander's eyes lit up, and he greeted him with a hearty laugh. "Brother Yi, what brings you here?" The dozens of titled war gods beside him were left speechless. The 10 commanders of the military department were all veterans of the Dragon Kingdom's army. These titled war gods, in terms of seniority, should have called the third commander third grandpa. Yet upon seeing Yi Qijun, who was also in his 20s, the third commander addressed him as Brother Yi. It was a significant leap in seniority. The titled war gods exchanged glances, wondering how they should address Yi Qijun in the future. Should they call? Yi Qijun, however, appeared nonchalant. He nodded slightly to the third commander and glanced at the scene of corpses strewn across the manor, nodding in satisfaction. If it were him, he would have annihilated these scum without leaving a single one alive. "I found a branch of the Liu family, but instead of killing them all, I deliberately let some escape, tracking them all the way to Wuzhou to see if the Liu family has any hidden strongholds left," Yi Qijun explained. The third commander suddenly realized, smacking his forehead in annoyance, "Why didn't I think of that? I was too hasty, killing too quickly." Yi Qijun chuckled softly. "No worries, a few bait for fishing is more than enough." Just then Shen Xianzhi hurriedly walked over. He had initially been in Shuzhou helping Lingyin Marquis investigate the case of 2 missing people, but upon receiving Yi Qijun's order, he immediately returned to his side. The old servant speculated that there must be something hidden in the nightclub. Shen Xianzhi reported respectfully. Yi Qijun's expression turned cold as he immediately. The old servant speculated that there must be something hidden in the nightclub. Shen Xianzhi reported respectfully. Yi Qijun's expression turned cold as he immediately walked out. "Good. We'll catch them all in one fell swoop." The third commander hurriedly followed. "Brother Yi, I'm coming with you. These scum make me furious just by looking at them. Killing these small fish doesn't relieve my anger. I want to see if there are any big fish to kill and vent my frustration." After understanding the ins and outs of the situation, the third commander was so furious that he nearly overturned the meeting table of the military department, his killing intent almost overflowing. The scum of the Liu family had harmed countless people. The third commander wished he could wake Liu Yuanxing and others from their slumber just to kill them again. Half an hour later in Baibu City, at the Qingfeng Night Club, thousands of war gods surrounded the entire Qingfeng Night Club. The third commander took the lead, charging in with dozens of titled war gods. "Clear the area. Search." Instantly, chaos erupted in the Qingfeng Night Club. Moments later, hundreds of guests from the nightclub were escorted out, naturally questioned by those outside. All the staff in the nightclub, including security, were controlled. Subsequently, a large number of war gods entered the nightclub to begin the search. As Shen Xianzhi had said, before long they found a hidden entrance to an underground mechanism within the nightclub. Yi Qijun and the third commander arrived at the entrance and opened the mechanism. However, as soon as it was opened, hundreds of thugs wielding knives rushed out. The third commander immediately snorted, "Kill them all." Dozens of titled war gods surged forward. Most of these thugs were just ordinary people, and facing these titled war gods, they couldn't last 3 minutes before collapsing in a heap. Yi Qijun looked at these titled war gods with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The strength of these war gods from the military department was not particularly high, all around postnatal masters and innate grandmasters without a single martial soul. Yet these dozens were well-trained, coordinated, and struck with lethal precision. From their combat style, it was clear that these were seasoned veterans. If their strength were a bit higher, they could be considered an extremely elite force. Meanwhile, the third commander noticed Yi Qijun's expression and couldn't help but smile with pride. "Brother Yi, these young men from the War God Pavilion are not bad, right? They are the elite cultivated by the military department over 3 years, the future pillars of the military department," the third commander boasted. Yi Qijun nodded, saying these titled war gods must be the iron-blooded warriors of the dragon army, right? Although they haven't cultivated for long, they are full of potential and worth nurturing. These dozens of titled war gods from the War God Pavilion were all loyal to the Dragon Kingdom, upright, decisive in character, and were rare talents. However, Yi Qijun found it somewhat surprising as they were quite different from the titled war gods he knew. Back then, the three clans of Jinhai had also cultivated a few titled war gods, but they were all scum aiding and abetting evil, such as that old bear from the Yu family. After inquiring a bit, the third commander burst into hearty laughter. Brother, you may not know, but the previous titled war gods were indeed a mixed bag. However, 3 years ago, the military department restructured and established the War God Pavilion. The current War God Pavilion is different. They will be the nation's sharp sword in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom's military department. Yi Qijun finally understood. At that moment, dozens of titled war gods had already rushed into the underground entrance. Moments later, a titled war god emerged. Lord Yushin, Commander, we have secured the area below. Yi Qijun and the third commander entered the underground entrance together. Moments later, upon seeing the situation in the underground of the nightclub, both of their pupils constricted. The underground space was even larger than the nightclub above, almost like an underground mansion. A few remnants of the Liu family were brought over, kneeling before the two. A titled war god reported, we have confirmed that this is the headquarters of the Elysium Palace set up in the Dragon Kingdom, specifically used for training and taming female slaves. Many girls kidnapped by the Liu family are sent here to suffer torment. Both of them turned cold, ceasing further inquiries and heading directly to the bottom floor. The bottom floor had the largest space with hundreds of rooms, each containing a young girl in captivity. Hundreds of girls in here had suffered torment every day, and at this moment they had already been brought out dressed. At the sight of them, the third commander's eyes instantly turned red. These women were already covered in wounds, their eyes glazed over like walking corpses. Upon seeing someone, they instinctively wanted to kneel and tear at their own clothes. They had been tortured to the brink of collapse, almost losing their humanity, leaving only their servitude.